On the day of the college entrance exam results, I made what was probably the hardest decision of my life. I suggested breaking up with my girlfriend. There was no betrayal, no quarrel, not even a hint of infidelity. We loved each other. But the more I thought about our future, the clearer it became that I had no right to hold her back. She was the school beauty everyone admired. Her admission to Beijing University was a foregone conclusion. She was destined for success, while I was an orphan, raised on the charity of neighbors and the state. I can still remember her face in that moment. She looked at me with wide-open eyes filled with a mix of surprise and pain. "Why, Chen? We've always dreamed of our future together. Why did you decide this?" I couldn't answer her. How could I explain that I didn't want to be the burden she would have to carry for the rest of her life? She deserved better. Her world was so bright, while mine was far too dark. "This is better for both of us," I said, trying to keep my voice indifferent. That same night, I deleted all her contact information. As I erased it, I felt like I was erasing a part of myself. It was my decision, and I knew it was the right one. But my heart was breaking. A few days later, I received a letter confirming my admission to the country's top university. It should have been a happy moment, but I felt no joy. I stood in my tiny room with peeling walls, looking at the awards I once took pride in, feeling only emptiness. The neighbors tried to comfort me. Their sincere congratulations warmed my heart a little. But even their kind words couldn't change the fact that I had nothing to eat for lunch but an empty rice jar. And who would have thought? A top student admitted to an elite university, yet I can't even afford a meal. I thought bitterly as I left the house. I grabbed my wallet and hurried to the ATM to withdraw some money. After lunch, I had to work at the construction site, and there was no time to waste. My only card held everything I had saved over the years, including my scholarship and donations from charitable organizations. In total, there was 110,000 yuan. I planned to buy noodles for 5 yuan, add some garlic from the balcony, and cook lunch for 7 yuan. Vegetables and meat were far too expensive for me. Inserting the card into the ATM, I suddenly felt dizzy. I thought it was just weakness, but then a voice echoed in my head.
"Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the system."
System? What, scammers are hacking ATMs now? I muttered. Withdrawing 200 yuan, I headed home, but on the way, neighbors called out to me. "Zhao Chen, there's a crowd at your house." "Yeah, and several luxury cars. Even your high school teacher is there." I quickened my pace. From the corner, I noticed a group of people in suits and 3 long cars parked in front of my house. Collecting my thoughts, I approached the house. My teacher came to meet me. "Zhao Chen, your parents have found you. Here are the documents proving your relationship. Take a look." I took the papers. My hands were trembling. Behind him stood 3 people, an elderly man and a middle-aged couple. All 3 were crying. Tears welled up in my eyes as well. My mother rushed to me, hugged me tightly, and began sobbing. "Chen, forgive me. All these years I've been searching for you, but you suffered. It's my fault, my son, my poor son." The woman couldn't hold back and started hitting herself in the face. I stopped her, grabbing her hands, and softly said, "Mom, please don't." Her face was about to swell. Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. He hadn't said this word in over a decade. Gathering all his strength, he said, "It's not your fault. I know it wasn't intentional. Please, stop hitting yourself." Zhao Chen held her hand, and only then did Zhao's mother stop. She didn't wipe her tears but reached out to gently touch Zhao Chen's face. In the blink of an eye, my son has grown up. So tall, but too skinny. Come and see your useless father and your grandfather." Zhao Chen was pulled over. He had been quietly observing his father and grandfather. The old man stood straight and tall, his spirit unwavering, though his eyes were red, holding back tears. The middle-aged man, seeing Zhao Chen looking at him, quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile, but the tears welled up again. He gave up wiping them and stood there awkwardly, at a loss. Seeing this, Zhao's mother became angry and kicked her husband hard. "You only found him after so many years? Useless man." Zhao's father didn't argue. He smiled sheepishly, and as he smiled, tears streamed down again. A man does not cry easily, but that's only until he's heartbroken. A father's care for his son is instinctive. He wanted to say something to Zhao Chen but didn't know how to begin. Covering his face, he silently sobbed. Zhao Chen wiped his tears again. He hesitated for a long time, over 2 minutes, and then, with a calm and emotionless voice, he softly uttered an unfamiliar word, his tone awkward, "Dad. Life is hard." Even if he could stand on his own, the effort and struggle weren't easy. The word felt foreign, a word he hadn't said in over 10 years. The tone sounded strange. "Yes. My son. I've suffered so much trying to find you." The middle-aged man, who had built a business empire with his own hands, cried like a child for the first time in his life. Today is a happy occasion. Crying like this, what does it look like? No more crying. The old man tapped his cane on the ground with a loud thud. Zhao Chen wiped his tears again and tilted his head back to call out, "Grandpa." The old man had clearly been wiping his tears in secret earlier, his eyelashes were still wet. But when he heard Zhao Chen call him Grandpa, a smile immediately spread across his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold locket, half the size of a palm, standing on tiptoes to hang it around Zhao Chen's neck. "Don't lose it again. These years must have been hard for you out there. You're the heir of the Zhao family. Thankfully, we found you. Zhao Chen nodded, feeling the heavy gold locket pressing on his neck. Checking the time, Zhao Chen spoke up, "You probably haven't eaten yet. Let me make something." "Sure, let Mom taste your cooking." Zhao Chen lifted the bag of noodles in his hand. 4 yuan's worth of noodles might be enough. The people waiting outside wouldn't be considered, they weren't family. Indeed, when Zhao Chen opened the door to let his family in, Zhao's mother quickly shut the door behind her. Only after entering the house did Zhao Chen remember that while he'd invited his family for a meal, he wasn't sure if they could eat what he usually ate. "How about garlic noodle soup?" Before his mother could respond, Zhao's grandfather spoke first. "We'll eat whatever you eat." Zhao Chen sighed, said nothing, and silently began peeling garlic. Enough for 4 people. Half of last year's garlic harvest would be used in this one meal. While Zhao Chen cooked, his 3 family members carefully examined his home. The 2 small rooms weren't big, but they were clean. There was a hard bed, and the walls, where the paint had peeled, were covered in awards and certificates, all of Zhao Chen's achievements. Zhao's mother wanted to check what was in Zhao Chen's refrigerator, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find one. "Chen, where's your refrigerator?" "I haven't bought one yet. I'll be leaving for school in a month, so there's no need for one." Before Zhao Chen finished speaking, Wang Qian, his mother, was already in tears. A mother cannot bear to hear such words. She stopped looking. No matter what, she wouldn't check again. She turned around and watched Zhao Chen busily cooking in the kitchen, standing there blankly. The noodles were already in the pot, and a half basin of garlic sauce was ready. When Zhao Chen brought 2 bowls of noodles with garlic sauce to the table, he suddenly realized the house only had 2 bowls. Without a word, he ran to a neighbor's house and borrowed 2 more bowls in less than a minute. When the 4 bowls of garlic noodle soup were placed on the table, the old man couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down his face as he picked up the chopsticks and began eating the noodles. Tears fell into the bowl, making the taste both bitter and salty. "You all eat first. Just leave the bowls on the table when you're done. I have to head to the construction site now, I'm going to be late, and the foreman has a bad temper." As Zhao Chen spoke, he was about to leave but was stopped by his father, Zhao Zicheng, who grabbed his hand. "Don't go. It's too hot out there. You never need to earn money again. Our family's wealth is enough for 2 lifetimes. Take this card." Zhao Zicheng handed over a black card with a centurion's head in the center. Though it was his first time receiving such a gift after their reunion, Zhao Chen accepted it, rubbing the card in his hands with mixed emotions. He didn't even need to think about how much money was on it. Wang Qian asked gently, "Do you want to stay in Jilin or return to Beijing?" The old man, feeling this question was inappropriate, cut her off and made a decision himself. "Jilin or Beijing, either is fine. If you want to stay here, that's okay, but you must come home for 2 days every week. If you return to Beijing, even better, our Zhao family base is there. No matter what you choose, you'll spend the next 2 months at home before school starts. There are things that need to be sorted out." When the old man spoke, Zhao Chen didn't dare to object. He knew that wherever he went, life would be much better than it was now. Wang Qian also added, "Pack your things. We're flying home this afternoon." Zhao Chen nodded blankly. Truthfully, when happiness comes so suddenly, it's hard to adapt. In just one day, Zhao Chen had gone from being a poor boy to a wealthy heir. While packing, Zhao Chen realized there wasn't much of value in his small home. The most precious things were probably the certificates on the wall and his study notes. Wang Xian climbed onto a stool to carefully take down Zhao Chen's certificates and pack them away. After washing the dishes and returning the borrowed bowls to his neighbors, Zhao Chen lingered at the door for a moment. He saw his neighbors standing nearby, watching. They held their bowls and chopsticks. They had watched Zhao Chen grow up. He was a sensible child who never caused trouble for the neighborhood. Seeing this scene, they understood Zhao Chen's family had found him. Over the years, they had known how hard his life had been. In earlier years, he had gone to school while taking care of the old man who was gravely ill. Back then, Zhao Chen had always been pale and thin, just a child, struggling so hard that it made people's hearts ache. In their hearts, they wanted Zhao Chen's biological parents to find him even more than he did. From a distance, Zhao Chen bowed deeply toward them. The neighbors hurriedly stepped aside and quietly left. They didn't want to accept this gesture, it was just their duty to help, nothing special. Only a few older women stayed, chatting with smiles on their faces. Zhao Chen, when you get married, bring your wife over to meet us, okay? We'll be waiting for you. Sure. I promise. Zhao Chen wiped his tears and went back inside. At 1 p.m., Zhao Chen said goodbye to each neighbor. It was also on this day that he learned to recognize his first car logo, Rolls-Royce. 3 extended cars slowly drove out of the small city on the outskirts of Jinling as Zhao Chen got in. Inside the car, the family members exchanged contact information. When Zhao Chen pulled out his old feature phone, even Grandpa Zhao froze for a moment, taking a deep breath. Zhao Jichang immediately called his assistant, and within 10 minutes, a new phone was delivered. It was a top-of-the-line smartphone, the most advanced model currently on the market. The phone was unboxed, the SIM card inserted, and the phone was powered on. Contact information was added. As a modern young man, Zhao Chen quickly adapted to the new device. In just 10 minutes, he had figured out how to use the smartphone. Inside the extended Phantom, the seats were arranged in 2 rows along the windows. Zhao Chen sat with his mother, Wang Xian, who had so much she wanted to say to him. After a moment of thought, she spoke earnestly. Try to adapt to your new life quickly. Your living habits and diet may need some adjustments, but don't feel too pressured. Here's what your father and I just decided, we've set a small goal for you. We'll transfer some money to you so you can start getting used to it. There's no strict requirement for this 3 billion yuan. Spend it however you like. When you finish it, we'll talk again. Zhao Chen shuddered violently. So this was the legendary daddy's money? This compensatory gesture from his parents seemed over the top but was undeniably real. Zhao Chen found himself in a daze. At his current construction job, earning 150 yuan a day, it would take him over 5,500 years to make 3 billion yuan. 5,000 years longer than the entire history of Chinese civilization. This day felt like a dream. Zhao Chen stammered, his voice faltering as he weakly asked, "Are you sure I'm your son? You're not making a mistake, right? Giving me this much money feels unreal." His question made all 3 family members laugh. His father, Zhao Jichang, took out DNA test reports from several medical institutions and handed them to him. Before visiting Zhao Chen, they had already obtained definitive results. After carefully reading the test results, Zhao Chen finally smiled calmly. This was indeed his rightful place. It was a completely different life. In the past, he had believed in studying hard and striving for a better future. But now, faced with an effortless windfall and a wealthy family, he couldn't deny he was happy. Silently, Zhao Chen's eyes grew moist. Through the window, the small city outside shrank into the distance as the car headed toward the airport. In his mind, the voice continued to echo. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. Spend 200,000 yuan to activate the Billionaire system. The persistent urging annoyed Zhao Chen, but he kept his composure and asked the voice in his mind. Are you crazy? How about 100,000? Maybe 150,000? Okay, what about 170,000? Honestly, I don't even know what to spend money on right now. I mean, I haven't figured out what I want or how to spend it. I can't just buy random things I don't need, right? Zhao Chen's words were genuine. He really didn't know what to buy. He didn't play games, didn't care about skins or upgrades, didn't smoke or drink, didn't go to nightclubs, and never stayed up late. He occasionally read books, but spending 200,000 yuan solely on books didn't make sense. As he pondered, new lines of text loaded in his mind. Buy a car, go to metropolitan nightclubs and book the entire venue, develop the habit of generous tipping, take luxury cruises, recklessly acquire businesses, or fund scientific research. After reading this, Zhao Chen instinctively rubbed his temples. He could almost hear the sound of money burning. Still, wasn't this a way to start a new chapter in life? A reshuffled life. It was time to think about how to enjoy it. He wouldn't suffer anymore in this lifetime. After binding the black card given by Zhao Zichang to his smartphone, Zhao Chen carefully counted the zeros. Only after double-checking did he realize in shock that the card contained 1 billion yuan. He couldn't forget the casual remark from his father, "That's your pocket money." Irritated by the voice in his head, Zhao Chen opened a shopping app. After learning where his family's Beijing residence was located, he began adding items to his cart. He never imagined his first online shopping experience would start like this. He bought all the books he had ever wanted to read, over 200 titles in one go. From the Republic to Classic of Mountains and Seas, from Being in Nothingness to Thousand Cranes. Only when Zhao Chen couldn't think of more books to buy did he finally laugh out loud. Humanity always respects knowledge and thought, and Zhao Chen felt a rare joy from the prospect of enriching his mind. However, 200 books didn't cost anywhere near 200,000 yuan. With wide eyes, he searched the shopping site until, finally, he gritted his teeth and bought a royal oak watch for over 150,000 yuan. Zhao Chen's breathing quickened. Before this, selling himself wouldn't have fetched 150,000 yuan. Meanwhile, his parents quietly observed Zhao Chen's phone screen. When they saw he had bought a 150,000 yuan watch, they frowned slightly. Truthfully, it didn't quite match Zhao Chen's identity. In Wang Qian's opinion, the eldest son of the Zhao family in Beijing should at least wear a watch worth tens of millions. But neither of them said anything. After all, this was just the beginning. After buying the watch, Zhao Chen added various small items to his cart, finally spending a total of 200,000 yuan. As soon as the payment was completed, the long-awaited voice sounded in his mind. Total expenditure, 200,100 yuan. Billionaire system activated. Would you like to claim the activation gift package? Yes. Opening gift package. Congratulations! You have received a personalized Billionaire's lifestyle guide, one fearless double cashback card, the Young Master's daily guidance system, and the universal transaction system. Although the system itself was shocking, Zhao Chen was completely blown away after reading the descriptions of the items in the gift package. Billionaire's lifestyle guide helps the host set proper life goals, correct deviations, and establish a healthy view of money. Double cashback card randomly multiplies the cashback on consumed amounts. Daily guidance system provides daily behavioral guidance and advice. Universal transaction system allows the host to purchase anything they desire, regardless of availability. Zhao Chen immediately focused on the universal transaction system and thought, grow 1 centimeter taller. The system instantly displayed the price, 50,000 yuan per centimeter. Hiss. Zhao Chen almost fainted from the sheer joy. It took all his resilience, built from years of hardship, to restrain his excitement. As he reveled in his newfound abilities, his grandfather, Grandpa Zhao, suddenly spoke, "Now that Chenner is back, we must honor the engagement we arranged back then." Old Li has been mentioning it every year. The Li family is known for their integrity and pride. Chenner is already 18, it's time for the two children to meet, get to know each other, and decide when to marry. Zhao Zichang and Wang Qian nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen, utterly confused, hesitated before asking, "What are you talking about?" Wang Qian casually replied, "We're talking about your fiancée from the engagement we arranged when you were a child. Let me show you her photo." Zhao Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. Was this something an orphan of more than 10 years could accept all at once? Still, when his mother took out her phone to show him a photo, Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at it. Hiss. All right. It was indeed from his own mother, pure, undeniable maternal love. Since Mom approved, he'd go along with it. Respecting and honoring his parents started with him. He couldn't upset his mother. So, it would be her. Besides, the girl was indeed beautiful. "Chenner," his mother began, "I hope you'll mentally prepare yourself. In families like ours, not just anyone can marry into the family. I hope you understand. Of course, what I mean is, there can only be one. Only one person can marry into the Zhao family. I hope you can accept this reality. Being part of a family like ours can sometimes be a burden for you." Zhao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. In our family, we can only marry one? Isn't that the rule for everyone? He was a little confused. Fortunately, his mother didn't press the matter too hard, perhaps out of concern that Zhao Chen might not accept it right away. Meanwhile, Zhao Jichang's thoughts lingered on the wristwatch Zhao Chen had just bought online for over 150,000 yuan. His feelings were complicated. There was a trace of bitterness, perhaps the child had suffered too much over the years. Even after coming into wealth, he didn't want to spend extravagantly. Sigh. Zhao Jichang felt more and more that Zhao Chen needed to embrace some change. After a light sigh, he took off his own wristwatch and personally placed it on Zhao Chen's wrist, speaking warmly. Zhao Chen, being part of a family like ours comes with certain constraints. For example, we can only drive luxury cars, like Rolls-Royces or supercars. If we drove ordinary brands, people would notice and criticize us, it wouldn't match our status. Take this watch, for instance. It's a 20 million yuan Frank Muller. Only by wearing it do I avoid ridicule and contempt from those at the same level. You're my son, my only heir. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Chen nodded silently. As he followed his family out of the car, he sighed inwardly. So even the rich live such exhausting lives. But since I'm part of this family, I shouldn't disgrace them. As for the 150,000 yuan watch he had just bought, Zhao Chen decided to gift it to his former teacher, who had treated him well during his orphan years. It wouldn't be about the price, just a token of appreciation for a good teacher. Wearing his father's watch, Zhao Chen boarded a plane for the first time. From that moment on, his understanding of airplanes would forever be tied to luxury private jets. People often measure others through their own experiences. If this is the kind of plane I've flown on, then it must be what everyone else flies on too. Being born into wealth sometimes blinds people to the realities and truths of life. The flight attendants on the plane were beautiful, perhaps arranged by his family. Several sets of new, high-quality clothes were delivered to Zhao Chen's private cabin, packaged in elegant gift boxes. It was his first time wearing clothes like these. The designs were exquisite, the fabric luxurious, and there were even matching shoes. Zhao Chen had a vague sense of what awaited him in Beijing. After all, when a prominent family finds a lost heir, it's only natural for acquaintances and peers to gather for a look. Zhao Chen carried the weight of the Zhao family's next generation. He was certain there would be a major social gathering waiting for him. After freshening up, Zhao Chen felt his new clothes fit him perfectly. As for his appearance and demeanor, apart from being a bit thin, he carried a sunny and determined aura. As for temperament, that was something more elusive. Holding the black card loaded with 10 billion yuan, Zhao Chen felt his demeanor had quietly changed. What exactly had changed, he couldn't say. Seated on the sofa in the cabin, sunlight streamed through the window onto Zhao Chen's face. It was then he realized he was no longer the orphaned boy he once was. When a flight attendant leaned over to offer him fruit and a meal, the last remnants of his self-doubt vanished. The divide between inferiority and pride feels as light as a feather when faced with a dramatic turn of fortune. Now, Zhao Chen's mindset was calm, he had the courage to be his true self. Perhaps he could even indulge in desires he had once suppressed. For instance, he no longer had to lower his head timidly to admire beauty. As he pondered, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind again. An hour later, the plane landed. Zhao Chen walked beside his mother, supporting his grandfather, whose hands trembled with excitement. Losing a blood relative had been a source of deep pain for the old man, leaving him unable to lift his head among his peers in Beijing for over a decade. But now, with his grandson returned, who could laugh at the Zhao family? Who could criticize them? With Zhao Chen back, the veiled ridicule of the past would end today. Even with his grandfather's stern expression, Zhao Chen could sense the pride that would soon grace the old man's face. The group slowly disembarked the plane and got into the waiting cars. Xiao Chen, we'll reach home in 10 minutes. Our estate is large, so if you don't feel like socializing, you can follow the butler to your room to rest. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. Now that I'm back, I'd better meet everyone and make some connections. I can't let them look down on me. After all, I'm a top student. How could your child ever lack confidence or bring shame to the family? Wang Qian's tears flowed uncontrollably again. Zhao Jichang remained silent, deeply moved as he watched his son. Grandpa Zhao, however, finally couldn't hold back. He burst into hearty laughter, loud and jubilant, as if all the bitterness of the past decade was being released in that moment. His laughter carried all the way to the gates of the Zhao family estate. Joy and kinship, timeless and unrestrained, made this moment deeply emotional. Zhao Chen saw many people waiting, as well as a red carpet. There were even reporters holding cameras. In the distance, a massive villa was visible, and the red carpet stretched for hundreds of meters. Fireworks were already being set off, filling the sky with booming sounds, accompanied by firecrackers and the murmur of the crowd. Everyone Zhao Chen saw was dressed elegantly, radiating an air of sophistication, with smiles on their faces, there to welcome him home. Supporting his grandfather, Zhao Chen noted the old man's laughter had only grown louder and more carefree, echoing with vitality. Nearly everyone was scrutinizing Zhao Chen, who smiled warmly, his demeanor both sunny and composed. Occasionally, he bowed slightly and shook hands with grace, exuding confidence without arrogance. Oh, Zhao Chen has suffered outside. Not at all. Heaven gives its greatest challenges to those destined for greatness. Just think of it as time spent wandering the world, huh? Zhao Chen's tone held no resentment, only ease. A fine young man. He's destined to be exceptional. Hardly worth mentioning, I was just the top scorer in the college entrance exams. Nothing special. Zhao Chen nodded and walked with his grandfather along the red carpet, steady and composed. The carpet stretched 500 meters, and halfway through, his grandfather leaned in and whispered, "You don't need to greet the people standing at the edges. They're not qualified." Zhao Chen chuckled softly as he walked. Earning a good reputation doesn't come from pleasing those close to you, but from ensuring those distant from you have no bad things to say. Grandpa Zhao paused, glanced at Zhao Chen, and then laughed even more heartily. Carefree, spirited, and fulfilled, the old man was truly happy. Zhao Chen noticed many peers among the crowd, their sharp gazes betraying pride and disdain, even as they smiled. Zhao Chen responded with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At the end of the red carpet, his grandfather gestured toward a group of people. That's the Li family. Over the years, aside from the Zhao family, they were the ones most concerned about your whereabouts. Those two are Li Niaoxian's parents. Go over and greet them, call them uncle and aunt, and show them proper respect. Li Niaoxian was Zhao Chen's fiancée from the engagement arranged during their childhood. Zhao Chen's eyes met the middle-aged couple's gaze. He immediately smiled and stepped forward. Tonight, Niaoxian's flight will arrive from the UK. She'll be coming here as well. You're both grown now, it's time for you to start building a relationship. When she heard the news about you yesterday, she rushed back to the country. When they finally met Zhao Chen, Li Niaoxian's parents breathed a huge sigh of relief. Their biggest worry was that Zhao Chen, having grown up away from his family, might lack knowledge, education, confidence, or manners. Even though the engagement had been arranged for over a decade, who would want their daughter to marry someone incapable? But after seeing Zhao Chen's demeanor, behavior, and composure, they couldn't help but nod in approval. Zhao Chen was impressive. He could even be called exceptional, someone who adapted to his new identity in such a short time without arrogance or impetuousness. That alone was remarkable. Escorting Uncle and Aunt Li into the estate, Zhao Chen felt as though everything he laid eyes on radiated luxury. Even the plants and flowers were things he had never seen before. Realizing that his life would now be surrounded by such extravagance, Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. Luckily, it's mine. Mine, not something I just saw on the internet or imagined. Something I can actually boast about to others. Zhao Chen enthusiastically led Uncle and Aunt Li to the place the butler had arranged for them. Well, not much blame should fall on Zhao Chen, this was his first time here too. The welcoming ceremony was held in the central courtyard of the villa. The marble floor between the courtyard and the villa entrance had been removed and replaced with half-meter-long gold bricks, real gold. A brand new car stood in the yard, covered with a black car wrap. Several young, beautiful girls sat nearby, their appearances captivating. Their behavior seemed deliberately attention-grabbing, as if they wanted Zhao Chen to notice them. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if this was just his imagination, but their gazes were indeed fixed on him. He had heard that in wealthy families, young heirs of his age would sometimes have private tutors, teachers who were also extremely attractive, to guide them in life. He didn't quite understand it and had never experienced it himself. He didn't dare ask, but he could tell these girls, all dressed uniformly, didn't seem like ordinary guests. They did look a bit like tutors that his father, Zhao Jichang, might have arranged. Whether they were or not, their presence, these 18-year-old girls seated beside him, was undeniably pleasant to look at. In ancient times, didn't wealthy families often have a few pretty maids accompanying their sons? Zhao Chen relaxed slightly and leaned toward the girls naturally. The sofa was long enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. With a gentle smile, Zhao Chen asked softly, "Would you like something to drink?" The brightest-eyed girl waved him over, signaling him to sit closer. Fearlessly, Zhao Chen sat next to her. Just as he was about to enjoy the fragrance and atmosphere, she spoke up. "Niaoxian Jia wouldn't let us drink anything. She told us to keep an eye on you so you wouldn't get snatched away by some other flirty woman. But who knew? This young master came right over to us himself. Just wait until Miao Xianjie gets here tonight, hee. Zhao Chen's face darkened. He shifted slightly farther away. This is a setup, isn't it? Well, if you're not drinking, I'll go greet the other guests. Zhao Chen made to leave. He wasn't about to sit here waiting for Li Miaoxian to interrogate him after she arrived. He wanted to leave. But as soon as he stood up, one of the girls behind him grabbed him and pulled him back onto the sofa. You're not allowed to leave. You have to stay within our sight. Otherwise, how will we know where you've gone? There are so many socialite daughters here today from Beijing. Fine. Zhao Chen pursed his lips, wearing a helpless expression, and sat back down. Fortunately, the girls were pleasant company. If you wander off now, who knows how many people will try to ruin your engagement, interfere, or simply make sure the Zhao and Li families don't unite successfully. It's better if you stay here, no one will bother you. And by the way, are we not pretty enough for you? Her eyes were incredibly bright. Zhao Chen turned to look at her seriously, then smiled and nodded. After all the fuss, Zhao Chen began to tire. As his grandfather had said, not everyone was qualified to approach him and strike up a conversation. This wasn't about looking down on anyone or flaunting wealth. It was simply a matter of practicality. Speaking to someone like him might stretch them too thin. The gathering felt part party, part celebration, and part introduction for Zhao Chen. The sharp-eyed girl sitting next to him seemed to know everyone. She would discreetly point out people in Zhao Chen's line of sight, telling him their names, industries, and the nature of their relationship to the family. Some of the names left Zhao Chen stunned. At first, he thought he had misheard, but he soon realized he hadn't. These were indeed the influential figures he had seen on television or read about online. As Zhao Chen nibbled on some fruit, a well-dressed man in a suit approached him, carrying a briefcase. Mr. Zhao, I'm here to confirm your personal information. From now on, I'll be your personal lawyer. I'll handle matters related to your inheritance, corporate shares, real estate, vehicles, and even any legal issues regarding your girlfriends or other relationships. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent. After providing his ID information, he asked the lawyer to leave for now. Although my identity has changed, my core values don't need drastic alterations. I'll stay true to what I believe is right, at least until I fully understand this new life. Never become so arrogant as to think you're always right. The cheerful girl's name was Li Shan, apparently a cousin of Li Miaoxian. She was lively and thoughtful, often teasing Zhao Chen to the point of making him blush. At 4:30 p.m., Wang Xian came over and handed Zhao Chen a bouquet of roses. She's here. Zhao Chen carried the bouquet to the end of the red carpet. In theory, people today valued freedom and spontaneity, but Zhao Chen couldn't quite bring himself to dislike the idea of this arranged marriage. Perhaps it was because, during his years of hardship, he had secretly yearned for a stable and enviable marriage. The car arrived. It was a relatively modest Rolls-Royce. The driver opened the door, and a pair of white shoes stepped onto the red carpet. The girl glanced at Zhao Chen with an appraising look. Seeing him holding the flowers, she studied him quietly for a moment before stepping forward and extending her hand. Zhao Chen handed her the bouquet, but instead of taking it, she locked eyes with him. Pausing for a moment, Zhao Chen extended his hand and gently took hers. At first glance, he thought Li Miaoxian's demeanor seemed a bit cold. But her palm was warm and inviting. After walking only a short distance, he heard her calm, clear voice in his ear. When I got off the plane, I contacted your high school teacher. I asked about your character, intellect, wisdom, and personality. I inquired about your living conditions and attitude. Outstanding, hardworking, and diligent, that was your teacher's evaluation of you. She paused briefly, looked at Zhao Chen, and continued. I hope that as we spend time together, I'll see an even better version of you. And I hope that being with you will help me improve as well. Her words were subtle and sincere, reflecting a willingness to embrace this arranged, balanced, and mutually enriching relationship. As for who was more outstanding, Zhao Chen didn't dare claim superiority over a senior from Cambridge. She was formidable. When they entered the villa, the two let go of each other's hands, but Li Miaoxian stayed by Zhao Chen's side, her steps closely aligned with his, radiating closeness. As the orchestra's music began, it seemed as though an invisible voice was announcing, the welcome ceremony for Zhao Chen has begun. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had learned about most of the guests' identities from Li Shan. This helped him avoid any awkwardness during conversations. On the contrary, Zhao Qin could speak knowledgeably about the guests' familiar fields, mixing curiosity and admiration with insightful observations. His tone and attitude during these conversations left a strong impression on the guests. Zhao Qin was different from the typical young masters of Beijing. His starting point was mature, intelligent, and willing to navigate social dynamics skillfully. For someone his age, this level of poise was admirable. To act with such steadiness at an age known for arrogance was commendable. Li Miaoxian had gone to change into a more formal gown. Zhao Qin stood in a prominent spot, watching a group of elderly men emerge from a moon gate behind a rock garden, laughing heartily. Grandpa Zhao gestured toward Zhao Chen on the stage, introducing him to the other men. The elderly gentleman nodded with smiles, acknowledging Zhao Chen and mentally marking him as familiar. The implication was clear: if Zhao Chen ever encountered difficulties, they would step in to help. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and Li Miaoxian's mother stood together, animatedly chatting. The joy of so many years seemed to pour out all at once, smoothing their wrinkles and lighting up their faces. Standing on the solid gold floor, Zhao Chen felt a complicated mix of emotions. Thankfully, this party, lacking any rigid program, didn't require him to give a long, passionate speech. All he had to do was stand quietly and listen. Uncle Wang Zhonglei gifts a Ferrari Enzo. Aunt gifts a Bugatti Veyron GT. Welcome home, Zhao Chen. Aunt Zhao Ming gifts a villa in the second ring. Uncle Li Jianwei gifts 5 villas in Shanghai. Aunt gifts 5 villas in Jinling. Zhang Li congratulates with 5 million yuan. Wu Tao congratulates with 5 million yuan. Lu Kaisheng congratulates with 3 million yuan. Beijing's Zhang family, 5 million yuan. Beijing's Wang family, 10 million yuan. Standing nearby, Zhao Chen felt his scalp tingle as he listened. It seemed his life experience was still too shallow, he could barely process this. The butler's calm, measured voice announcing the gifts seemed to strike Zhao Chen's heart with every word, leaving behind the fragrant sound of money falling like rain. When the announcements finally concluded, the butler smiled and added, "Fiancee Li Miaoxian gifts a private jet." The crowd erupted in symbolic applause, and Zhao Chen turned to look. Wearing a moonwhite gown, Li Miaoxian had returned. Up close, Zhao Chen could see the delicate sheen of her collarbone. "All right, enough standing around for now." With a smile, Zhao Chen faced the guests and delivered a light-hearted comment. "I'm very happy to have so many people here to witness my return home. It's an honor. Today, the Zhao family is graced by your presence. Since you've supported me today, I will gladly return the favor in the future, joining you all in prosperity." The response was immediate but restrained. Few dared to clap too loudly or laugh freely, as nearly everyone turned to gauge the reactions of Grandpa Zhao and Zhao Zhichang. When they saw both men giving Zhao Chen a thumbs up, the applause swelled, rippling through the crowd like a wave. This was the best news they'd heard all day. Over the past decade, the Zhao family had built a business empire, dominating their industries and sharing benefits only with the Li family. Others who sought partnerships were usually met with cold indifference, leaving the Zhao family to stand alone at the peak of their success. Now, the guests felt a genuine admiration for Zhao Chen. This boy is good. Zhao Chen is impressive. Standing there, Zhao Chen touched his nose, wondering if he had said something wrong. Why does the person closest to me look so excited? Their face is red, and they're trembling. Wait, why does it seem like they're happier than I am? Are they acting like they've found their long-lost father? Why is everyone so moved by these empty, formulaic words? I really didn't expect this. It seems I've seen too little of the world. The brand new car in the center of the venue, still covered, was almost forgotten in the excitement. Zhao Zhichang, unwilling to make things too elaborate, casually tossed the car keys to Zhao Chen. It seemed to be a Cullinan, though Zhao Chen wasn't certain and needed to check again. Only when Li Miaoxian confirmed it did he feel relieved. He had overheard his uncle and aunt gifting cars with unfamiliar names and worried he might not have a reliable car to use. Thankfully, his father had been thoughtful enough to provide him with a proper luxury vehicle. As the sun began to set, the guests gradually left, and the estate quieted down. The golden light of the sunset bathed the rear garden, where familiar faces gathered in the gazebo: Zhao Chen's parents, grandfather, uncle, and aunt Li, and Li Miaoxian, who sat quietly by his side, calm and composed. "The matter of inheritance should be settled sooner rather than later," Grandpa Zhao said. "This massive family business is yours to inherit. You can enjoy yourself for another 20 years, but after that, you must take over. Of course, this includes some of the Li family's assets." Zhao Chen immediately stood up to pour tea for Uncle and Aunt Li. As for the marriage, since both of you are here, there's no need to say much. Whenever you decide to marry is fine, though I think it's best to pass on the family name sooner rather than later. Xiao Chen has already been admitted to a university in the south, Grandpa Zhao continued. That's fine. The Zhao family's business can expand southward, opening new markets. Miuxian is studying abroad, but it would be better for her to come back more often. Xiao Chen can visit her as well. Honestly, I think foreign schools are overrated. Miuxian, you might as well come back to study and spend more time with Zhao Chun. We've already made arrangements, Grandpa Zhao added. A villa in Jiling has been purchased for you. Study hard and learn as much as you can. Oh, and your high school teacher mentioned you had a connection with a girl in class. These matters should be explained clearly to Miuxian. The Zhao family and Li family are bound by marriage. Only Miuxian can enter this family. The earlier instructions were manageable, but the final statement made Zhao Chen shift uncomfortably in his seat. He turned to glance at Li Miuxian, nervous. Her gaze remained calm. Zhao Chen silently steadied himself. Perhaps this is just how life in a wealthy family works. There are rules I don't yet understand but will have to learn over time. As Zhao Chen exhaled quietly, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. He turned to see that it was from Li Miuxian's fingers pinching him, though her expression remained indifferent. Night fell, and the family dinner in the villa was being prepared. While the adults sipped tea and chatted, Wang Qian urged Zhao Chen to talk with Li Miuxian. The garden was vast, with delicate roses glowing in the soft light of the street lamps, appearing both enchanting and beautiful. Don't spend too much time in the sun from now on, your skin will darken, Li Miuxian remarked. All right. Zhao Chen nodded. Working at construction sites had indeed been harsh on his skin. I'll give you myself, and the Li family's assets will also be yours. All I ask is that you don't disappoint me. All I want is your sincerity. I won't disappoint you, Zhao Chen promised. When you're with me, avoid talking to them, she continued, referring to the other girls. Don't go wandering around either. There are too many distractions outside. Make time for exercise, and keep a healthy routine. Alright, but you should let me explain, I don't actually have that many. Zhao Chen's face reddened as he struggled to clarify. He only had one innocent, sincere relationship in the past. Li Miuxian nodded gently. After a moment of thought, she said, I'll come back to stay with you. I heard that girl is at Peking University. With you in the south and her in the north, it wouldn't work anyway. It's fine. I can take care of myself, Zhao Chen replied. You don't understand, Li Miuxian said softly. A boy with your status and wealth can't always control everything. The temptations outside are too great. I'll come back to stay with you. Her tone was calm as she leaned her head against Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen stiffened for a moment but eventually put his arm around her slender waist. She felt a little thin. Her faint fragrance was intoxicating, a novel sensation that spread through Zhao Chen's heart, leaving him with an indescribable sense of wonder. The two grew closer. After the lights across the grand estate villa lit up, Zhao Chen felt as though he was in a noble and self-contained city, dazzling and enchanting. He couldn't help but think of his tiny room from before. Back then, he hesitated to turn on the lights, enduring entire summers without a fan or air conditioning, with only a few water-filled basins to cool the air. Sometimes, drenched in sweat, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep through the night. Now, even sitting in an outdoor gazebo, there was a cool breeze from a fan. The contrast in his circumstances was nothing short of earth-shattering. Who is born to enjoy suffering? Who naturally desires a life of relentless struggle? Zhao Chen thought to himself that, while his character had been strong in the past, people must also face their desires, especially when they have the means to fulfill them. At this moment, as he sat beside Li Miuxian, her delicate fragrance brushing past his nose, his arm resting lightly around her slender waist, every bit of closeness filled him with pleasure. As an 18-year-old boy, he wanted so much to hold her tighter, to feel the texture of her dress against his hand. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to exert more force. Even his neck felt stiff because she was leaning against his shoulder. The two sat there for a long time. When the distant city lights began to shimmer, Li Miuxian finally spoke softly. It's time for dinner. I probably won't stay tonight. You just got back, so you should get used to everything first. I'll come back tomorrow to spend time with you. I've already arranged for someone to prepare a list of luxury cars, watches, high-end brands, and major global labels. The butler will probably deliver it to your room tonight. As for that matter, let's delay it for now. We're still young, and you're quite thin. Even some of your hair is turning white, clearly malnourished. Like your grandfather says, in youth, one's energy is unstable, one must abstain from indulgence. I don't want children too soon. But if you want one, I won't oppose it. She turned her cool gaze to Zhao Chen, her eyes showing a hint of expectation. Zhao Chen nodded, his tone calm. It's not good for your health to have children too early. We can take it slow. There's no rush, we have plenty of time. Although the conversation felt premature, and even if Li Miaoxian didn't mind, Zhao Chen wanted to respect her. Come on, let's eat. She took his hand and led him toward the brightly lit dining area. Zhao Chen had been hungry for the past half hour. The family dinner did not disappoint. For someone like Zhao Chen, who had never had a proper meal in his life, this was his first time seeing a banquet comparable to the legendary Manchuan imperial feast. Before seeing the lavish spread before him, Zhao Chen's mind had still been stuck on garlic noodles. At most, he might imagine garlic noodles with a variety of meats: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish. That, to him, would be the most delicious meal on earth. Maybe with some red braised or steamed dishes he'd only heard of. Looking at the table full of elaborate dishes, Zhao Chen felt his nose sting for some reason. It smelled amazing. Li Miaoxian gently pulled him into a seat and said softly, "If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Don't wait for anyone else. You need to get stronger, being more robust gives you a masculine presence. Eat more." Even though Li Miaoxian's demeanor was cool, her words were the warmest Zhao Chen had ever heard. Meanwhile, Wang Qian was furious. She was upset because Zhao Zhichang and Grandpa Zhao were dawdling and hadn't come to eat yet. Zhao Chen, sitting properly and waiting, made her feel even more upset. The large round table wasn't fully seated, the dishes weren't all served, and it seemed there was still a long way to go. "Xiao Chen, why don't you try some dishes to see if there's anything you like?" Wang Qian's eyes had been red all day. Zhao Chen gave a soft okay, slowly picked up his chopsticks, and hesitated. He suddenly realized he had forgotten how to use them in his excitement. He had wanted to taste something unfamiliar first. Unfortunately, nothing on the table looked familiar to him. Even if he'd seen these ingredients before, they had been transformed into something entirely new. Suddenly, Zhao Chen put down his chopsticks and froze, overwhelmed by a sense of fear. The fear wasn't of wealth itself but of his lack of knowledge and experience in navigating such an affluent life. How would he adapt to these new standards, rules, and expectations? A sudden warmth interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, he saw a piece of tender, beautifully cooked meat on his plate. Turning, he met Li Miaoxian's gaze. "Try it. This red braised pork was personally made by Auntie. I heard that during the years they were searching for you, she dedicated herself to perfecting this dish just so you could taste it today. No matter whether they found you or not, this dish was perfected for you. No matter what kind of life you choose, your family will always stand by you. Just be yourself." Looking at her eyes, then at his mother, Zhao Chen hurriedly lowered his head and took a bite of the red braised pork. In an instant, the sourness in his nose spread to his throat. Fighting back sobs, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and silently savored it. Over the years, Zhao Chen had rarely eaten red braised pork, but he could tell this one was sweeter than others he'd tried. It was even slightly cloying. But it was delicious, tender and warm, like a sweet cloud melting in his stomach. Before Zhao Chen could pick up his chopsticks again, Li Miaoxian had already begun placing more food on his plate. "This is autumn crab, the first batch of hairy crabs this season. This is squirrel fish, sweet and tangy with a crispy flavor. It's delicious. Steamed base, fresh and flavorful. This is modified 8 treasure duck. Use a spoon for the stuffing, it's very fragrant. This is Chinese-style lobster. This is North American geoduck. Matsutake stir-fried with lettuce and pork. This is rack of lamb from tanned sheep." Gradually, Zhao Chen's plate was piled high. He silently tasted everything, occasionally saying, "This is good," with a cheerful tone. Finally, he reached for her wrist. "Stop giving me food. You eat, too. Come on." When Zhao Chen started adding food to her plate, the atmosphere lightened, becoming warm and relaxed. Laughter gradually filled the table. Grandpa Zhao brought out a bottle of Mao Tai that must have been aged for decades. As soon as the cap was opened, the rich aroma filled the air. After some persuasion, Zhao Chen's grandfather managed to get him to drink a glass. Though Zhao Chen knew nothing about alcohol, the fiery yet fragrant sensation burned through his palate and shot straight to his mind. Now he understood. Alcohol was indeed a good thing. The chaos in his mind seemed to melt away, replaced by the warmth of the drink. He took another sip, savoring the numbing, carefree comfort. I, Zhao Chun, was born to live a life of luxury. To hell with hesitation, I'll do what I want. If I think Li Miuxian is good to me, I'll be good to her. I'll marry her as my wife. If driving a non-luxury car is bad, so be it. I think those flashy supercars are cool, and I'll drive them for the thrill of speed. Li Miuxian let out a soft breath. Though Zhao Chun seemed a little tipsy, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It might help him embrace this newfound comfort and freedom more openly. For the first time in his life, Zhao Chun drank until he was thoroughly drunk. It was his fiancée who helped him back to his room. Wang Qian wanted to come in and help her son wash up and settle in, but she realized there wasn't much she could do anymore. She had seen everything Li Miuxian did for Zhao Chen. It was the behavior of an excellent daughter-in-law. The fact that the Li family had gifted Zhao Chen billions in property today spoke volumes. Don't move, let me wash your feet. The girl's soft, jade-like fingers lightly tapped Zhao Chen's foot. Her voice was as clear and delicate as porcelain. Sigh. With a long sigh, Zhao Chen silently covered his face. Li Miuxian didn't leave. Since Zhao Chen was drunk, she decided to stay and keep an eye on him. Holding a bowl of hangover soup, the girl sat by Zhao Chen's bed and gently scolded him. You've never drunk before, yet you had so much at once. Drinking too much too quickly can hurt your stomach. The butler brought in a catalog of internationally renowned luxury brands, customized just for him. Li Miuxian handed it to Zhao Chen. Take your time to familiarize yourself with these things. Zhao Chen was already feeling much better, but the sound of water running as Li Miuxian showered was very loud. The steady sound of splashing water left his thoughts in disarray, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. A growing boy couldn't help his reaction. While she was in the shower, Zhao Chen finally had the mental clarity and time to focus on the 4 items the system had given him. Billionaire Young Master's Plan. Cashback Card. Daily Behavior Navigator. Universal Transaction System. The other items didn't grab Zhao Chen's attention for now. He was still processing his identity as the son of a wealthy family and couldn't handle anything too overwhelming. His thoughts lingered on the Universal Transaction System. Zhao Chen remembered casually asking earlier about the cost of increasing his height by 1 centimeter, just 50,000 yuan. Why hesitate? Money should be spent where it matters. There's no point in saving money at the cost of personal comfort. Alright, let's just add 5 centimeters to start. Transaction completed, 5 centimeters increase. 39.05 million yuan deducted from your account. What the? Zhao Chen exclaimed. It had worked. But then he froze. Wait, what did I just hear? 39 million yuan? How could this be? 1 centimeter was supposed to cost 50,000 yuan. How did 5 centimeters end up at 39.05 million? Did the system fail math class? No, the number made sense. It was an exponential increase. The cost for each additional centimeter was 5 times the previous one. Hiss. Zhao Chen felt a sharp pang of regret. 39 million yuan. That kind of money should have bought 30 centimeters, not just 5. Though he wasn't heartbroken over the amount, Zhao Chen felt it wasn't a fair deal. It seemed almost like a scam. Cheating the consumer, huh? Fine. Even if I starve, grow bored, or can't spend all my money, I'll never trade with you again. I swear it. Looking at the amount already deducted, Zhao Chen hesitated, then muttered a command in his mind. Use cashback card. Card used. Random multiplier, 36x. Cashback amount, 1.4058 billion yuan. Remaining cashback cards, 0. 1.4058 billion yuan has been deposited into your account. Current balance, 2.405796.095 billion yuan. What the? Zhao Chen shouted again. My dad gave me 10 billion, and now I've made another 10 billion. What kind of lucky star am I? Was working at a construction site truly a waste of my potential? Zhao Chen felt a slight twinge of regret. Did I use the card too early? Why didn't I wait until I'd spent 100 billion before using it? Damn it! Realizing his mistake, Zhao Chen was filled with regret. He had missed out on billions, maybe even countless billions. The sound of water from the bathroom interrupted his thoughts. What are you shouting about? If you're sober, come wash up. Oh, coming. Zhao Chen replied, still feeling a deep sense of loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He tried to test the system, buy a cashback card. Price, 100 billion yuan per card. Hashtag. I'll take it. Zhao Chen shouted instinctively. He thought he could purchase the card, then immediately use it, creating an infinite loop of cashback. But then he stopped himself. 100 billion? Was this a fair price? Was the system mocking him? Fine. If I ever make another transaction with you, I won't forgive myself. Zhao Chen started undressing and instinctively looked for a water basin but realized the bathroom only had a bathtub and a shower. Without much thought, he opened the bathroom door. Hearing the door, Li Miaoxian's sharp gaze immediately shot toward him. Their eyes met, and Zhao Chen froze, suddenly remembering she was still inside. He quickly slammed the door shut. Sorry, he stammered. Zhao Chen felt like dying on the spot. Why didn't I hear any noise when she was applying lotion? I completely forgot she was in there. What are you trying to do? Her voice came from inside, calm but hard to read. Miaoxian, I swear. I forgot someone was in there. Forgot? Ha? Why would you use that as an excuse? If you'd said you wanted to look, to join me, or to do something else, that would have made more sense. But forgetting? What does that even mean? Her tone held a mix of doubt and confusion. Zhao Chen, still panicked, heard the bathroom door open behind him. Turning, he saw Li Miaoxian stepping out in a bathrobe. Still shirtless, Zhao Chen froze as she cast him a sideways glance, her eyes narrowing slightly. Without a word, she kicked him into the bathroom. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and wash up. We're going to bed soon. Zhao Chen began washing up but struggled with the shower controls. The design was unusually abstract, and after fumbling for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Miaoxian. What? Can you come here for a second? What do you want now? I can't figure out how to turn on the shower. Ha? Alright, I'll come. Li Miaoxian stepped in, her hair still damp and fragrant, probably because she had been blow-drying it earlier. With a few deft movements of her slender fingers, she adjusted the water temperature for him. Huh, not bad, you've got abs. She turned and left without another word. After his shower, Zhao Chen found that she had prepared a robe for him and even tied the belt snugly around his waist. Go to sleep. I'm turning off the lights. Wait, I'm not in bed yet. In the morning, a sliver of sunlight slipped through the curtains, and Zhao Chen suddenly jolted awake, shouting, "The foreman's calling roll." Then he froze. Staring at the elegant decorations above him, he let out a breath of relief. He didn't have to worry about being late anymore. Glancing to the side, he saw that Li Miaoxian was gone, though the lingering warmth in the bed told him she hadn't been gone long. They had been quite well behaved last night. Zhao Chen had only hugged her. Well, there had been a kiss, but that was it, nothing more. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Li Miaoxian was likely brushing her teeth. Zhao Chen didn't feel like getting up yet. He realized he'd never really experienced the luxury of staying in bed. You're awake, came her clear voice. Yeah. What time is it? 6:35, she replied, her voice muffled, likely because she had a toothbrush in her mouth. Why are you up so early? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Who sleeps in the first time they share a bed with someone? What would your aunt think of me? Besides, you were mumbling all night about foreman and 5-cent soy milk. I couldn't sleep at all. Zhao Chen sighed. Old habits really do die hard. That foreman's terrifying glare is still fresh in my memory. After greeting Wang Qian with a quick good morning, Li Miaoxian returned to the balcony to do some morning yoga. Lying on the bed, Zhao Chen gazed at the silhouette on the balcony through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his heart rippling with emotion. Her yoga practice seemed advanced. Even just watching, Zhao Chen could sense the grace and relaxation in her movements. Those beautiful poses, combined with her cold and distant expression, gave her an added air of elegance and aloofness. Today, she had been woken up by him. Before yesterday, Zhao Chen would never have believed he could sleep until he naturally woke up. But today, he found himself waking up slowly, enveloped in the cool air from the air conditioner. It was a new experience. By 6 o'clock, he was already wide awake. Having experimented with the cashback card and universal transaction system the day before, Zhao Chen had nothing to do now. His attention turned to the system's luxury gift package and the items inside. Billionaire Young Master's personalized plan. Tap to open and review the plan. By accepting it, the host will be granted immense luck and coincidences to achieve the plan and accomplish lifetime goals. Billionaire Young Master's personalized plan. Achieve a total net worth of 3 trillion yuan before the age of 30, living detached from mundane concerns. Treat every relationship sincerely, no abandonment, no harassment, no ambiguity. Show true love and provide a sense of belonging, earning the respect of every lover and gaining genuine emotions in return. Conduct over 100 transactions with the system, reaching the realm of mastery. Bring a historical change to humanity through an invention, an idea, or a cultural revolution. Attain personal growth, elevate character, and develop a magnetic personality. Become a world-famous figure by the age of 35. Be remembered in history as someone who left a mark on human civilization. Note, upon completing milestones or making significant progress, the system will reward the host according to personal preferences. Zhao Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. To create history, change humanity, and be immortalized. What man could resist such a temptation? Especially when backed by supernatural luck. It was impossible not to feel tempted. But the grander and more thrilling the plan, the more difficult it seemed to accomplish. Daily Behavior Navigator provides daily guidance to help the host live correctly, master interpersonal skills, and achieve a healthier, higher quality lifestyle. By following the navigator's suggestions, the host will receive personalized rewards. The host may also choose to ignore the guidance. Zhao Chen activated it without hesitation. Daily Behavior Navigator is now active. Current status detected, morning excitement. Suggestion, engage in deeper communication with Ms. Li Niaoxian. Reward for following the navigation, a pair of brand new 20D black stockings and a set of Okamoto professional grade products. Leaning against the bedhead, Zhao Chen stared blankly, dumbfounded by the suggestion. Forget the nonsense advice, those rewards are actually useful. At the very least, the rewards seemed practical and aligned with the navigation's daily suggestions. This system really is powerful. It's surprisingly humanized. As for the suggestion? Well, neither he nor Li Niaoxian seemed opposed, but time seemed to disagree. Even if they'd spent a day together, after an 18-year engagement, they had only just started interacting. To rush into such intimacy after one day seemed a bit hasty. Maybe I'll wait until tonight to bring it up? Zhao Chen got out of bed to relieve himself, changed into a robe, and opened the balcony door. The sun rising in the east shone warmly on his face. Zhao Chen felt like he had never seen such a gentle sunrise before. On a small rattan table was a pot of floral tea brewed by Li Niaoxian. Zhao Chen poured himself a cup and took a seat. The tea's delicate aroma was refreshing and calming. Under the morning sun, Li Niaoxian stretched gracefully. Her slender neck arched elegantly, her pale skin glowing. When she lowered her head slightly, her gaze turned toward Zhao Chen, her cold, indifferent eyes meeting his. Didn't get enough touching last night? It's already morning. Her voice was calm, tinged with mockery, as cold and still as water in a deep pool. Zhao Chen quickly downed his cup of tea, face burning red, and bolted from the balcony. His hasty retreat made her laugh so hard she doubled over, her willow-like eyebrows curving beautifully as she covered her mouth. At breakfast, Zhao Chen went upstairs to call Li Niaoxian down. Sitting on the sofa, he waited as she finished her shower and dried her hair. When she came over, she casually sat on his lap, looking down at him. This spot feels itchy, and I can't reach it. Can you scratch it for me? Oh, sure, here? A little lower. Here? Still lower. Right there. Zhao Chen's hand trembled. He realized he was scratching her lower back practically on her hips. Can't you scratch that yourself? By the time he understood what had happened, she had already stood up gracefully, as if nothing had happened. She left no trace of awkwardness, as if the itch had suddenly disappeared. Zhao Chen followed her downstairs for breakfast. Through the glass window, Zhao Chen munched on diced beef and peas while watching a few supercars being unloaded from flatbed trucks in the estate's yard. They were the two supercars gifted by his uncle and aunt yesterday, a Ferrari Enzo, prized for its collectible value, and a Bugatti Veyron GT, ideal for daily use. Both were excellent. Of course, the Cullinan from his father was also quite nice. But now, there was a problem. Zhao Chen didn't have a driver's license. He'd heard that Li Niaoxian could even fly small planes. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs, even if she's my fiancée. Grandpa Zhao, as always, had a habit of drinking a little in the morning. He had intended to share a drink with his grandson again but stopped when he saw the expressions on Wang Qian and Li Niaoxian's faces. Zhao Chen couldn't believe breakfast could include meat, it was amazing. He could feel himself slowly growing stronger. Li Niaoxian seemed to like strong men. Halfway through breakfast, a group of lawyers arrived at the estate. Zhao Chen couldn't take his time eating anymore and began scarfing down his food to prepare for work. Li Niaoxian tapped his chopsticks. Don't rush. They can wait for you. You don't need to cater to them. Finish your meal and rest for a bit before going. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Rest? Is eating really that tiring? He didn't voice his confusion, choosing to nod along instead. At that moment, the system chimed in. Daily navigation is actively serving you. Current status detected, compliance with social expectations at the expense of personal values. Suggestion: respect yourself, articulate your reasoning, and avoid forming a habit of submissively accommodating people in higher social positions. Reward for following the suggestion: a collection of love poems. After hesitating, Zhao Chen felt ashamed of his indecision. Li Miaoxian had been teaching him, but he had his own perspective on life, too. What if she hadn't heard it before? Li Miaoxian, I think that even as employers, respecting others is a virtue. While it might not bring tangible benefits, I believe it enriches our hearts and souls, offering us comfort when we reflect on ourselves. Zhao Chen had rarely expressed his personal principles or values so directly, which made his voice sound a bit serious and nervous. Li Miaoxian gently set her chopsticks down, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding. Sorry, I understand. I'll change in the future. Her tone was humble, as if she were sincerely learning, even if deep down she might have felt confused or conflicted. Zhao Chen. You're giving in just like that? I was hoping for a little argument with you. Not only Zhao Chen, but even his family members at the table were visibly moved by the exchange. Zhao Zhichang thought for a moment and asked, what if your respect leads to misunderstandings? Let me give you an example. Imagine you, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, show respect to someone with average means, lower status, and a relentless pursuit of wealth. What do you think your respect and goodwill would bring you in return? Your father will always be your father. Zhao Chen was stumped. After a long pause, he finally murmured, just to live with a clear conscience, I guess. As he said this, he felt a weight in his bathrobe pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a finely bound book. Opening it randomly, he read, Fair maiden, noble gentleman desires. On another page. The road to Panglai Mountain is not far, the bluebird diligently carries messages. It was a poetry collection, exquisitely bound. The others at the table were puzzled when they saw Zhao Chen suddenly pull out a book, but before they could question him, he handed it to Li Miaoxian. Miaoxian, this poetry collection is for you. Li Miaoxian glanced at Zhao Chen, her expression calm, and accepted the book. She gently flipped through one page, then another, and another. After a long time, she gave a faint smile and said, Thank you, Zhao Chen. I like it very much. Zhao Chen nodded blankly. She smiled. She smiled for the first time. But before a moment could pass, her smile disappeared. She returned to her usual calm demeanor and carefully set the book aside, as if that fleeting smile was shown only to Zhao Chen. What are you staring at? She asked, her voice soft as her toes lightly nudged his leg under the table. Oh, right. After breakfast, Zhao Chen went to meet with the lawyers. Inheritance was a serious matter, and Zhao Chen understood that. But when he saw the document stating that he was to inherit 600 billion yuan, he froze, completely stunned. How am I supposed to stay serious about this? What's the point of working hard anymore? Should I just wait for my dad to kick the bucket? Is this not the ultimate life hack? Zhao Chen suddenly felt guilty for the rebellious thought and forced himself to stop. But his chest still heaved from the overwhelming realization. 600 billion. Isn't that a bit excessive? I've only just been found, and I'm already getting such a massive surprise. Am I about to lose my sanity from all this excitement? Suppressing his emotions, Zhao Chen gripped the pen and, in a daze, signed his name in the signature box. The document still required approval from Zhao Zhichang and Grandpa Zhao. So, this massive family fortune is going to rest on my shoulders? The pressure is immense. I'm seriously about to cry. Grimacing, Zhao Chen left the lawyer's meeting room. When he saw Li Miaoxian again, he couldn't hold back and gaped at her, his mouth wide open, though no words came out. She pointed toward the window, and Zhao Chen saw a fleet of supercars parked outside the house. The young masters from Beijing have come to find you. They want to take you out to play. I don't know how to drive. Find a driver from home to take you in a supercar. You can sit in the passenger seat. Go, have fun, but come back early. I'll be staying here for a few days. Zhao Chen went to the butler, who promptly arranged a driver for him. Soon, the Bugatti Veyron was on the road. The sound of the engine purred as Zhao Chen was added to a group chat via a unique app. The Beijing Young Masters group chat. Big Young Master, send us a red envelope. Yeah, it's our first meeting, celebrate with a red envelope. Come on, big young master, you've got to show some flair. Zhao Chen's driver had already briefed him on these people. Zhao Chen, as the son of Beijing's wealthiest family, was referred to as Big Young Master. The other young masters mostly came from business families, which explained their extravagant behavior. Watching the chat, Zhao Chen was bewildered. Are these guys seriously driving and chatting at the same time? What if I send a red envelope, and someone crashes trying to grab it? After some thought, Zhao Chen sent a modest 50 yuan red envelope to the 13-member group. Wishing you prosperity. Your red envelope has been claimed in 3 seconds. Mao Qianxiang is the luckiest. Zhao Chen felt a pang of regret. I'm not even driving, but I'm slower than them at grabbing red envelopes. Unbelievable. Group chat reactions. Mao Qianxiang. Ma Wenhua, 666. Chen, the total is 50 yuan. Wangshi, damn, I got 0.01 yuan. Sun Shang, I've never grabbed such a tiny amount in my life. Big Young Master, truly impressive. Li Xiang, Big Young Master is amazing. Zhou Chen, Big Young Master, you're awesome. Staring at the chat, Zhao Chen frowned for a moment. Deciding to shift the focus, he typed. Luckiest person sends the next red envelope. The group chat fell silent. For a long time, no one responded. Unsure if they didn't dare or simply didn't want to, Zhao Chen followed up. Who's the second young master? Let's get to know each other. Mao Qianxiang, still driving, sighed in resignation. As the luckiest in the last round, he knew he couldn't escape. Slowing his car, he decisively sent a red envelope worth 50,000 yuan. Zhao Chen had been staring at his screen. When the envelope appeared, he pounced. 178,000. That's a bit much. Zhao Chen exclaimed, nervous. When he saw that Wangshi had snagged 190,000, he finally relaxed. Thrilling. Grabbing red envelopes is so much fun. I'll have to play with Niuxian later tonight. This time, after the envelope was claimed, the next to send one was third young master, who unhesitatingly sent another 50,000 yuan red envelope. Meanwhile, the roaring engines of supercars filled the streets, their speeds bordering on recklessness. Though they couldn't go too fast, the deafening sound of revving engines was enough to turn heads. Zhao Chen scoffed. A bunch of kids showing off. Fine, I'll join in. Telling his driver to speed up, Zhao Chen thought, who doesn't want to show off a little? Let's go. Moments later, Mao Qianxiang messaged him privately. Big young master, where we're going, there will be some girls, you know what I mean. Does your fiancé keep you on a tight leash? Zhao Chen frowned and typed back. I really don't know. Care to explain what you mean by you know what I mean? Mao Qianxiang, we're going to pick up girls. Can you handle it? Zhao Chen, not really. Group chat, haha. Zhao Chen followed up, but I'm kind-hearted. I think I can save some lost souls. The group was speechless. Even among their shameless antics, such brazen honesty was rare. Zhao Chen glanced at his earnings so far, already over 700,000 yuan. A bit unbelievable, wasn't it? A group of young men who did nothing all day but idle around were casually sending out millions in red envelopes. Zhao Chen didn't bother thinking about where their money came from, it was obviously faster than his days of hard labor. The funny thing was that when it was the 7th and 8th young masters' turn to send red envelopes, the pressure started building. They were so afraid of looking like the poorest ones in the group that they sent even bigger red envelopes, terrified of being looked down upon. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smirk. So, this is what it means to be a young master. Maybe he hadn't fully adjusted to his new identity yet, but Zhao Chen still found it hard to understand this competitive, showy way of bonding with friends. Still, it didn't stop him from blending in. He typed into the chat. Alright, if you don't have much money, send a smaller amount. We're just here for fun, don't take it too seriously. A seemingly considerate statement. But it was like adding fuel to the fire. Those who hadn't yet sent their red envelopes didn't even wait for the previous ones to finish, they started blasting out huge amounts. What a joke! Who goes out to play without being able to throw down millions? That's just embarrassing. Zhao Chen grinned so widely his cheeks hurt. The total red envelope amounts had already surpassed 1 million. The thrill of effortlessly making money was intoxicating. It was a success. Zhao Chen had worried he wouldn't fit in with these young men, but it turned out he could easily get along with them. After a torrent of red envelopes, they still hadn't reached their destination. Zhao Chen asked where they were headed. Frisbee Plaza. We're playing frisbee today. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Frisbee? Like, with dogs? Isn't frisbee that game where dogs chase after a flying disc and run back and forth? Where's the fun in that? Suddenly, he felt bored. He had expected some debauchery, extravagant, indulgent lifestyles. But this? Oh well. Might as well enjoy the fresh air. Finally, the roar of engines died down, and Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Ha! There were a lot of people at Frisbee Plaza. But, where were the dogs? When the supercars all parked in unison, the scene created quite a spectacle. In a city like Beijing, this kind of display was untouchable for most people. A group of girls rushed out of the plaza, making Zhao Chen's vision blur for a moment. Pretty high quality. Upon closer inspection, though. All from the same surgeon. Makeup so thick you can't tell what they originally look like. Frisbee sports. The girls began crowding toward the supercars. Some even blocked the doors, laughing and chatting with the young masters through the windows. Zhao Chen clicked his tongue. These guys really had no qualms. To be honest, after being around someone like Li Miaxian, Zhao Chen found these girls' looks and figures unimpressive. At best, yoga pants? Yeah, those are fire. Since the car door was blocked, Zhao Chen didn't bother waiting for his driver to get out. He casually opened the passenger door and slipped out of the crowd unnoticed. Interestingly enough, none of the girls paid him any attention. Weird. Their eyes were all glued to the supercar drivers. Even Zhao Chen's own driver was blushing under the playful chatter of girls barely in their 20s. Standing behind a fence, Zhao Chen watched for a while. No dogs in sight. It seemed like people were playing with each other. But the view was blocked, so he couldn't see how. When he approached the entrance, a staff member stopped him. Excuse me, sir, which event are you here for? Zhao Chen pointed to Mao Qianxiong and the others. I'm with them. The doorman, polite and respectful, glanced at Zhao Chen's luxury high-end tailored outfit and replied softly, Sir, Mr. Mao and his group are part of the highest tier event here. To join, we'll need to verify your assets. Zhao Chen frowned. Even a game of frisbee has such high standards? What kind of dogs are these? Are they worth this much? You think I can't afford to play with them? Standing to the side, Zhao Chen decided to wait and see how the young masters handled it. Truthfully, he was a bit worried. What if this 2.4 billion balance made them think it was fake? He really didn't want any unnecessary trouble. Still, Zhao Chen couldn't help but grow more curious about this frisbee sport. Meanwhile, the young masters, still surrounded by the girls, suddenly remembered they were supposed to be accompanying Zhao Chen. Mao Qianxiong quickly pushed aside the girl blocking his view. Spotting Zhao Chen standing outside, stopped by the doorman, he was furious. How dare he? That's the biggest young master in Beijing. We absolutely have to step in for him. From afar, Mao shouted at the doorman. You might not recognize my boss, but you don't recognize me either? I was just here yesterday. Does my face mean nothing to you? As Mao stormed over, Zhao Chen tried to explain the misunderstanding. But it was too late. You don't respect my boss? Then what good is this face of mine? The classic scene unfolded. With a resounding slap, Mao gave himself a few hard smacks. The sound echoed as the doorman stumbled back in shock. Zhao Chen was horrified and rushed forward. Mr. Mao, stop. Please stop. He grabbed Mao's hand mid-slap. What's with the theatrics? Do you really need to go this far to get close to me? Zhao Chen swallowed nervously. The doorman was frozen, completely stunned. He had never encountered anything like this before. One of the smarter young masters stepped in, quickly introducing Zhao Chen. Let me introduce you. This is the biggest young master in Beijing, as reported in yesterday's Beijing Daily, the heir who was just found. From now on, remember him. Zhao Chen covered his face and turned away. What kind of cringeworthy introduction is this? Just hearing young master gave me goosebumps. When the introduction was over, Zhao Chen turned back, forced a smile, and quickly said, Let's just head inside. Of course. The interior was impressive. The group continued walking, heading deeper and deeper inside. After passing a glass floor, they finally reached the innermost courtyard. It was spacious, with a lawn and minimalist tables and chairs for lounging. The real attention grabber, though, was the group of girls already inside, whispering softly among themselves. But this time, everyone, including Zhao Chen, was stopped again. Asset verification. Minimum 50 million required to enter. Mao Qianxiong turned to Zhao Chen. This is the highest tier event. The girls inside are top-notch and know how to treat people well. He gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. Zhao Chen frowned. Why does this feel like we're visiting a brothel? Still, he played alone, taking out his phone to show his balance to the manager. The bespectacled male manager carefully examined the numbers. As he calculated, his expression shifted. Zhao Chen's balance was off the charts. 2.4 billion. No, wait. That's 24 billion. The manager quickly looked up and met Zhao Chen's steady gaze. Nodding respectfully, he whispered that Zhao Chen would never have to pay for anything here again, all expenses waived. Zhao Chen nodded. Good. I like places that don't charge me. Real earnings don't count, it's the freebies that matter. Young people should develop the right attitude toward money. Smiling to himself, Zhao Chen gave himself a mental pat on the back. His personal charm had officially earned him preferential treatment. The frisbee game officially began. Zhao Chen entered the field with the group of young masters. Wow! There really were some stunning girls here. Wait, why was he thinking like this? Zhao Chen quickly straightened his expression. He was here to save lost girls, not to get distracted by beauty. When the female coach began explaining the rules, Zhao Chen realized this wasn't the human-dog frisbee game he had imagined but a game played entirely between people. It was a mix of football positioning, basketball passing, and rugby scoring. A bit abstract. Of course, anything that attracted this group of young masters wasn't likely to be entirely serious. Already, a woman was subtly sidling up to Zhao Chen. She wasn't bad-looking either. When the coach left, the young masters' faces immediately lit up with excitement, and the game began. Since Zhao Chen wasn't familiar with the rules, he sat on the sidelines to observe. As expected, some players were essentially substituting for the dog, enthusiastically engaging in body contact. Sigh, there are certainly plenty of lost girls here, Zhao Chen muttered. And then there were those deliberately putting on a show, like the ones in yoga pants who fell theatrically to strike revealing poses. Zhao Chen quickly grew bored. He had thought there would be light-hearted fun with the girls. Instead, it turned out to be a crude spectacle of lewd behavior. But when he saw some of the girls pulling out their phones to exchange contact information, his eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that's how it works. You test the goods first, then follow up later. Frisbee wasn't just a sport, it was a comprehensive evaluation of physical fitness, posture, and vocal appeal. Impressive. These young masters have truly elevated the game. Zhao Chen could already imagine what would follow: deep conversations at five-star hotels. Genius marketing strategy. As Zhao Chen stayed on the sidelines, some girls began to notice him. Historically, courtesans didn't just choose rich men, they valued talent and character. A few lines of poetry could earn a man their favor. Perhaps it was Zhao Chen's quiet demeanor, the calmness and wisdom that set him apart from the others, or his apparent innocence as a newcomer to the frisbee scene that caught the attention of one girl. She was tall, attractive, and carried herself with poise. She approached him. "Why aren't you playing?" she asked. Her voice was the epitome of a refined, cool older sister tone, like something out of a Japanese anime. Zhao Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps. He replied with a polite smile, "Well, why aren't you playing either, big sis?" Despite his grin, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel that no matter how youthful her makeup made her look, in this line of work, her actual age was probably something he shouldn't dare to guess. He didn't look down on her profession, but come on, big sis. I'm an 18-year-old kid. Are you really planning to go after me? She was probably at least 23. Big sis? I'm only 22. Why are you calling me that? Shouldn't I be your little sister instead, she said, intrigued by his choice of address. People in her line of work didn't necessarily act on every opportunity, and they didn't always make their intentions obvious. A certain level of mutual respect was the norm. But Zhao Chen wasn't the least bit reserved. He said whatever came to mind. Big sis, I'm only 18, Zhao Chen shot back with a playful eye roll. Her interest only grew. She found Zhao Chen amusing and decided to sit down beside him on the lawn. She didn't make any overt moves, simply sitting quietly by his side. Whether she intended to tempt him with her looks, her scent, or her presence, it was clear she wanted to captivate the 18-year-old. Daily navigation, now in service. Detected, host is being harassed by a beautiful woman. Navigation suggestion, relax and accept the attention. Take full advantage, but don't agree to any transactions. Reward for following suggestion, +1 charm point. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Charm points. They represented one's overall attractiveness. With enough charm, a man never had to worry about being single, betrayed, or lonely. If his charm reached a certain level, even other men might find him compelling. Zhao Chen hesitated but eventually convinced himself. It's all for self-improvement. Nothing shameful about this. Taking another deep breath, he said warmly, even though I'm only 18, a man should go out and experience the world. Reading 10,000 books is no match for traveling 10,000 miles. It's important to mature early. Do you have any advice for me, big sis? His sincere tone made her cheeks flush slightly. She hadn't encountered someone with such genuine boyish innocence in a long time. Well, I'm actually new to this. A friend introduced me to it today. I've never played before, she admitted. Zhao Chen nodded earnestly. Have you ever been in love, big sis? Huh? She blushed. Just once. Really, just once. You don't have to be so nervous, big sis. I was just asking. I've never been in love myself, Zhao Chen sighed, looking down. The girl seemed flustered, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, she finally said, if you want to fall in love, you don't need to come to places like this. You should look for a good girl. Zhao Chen turned to her, his expression puzzled. Why? I think you're great, big sis. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. But at the end of her laugh, Zhao Chen could hear a faint sigh. Perhaps she had her own struggles. Big sis, since I've never been in love, can I hold your hand? Zhao Chen asked, his gaze clear and innocent. She hesitated for a moment. As someone accustomed to moving between men, she suddenly felt a bit shy. Still, she extended her hand. This tattoo. I got it back in school, just out of curiosity, she said. Why are you telling me this? Zhao Chen thought to himself, this kind of tattoo. Either you belong to one person, or you belong to everyone. Who tattoos a black lip print on their waist? Zhao Chen gently ran his fingers over her hand. The moment he received confirmation from the system that his charm points had increased, he politely let go of her hand. Aren't you tempted to touch anywhere else, little brother? She teased. Zhao Chen replied calmly, let's go play frisbee instead. All right. 10 minutes later, the young masters and the girls began losing interest in the game, all because of Zhao Chen. Why? Every time Zhao Chen threw the frisbee, he'd call out, fetch. It was as if he was commanding his dog to retrieve the frisbee, which made the others feel insulted. No one wanted to continue, so they all sat around chatting, joking, and bragging instead. The girl from earlier looked a little dejected. She realized that Zhao Chen had absolutely no interest in her, not even a little. For someone who had always been sought after, this was a rare experience. Still, she didn't pursue him further. She knew she wasn't worthy of someone like Zhao Chen. If she were the naive girl she had been 3 years ago, perhaps things could have been different. But there was no going back. Zhao Chen had come out to broaden his horizons. Instead, he discovered that aside from some general knowledge and a certain sense of scope, these young men had nothing in their heads except how to have fun. To be honest, Zhao Chen envied them. In today's world, few young people could enjoy themselves so freely, without a care or any burden on their minds. Zhao Chen reflected that in his first 18 years, he had probably endured all the hardships one could face in a lifetime. Now, for the rest of his life, he thought he deserved nothing less than to enjoy it fully. Becoming as carefree as they were seemed just fine to him. As for everything else, honestly, he wasn't interested. Thinking about how to preserve the Zhao family's vast empire, Zhao Chen had considered for a long time, why is it that rich families often fail to pass down their wealth beyond 3 generations? The answer was simple: the second and third generations often overestimated their abilities, thinking they could build a greater fortune than the first. Yet their ambitious ventures often ended in failure, leaving the family in ruins. Besides, Zhao Chen thought, even if he wasted his time on trivial pleasures or developed bad habits like gambling, there was no way he could squander all this wealth. It was practically inexhaustible. He considered himself an ordinary person. So why bother? With enough wealth to last 10 lifetimes, why not just focus on enjoying life? The Zhao family already had capable professionals managing the business. They didn't need him meddling. If the system happened to provide something valuable that could benefit the family, he'd use it carefully. Perhaps that approach would achieve better results than if he actively involved himself in family affairs. For now, he would just enjoy the moment. When the frisbee game ended, the girls transformed. They were all smiles and attentive, offering massages and water. The young men, for their part, didn't make things difficult for them. In truth, the girls didn't need money. Many wealthy older men liked them, and they were here just for fun. If they clicked with someone, they didn't even charge, it was more about indulging in fleeting moments of youth. Their youth was just as colorful as anyone else's. Zhao Chen left the frisbee venue with the young men, each accompanied by a girl. Zhao Chen wasn't an exception. While he wouldn't cross any lines, hanging out with friends and having fun was fine. After all, what's the point of overthinking things during a day out? It was all about friendship and laughter. Engage the body, not the heart. That's what Li Miaoxian had told him. Don't play recklessly outside. But what did that mean? It meant he could hang out but shouldn't cross boundaries. Wild parties were out of the question. For example, when leaving the frisbee venue, all the girls happily got into the cars. They didn't seem particularly impressed by the supercars, they were used to them. Zhao Chen's partner was the mature Zhang Meng, who had a driver's license and could handle supercars. This allowed Zhao Chen's driver to go home. Sitting in the car, Zhao Chen felt a bit awkward. Zhang Meng wasn't as forward as she had been earlier, she seemed preoccupied. These days, even escorts feel pressured? Is this some new competition thing? He guessed Zhang Meng was disappointed about not forging a deeper connection, but Zhao Chen didn't know her thoughts had already shifted beyond the superficial. Still, her frustration showed in how she revved the Bugatti's engine, the sound echoing sharply. By midday, they had crossed a few overpasses and arrived at their next destination, a high-end summer-themed water park and hotel. The location was perfect for escaping the heat. Bringing girls to such a venue usually followed a set routine. First, get them into swimsuits, then enjoy a fancy meal. After that, a chauffeur would pick up a few branded handbags or jewelry from a luxury store, followed by some celebratory red envelopes. This would wrap up the few days as a girlfriend deal quite nicely. After getting out of the car, Mao Qianxiong leaned close to Zhao Chen and whispered, "Big bro, you don't know how the girls in Beijing are. They're pretty particular. Just being rich isn't enough to win them over. They carry themselves with a certain grace. If you don't charm them, and you're not especially attractive, they won't follow you. But over in Shanghai, if you've got money, you can just take them and have your fun." Zhao Chen wiped his face, thinking, now that's professionalism. No wonder these girls seemed poised and elegant, they had perfected the art of being coy while maintaining an air of dignity. With a slight sigh, Zhao Chen wrapped an arm around Zhang Meng's waist. To his surprise, the seasoned Zhang Meng flinched, visibly startled. "Why does Big Sis look upset?" Zhao Chen asked. "Oh? I thought you were a pure little boy, but here you are making your move before I've even changed into a swimsuit," Zhang Meng teased, glancing at his hand before continuing forward. "I just want to get better at dating and practice how to interact with a beautiful girlfriend." "But I'm not beautiful," Zhang Meng replied. "Why would you say such a thing, Big Sis?" Zhao Chen exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "You're stunning, exactly my type. If only you weren't already taken." Sigh. He sighed dramatically, as though heartbroken. "You and your sweet talk. How do you not have a girlfriend already? Are you just teasing me for fun?" Though she said this, she didn't mind if Zhao Chen already had a girlfriend. She was only teasing him. Zhao Chen chuckled sheepishly. The water park was vast. Upon entering, the young men went straight to the private areas. A manager greeted them personally. After all, this group was practically walking piles of gold. Zhao Chen and Zhang Meng were taken to a private suite, complete with a 20-square-meter pool, air conditioning, a luxurious bed, and entertainment facilities. There were chilled drinks, fruits, and snacks. The bed caught Zhao Chen's eye, making him regret coming. Thankfully, there was a pool. Zhao Chen decided to learn how to swim. It was something he hadn't had the chance to do before, and now was as good a time as any to catch up on experiences he had missed. When he stepped out of the changing room in his swimsuit, he saw Zhang Meng already in a bikini. As expected of a mature woman, she looked stunning in anything she wore. "Big Sis, can you swim?" Zhao Chen asked. "Yes," she replied. "Great. I can't. Can you teach me?" Zhang Meng tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. First, he had her drive. Now he wanted her to teach him to swim? She had been planning to act aloof and seductive, hoping to stir up some feelings in him. But Zhao Chen seemed uninterested in her bikini. He showed some interest, but it wasn't much more like how one might regard an older sister. Does he like role-playing? Or is he into taboo scenarios? Zhang Meng thought, baffled. Still enjoy playing ethical pranks? Big Sister can teach you, but what if Big Sister gets tired? If you're tired, just rest on the shore and guide me. I can handle it. Alright, I'll teach you how to swim. Pay attention, it's actually quite simple. Zhang Meng had already given in at this point. What was this situation? No premature flirting, no taking advantage, he was genuinely starting to take the learning seriously. I feel like a tutor coming to the house. Others tutor foreign languages, I'm here tutoring swimming. Why can't you just go find a professional swimming instructor? Can you at least respect my side hustle? She could tell Zhao Chen really didn't have any ulterior motives. After entering the room, he only glanced at the bed briefly, just one glance. Am I not charming enough? Or do you prefer pure, cold, and aloof types, little brother? When Zhao Chen carefully finished listening to the instructions and prepared to enter the water, his phone rang. Picking it up, he paused for a moment, slightly stunned. This number seems familiar, but I can't quite place it. When the call connected, Zhao Chen politely greeted. Hello, who is this? There was silence on the other end. Zhao Chen asked again. Who is this, please? Zhao Chen. The voice on the other end was calm, even refined, but it carried a faint tremor. Hearing the voice, Zhao Chen instantly sobered up. Is that Wan Ning? His voice immediately softened. Zhao Chen's girlfriend, Bai Wan Ning, was his high school sweetheart. They had broken up after graduation. It's me. Why did you delete me without a word? Zhao Chen stammered, unable to respond clearly. I accidentally deleted it. Really? The girl's voice remained elegant but now held a slight choke. I asked our class advisor. He said your score was enough for Peking University. Why didn't you keep your promise? Why did you secretly change your application? Nanda is closer to home. It's more convenient for me to study there. Going to Peking University would mean a significant transportation cost every year, too much. You know my situation, there's such a big gap between us. Zhao Chen spoke earnestly, his words dripping with sincerity. But didn't I say I'd cover your tuition? I have my own savings. What I value has never been your money. Chen, don't you understand me? Zhao Chen found a chair and sat down, speaking with heartfelt honesty. I feel there's too much of a gap between us. I might not be able to give you the beautiful life you want. Honestly, you deserve someone better. Before he could finish, she interrupted. Don't say that, okay? I like you. My family has money, it's mine to spend. I don't need a man who's rich, I just want to be with someone I like. Chen, can we not do this? Do you remember all the vows we made? Zhao Chen took a deep breath and finally said. There's another situation now. We're not suitable. It's my fault. Truly, I don't want to hurt you. Is it about your biological parents? I went to your place yesterday, but your neighbors said you had already left. Zhao Chen clarified. There's another girl. 18 years ago, our families decided that she would be part of my life. So, by Wan Ning, I've wronged you. For me, you're not worth it. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. She probably understood what Zhao Chen meant and remained quiet for a long time. The call stayed connected. Then Zhao Chen heard her sobbing. Bai Wan Ning was an exceptionally gentle girl, the kindest he had ever met in his life. If not for Li Miaoxian, he would have immediately reached out to reconnect with Bai Wan Ning after settling down yesterday. He wished her the best. He wanted her to meet someone who could love her wholeheartedly. He hoped she could leave disappointed, seeing him as nothing more than a heartless jerk. It would be better if she didn't fall too deeply into a love with no future. If he were to end up with Li Miaoxian, he truly wouldn't deserve Bai Wan Ning. She was like a celestial being, kind and gentle. Zhao Chen waited silently for her to hang up. His heart was in turmoil, panicked, helpless, reluctant, and in pain. He could hear Bai Wan Ning's quiet sobs. You hang up. Zhao Chen forced his voice to sound cold. However, nearby, Zhang Meng, wearing a sexy bikini, could already see that Zhao Chen's eyes were red. The call remained connected, and the sobbing continued. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and curse me out. Tell me to get lost, far away. Say you don't like me anymore. Zhao Chen yelled into the phone, his voice hoarse. This outburst startled Zhang Meng. Zhao Chen, where are you? Can I come find you? I just want to see you from afar, okay? The girl's tone was pleading. Zhao Chen wiped away his tears, forced himself to swallow his emotions, and shouted again into the phone. Why would you come here? To be a third party? Just leave, okay? Don't waste my time. I'm with someone else now. With that, Zhao Chen hung up the phone, grabbed a bottle of water, and chugged it down. Honestly, With your situation, you could have multiple women. If you like her, why hurt her? Zhang Meng didn't understand why someone with such privileges would take relationships so seriously. Why not be more open-minded? Zhao Chen quickly wiped away the faint traces of tears, turned around with a smile, and said, "Big sister, teach me how to swim. What's the next move?" Zhang Meng shook her head. She couldn't understand Zhao Chen's forced cheerfulness but still cooperated, stretching and demonstrating a standard swimming pose. All morning, Zhao Chen practiced diligently. Zhang Meng also taught seriously. The two barely had any physical contact, let alone using the bed by the water. At noon, Zhao Chen silently took Zhang Meng to lunch. Unsure what to order, he simply chose the most expensive items: king crab, Australian lobster, and other seafood. He added Zhang Meng on his contact list and casually transferred her 100,000 yuan. "Big sister, I'm really a newbie and don't know the rules. Thank you for spending time with me today." His warm smile made people feel good, even though his mood clearly wasn't great. Zhang Meng didn't even check her bank app. "No need. You called me big sister, I should be giving you a red envelope. Don't do this, I'll return the money. This meal is on me." Zhao Chen lightly shook his head and didn't argue further. If she wanted to make friends, declining too much would seem rude. She's a good sister. After lunch, Zhao Chen renewed Zhang Meng's room, then left with his driver. Maybe next time, when that group of young folks goes out, he'll join them. There might still be some matters to deal with in Nanjing. He had left in a hurry. Li Miaoxian was planting cochineal insects on the balcony and couldn't leave. When she saw Zhao Chen return looking pale, she was a bit surprised but asked, "Back so soon? Didn't play longer?" Zhao Chen said nothing. She thought her fiancé didn't manage to flirt with any girls. Beijing girls like to play hard to get. Don't be upset. Next time, offer more money and sweet talk. Zhao Chen ignored her, went to his room, and collapsed onto the bed. Alcohol and sleep were the best cures for sorrow. He only hoped that foolish girl wouldn't persist anymore. There were plenty of good men in the world. I, Zhao Chen, am just a scumbag. 5 p.m. Zhao Chen finally woke up. At the desk nearby, Li Miaoxian seemed to be using the computer to handle some school-related matters. This time, she was truly preparing to return to school. With her grades and the influence of both the Zhao and Li families, she could easily accompany Zhao Chen at Jinling University. "You're awake? There's water on your right." Zhao Chen replied softly. Even though he had things on his mind, he wouldn't let his emotions affect Li Miaoxian. He got out of bed and was about to go to the bathroom when Li Miaoxian's voice came from behind him. "A girl called while you were sleeping. She asked where you were, and I told her." Zhao Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Miaoxian. "Miaoxian, she's a good girl. I don't want to harm her." "And then? Are you asking me to give up my place to her? The person you like, you're not even trying to hold on to her? If she's so great, why give her up to someone else? Or is it that she's too good, and sharing you with other women would be unfair to her? Then what about me, Li Miaoxian? Why do I have to share you with other women? I just don't want you to give up on the person you love because of me. That would be a regret you'd carry for life. I can be indifferent about some things. You can openly go and find me a younger sister, I won't object. In our circles, for someone like you, who stands to inherit billions, why do you need to make a choice like ordinary people? If you like someone, you can have them all. Zhao Chen, you still haven't adjusted to your status. You're no longer the poor boy you used to be, do you understand? In the future, when you're the head of a multi-billion-dollar listed company, mingling in elite circles, others will show up with celebrities or young playthings by their side. What about you?" Her tone was light, but every word struck Zhao Chen's heart with precision. Zhao Chen opened his mouth but couldn't form a single word. He had hoped that a nap would help him leave these troubles behind for a while, but Li Miaoxian seemed determined to wake him up with her words. Perhaps this was also what his mother, Wang Qian, wanted. Zhao Chen looked at the missed calls from Bai Wan Ning on his phone. He was torn. If he chose not to let go, he'd need to find a way to keep her by his side, but those methods would have nothing to do with his wealth or status. All he needed was a reason she could accept. Zhao Chen had considered this, but the weight of it overwhelmed him, so he thought about giving up. In certain ways, Li Miaoxian was indeed a capable partner, at least, she could make him see reason. Zhao Jichang had returned, carrying a box of watches he had collected in his younger days. They had been stored at the company, but now that his son was back, he naturally brought them home for Zhao Chen to enjoy. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille, Frank Muller, and custom Rolexes, over 20 watches, worth around 2 or 300 million yuan, were all gifted to Zhao Chen. In the evening glow, under a pavilion, the glass-top table shimmered brightly. Zhao Chen opened the watch box, inspecting each piece carefully. With a phone in one hand and a high-end watch booklet in the other, he studied the watches under a magnifying glass. Beside him, Li Miaoxian sat quietly, brewing tea and peeling fruit for him. The roses in the garden seemed to raise their heads, as if imitating the girl's elegant posture, striving to become noble and beautiful. The evening breeze was refreshing, a perfect time for tea, watches, and companionship. It wasn't until dinner that the butler hurried over to Zhao Chen to report that a young lady was at the manor's gate. Only then did Zhao Chen feel his hanging heart settle slightly. While he had been both anticipating and dreading this moment, now that she was here, he surprisingly felt a sense of calm. Li Miaoxian had been right. If he thought she was good, why let another man have her? Zhao Chen didn't know how much a kind and gentle person like Bai Wan Ning could endure in love, or how much hardship she'd face before finding true happiness. She was too easily bullied. After the butler left, Zhao Chen carefully placed each watch back into the box. He picked up his water glass, took a sip, and exhaled deeply before turning to look at Li Miaoxian. Go on. It's not like you're doing anything shameful. Treat her well. The house is big. If she doesn't mind, she can even stay the night. Without looking up, she handed him 2 peeled apples. Zhao Chen didn't know how to respond to her nonchalant attitude. As he walked behind her, he hesitated, then bent down to plant a light kiss on her cold face. She remained unmoved. At the manor gate, Wang Xian had already come out after hearing the news. When she saw Bai Wan Ning for the first time, her face lit up with joy. Bai Wan Ning had fair skin, slightly golden hair, and rosy cheeks that easily flushed. She was a true beauty, intelligent and graceful. Wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a long ponytail, her modest and youthful outfit was eye-catching. But her spirit seemed low, her eyes red and swollen, evidence of prolonged crying. Thankfully, Zhao Chen had acted quickly, otherwise, such a good girl might have been snatched away by someone else. Wang Xian also noticed a detail. Bai Wan Ning drove a white Ferrari. At least they were well matched in status. Before Zhao Chen arrived, Wang Xian warmly comforted her, apologizing on Zhao Chen's behalf and explaining his difficulties. Auntie, I know. I just wanted to see him. Did you come all the way from Beijing? No, I usually stay in Jilin. I flew here this afternoon. Oh dear, flying in just to see him? That rascal Zhao Chen didn't even think to spare you the trouble. Come, rest inside. Thank you, Auntie. Before they finished speaking, Bai Wan Ning froze in place. She hadn't seen him in nearly a month. She had missed Zhao Chen terribly. Seeing this tall boy appear in her line of sight again, she couldn't deny her happiness, but her heart ached with regret for not reaching out sooner. Wang Xian, seeing her son approach, quickly stepped aside. Chen, tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to run into his arms. There were no longer the constraints of high school or academic rules, nothing to hold them back. They should be inseparable now. But things had progressed beyond her control. Zhao Chen walked up to her, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and while she was still dazed, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Wan Ning, you came to me on your own. You're not allowed to leave now. Why not? I came because I wanted to, and I'll leave if I want to. You can't stop me. Also, who gave you permission to touch my waist? Her voice trembled with sobs, but Zhao Chen no longer wanted to let her go. Pulling her through the garden, he took her upstairs via a small elevator, not to his bedroom, but to the study. Here, eat an apple. Did you peel it? No. Oh. She peeled it. She told me to treat you well. Zhao Chen felt a sting on his face as he said this, but some things needed to be said clearly, even if it meant being shameless. Bai Wan Ning looked down at the apple in her hands, meticulously peeled and neatly cut. Zhao Chen stood beside her, his breathing heavy, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Finally, he heard a soft sigh. It was ambiguous, difficult to interpret. Then he saw her take a small bite of the apple, tears streaming down her face, silent yet sorrowful. Zhao Chen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. He would have preferred her to curse at him, slap him, or hit him with her shoe, anything but this quiet endurance that only deepened his guilt. This apple your sister peeled is delicious. When she said the word sister, Zhao Chen's chest tightened painfully. He closed his eyes and, in a hoarse voice, murmured, "Forget it, Wan Ning. You're a good girl. I'm not worthy." Slap. A sharp, crisp sound. A small handprint appeared on Zhao Chen's face. Her voice was choked with emotion. I gave up everything to take a step toward you. And you? You're trying to make me leave? I came all this way to see you, was it just to hear this nonsense? I don't want anything but you. Don't you understand? Where's your courage? When you asked me to be your one and only, you weren't this hesitant. Chen, don't disappoint me, okay? The two looked into each other's eyes. Bai Wanning leaned in lightly, burying her face in Zhao Chen's chest. You have to treat me well, or I'll truly be heartbroken. Zhao Chen had nothing to say. He didn't even feel he had the right to speak. Perhaps he lacked the quality to love freely, always carrying a heavy sense of guilt when doing things like this. I don't like making promises, but I can say I probably won't let you down again. I won't make you sad. Okay. So what are we now? Bai Wanning asked the question. She wanted to hear Zhao Chen's thoughts, to gauge her position in his heart. You're my girlfriend. In a few years, I'll find an opportunity to propose to your family. Okay. She didn't ask how Zhao Chen planned to handle her, the other girl, or their statuses. She just needed an attitude. Everything else no longer mattered. Truly. The two embraced, staring blankly at the distant sunset through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, Bai Wanning grabbed Zhao Chen's hand and placed it on her waist. A boy of 18 or 19, without a girlfriend, likely has enough women in his imagination to rival the emperor's 36 palaces. The filth in his mind could surpass a public restroom. You're that age too. Don't think that just because I'm quiet and elegant, you can't look to me for physical happiness. I'll do my part as a girlfriend. She wiped away her tears, having found the answer in her heart. The girl loved Zhao Chen deeply. But Zhao Chen didn't want to take advantage of her in this moment. His hands simply rested quietly on her waist. At this moment, desire was nowhere to be found. One must still believe in love. The beauty of the world exists whether you see it or not. Sometimes, when your eyes open and your steps steady, happiness arrives unexpectedly. Just like now, as the two embraced. Li Miaoxian entered the room silently. Standing behind them, she watched for a moment, then left the fruit platter she'd brought and quietly slipped away. You're at Peking University, and I'm at Nanjing University. How will we be together? I'll fly to your school on weekends. Everyone else has a girlfriend, and now you do too. Even if you don't ask, I'll find out what other boyfriends do for their girlfriends. Whatever they give, I'll make sure you get it too. Bai Wanning placed Zhao Chen's hand on her chest, and his hand trembled. In high school, you liked sneaking peeks at my chest. Did you think I didn't notice? Back then, academics came first, so I ignored your desires. I was afraid it would distract you from your studies. Her gaze was clear. She understood the matters between men and women but was far more straightforward than pretentious girls. She didn't feign shyness or act overly reserved. Since the beginning, she believed she and Zhao Chen were destined to be together. Naturally, she would fulfill all a boyfriend's fantasies about his girlfriend. Sincere and genuine. When you're in college, you can stay at my place. After all, Peking University is in Beijing. My family has a house in Beijing too, but I'll visit your parents when I have time. I haven't introduced you to my family yet. Actually, my mom's been wanting to meet you. Zhao Chen nodded. He'd have to visit sooner or later. After all, he'd stolen their precious daughter. He couldn't avoid saying hello. Coming out of Zhao Chen's embrace, Bai Wanning tilted her head and asked, "Where's your sister?" "I want to talk to her." Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to answer. "Shun. Sooner or later, I'll have to meet her." "Why not now?" Her voice remained soft and gentle, with her small hands still resting on his waist. Zhao Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. "She's probably downstairs. I'll take you to her." Just as he finished speaking, Li Miaoxian walked in. She looked at Bai Wanning and said to Zhao Chen, "Go check on dinner. Make a few extra dishes. Don't be a bad host." Zhao Chen glanced at Bai Wanning, then turned and left. Sigh. He couldn't stop this from happening. The moment he stepped out of the room, click, the door was locked from the inside. As expected. Before dinner, Zhao Chen practiced driving with a coach on the road in front of the manor, taking it step by step. He could have skipped the lessons and tests to get his license directly, but he still chose to put in the effort. His reason? The coach's fee was covered by his father, so he didn't have to spend a dime. Nearby, the private jet that Li Miaoxian had gifted him sat on the helipad, a medium-sized black helicopter, luxuriously outfitted with an interior that was practically paved with money. Just as Zhao Chen was about to sit in the helicopter and take a look, a voice echoed in his mind. Please confirm whether to activate the wealth plan within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the plan will expire. Zhao Chen was startled. He had glanced at the plan earlier in the day but had been distracted by his daily navigation. Now it was about to expire. Initially hesitant, Zhao Chen decided to activate it, not wanting to waste a potentially life-changing opportunity or good fortune. Note, upon completing a milestone or significant progress, the system will reward the user according to their preferences. Activation reward, +2 to physical fitness. Each enhancement improves the chosen attribute by 20% over its original state. The rewards were quite generous. Previously, the reward had been charm, this time, it was physical fitness. Following the system's plan seemed to be working, and the system had apparently detected that Zhao Chen now had 2 women in his life. After completing 3 transactions with the system's universal trading system, Zhao Chen considered trying to complete 100 trades to claim the reward. Suddenly, inspiration struck. How much for 1,000 high-quality hybrid wheat seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-quality hybrid wheat seeds is 10,000 yuan. Zhao Chen's heart raced. Why was it so cheap? Developing hybrid wheat varieties typically took decades of effort and vast resources. These seeds could revolutionize agriculture, bringing food to barren lands and offering solutions to hunger. A thought began to take root in Zhao Chen's mind. He went to find his father, Zhao Jichang. Dad, I want to start a company. What kind of company? A universal company. It can work in any industry. I think I can contribute to humanity and spark a revolution in our way of life. Zhao Jichang was speechless. Was his family empire at risk of being squandered? His son was already blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, and the silly grin on Zhao Chen's face only made it more concerning. Zhao Chen felt as though he had discovered a path to wealth and prosperity, a way to reach the heights his father had achieved. Building a career was far more exciting than spending every day indulging in pleasures. After 18 years of hard work, the comfort and ease of the past 2 days had already started to make him feel lazy. When full and relaxed, it's easy to think of certain desires. This morning, when Zhao Chen woke up, he genuinely wanted to hold Li Miaoxian in his arms and enjoy her. Now, with the system's powerful trading functions, Zhao Chen realized he might be able to balance enjoying life and starting a side business, adding a bit of excitement to his days. Hanging out with those young playboys every day and aimlessly chasing girls had its limits. At their rate, Zhao Chen estimated they weren't far from needing kidney replacements to maintain their lifestyles. As Zhao Chen observed the hesitation on his father Zhao Jichang's face, he knew what his father was worried about. Dad, here's what I think. I'll start my business without taking money from the family. I'll just use some of the allowance you've given me to fund a small venture, nothing too big. Whether I succeed or fail, I won't ask for additional funding. I might just occasionally need some technical advice from you. Hearing this, Zhao Jichang's eyes brightened. An allowance of a few 100 million yuan was more than enough to fund a small company. It seemed like a good way for Zhao Chen to learn enterprise management while having some fun. Alright, tomorrow a batch of overseas returnees will be joining the company. Go pick yourself a secretary. A word of advice, when choosing a secretary, be careful. Look for someone with good genes, talent, and appearance. And don't tell Li Miaoxian. Zhao Jichang gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. Secretaries were essential, they could brighten the boss's day. Zhao Chen agreed. Zhao Jichang had already wanted him to visit the company that morning, but Zhao Chen had been dragged away by his friends to goof off. Tomorrow would be a good time to choose a secretary. Love should be serious and romantic, not forced or unwanted. While certain things were possible, Zhao Chen knew to take care of the girl's feelings, emotions, and physical well-being. But other things could be a little more flexible. Having a personal cup or utensil, or, in this case, a competent secretary, was different. Zhao Chen was a young, energetic 18-year-old. He had previously restrained himself, but now? That wasn't realistic anymore. The temptations were too great. Sometimes, a little release was perfectly acceptable. He understood his father's message loud and clear. After Zhao Chen left, Zhao Jichang muttered to himself, the brat has a good eye and some decent tricks. Even with all his schoolwork, he managed to win over that girl. Zhao Chen began drafting a plan. He wasn't overly concerned with national or global issues, he just wanted to make money. However, he thought, why not help ordinary people along the way? After all, he had grown up in that environment and understood how hard life could be for most people. Do you have high-yield quality potato seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-yield quality potato seeds is 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. Do you have high-yield quality corn seeds? The initial price for 1,000 high-yield quality corn seeds is 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. The prices were surprisingly low. Zhao Chen realized that with these seeds, he could gradually cultivate them further after the first batch. In his notebook, he jotted down 3 crops: wheat, corn, and potatoes. This would be the start of his business venture. Tomorrow, he'd share his plans with the secretary. Getting started early on the project would also help him fill the idle hours he'd been wasting chasing girls. Suddenly, Zhao Chen thought about Zhang Meng, who had spent the morning with him and been so polite. Should he find her a proper job? He dismissed the thought. It wasn't his place to speculate about her life. She might enjoy her line of work. Dinner time arrived. Zhao Chen hesitated as he pushed open the door to the study where the 2 girls were. Their voices were low, and he couldn't make out what they were saying. But judging by the tone, it didn't sound like they were arguing. He hoped there wouldn't be any unpleasantness. Chen, come here, Li Miaoxian called out. Zhao Chen realized his attempts to remain unnoticed had failed. Resigned, he walked over. The 2 girls were sitting on separate sofas. Sit, said his fiancée in a cold tone. I prefer standing. Zhao Chen glanced at the 2 sofas and wondered aloud, if I sit, where should I sit? On whose sofa? Sit. This time, her tone carried more force. It was clear that Li Miaoxian intended to make things difficult for him. It was understandable. If the first wife didn't challenge him after he brought back another girl, he might start bringing a new one home every day. Zhao Chen glanced at Bai Wan-ning, who gave him a look. He finally sat next to Li Miaoxian. When she wasn't paying attention, he quickly pulled her into his arms. Miaoxian, just tell me what's on your mind. Li Miaoxian didn't stop him from holding her, but her tone remained soft. How many children do you want in the future? Huh? Why are you asking this? Just answer me. Why can't I know what you're thinking? Stop being so evasive. Just one. Both girls nodded in satisfaction. Then came Li Miaoxian's next question. Do you think your desires are strong? What kind of desires? Zhao Chen froze, unsure if he had misheard. What kind of ridiculous question was this? Were they dividing him up? These 2 girls, both unmarried, were acting as though they were negotiating custody of their man. With a light smack, Zhao Chen slapped Li Miaoxian on the rear. She froze, stunned that he had dared to do this in front of Bai Wan-ning. Her expression turned cold, and with swift precision, she pinched Zhao Chen's waist, giving him a look that clearly said, "We'll settle this later." Bai Wan-ning, meanwhile, softly interjected, "Chen, don't bully Miaoxian. She's a good person." Her voice was so gentle that just hearing it was enough to calm Zhao Chen's temper. He led both girls downstairs for dinner, holding each of their hands. It felt amazing to openly enjoy such affection. After dinner, Bai Wan-ning wanted to leave, but Zhao Chen refused. It was already dark, and with the Zhao family's estate located far from the city center, he couldn't let her drive back alone. He also felt it was the right time after 2 years of holding back. He wasn't going to let her slip away so easily. In the guest room, Bai Wan-ning rested in Zhao Chen's arms, her breathing light, her face flushed. When Zhao Chen's hand moved toward her waist, she hurriedly grabbed it. Enough. How can you act like this as soon as you touch me? I'll feel embarrassed. Zhao Chen exhaled, gently kissing her lips. It tasted sweet, just as he imagined. Lacking experience, the 2 simply kissed and hugged. Wan-ning, I want to. No, not yet. It's still too soon. I'm not ready. Once I've taken better care of myself, we can talk about it. For now, I'll keep you company in other ways. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen stepped out of the guest room. In the hallway, he saw Li Miaoxian sitting on a sofa, wearing a fitted nightgown and holding her phone quietly. Not causing trouble, she asked. No. You're quite well behaved, aren't you? What else? Did I do anything inappropriate to you last night? Zhao Chen retorted, feeling aggrieved. A quick kiss, does that even count as being improper? The 2 of them walked back to the bedroom together. Zhao Chen, feeling more at ease, gently wrapped his arm around the girl's waist. Don't use words like inappropriate. It makes it sound like I'm being cold and distant toward you, Li Miaoxian replied softly, pointing toward the bathroom to indicate she had already prepared the bathwater for him. Zhao Chen quietly went to wash up. As he walked away, the hand resting on her waist subtly slid downward. Did I say you could touch me? At least ask for my permission first, okay? You say you're well behaved, but you're acting a bit improper, aren't you? Zhao Chen didn't argue. Sometimes, seeking intimacy through physical contact was a natural way to strengthen a bond, especially when the situation felt appropriate and the future looked promising. After all, she had waited for him outside by Wan Ning's room earlier. It was an unmistakable gesture, like a wife wanting to stay by her husband's side, sharing mutual support and companionship. After showering, Zhao Chun, used to living alone, had a habit of walking around unclothed. But this time, as he came out of the bathroom, Li Miaoxian handed him a set of pajamas, throwing a subtle yet cold glance his way. They sat in a reserved manner under the soft glow of the ambient lighting, quietly reading books. Neither spoke, and the only sound was Zhao Chen occasionally sipping water, seemingly trying to moisten his lips. Holding his book, Zhao Chen moved closer, squeezing onto the small sofa with her. Li Miaoxian didn't protest. Their heads slowly leaned toward each other. Zhao Chen set his book aside, and seeing this, Li Miaoxian did the same. The faint scent of her lips, free of lipstick, lingered in the air. Unable to resist, Zhao Chen swallowed hard. She was breathtakingly beautiful, both her face and figure were flawless. Fixing his gaze on her, he noticed her slightly lowered eyelashes trembling faintly. Zhao Chen reached out to pull her into his arms. Dissatisfied, he then guided her onto his lap. While this didn't make her appear particularly shy, it did make it easier for him to kiss her. Just as their lips were about to meet, Li Miaoxian turned her head away slightly and softly asked, "Did you brush your teeth just now?" "I did." "Good." Only then did she turn back toward him. She meant that she didn't want him bringing the lingering scent of another woman, by Wan Ning, back to her. Kissing while holding her in his arms was convenient, and after kissing her lips, he kissed elsewhere too. Li Miaoxian frowned slightly. Perhaps because Zhao Chen was inexperienced, he seemed unable to control his strength. "Miaoxian. Well, I don't think so. Not tonight. Your girlfriend is still in the guest room next door. If she hears something, it wouldn't be good," she said softly, her arm lightly wrapped around his neck. "So that's why you made sure Bai Wan Ning stayed tonight." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. This woman had planned everything, knowing exactly what he would try to do. She had intentionally placed Bai Wan Ning next door. "Not at all," she replied in the same relaxed tone. Zhao Chen sighed helplessly. "Miaoxian, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I actually intended to help you tonight, but then you hit me this afternoon, so I changed my mind," she said in a tone filled with playful grievance, burying her head in his chest like a timid bird. Zhao Chen lifted her chin, studying her amused expression. "Help me with what?" he asked, wanting clarity. "You know what?" Her voice carried a hint of laughter. Zhao Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. It took him a while to process what she meant. Realizing it was getting late, he carried her in a princess hold and placed her on the bed before lying down beside her. Don't hit me again in the future. Bai Wan Ning was here today, how do you think that made me look?" she said, curling into his arms yet still speaking in a domineering tone. Zhao Chen remained silent, acting as if he were sulking over being denied. "Chen, why aren't you saying anything?" "Zhao Chen? Are you upset?" "Oh, stop pretending. You should at least give me some warning, shouldn't you? Do you even know your own strength? Last night, I had nightmares because of you. It's all your fault." She playfully hit him with her small hand. Zhao Chen was speechless. He had started to understand her personality. When she was cold and proper, she was distant to everyone. But when she wanted to tease him, her antics were endless, especially when they were alone. Thankfully, she could be serious and insightful when needed. She was also caring and attentive, which made it manageable. Otherwise, dealing with a rigid wife might have been unbearable. "I'm not upset. My hands haven't even done anything yet, what's there to be mad about? Don't touch me." She suddenly pulled his hand away, instantly creating a sense of distance. She even moved slightly away from him, almost placing a pillow between them. Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of game was this? They had just been cozying up, and now this? This time, Zhao Chen decided to stay silent and just sleep. He had gotten enough out of the evening already, and it was time to rest. About 10 minutes later, as Zhao Chen was on the verge of falling asleep, Li Miaoxian leaned close to his ear. "Chen, Bai Wan Ning should be asleep by now. Let's." Zhao Chen, still groggy, instantly perked up. He jumped up and adjusted the ambient lighting. Chen, I'm suddenly feeling sleepy again. Standing by the bed, Zhao Chen shook his head, resigned. He prepared everything anyway, refusing to let her toy with him any longer. By the time everything was ready, Li Miaoxian seemed unusually compliant. Miaoxian. Have you decided? No, I'm going to sleep. She turned over and pulled up the blanket. Zhao Chen wanted to smack himself. Finally, they both settled down for the night. That night, she was also 18. Morning. Zhao Chen woke up early. Even though he had deep shadows under his eyes and looked drained, he still got up to make breakfast. Halfway through cooking, Wang Qian walked into the kitchen. Ever since Zhao Chen had returned home, she had taken on the habit of making breakfast herself. Seeing Zhao Chen busy in the kitchen, she was surprised, then quickly realized something. Is Miaoxian still asleep? She asked, testing the waters as any mother would. In truth, she wanted to know who Zhao Chen was cooking breakfast for, Miaoxian or the gentle girl. Has Miaoxian not woken up yet? Wang Qian, as a mother, couldn't resist probing. Not yet. Beef, fried eggs, shrimp, porridge, and a little salad. Zhao Chen carried the three-person breakfast tray with a smile, brushing past his mother. Why do you look so worn out? Sleep earlier at night, young man. Wang Qian scolded him disapprovingly. Zhao Chen replied with a string of yes, 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 as he headed upstairs. Li Miaoxian looked much better than Zhao Chen, even though she was still asleep. Zhao Chen adjusted the room temperature, tidied up the messy room, and noticed that Li had already opened her eyes at some point. Her gaze was cold. You woke me up. Beast! I'm starving. Did you, my man, make breakfast? Zhao Chen set down the glass water jug, placed a small table on the bed, and carefully served breakfast along with her usual floral tea. Quite skilled, aren't you? It's the least I can do. Zhao Chen scooped a small spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and brought it to her lips. Li Miaoxian looked at his earnest expression and suddenly burst out laughing. She kept laughing, her smile was dazzling, and Zhao Chen froze for a moment before quickly saying, Here, drink some porridge first to warm your stomach. Her expression returned to calm as she replied softly, All right, I'm not incapacitated. You don't need to feed me. According to tradition, I should be the one making breakfast for my man. But you're kind and thoughtful. Taking the spoon from his hand, she began eating the breakfast on her own. Her legs, however, didn't seem to be in the best condition. Zhao Chen felt a twinge of regret. 5 centimeters, maybe he had gone a bit overboard. Sigh, life is always filled with some regrets. This time, he'd have to change the bedsheets himself. Zhao Chen went to find the housekeeper to avoid the awkwardness of asking someone else to help. After taking care of Li Miaoxian, Zhao Chen grabbed the remaining breakfast and knocked on by Wan Ning's door. The girl was already awake. She was fully dressed and sitting neatly on the balcony, reading a book. When Zhao Chen called her name, she put the book down and walked over. Did you sleep well last night? Very well, she replied, standing straight as she accepted a light kiss on her forehead from Zhao Chen. After breakfast, Bai Wan Ning prepared to leave. Zhao Chen walked her to the front gate. The summer camp at Peking University is starting, and I signed up. If I had known you were coming to Beijing, I wouldn't have joined, Chen. You can't have too many women. My father has 4, that's what I know of, and he's just the CEO of a listed company. You're even more capable than him, but don't go overboard. Zhao Chen felt a wave of shock in his heart. So that's how it is. He had thought she compromised out of deep love yesterday, but it turned out she was already a wealthy heiress, far more knowledgeable about such matters than he was. Having grown up in a world where this was commonplace, her acceptance was far greater than his own. Thankfully, with his current status as a scion of a powerful family, his romantic pursuits could be forgiven. If he were still his former self, Bai Wan Ning's eyes might have swollen from crying. The ways of the rich were indeed different from those of ordinary people, even today. Zhao Chen hugged her. Don't worry. I can resist most temptations. If you miss me, come find me. And you should miss me too. You've switched to a smartphone now, so we can video call. Take care of yourself while studying in Jingling. Sometimes, you should also listen to Sister Miaoxian. She's very smart. Alright, I'm leaving. Don't see me off, go back and keep Miaoxian company. You were too much last night. With a subtle expression and a hint of complaint, Bai Wan Ning got into her car and drove off. Zhao Chen sighed. Forget it. Might as well embrace this image now. When he returned home, Zhao Chen found Li Miaoxian slowly descending the stairs. Her legs were unsteady, and she walked with a cold frown, as if silently cursing him. Seeing Zhao Chen, she spoke indifferently, "Why are you still here? Weren't you supposed to go to the company today to choose a secretary and familiarize yourself with the business?" Zhao Chen froze. He had been delayed sending off by Wan Ning, but how did Li Miaoxian know what he was supposed to do today? How did she know? And then it dawned on him, his father, Zhao Jichang, the sneaky old man. As if on cue, Zhao Chen received a message from him. A man must fear his wife to keep the household stable. Trust me, son, you'll thank me later. It's better than secretly fooling around outside. Everything can be open, and life will be easier. I told your mother to mention it to Miaoxian. Open and honest? Zhao Chen stared at the message, speechless. His father had told him not to mention it to Li Miaoxian, yet he had gone ahead and told Wang Qian, who, fearing her own wife, had passed the message to Li Miaoxian to ensure a good mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship? Zhao Chen was utterly defeated. His father had somehow managed to turn fearing one's wife into a virtue. Helping Li Miaoxian down the stairs, he asked, "Didn't you go to the company with uncle?" "I'll have the driver take me later." "Are you feeling all right today?" she asked softly, concerned about whether Zhao Chen might have exhausted himself. "I'm fine. But you using such self-destructive methods, who do you think benefits?" Zhao Chen locked eyes with her. Li Miaoxian remained cold and indifferent as usual. In public, she was distant, but in private, she always left Zhao Chen thoroughly exasperated. Her intentions were clear, to drain his energy so he wouldn't have the strength to deal with other women. The driver pulled up, and Zhao Chen set off for the Zhao family's corporate headquarters. Huasheng Group was the largest private enterprise in the country, headquartered in the CBD of Beijing. Arriving in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhao Chen reached the towering headquarters in just over 20 minutes. The skyscraper, surrounded by its own business district, was part of a vast commercial zone entirely owned by Huasheng Group. Everything here belonged to the Zhao family. Standing at the base of the building, Zhao Chen felt a surge of emotion. Living in the family manor, he hadn't fully grasped the scope of his family's influence. But here, he could see it. Ordinary people worked hard to make a living, and Huasheng Group was like a giant tree providing shelter to countless people. In other words, a single decision from him could determine the fate of those rushing into the building. The driver stood by his side, doubling as a bodyguard. "There are 10 minutes until the interviews begin," he reminded. Zhao Chen nodded and walked inside at an unhurried pace, accompanied by senior managers from the HR and logistics departments. The resumes in Zhao Chen's hand were astonishing. For the secretary position, every candidate was a high-achieving, highly attractive woman under 25. "Has recruitment always been like this?" Zhao Chen asked. A senior HR manager leaned closer and said, "Not just us, this is the standard for all major corporations. We do hire male secretaries, but whether they pass the interview is another matter." Zhao Chen chuckled. "What if someone like me applied for the position?" "Young master, you're joking." "Ha ha." Zhao Chen smiled but didn't reply. That young master felt like a slap to his face. He couldn't help but feel a bit insulted by the flattery. Zhao Chen glanced through the profiles of the candidates in his hands and was a bit surprised. He had always wondered what kind of careers top overseas graduates pursued after completing their education. Did they stay abroad working at prestigious financial institutions or start their own businesses? Now, holding these interview resumes, he finally had an answer. Harvard, Oxford, MIT, Yale, every name on the list was from a world-class university, and their educational backgrounds were impressive. What stood out even more were the attached photos. It was obvious that those who came for the interview likely understood the unspoken rules. Zhao Chen didn't comment on it. Now that he was part of this social stratum, there were certain things he could no longer criticize. If he were still from his previous humble background, he might have had a few scathing remarks about the corporate hierarchy and the tactics of the wealthy. But different circumstances shaped different attitudes. Some people believed they could stick to their principles and benefit society, but reality often proved otherwise. Zhao Chen felt that, to some extent, he had become the dragon he once despised. Yet he had no power to change the rules of this social class. Unless he became so powerful that he could do whatever he wanted, but even then, eliminating personal desires would still be a fantasy. It wasn't realistic. When true enjoyment was within reach, who could resist? Unless, of course, they were incapable. In his rush to leave the house, Zhao Chen hadn't dressed the part of an interviewer. Instead, he wore casual, everyday clothes, simple yet expensive. A t-shirt, oversized shorts, and sandals, worth over 40,000 yuan in total, but still far from formal business attire. As he passed the waiting area, Zhao Chen casually scanned the candidates, nodding silently. Their high education and striking looks gave them an undeniably charming aura. Sitting in the interviewer's central seat, Zhao Chen quietly waited. The HR director personally called in the candidates one by one. Zhao Chen liked to ask questions that caught people off guard. He had his own set of standards for evaluation. While everyone here was top-notch in terms of competence and appearance, his final decision often hinged on the first impression they left on him. Some of his questions included: what do you think causes the conflict between perception and behavior? Do you believe hard work and effort truly matter? Share your understanding of contributing to society. Based on your experience, how would you evaluate the role of a secretary? Discuss your views on art. Do you think money holds a dominant position in modern society? How much does personal background influence one's life trajectory? Each woman answered confidently, with unique insights. Some responses surprised Zhao Chen, offering unexpected perspectives. Of course, there were also those who gave empty, cliched answers. Zhao Chen found these responses tiresome, cutting the interviews short and leaving the rest to the HR staff. For those candidates he disliked, Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to shred their resumes and toss them in the trash. This shocked some of the interviewees. The questions from the central interviewer were entirely unanticipated, rendering much of their interview preparation useless. None of them had ever encountered an interview setting like this. It seemed as if the questions were being asked on a whim, with the interviewer evaluating them based solely on whether their answers aligned with his personal values. It felt less like a formal interview and more like matchmaking or selecting a concubine. This thought crossed everyone's mind. Who had the authority to privately select people in this way during the recruitment process at such a major corporation? After completing the interviews, Zhao Chen had made his decision. He called out a name, Chen Yanlan. A young woman in a black dress walked in for the second time and sat before him again. She exuded confidence that radiated from her demeanor, almost to the point of arrogance. What struck Zhao Chen about her responses wasn't their cleverness but their straightforwardness. Despite her composed posture and stunning appearance, her air of self-appreciation was palpable, subtly influencing how those around her perceived her. As Zhao Chen studied her, she calmly adjusted her posture, lightly brushed her hair aside as if to show off her face, and met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. "Guess my identity?" Zhao Chen asked, his tone light and teasing. Chen Yanlan offered a professional smile and responded softly, "You're the son of Huaxing Group's president." Zhao Chen's eyes brightened slightly as he asked, "How did you know?" "You asked me to guess, so I guessed." Her reply was as unadorned as ever. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yanlan frowned slightly. "Is that funny? Did I say something wrong?" She wasn't questioning herself, she was challenging Zhao Chen directly, showing no concern for how this might affect his impression of her. Stanford University, majoring in economics. 3 consecutive years of scholarships. 17 published papers in global economic journals. Voted Tsinghua University's campus beauty in 2018. Most impressively, you were admitted to every program through guaranteed placement, Zhao Chen remarked. Chen Yanlan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Chen posed one final question: describe the highest level of trust. After a moment of thought, the young woman in black replied confidently, "The highest level of trust is unconditional, loyal, and unwavering. It transcends blood relations, involving both physical and spiritual intimacy, unaffected by time or distance." Zhao Chen leaned forward. "And then?" Chen Yanlan looked directly at him and said, "I believe you'll trust me. I don't like changing jobs frequently, nor do I like working under different leaders. I don't care what you believe. I care about what I believe." Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, waiting for her next response. "I'm very obedient," she said simply. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt as though she could see right through him. It was an odd feeling. She was clearly intelligent, yet she presented herself as humble and grounded. This contrast intrigued Zhao Chen. Perhaps it was precisely this combination of traits that had made her so accomplished. Remembering his father's advice to find someone with good genes, Zhao Chen decided he greatly admired Chen's personality. "For now, let's keep it this way. You'll work directly under me. You won't need to come to the company often. It might be demanding, but I'll make sure you're well compensated." "Understood." As Zhao Chen left the interview room, the black-dressed, long-legged Chen Yanlan followed closely behind him. The candidates waiting for their second-round interviews couldn't help but exchange curious glances. So it was true, the young master was here to choose a consort. His domineering act of directly taking someone away felt audacious, as if he ruled the company like his personal domain. Still, many of the candidates envied the girl who now walked confidently at Zhao Chen's side. For them, clinging to a rich and powerful benefactor seemed somewhat beneath them and inconsistent with their identities. However, they were fully aware of why they had such high academic achievements. If there was a shortcut available, why take the long road of struggle? You need to register a company, and think on a grand scale. In the future, my business might grow very large, so you should draft a comprehensive framework for me to review. Focus primarily on industries related to manufacturing and trade, Zhao Chen instructed, eager to turn the idea in his mind into reality. After all, the rewards from the system were incredibly generous. He was already looking forward to the success that seemed so within reach. Should the company be placed under Huaxing Group? Chen Yanlan asked, hitting on the key point. Zhao Chen shook his head. No need. This will be my personal business. I don't lack money, and this company won't go public. It'll be mine alone. Chen Yanlan said nothing. In her eyes, Zhao Chen, at most 18 years old, was like a reckless little brother. She was already 23, and this was just the whim of a younger boy trying to play CEO. Still, as long as she was working for him, she intended to do her best to meet the job requirements. She was about to leave and find a quiet spot to start drafting a plan when Zhao Chun pulled her into the private lounge used by company executives for a more earnest discussion. Why are you so certain that these crops can produce high-quality hybrid seeds? How much are you investing, and how much time will it take to see results? Zhao Chun couldn't reveal the trading system, so he hinted at his confidence. Half a year, and we'll have results. As for the products, you don't need to worry about quality. Before these superior hybrid products officially enter the market, you'll need a stable, long-term project to ensure sustainable revenue, she noted. Chen Yanlan more or less understood. This was a rich heir attempting to turn the industries of his imagination into reality. He wasn't truly starting a business, she was doing it for him. This little brother just wanted the thrill of seeing a successful venture come to life. All right. One more thing, remind me to have a meal with you once a week. You should understand why, Zhao Chen added bluntly. The system's transactions were crucial. If he didn't fully bring her to his side, he wouldn't be able to trust her with this kind of information. Right now, it was seeds, but in the future, it could be secrets from other industries. Zhao Chen couldn't afford to be reduced to a mere tool. This was a critical matter. Zhao Chen believed it was best to establish trust before the seed's superiority was revealed. A trustworthy ally would be invaluable. Though it sounded a bit calculating, this was the reality of the world. If you weren't cautious, failure would be inevitable. Chen Yanlan understood his implication and simply nodded without further comment. Before leaving, Zhao Chen turned back and added, in a few days, go to Jingling. That's where the company will be registered. That's important. He had chosen not to register the company in the Cayman Islands as a sign of respect for his homeland. At this point, Zhao Chen didn't care much about money, he just wanted to create something meaningful. Whether the profits were big or small, he wanted to bring the extraordinary into the world. Zhao Chen informed a supervisor to arrange a private office for Chen Yanlan. She would report only to him, with flexible working hours. After leaving the industrial park, Zhao Chen called his father, Zhao Jichang, to discuss matters concerning bodyguards and drivers. With wealth came fear of death. Zhao Chen had become acutely aware of this. If Zhao Group's business rivals ever decided to target him, what would he do? His father advised taking the route of a professional security company. With proper systems in place, many issues could be dealt with discreetly. Zhao Chen immediately adopted his father's suggestion. He called Chen Yanlan again to ensure everything was clarified. By noon, Zhao Chen received a call from the courier service. The items he had purchased for 200,000 yuan as part of his initial experiments with the system had arrived, over 200 books and a watch. The watch was a 150,000 yuan Audemars Piguet, which Zhao Chen planned to give to his homeroom teacher in Jingling. Regardless of the price or brand, it was a gesture of gratitude. Teachers with genuine integrity were rare in today's society. Returning home to move the books, Zhao Chen worried that Li Miaoxian might throw them out of the house. Luckily, when he got back, he only saw her sitting and watching TV, ignoring his arrival completely. Miaoxian, I bought some books. Should I leave them here or send them to the Jinling house? She seemed annoyed by his interruption, shooting him a cold glare. Why would you leave them here? You're not planning to live here in the future. Alright, as you wish. He made arrangements with the courier. Truthfully, Zhao Chen should have stayed home to keep Miao Xian company. However, he had promised his father yesterday to find a capable secretary, so he had to visit the company. Now that he was back, Miao Xian's attitude toward him remained icy, with no sign of reconciliation. It became clear to Zhao Chen that her morning remark, "Why haven't you gone to the company to pick a secretary yet?" wasn't a question, it was sarcasm. Her tone implied, "Go ahead, find your new fling. Don't waste time." Realizing this, Zhao Chen felt it was already too late to fix things. He thickened his skin, moved closer to her, leaned in by her ear, and lowered his voice. "Still hurt? Want me to massage it for you?" He thought his teasing comment might shift her icy demeanor to a mix of anger and embarrassment. But no. Miao Xian's expression remained cold, as if she hadn't even heard him. Zhao Chen was left completely ignored. There was no helping it. After all, he was the one who had taken advantage, even if he had been left utterly drained in the process. He had to pamper her a little. Forcing a smile, Zhao Chen positioned himself in front of Miao Xian, blocking her view of the TV. She rarely watched television, so it seemed she was doing so only because her legs were sore, and Zhao Chen wasn't around to keep her company. Seeing his persistent smile, her cold eyes flickered slightly but still didn't soften. After 2 minutes of silent staring, she finally gave in to his shamelessness. "So, did the secretary meet your expectations?" Her soft voice saying brother made Zhao Chen shiver, his skin covered in goosebumps. Smiling stiffly, he replied, "Well, one of them seems okay. Not exactly my ideal, but I'll keep looking to be sure. Honestly, though, I don't even need a secretary. If you tell me not to hire one, I'll stop immediately, even if it means walking through fire and water for you. Let me tell you a secret. This whole secretary business was my dad's idea." To his surprise, Miao Xian smiled. Li Miaoxian's smile was beautiful, but to Zhao Chen, it felt a bit unsettling. He had a nagging feeling that she was up to something. Sure enough, she spoke. "Really? Of course it's true. How could I come up with such devious schemes? I wouldn't even think of them." Her smile deepened as she leaned closer to Zhao Chen's ear and whispered, "I'll ask Auntie later. I'll check with her to see if Uncle is that kind of person." Zhao Chen's face darkened. If his mother found out about his father's misdeeds, given Zhao Jichang's fear of his wife, he would likely deny everything. Not only that, to save face in front of his future daughter-in-law, his father might even turn the blame onto Zhao Chen. "You're blocking my view of the TV, Chen." Zhao Chen reluctantly sat beside her, speaking gently. "I had planned to spend today with you. But I really want to get the company up and running quickly, so I ended up neglecting you." Li Miaoxian's smile slowly faded. She stared into Zhao Chen's eyes for a long moment before sighing softly. "It's good that you're making progress with your business. But you need to pace yourself and act cautiously. Our family's industry is vast, but even it can't handle reckless decisions. Chen, you need to remember that. As for finding women, weren't you drained enough last night?" she said through gritted teeth, clearly frustrated with Zhao Chen's indulgent tendencies. It seemed her way of keeping his attention focused on her was through exhaustion. Her comment only irritated Zhao Chen further. He replied, half scolding, "Don't you realize it was your first time? Hurting yourself just to hurt me, if it leaves lasting damage, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Li Miaoxian fell silent, resting her head lightly on Zhao Chen's shoulder. Although there hadn't been any intimacy last night, their closeness now felt like a way of quietly supporting each other. "I need to go back to Jinling soon." "What about you?" Zhao Chen asked. "I'll go with you." Her cold gaze and calm demeanor, coupled with her gentle words, left Zhao Chen with no reason to say more. It was only natural for a newly married couple to stay together, especially after just discovering the pleasures of being a couple. Wang Qian had left earlier for a social gathering with Beijing's elite ladies, supposedly to attend a vanilla scent appreciation event. After preparing breakfast, she had dressed up and departed. For lunch, Zhao Chen had to head to the kitchen, though he simply supervised the chefs rather than cook himself. What kind of young master cooks every day? He consoled himself. The truth was, while Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian had been getting cozy earlier, he had made the mistake of touching her. She reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, raising her sore leg to kick him away despite the pain. "It's broad daylight. Do that again, and you won't be sleeping in bed tonight." Zhao Chen got the message loud and clear. During the day, Li Miaoxian maintained her proper and serious demeanor. She had successfully stopped and warned him the first time he attempted anything during the daytime, even enduring discomfort to make her point. "Lunch is ready." Zhao Chen brought the dishes to the table, wearing an apron. After setting everything down, he removed the apron and walked over to gently support Li Miaoxian's arm. "Come try my cooking." Li Miaoxian nodded indifferently, not exposing his bluff. She let him ramble on about how he had supposedly cooked each dish, even though his explanation sounded believable enough to fool most girls. In truth, Zhao Chen's cooking experience had only ever involved salt, oil, and vinegar, maybe soy sauce on a good day. Li Miaoxian didn't believe for a second that he had mastered such a variety of dishes in just 2 days. Still, his effort to act the part was endearing. Their lunch was abundant and delicious. Midway through the meal, Zhao Chen's phone rang. The caller ID read Qin Yanlan. The phone was placed between Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian. Instead of answering immediately, Zhao Chen used his chopsticks to pick up some food for his plate. "Miaoxian, can you answer it for me?" Guilty conscience, she teased lightly but still picked up the phone. "Hello, the preliminary business plan is ready. We can register in Jinling anytime. I've sent the proposal to you, and you'll need to name the company," said the voice on the other end. "Got it," replied Li Miaoxian softly. There was a pause on the other side before the caller asked nervously, "Excuse me, who is this?" "Isn't this Zhao Chen's phone? I'm his fiancee." "He's eating and can't answer the phone," Li Miaoxian said evenly, her tone calm as always. While taking the call, she opened the messaging app on Zhao Chen's phone to find the proposal sent by his secretary. She put down her chopsticks and spoon to review it carefully. There was silence on the other end of the call. Unsure of what to do, the caller hesitated, seemingly at a loss. Eventually, after overhearing Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian speaking, the caller quickly said, "As long as the boss approves the plan, the company can be established in Jinling." With that, the caller hung up without waiting for Zhao Chen's response. After lunch, Zhao Chen reviewed the proposal. It was detailed, addressing many issues he hadn't even considered, such as networking, office leasing, talent recruitment, and financial estimates. Despite being written in just a few hours, it outlined a solid framework. Regarding the optimization and cultivation of high-quality hybrid seeds, the secretary hadn't planned much, likely finding Zhao Chen's ideas laughable. Still, her thoughts were pragmatic. To her, a rich heir admiring heroic ideals, wanting to pursue research, benefit society, and build an industrial empire was harmless and even admirable. Whether successful or not didn't matter. As long as Zhao Chen wanted to do it, she would follow his lead. After all, working on this was far better than wasting time on gambling, chasing celebrities, or womanizing. Her assessment of Zhao Chen, a good person, though a bit childish and overly ambitious. By the time Zhao Chen finished reviewing the proposal, 2 excellent employees from the group had arrived at the estate, high-level executives sent by Zhao Zichang to assist his son. After all, what kind of young master doesn't have a few talented advisors by his side? Zhao Zichang, with his sharp business acumen, had selected 2 top talents from Huaxing Group's management to guide Zhao Chen, Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan. Zhao Chen greeted them warmly, though formalities weren't necessary. Both wore glasses and appeared studious, though their occasional sharp glances hinted at their intelligence. It was as if their presence silently conveyed, "We're really good at what we do." After brief introductions, Zhao Chen learned their names and prepared for the afternoon flight, which had already been arranged. A tow truck had arrived at the estate, ready to transport his cars, a Ferrari Enzo, a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, a Cullinan, and one of the family's extended Phantom models. Driving off in one of Dad's Rolls Royces, he probably wouldn't mind. After all, he's so generous, this is nothing to him. The cars were all being shipped to Jinling, the city where Zhao Chen would attend school, build his empire, and achieve greatness. With the transporters lined up, even Li Miaoxian's cars had arrived, delivered by her family. A white Bentley Continental GT and a Ferrari LaFerrari. Zhao Chen was so busy that he barely had a moment to catch his breath. Between moving things back and forth and brainstorming a name for his company, there was no time to relax. Upstairs, he had to haul down over a dozen property deeds, each in their distinctive red folders, to put into a briefcase. The weight was almost unbearable, but he had no choice but to carry them himself. 5 villas in Jinling, 5 villas in Shanghai, the King Villa his family had bought him in Jinling, and even a courtyard residence his aunt had arranged for him near the Second Ring Road in Beijing, one he hadn't even visited yet. Oh, and the watches Zhao Zichang had gifted him, they also had to be packed. By the time he arrived in Jinling that night, chances were he wouldn't be able to move into the new villa right away. He might need to spend the night in a hotel. Fortunately, the Li family owned 2 major hotels in Jinling, giving them a reliable place to stay. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was still packing a few toiletries, worried the hotel's amenities wouldn't meet her standards. The transport trucks carrying the luxury cars began their slow journey to Jinling. Zhao Chen took a moment to call by Wan Ning, letting her know he was leaving Beijing and asking her to visit him in Jinling after her summer camp ended. Not long after, Chen Yanlan arrived late, immediately joining Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan to discuss company matters. Standing nearby, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at her lightning-fast typing speed as her fingers flew across the keyboard. Her skills are incredible. This girl has a bright future ahead of her. While the others worked, Zhao Chen took the opportunity to head upstairs and nap with Li Miaoxian. She woke up around 4 p.m., refreshed from her rest. Outside, the sound of a helicopter filled the courtyard. Zhao Chen, Li Miaoxian, Chen Yanlan, Wang Ming, and Ma Ziyuan boarded the helicopter, which flew them straight to Beijing Airport, where the Zhao family's Gulfstream private jet awaited. Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan walked closely behind Zhao Chen, one carrying a case of property deeds and the other a case of watches. On board, Zhao Chen sat with Li Miaoxian while the three others worked quietly on their laptops, drafting plans and preparing for the next steps of the business. Although Zhao Chen was rushing things, the three appreciated his efficiency. They liked having a boss who valued results. As Zhao Chen held Li Miaoxian, his gaze wandered into the clouds. If someone were to call you an agricultural technology hero, would you accept the title? He asked her, curious about her thoughts. If she were willing, letting the credit for the seed project go to her wouldn't be a bad thing. Once the 3 hybrid seeds were introduced, the leading researcher would undoubtedly gain immense recognition, wealth, and status, becoming the center of attention. Honor and prestige were tempting rewards. Li Miaoxian's cold eyes followed Zhao Chen's, gazing at the scattered, free-floating clouds. She replied softly, "Do you also imagine I could earn titles like scientist, inventor, physicist, chemist, or writer?" Zhao Chen froze for a moment before hastily explaining, "Miaoxian, I'm not lying to you." I believe you." Li Miaoxian was sharp. She knew that if she called out Zhao Chen's unrealistic ideas, it would upset him. He'd argue endlessly to prove himself. She wouldn't allow that. So instead, she immediately claimed to believe him. Zhao Chen had been ready to launch into a spirited defense, but her calm agreement completely deflated him. It was like throwing a punch into cotton, unsatisfying and frustrating. "Miaoxian, I'm really not imagining things." Chen, I believe you. Do I seem like the type to fantasize? I wouldn't act recklessly unless I was absolutely confident. Nodding slightly, she leaned her head against his chest. Her figure was slender and delicate. If Zhao Zichai knew that Zhao Chen's entrepreneurial plans revolved around such intangible ideas, he would never allow him to proceed, let alone move to Jinling to start fresh. Hybrid potatoes, wheat, and corn? Only Zhao Chen could come up with such a thing. Other young masters spent their time creating clubs, esports teams, nightclubs, or luxury car dealerships. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, was focused on projects that offered little immediate reward. Never mind whether the seeds could be successfully cultivated, just the time required to develop them would be enough to exhaust him. She wished Zhao Chen would focus on mastering his role as a young master first. Get the basics right before chasing dreams, don't put the cart before the horse. The plane landed. The Li family's hotel staff greeted them with Maybach cars to take them to the hotel. The presidential suite on the top floor became their temporary home. Returning to Jinling, the city where Zhao Chen had spent over a decade of his life, felt familiar yet different. Now, he was coming back as a wealthy young master. It felt like a triumphant return. He decided to keep a low profile, staying in the suite priced at over 80,000 yuan per night and leaving the other 3 to handle business matters. Having spent years in the workplace, Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan kept their distance from Zhao Chen's secretary. Learning that she was Zhao Chen's personal assistant made them even more cautious around her and Zhao Chen's fiancé, worried that one wrong move could ruin their careers. Meanwhile, the recruitment postings had gone live online. Li Miaoxian quietly asked Zhao Chen, "This seed project you're working on, it's a dead end financially. The funding won't last long. Shouldn't you find another way to generate some income?" "Just enough to break even." Zhao Chen nodded. "The next step is to build a photolithography machine." This time, Li Miaoxian simply pretended not to hear him. But Zhao Chen continued to fantasize. "If we have the schematics, we could replicate a photolithography machine in 3 months. Still, we'll need a profitable project before then." Inside his head, Zhao Chen activated the system. "How much for photolithography machine schematics and manufacturing? Initial price, 20,000 yuan. Hashtag. How much for high-quality, non-depleting batteries and their production methods? Initial price, 10,000 yuan. Hashtag. Replacing oil with electric energy wasn't far off. Even if oil-powered cars couldn't be completely replaced, the reputation of such batteries would shake the automobile industry to its core. But it wasn't an immediate source of profit. How's the price of gold? Zhao Chen asked. Initial price, 50 yuan per gram, with a limit of 1 ton. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was so excited that he nearly started trembling, almost scaring Li Miaoxian. He quietly noted the price, planning to trade with the system once his villa was ready. With proper handling, he could make over 300 yuan per gram of gold. Trying to keep calm, Zhao Chen turned to Li Miaoxian. I've realized something. What is it? She asked, turning her head slightly to look at him. I think I'm a business genius. Seriously. Who says using cheats doesn't make you a hero? Who praises themselves like that? Calling yourself a business genius? Li Miaoxian remained expressionless, not even bothering to acknowledge Zhao Chen. She figured that one day, after he lost money in business and quietly returned home to inherit the family fortune, he might finally understand. In youth, you don't appreciate the value of inheritance and mistakenly think starting a business is the real treasure. By the time regret sets in, it will be too late. Deep down, Li Miaoxian had her own principles. As the rightful wife, she would assist her husband, raise the family, and oversee everything big or small. Even if Zhao Chen's ventures were frivolous, she'd keep an eye on them to ensure he didn't suffer losses. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was doing some mental math. A ton of gold would yield a profit of roughly 300 million yuan. This was just the initial exchange price. Gold was a stable form of wealth, suitable for reserves or for entering the jewelry business. With gold priced at 50 yuan per gram, it was practically guaranteed profit. Who am I kidding? With gold, I'll never lose. But as he thought more about it, Zhao Chen realized that randomly pursuing ideas without a clear direction felt unreliable, even to himself. His energy was limited, so it made more sense to focus on a few industries with potential for long-term profits. He wasn't upset about the skepticism from those around him. Not everyone could understand the system that let him conjure items out of thin air. No need to explain, better to just enjoy the satisfaction of proving them wrong. Li Miaoxian was resting. She had been thoroughly exhausted the night before and hadn't gotten much sleep in the morning, so she needed to catch up now. Zhao Chen didn't disturb her. Meanwhile, he watched as the 3 people on his team left hurriedly with their bags, likely having already scheduled meetings with clients or relevant agencies. They're working so hard to help me start my business, makes me want to cry. As Zhao Chen left the hotel and sat in the car, still pondering his path to wealth, the voice in his head spoke again. Recommended industries for the plan: technology, healthcare, jewelry, automobiles, services. Hashtag. Current suggestions: photolithography machines, anti-cancer drugs, luxury jewelry, new energy vehicles, global hotel chains. Hashtag. Please select a direction that suits you. Hashtag. Zhao Chen froze. Just looking at these options made his thoughts race. Not bad. If one industry doesn't pan out, there are others to complement it. Something will work in the long run. What Zhao Chen didn't yet realize was the seriousness of the situation. He might have to explore all these industries, integrate them, and manage them as a conglomerate. Money wasn't his primary goal. He simply wanted to give himself something meaningful to do in his otherwise leisurely life. He didn't need to be hands-on, his team could handle it. Why not enjoy life instead? By the time they entered the city, Li Miaoxian was fully refreshed. Since they'd be moving into a new home the next day, she dragged Zhao Chen to the supermarket, insisting that they couldn't move in without basic supplies. This was, in fact, her first real grocery trip without any worries about money. After a while, Zhao Chen realized he'd been duped. This wasn't shopping for essentials, it was accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. Granted, the items were practical, but the prices were outrageous. A bottle of vinegar, 4,800 yuan. A small bottle of Tsingtao beer, 168 yuan each. She grabbed 10 bottles, claiming they had a smooth and mellow taste. 3 plates, not gold or silver, just decorative ceramics, cost 5,300 yuan. 2 shoehorns, 990 yuan. A set of 5 tie clips, 19,000 yuan. At this point, Zhao Chen wasn't even surprised. This supermarket clearly wasn't meant for ordinary people. It was tailored for the affluent and their extravagant lifestyles. When Zhao Chen saw a set of kitchen condiment bottles priced at over 30,000 yuan, he muttered under his breath, "I'll lose my mind at this rate." Grabbing her hand, he asked seriously, "Why are you spending so much today?" Li Miaoxian looked at him, confused. "What? Haven't I always spent like this?" They locked eyes for a moment. After a deep breath, her delicate collarbone rose slightly as she calmly replied, "I've been spending like this since I was young. In fact, since you're with me today, I picked the cheaper options to make it easier for you to accept." Zhao Chen forced a smile, turned around, and let her pull him along, pretending he hadn't said anything. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Li Miaoxian no longer hid her usual shopping habits. She bought an entire collection of bear bricks, large, small, colorful, for over 300,000 yuan. Then she casually purchased a small painting by an unknown artist, claiming to see artistic value in it. That cost over 250,000 yuan. The painting? Just a canvas filled with messy, scribbled lines. And then came the truly absurd purchases: faucets and toilets. She dismissed the 24-karat gold ones as too flashy and opted for rose gold faucets instead. A toilet priced at 110,000 yuan. She explained that it was highly advanced and the same model as the one in their Beijing home. Zhao Chen resisted the urge to ask if the toilet could also perform surgery. Ridiculous. Despite the absurdity, her shopping spree opened Zhao Chen's eyes to the luxurious side of life. She showed him how the wealthy truly lived, introducing him to the opulence of high society. It was nice, though a bit overwhelming, like standing in front of an open window, only for the wind to nearly knock him over. Next came the fruits. Zhao Chen never imagined spending 1,800 yuan on a single bunch of grapes. 2 cantaloupes? 1,500 yuan. A few lemons, oranges, and a small bag of tangerines? 5,500 yuan. Zhao Chen now understood why some women mocked men as cheap or unworthy in online arguments. It's true. With a wife like this, how could a man survive on a regular salary? Even 50,000 yuan a month wouldn't cut it. Heck, even 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough. No wonder some women called men frogs dreaming of eating swan meat. Wrapping his arm gently around Li Miaoxian's waist, Zhao Chen continued strolling through the supermarket. One perk of such luxury stores was the attentive service. Staff members followed them around, carrying their purchases, sparing Zhao Chen from any heavy lifting. For those who complained about the exhaustion of shopping with their girlfriends, maybe they should reflect on why they weren't bringing them to high-end stores like this. While browsing, Zhao Chen noticed a golden spatula intended for cooking priced at 13,000 yuan. He decided to buy it. He also spotted a ramen pot with a jade inlaid handle. Why? He had no idea. Finally, he purchased a mattress for 130,000 yuan, worried that Li Miaoxian wouldn't sleep well otherwise. To his relief, the mattress was extremely soft and comfortable. As Zhao Chen considered buying her some clothes and bags, Li Miaoxian leaned in and whispered, "Actually, this Ginza supermarket is owned by my family." Her soft voice continued, "As for clothes and bags, my family custom orders high-end, private designs. Every season's new releases and classics are delivered directly to our home. We already have too much." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. "Your own supermarket, and you can't have things delivered? My legs are going numb from all this walking." The gap between people is sometimes wider than the gap between people and pigs. Although Zhao Chen was somewhat mentally prepared, when Li Miaoxian displayed her extravagance, he felt as though he were dreaming. The two returned to the hotel. All their shopping had already been delivered to the new house, where temporary housekeepers were cleaning and organizing. The bathtub in their hotel suite was framed by large floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a stunning view of Jinling's bright and majestic nighttime skyline. Zhao Chen's gaze drifted in a particular direction, the small old streets and alleys where he had lived for over a decade. Back there, he didn't even have a place to shower. Now, not only did he have a place to bathe, but he could also relax in a bathtub while holding someone. The contrast felt surreal, like a dream. One life above the clouds, one buried underground. Zhao Chen decided to etch the hardships of his past deeply into his memory. Not for anything else, but so that if he ever became inhumanly wealthy and indulgent, he could recall his previous struggles and cherish his good fortune. He never wanted to go back to that life. This was a quiet, self-imposed reminder. "You're crushing me," Li Miaoxian murmured with mild displeasure. You're the one who wanted it this way. I told you to lie on top of me from the beginning. Tomorrow, let's order a supersized bathtub big enough for 2 people to lie in comfortably." Zhao Chen was at a loss for words. Why do they even make double bathtubs so small? Soft beauty in his arms, a dazzling night view outside, rose petals scattered in the bathtub, fresh chilled fruit on the side table, and a TV mounted opposite them, though it was turned off. They should sleep early, Zhao Chen reminded himself. He couldn't let her have her way again. They weren't in their 30s or 40s yet, and she was already going all out to assert her status as the household's queen. If this continued, he'd waste away. A few days ago, Zhao Chen received his college acceptance letter. His biological parents had summoned him home, but his class advisor hadn't yet hosted the traditional farewell dinner for the top students in his graduating class. Unlike casual class reunions, farewell dinners marked the end of high school and were a nostalgic celebration of youth. They held a certain meaning, though not overwhelmingly significant. Zhao Chen had graduated as the second highest ranking student in the class. The class advisor personally invited him to attend, not just for himself but also as a representative for Ning, his companion for the past 3 years. Everyone knew Zhao Chen came from poverty. Despite his hardships, he was well liked. Smart, kind, and highly empathetic, he would often finish his homework and let others copy it. His financial struggles were no secret, but his classmates were genuinely happy for him when he got into a prestigious university. They hoped he would seize this opportunity to change his fate. A few of the boys had even planned to discreetly pool money during the farewell dinner to help Zhao Chen, fearing he might struggle to afford meals in college. They had no idea he'd found his biological parents and was now living in wealth. The morning of the dinner, Zhao Chen noticed messages in the class group chat. His class advisor had tagged him, and he knew he couldn't skip the event. "Chen, I'm coming too," Li Miaoxian declared from bed, stretching her voice dramatically. As expected, they had partied late into the night again. "Stop messing around. It's a farewell dinner for my classmates. What would you even do there?" "No, I'm going. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll help you show them up and slap their faces until it stings." Zhao Chen shot her a helpless smile from a distance. "You've been reading too many novels. My classmates are nice. You don't need to worry, and the class advisor will be there too." As he shaved, his sharp features became even more striking. Li Miaoxian stayed silent, and Zhao Chen assumed she had given up. But a second later, her voice rang out again. "Yesterday, some dog told me this was our honeymoon period and said they'd stay with me. And now, ugh, what a heartless man, a scumbag, a liar." She began throwing pillows. After a few light punches, she angrily tossed one to the floor to vent her frustration. In that moment, all her usual cold elegance vanished. Zhao Chen sighed internally. If she were plain-looking or average, he wouldn't mind bringing her along to meet his high school friends. But her stunning beauty would make people assume she was a rented girlfriend. To complicate matters, many of his classmates knew about his relationship with Ning. If they saw him with someone else, they'd bombard him with questions. Ning was adored, who would dare betray her? He suspected that Li Miaoxian was intentionally putting him in a tough spot. Knowing her, she probably anticipated the awkwardness but insisted on tagging along anyway. Fine. Let them say whatever they want. He couldn't bear to let her keep calling him a scumbag. When Zhao Chen finally agreed, Li Miaoxian jumped out of bed in excitement. After washing up and dressing, she chose a strapless black and white gown adorned with black pearls and paired it with an ocean heart sapphire necklace. Zhao Chen had no doubt it was real, the sapphire sparkled vividly. A 30,000 yuan dress, a nearly 1 million yuan necklace, high heels, she looked every bit the image of a wealthy socialite. And this was the woman he'd be taking to eat at a roadside stall for lunch? When he asked her why, she replied smugly, "I just want to stand out." He understood. She was going to flaunt, though her approach was a bit extreme. Fortunately, her face was naturally fresh and pure, untouched by heavy makeup. Otherwise, people might assume she was an escort. Zhao Chen made a low-profile choice, plain white t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. They headed to the farewell dinner. Before leaving, Zhao Chen asked the class advisor if he could bring an extra guest. From the responses in the group chat, he could practically hear the boys shouting over the phone, of course. The dinner was held at a modest hotel. Zhao Chen wanted to secretly pay the bill, but the thought of his classmates fawning over him uncomfortably convinced him to keep a low profile and act as he always had. At the dinner, Zhao Chen handed his class advisor a watch he'd prepared, one worth 150,000 yuan but deliberately scuffed to appear second-hand. After inspecting it to ensure it wasn't brand new, the advisor accepted it with a smile. When Zhao Chen arrived, he instantly blended in with his friends, laughing and hugging. Even some of the more playful girls couldn't resist teasing him, enjoying the sight of his shy and helpless expressions. Then, Li Miaoxian emerged from the restroom. The room fell silent. The boys stared, captivated by her beauty. Even the girls couldn't hide the sparkle of admiration in their eyes. After a long pause, Li Miaoxian calmly walked over and stood slightly behind Zhao Chun, her cold expression intact. Yet her positioning made it clear to everyone she was with him. All eyes shifted to Zhao Chen, silently begging him for an introduction. But Zhao Chen refused to speak, stubbornly holding his tongue. Finally, one of the boys couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Zhao, aren't you going to introduce her?" Zhao Chen forced a smile, stammering nervously, she's my mom, ow." Li Miaoxian had already twisted the skin on his waist. Li Miaoxian always seemed to enjoy joking about her future happiness. Why did she always pinch his waist? What if she hit his kidney? At this moment, the murderous look in her eyes genuinely frightened Zhao Chun. She looked as if she was about to devour someone. Zhao Chun frowned and quickly corrected himself. "This is my, mother's recommended daughter-in-law. No, I mean the girl my mom introduced to me. No, wait, I mean she's the girlfriend my mom introduced me to." The room of classmates was left utterly baffled. First, she was his mom. Then, his daughter-in-law. Then, someone for my partner. Finally, my girlfriend. The sheer amount of information made everyone's heads spin. Fortunately, Zhao Chen clarified things with his final statement. Even so, the confusion lingered in the air. Zhao Chen awkwardly coughed and grabbed Li Miaoxian's hand. That one gesture said more than words ever could. Zhao Chen forced a bitter smile. His former classmates' expressions were a mix of shock, curiosity, and disbelief. "She's this beautiful, and your girlfriend?" One thought, however, dominated the room. "Zhao Chen, weren't you an orphan? Where'd you get a mom? Stolen? Adopted? Or, did you somehow reconnect with your biological parents?" Their expressions were rich and complex, part astonishment, part doubt, and, for a few, a sense of betrayal. For them, the most pressing question wasn't even about the beautiful girl beside Zhao Chen. "Where is Bai Wan Ning?" Among the boys, some were visibly upset. In their hearts, Bai Wan Ning was untouchable, the kind, gentle classmate who deserved nothing but the best. "Zhao, you'd better admit you broke up with her. Because if you haven't, it means none of us have a shot with her." Finally, one of the boys couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. "Where's Bai Wan Ning?" Zhao Chen paused. She's in Beijing." The boy, clearly nervous, asked carefully, "Did you two break up?" Zhao Chen's answer was nonchalant. "No, we didn't." The boy's face lit up with hope, but just as he was about to cheer, Zhao Chen's words registered, "No, we didn't." The entire room fell silent. "What? You're still together? Then why are you here with another girlfriend?" Zhao Chen blinked. How is that a problem?" Stunned silence. The collective gasps in the room sounded like a chorus of disbelief. The classmates couldn't believe their ears. Zhao Chen, the top student, had said something so shockingly audacious that it shook them to their core. To them, such a statement seemed utterly devoid of basic decency. And yet, there it was. Who could reject someone like Bai Wan Ning? Some of the girls refused to believe it. They approached Zhao Chen, pointing at Li Miaoxian. "Does she even know she's your girlfriend?" one asked, her tone sharp. Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Li Miaoxian leaned into his embrace, her thin frame pressing against him. She smiled faintly, glancing at the questioning girls. The boys in the room chuckled nervously and began frantically texting Bai Wan Ning. "First come, first served. Zhao doesn't know what he's got. His new girlfriend is okay, but Bai Wan Ning is a goddess." The class advisor eventually stepped in to quell the chaos, giving Zhao Chen an out. "People sometimes get lost in their fantasies. My advice is to stay grounded, take life one step at a time, and not aim too high." Zhao Chen smiled faintly. "Oh, sure. I see how it is. I'm honest, but all you do is doubt and accuse me. Fine. I admit it. I'm a philanderer." The farewell dinner was a simple affair: crayfish, beer, oysters, clams, braised beef, and pork trotters. No grandiosity. When Li Miaoxian rolled up her sleeves and dove into her meal, her elegance clashed hilariously with her enthusiastic eating. Zhao Chen had worried she wouldn't be used to the food, but she ate with gusto, relishing every bite. Soon, she even bonded with his female classmates, easily joining their conversation with her sharp wit and charm. Zhao Chen finally understood why she had insisted on coming. She was here to take over. As the beer flowed, the boys began boasting about their dreams and ambitions. "I don't need much in this life, just 1 billion yuan, and I'll be satisfied. Only $1 billion? No ambition. I want a mansion in Jinling's city center. That alone is worth over $1 billion. A mansion? Ha! What's the point of money without love? Me? I want at least 2 concubines. Ew, came a chorus of mocking jeers. Others chimed in. For my future kids, I want to secure a Beijing household registration. I want to be an entrepreneur, constantly reinvesting my earnings. I'll be a true wealth chaser. I want to have lunch with Zhao Zhichang, the wealthiest man in the country. I just want a supercar. I want a girlfriend, mumbled a shy boy, drawing immediate ridicule. Embarrassed, he asked, wait, are all of you in relationships already? Suddenly, the room went silent. As they watched Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian feeding each other, a few classmates began to feel that the dinner was losing its appeal. Still, they couldn't just ignore Zhao Chen. One of the boys interrupted, hey, Zhao, what's your dream? Zhao Chen scratched his head awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. After some hesitation, he answered, I just want to wake up naturally every day. I'd like to come home late at night to find a warm meal waiting for me. In winter, I want someone to warm my cold feet in bed. I want every meal to have 4 dishes and a soup. And I just want to earn enough to support my family. His classmates were dumbfounded. His dreams were so simple, so mundane, almost pitiful. Sigh, maybe that's just the mindset of an orphan, they thought. They couldn't blame him, perhaps this was just the result of his circumstances. Zhao Chen noticed their sympathetic expressions and couldn't help but sigh internally. Actually, I already have everything you've mentioned. My life is fine. Even better, really. The most ironic part was when someone said, I want to have lunch with Zhao Zhichang. Zhao Zhichang, CEO of Huaxing Group and the nation's wealthiest man in 2019. Just a moment ago, Zhao Chen had looked up something on his phone. Turns out, the richest man in the country is my dad. Zhao Chen felt that an invisible gap seemed to have quietly formed between him and them. He hadn't changed much, and neither had they. The only thing that had changed was the background to his life. With just the simplest main color, he could help them achieve their lifelong dreams in just one day. Though it seemed unbelievable, it was the truth. I'm not bragging, I really did have lunch with Zhao Zhichang. I really own a few supercars, I really have several villas in Jinling, I really have a household registration in the capital, I really have a girlfriend and a fiancé, I really have billions, and I really can start a business at any time. I'm genuinely helpless, my life and your dreams don't clash. I'm truly sorry. At that moment, Li Miaoxian's previously aloof and indifferent gaze became a little lively and subtle. She stared at Zhao Chen, watching his lips move, wondering how he would respond to the mild condescension of his classmates. Zhao Chen just smiled lightly, picked up the bottle of wine, and filled his brother's glasses one by one. I'm an ordinary person, and my thoughts are simple. Today, we're all gathered here. Maybe we're just boasting, but 5, 10, or 20 years from now, some of us will surely be leaders in our fields, highly knowledgeable, or powerful figures. As long as we keep dreaming, keep moving forward, and don't live aimlessly, I believe everyone's dreams will come true. After saying this, Zhao Chen downed his drink in one go. The beer flowed down his throat and chest. No one spoke for a moment, they all silently drank. They were all young and inexperienced, not capable of handling too much alcohol. After a big glass of beer, their faces turned red, their boasts grew wilder, and their gestures more uninhibited. They cried if they wanted to cry, laughed if they wanted to laugh, and hugged each other without leaving regrets. Zhao Chen, however, found himself surrounded by several girls in his class, each filled with bittersweet nostalgia for their youth. Li Miaoxian stood off to the side, her face darkened with displeasure. Isn't this just bullying an honest man, she muttered to herself. Even though she wanted to march over, pull Zhao Chen away, and twist a rose into his waist, she held herself back with dignity. Smiling faintly, she watched her man get hugged by one girl after another. The gathering continued. From time to time, Zhao Chen glanced toward the door. His closest friend from high school hadn't arrived yet. Just days ago, they were both working construction, hauling bricks. Then, Zhao Chen had silently left, while his friend kept working on the site. He was probably asking the foreman for time off. Zhao Chen kept his eyes on the door. Suddenly, a thin figure rushed in from outside. Ma Xiao. Over here. Ma Xiao, Zhao Chen's best buddy, was tall at 1.8 meters but painfully skinny, weighing less than 50 kilograms. Everyone stood up to greet him, making room. Ma Xiao squeezed in beside Zhao Chen, clenched his fist, gave Zhao a light punch on the shoulder, and then reached for the plate of beef on the table with his bony hands. Zhao, where've you been getting rich? Didn't even take me with you? You haven't shown up on site for 2 or 3 days. I thought you starved to death at home. His sunken eyes darted around as he stuffed beef into his mouth, swallowing it without tasting anything, just to fill his stomach. Zhao Chen sighed softly. He had made it out of hardship, but Ma Xiao hadn't. Ma Xiao's parents were still alive but bedridden, making him no better off than an orphan. At school, they were classmates. At the construction site, they were co-workers. At the dinner table, they were friends. Zhao Chen hadn't yet figured out how to help Ma Xiao directly. Ma Xiao was stubborn, he would never accept pity. He would rather starve than accept a free meal. Zhao Chen knew this. The two of them ate and drank, ignoring the others. Rarely did they have the chance to eat and drink so freely, aside from communal meals. As they drank more, their faces flushed, and Li Miaoxian frowned as she poured their wine. She sat beside them, keeping watch, afraid that they'd pass out and play dead on the floor. When Li Miaoxian refilled their glasses again, Ma Xiao looked up at her and froze. Who's this? My girlfriend. Really? Of course. 100% legit. Wow, Zhao. You're the man. I told you a guy packing 18 centimeters is irresistible. Ma Xiao, drunk, was rambling nonsense. Zhao Chen laughed. His laughter annoyed Li Miaoxian, who smacked him twice on the face. Still proud of yourself, huh? She stopped pouring their drinks. Before leaving, she kicked Zhao Chen's chair and said, "Go ahead, fall asleep on the floor. Sitting there disgusts me." Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao chuckled for 10 more minutes before starting to hiccup like fountains. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Zhao Chen spoke softly, "Let me tell you something, I've found a way to make money. 10,000 a month. Want in? Give me a straight answer." Ma Xiao's eyes lit up. He slammed the table with a thin hand and exclaimed, "Damn it. I knew you were destined for greatness. As long as it doesn't go against socialism's core values, I'm in." "Good, it's a deal. We're going to make it big together." It was worth mentioning that Ma Xiao had also gotten into Nanjing University. Though his grades weren't as high as Zhao Chen's and they weren't in the same program, they cherished their friendship. Zhao Chen planned to have Ma Xiao assist the 3 people helping him start his business, doing tasks like cleaning the office, shredding documents, and making coffee. It wasn't practical to hand him tens of thousands outright. Ma Xiao wouldn't take it. Meanwhile, their drunken classmates were sprawled across tables. Even the class teacher, dragged into drinking, was unconscious. Zhao Chen stumbled around, trying to help the old man into a taxi, but they both collapsed to the ground. Li Miaoxian was exasperated. Why does he act tough when he can't hold his liquor? Do men care about face that much? The drunk male classmates, hearing someone suggest taking photos, jumped up immediately, striking heroic poses despite their dizziness. After sending off their classmates with a forced smile, Li Miaoxian's expression turned cold. She woke Zhao Chen up with a shove. "Are you drunk?" "I'm not drunk. I can drink more. Everyone's gone." "Really?" They laughed. Zhao Chen opened his eyes slightly, looking around the empty room. He gave Li Miaoxian a wry smile as she helped him to the garage and drove to their new villa. The last thing Zhao Chen remembered was how Ma Zhao's hands trembled when he heard about earning 10,000 a month. No one is completely heartless. Even though Ma Xiao was adamant about not accepting charity, it was impossible for him not to feel excited when he heard that he could earn over 10,000 yuan a month. With both of his parents bedridden, his life was even tougher than Zhao Chen's. Zhao Chen, being empathetic, understood Ma Zhao's situation well. The key difference between them was that Zhao Chen's biological parents had found him, while Ma Xiao was still mired in hardship. It was already the next day. Zhao Chen wasn't sure how the entrepreneurial trio was doing, so he took a moment to send a message to Chen Yanlan. "Women are all made by sleep. Chen Yanlan? Zhao Chen, you need to get good sleep. There's no rush with the startup. Take care of your health. Chen Yanlan, flower vase? Zhao Chen, the main thing is, if something happens to you, my small company can't afford to pay for your work injury. Chen Yanlan, you're not trying to sleep with me, are you? Zhao Chen? Where did that come from? Chen Yanlan, heh. Zhao Chen, I think the most important thing in working together is mutual trust, not malicious speculation. Chen Yanlan, I'm busy working. Boss, I'm signing off. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. He then brought up Ma Zhao's situation to Chen Yanlan, asking if she could let the young man help out, even with a simple task. This time, Zhao Chen really just wanted to talk about Ma Xiao, but somehow it ended up being a misunderstanding. Oh well. It was bound to happen eventually. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was resting in the car. She hadn't slept well the night before. Though her complexion was rosy, her sleep was insufficient. She had been working hard to catch up on rest these past couple of days. The effects of the alcohol had quietly faded. The car's sunshades blocked his view, so Zhao Chen switched on the screen in front of the seat. The scenery and the route outside appeared on the display. One of the drawbacks of luxury cars, they're too thorough. The extended Phantom had a partition between the driver's seat and the rear. The driver remained silent, simply driving them to their new villa. The king of villas in Jinling. It was said to cost over 1 billion yuan, ranking among the world's finest properties. Zhao Chen didn't find it overly luxurious after all. The manor in the capital had left a deep impression on him. No matter how big the villa was, it was still just a place for a few people to live. That's what he thought, anyway. Until he saw the king of villas. When they entered the shaded area, Zhao Chen gently pulled open a small slit in the sunshade. One glance outside, and his jaw dropped. He could fit an egg and a half in his mouth. An estate. This was no mere villa, it was a full-blown estate. No wonder it was called the King of Villas. The property was even larger and grander than the Zhao family manor in the capital. Flanking the main villa were two smaller buildings. According to the introduction handed over by the driver, these were the maids' quarters, the butler's building, and the security building. An entire building just for maids and butlers? How many people did it take to serve this young master? It was absurd. Although Zhao Chen knew Zhao Jicheng treated him well, when his biological father gave him a house this enormous, Zhao Chen truly felt the weight of paternal love like a mountain. Even a hint of indulgence. And now, this massive house was occupied by just Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian. To be honest, it felt a bit empty. The Rolls-Royce pulled into the villa's courtyard. Zhao Chen got out near the central fountain and carried Li Miaoxian out of the car. The courtyard was as large as a soccer field, with a lush green lawn and a few towering pine trees casually planted around. What made Zhao Chen's heart skip a beat was the small stream running from west to east through the courtyard. The crystal clear water was home to koi fish, splashing noisily. Compared to the grandeur of the villa, the entrance door seemed a bit modest. It was just a standard single door, though it was thick. Zhao Chen unlocked it with a key and pushed it open. The driver had already gone to park the car in the garage. Zhao Chen placed Li Miaoxian on the sofa, earning a cold, sleepy glance from her like a tired tigress. The first floor of the villa was entirely open concept. There was an entryway, 2 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, an office area, a reading nook, a piano section, a coffee table area, 2 symmetrical spiral staircases, a TV zone, a bar, a wall-to-wall bookshelf, and a fitness area, all visible at a glance, with no partition rooms. At least, Zhao Chen couldn't find any standalone rooms. Moreover, the extensive use of crystal and dark glass made the space look vast and empty, yet the white, gray, and black tones gave it a simple and sophisticated elegance. Some of the items they had bought from the supermarket yesterday were already placed around the first floor, but even so, the place still felt empty. Swallowing hard, Zhao Chen crouched down to examine the floor closely. It seemed to be custom-made tiles, with the Zhao family crest engraved into them. From east to west, floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the lush greenery, pine trees, and flowing river outside. As Zhao Chen calmed down, he noticed that Li Miaoxian was awake and quietly observing him. Zhao Chen smiled, scooped her up in a princess carry, and ignored her protests as he carried her upstairs. Opening the master bedroom door, Zhao Chen was momentarily dazed again. Once he regained his composure, he figured it would take at least 2 hours to thoroughly explore the villa. If a thief broke in, they'd never find them. Take it slow, he muttered. He gently placed Li Miaoxian on the massive bed in the master bedroom and lay down beside her. Nap time began. Who cared how big the villa was? It was his now. When I wake up this afternoon and find the villa's storage room, he thought, I'll see if the universal trade system works. Whatever I want, it better deliver. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chen's phone rang. He was curious to know who had the nerve to disrupt his nap. Hello? Chen Yanlan? You need my signature? A stamp or a handprint? Where are you? Fine, come over. I'm at, Villa number 0 in the Purple Mountain Villa District, the one closest to the mountaintop. No choice. Entrepreneurship was tough work. To build a successful business, sacrificing a nap was nothing. Zhao Chen wasn't afraid of hard work. Hurry up. I want a nap after signing. Hanging up, he went downstairs, grabbed a Coke from the fridge, and heard the doorbell ring at the estate gate. Using the central control system on the tablet by the sofa, Zhao Chen opened the gate. Chen Yanlan arrived in a BMW M5, driving quickly. She stepped out, one long leg first, sunglasses on, looking sharp and efficient. One hand opened the car door, the other held documents and a pen. Zhao Chen handed her a drink. "It's hot. Have something to drink." Chen ignored him, pointing at the places on the document that required his signature and seal. It was done in seconds. She stood up to leave. Zhao Chen asked, "Are you planning to rent a place in Jilin?" "No." "Why not?" Chen tilted her sunglasses down slightly, revealing her bright eyes. "Because I guessed you'd ask me to move in." Although Chen Yanlan appeared calm, her confidence in saying this was evident. Zhao Chen frowned. He disliked the feeling of having others read him so easily. It made everything seem less interesting, as if things weren't going according to his plan, leaving him feeling irritated. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind: I have money, so everyone should listen to me. This realization made Zhao Chen aware that developing proper values wasn't something that happened overnight or at a specific stage of life. It was a process that took place throughout one's entire life, constantly shaping a more complete personality. Money wasn't everything, and being self-centered wasn't exactly admirable. Chen Yanlan was intelligent, and there was no need for Zhao Chen to feel undermined by her wit. After all, her fate was already set. Women weren't merely accessories to men, but having a wise woman by one's side wasn't without its own sense of accomplishment. Zhao Chen comforted himself with this thought, though he still refused to back down verbally. "If you want to move in, fine, but pay me a few thousand yuan in rent each month." "How about that?" "Then give me a raise of a few thousand yuan," she retorted. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed. "Who's bargaining with you?" Chen Yanlan pursed her lips, took a sip of her coffee, and calmly looked at Zhao Chen. "You're really strange. You want to keep me in your big villa for easy access, but you're so stingy about it that you even ask for rent. You're supposed to be a rich kid, why are you so shameless?" The girl's expression carried a hint of amusement as she looked at Zhao Chen with feigned confusion. Zhao Chen never expected anyone to be so blunt. "Don't I care about my own dignity? Why do you always assume the worst about me?" he asked, frowning, seemingly puzzled. With a subtle smile, Chen Yanlan didn't reply. Instead, she simply stepped forward, extending one of her long, black stocking-clad legs. At that moment, her silence spoke louder than words. Zhao Chen, who had just been thoroughly enjoying the view, suddenly felt his face burn with embarrassment. "Fine, no rent. Just move in soon. It's too empty here anyway, and it'll make work easier." Zhao Chen spoke rapidly. Before Chen could respond, he pulled out his phone and immediately transferred her 1.5 million yuan. "I've sent you the money. Use it to register the company, hire employees, and cover rent, utilities, or whatever else." Chen Yanlan nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she took a file from her bag and handed it to Zhao Chen for review. Her demeanor made it seem like she was merely going through the motions. After all, while it was technically Zhao Chen's business venture, he was really just a behind-the-scenes figurehead, uninvolved and unconcerned. She suspected Zhao Chen's entrepreneurial pursuits were just a way to pad his resume for the future, giving him something to show when he inherited his family's empire. As for other matters, like male-female relationships, she didn't particularly care. She had no interest in marriage, no desire for a man to control her, and no intention of having children. Her only wish was to achieve success and independence, like a successful man, without relying on anyone else. That said, when it came to the pleasures of life, both physical and emotional, she didn't deny that she was open to them even though she hadn't experienced them yet. If such an experience were to happen, the man would have to be clean, healthy, accomplished, and capable, a vigorous and competent partner. For safety and health reasons, she wouldn't want to have casual encounters or switch partners frequently. Occasionally indulging, as long as it was mutual, would be fine provided it didn't interfere with her ambitions in the business world. So far, Zhao Chen seemed to fit the bill. He was just a bit long-winded and hesitant, almost like a woman with bound feet, too restrained. The most bizarre thing to her was that this second-generation rich kid even tried to save money on flirting. Asking her for rent? Truly amusing. Then again, he was only 18, a strong and inexperienced young man, practically still a child. With that, Chen Yanlan left. Zhao Chen frowned as he watched her go. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a lot going on in her mind, but he couldn't figure out exactly what. This girl was bold, unrestrained in her words, and completely unashamed. It was as if she didn't care at all about the nuances between men and women. Looking down at the document in his hand, Zhao Chen saw it contained details about the company, its address, office space, rent, pros and cons of the location, employee responsibilities, and goals for the business. Patiently reading to the end, Zhao Chen noticed something surprising. The name listed under legal representative was his own. So this is actually my company. And there are already new employees. Wait, what's this about land on the outskirts? Oh, it's for agricultural hybrid testing fields. Not bad. The entrepreneurial trio really knows what they're doing. Their efficiency is insane. Talking to himself, Zhao Chen carried the document down to the second basement level. This area was half the size of the villa above, about as big as 2 basketball courts. The villa's storage zone. Zhao Chen casually pulled over a table and chair, placing them in the center of the room. With simple paper and pen, he wrote, 10,000 high-yield hybrid seeds, transaction price, 10,000 yuan. As soon as he finished, his phone buzzed with a notification from the bank. On the table appeared a shabby cardboard box. Looking inside, Zhao Chen found 10,000 full and healthy seeds. Next, he wrote, 10,000 high-yield hybrid seeds, 10,000 potato seeds. This time, 20,000 yuan was deducted from his bank account. On the table, there was still only a box of corn seeds, but beside the chair was a large cardboard box filled with small potatoes. He didn't rush to inspect them. Instead, he wrote again. First-time gold transaction limit? 50 tons, hashtag. Zhao Chen scribbled. 50 tons of gold at 50 yuan per gram. Transaction price, 2.5 billion yuan. Suddenly, he froze. He had just over 2.4 billion yuan in his account, not enough to complete the deal. Realizing this, Zhao Chen calculated, he needed at least 1.5 billion yuan for liquidity. Once he sold the stockpiled gold, he could make a massive profit. At the current market rate, each gram of gold could earn him 300 yuan, netting a total profit of 12.5 billion yuan from a 2.5 billion yuan investment. This was doable. The only problem now was the lack of money. For some reason, Zhao Chen didn't want to ask his father, Zhao Zhichang, for more funds. Especially since he had burned through the 1 billion yuan his father gave him in just 4 days. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Li Niaxian. Her voice was cold. Where are you? I'm working downstairs, Zhao Chen replied softly. Why aren't you taking a nap? Because I can sleep at night, and I want to work during the afternoon, he answered seriously. Did I say you were allowed to sleep at night? Her question left Zhao Chen bewildered. He sighed, Niaxian, I'm facing some difficulties right now. There was a pause before she replied. Already struggling? It's only been 2 days. Zhao Chen froze, trying to process what she had just implied. When faced with difficulties, Zhao Chen instinctively wanted to tell his girlfriend. However, her reaction was unusual. Zhao Chen had expected to receive her full care and concern, but Li Niaxian's casual remark, "You're already struggling?" made the 18-year-old feel like he'd stumbled into the embarrassing territory usually reserved for men in their 30s or 40s. No, I'm talking about serious business, Zhao Chen replied, his tone becoming more solemn. On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence before Zhao Chen heard the sound of muffled laughter. What are you laughing at? He asked. Serious business? What kind of serious business? An 18-year-old billionaire, tell me, Zhao Chen, what serious business are you dealing with? Li's voice was languid, and from the sound of it, she was getting out of bed. I invested in a batch of goods, but I'm short on cash. Oh? What kind of goods are so expensive? Don't you still have some money left? Your mother told me you do, isn't it enough? Zhao Chen froze. His mother, Wang Xian, was really something, already planting the seeds for him to fear his wife. Not even his stash of private money was safe. It's really not enough, Zhao Chen admitted. What are you playing with that requires 10 billion yuan? Li asked curiously while pouring herself a glass of water. Gold, Zhao Chen replied as he crouched down to examine the seeds. Li took a sip of water, her interest piqued. Gold? If you're just starting, why not invest less? Ease into it. No, you don't understand. I'm buying physical gold. Put. Li almost spat out her water. What? Exactly. Real gold, gold bars. Zhao Chen clarified. He thought about texting Chen Yanlan to ask her to come and pick up the high-yield hybrid seeds, but considering she was staying at the villa, he decided not to rush. How many billions worth of gold did you buy? At what price per gram? Li asked, assuming Zhao Chen was collecting gold as a hobby. 50 yuan per gram, Zhao Chen answered. Li frowned on the other end of the line. Scammers must be getting bolder, trying to con someone out of 10 billion yuan in one go. 50 yuan per gram? If that's real gold, I'll change my last name to match the scammers. She decided to go downstairs and confront Zhao Chen face to face. How could such an absurd scammer target someone as naive and rich as him? Did they think her boyfriend was easy prey? If it was serious, she'd file a police report. The downside of a large villa was that even to talk to each other, they had to use the phone. Zhao Chen spent a long time explaining himself, but there was no response. When he checked his phone, he realized Li had hung up. Hearing footsteps at the stairway, Zhao turned around to see Li walking toward him. What are you doing? I bought some things, Zhao Chen replied without getting up. Li came closer and crouched beside him. Together, they examined a basket of small potatoes. Pebbles, she asked. They're potatoes. They're so small. How do you eat them? They're not for eating, they're seeds. Extremely high-quality potato seeds. Once cultivated, their yield per acre could multiply several times. How is that possible? Li mused, then asked in a soft tone, are these seeds from the same person who sold you the gold? Yes. Where is he? Li turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. His attention was still entirely on the potatoes, barely sparing her, a young woman, a glance. He left when I ran out of money. How much are you short? Li asked casually. Only 1.5 billion. How about you lend me some first? Zhao finally turned to look at Li, who was crouching beside him. Despite her tall frame of 1.78 meters, she looked delicate and petite in this position. Can it make money? Li could see the gleam in Zhao Chen's eyes. For a moment, she didn't want to reject him. This was his first attempt at making money, even if it might leave him penniless. At the very least, it would teach him a lesson. And if it really was a scam? With the resources of the Li and Zhao families, they'd make the scammer return every last penny, down to the cent. Of course. Zhao Chen beamed. He knew Li was a wealthy young woman, and this amount of money should be manageable for her. If you make money, you'll have to share some with me, Li said as she called her bank's private assistant to transfer the money to Zhao's account. Deal. Zhao was visibly excited as he led Li upstairs. Despite their close relationship, he still didn't want to reveal the secret of the transaction system to anyone. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the white curtains, spilling onto the floor-to-ceiling windows and casting a soft glow on Li's slender, fair legs, which looked almost like flowing cream. Resting her head on Zhao's lap, she could even hear his excited heartbeat. Her gaze wandered, and she noticed a lipstick on the sofa, her brows furrowing slightly. In a light tone, she asked, did someone visit while I was napping? My assistant came by to get some documents signed, Zhao replied. Li's expression remained calm as she nodded, indicating she understood. However, unable to resist, she reached over and pinched Zhao's waist hard, her teeth clenched in frustration. Ask her if she can cook, do laundry, clean, or drive. Offer her an extra 500 yuan a month. We need a maid to handle lunch. Her tone had turned icy, her gaze just as cold. Zhao shivered. You mean my assistant? Who else? Her cold stare fixed on Zhao, as if waiting for him to betray himself. She's a finance and management graduate, Zhao stated flatly, his expression unwavering. Does that conflict with being a maid? I'll ask her. She might be too busy helping me with business. Li leaned closer, her eyes narrowing. Are you defending her? No, just saying. Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Li's eyes welled with tears, and she leaned on his shoulder, looking pitiful. You don't love me anymore? Have I fallen so low? Are you really this much of a scumbag? Zhao was utterly stunned. The once cold girl had transformed into a tearful, fragile figure clinging to him, almost balling herself up in misery. Panicked, Zhao tried to piece together what he'd said wrong. There shouldn't have been any issues, right? He thought for a moment and whispered, so you're saying I shouldn't ask her opinion and just add maid duties to her job? Covering her mouth, Li's bright eyes sparkled mischievously. Her gaze seemed to say, you're not too dumb after all, huh? Zhao was at a loss. Isn't that just bullying her? Li closed her eyes tightly, faking tears. You just want her to take over my place. You have a new love now, and you're discarding me. Men are all the same. Zhao's legs went weak. Holding Li in his arms, he gently kissed her forehead. There. I wouldn't dream of bullying you. I'll call her right away and have her cook for you and take care of my precious baby. Poof. With that, Li's expression cooled again. I've transferred the money. Go buy your gold. Before Zhao could stop her, she stood gracefully and left, yawning as she went upstairs. Drink more water, and there's a computer in the study. Play some games if you want, she said coolly, her tone sharp despite her kind words. As she ascended the stairs, Zhao bolted downstairs to the basement. The account now held over 2.6 billion yuan. Everything was ready. Sitting on the chair, Zhao Chen stood up and gently closed the warehouse door. He moved the potato seeds to the side. He had already calculated that the warehouse could easily hold over 100 tons of gold. 50 tons wouldn't even be a challenge. He picked up a pen and wrote in his notebook. 50 tons of gold transaction price, 2.5 billion. Transaction successful. Zhao Chen didn't hear any noise, but when he turned around to look, even with his full trust in the transaction system, the sight of gold bricks filling half the warehouse still made his heart race. Walking silently to the light switch, he flipped on the remaining row of lights. In an instant, the dim underground warehouse was illuminated with a dazzling golden glow. Zhao Chen instinctively covered his eyes. So bright. The gold bricks were piled up chaotically, with no apparent order, forming small heaps, miniature golden mountains. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen repeatedly reminded himself to stay calm. This was nothing but a small matter. Putting on a pair of brand new white gloves, he picked up the small hammer he had prepared earlier and approached the nearest gold brick. He tried to lift it with one hand but couldn't. It was too heavy. He quickly ran upstairs and brought down the weighing scale from a cabinet. Returning to the warehouse, he placed the gold brick onto the scale, which now looked fragile in comparison. One by one, he weighed the bricks, recording their weight. After trying a dozen bricks, Zhao Chen mumbled to himself, each brick weighs 20 kilograms. A total of 2,500 bricks, divided into 10 small gold mountains, each with 250 bricks. After these simple calculations, Zhao Chen had finished accounting for the nearest mountain of gold. The amount was correct. Now it was time to verify their authenticity and purity. Carrying a single gold brick upstairs, Zhao Chen locked the warehouse door behind him. Even though it felt unnecessary, it gave him peace of mind. After all, anyone who had just staked their entire fortune would be on high alert. The gold brick was so large that Zhao Chen wasn't sure how to test it. He didn't have a high-temperature blowtorch, and even if he did, melting through such a heavy block would take forever. It was frustrating. The gold brick, roughly the size of 2 thick dictionaries, weighed about 40 pounds. Sitting on the sofa with the brick in his arms, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. There was no one to help him manage these affairs, no capable person to share his burden. I'm supposed to enjoy life. Why is a young billionaire like me struggling with heavy lifting? Where are the world's talents? At that moment, Zhao Chen was truly eager to find someone reliable, someone who could appraise the gold's authenticity and handle things efficiently. I'm the boss. Why do I have to do the hard labor myself? He grumbled and shifted his blame onto Chen Yanlan. Zhao Chen quickly devised a plan. Cultivating those hybrid agricultural seeds was bound to succeed eventually. Hiring 2 farmers would suffice, no degrees required, just plant the seeds. No fancy technology was needed. The real challenge was efficiently and discreetly converting the gold into cash without disrupting the market. In 2019, national gold consumption exceeded 1,000 tons. Zhao Chen's 50 tons might not seem like much, but even a small stone could create ripples in a lake unless it was ground into fine powder. Chen Yanlan's task would be to help Zhao Chen introduce this gold into the market in powdered form, maintaining price stability and maximizing profits. Zhao Chen called his assistant. He remembered the advice from the Godly Wealth Plan that suggested venturing into luxury goods and jewelry. With a clear direction and the promised luck from the plan, this should be manageable. Hey, we're expanding our business. This isn't nonsense, I'm serious. Put the agricultural product research on hold. We don't need highly skilled professionals, just hire 2 farmers who know how to plant crops. On the other end, Chen Yanlan was stunned. She already thought Zhao Chen's business ventures were whimsical, typical of a spoiled teenager with no patience or dedication. Most likely, he'd give up halfway. But she hadn't expected him to abandon the agricultural project before it even started and then boldly announce a new business expansion. No matter how much goodwill she felt toward Zhao Chen, her skepticism overpowered it. This kid is just messing around. He's hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Alright, what business are you expanding into? She asked. Luxury goods and jewelry. Zhao Chen declared. You found a diamond mine in South Africa, she quipped, unable to resist mocking him. Diamond mine? Zhao Chen didn't fully understand her sarcasm, but he silently noted it down to inquire later with the transaction system. Maybe he could get one. It's nothing. That sounds difficult. Why don't you try something else, she suggested. No. How can you casually switch industries? Are you joking with me, Yanlan? Business isn't child's play. Zhao Chen's tone was serious. Holding her phone, Chen Yanlan's expression went blank for a moment. She felt insulted, but she endured it. After all, he was the boss. Okay, boss. But if you're selling gold and diamonds, why not start with something like Leo Fengxiang jewelry? We could call it Leo Longxiang instead. Zhao Chen froze, realizing his mistake. Gold wasn't exactly a luxury good. She heard his silence and continued, luxury goods, by definition, have little practical use and exorbitant prices. They rely on brand reputation and marketing to make money off the wealthy. Give me an example, Zhao Chen asked. That colorful bear by your sofa. It's priced at over 600,000 yuan, has no practical value, and isn't even particularly attractive. Its production cost? Probably less than 100 yuan. So it's just scamming fools? Zhao Chen said. It's not scamming, it's a mutual agreement. Some people only find joy in being overcharged. Zhao Chen pondered this deeply. Does this mean my gold could be fake? No, wait, it could just be underweight. I could sell it for thousands of yuan per gram. The luxury goods and jewelry industry has real potential. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Chen placed his phone on the gold brick and said, Alright, go ahead. Price it high, and if you do well, I'll give you a raise. Yanlan was speechless. She didn't want to embarrass her boss too much in one go, even if he did have a knack for shameless ideas. Where on earth am I supposed to conjure a luxury brand for you? Still, she was amazed and horrified by Zhao Chen's confidence in saying such things. Then she heard the most outrageous statement of her life. Prepare yourself, Zhao Chen said. Start planning. We're going to acquire Bulgari. He had found Bulgari listed in a booklet of global luxury brands and decided it was perfect. Without waiting for her response, Zhao Chen hung up and immediately began inquiring about Bulgari's market value through the transaction system. Chen Yanlan furrowed her brows deeply. Zhao Chen's idea of acquiring Bulgari was shocking. Even the world's richest individuals couldn't just say, let's acquire it, and make it happen. How could she describe this? It wasn't just arrogance, it was the naive thinking of a child. Suddenly, she relaxed and smiled, realizing that all her efforts to pursue business success might just be a game for this wealthy heir. The outcome didn't matter, nor did the process. What mattered was keeping her little boss happy. After all, Zhao Chen's words were genuinely frightening. As she let herself unwind a bit, Zhao Chen sent her another message. I have a batch of gold. Help me authenticate it. Got it. Zhao Chen placed the gold brick on the floor. It was practically useless to him now, too heavy even to use as a footrest. Sure, gold was valuable, but when there was too much of it, wasn't it just as decorative as golden wall panels? Wait, what if the wall panels were made of gold too? Well, that would be different. The thrill of trading was addictive. If Zhao Chen weren't strapped for cash, he might have already started inquiring about the price of diamonds. However, his top priority was to ask about Bulgari. When he told Chen Yanlan about acquiring Bulgari, it was more for fun. Starting an actual business would still require consulting the universal transaction system. After all, who didn't enjoy some harmless bragging? Whether to impress or shock someone, it all served the same purpose. What's Bulgari's price? Loading event information. Universal transaction system loading. Bulgari group information loaded. Congratulations to the host for activating the extraordinary luck granted by the Godly Wealth Plan. The price of the transaction item will be randomly selected from numbers and prices commonly encountered in the host's life. Bulgari Group's price, £9.15. Why not a 5-cent packet of noodles? You make it seem like I've bought a shirt in pounds before. He stood frozen, a dumbfounded smile creeping onto his face. Hearing the price left him utterly speechless. He had only asked casually and hadn't actually planned on buying it. But £9.15? That seemed manageable, even with his current financial strain. That's just over 80 yuan. Li Miaoxian spends thousands on a single hair tie. 80 yuan was practically nothing. Deal. Transaction successful. Hashtag. Zhao Chen let out a long breath, finally feeling calm. Wiping his nose, he felt reassured. But then, realization dawned on him. Now what? Was that it? The transaction was successful, but where was the company? Where was the confirmation of ownership? Shouldn't it show up or something? Within 24 hours, Bulgari Group executives will contact the host to hand over operations. Hashtag. Ah, that explained it. How exciting. He'd already worked overtime today. It was past 4 in the afternoon. It was time to take a break. Pushing the gold brick aside, Zhao Chen noticed it was already 4:30 p.m. He wanted to visit his old neighborhood to see the familiar faces of the elderly residents who had watched him grow up. Unfortunately, he couldn't drive. It was a headache. His driver from the capital was supposed to arrive with the fleet of cars, but they still hadn't reached Jinling. No cars, and he couldn't just use one from the Li family's hotel fleet. As Zhao Chen sat by the window in a daze, he heard the sound of slippers approaching from upstairs. Li Miuxian, wearing oversized black-rimmed glasses, had just woken up. Her gaze was still a bit unfocused as she lightly rubbed her long hair. She walked around the first floor, looking for Zhao Chen, but didn't see him. She could have sworn she'd heard movement earlier. Zhao Chen was only about 10 meters to her right, but he didn't move or make a sound, simply watching her. Despite this, she didn't notice him. It wasn't that her vision was bad, it was just that the villa was so large that it wasn't easy to spot someone. Blending in with the scenery, Zhao Chen's light-colored t-shirt camouflaged him by the window. "Where's that little troublemaker?" she called softly. Zhao Chen blinked but didn't respond. "Zhao Chen," she called again, louder this time. Still, he remained silent. The sheer size of the villa made it hard to locate someone. Even the decorative color scheme made distinguishing objects challenging. Li took slow, deliberate steps toward Zhao Chen's location, her eyes scanning the room. Zhao Chen decided to wait until she got closer to give her a little scare. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. As she turned her back, Zhao Chen quietly stood up, preparing to tap her shoulder. But just as he moved, her hand darted behind her, grabbing his ear with uncanny precision. Then she turned, her face blooming into a radiant smile. The smile quickly vanished, replaced by an icy expression as she twisted his ear down to his waist. "Why didn't you answer me? Do you know how hard I looked for you?" Her voice was clear and melodious, like pearls falling on jade. Looking at her, Zhao Chen finally understood what they meant by beauty brings calamity. Who could resist a woman like this? "Sorry, I got distracted and forgot to respond," Zhao Chen admitted, his voice tinged with a guilty smile. "What distracted you?" As she tried to step back, she realized Zhao Chen had already wrapped her in his arms. "You're beautiful, and I like you," he said bluntly. She wrinkled her nose and gently pulled away. "Your sweet talk is so straightforward. You're such a big dumb straight guy." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose sheepishly. Straightforward? Maybe. But a straight guy with a girlfriend wasn't doing too badly. When Zhao Chen showed her the gold brick on the floor, Li was stunned. She had planned to investigate the supposed scam that Zhao Chen had fallen for, only to find herself looking at what seemed to be a genuine gold brick. She'd seen plenty of gold before, and while she couldn't be 100% sure, there was a 90% chance this was real. "Why just one? Didn't you buy 50 tons? The rest are in the underground warehouse." "All 50 tons? "All 50 tons, Zhao Chen confirmed with a serious nod. In the next second, Li grabbed Zhao Chen and pulled him downstairs to the warehouse. When she pushed open the door and Zhao Chen turned on the lights, even someone like Li, who had grown up in luxury, was stunned. 10 mountains of gold bricks. She couldn't believe her eyes. "And the person who sold this to you? Where are they?" Li asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Chen. In her mind, she was already calculating. Based on Zhao Chen's existing 10 billion and the 1.5 billion she had given him, the price per gram of gold worked out to less than 50 yuan, around 20 to 25 yuan. Of course, she didn't know about Zhao Chen's secret cashback system. Taking a deep breath, Li asked seriously, "How do you plan to cash this out?" "Not today. I'm taking the rest of the day off," Zhao Chen said decisively. Li narrowed her eyes, pondering for a moment before smiling and pulling Zhao Chen upstairs. She didn't want to disrupt his rhythm, except for insisting he couldn't sleep early tonight. "Our cars haven't arrived yet," he said. "Then let's buy one. We need a simple ride for errands anyway." Zhao Chen nodded. He still had tens of millions in his account, it wasn't like he was broke. You might not believe it, but Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian rode shared bicycles to the 4S car dealership. Luckily, the sun wasn't too harsh that day, and a light breeze made their leisurely ride along the riverside even more pleasant. Li Miaoxian called Zhao Chen a straight guy. Zhao Chen immediately objected, insisting that he understood romance. As he spoke, he stopped his bike, plucked a small wildflower, and cheerfully handed it to Li. Of course, they weren't riding the same bike. Zhao Chen had even complained that Li was riding too slowly and falling behind. Seeing the wildflower, Li accepted it with a smile, then tucked it into Zhao Chen's hair. She tossed her bike to the side and hopped onto the back of Zhao Chen's bike, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Zhao Chen glanced at the tires and remarked, "You're not that heavy, so why did the tires get flattened?" That was it, Li couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bike and chose to walk instead. Zhao Chen trailed behind her on his bike. "Hey, do you not like sitting on the bike?" Li didn't respond. Zhao Chen continued riding slowly, matching her walking speed. "Why aren't you riding your bike? Did you lock it properly? Otherwise, you'll keep getting charged." Li stopped walking, turned to Zhao Chen, and gave him a smile. She realized it was impossible to expect this clueless man to cheer her up. He didn't understand romance and was, without a doubt, allergic to the concept. Zhao Chen stopped his bike and, with a puzzled expression, gently tucked a strand of Li's hair behind her ear. Their eyes met, and he smiled awkwardly. Li raised an eyebrow, yanked him off the bike, and rode off herself. By the time Zhao Chen realized what had happened, she was already far ahead. With no choice, Zhao Chen ran after her, shouting dramatically as he chased her down the riverside. The breeze played with Li's hair as she looked back, her eyes playful. She slowed her pace, letting Zhao catch up and hop onto the back of the bike. Once he was seated, she started pedaling again. "Li Miaoxian, there's nothing to hold on to back here." "Then get off and run." Zhao fell silent, then hesitantly wrapped his arms around her slim waist. "Your waist is so small. I want to hold tighter." "Go ahead. You smell so nice, Miaoxian." They rode past a group of elderly people with their grandchildren. A few kids began chasing after their bike. To be precise, they were chasing Zhao Chen, who seemed quite popular with the little ones. "Big brother, aren't you ashamed? A girl is giving you a ride. Big brother isn't a real man. Put. Don't you know how to treat a lady with care? You must have skipped kindergarten. Our teacher said boys should help girls." Zhao's face darkened as he clung to Li's waist and bickered with the kids. "Oomph, you little brats. Don't you understand? This is called romance. Go home and drink your milk, you snot-nosed kids." As they argued, they made faces at each other. The children chased them for quite a distance along the riverside until their parents called them back. Then, they scampered away. Zhao Chen took out his phone and, seeing that there weren't many people around, played some music at low volume. A soft interlude of Sunny Day began to play. Li's expression remained neutral, but in a spot Zhao couldn't see, her eyes glimmered with happiness. Though she didn't say anything, her mood was clear. She simply let him hold her waist. "Miaoxian, are you tired? What do you think? Should I ride for a bit?" "Wouldn't that flatten the tires?" she retorted. Zhao paused, then realized, "Oh, right. Anyway, we're almost there." "Almost there? Then get off my bike." At the 4S dealership, the staff had never seen a young couple run into the showroom, chasing each other and causing a scene. Initially, they thought the two were just troublemakers, but Zhao Chen shouted while running, "Show me your AMGs. Bring out the expensive ones." The salesperson froze, confused. "Wait, they're here to buy a car?" Quickly regaining his composure, he took a closer look at the couple's attire. Realizing they weren't ordinary customers, he hurriedly brought out a catalog, served coffee and snacks, and stood quietly by while the two finished their playful scuffle. Zhao Chen tossed his card to the salesperson and pointed at the AMG catalog. "The most expensive one on here. If it's in stock, I'll take it. Add some upgrades, make it pricey. Hurry up and charge it. If the price isn't high enough, I'll return it in 2 days. Get moving, I know you're regional manager, so don't mess around." The salesperson was stunned again. Taking Zhao's card, he had 1,000 thoughts running through his head. At first, he thought Zhao might be an easy target, but those words weren't something a pushover would say. Besides, judging by their outfits, they didn't look like they were short on money. If he handled the sale well, they might come back for future purchases, like wedding cars. It was an opportunity to secure long-term business. After a few minutes, the car was brought out with temporary plates, along with several gift bags. They even arranged a quick delivery ceremony. For nearly 3 million yuan, the car was worth it. It might have been Zhao's cheapest car yet, but as a casual ride, it wasn't shabby at all. The formalities completed, Zhao and Li sat drinking coffee. Thanks to Li's stunning presence, none of the female sales staff dared approach them. Holding the car key, Zhao nodded at the salesperson and said, "Do you have a business card?" The salesperson handed him a card, and Zhao said, "You're good. Well done." Then he turned and got into the passenger seat while Li drove them away in the AMG GT convertible coupe. To be honest, driving this car was far more enjoyable than riding shared bikes. But as Li jokingly asked why cars like this didn't sell as well as bikes, Zhao pursed his lips and chose not to respond. "Turn right, then left, go straight, then another right, and keep going straight," Zhao instructed. "Why aren't you driving?" Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he casually placed a hand on her leg. She was wearing a short skirt that day. Without fabric in the way, the sensation was quite pleasant. Li said nothing, following his directions as she dutifully played the role of chauffeur. "The folks in my old neighborhood were always kind to me," Zhao said. "I know," Li replied, handing him a pair of sunglasses. Zhao didn't put them on, his emotions complicated as they approached the alleyways of his childhood. Besides excitement, he felt gratitude for his good fortune. As he brooded, his father, Zhao Zicheng, called. "Hello?" Zhao answered. "Where are you?" "I'm back in the old neighborhood." "All right. I was worried you couldn't take care of yourself alone. I've arranged for someone to come and be your housekeeper. Make sure they can find you." Hearing his father's words, Zhao nearly choked. Okay. But it's really not necessary." "Not necessary? What if you get lost again?" After hanging up, Zhao sighed in resignation. He just hoped this housekeeper wouldn't be too strict or formal. He really didn't like being called young master. "Hello, Aunt Lu?" "Yeah, it's Xiao Chen. I'm almost at the street corner. Could you let the neighbors know? I got into college, so I thought I'd throw a banquet tonight. No need to go overboard, I've already hired a hotel chef. We'll just set up a few tables in the alley, like an outdoor feast." When the car reached the entrance of the alley, Li deliberately slowed down. Under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, Zhao Chen's initially awkward smile gradually relaxed, and the tension in his toes eased. He became lively, just like he had been when he had nothing. As the car moved further into the narrowing alley, Li parked it, removed her sunglasses, and stepped out gracefully with a bright smile, holding Zhao Chen's arm. It wasn't exactly a triumphant return, more like a coming-of-age celebration. After all, to Zhao Chen, the people here were more than neighbors, they were practically family. Over the years, not one person had bullied him on purpose, spoken harshly to him, or ridiculed him behind his back. For a boy who had once seemed destined to remain without a family, the kindness he received here had been constant and genuine. It's true that helping someone is a kindness, not an obligation. But Zhao Chen had been lucky, the people in this alley had all chosen kindness. As Zhao walked past the group of older women gathered at the entrance, holding Li's hand, he nervously scratched his nose. They sat on both sides of the alley, smiling but saying nothing. It was said that even dogs passing through this alley would get a few words of commentary. Fortunately, although Li was slender, her figure was well proportioned enough to avoid any remarks about being unfit for childbearing. And her beauty? Absolutely flawless, no one could find fault with her looks. Even immortals would struggle to point out a flaw. In the alley, folding tables had already been set up, not from a hotel, but simple tables borrowed from neighbors. Everyone knew this was Zhao Chen's graduation banquet, so they came to join in the fun, celebrate, and enjoy a meal together. It was a lively and cheerful occasion. "Is this Chenhua's girlfriend?" "Yes, she is." Zhao Chen answered with a smile. "This girl is gorgeous. She looks like a movie star." The straightforward townsfolk didn't know how to exaggerate. They simply spoke the truth. "Miss, our little Chen is a good boy, honest, hardworking, and smart. You two must cherish each other." Aunt Lu couldn't keep quiet. Seeing Li's beauty, she was delighted and immediately wanted her to stay with Zhao forever, a heartfelt wish from an elder. Li covered her mouth, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. When Zhao let go of her hand, she sat down with the group of women, answering their questions one by one. Before long, her face turned pink from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhao busied himself setting up the tables with the help of some older uncles and neighbors. The entire alley was abuzz with activity. The evening breeze carried the sound of laughter from one end of the alley to the other. It was light and cheerful, spreading the joy of the gathering far and wide. Zhao worked up a sweat. About a dozen small tables were arranged in the alley, with shouts from children and men echoing from the surrounding buildings. Light bulbs strung above the alley flickered to life as the sun set, prompting a loud cheer from the children, signaling the start of the feast. The catering truck from the hotel arrived. Everyone pitched in. Uncles and aunts carried dishes, while children ran with crates of soda. Zhao and Li delivered food to each table. 10 dishes and 1 soup, not extravagant but plentiful and delicious. Large fans whirred loudly, blowing cool air over the tables. Fish head. I want the fish head. Me too. The chicken but is the best part. Whoa, lobster. It's lobster. Mom, I got to eat lobster. Hey, there are lamb skewers too. The children stuffed themselves, smacking their bellies and guzzling bottles of soda. Even the dogs in the alley were overwhelmed by the enticing smells, jumping up and down in excitement. The sounds of laughter, drinking, and boasting intertwined in the night. Zhao and Li sat at a large table but hardly spoke. Even though it was Zhao's graduation banquet, they felt shy. The older women, however, enjoyed teasing them. Li's face turned so red she couldn't lift her head. The neighbors had already started treating Zhao like an adult, speaking boldly and directly. Zhao didn't stand to toast anyone. Whoever wanted to drink could pour for themselves. If not, they could take the wine home. The banquet's cost wasn't even as high as Li's short skirt. Zhao Chen, say a few words. An older man with gold-rimmed glasses waved a toothpick and called out to Zhao. Say something. Give us a speech. Chenhua, you've got to say something. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao stood up smoothly, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one go. Well, I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks. I've moved now near Purple Mountain. If you have time, come visit me. I'm not great with words, so that's all. Let's enjoy ourselves. The older men burst into laughter. Zhao had always been known for his cheerful and sincere demeanor, and his words carried the same honest charm. When the children had eaten their fill, someone began stuffing money into Li's pocket. Miss, since it's your first time here, here's a small gift, don't refuse. Zhao Chen is a good kid. We don't have much to give, but take this and buy yourself some candy. Even if it's not much, it's tradition, take it. The elders were adamant about upholding old customs. A girl visiting her partner's home for the first time was always given a small token. Li felt embarrassed, especially since she hadn't brought any gifts when she arrived. Unable to decline, she handed the envelopes to Zhao, leaving the responsibility to him. Zhao chuckled and didn't refuse. After a few drinks, he began speaking casually. Our family's financial situation is okay, we run a business. Yes, from the capital. If anyone has kids struggling to find a job, I know a lot of people and can help give advice. We've been neighbors for so many years. If anyone has difficulties, we should help each other out. Once I graduate and start earning, I'll be able to contribute more. No matter how far I go, I'll never forget the neighbors in this alley. You can count on that. Some things could only be said after a few drinks. Otherwise, it might sound like boasting. But here, among close friends and family, it was sincere. Zhao felt reassured. Huasheng Group employed over 120,000 people. Helping a few neighbors find work wasn't a problem. It was within his power. Hearing this, some of the older men hurriedly downed their drinks, their excitement visible. They knew Zhao was usually frugal, so hearing him say such things meant he wasn't lying. If there was a need, maybe they really could rely on him. Little did they know, Huasheng Group was led by Zhao Zhichang, a former top billionaire. No one had connected Zhao Chen to him yet. As Zhao was preparing to take Li to see his old house, a voice interrupted him, echoing his earlier promises. Turning around, he saw a man in his 50s. For jobs, education, or retirement, just find our young master. If anyone's getting married, invite our young master, it'll add prestige. And let me tell you, our young master's kindness is unmatched. He's the real deal in the capital. The man's excitement grew, and every sentence included young master. Zhao Chen's smile froze as he realized the man was talking about him. Shocked, Zhao hurried over and interrupted, "Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" The man grinned. "Young master, it's normal that you don't recognize me. I was sent by Zhao Zhichang. Just call me Fu Gui. I didn't want to disturb you earlier since you were busy." Zhao wanted to cover his face in frustration. He hadn't expected the housekeeper his father hired to be such a character. Not only that, but he'd arrived from the capital to Jinling so quickly. The housekeeper, who had just arrived, joined the banquet and ate his fill. Zhao Chen had been trying to keep a low profile, but Fugui, the housekeeper, had done the exact opposite, going out of his way to be as flashy as possible, completely undermining Zhao Chen's approach. Zhao Chen pulled him aside, both standing under the dim streetlight at the alley entrance. With a frown, Zhao Chen asked, "How did you even find this place?" "Find? Your villa was empty, and there were no flight schedules," the housekeeper replied confidently, exuding more self-assurance than Zhao Chen himself. Zhao Chen managed a faint smile. "What did my dad send you here to do? To watch over you, so you don't get lost. Wasn't it to help with managing my affairs and maybe give me some business advice? You're overthinking it." "I have no interest in business," the old man said smugly. Zhao Chen fell silent. This conversation was going nowhere. "All right, but don't call me young master anymore. Just call me by my name. You're around my dad's age, I'll call you uncle. Let's just communicate normally." Before Zhao Chen could finish, the old man let out two strange laughs so grating they made Zhao's scalp tingle. According to the traditions of the Zhao family, when you're out in the world, people should be calling you master or bowing to you. We're a prominent family. When you step out, it's all about prestige. You can forget about this modest approach. If someone respects you, it's their honor after all, we're not lacking in status. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, turned on his heel, and walked away, leaving the eccentric housekeeper standing there. He had no intention of engaging further. Back in the alley, Zhao Chen helped clean up the tables and sweep the area. But soon enough, the old man followed, calling him young master repeatedly, trying to stop him from doing any work. Zhao Chen maintained a polite smile and turned to explain to the bewildered neighbors, "He's mentally ill. Just got out of the hospital. Doesn't seem fully recovered yet." Laughing, he joined the other men to carry items upstairs, leaving the housekeeper behind. "Mentally ill? I haven't said anything wrong," the housekeeper protested, his voice echoing through the alley, prompting a group of women to burst into laughter. When Zhao finally found Li Miaoxian, she was sitting outside a neighbor's door, eating a slice of chilled watermelon. She was also scratching her legs. Mosquitoes were always a nuisance with short skirts at night. Zhao took her hand and led her back to his old home. Once there, he had her sit on the firm bed while he fetched some water for her to wash her legs and feet. "You can wash them for me, Chen," she said. "No way. You have hands, don't you? I'm eating watermelon. My hands are busy." "Then finish eating first, then wash them," Zhao replied as he began packing up things he hadn't taken last time. Li's bright eyes twinkled, but she didn't press further. Once she finished her watermelon, she spoke softly. "When it comes to these legs, you're all hands when you're touching them. You didn't seem to mind holding them before, or when you..." Zhao quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, grabbed a small stool, and sat beside her. He began washing her legs and feet, focusing on the mosquito bites. Of course, he couldn't resist sneaking a touch or two, completely legitimate, since he was helping her. Another reason for his sudden enthusiasm was that the housekeeper was still lingering outside the room. With how thin the walls were, Zhao didn't want Li's words to carry. And honestly, Zhao couldn't help but praise his girlfriend's legs, they were quite nice. After tidying up and as the evening cooled down, Li draped herself in one of Zhao's old jackets. With neighbors seeing them off, they headed toward the car. As they approached, Zhao noticed a black G-Wagon parked beside his own car. Looking around, he spotted the housekeeper unlocking the G-Wagon and climbing in. Zhao was so shocked he momentarily forgot how to walk. While the scene felt a bit over the top, it suited the housekeeper's personality perfectly, acting younger than he was. Li, however, wasn't surprised. She simply remarked, "What's the big deal? My family's maid uses a G-Wagon for grocery shopping. It's roomy." Zhao nodded, realizing the car he bought earlier in the day might be too understated after all. Still, for Li, it was fine, a simple ride for a simple purpose. 30 minutes later. At the small three-story building beside the main manor, Zhao personally opened the door and warmly greeted, "Welcome, Uncle Fugui, to my home." "Ah, young master, you're quite gracious," the housekeeper replied. Fugui removed his coat, changed into slippers, and formally invited Zhao into the servants' quarters for tea. Under the bright lights, Zhao finally got a good look at him. The old man, with his white hair, was decked out in a garish outfit covered in Louis Vuitton and Supreme logos, complete with reflective elements like a walking rainbow. He looked more like a trendy teenager than an elderly man. Compared to him, Zhao's own conservative style made him look downright dull. Li rarely commented on Zhao's fashion choices, worried that if he leaned too much into trends, he might end up looking ridiculous and worse, attract equally flashy women. The tea was high quality. 2 million yuan per kilo, Fugui boasted. Zhao sipped it once and downed the rest in one gulp. Through their chatter, Zhao learned that Fugui had been a wild youth back in the day, no job, no girlfriend, no money, until Zhao Zichang had taken him in. Since then, he'd flourished. Recently, he had been managing one of the Zhao family's estates abroad, essentially living a comfortable retirement. When he heard that Zhao Chen had been found, Fugui was so excited he immediately volunteered to return, eager to help the young master experience the lifestyle of the rich and famous. Even Zhao Zichang called him uncle. Fugui had insisted on coming to Zhao Chen's side, and his father couldn't refuse. From now on, let's treat each other as equals. I may be old, but I'm still full of energy, driving, dating, you name it. Don't underestimate me. They say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Look at my name, Fugui. It's bright and promising. Your grandfather's success started with me, your family owes its fortune to my lucky presence. Zhao drained the pot of tea, stood up, and left. This uncle had clearly come to be the boss of him. Zhao didn't understand tea, but it definitely tasted better than plain water. Even later, while kissing Li, he could still taste the lingering sweetness. Go shower, you're all sweaty. Li pushed him away, clearly unimpressed. Before showering, Zhao picked up his phone, intending to call his father to send Fugui back abroad. He couldn't deal with this guy. But just as the call began to connect, the system's voice rang in his mind. Daily guidance, personalized suggestions for you. Detected, host attempting to dismiss a dedicated housekeeper. Recommended action, accept the housekeeper's guidance and services to learn proper values of a wealthy household. Reward for following suggestion, plus 1 centimeter in height. Zhao froze. Hanging up, he put the phone down and headed straight for the shower. He'd asked the transaction system before gaining a centimeter in height would cost at least 10 million yuan. Getting it for free? Totally worth it. This was a win. Maybe this eccentric housekeeper could really teach him something valuable. Sometimes, having an elder around wasn't so bad. What is a fiancé like girlfriend? She said, in youth, one's temperament is unsettled, so beware of indulgence and lust. She said, why do you always want to hold something back every time? My opinion is, it's better to give it all to me. What, are you saving it for another girl tomorrow? She said, Shen, I don't really care about your appearance, as long as you treat me well. She said, let me see those abs. She said, brother, I'm so sleepy. Your sister needs to sleep now. She said, die, you scumbag. If you don't call me big sister, I'll make you regret it. She said, actually, in love, both people need to stay calm. The kind of emotions that are simple and as plain as water are the most precious. She said, do you not love me anymore? Zhao Chen was taking a shower, and the voice of that aloof woman lingered in his mind, repeating her words from the past few days. Before he realized it, it felt like he had gone from being single to suddenly stepping into a relationship. Not quite at the stage of marriage, but something akin to, well, cohabitation before marriage. But Li Miaoxian gave him a multi-layered feeling, cold yet playful, afraid of pain yet gluttonous. It wasn't some odd personality type, just a pure, carefree, and unrestrained way of living. Though, in specific circumstances, she maintained a certain image. This casual lifestyle and attitude towards life, in just 2 days, had left Zhao Chen with many thoughts. His conclusion, children from poor families don't live so carelessly, and heiresses from wealthy families who reach such a level of personal freedom are 1 in a million. Zhao Chen envied and admired his girlfriend. Are you done yet? Almost, I'll be right out. Zhao Chen's thoughts were interrupted. Need help scrubbing your back? No need, I'm done. Then can you help me? Of course, my noble princess. Zhao Chen replied gently, turning to the bathtub, filling it with water, and grabbing a handful of rose petals from the cabinet to sprinkle into the tub. With her hair in a bun and wearing a headband, Li Miaoxian darted into Zhao Chen's shower. Move over. She pushed Zhao Chen aside, quickly drenching herself with water. Then, satisfied, she stepped on her boyfriend's foot. So, were you tired after running around all day? Not at all. Back then, I used to get up at 5:30 in the morning to work on construction sites while it was still cool. By 11:30, I'd finish for lunch, take a break, and then get back to work at 1:30. The bricks at the site were scorching in the afternoon, and the work didn't end until 6 p.m. That was real exhaustion. Li Miaoxian loved hearing Zhao Chen talk about his past. During these moments, she always listened quietly. Sometimes, she would grab Zhao Chen's hand and hold it tightly. So, when you got off work in the evening, did you shower first or eat first? I'd usually carry 2 buckets of water upstairs first, take a shower, then cook dinner. Li Miaoxian didn't ask further. She simply stretched out her arm, pulled Zhao Chen under the large shower head to press against him, and gently scrubbed his back without saying another word. In the bathtub, the bright lights of Jinling City could be seen in the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city lights seemed to merge with the water in the tub, rippling in sync with the mood. In the future, if you don't have to work, don't overdo it. Don't push yourself too hard. But wouldn't that make me seem like I'm not doing my job? What kind of man doesn't do his job? It's different. For people like us, the point is not to work hard unless you have extraordinary abilities or exceptional wisdom. Zhao Chen fell silent. Surprisingly, he didn't argue back. He simply stared out the window, quiet and thoughtful. What had the world of the rich brought him? Endless wealth? A stunning fiancé? Or the freedom to live a superior, carefree life? These were indeed things he had always wanted. Now, he wanted them even more. This truly was an intoxicatingly gentle paradise. Life could be so dreamy, why struggle and suffer needlessly? Giving up the thrill of hard work was an acceptable trade-off. Having come this far, doing anything other than enjoying life was no longer permissible. Starting tomorrow, don't work more than an hour a day. Otherwise, no bed for you at night. Okay. Late at night, Zhao Chen carried the girl back to the bedroom in his arms, had some water, and dimmed the lights. They each held a corner of the blanket. By morning, Zhao Chen was startled awake by a boisterous voice. "Young master, get up for your morning run. Time for your morning run." Morning run. Zhao Chen groaned awake, rubbing his back. Intense activities the previous night had worn him out, only to be woken up early for a morning run. He wished he could sew second uncle's mouth shut. Turning his head, he saw that Li Miaoxian was already up, doing her usual morning yoga on the balcony. He felt too embarrassed to stay in bed, so he forced himself up, washed up, and changed into a premium athletic t-shirt before heading downstairs. From afar, he gave second uncle a quiet down gesture. Second uncle responded with an okay sign. Zhao Chen stretched a bit before jogging alongside second uncle on the path around the estate. One lap was about 500 or 600 meters. "Old man, are you trying to die early?" "Bah! What kind of talk is that, boy? I personally wake you up for your morning run, and you're not even grateful. Look at that girl from the Li family, she's up exercising every morning. Men, no matter when, must prioritize their health. Take me, for instance. At 60, I'm still in better shape than you." "Fine, uncle, do you have kids?" Zhao Chen mustered the courage to ask. "Hey! Your uncle doesn't even have a wife," he said proudly. Zhao Chen nodded, it was just as he thought. Once you have a wife, you can't fool around anymore. Let me tell you, the number of women I've been with is more than you've ever seen. Zhao Chen gave a small smile. So, the old man was quite the Casanova too. Look at me, strong and healthy. Young girls still fancy me. I'm a hot commodity. But these young folks today. I won't call them shameless, but they're certainly reckless. I can only count myself as a tier 2 male god at best. Zhao Chen quickly wiped the smile off his face, resisting the urge to laugh. Stop boasting before you hurt your tongue. Finding his self-satisfaction unbearable, Zhao Chen muttered, "Uncle, if you didn't say anything, I might have thought you were a eunuch from the imperial palace." The butler snapped. Immediately, he picked up speed. "You brat! Stop right there. Let me teach you some respect." Thanks to a bit of stamina enhancement from the system, Zhao Chen wasn't worried about being caught. The old man had already run a full lap but still couldn't catch up. "Uncle, you're slipping." "Who's slipping? A man should never be called slipping." Second uncle glanced at his stylish smart bracelet, saw the morning run was about done, and stopped to stretch. Zhao Chen jogged closer, smiling. "So, uncle, what's on the agenda today?" With a disdainful glance, second uncle struck a pose. "Fine, I'll tell you. Today, I'm meeting a few friends from Jinling to attend an auction of fine calligraphy and paintings." "Antiques? Into collecting now?" "That's right." Li Miaoxian had prepared breakfast. Zhao Chen had formally invited second uncle, but the old man insisted that the breakfast at home lacked grandeur, claiming that only the decades-old breakfast shop at the end of the alley in the old town had the true sense of ceremony. Early in the morning, the old man tricked Zhao Chen into letting him take the brand new AMG, saying he'd help break in the car and grab breakfast while taking it for a spin. "Where's the butler?" Li Miaoxian handed him a towel to dry his hair. He went to the old town for breakfast. That old man is quite amusing. Yeah, but he woke me up so early I barely got any sleep. Morning runs? I haven't done those since school, and doing one at home now is truly a first in my life. You're quite the sleepyhead. She pulled out a chair for Zhao Chen. And you've got some nerve to talk. You're nothing short of a witch. I can't even get out of bed because of you. Don't you have any conscience? Keep this up, and I'll be running on fumes. The air suddenly grew silent. Zhao Chen thought Li Miaoxian hadn't understood what he meant, but when he turned around, he saw her using large mittens to take a tray out of the oven. It was garlic butter oysters. Today's breakfast: garlic butter oysters, baked prawns with nori and sea salt, fried dough sticks, vegetable rice noodles, and soy milk. With a playful smile, Li Miaoxian set the food down. Zhao Chen's breathing quickened. He found her smug expression annoying but couldn't deny he was hungry, so he began to eat anyway. Thinking back, from the moment he came home, showered, and sat at the table, all her caring gestures as a girlfriend seemed not just appropriate but downright necessary. After all, as the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. What boyfriend could tolerate a life of constant demands without some kindness in return? Still, making breakfast seemed like a domestic touch. Though, honestly, this breakfast would have only taken him 5 minutes to prepare. Anyone with hands could have done it. No sooner had he thought this than a voice rang in his ears. What about your secretary? Wasn't she supposed to be a housekeeper in the villa? Yet here I am, making breakfast. You heartless man, don't you feel sorry for your darling? You already made it, didn't you? But I'm still tired. All right, Missy. I'll call her later. But how do you know she can cook? Don't twist my words. I didn't say just cooking. I said housekeeper. Fine, you win. Zhao Chen peeled her a prawn, prompting her to give him a subtle, polite smile in return. Second uncle mentioned an auction. Want to go check it out together? Li Miaoxian took a sip of milk, glanced at him, and only spoke after swallowing her bite. The auctions you know about are all under Huasheng. Going to an auction would just mean buying your own stuff at some ridiculously inflated price. Then why's second uncle going? Him? Probably because something of his is being auctioned, and he wants to join the fun. The girl tied her hair into a bun, looking both elegant and adorable. Her fair collarbones gleamed, exuding a delicate charm. She had a faint aura of pride, but at home, sitting casually, there was also a touch of laziness. In summary, a true heiress. But he invited me to go with him. Zhao Chen frowned, suddenly suspecting the old man's motives. Now he was worried about his new car. If you ask him for his treasures, he'll surely give them to you as an elder. But if he can make some money off you, why wouldn't he? Zhao Chen grumbled, doesn't he have any shame? Apparently not. Li Miaoxian pushed the empty plate in Zhao Chen's direction, not for him to eat but clearly indicating that washing the dishes was his job. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and muttered, so this is the infighting among the wealthy, huh? Truly horrifying. No shame, no respect for the elderly or love for the young. Ha ha. Li Miaoxian burst into laughter at his dramatic performance. Noticing the time, the girl suddenly exclaimed, speaking quickly, oh no. Today's the car enthusiasts club meeting in Shanghai. It's almost time. Darling, I can't hang out with you today. Wash the dishes, then I'm off. I'll be back for dinner tonight, so have your little secretary come over. Also, do you want to join me? I'll take you with me. Zhao Chen sipped his milk and shook his head. No, I've got work. Work won't take more than an hour. Oh, and you need to learn how to game. The computer I ordered for you arrives today, along with a gaming phone. I also signed you up for golf lessons. The instructor will contact you this afternoon. By the way, there's a driving license program. And there's this app called Douyin, learn how to browse short videos. Tomorrow, I booked tickets to Hainan. Let's go on our honeymoon. As she went upstairs to change, she kept issuing instructions. Zhao Chen put on an apron and began washing dishes, considering this his last chance to do so in his life as a wealthy young master. In his mind, her recent requests swirled: gaming, golf, driving lessons, learning short videos, traveling tomorrow for a honeymoon. The weight of his luxurious lifestyle hit him like a tidal wave. It almost made him feel like working on a construction site would have been less stressful. Damn, this comfortable life. 2 minutes later, Li Miaoxian came downstairs. Wow, quite the lady of the house. Li Miaoxian was holding her coat, wearing a creamy white dress, a necklace, hoop earrings, and red-bottomed heels. She looked exquisite and cold, with a ring on her finger. Of course. Dressed like this, I'll be the center of attention wherever I go. Oh, by the way, buy me a proper ring when you get the chance. It's inconvenient to keep wearing these girly little accessories. Zhao Chen had no response to her calling herself the lady of the house. What could he say? Secretly, he was thrilled. What's so special about this car meet that you're dressing so grandly? Rolls-Royce Wraith, Ladies' Circle, just a gathering of some rich women in Shanghai. Now that I have a husband, I can finally join. There are a few ladies I haven't seen in ages. I used to go with my mom, but now I can go alone. You have a Rolls-Royce Wraith? Nope. Then how are you going? I'm picking up the car now, silly. 6. As she reached the door, Li Miaoxian turned and asked, are you really not coming? There'll be tons of delicious food and lots of elegant, charming ladies. While men can't officially attend, I'm sure they'd let you in because of me. Zhao Chen frowned. Let me in where? Humph. With a step on the gas, Li Miaoxian drove off in her Bentley, which had been shipped from Beijing. She left her LaFerrari behind. Whether she flew or took the high-speed train to Shanghai, she had her own social circle, and clinging to her boyfriend all day wouldn't be good either. A man going out and still needing his wife to tag along? After finishing the dishes, Zhao Chen noticed a small note stuck to the dishwasher. Taking it down, he saw 3 words, dishwasher. Zhao Chen froze. He didn't fly into a rage or grind his teeth, he simply felt pure joy. Truthfully, at first, he hadn't thought he and Li Miaoxian would be a good match. At least, he didn't think it was the kind of relationship where they'd immediately click. They were more like a couple who married first and fell in love later. Zhao Chen didn't say it out loud, but over the past few days, he could sense her playful yet sincere attitude toward their relationship. She really was a good person. After finishing the dishes, Zhao Chen hummed a tune as he headed to the basement vault to check on it. Everything was as usual. Where were the Bulgari people? If it weren't for all this gold lying around, depreciating by the day, if he didn't make money, he'd be losing it. Just look at how his girlfriend spent money like water. If he didn't earn, they'd be drinking air tomorrow. Being a man was truly tough. As he came back upstairs, the doorbell rang. Zhao Chen turned to look at the screen showing the gate. Outside were several men in suits and ties. They were here. Mr. Zhao, this is the legal representative's signature. Please write your name here. By yesterday afternoon, our company has transferred the shares of the Bulgari Group to your Huachen Group Holdings. You will now own all shares of the Bulgari Group. A long section in English. The young French guy, speaking in a fluent London accent and a very formal tone, read the contents of the document aloud to the young master. Zhao Chen sent a text message to Qing Yanlan, have you arrived? Hurry up, this is urgent. Even English listening tests weren't this annoying, even though this was a deal worth billions. He couldn't understand why, despite scoring near perfect on his college entrance exam for English, he still couldn't figure out what this guy was saying. The 2 domestic staff standing nearby didn't bother to translate either. They just stared at him blankly, as if their silent presence would make him value them more. Not even good at flattery. Damn it, once the asset handover is complete, the 2 of you better get lost. Standing there like a couple of idiots. For 5 whole minutes, Zhao Chen was driven to the brink of a meltdown by the incomprehensible gibberish. You're just mooing like a cow. He really wanted to grab the document and scan it for translation. Luckily, Chen Yanlan arrived. Today, her outfit was neat and professional, as if she was fully ready to focus on work. No black stockings today, but she wore a white pencil skirt that was formal enough for the office. Not bad. For the first time, he noticed her calves. Quite fair. Sit down. Quickly finalize the handover. I can't understand a word of his English. Chen Yanlan didn't waste time. She opened her laptop, placed it on the table, and told Zhao Chen, he's speaking Italian. It's normal that you don't understand. Zhao Chen was about to argue, but before he could, she added, with some English mixed in. The Bulgari brand was founded in the 19th century, transitioning from silversmithing to jewelry, renowned worldwide for its exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious jewelry. A globally famous supplier of luxury jewelry, Bulgari also operated businesses in hospitality, hotels, and resorts. Its current owner, Chinese businessman Zhao Chen. Valuation, 50 billion. Halfway through listening, Chen Yanlan frowned deeply, interrupted the man reading in gibberish, and asked, are you saying Bulgari is now under Huachen Group? As she asked, even she felt nervous, as though she was about to embarrass herself by saying something so absurd. But then she saw all three people handling the handover nod firmly in confirmation. Chen Yanlan was stunned. She knew all about Huachan, this tiny, scrappy company. After all, she had built it herself. When Zhao Chen mentioned yesterday that he was acquiring Bulgari, she thought he was just joking and didn't bother to call him out on it. But now, this morning, seeing and hearing the news firsthand, it turned out to be true. This little, tiny company had already grown enough to be called a group. She could hardly believe it. She knew very well that those plots of land in the suburbs, meant for agricultural cultivation, still hadn't been planted. Luxury jewelry. She now realized Zhao Chen wasn't kidding. Turning her head, she saw Zhao Chen scrolling through short videos on his phone, seemingly engrossed. He didn't care at all about the asset transfer, not even a little. Seriously, young master, can't you at least show some interest? This is a deal worth billions. Doing nothing, playing around, she felt this kind of man was even more exasperating than a pampered woman who had never worked a day in her life. Forget it. He's a young master, after all. While seriously finalizing the details of the transfer, she sent the documents to two of her assistants to help handle them. At the same time, she had to quickly recruit staff. There wasn't even a legal department yet. If she had to do everything herself, she'd be exhausted. Zhao Chen had already set work aside. He found the short videos really interesting. They let him see the world, different lives, and attractive women. He started wondering, which men actually end up with these stunning women? High education? High looks? High wealth? Suddenly, he saw a comment. If I were rich, all these women would be mine. Dog emoji. Zhao Chen replied, love isn't something you can buy just because you want to. You need to be sincere. The next second, the commenter replied. Heh, like you've ever bought it. What do you know? You're just an ordinary guy like the rest of us. Why bother spouting these fairy tale morals? Besides, aren't you broke too? Zhao Chen frowned, slightly annoyed, and argued seriously, that's not true. Love isn't just about money. Even though I have money, I sometimes feel lost when it comes to love. The commenter, Black Susan, replied. Heh, you have money? What, enough to buy girls spicy snacks? Ha ha. What a joke, they think I'm just a kid. Zhao Chen didn't like flaunting his wealth, nor did he want to argue much with that kind of person. He just hoped they'd have a proper understanding of love. But as he was about to exit the comments section, a voice rang in his head. Daily navigation system, always at your service. Detected that the host's strength has been questioned. For the sake of system dignity, daily navigation suggests you respond and prove your worth. Reward for following the suggestion, monetary gain. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. The system's dignity had been challenged. If he just refuted the commenter, he'd earn money. After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen went upstairs to take photos of his watch collection, then photographed the stack of car keys by the front door, followed by the 20-kilogram gold brick next to the sofa. Each photo included a distinct hand gesture. Yes, increase recognition. Make sure people know it's his. He edited the photos into a short video using the app and replied to the commenter. A minute later, the commenter responded. Seeing how well the young master lives, this humble servant is truly happy from the bottom of my heart. Wait, does the real young master also watch short videos? Tears emoji. Other users joined in. Why do I keep running into walls these days? Young master, do you need a servant like me? Rich guy, Venmo me $500 so I can get a foot massage. Young master, take her for me too. Just say my name while you do it. Zhao Chen frowned. More and more comments appeared. The video he used for his reply had somehow become a separate short video post, with comments pouring in and likes skyrocketing. In 10 minutes, it had over 103 likes. The comments left him speechless. Though they were written in Chinese, when read together, they made no sense to him. Ha ha ha. A laugh came from behind him. Zhao Chen turned to see his second uncle, who had apparently finished breakfast and was now leaning over his shoulder, staring at the screen. You scared me. Why are you spying on my phone? Second uncle looked disappointed. You didn't understand the commenter's meaning at all. He wasn't talking about love, he was talking about sleeping with those pretty girls without needing to take responsibility. Zhao Chen, what? That's absurd. Isn't responsibility a given? Second uncle, not necessarily. Some girls don't expect responsibility. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. The internet was deeper than he thought. It turned out he didn't realize that people even considered bragging about casual relationships as something worth boasting about online. Alright, the auction is about to start. Are you going? Yes. Let me change clothes. Hurry up. I'll get the car. Today I'm taking your Cullinan. Whatever, you're the boss. Kid, dress better. Stop looking like a country bumpkin. You're embarrassing me. Bah! You're so annoying. Zhao Chen's voice echoed from upstairs. Chen Yanlan, meanwhile, was incredibly busy. The overwhelming amount of information and tasks was starting to exhaust her. Yet, the feeling of managing a massive group gave her a sense of pride, as if she was already on the battlefield of global commerce. Even though she hadn't put in any real effort, just working as Zhao Chen's assistant, she had achieved her dream of dominating the business world. While juggling tasks and feeling excited, she couldn't help but look up to her boss a little more. He really had a way of getting things done. When he said he'd acquire something, he did. Leaving the facts aside, a man with such charisma really was impressive. Did her dream of dominating the business world come true just like that? While busy working, she couldn't help but feel happy, and she gave her boss another look of admiration. He really had a way with things. When he said he'd acquire something, he did. Putting aside the facts, a man with this kind of charm really is capable. Chen Yanlan couldn't help but marvel at her boss's aggressive methods. But when Zhao Chen came downstairs in a change of clothes, whistling as he drove off, she muttered under her breath about the lazy dog boss who never took his responsibilities seriously. Faced with the handover of assets and the transfer of shares, she felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. At the moment, she couldn't bother with her boss's indulgent lifestyle and focused solely on doing her job well. Assistant Chen, remember to make dinner for 3 people. Don't forget. Get lost. Chen Yanlan, swamped with work, had no time to spare for pampering him. She was speechless. A man like this, just because you have money, ability, and looks, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. What she didn't know was that all these requests were deliberate provocations from the mistress of the house, aimed at her. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was sitting in the passenger seat, listening to his second uncle brag. You're young, your horizons are narrow, and you're still immature when it comes to relationships. Why don't you take the opportunity to enjoy life before you get married? There are so many girls out there, why not experience a few? Let me tell you, when I was abroad, I had several foreign girlfriends. Look at you, 18 or 19 years old, the prime age for romance, yet you want to hang yourself on one single tree, ugly family girl. Pathetic. Before Zhao Chen could respond, second uncle hurriedly added. Have you been to a bar or nightclub? Have you attended large social gatherings? How many parties have you been to? How many girls in the world have you actually seen? Zhao Chen, and then? Do you have a wife? As soon as he said this, he clearly saw second uncle's face twitch, and his grip on the steering wheel faltered. You're hopeless. Oh. Zhao Chen maintained his calm smile and then softly asked, I heard you're really into collecting. Could I borrow a few of your pieces to look at? By the way, I'm particularly interested in paintings and calligraphy. Zhao Chen stared at second uncle's face, and this time the old man didn't say a word. He pretended not to hear, though in his heart, he had likely already cursed Zhao Chen thoroughly. This brat only knows how to take advantage of me. He just wants to freeload and not spend a single penny. I wanted him to show some respect, not rip me off. Zhao Chen's smile disappeared, and he sarcastically read aloud from his phone screen. Some people are selfish, leaving nothing for future generations while they're alive, stingy to the point of annoyance. 10-cent News brings you the story of a selfish old man. He hadn't read much before being interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Second uncle gave a bitter smile. Alright, I'll give it to you. You little brat, your uncle isn't even dead yet, and you're already scheming. Hey, you're my real uncle. Please, don't. I can't handle this. The auction was held in a large conference hall. At the entrance, second uncle handed over 2 invitation cards. No need for a capital verification, they were admitted directly. Zhao Chen casually flipped through the catalog of auction items. Paintings and calligraphy, some antiques, and a few high-end watches from decades ago. Zhao Chen asked quietly, Uncle, why aren't there any animal heads from the old summer palace? TSK Tisk, you've got big ambitions. That kind of stuff would be in your dad's collection. You're still just a kid. Most of it's overseas. Zhao Chen, overseas? Why not buy it back? Second uncle, they're not selling. Zhao Chen, couldn't we just steal it? Second uncle, too risky. Zhao Chen, we don't have to do it ourselves, though. Second uncle walked Zhao Chen around the preview area for the auction items, letting him pick out anything he liked. If he did, second uncle promised to set it aside for him without bidding. After some thought, second uncle muttered, "You've got a point. Next time I go abroad to pick up artifacts, take me with you. We'll go rob Versailles." "Uncle, you really get me." The two strolled through the exhibition. Second uncle asked Zhao Chen, "Anything catch your eye?" Zhao Chen shook his head. The old man was about to celebrate when Zhao Chen added, "The stuff here is pretty ordinary watches and antiques, nothing special. Maybe next time I'll check out your collection at home before making a decision." The old man's face turned dark. Finally, he forced out a sentence, "Do you know that your dad always treats me with the utmost respect?" "Zhao Chen, then I'll help my dad borrow a few pieces too." And off they went. Inside the auction hall, the auctioneer was dressed in a plain cheongsam. She wasn't exactly beautiful, but her style was sharp, and her words flew like rapid fire. A Yuan Dynasty shadow blue vase featuring tigers, cranes, phoenixes, and qilins. Starting bid, 30 million. Minimum increment, 500,000. The bidding begins. 0017, 31 million. 0035, 32 million. 0028, 40 million. Phone bid, 45 million. Zhao Chen held a paddle numbered 0099. The Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was already nearing 50 million. Next to him, the old man hadn't blinked once, as if the price hadn't yet reached his expectations. "Hey kid, help raise the bid a bit." Zhao Chen lifted his paddle. The auctioneer immediately pointed to him. 0099, 50 million. Zhao Chen's heart raced. 50 million, first call. 50 million, second call. He was sweating. Finally, someone else raised their paddle. 0039, 51 million. 51 million. Any more bids? 51 million. Alright, 0081, 55 million. The Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain redefined the reserved and understated style of traditional ceramics, offering a bold visual impact and a refreshing sense of simplicity. Its grandeur and artistic originality elevated blue and white porcelain art to its peak, ensuring its enduring prosperity. This vase, an early masterpiece of blue and white porcelain, is exceptionally well preserved and exceedingly rare. 0075, 60 million. Zhao Chen noticed the old man couldn't hide his grin. This price had exceeded his expectations. But the old man muttered, "The price is still low, just this much? Keep going." Zhao Chen felt this was absurd but reluctantly raised his paddle several more times. 0099, 70 million. 70 million. Zhao Chen thought this was the end, but the auctioneer's voice became even faster. "Alright, 73 million. Phone bid, 75 million. Zhao Chen panicked. He leaned over and whispered to the old man, "What's your estimate for how high this will go?" The old man held up 2 fingers. "Zhao Chen, 20 million? The old man shook his head. 2 billion. Before Zhao Chen could react, the old man pulled out several auction records and showed them to him. July 12, 2005, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase, The Departure of Gagouzi, sold in London for £15.68 million, 230 million renminbi. Yuan Dynasty blue and white Mei vase, 710 million renminbi. Autumn 2010, a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period revolving vase sold for 554 million renminbi in London, breaking records for Chinese art. Qing Dynasty Qianlong blue and white vase with auspicious motifs, 83.44 million renminbi. Zhao Chen initially thought the old man's 2 billion was his target price. But after reading the records, he realized it was merely the old man's low estimate. Zhao Chen was an amateur in the world of collectibles. He didn't know how to describe the Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase currently up for auction. However, with his limited knowledge, he could tell that this vase was far more exquisite than the plates and jars mentioned in previous auction records. As for the 2 billion yuan price tag, he didn't quite agree with it. Based on past auction records, this vase should be worth at least 10 billion. Of course, he thought this way from the perspective of someone with assets in the hundreds of billions. In his eyes, if the market price was like this, then the vase must be worth that much. To those without money, spending 10 billion on a broken vase would seem like sheer wastefulness. The difference between these perspectives lies in horizons, status, knowledge, capability, wisdom, values, and attitudes toward life. As Zhao Chen listened to the auctioneer's increasingly rapid calls, he suddenly realized that the auction was only now entering its heated stage. 0001, 150 million. The bid had jumped from 100 million to 150 million, a leap of 50 million. Compared to the reserved pace of the early bidding, this phase was wild and unpretentious. If you had money, you had to call it out loud. After this high bid, there was a long pause. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, the telephone bidders finally raised their paddle at a leisurely pace. Telephone bid, 160 million. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. The telephone bidders were clearly the true heavyweights. Their wealth was immense, and in such large-scale auctions, they could casually call out bids of tens of millions. Their boldness was downright astonishing. Telephone bidders include families in China who prefer to remain low-profile, leaders from various industries, foreign collectors, overseas museums, international conglomerates, and wealthy elites. The old man clearly understood this world better than Zhao Chen, and Zhao began to grasp it a bit more. So, Zhao Chen, his hands practically twitching, swiftly raised his paddle. For him, calling out bids worth tens of millions was a breeze. 0099, 200 million. The room fell silent. A few people even turned to look at Zhao Chen, and some immediately sent people to investigate his identity. They suspected that this young man, who seemed inexperienced at auctions, might have been hired to inflate the bids. If it turned out he was a plant, the vase wouldn't be able to sell through official auction channels. At that point, acquiring it wouldn't require paying such a sky-high price, drastically reducing the cost. Zhao Chen wasn't worried that the vase would sell for just 2 billion. Even though his bid had been a significant jump, the auctioneer's voice barely paused. Telephone bid, 201 million. 0037, 210 million. Some bidders tried to slow the pace of the auction, but it was clearly a failed attempt. The price kept climbing. Telephone bid, 230 million. Telephone bid, 235 million. The rhythm of the auction was excellent. Amidst the tension, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel like he was making a big profit. Suddenly, he thought of something and leaned closer to the old man to whisper, "How did you get this vase?" The old man's face turned mysterious. After holding the pose for a while, he finally responded slyly, "I bought it from a grave robber decades ago." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Damn, this old man had unbelievable luck. How much did you buy it for? 2 bowls of mung bean porridge. Shocked, Zhao Chen's pupils widened. This was the biggest treasure hunting story he'd ever heard. Could it be that this man, named Fugue, literally wealth, truly had some kind of luck boost? Zhao Chen thought about how he only gained extraordinary luck after choosing the rich man's plan. What kind of virtue did this old man have to deserve such fortune? Wait a second, just 2 bowls of porridge? How do you sleep at night with a conscience like that? Second uncle shot him a disdainful look and rubbed his nose. There was a laxative in those 2 bowls of porridge. While the guy squatted in the bushes, I swapped it with a fake. Who knew that when I got back and checked, it turned out to be a freshly unearthed treasure? When I first got it, I didn't expect it to be worth so much. Back then, your grandfather had just helped me out. He took one look at the vase and was shocked too. But in those days, he was young and ambitious. He would rather forge his own path than sell treasures for money. Hey, in the end, your grandfather built a successful career, and the vase stayed in the family. Zhao Chen took another deep breath. This really was a case of a troublemaker living a long life. This old man had stolen someone else's treasure and was now turning it into billions after a few decades. He wondered, if that grave robber were still alive and saw this auction, would he die of anger on the spot? But then again, if you're a grave robber, you can't really complain about bad luck. In the end, the old man was the lucky one. And Zhao Chen had to give credit to his grandfather for not cashing in the vase during hard times. It proved that in one's prime, you shouldn't pursue comfort but instead keep striving. He remembered something Zhao Zhichang had once told him. A real man is born into this world, and the world belongs to him. Whatever he can hold in his hands is his skill. Some people are learned and wise, some are wealthy and influential. No one is born rich. So why not use legal, reasonable, and clever means to seize what you want? Look at this old scoundrel. He seized billions with just 2 bowls of porridge. Zhao Chen felt deeply moved, thinking that this kind of seizing spirit was truly admirable. He turned to the old man and said, "You must have a lot more treasures like this in your collection, right? At your age, you probably don't have the energy or time to manage them all. Why not hand them over to me, and I'll help you sell them and turn them into savings for your final expenses?" Looking at Zhao Chen's smiling face, the old man began to breathe heavily. This brat was definitely a Zhao family descendant. His shamelessness was exactly like that of the Zhao patriarch. How could someone say such shameless things with a straight face? What kind of person even thinks like this? The old man stayed silent for a long time. Zhao Chen stopped smiling inside, then spoke gently, "Uncle, you have no children. When you're gone, there won't even be anyone to collect your body. Forget about using a fine Wanwali coffin or having a grand burial. You won't even have anyone to clean your grave during Qingming festival. Tell me, what's the point of living a life like that?" As Zhao Chen spoke, he closely observed the old man's expression. He could clearly see the old man's smug look turn into a frown, then into worry. There's hope. Sure enough, the old man grabbed Zhao Chen's hand tightly. "Chen, do you think I treat you well?" "Uncle, we only met yesterday." Before Zhao Chen could finish, the old man interrupted, "All the treasures in the world can't be taken with you after death. What use are they to me? When I'm gone, they'll all be yours anyway." Zhao Chen understood. He immediately changed his tone. "Uncle, you're so good to me." The old man's expression softened. "Since I treat you so well, then. Here it comes." Zhao Chen leaned in and said, sincerely and emotionally, one word at a time. "Uncle, say no more. I'll take care of everything for you in the future. If you don't think Wanwali is good enough, I'll get you a gold inlaid jade coffin. If you think a few acres of land for a burial plot is too cramped, I promise you even Mount Fuji, if you say the word, I'll make sure you're buried in style at the summit." The old man's face lit up with satisfaction. "All right, kid, as long as you have that kind of heart. Once we win this vase, I'll take you somewhere fun and broaden your horizons." Beijing, Huasheng headquarters. Zhao Zichang frowned deeply. He couldn't figure out how Zhao Chun had suddenly acquired Bulgari. A global luxury brand like this, he wouldn't dare say it was something one could just buy on a whim. Where did Zhao Chen even get the money? Although the group was valued at only a few $100 billion, you couldn't just purchase it at face value. He remembered that he had only given Zhao Chen $1 billion. He was utterly baffled. Why did he suddenly decide to acquire that brand? "I heard it's because he wants to get into high-end jewelry," someone on the phone explained. "Why?" "Not sure. Maybe he just likes valuable things." Zhao Zichang hung up the phone, frustrated. The people he had sent to help Zhao Chen with his business were useless. They didn't know anything and couldn't explain a thing. What kind of employees are these? You can't even figure out what your boss wants to do? And you've been Huasheng's Employee of the Year for 5 years. After searching his contacts, he immediately called Chen Yanlan, Zhao Chen's secretary, whose number he had kept. "Hello. Yes, this is Zhao Zichang, Zhao Chen's father. Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Do you know how Zhao Chen managed to acquire Bulgari?" "It's all right. I'm currently working on the handover of assets with Bulgari. They said Zhao Chen paid about £10. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what's written in the contract." Zhao Zichang's brows furrowed even tighter, forming deep lines. He was even more confused. £10? What kind of price is that? That's the cost of breakfast for him. How could the price of breakfast buy a world-class luxury brand? This was serious, clearly a scam. His son was still inexperienced and, having grown up poor, had a penchant for bargains. Sigh. As a father, knowing that Zhao Chun had been scammed made him feel terrible. Whoever these fraudsters were, wherever they were hiding, once he found them, even if it was the Golden Triangle, they were doomed. Suddenly, Zhao Zichang remembered that Uncle Fugue had once bought a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase for just 2 bowls of mung bean porridge. He immediately realized Uncle Fugue was now with Zhao Chen. The similarity in methods was too much to ignore. The truth was becoming clear. Fugue, could it be that you're truly the Zhao family's lucky charm? I just hope Zhao Chen doesn't squander this connection with Uncle Fugue. He immediately called Wang Qian. Parenting wasn't a one-man job, and since Zhao Chen had been scammed, this was a big deal. They needed someone to investigate. Who on earth are these idiots? Do they think my son is a 3-year-old? Selling it for such a low price. What worried him more was that Zhao Chen couldn't see through such an obvious scam. No, it's not Zhao Chen's fault. It must be that the scammers are incredibly cunning. Zhao Chen rubbed his hands together. He looked a bit mischievous, but the thought of 630 million yuan combined with the old man's promise to use the auction proceeds for some fun put him in high spirits. That's 6.3 billion. Wherever we go, we could probably buy the place outright. Uncle, you really treat me well. I've been thinking gold inlaid jade is nice, but how about I get you a diamond-encrusted coffin instead? Hey, you sure know how to make people happy. Don't say it's just a coffin. With diamonds on it, I'd still be a trendsetter even in the afterlife. Of course. The two were at the country's largest auction of the year, each holding half a watermelon and scooping it out with spoons. Even though their eating manners were far from elegant, it didn't affect their inner trendy man images one bit. Luckily, the people at the auction recognized the young master of the Zhao family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have mattered if they owned things worth billions. Even if a member of foreign royalty had come, they wouldn't be allowed to stay and eat watermelon in the auction hall. Tell me, why are we still here after the auction's over? There's one more item. Besides, you haven't even finished your watermelon. Hey, I'm just asking. No rush. He had no intention of leaving. If there was still an auction item left, it meant today's spending cap could go even higher. A bunch of worthless enamel vases followed. Zhao Chen didn't even know their names and didn't bother to listen to the final prices. Then Wang Qian sent him a message. Xiao Chun, have you been eating properly these days? Yes, Mom, I've been eating well. Good. I heard from your dad that you've been working hard on your business again. Don't overdo it. The family's money will never run out. I just transferred you some more. Don't let yourself suffer. Mom, I really don't need the money. I'm telling you, my business is bound to make a fortune. Even if I just fiddle around, I'll still make money. That's good. Seeing you like this makes me happy. No matter what, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. We have plenty of money at home, so feel free to experiment. Any hole you dig, we can fill it. Facing setbacks is good too. Any hardship will help you grow. Remember, failure and mistakes are in the past. Enjoy the present. Zhao Chen froze. What? Forget about Dad not believing I'm seriously working on my business, but why don't you believe me either? I'm not messing around. Why would I fail? Even without counting Bulgari's daily revenue, his gold alone could be liquidated anytime. Next year, once the land was planted, it would bring in endless wealth. He didn't understand, his head full of questions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Maybe his parents thought his business was too simple and small in scale, so they assumed he was just playing around. Ridiculous. I'm really working hard. Zhao Chen made up his mind to surpass his parents' legacy and make them recognize his efforts. Where are we going? Zhao Chen was already sitting in the passenger seat, looking a bit expectant. While business was important, enjoyment was even more so. The old man didn't answer, just chuckled in a way that made Zhao Chen's skin crawl. The Cullinan stopped in front of a building. The old man got out and led Zhao Chen inside. Zhao Chen frowned. What's going on? The workday is over. What are we doing at a company called Emperor Entertainment Group Jinling Agency? Halfway through reading the company name, Zhao Chen's expression changed. Alright then. It's the prime time for work, so I guess I should just focus and get back to it. This morning, there are 2 casting sessions. One is for female models preparing for next year's national competition. The other is for female actors. Which one do you want to attend as a backstage judge? Zhao Chen straightened up. Suddenly, he realized this wasn't work, this was art and aesthetics, a high-level pursuit of human appreciation. He couldn't refuse. He figured he must have good taste. Turning to the old man, he asked, "Is this company ours?" "No." "Too bad. I was hoping to be fair and impartial." "It's your aunt's." Zhao Chen froze. "All right. I haven't even met her yet, but my aunt should support me in this artistic endeavor." His aunt didn't have children, and Wang Qian had always told Zhao Chen that one day he'd need to take care of her in her old age. He still remembered those words. "Have you decided? Models?" Zhao Chen shook his head. "Actors?" Zhao Chen shook his head again. The old man stopped walking. "Kid, don't tell me you've lost interest at such a young age?" "Zhao Chen, I want to see both. Arrange the schedule. I don't mind working harder for the sake of the job." "All right, young master, just wait and see." The old man liked this eager to adapt side of Zhao Chen. Young men shouldn't be timid. They're full of youthful energy, why act like some ascetic gentleman or monk? When a woman is practically delivered to your doorstep, don't act all impotent and make people sick. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, preparing to enter the company. "Do you know the boss here?" Zhao Chen turned his head and asked. "Nope." "Then how do you have the nerve to bring me here? Isn't this your aunt's company?" A quick phone call from you, and it's sorted. Why would I, an old man, need to get involved? Zhao Chen opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to reply. Good grief. His aunt, whom he hadn't contacted in over a decade, and now his first call to her would be, "Aunt, can I check out the starlets in your company?" Even though he was thick-skinned, there were limits to what he could say. The two men, one old and one young, sat on the steps outside the company under the blazing sun, both silent. Didn't you say you were going to spend the auction proceeds on having fun? I did. I'll even pay for gas later. The old man looked utterly unbothered, his face practically beaming with shameless glee. So you came out to play with just a few $100 for gas money? Everything else is on me, huh? Always freeloading at your age, shameless. You've got no morals, you know that? Even as he spoke, Zhao Chen took out his phone and called his aunt. Hello, Auntie, it's Xiao Chen. I have enough money. Yeah, school hasn't started yet. I think it'll be a few more days. Yeah, I have one. The girl from the Li family, you forgot, Auntie? The arranged marriage one. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to visit your company in Jinling to check out how the model and actress auditions are run. No, really, no need. Please don't. I mean it, really, Auntie? Auntie? Zhao Chen put down the phone. The old man turned to ask, well, young master, how did it go? Did your aunt make the arrangements? Zhao Chen shook his head. Fu Gui froze. Then Zhao Chen said nonchalantly, Auntie said she's giving me this little company. Someone will be coming downstairs to greet me soon. Ha ha ha. The old man adjusted his clothes. Say what you want about him, but despite his age, he did have a certain charm when he tried to act like a gentleman. Not the fake kind, nor the soft and effeminate type, just a continuation of a middle-aged man's charm that had carried over into his old age. Zhao Chen followed behind the old man steadily. When they were serious, they actually looked a bit like father and son on the battlefield. Soon, the sound of high heels echoed. Zhao Chen thought it was just one person. But it was a whole group. Hiss. He suddenly felt like he had never seen so many beautiful legs in his life. Especially the woman leading the group, a folder in hand, wearing black-rimmed glasses, thin black stockings, and a pencil skirt. It was the same standard professional attire, but on her, it had a flair that Chen Yanlan couldn't quite match. There was just something about it, something indescribable. Phew. Stay calm. Who here is Mr. Zhao? That would be me. Zhangli looked slightly surprised. She had just received a sudden call from headquarters saying that the new boss was coming to inspect the company. She was stunned. A company like theirs required connections in the entertainment and modeling industries to operate. No connections? No network? How could someone take over such a company? She had assumed Mr. Zhao was the old man in front of her. She hadn't expected it to be the young guy who looked barely out of his teens. Still, though surprised, she didn't say much. A young boss was much easier to deal with than an old one. Old men had seen everything and usually had picky tastes, while young men could be pleased with a bit of beauty and grace. Mr. Zhao, this way, please. The process had to be formal, starting with some pleasantries. They entered the most luxurious guest room. Fugue made himself at home, acting as if Zhao Chen was the boss and he was Zhao Chen's father. Mr. Zhao, so young and promising. Zhang Li said, trying to gauge his tone. Just working hard, that's all. Oh, where's Mr. Zhao originally from? Born in Beijing, nothing special. May I ask how Mr. Zhao became the owner of this company? I've been working here for several years, and the boss has always been the same. The sudden change is a bit hard to adjust to. Right, I should be calling you boss now. Oh, my aunt asked me to look after it for her. I had some free time, so I came to check it out. Zhangli felt somewhat relieved. She had thought this Zhao Chen might be a spoiled rich kid just playing around. But judging by his humble demeanor, he didn't seem like a brat born with a golden spoon. Their conversation was cut short when Fugue suddenly stood up, holding a cup of tea. He walked over to Zhao Chen and handed it to him respectfully. Young master, didn't the old master say you shouldn't be too low-key when you left? Emperor Entertainment belongs to your aunt. There's nothing wrong with saying so. Why keep it low-key? Our Zhao family has been rooted in Beijing for many years. Being this low-key Zhao Zhichang wouldn't approve. If you ask me, as a child of a wealthy family, you don't need to be overly polite with her. It's a bit of a waste of your time. Before the old man could finish, Zhao Chen quickly covered his mouth. Damn it, this is giving me goosebumps all over. He forced an awkward smile. Ms. Zhang, please don't mind him. My uncle here isn't quite right in the head. Zhao Chen struggled to keep the old man quiet. Zhongli smiled politely. She understood. The old man was likely a housekeeper who didn't like seeing his young master talking politely to a married woman with good looks. As a company executive, she was privy to certain information. She knew about Emperor Entertainment's ties to the Zhao family in Beijing and was aware of Huaxing Group's Zhao Zhichang. Though news of the Zhao family's lost child being found hadn't been widely circulated, it hadn't escaped the attention of insiders like her. Zhongli wasted no time. Wu Meng, get the boss some fresh tea. Right away. A better batch of tea was quickly served to Zhao Chen. It's not wrong to adjust one's actions based on the situation. Zhongli's quick thinking and adaptability explained why she had become general manager at such a young age. This morning, there are 2 auditions. Boss, do you want to choose the first one? Before she could finish, Zhao Chen waved her off. Since there are 2 auditions, I'll attend both. It doesn't matter if the work is tedious or boring, I'll still be there. You don't need to tell me the details. Hearing this, Zhongli nodded and said nothing further. She felt that Zhao Chen didn't seem like the type to attend just to ogle the women. Even if both auditions involved women. At that moment, Fu Gui jumped up. Young master, no. I think 1 session is enough. 2 would be too tiring. Your father specifically said you shouldn't overwork yourself. Zhao Chen hadn't even responded when the old man continued, Manager, arrange for a few people to accompany the young master. Not to serve him, but just to ensure he doesn't get too tired. Zhongli nodded immediately. Of course. Zhao Chen shot the old man a fierce glare. Damn it, this old man is so cunning. And shameless, too. Once you enter the entertainment circle, it's as deep as the sea. Zhongli had already started subtly probing Zhao Chen, trying to find out if he had connections with any big directors or if Huaxing Group had invested in any talent shows or training camps for producing stars. These questions were subtle, and Zhao Chen might not fully understand them. But the old servant knew exactly what was going on. He immediately took it upon himself to boast recklessly, talking about major productions, TV dramas, movies, and even claiming that their capital had already entered Hollywood. He even mentioned that a web celebrity with decent acting skills could make it to the international big screen. The old man was meticulous. After his exaggerated bragging, he didn't forget to clarify to those around him that none of this was his doing, it was all thanks to the young master's capabilities. Nothing remarkable, he said. Zhongli, a seasoned professional with years of workplace experience, just nodded slightly at these claims. She couldn't deny that Huaxing Group had the ability to do such things, but it certainly wouldn't be as effortless as the old man made it sound. However, the young women nearby didn't think the same way. Could someone from Huaxing Group, especially the prince's entourage, be lying? Everyone in this industry knew how important connections and relationships were. Without the right connections, it was impossible to rise to fame. Among today's stars, except for a few seasoned veterans, who didn't have a few godfathers backing them, Zhao Chen was young, and attaching themselves to him could secure them a lifetime of comfort. Finally, they arrived at the audition room for actresses. Zhongli, being sharp and observant, leaned over to the old man before they entered. I've already instructed them to put on their best performance. They're thrilled to hear someone from headquarters is here to choose talent. Fu Gui nodded. You've done well. The young master will appreciate your efforts. Zhao Chen, walking ahead, frowned. This old man, who was clearly here to indulge himself, had pinned everything on him, making it seem like Zhao Chen had come to scout for a free girlfriend. Though, in fairness, Zhao Chen did want to broaden his horizons a bit. Seated at the judge's table, Zhao Chen's tea was swapped for iced cola, his favorite, showing just how much effort the manager in black stockings had put in. Zhao Chen remained composed. Here, no makeup was allowed, nor were overly provocative outfits. Every girl presented herself naturally, with simple features. They wore crop tops and shorts, allowing for the inspection of scars and physique. At a glance, one could easily judge who had potential. Each batch of 20 contestants entered the room, lined up, and followed commands to turn their bodies. Then, they were evaluated one by one based on enunciation, singing ability, facial expressions, and more. This was only the first stage. Zhang Li explained that the next round involved one-on-one private interviews and quality checks. Since Zhao Chen, as the boss, had already participated, he would personally assess the talent and abilities of the outstanding candidates in the next round. Recite the essay preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang. Following the large screen, the first contestant began to read the essay aloud. Tone, pitch, emotion, and clarity of speech were all judged by set standards. Meanwhile, beauty, physique, and charisma were scored collectively in this round. Regarding these three aspects, Zhang entrusted Zhao Chen with scoring, enhancing the leader's involvement and giving him a subtle talent selection experience. Zhao Chen gladly obliged. Except for the old man occasionally whispering vulgar comments in his ear, such as, "Good for childbirth, that's deep, she's definitely a first-timer," and so on. What surprised Zhao Chen even more was how the female executives also played along to flatter the old man. They talked about ways to judge people, observing their subtle expressions, the fine hair behind their ears, pelvic alignment, and walking posture. They sounded utterly professional. Zhao Chen was amazed. Can you really deduce so much from appearance? This seemed like a genuinely practical skill, far more credible than judging by skin tone or scent. Suddenly, Zhao Chen turned to Zhang Li and manager Zhang. "Of all the actresses so far, who do you think has the most potential?" "Someone truly talented." Zhang Li smiled faintly. Zhao Chen's question was well phrased. Indeed, most of the actresses here had already been driven. For Zhao Chen, as the boss, the requirement was clear: start with a new car. The process would be simpler that way. With a slight nod, Zhang Li softly suggested, "Contestant 19, Yang Manhwa. Her pure and innocent demeanor matches the current mainstream aesthetic for actresses. Her voice is clear, her posture is graceful, and her foundational acting skills are strong. Moreover, she has a good educational background. As for the others, I haven't noticed anyone particularly outstanding yet." Zhao Chen glanced at his score sheet. For contestant 19, he had given 99 for beauty, 97 for physique, and 98 for charisma. He had only given similar scores to 2 or 3 others. Of course, some he had to observe more closely and score based on intuition. He nodded slowly. "I'll take another look. Make a note of her for me." Zhang Li responded immediately, "Understood." After watching several more batches, Zhao Chen felt something was off. Although they weren't wearing makeup, he started to feel aesthetic fatigue. Honestly, all the actresses in this room, eligible for evaluation, were far more attractive than the average beauties on the street. Still, it was visually exhausting. Not to mention, some of them appeared to have had cosmetic surgery. Their faces were oddly similar, lacking natural features. Thankfully, a few of them were refreshing enough to stand out. Zhao Chen thought these few could become stars based on looks alone. Why do you think they're as attractive as the celebrities on TV, yet they're not famous? Zhang Li answered tactfully, reflecting Zhao Chen's demeanor. She didn't believe someone his age would be so sanctimonious or pretentious. "Boss, the difference between them and TV stars lies in having someone like you a benefactor. There are countless beautiful women in the world, but some remain extras their entire lives. Connections truly matter in this industry. For them, hard work doesn't count for much. They're waiting for opportunities like today. If you leave now, their chances of success will decrease significantly." Zhao Chen's expression didn't change. The world was cruel. Not long ago, he had been working on construction sites, even worse off than these women. He wouldn't mock anyone's profession. Nor would he feel unnecessary pity. Only truly pitiable people deserve sympathy. For these women, his pity would mean opportunity. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhao Chen suddenly waved his hand, halting the proceedings. "Contestants 20, 3, and 7, step forward and perform a talent showcase. Right now." Zhang Li's eyes gleamed, and she quickly dismissed unrelated staff while ensuring the doors were securely closed. The 3 chosen girls' faces briefly lit up with joy before they carefully concealed their excitement. They stepped forward with enthusiastic strides, swiftly introducing themselves and highlighting their strengths. Contestant 3 began dancing. Midway through her performance, Zhao Chen nodded. "Contestant 3, are you feeling hot?" "Thank you, boss. My name is Wu Mengting. I am feeling a bit hot." Without hesitation, she removed her crop top, leaving only her innerwear, and continued dancing. Dressed in thin clothing, her slender waist and long legs stood out. Contestant number 3 gave it her all during the dance, not disappointing anyone. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, a gesture of free encouragement. The old man sitting beside him was pleased to see the young master enjoying himself. He had come to be Zhao Chen's steward because he was worried the young master, poisoned by a life of deprivation, wouldn't know how to enjoy himself or have his own opinions. Thankfully, as expected of a Zhao family member, Zhao Chen seemed to have a liking for such things. However, being new to this, Zhao Chen was still a bit restrained, seemingly holding back due to concerns or hesitation. He needed to understand that, as someone from a family like his, he didn't need to feel responsible or guilty. From the moment he became the Zhao family's young master, everyone close to him would approach him with their own interests in mind. It was all just a transaction. Girlfriends or mistresses, where would emotions even come into play? That was pretty good. Number 3. Introduce yourself. If the boss picks you today, it means success is within reach. From now on, your future will be bright. But don't take it to mean you're exceptionally talented, beautiful, or clever. It might just be because #3 is easy to remember. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. He felt the old man's words were a bit too absolute. Yet, he couldn't refute them. Reality did seem to work that way. Contestant number 3 stopped dancing and stood silently, listening to the old man's pompous words. She showed no impatience. When she entered this industry, she had already mentally prepared herself to give up things like dignity. Zhao Chen took a sip of iced cola. Feeling refreshed, he spoke in a calm, steady voice, the tone of someone raised in luxury. All right, I'm a bit tired. That's enough for now. The 3 numbers I just called, work hard. The company will allocate some resources to you, make the most of it. A few simple words. Zhao Chen had never spoken to peers like this before, let alone women in their 20s. Rising from his seat, Zhao Chen walked away. Zhongli immediately bent down to collect his score sheet. On the roster, only Yang Minghua, number 19, had a line drawn next to her name by Zhao Chen. Zhongli silently noted it. The boss preferred women who were clean, pure, slender, and had a slightly aloof demeanor. Following behind Zhao Chen and Fugui, she quickly thought about the most attractive candidates from the modeling team. A sudden idea struck her: catering to the boss's preferences never went out of style. The group leisurely made their way to another audition venue. As they left, the actresses in the room didn't say a word, but the light in their eyes dimmed significantly. Third group, contestant number 19, Yang Minghua, step out and head to the next evaluation room. The other girls eagerly awaited the next name to be called. Unfortunately, the staff member announcing the results turned and left. Only one made it through from this group. All eyes in the dressing room turned to the slender girl quietly changing clothes, Yang Minghua. Some were dissatisfied, others envious or resentful. Their faces openly displayed their negative emotions. They didn't hold back. Outside this dressing room, Yang Minghua's fate and theirs would diverge dramatically. She would soar, while they remained grounded. Her name was seared into their minds. She would likely be the subject of their envy for a lifetime. But the quiet girl simply changed her clothes and walked out of the crowded dressing room, carving her own path through the throng. Everyone envied her. Everyone wanted to block her way. Yet no one could stop her. In this moment, their bitter sarcasm and jealousy were powerless. Yang Minghua walked alone into a far more luxurious evaluation room, waiting silently. Lonely yet proudly distinct. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat with a smile at the judges' table for the model auditions. Today had been both relaxed and enjoyable. Earlier, as they entered, over 100 long-legged young women sat on the floor in the corridor, sipping water and glancing at those walking past. Zhongli seemed to be highly regarded among them, receiving extreme levels of flattery and goodwill. These young women now knew that this 18-year-old boy was the new boss. The gaze of these innocent girls toward the milk boy had suddenly shifted to that of disdainful acknowledgement reserved for a wealthy but detestable superior. It was inevitable. The models were there to walk the runway. Zhao Chen watched for a while but quickly grew aesthetically fatigued. Perhaps it was because he lacked the energy to be captivated, or maybe it was due to Li Miaoxian wearing him out the past few nights. He felt little desire or enthusiasm. This batch was full of ordinary beauties with no striking features. While they were attractive, the actresses from earlier were more captivating in terms of looks. Models, however, focused more on charisma and distinctive features. Other than their legs, which were remarkable, there wasn't much else that piqued his interest. Admittedly, their legs were exceptional, different from Li Miaoxian's soft, moonlit elegance. The models had sharper angles and more defined lines. They likely had impressive squatting and standing strength. Glancing at the clock, it was already 11:30. He was hungry. Zhangli, perceptive as ever, noticed Zhao Chen looking at his phone with disinterest. She realized the models hadn't caught his eye. What a pity. Failing to impress the boss was a career low point for her. Who could have predicted the new boss would be a baby-faced 18-year-old? Perhaps the black stockings, pencil skirt, and wavy hair weren't his type. Still, Zhongli figured she could curry favor with the steward. The old man probably had diverse tastes. Boss, it's about time. Lunch has been prepared by the company. Before Zhao Chen could respond, Fugue quickly chimed in. What's for lunch? A meal from a 5-star hotel? Or just the company cafeteria? Zhang Li was momentarily stunned by the question. Zhao Chen immediately pulled him aside. It's fine. We're already at the company, so anything simple will do. Don't listen to him. Understood, boss. This way, please. Lunch is from a Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby, owned by Wanrun Group. Zhao Chen paused mid-step, giving Zhang Li a thoughtful look. Wanrun Group belonged to the Li family, Li Niaoxian's family business. Zhang Li's ability to handle matters and her tact were impressive. She made people feel comfortable while remaining clever and balanced. Zhao Chen had an idea. Noticing the young boss's evaluative gaze, Zhang Li maintained her composure, gesturing for Zhao Chen to enter the dining area. She added softly, the morning was a bit rushed. That contestant, Yang Manhwa, is still waiting in the evaluation room. Should I have her join us for lunch and discuss her details further? Zhao Chen was still thinking. Fugue, grinning mischievously, spoke up first. Call her over. Meals are more enjoyable with more people. You come too. Understood. When Yang Minghua received the call, she didn't hesitate and joined them in the dining area. As Zhao Chen sat at the table, no one dared to sit beside him. Until Yang Minghua finally walked in. Both Zhang Li and Fugue's eyes lit up. This girl was exceptional. Zhao Chen remained silent. He could come out to see the world, admire art, or even look at beautiful women. But he wouldn't let desire rise in his heart. The girl sitting beside him seemed to have just graduated from university. Her looks and figure were decent. Having her accompany him for lunch wasn't something Zhao Chen would refuse, such things were simply part of his life now. Yang Minghua was a little nervous. The boss was younger than her, and he seemed to only be interested in eating his meal. She didn't know how to please him. More accurately, she didn't know what kind of person Zhao Chen was. Was he innocent, pure, and kind, or was he secretly twisted, perverse, and lustful? She could only tread carefully. The table was laid with a variety of dishes: rice topped with abalone sauce, cheesy prawns, sautéed greens, lobster mapo tofu, black pepper beef, and corn. These were the same ordinary dishes Zhao Chen had been eating for days. After eating for a while, Zhao Chen glanced at the young woman seated next to him. She was eating plain rice without touching the dishes. Not a single one of these dishes suits your taste? No, they're delicious. I've been eating them all along. Her voice was soft, trembling uncontrollably as she spoke to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pointed at the dishes. Don't be nervous. Eat. No talk about work during meals. Thank you, boss. Zhao Chen nodded. If you face any challenges at work, let the manager know. No career succeeds without effort. Beyond hard work, you need to learn to seize opportunities. Just as he said this, his phone rang, a video call from Bai Weining. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen answered. Holding the phone, he looked at the person on the screen. Bai Weining stared back quietly, saying nothing. Zhao Chen shifted the phone to find better angles to show himself. Still, Bai Weining didn't speak. Her smile remained soft and gentle. Zhao Chen stretched his neck, angling the phone for a better look at her. The girl caught on and mimicked his movements, adjusting her position to show herself better: a white dress, a delicate, sparkling necklace, white socks, white shoes, and a square watch. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her face and attire were impeccably elegant. Zhao Chen, Weining, it's already 11:50 a.m. The girl pursed her lips slightly, showing him her dimple with a soft smile. I'm about to go eat. How about you? I'm eating. Zhao Chen lifted his bowl and took a big bite of rice in front of the camera. Bai Weining's eyes sparkled. She tried to stifle her laughter with her hand but quickly gave him a concerned frown. Eat slower, or you'll choke. It's a bit hot. After swallowing, Zhao Chen leaned closer to the phone, speaking clearly. Weining, I miss you. But it's only been a few days. How could you miss me so soon? Besides, young Master Zhao has been so busy lately he hasn't even called me. Zhao Chen laughed awkwardly. I just forgot. The girl on the other end sniffed dramatically and huffed, humph. Lost in the company of women? I thought you were a gentleman, but Sister Miuxian told me you're just a young flirt who doesn't behave himself at all. I'm not. Oh, really? You still have dark circles under your eyes, you look tired, and your complexion is bad. Who knows what you've been up to? Zhao Chun, waning, it's not what you think. Don't bother explaining. You and Sister Miaoxian are still in your honeymoon phase. I wouldn't dare get in the way. Waning, why don't you come to Jinling for a while? The girl on the other end of the call gave him a flat, emotionless look and sighed lightly. She slowly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her dress, revealing her collarbones. The gesture seemed to say, this is all you can see for now. She couldn't possibly fly to Jinling to let him take advantage of her. Even so, Bai Waning's face turned faintly red, her embarrassment subtly evident. Miaoxian is your fiancée, so she can give herself to you without hesitation. But we're just dating. It's only been a little over a year since we started. Our future isn't certain, so I can't give myself to you so easily. Her voice was gentle. Even with a hint of shyness, she spoke openly and honestly, laying bare her thoughts. Zhao Chen glanced around. The old man and the manager in black stockings had left to explore elsewhere at the start of the meal. Only Yang Minghua sat beside him in silence, not daring to make a sound. Don't worry. You're not going anywhere. Forget the future, I won't let you leave. Buttoning up her dress, Bai Waning nodded lightly without saying much. After a long pause, she spoke again. All right. But don't become a bad person. You can be a little mischievous, but don't go too far. Deep down, you still need kindness. I still like the old you, the one without bad intentions. The two gazed at each other through the phone screen for a long while. All right, don't feel pressured. I'm not too strict with you. Just be your best self. One thing, take care of your health and hygiene. Zhao Chen nodded seriously, like a child being scolded. I still want you to come, Waning. I miss you. No. You're already addicted to me, Zhao Chen. You need to control yourself. I'm not. Waning, you have to believe me. Your eyes gave you away the moment you answered the call, so obvious. A full stomach leads to lust, huh? My dear boyfriend, you need to cultivate self-control. She waved a tiny fist at the screen in mock intimidation. All right, I'm hanging up. I need to eat. Let's talk tonight. No, Sister Miaoxian will blame me again. While Zhao Chen was on the call with Bai Waning, Yang Minghua sat quietly beside him, listening to every word. It was a rare opportunity for her to learn more about Zhao Chen's personality. The fact that Zhao Chen didn't avoid her during the call suggested she had already lost some of her independence. At the very least, some part of her life was now in the hands of this young man. She glanced at the screen, catching sight of the radiant, gentle girl on the other end. Bai Waning seemed carefree, with no trace of worry or sadness. A pang of bitterness struck Yang Minghua's heart. She envied her but couldn't replicate her life. Yang Minghua had already passed the age of romantic innocence. Her world was grounded in harsh reality. What girl doesn't like a wealthy and domineering man? She was no different. But not every attractive girl finds a happy ending. At 23, she had yet to open her heart to any man. Among wealthy young men, Zhao Chen was the first she'd encountered. And yet, facing Zhao Chen, she felt an insurmountable sense of inadequacy. Should I recognize him as a godfather? Be capped? Live as a plaything, a caged bird in a golden cage? She felt lost. So lost that if she had to undress to seduce him, removing her bra or underwear, she wouldn't even know where to start. It was as if the opportunity was right in front of her, but she was too powerless to seize it. Her hands trembled, and her chopsticks clattered on the table. Zhao Chen ended the call and took another bite of food. Here, have a shrimp. He picked a piece of shrimp and placed it on her plate. Before she could thank him, the young boss spoke again. Button up your clothes. Eat properly. I'll provide resources for you. Tomorrow, give me your health report. From now on, stay clean. Yang Minghua looked up, meeting Zhao Chen's sharp, unyielding gaze. It pierced through her, leaving her unable to respond. After a long moment, she finally spoke. All right, I understand. After finishing his meal, Zhao Chen left. He didn't intend to behave recklessly, but he wasn't a saint either. If he liked a flower and had the means to pluck it, why leave it for someone else? Besides, in this industry, even if he didn't touch these girls, there were plenty of perverted old men who would. In a way, it was almost a good deed. This kind of behavior was far better than those who had no money but still insisted on playing at a high level. Look how miserable Wu Dalong ended up. Zhang Li escorted him for a considerable distance, with Yang Minghua following behind her. Despite her nervousness, the young woman was perceptive enough to open the car door for Zhao Chen. Boss, here's my contact information. If there's anything you need, you can contact me directly. I'm not very busy at this stage since I haven't debuted yet. Zhao Chen kept a straight face, giving her a glance and scrutinizing her for a few seconds before pulling out his phone to add her contact. During the process, the young woman didn't dare look at Zhao Chen's expression. It wasn't until he took out his phone that she breathed a sigh of relief. Her words had two implications. You can contact me anytime, available 24/7 at your service. Since I haven't debuted yet, I hope you can help me while I'm still young and give me opportunities to earn money. It wasn't common for someone to lay down terms with a patron during their first meeting. Even Zhang Li thought young Manhwa was being too bold. Does the boss need you to tell him what to do? Why should he center his attention on you and go out of his way to create a debut opportunity for you? Such audacity. Zhang Li noticed Zhao Chen's sharp, cold gaze and couldn't help but sweat for the young woman. Thankfully, the Zhao family's young master bore no ill intent and chose to humor her. This move also demonstrated to Zhang Li the value a caged bird like young Manhwa could hold in the eyes of her patron. In the future, a significant portion of company resources would likely go toward promoting such a plaything. Zhang Li understood this well. Fugui, sitting in the driver's seat, watched Zhao Chen's demeanor and movements, chuckling to himself. There's no one who can't learn. Zhao Chen has grown a lot today. His careful guidance hadn't been in vain. Children from wealthy families should have a certain demeanor. Why act so proper and restrained? If it were up to him, Zhao Chen would have had his fun with all the young women today. It's the perfect age to indulge. Bang! The car door closed. With a press on the accelerator, the car sped off. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, realizing he might have created unnecessary trouble for himself again. It wasn't really trouble, he just needed to make another call to his aunt. Hello, Auntie. Yeah, everything's fine. I just wanted to ask, is there a movie in production where I can arrange for an actor to join the cast? No, it's just an ordinary girl. I admire her talent, really. Oh, she can't jump straight into movies? I don't know much about how people debut in this industry. Alright, got it. Thank you for helping me out. The celebrity world? I'm not interested for now. I really don't have a favorite actress, honestly. Auntie, don't overthink it. If I want someone, I'll get them. You know better than me how things work in this industry. Alright, sure. Let's discuss it when I find someone I like. Thanks, Auntie. I know you've got the connections. Hanging up, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Is this what having an aunt feels like? She's practically treating me like her own son. The old women and fairy-like beauties of the entertainment world. His aunt had just told him that as long as it wasn't one of the top-tier stars controlled by major figures she needed to maintain relationships with, anyone else in the industry was fair game if Zhao Chen wanted them. But he was just an 18-year-old. How could he have so many thoughts about it? He didn't lack women now. And he wasn't a hyperactive dog. Let alone someone indiscriminate, willing to accept anything. Master, what do you say we find a club to relax at for a while? Let's go to the golf course. I think I have a golf lesson there. Might as well rest a bit while we're at it. In the past, he couldn't even dream of something like a leisurely nap. The car sped down the road. Very few vehicles gave way to a Cullinan. Then his secretary called. Boss, the handover is complete. The company's financial processes need your signature. Zhao Chen felt a twinge of irritation. Why does my entrepreneurial journey feel so tough? Can't you handle these things yourself? Do I need to pin you down for you to understand your position? Oh, I see. You still don't realize you're my employee? Chen Yanlan, ever quick-witted, responded immediately. Understood. I'll compile the group's income and expense details and send them to you later. Zhao Chen hung up, annoyed. Such a hassle, so many trivial matters. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Daily Navigation is here to serve you. Detected that the host is struggling to manage subordinates and is in an irritable state. Navigation recommends establishing your secretary's role through physical and psychological means. Trust and efficiency can be built better through tangible measures. Suggestion rewards, a 70% discount universal trade voucher. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen thought, I had good intentions, but if Chen Yanlan insists on being uncooperative, then she shouldn't stand in the way of my money-making plans. The voucher was very tempting. A $1 billion deal could be sealed for just $300 million, leaving $700 million in profit, more than enough to buy Chen Yanlan. As a member of the group, she should contribute. It was only fair. He decided to find an opportunity, but not immediately. For now, he was still recovering from the energy-sapping nights with Li Miuxian. At Jinling International Golf Course, the Cullinan stopped at the entrance. VIP membership was required for entry. Sir, how much does membership cost? Sir, membership cannot be purchased. It is obtained through internal recommendations. You'll need 3 referees to vouch for you. Zhao Chen noticed his temper had grown much milder recently. He was surprisingly calm. Fugue, the old servant, said nothing, seemingly waiting to see how Zhao Chen would handle the situation. How much is this golf course worth? Zhao Chen asked. Probably a few billion, Fugue replied. Zhao Chen nodded. There was no need to get upset, it wasn't expensive. If it's this reasonable, I'll just buy it. He turned to Fugue. Find out who owns this golf course. I'd like to purchase it. Fugue's eyes widened in surprise. Buy it? No, you can't. Why not? Didn't you say I could do anything, even bring down the moon if I wanted to? Fugue took a deep breath and replied calmly, this golf course is one of the few assets I've built in my life. You can't take it from me. The old man's legacy? So, this golf course belonged to the old man. Wait, someone like you plays golf? Zhao Chen asked, delivering a brutal blow. The old man's brows furrowed. You little brat, who are you looking down on? Back in the day, I was a golf prodigy. With my exceptional skills, I won the admiration of countless young ladies. Back then, everyone called me the golf prince. As they say, questioning someone's expertise in their domain can ignite their temper and eagerness to prove themselves. True to form, the old man began boasting while addressing the doorman, tell Yulan to come out and meet me. Just say Zhao Fugue is here. Apologies, sir, but I don't know anyone named Yunlan, the doorman replied politely, neither servile nor arrogant. The doorman's response left the old man momentarily speechless. Zhao Chen turned to him with a mocking smile. Like showing off? If it's not yours, it's not yours. Don't get too caught up in vanity. The old man seemed puzzled. Her name was Yunlan, wasn't it? What difference did it make if it was her real name or a nickname? Looking at Zhao Chen's disdainful expression, the old man didn't know how to explain himself. He couldn't very well admit he had forgotten his old flame's real name. Yunlan might just be her nickname. After several calls, Fugue finally found the golf course owner's contact in his address book. Unreliable. Zhao Chen thought. It's one thing to be a scoundrel, but you can't even remember her name properly? 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman in a black Range Rover pulled up, wearing sunglasses as she approached. The old man asked Zhao Chen to go into the golf course alone, saying he had something to handle. Glancing at the old man's bent back, Zhao Chen didn't say anything and went in by himself. Fortunately, the service was excellent, and with the wealth he had, even a first-time visitor like him could enjoy premium treatment. He checked into the golf course hotel and decided to nap first. 3 hours later, he woke up naturally. There were several missed calls and some text messages. He returned a call to Li Miuxian. Miss Li had been concerned about him and asked if he'd had a proper afternoon nap. Zhao Chen, of course, denied having napped. You did nap. Now you probably won't be able to sleep tonight, right? He scrolled through some photos she had sent from the car enthusiast gathering. One photo showed her new car, a Rolls-Royce Wraith, surrounded by a group of elegant older ladies. Even from the photos, the scene exuded sophistication and luxury. Did you nap? Zhao Chen cautiously asked. I did. You woke me up with your call, you silly man. When are you coming back? Miss me already? It's only been half a day, she teased, her playful voice carrying a seductive undertone. Her voice alone was enough to captivate, filled with charm and allure. If he were at full energy, just hearing her tone might have sent him over the edge. Which? I'll be home soon, probably around 6:30 this evening. I still need to connect with these ladies, building relationships with them will be a big help in the future. That group of rich ladies. Zhao Chen thought to himself. Before he could speak, Li Miuxian asked softly, do you have any plans for that batch of gold? No. Good. The current market price is 390 yuan per gram. These ladies could help offload some of it. I suggest lowering the price slightly and selling it in bulk. Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. Although she and Zhao Chen were very close, discussing business matters always came with the risk of affecting personal feelings. She merely offered her thoughts, leaving the final decision to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen considered keeping the gold to process through Bulgari's channels, turning it into luxury jewelry for greater profit. But the truth was, he didn't have much cash on hand. Liquidating some gold could be worth considering, after all. It wouldn't sound great to owe his fiancée 150 million yuan. She hadn't even officially entered the Zhao family yet. Alright. Let's set 375 yuan per gram as the bottom line. You handle the negotiations. You can take one of the 10 gold mountains at home for this. One gold mountain equaled 5 tons. At 380 yuan per gram, 5 tons would be worth 1.9 billion yuan. The challenge was whether these ladies could absorb such a large amount of gold. Moreover, releasing 5 tons into the market would likely lower gold prices, so the remaining 9 mountains might not be sold this way. Instead, the rest could be used for industrial electronics or Bulgari's jewelry business. Li Miaoxian quickly understood Zhao Chen's reasoning. 5 tons was already a significant amount. She had brought up the gold with the wealthy ladies today because she was concerned about its origin and whether it would be difficult to sell. She didn't want it to go to waste. Although the acquisition price of 50 yuan per gram meant there was no risk of loss, it was still better to move it. Got it. Leave it to me. Honestly, my suggestion is to use this batch of gold to enter the jewelry market, start a jewelry business. Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Great minds think alike. Bulgari was already his. Her proposal suited him perfectly. He could delegate all luxury jewelry matters to her while he focused elsewhere. I agree. Your suggestion is thoughtful and well-planned. Truly, you're a brilliant scholar with overseas education. No wonder you're my woman. Alright, make sure your little fox secretary prepares dinner. When the lady of the house returns, she expects a proper meal. If it's not up to standard, I'll deal with her myself. Got it. After hanging up, Zhao Chen sent a reminder to Chen Yanlan. Getting out of bed, he called the old man, but there was no answer. Instead, he received a text message. Busy. Entertain yourself. Zhao Chen replied, if you're busy, why not answer the phone but send a text instead? Fugui, I'm too busy to answer the phone but have a free hand to send a text. Zhao Chen? Fine. By now, it was late, and the golf instructor Li Miaoxian had arranged for him still hadn't called. Golf was great for stretching muscles and maintaining a graceful posture, an essential skill for children from wealthy families. But Zhao Chen suspected this was revenge. Perhaps he had been too rough and unrefined in his nighttime activities with Li Miaoxian, so she set this up to refine him. Petty revenge. Sitting on the couch for another half hour with no news from the instructor, Zhao Chen received another message from Fugui. Young master, I'm busy today and can't teach you. Zhao Chen's face flushed red. So it was you. You lazy old man. I let you teach me golf, and you can't even take that seriously. Yet you're here as my steward, making me take care of you every day. Don't you dare die in some woman's bed. This was too much. Forgetting loyalty for beauty, nothing more than this. At least the weather in the afternoon was delightful. The sun wasn't too bright, and a light breeze brushed past. On the edge of the golf course, there weren't many people. All around were lush green lawns, tall and fair-legged caddies in white uniforms, and their white hats couldn't hide their attractive faces. A few bespectacled businessmen swung their clubs elegantly. The sound of the club striking the ball echoed now and then, thwack, thwack. In the sky, you could see white balls soaring into the distance. From afar, the caddies relayed the ball's landing point, laughter rippled through the air, and the breeze continued to blow gently. A waiter stood beside Zhao Chen, holding his golf clubs. Dressed in a white polo, white pants, sunglasses, and a cap, Zhao Chen lay elegantly on a recliner. The waiter popped open a bottle of champagne from the table and poured him a glass. 3 colors of grapes, still glistening with water, were on the table, along with watermelon slices, oranges, and bananas arranged in a fruit platter. Forget playing golf, I'd rather lay here, enjoy the breeze, eat fruit, and sip wine. The thought felt nice but still incomplete, as if something was missing. Are there any more pretty caddies? Zhao Chen asked. Yes, sir, the waiter replied. Call over the 2 prettiest ones. Sir, usually 1 caddy per person is enough. Zhao Chen, feeling the cool breeze on his face, calmly asked, Can I have 2? Of course, sir. Each caddy costs 1,500 yuan per hour. All right, go ahead. Understood, sir. The grapes were delicious. 2 tall and fair-skinned young women soon approached. Their height was astonishing, around 185 centimeters, clad in white-fitted yoga pants and cropped t-shirts. Their slender waists and graceful figures were impossible to ignore. Hello, sir. Their voices were pleasant too. Zhao Chen nodded indifferently, quietly eating his fruit and swirling his wine glass. Seeing that the client who called for 2 caddies was a young man of 18 or 19, the 2 women's thoughts began to swirl. Rich young men usually fall into 2 categories, either self-made achievers or heirs of wealthy families. But at 18 or 19, they could only think of the latter. Sir, when would you like to start golfing? No rush, Zhao Chen replied. He pulled out his phone and called his close friend, Ma Xiao. Hey, what are you up to? Just buying some clothes. I start work tomorrow. Oh, by the way, the job you introduced me to, I had the interview today, and it went so smoothly. Let me tell you, the company staff are total pushovers. My position is as a barista, but all I have to do is press the coffee machine's on-off switch. It's that simple. I feel like I'm dreaming. All I do is flip a switch, and they're paying me 15,000 yuan a month. I think the boss must be running a charity. This job is incredible. Not only that, but the company cafeteria is super luxurious. Guess what? Today I had abalone. And I was only there for the interview. 5 small abalones. I even thought about bringing a few home for you to try. They were absolutely delicious. Since it was just the interview, I felt embarrassed to pack food to go. But tomorrow, I'll definitely bring you some abalone to try. Every day, if you want. Dude, you should come work here. This job is way too good. Why don't you take it? As soon as Zhao Chen called, Ma Xiao began gushing. He enthusiastically described his new job, the benefits, and how comfortable it was. His excitement was infectious. He hadn't even been this happy when he got into Jinling University. Zhao Chen laughed along with him, enjoying their shared joy. Let me tell you, I could turn on the coffee machine in the morning, head to the construction site to move bricks, and then come back in the evening to turn it off and clean it up. Zhao Chen's smile faded. His original intent was to get Ma Xiao out of the grueling construction work. This guy. Immediately, Zhao Chen sent a message to Chen Yanlan, instructing her to require Ma Xiao to clock in 10 times daily, with location tracking enabled. Let's see how comfortable you feel now, huh? Ma Xiao continued his endless chatter. Zhao Chen interrupted him. Have you finished shopping for clothes? Yes, all done. Are you free now? Yeah, I've got time. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up. You're taking the subway or the bus? I can head toward the station to meet you. Or I can take the subway to you. No need. Stay where you are, I'll pick you up. Alright, I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Zhao Chen called the waiter and provided the location, instructing the golf course to pick up Ma Xiao. Sir, for pickups, the golf course offers Maybach, Bentley, and Audi vehicles. Alternatively, you can opt for helicopter transport. Prices are as follows. Zhao Chen waved him off, uninterested in hearing the details. Use the helicopter. Understood, sir. This time, the waiter wisely refrained from saying more and quickly made the arrangements. After sorting out the pickup, Zhao Chen turned his attention to the 2 caddies. Hit a couple of balls for me. Let me watch. Of course. One set up the ball while the other swung the club. Their impressive height, the curves of their movements during the swings, and their coordinated expressions and graceful demeanor were a pleasure to observe. The golf course truly was a wonderful place. He was starting to like this sport. I don't know how to play. Can you teach me? Of course, sir. Does it cost extra? Zhao Chen teased, knowing that personal golf lessons were an additional charge. No, sir. It's free. Without hesitation, they agreed. Can you teach me hands-on? Of course, sir. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and moved closer, gripping the club. Like this, hold it like this. Stand like this, yes, lean toward me a bit. Align it properly. Good. There are a few heights for the swing. You can observe my movements to learn the proper technique. Their fingers were slender and slightly cool. As they guided Zhao Chen's grip, he remained composed, carefully learning from them. He attentively observed the caddies' coordinated movements, admiring their elegance. After hitting a few balls, Zhao Chen rested briefly before accepting their business cards and casually placing them on the table. The 2 young women weren't disappointed. It was just a simple interaction. Even if he was interested, a prince like Zhao Chen wouldn't act on it immediately. A few minutes later, the sound of a helicopter grew louder. Soon, a trembling young man appeared, visibly shaken from the ride. Even his steps were unsteady. The moment he saw Zhao Chen, Ma Xiao lit up with excitement. Dude, I don't deserve this, having you spend money on me. His trembling voice reached Zhao Chen's ears. Zhao Chen motioned for him to sit down. When Ma Xiao turned and saw the two tall, elegant, and stylishly dressed young women smiling nearby, his face instantly flushed red. Sitting down nervously, Zhao Chen cleared his throat. He felt there was no need to keep pretending anymore. It was time to come clean. To be honest, Ma Xiao was completely stunned. When Zhao Chen said he'd come pick him up, Ma Xiao thought it would be a mutual effort via subway or a simple bus ride. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect a helicopter. Sitting in the helicopter, hearing the thunderous roar of its blades, Ma Xiao thought he had already experienced something extraordinary. But when he arrived at the golf course and saw the two tall, elegant girls holding golf clubs by Zhao Chen's side, waves of shock surged through his heart. His first thought was that Zhao Chen must have found his biological parents, and they must be incredibly powerful. The second possibility was that the wealthy lady who owned the company Zhao Chen had introduced him to had taken a liking to him, and his friend had already embarked on a path of no return. Whatever the case, the fact that Zhao Chen invited him out today meant he still valued their friendship. It made him realize that their 3 years of friendship were more precious than he had imagined. Perhaps this was what it meant to support each other during hardships and never forget the bond in moments of success. Someday, when Ma Xiao started making money, he vowed to take Zhao Chen out for fun as well. After sitting down, Ma Xiao accepted a champagne glass offered by the server with both hands and politely said thank you. Then, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen's face, silently observing. Zhao Chen just smiled and shook his head without speaking. Even though Ma Xiao didn't say a word, it was clear from his trembling hands holding the glass that he was overwhelmed with excitement, to the point where he was at a loss for words, unlike his usual talkative self. A moment passed, and when Zhao Chen handed him a bunch of grapes, Ma Xiao finally snapped out of it and quietly leaned in. This wine must be expensive. It even smells fragrant. Really? I haven't tried it yet. I'll give it a taste later, Zhao Chen replied softly. Then, with a mischievous tone, he added, when we leave later, let's run fast and split up, don't get caught. Hearing this, the smile that had just bloomed on Ma Xiao's face instantly froze. What he thought was a wealthy friend remembering their bond suddenly turned into a plan for a dine and dash. What is this, a challenge to dine and dash at high-end venues? Zhao Chen. Are you serious? Come on, guess. I'm just going to the restroom, Zhao Chen teased as he pretended to get up. Ma Xiao immediately grabbed his hand. Bro, if you're going down, we'll go down together. Don't try to escape alone. Zhao Chen sighed, patted Ma Xiao's hand, and assured him, I was joking. I'm really just going to the restroom. Relax and enjoy yourself. Let the girls teach you how to play golf. Ma Xiao hesitated, but then nodded. Surely no one could actually stoop to such behavior, right? Zhao Chen left for the restroom, leaving Ma Xiao lounging comfortably on the recliner. Well, it is what it is, Ma Xiao thought. If it's fate, I'll take it. If it's not, there's no avoiding it. Given his understanding of Zhao Chen, he knew his friend wasn't the type to indulge recklessly or live beyond his means. And if he truly acted this way, then Zhao Chen must have changed completely. The breeze swept by, the faint fragrance of the girls nearby lingered, the occasional sound of golf balls being hit echoed, and the champagne tasted crisp and refreshing. At that moment, Ma Xiao felt certain Zhao Chen was just messing with him. No one who dines and dashes does it with such elegance and luxury. Zhao Chen stood behind Ma Xiao for a while, quietly observing him. Some people can keep up with your pace when you're down and out, and they can also accompany you when you're soaring high, without being limited by their own thoughts or restrained by poverty. Whether Ma Xiao was considered a friend or not didn't matter. Life always needed someone to share it with. Who else would you watch beautiful scenery and stunning women with? Your wife. Ma Xiao was a good guy. Waiter, bring 2 more fruit platters and 2 more bottles of wine. Get chairs for the 2 ladies as well, Zhao Chen instructed. Certainly, sir, the server replied. Zhao Chen then sat back, picked up a bunch of grapes, and said casually, work hard, Ma Xiao. Don't go back to the construction site. The boss treats you so well, don't let them catch you skipping work and break their heart. Don't you think so? Ma Xiao pouted and listened quietly before bursting into laughter. His laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, reaching the skies. Zhao Chen looked at him and laughed along, their laughter carefree and hearty. At that moment, both of them laughed away years of pent-up frustration. When Zhao Chen had been recognized by the Zhao family, he hadn't felt this happy. When he was given access to billions of yuan in inheritance, it hadn't brought this much joy. Even when he saw the piles of gold he owned, he hadn't felt this elation. But hearing his old friend, who had shared hardships with him, laugh alongside him, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Their laughter was wild. It was as if all the misfortunes of this life had come to an end. From this moment on, they would enjoy life to the fullest. Ma Zhao's laughter soon turned to tears as he wiped them away, giving Zhao Chen a punch in the leg. Ow! Zhao Chen flinched and retaliated with an equally hard punch. Damn it! That hurts. Ha ha! Yours wasn't light either. Are you serious? You're the one who started it. Their laughter finally subsided as they nursed their aching limbs. After a moment, Zhao Chen raised his glass toward Ma Xiao. To you, Mr. Ma. To you. Ma Xiao, who hadn't drunk much alcohol in his life, was now consuming fruits and champagne like never before. For the first time, he tried to act gentlemanly, lifting his glass gracefully and downing it in one gulp. The two lay back comfortably, and though the caddies weren't supposed to serve directly, they broke the rules to sit beside the young men, pouring wine and handing over fruit. Neither Ma Xiao nor Zhao Chen asked about the other's life circumstances. It felt like old times when they'd split a bag of cheap snacks equally. School starts in a week, Ma Xiao said casually, bringing up a light-hearted topic. Yeah. Let's apply to live together again, Zhao Chen replied, taking a slice of watermelon from a caddy. Of course. My major isn't as great as yours, but it's decent. When we graduate, I'm sure the job prospects will be great. They discussed their bright futures, filled with optimism and ease. Of course. It's a top school, after all. But in my opinion, college life is best spent finding a girlfriend you like. That's what makes it enjoyable. Never really thought about that before. He didn't say it aloud, but Ma Xiao knew deep down that his current transformation was thanks to befriending someone like Zhao Chen during his toughest times. Needing a benefactor, maybe this was what it meant. Sipping his champagne lightly, Ma Xiao thought it lacked the fiery burn of liquor, the kind that could sear from throat to chest. Zhao Chen gestured for the caddies to continue playing golf while they sipped their drinks and admired the scenery. For 3 hours, they played, drank, and chatted casually until Zhao Chen received a call from Li Miaoxian and realized it was already late. Ma Xiao still had 2 parents to care for at home. The 2 left without hesitation. Finally, the old man returned. Seeing Ma Xiao, he immediately approached to read his fortune, rattling off a series of auspicious predictions that made Ma Xiao's future sound incredibly bright. Ma Xiao initially thought the old man was some kind of fraud. But then he heard the old man refer to Zhao Chen as young master and introduce himself as Zhao Chen's butler. Although Ma Xiao was surprised, he maintained politeness and introduced himself in turn. Zhao Chen took a bag from the old man, pulled out a bundle of cash, 10,000 yuan per bundle, and handed it over. The 2 caddies who had accompanied them for 4 hours had done an impeccable job. Although nothing physical happened, they had served the 2 men with utmost care and attention, showing great respect for Zhao Chen. Each caddy received 3 bundles of cash as compensation and a token of gratitude. Zhao Chen thought double the standard rate would suffice, but the old man insisted that as a young master, Zhao Chen should maintain a sense of style and generosity. 3,000 yuan isn't just payment, it's also for reputation, the old man had said. The caddies left with Zhao Chen and Ma Zhao's contact information, their service leaving a lasting impression. What Zhao Chen didn't know was that his identity as a wealthy young master soon spread among Jinling's elite circles. Before leaving, Zhao Chen even packed up an unfinished fruit basket to take along. At checkout, the old man finally proved useful. The owner of the golf course, who turned out to be his lover, said that as long as Zhao Chen called her auntie, he would enjoy lifetime free access to the golf course. The old man strutted around proudly, as if to say, "See? My woman's got your back." Once in the car, Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao sat in the back seat. Zhao Chen realized for the first time how comfortable the back seat of a Cullinan was, almost on par with the Phantom. Ma Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the car's features, asking Zhao Chen about the various controls and functions. But Zhao Chen didn't have a clue. "This is your car, and you don't know how it works?" Ma Xiao asked incredulously. "Well, my servants usually handle that stuff. I haven't really bothered to learn." "I'll find out and let you know later," Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Ma Xiao nodded, the evidence now overwhelming, his friend was undeniably a young master. "What's it like to have a billionaire for a friend?" "Pretty great, honestly." The old man first drove Ma Xiao back to his family home, parking outside. "Here, take this fruit basket. We didn't touch it earlier, let your parents try some." "Alright, thanks, man." Zhao Chen had intentionally packed the fruit basket to give to Ma Xiao, knowing Li Miaoxian wouldn't eat it. As a princess, her standards were exceptionally high. Even a single bunch of grapes had to cost thousands. I don't live in the old alley anymore. I'm staying at a house near Zijin Mountain now. Come by when you're free, just give me a call. Got it. Zhao Chen left, eager to return home. Li Miaoxian had already called him 3 times. How was he supposed to face the wrath of an angry fiancé? But rules were rules, he couldn't speed. He reminded himself, drive safely, reckless driving brings tears to loved ones. Back at Ma Zhao's house, his mother could now use a crutch to walk, but his father was still bedridden. Ma Xiao, you're back. Come, eat dinner. How was the interview today? Was the work hard? Ma Xiao cheerfully shared the day's events with his parents. They knew Zhao Chen well as Ma Zhao's good friend and were genuinely happy to hear about his transformation and success. That boy Zhao Chen isn't pitiful anymore, his mother remarked. This fruit is from Zhao Chen, Ma Xiao said, pulling out the bag. Oh dear, you shouldn't have let him spend money like that. You didn't even invite him in for a drink. He seemed to be in a rush. He said he'd come by next time. Ma Xiao smiled as he unpacked the bag. But as he reached in, his hand froze. Nestled among the fruit were 4 bundles of cash, 40,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he immediately called Zhao Chen. Hey, Zhao Chen, you left something at my house. Over the phone, Zhao Chen sounded indifferent. Really? Just keep it for now. We'll settle it later. Let's say I'm loaning it to you, don't think you can just keep it. Ma Xiao wasn't stupid. He understood Zhao Chen's intention. With his parents' medical bills being a constant burden, this money wasn't just a lifeline, it lifted a weight he hadn't realized was crushing him. It had been a long time since he'd seen this much money. Alright, I'll hold on to it for now. When I get my salary, I'll pay you back. Sure. You'd better pay me back, don't think I'm just giving it to you for free. Alright, later. The call ended. Ma Xiao stared at the 4 bundles of cash, silent for a long time. His mother noticed and firmly said, Ma Xiao, you need to repay kindness. Don't become reliant on your friend. Zhao Chen has money, that's his. While you should remember his generosity, you must also work hard and improve yourself. Only then will you have the chance to maintain your friendship with him. Otherwise, you won't even have the means to repay him. I understand, Mom. Here, try these grapes. They're sweet. Let your father try some too. All right. That night, the family laughed together for the first time in ages. It felt as if a beam of light had pierced through the dark abyss they had been living in, bringing warmth and hope. Back at the villa, Zhao Chen was annoyed. The old man dropped him off and immediately left, presumably for another of his colorful escapades. Breakfast rituals were one thing, but now his nightlife was just ridiculous. The lingering perfume on him had layers of different scents, like some kind of buff stack to flaunt his conquests. Disgusting. Entering the house, Zhao Chen was greeted by Li Miaoxian's sharp gaze. She walked over, set down his slippers, and leaned close to whisper in his ear, "You smell strongly of perfume, Chen." For a moment, Zhao Chen felt a chill down his spine. Oh no, was it the scent of the caddies or the aspiring actress from earlier? But his expression remained calm as he casually replied, "Just socializing. I don't have anything left in reserve." Li Miaoxian's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone icy. I didn't even say anything. Alright, that was unnecessary. As Zhao Chen reached for her waist, intending to get closer, he noticed Chen Yanlan sitting at the kitchen table, typing away on her laptop. She was still working. Your little secretary made a delicious dinner. Go shower first, then eat. I'm starving, you lousy man. Her voice was no longer cold, but demanding. After peeking at Chen Yanlan's work for a moment, she seemed to be finalizing tasks for tomorrow. Zhao Chen gave her a brief instruction. About Ma Xiao, my friend, raise his salary as much as possible. Don't let him realize the company belongs to me. Make sure he shows up to work every day and clocks in frequently. Understood. Feeling ignored, Zhao Chen turned to take a shower. When he returned to the dining table in a robe, Li Miaoxian and Chen Yanlan were already seated. Dinner was sumptuous and perfectly portioned for 3. The braised meatballs, crispy cucumbers, stewed lamb ribs, yam and black chicken soup, vegetable hearts, matsutake with corn, and sea urchin all looked appetizing. Zhao Chen tried the cucumber salad first, it was refreshing and perfectly seasoned. Li Miaoxian tasted each dish, trying to find fault to criticize the secretary, but she couldn't. Eventually, she muttered coldly, "Why'd you come back so late? The cucumbers have gone cold." Zhao Chen silently handed her a lamb rib. Someone should probably tell the princess that cucumber salad is supposed to be served cold. But she likely wouldn't listen. After all, as the lady of the house, she had to assert her authority. Chen Yanlan had always been indifferent to the special attention Li Miaoxian gave her. Since ancient times, stories about bosses, secretaries, and legitimate wives could fill 3 tables of mahjong. She understood her awkward position. She also understood that Li Miaoxian didn't truly dislike her. This was simply the necessary knock on the head and a preventive measure. If she were the legitimate wife, she wouldn't let her husband work so hard on his own either. Male assistants were even harder to manage. Finding an excellent female secretary made married life exceptionally comfortable. Perhaps it wasn't possible now, but trust is built over time. Who could expect someone to hand over all their assets to you right away? Li Miaoxian was very smart, this was undeniable. Chen Yanlan agreed with her approach. Doing simple things like cooking wasn't a big deal, it wasn't much trouble. Besides, in exchange, she gained the right to live in this house or, rather, in an unknown number of villas. As for the luxury cars at home, apart from the ones exclusively for the female owner, no, even those, she could drive them. They were all part of the same household now. Looking ahead, if she could bear children for the family in the future, her status would naturally rise. She calculated these things clearly. From the moment Zhao Chen chose her, her life was essentially set. In terms of career, she might soon become known overseas thanks to Zhao's wild endeavors. In terms of love and family, she was no worse off than any woman under the sun. After all, love and marriage was a rare commodity these days, and she was no worse than anyone else. Zhao Chen ate quietly. He didn't want to speak, especially in such a scene of mutual bullying where one willingly endured and the other imposed. He understood Li Miaoxian's intentions and knew Chen Yanlan wasn't a fool either. Halfway through the meal, Li Miaoxian left the table, grabbed a box from the sofa, and handed it to Chen Yanlan. I bought an Hermes bag today. Here, it's for you. You can use it for grocery shopping or whatever. Her tone was flat. Just moments ago, she had been looking for reasons to put Chen down, and now she was handing out gifts. A typical maneuver. Thank you, Chen Yanlan said, taking the box. Zhao Chen's heart sank. Oh no! Seeing the gift exchange, he suddenly remembered that Li Miaoxian had told him that morning to get her a ring. He had gone out all day and completely forgotten. Ugh! Though Li had never gotten angry or argued with him for so long, this was her first time asking him for something directly. Especially in an arranged marriage, it was easy to overlook the other person's feelings. Turning affection into indifference. Quietly, Zhao Chen sent a message to the old man. Buy me a pair of rings, mine and Li Miaoxian's. Hurry up, and they need to look like engagement rings. Time is tight. Young master, I don't know your ring sizes. Zhao Chen froze. Right. He could just say he didn't know her size or taste in rings and was afraid she wouldn't like it. Then he could explain himself later without seeming completely incompetent. Li had a habit of giving Zhao Chen the parts of dishes she didn't like. The fatty parts of braised pork, the drumsticks, she only ate the most tender first bite and left the rest for him. Of course, not everything was something she had eaten. For instance, the leftover yam and black chicken soup, she dumped almost half the pot into his bowl. The meal ended with satisfaction. Now that they had a housekeeper, washing dishes was no longer Zhao Chen's concern. Afterward, Zhao Chen sat by the bookshelf with a book, while Li Miaoxian curled up in his arms, tapping away on her phone as she chatted with a group of rich ladies. The sound of her typing was constant, fast, and relentless. Her typing skills were impressive, simultaneously carrying on long conversations with over a dozen wealthy women. If she were a con artist, her intelligence and speed would make her the most productive in the business. Talent shines in any field. Not far from the couple, on the coffee table, were 2 gold bars that Li Miaoxian used as coasters. While chatting, she snapped pictures of her pure gold mug holder to post on her social media, trying to start a trend in tacky luxury. As the future daughter-in-law of the country's richest family, her every move was scrutinized. Some might think these gold bricks were gaudy, but no one dared to say so. Li's status made her every action seem justified. This was true wealth, the hallmark of a wealthy family. Few would buy gold bricks in bulk like some rich ladies, but some would undoubtedly buy 1 or 2 for the sake of connections. Each gold brick cost 7.6 million. That alone could fund several more shopping trips for her. And there was also her dream of helping Zhao Chen establish himself in the jewelry industry. She was still unaware of the Bulgari situation. Her only concern was that Zhao Chen lacked experience in managing businesses and might let the dozens of tons of gold they had at home go to waste. Zhao Chen was still young. Some things were better left for her to worry about, allowing him to enjoy a few more years of leisure. Zhao Chen gently wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Her hair's faint fragrance filled his nostrils, and her delicate earlobes were just inches away. In a calm, soft voice, he began to read from his book. Every flower carries its own meaning, shaped by the time and place it is admired. Flowers color the air, and even our bodies seem touched by their hues. Li Miaoxian set her phone aside, adjusted her hair, and leaned closer against Zhao Chen's chest, listening intently. When Zhao Chen paused for breath, she looked at his face, taking in the sight of her handsome man. As he was about to continue, she leaned forward like a kitten and lightly kissed him on the lips, pulling back just as quickly. A stealthy, feline-like peck. Then she waited for him to go on. Adults rarely had the leisure to sit together and savor literature. It was the privilege of young, romantic souls, who, even without fully understanding the depth of the words, cherished their beauty. Zhao Chen gave her a tender look. Sit properly. Don't fall. Li Miaoxian nodded earnestly like a pecking chick. Her bright eyes shone as she leaned in close. Zhao Chen noticed how incredibly long her eyelashes were and how captivating her eyes appeared. In a soft voice, she said, "Chen, I feel like kissing again." Zhao Chen stopped reading, closed his book after only 2 pages, and held her closer, supporting her back with his arm. Pulling her into his embrace, he leaned in, and she tilted her head back. Their gazes met briefly before his attention shifted to her lips. He moved closer and kissed her. Their inexperience showed, they were clumsy, losing breath quickly. But the instinctive intimacy between them prevented any awkwardness. Time passed. Li Miaoxian rested her head against Zhao Chen's chin, her nose brushing his collarbone. In a quiet voice, she asked, "Are you tired from work today?" "Not really. I'm fine. Did you give what belongs to me to someone else?" "Did you give what belongs to me to someone else? How could I? You've already taken everything." She was a girl with a strong sense of possession. Li Miaoxian sniffled lightly. "You don't like me being like this, do you? Do you think I'm not proper?" "No. I swear." Zhao Chen's tone was sincere. "I just want to make you feel comfortable. That feeling, it's something only I can give you. I was your first woman, and I want you to remember me for a long time. How could I only care about my own feelings? You're a man, and I do my best to make you happy." Her voice carried a hint of grievance, delicate and soft. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. He gently cupped Li Miaoxian's face. When did this woman ever open up to him like this? At this moment, she probably truly didn't want him to misunderstand her. "Miaoxian, you've misunderstood me. These are all small things. I don't even think about them. We're young, aren't we? We should enjoy the perks of youth while we can. Should we wait until we're old and too tired to enjoy life? Seize the day and make merry, never let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Live in the moment, that's the essence of life." Li Miaoxian lay quietly in his arms, her eyes closed. She had fallen asleep, though it was unclear exactly when. So fast. Zhao Chen sighed softly and carried his wife upstairs. They needed rest. As he passed Qin Yanlan, who was still working, Zhao Chen asked softly, "Did Miaoxian arrange a room for you?" "She did, the guest room on the first floor," Chen replied, pointing in its direction. Zhao Chen nodded. "Get some rest. Don't overwork yourself." Then, carrying Li Miaoxian, he went upstairs. In their little world, the fact that Li Miaoxian didn't put Qin Yanlan in the detached servants' quarters dozens of meters away was already a clear statement. The secretary was not an outsider. Second floor master bedroom. "Miaoxian, lift your arms. Take off your clothes, it's time to sleep." Zhao Chen always spoke softly. "Okay." Li Miaoxian had nothing to hide. Everything in Zhao Chen's line of sight had already been his to enjoy. After tucking her in, Zhao Chen went to wash up before getting into bed. No sooner had he lain down than she immediately snuggled up to him, whispering in his ear. "Chen, I'm not sleepy. Not tonight. Let's take a break." "You need to rest," he replied, a touch helplessly. "Are you already tired of me?" "Not at all. It's just that I'm only human. So many nights I can't keep up forever, let alone you. You shouldn't overdo it either. Be good and sleep now." "Ugh, nothing for me to eat," she grumbled. Zhao Chen turned and covered her mouth. Some women seemed like combinations of multiple creatures, extremely emotional, borderline schizophrenic, with multiple personalities. Under the dim ambient light, the girl blinked her bright eyes while her mouth was still covered. For a brief moment, Zhao Chen almost lost his resolve. Sleep, baby. I'm exhausted. He gently uncovered her mouth. A long time passed without her saying or doing anything else to bother him. Perfect. Just as Zhao Chen was about to drift off, a soft voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Husband, you're so useless." Her voice was sweet and sticky. In an instant, Zhao Chen jolted awake. This was the first time she had used such an address. Of course, it wasn't unusual for fiancés to call each other that, and it was enough to make a man feel happy in love. But how could the next few words come out of her mouth? Zhao Chen threw his sleepwear onto the floor. All thoughts of sleep were gone. Though he knew he was acting impulsively, the seductive pixie had just humiliated him right in his ear. Seriously? Such exquisite lips, an angelic face, and she managed to say something so cruel. Woman, you've won. Li Miaoxian's beauty surpassed that of 99.99% of girls in the world. A high-tier, top-grade girl through and through. Morning. Zhao Chen got up for his morning jog. He stood beside Li Miaoxian in front of the mirror, brushing his teeth. At this time of day, she was cold, aloof, and untouchable. She completely ignored Zhao Chen, quietly tending to her own routine. Not a word. Her morning grumpiness was severe. While Zhao Chen went downstairs for his run, she changed clothes and began her yoga routine, taking the opportunity to prepare a pot of tea for him and set it on the balcony. On the first floor, Chen Yanlan was in the kitchen, wearing a bun hairstyle and headphones, slicing vegetables. Occasionally, she hummed a tune, showing that this woman wasn't just good at business. Wearing black stockings, she was also perfectly at ease living in this mansion. Uncle Zhao was already warming up. Zhao Chen noticed his complexion. It was strange. This old man had been out messing around all afternoon and evening yesterday. At his age and workload, he should have looked pale and worn out, yet he still appeared vibrant and energetic. Zhao Chen approached him. "What's your secret?" Uncle Zhao glanced at him. Zhao Chen, with his dark circles even more pronounced than yesterday, looked pitiful. Shaking his head in exasperation, Uncle Zhao lowered his voice. "You're young, still growing. Your metabolism is high, yet you eat so little, as if the Zhao family has no food. My advice? Eat more, triple your portions. Focus on seafood, high-quality meats, and nourishing dishes. Also, drink a little wine with each meal. Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. And exercise. I've been maintaining my health since I was in my 20s, ever since your grandfather made his fortune. In your earlier years, life was hard, and you ate vegetarian for over a decade. That's why you lack strength now. Dealing with women requires a meat-based diet. My advice? Replace your carbs with beef and fish as staples." Zhao Chen pondered. Uncle Zhao had a point, albeit not entirely. Still, his longevity tips were worth noting. After all, the man was 50 and still full of vigor. The morning run couldn't be skipped. Gradually adjusting his diet, improving his physique, and staying active were all important. After 2 laps, Uncle Zhao spoke more seriously. "You should set up a security company soon. I know some people, veterans looking for flexible work. This villa is huge, and it's just me in the servant quarters, with no one to talk to. You and Li girl need protection too." "Got it. I'll handle it soon," Zhao Chen agreed, knowing the value of protecting the stash of gold in the basement and the safety of Li Miaoxian and Chen Yanlan. "When can your people arrive?" Uncle Zhao made a call. "They can be at the villa right now." "Great. Tell them to come. We'll get the security company sorted today." 10 minutes later. 20 men in black stood outside the villa. Through the gate, Zhao Chen couldn't even hear their footsteps. A middle-aged man in a dark suit and earpiece approached to report. "Hello, I'm Wang Taizhu." Shaking his hand, Zhao Chen immediately noticed the iron-like calluses on Wang Taizhu's palm. "Impressive." Zhao Chen nodded. While he didn't know much about such things, these men radiated an undeniable intensity. "Very good. I look forward to working with you. Discuss the terms with the steward and arrange positions quickly. I'm heading to Sanya for a vacation, so have someone ready to follow me." Understood. The men in black jogged silently into the estate and formed ranks in front of the servant quarters. Zhao Chen's phone buzzed. It was time for breakfast. 3 minutes later, he returned to the villa. Big red robe, the tea Li Miaoxian brewed for him in the morning. "Drink the tea to keep your energy up. Don't faint after walking 2 steps. Take a shower, then come have breakfast. I've put the towel behind the bathroom door. Don't tell me you can't find it again. Zhao Chen went to shower. Life's pressures were still present. While he often said seize the day and make merry, staying up until the early hours every night really could lead to sudden death. As he undressed, Zhao Chen asked the system for assistance. He had initially decided not to rely on the transaction system unless absolutely necessary to avoid dependency. But in this situation, he had no choice but to seek a solution. Check the price for improving kidney and other organ strength. The cost for the initial upgrade of physical capacity is 10 million. Zhao Chen exhaled softly. It seemed there was only one true problem in this world: poverty. Fortunately, his mother had transferred another billion to him yesterday. 10 million? Pocket change. Trade. Congratulations, your capacity has been upgraded. Your current physical ability equals that of 5 adult men. We look forward to your next transaction. Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief. Good. At least now Uncle Zhao couldn't laugh at him anymore. His wife's playful complaints were one thing, but being mocked by another man? That was unacceptable. Dark circles? No more. From now on, I'll wake up radiant every day. After showering, Zhao Chen casually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and sat down at the dining table. Li Miaoxian, holding a document, was frowning deeply. She alternated between reading the file and staring at Zhao Chen. Her gaze was cold, stern, puzzled, and even tinged with a hint of newfound respect. Zhao Chen felt unnerved under her scrutiny. Even eating oysters and sipping steaming wolfberry and sea cucumber soup didn't help. Terrifying. Suddenly, Li Miaoxian set the document aside, stood up, and sat beside Zhao Chen. Without saying a word, her gaze softened as she peeled eggs and removed prawn heads for him, even holding a nourishing soup spoon to his lips. So gentle. So caring. When Zhao Chen was nearly finished, she finally spoke softly, whispering in his ear, word by word. Bulgari. When did you acquire it? The day before yesterday. How much? 9 pounds in change. Li Miaoxian stared directly into Zhao Chen's eyes. While she didn't fully understand why Zhao always joked about business, she chose to tolerate his childlike sense of humor. 50 yuan per gram for gold, and he claimed to have bought a historic global luxury brand weighing over 9 pounds? It wasn't just bizarre, it was utterly shocking. She had just checked Zhao Chen's account. Among the numerous transactions from the day before yesterday, there was indeed an entry for 9 pounds and 15 pence. The recipient of the funds couldn't be identified. Since Zhao Chen couldn't yet touch the Zhao family's massive inheritance, where was his money coming from? Li Miaoxian chose not to press further. She cleared Zhao Chen's plate and took it to the kitchen. Change your clothes. Our flight's at 9. Just bring one outfit, you can buy clothes there. All right. Zhao Chen went upstairs, changing into a pair of flamboyant floral shorts and a loose white t-shirt. He added sunglasses, a hat, and packed an extra outfit into Li Miaoxian's small suitcase. He then opened a drawer near the watch display. The left side held most of his watches, the right side belonged to Li. He selected a Richard Mille and a Patek Philippe, one for each wrist, as his accessories for the trip. At least now he had something to reflect his status. Li Miaoxian walked in and began changing in front of him. Just as she thought her husband would remain indifferent, Zhao Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her gently into his embrace. Aren't you worried you'll run out of energy for today? It's fine. You're so beautiful that wasting a second of your charm feels like neglecting the wonders of this world. For the first time, on the wide bench in their walk-in closet, in broad daylight. Her long, slender, fair legs rested on his shoulders, their brightness dazzling. In the bathtub afterward, Zhao Chen's voice was calm. It's time, baby. Get ready, or we'll miss the flight. No worries. It's our own plane. The transaction system hadn't let him down. The strength, endurance, and flexibility of 5 adult men, it wasn't just a simple upgrade in any one area but a qualitative leap in every aspect. That 10 million? The best investment he'd ever made in the system. She was still floating on cloud 9. After finally getting dressed and packing their luggage, Li Miaoxian held Zhao Chen's arm as they went downstairs. At this moment, her demeanor softened. Previously, because she was 2 months older than Zhao Chen, she always carried herself as his elder sister. But now, she clung to him, leaning against his chest as they walked. No more cold stares. No more aloof airs. All those pretentious attitudes of being unapproachable and otherworldly? Gone. Why? Simple, his masculine charm. She was genuinely looking forward to this honeymoon. In the garage, Chen Yanlan was just about to leave. I'll be gone for a few days. If anything comes up, call me. Okay. Stay in the villa. The car keys are in the box by the door, easy to find. If you need money, just go through the accounts department. Got it, Chen nodded. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver was Uncle Zhao. When he heard about their honeymoon, he enthusiastically volunteered to drive. He even temporarily stepped down as housekeeper to accompany them on their trip. Li Miaoxian later told Zhao Chen that Uncle Zhao had a mistress in Sanya. Ah, it all made sense. If one could live as carefree as Uncle Zhao, even without marriage or children, it was still a life of happiness and contentment. Behind the Phantom, a brand new black Land Rover Defender followed. Wang Taizhu and 3 bodyguards were tasked with ensuring their safety. Initially, Zhao Chen thought the bodyguards were unnecessary. But Uncle Zhao's words hit home. With the Zhao family's status, how did you get kidnapped as a child? Let's not even talk about you, but if something happened to Li Miaoxian, could your woman endure such hardship? It was simple logic, and Zhao Chen immediately agreed. The Zhao family wasn't some small, inconsequential household. With a history of cutthroat business dealings both domestically and abroad, vigilance was essential. At the airport, the car drove straight to the private terminal. They boarded the plane. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian led the way, followed by Uncle Zhao in his colorful beachwear, and finally, for silent bodyguards. Although Uncle Zhao loved to travel, he never interfered with Zhao Chen's private life. He and the bodyguards stayed in the cruise resting area with the flight attendants, leaving Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian to enjoy their time together. 3 hours. How should we spend it? The two exchanged a glance. Li Miaoxian got up and sat on Zhao Chen's lap, staying there as they gazed out at the clouds through the window. The cabin's TV was playing a comedy, one that was moderately amusing. But neither of them enjoyed such humor, it felt meaningless. The kind of joke like Wang Duoyu, will fund this project seemed awkward to them. After all, they lacked neither money, nor entertainment, nor perspective. Flight attendants came by a few times, bringing blankets, food, and music. Li Miaoxian only ate Shine Muscat grapes, trying just one from other varieties. As a spoiled heiress, her ability to discern the quality of food was both delicate and innate. Good or bad, she could pinpoint it with precision. Unlike her, Zhao Chen felt that the grapes he'd been eating recently were all top-notch. While there were differences, they weren't significant. Their small disagreements gradually shifted from fruit types to shapes, then to colors, and finally to taste and texture. What do you think of Bulgari? Zhao Chen asked seriously. Leaning against him, Li Miaoxian thought for a moment before speaking softly. Bulgari jewelry belongs to the high-end luxury category, representing a long-standing tradition and top-tier taste. Its price per gram is 7 to 10 times higher than comparable products from ordinary brands. That's extreme profit. So, I turned down the small gold brick deal I discussed last night. That batch is better off sold through Bulgari's channels, the profit margin will exceed tenfold. Bulgari hotels, there are only 7 globally. They're very particular about location. The first one in China is in Shanghai. The hotel business accounts for a significant portion of Bulgari Group's revenue. Blinking, she added lightly, but now it's yours, so I shouldn't comment. Zhao Chen remained composed. Every month, Bulgari Group generated billions in revenue, now is revenue. The group's trajectory was a historical question he needed to address. It couldn't stagnate. If he was going to venture into entrepreneurship, he might as well go big. Even if it failed, it was fine, he hadn't paid for it. If it succeeded, more money wouldn't change his life significantly. Only 7 hotels? Ha! Judging by the buzz around Bulgari hotels in China, if they proliferated, they'd likely surpass brands like Hilton, Intercontinental, or Ritz-Carlton in reputation, or so he guessed. Why should it only be a high-end jewelry brand? Why not a high-end hotel brand as well? Only 7 hotels. Zhao Chen already had a plan. Since they were headed to Sanya, why not build a hotspot there for socialites and elites? A place for them to gather and sip afternoon tea. The plane landed. Zhao Chen woke up from the bed on the plane and called Li Miaoxian awake as well. Though they hadn't even started having fun, she already seemed a bit tired. Fortunately, she didn't need to walk. The Li family's hotel in Sanya had arranged a helicopter to pick them up. Carrying her in his arms, Zhao Chen boarded the helicopter and helped her perk up by pointing out the beach and sea below as the helicopter flew. Passing over amusement parks and coconut groves, the salty sea breeze added a sense of tropical exhilaration. The helicopter seemed tailored to his tastes. A bucket of ice-cold sodas sat waiting. Zhao Chen twisted the cap off a chilled Coke and took a big gulp. Bliss. Li Miaoxian lay in his arms, watching his Adam's apple move as he swallowed. Before she could reach for a soda herself, Zhao Chen had already placed an icy bottle against her stomach. Ah! You jerk! Are you trying to kill me? The girl yelped at the cold sensation and retaliated by pinching his waist hard. Then she leaned against his shoulder, her bright eyes gazing at the summer sea. The breeze, even through the cabin glass, seemed to brush her long hair. The faint fragrance of her hair mixed with the salty air. A sip of cold soda completed the tranquil joy of summer. The helicopter circled the nearby beach, coconut groves, amusement park, and scenic spots before finally landing on the hotel rooftop. A group of welcoming staff and managers hurried forward to greet them. After all, this was a Li family hotel, and the young lady herself had arrived. How could they slack off? Rejuvenated, Li Miaoxian hopped off the helicopter, her sharp gaze scanning her staff. To anyone watching, it was clear she was here on her honeymoon. But if you didn't know better, you might think she was conducting a site inspection. Zhao Chen followed leisurely. The wind was strong on the rooftop, so he casually placed his hat on her head to keep her hair from flying. Standard practice, a presidential suite. At least until Zhao Chen bought property here. Inside, Li Miaoxian immediately slipped off her shoes, went barefoot to open the curtains, and took in the view of the sea waves, which seemed just within reach. She ran a bath, basking in the ocean view, and lounged comfortably in the tub before giving orders to her husband. Zhao Chen, I'm hungry. Tell them to hurry with the food. Got it. I want you to join me in the bath. No can do. Why would you reject a beautiful girl's love? Because you're too beautiful. Oh, Li Miaoxian kicked her feet in the water, her pale toes dancing gracefully. When she had first started teasing Zhao Chen, his lifeless reaction made her doubt her own charm. She even questioned her beauty, thinking her husband's reserve had shaken her confidence in her looks. But now, things were different. Now, just the sight of her made him weak. Yes. The power of a world-class beauty should not be underestimated. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, messaging Bai Wanyan. After 4 earnest invitations to join them, Miss Bai sent him a sticker saying, "Be good. Chen, stop it. Why would I join you and Sister Miaoxian on your honeymoon? Put down your phone and keep her company, or I'll tell her you're thinking of me while you're with her." Fine, next time I'll bring you. All right. When you return to Jinling, my parents want to meet you. I'll definitely go. Good. They'll call you for dinner then. Zhao Chen set his phone down. The doorbell rang. The server brought in a cart of food, drinks, fruits, dishes, a feast that filled the table. Miaoxian, dinner's here. Coming. Moments later, she emerged barefoot, wrapped in a large bath towel drying her hair haphazardly as she sat under the air conditioner. Without hesitation, she reached for the food, her chopsticks darting between dishes. Her excitement was palpable. Lively and impatient, she wore a bright smile, her lashes still glistening with water droplets. Put some clothes on properly. No, I'm starving. She'd lost a lot of energy during the flight. Starving, she cast aside her usual elegance to relish the food freely. Try the Wenchang chicken, pineapple rice. Chen, have some of this fish, it's so fresh. I prefer roasted chicken. At his words, the girl's gaze turned icy. She shot him a sharp look. No bad influences, no shady friends, and absolutely no weird habits. Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. He'd only made an offhand comment. It almost made her drop her facade. He had nearly forgotten that Li Miaoxian wasn't the sweet, innocent girl she appeared to be. She wanted to be a queen, a cold, aloof woman untouchable by others. Don't develop any strange habits. That one sentence kept Zhao Chen away from perverted behavior his entire life. Thankfully, a normal girl was captivating enough. There was no need to seek thrills, explore the bizarre, or worse, look for satisfaction in peculiar ways. Most importantly, some perversions stem from personal shortcomings, like the eunuchs in ancient palaces. With Zhao Chen's current abilities, he would never experience such deficiencies in life. Sitting down next to Li Miaoxian, he tried every dish on the table. Feeling mostly full, he poured 2 glasses of red wine. The clear liquid carried a faint aroma of wine and a subtle hint of oak barrel. Clink. The two lightly tapped their glasses together. A small amount of wine spilled onto Li Miaoxian's red lips, adding to her allure. The bath towel barely concealed her fair collarbones and curves, making it impossible to look away. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're in the middle of it, Zhao Chen thought. From this perspective, he still hadn't fully grasped the beauty of the figure before him. He stopped thinking about it. Taking a sip of wine, Zhao Chen steadied himself. There was a time to admire and a time to stay composed. Li Miaoxian glanced at him occasionally. She knew Zhao Chen was watching her. His gaze felt tangible, landing everywhere. She also knew he hadn't been like this in the beginning. It was only after frequent practice that this boy started to understand and appreciate the beauty of it all. Softly, she said, "Eat more. You don't eat enough." Her comment reminded Zhao Chen of his resolution that morning: eat more, eat better, and strengthen his body. "All right. You two don't always skip meals and end up starving," he replied, ladling another small bowl of chicken soup for her. "Move? I don't want to move, but someone is even lazier than I am. You're talking as if you could handle it if I really got moving." "Well, I'm not the one who can't handle it, little puppy." Zhao Chen hesitated. Considering this was his future wife, he decided not to respond to her provocation. He simply smiled and exchanged a knowing look, promising to settle this another time. Why were some beautiful women so fit yet such big eaters? He couldn't understand. Sometimes Li Miaoxian barely ate, but on other occasions, like this lunch, she was ravenous and immersed in the food. That said, the hotel's dishes were indeed excellent. After the meal, Li Miaoxian grabbed a spoon and half a watermelon. As she replenished her energy, her demeanor cooled, revealing her true nature, a reserved and imposing presence that didn't need smiles to intimidate. Zhao Chen sat beside her, unfazed. She wasn't a naive little girl, her coldness was her true self. "Eat?" She shoved the spoon and the remaining watermelon into Zhao Chen's lap, leaving no room for negotiation. She didn't ask if he wanted to eat it or if he liked watermelon. It was simply, "You're eating this now, I've already eaten the sweetest part in the center. Eat?" Zhao Chen silently took a bite, then casually set the watermelon and spoon aside. A simple gesture to play along. Li Miaoxian glanced at him but said nothing. Seeing him reclining comfortably, she stood, pulled his arm aside, and curled up in his lap. "Do you dislike eating something I've touched?" "No." "Then why aren't you eating? I want you to feed me, like other girlfriends do for their boyfriends." "Humph." Without hesitation, she responded with a disdainful snort to Zhao Chen's request. Neither of them spoke after that, sitting quietly and watching TV, as if the earlier exchange had never happened. Li Miaoxian switched to a cropped tank top and shorts, foregoing socks, and stayed nestled in Zhao Chen's lap. After a few minutes, she suddenly stood, went to the fridge, and retrieved a bottle of Coke. She poured it into a large glass filled a third of the way with ice, added a straw, and set it on the nearby table. Under Zhao Chen's watchful gaze, she picked up the remaining watermelon, scooped a spoonful, and held it up to his mouth. Her cold gaze met his as she said crisply, "Open your mouth." Zhao Chen kept his eyes on the TV, opened his mouth, and let her feed him a bite of watermelon. It was sweet. Before long, her arm grew tired. Zhao Chen sat up, took the watermelon and spoon from her, and gently held a spoonful to her lips. "This part is sweet, too." Her red lips closed around the spoon. "Liar. It's not sweet. If I'm the one feeding it, how could it not be sweet?" "Humph. Come shopping with me this afternoon." Other boyfriends accompany their girlfriends, carry their bags, and handle the bills. "Sure. So, is the watermelon sweet or not?" After a moment of thought, she replied flatly, "It's fine." "Sweet enough." Zhao Chen wrapped an arm around her slender waist, resting his hand near her stomach and holding her tightly. "Your breathing is so loud." She glanced at him. Zhao Chen ignored her. "Why are you so warm?" She tried to wriggle free and reach for the air conditioner remote, but Zhao Chen didn't let go. Still sitting in his lap, Li Miaoxian looked around for something she could use to fight him off but found nothing. With a light sigh, she resigned herself to her position. "Chen, can you let me go?" Zhao Chen stayed silent. If she liked curling up in his arms, she had to accept the consequences. She couldn't play innocent like some unworldly girl. As a blush spread across her fair cheeks, and unable to escape, she silently endured the warmth and the closeness. Zhao Chen continued watching TV. Li Miaoxian might act cold and indifferent, but Zhao Chen knew he couldn't let her fully adopt a queenly, untouchable persona. He loved her aura, but sometimes, it was necessary to break it down. To make her beg. To make her occasionally yield. Humph. She struggled to pry his arms off but failed, his strength was too much for her. "Chen, let's go shopping," Zhao Chen replied, I've never had anyone call me brother in my life. Impossible. Don't be so absolute. He shifted slightly. Li Miaoxian fell silent. Her pink-tinted eyes brimmed with frustration, yet her demeanor remained cold. She tried harder to free herself, but no amount of effort was enough. Zhao Chen gave her no chance. She finally stopped struggling. She wouldn't give in. Seeing her surrender, Zhao Chen picked her up, held her tightly, and carried her toward the bedroom. You're not human. Why not? You're like a beast. How are you never tired? You should care about me. I do care about you. Zhao Chen paused mid-step. Li Miaoxian's voice softened with fear. Fine, I'll call you brother. Zhao Chen remained unimpressed. That wasn't the answer he wanted, it was far from it. As he locked the bedroom door, he finally heard the faintest whisper escape her lips. Brother. As he turned and locked the bedroom door, he finally heard it, a faint and almost imperceptible whisper. Brother. Zhao Chen paused, standing still, and adjusted her so she could sit comfortably in his arms. He carefully observed Li Miaoxian's expression. At this moment, she looked as if she'd been wronged, her head lowered, her cold, fair complexion tinged with quiet and restrained calm. Calling her boyfriend brother seemed to have utterly defeated her. Zhao Chen stood there, waiting for her reaction. Thankfully, the girl wasn't foolish. Worried she might hurt him, she rested her arms around his neck. After a while, Li Miaoxian spoke in a serious tone. Did you take some kind of hormone? At that, she finally lifted her cold eyes, leaning closer and staring into Zhao Chen's gaze, as if she could discern the truth from his expression the moment he replied. What are you talking about? Why would I take anything like that? After a long silence, she exhaled softly and muttered, monster. But that's what a man should be. If you hadn't been brought back, in the future, with your capabilities, I bet you'd have no trouble charming rich widows and wealthy ladies. Though her tone was calm and her words deliberate, Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to give her a playful pinch. Frowning, he said, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Miaoxian's reply was light, distant, but not cold. Put me down. Don't hurt yourself. You're not scared anymore? I already said it. If you keep this up, I'll tell your mom you're bullying me. Her tone was steady, calm, and without the slightest hint of emotion, simply a matter-of-fact statement. My mom? Isn't she our mom? Or is my mom not your mom now? We're not engaged yet. Sure, we had a childhood engagement, but we were kids then. It's only after the engagement ceremony that I'll call her mom, and you'll have to give me a red envelope for it. She stopped speaking, her gaze drifting to the waves outside the window. Zhao Chen carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen, I like the ocean. Sometimes I want to live by the sea, but when I was little, I always heard stories about sea serpents. After that, I never wanted to live there. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm here. Do you like the sea? Her voice was soft and clear as she rested quietly in his arms. Zhao Chen's gaze fixed on the horizon where the sky met the ocean. After a long silence, he finally said, I didn't know before. But now, I think I like it. I enjoy watching the waves. Me too. I can't sit still anymore. Hold me tighter. Zhao Chen shifted to support her more securely. She was slender and delicate in his arms, light and fragrant. I want you to build a big house by the sea. We can live there and watch the ocean. On good weather days, we can go out on the water, you can fish, and I'll cook for you. We'll bring lots of your favorite Coke. At night, we'll watch the moon over the sea and listen to the ocean's dreams. All right. I'll buy some land in the next few days. How big will it be? Very big. That must cost a lot of money. Her voice was soft, her gaze lively. I have money. If I run out, I'll sell you to make up the difference, and you'll sneak back to me. What? Fine. I am beautiful, so I'd fetch a good price. 10 billion? That's too little. When I was a kid, my mom said I'd grow up to be the most beautiful girl in the world. I'm 18 now, Shun, am I beautiful? You're stunning. I like you very much. In the yard, will you plant coconut trees? I'll plant them. I'll also plant mangoes, papayas, lychees, bananas, pomegranates, pineapples, and longans, everything you like. She fell silent. Her expression cooled as she stared at him. Where's my ring? I didn't know your ring size, so I couldn't buy it. I asked around, and they all said it had to be measured. Next time, I'll take you to the store to get one. Are you planning to buy me a cheap one from a street stall? Why don't they come to me to measure my size instead? She glanced at Zhao Chen, then turned her head and muttered softly, "Liar. I'm not lying. They really need your measurements. I'm not making it up." Looking him in the eyes, her voice remained calm. "I wasn't calling them liars, I was talking about you, dummy." The air grew still. There was no point in resisting. Li Miaoxian wasn't foolish, far from it. In fact, she was often a step ahead of Zhao Chen, effortlessly teasing her boyfriend. "If I don't wear a ring, how can I go out? On the beach, where I'll wear less, what if other men stare at me? Would you be happy? If you put a ring on me, they might keep their distance. I hate those undisguised, lustful looks. I want a big diamond ring to blind their eyes. I want to wear a swimsuit, but it shows too much. A lousy man like you won't even give me a ring, and I have to pay the price to marry you." Zhao Chen scratched his nose. He deserved the scolding, there was no arguing that. Accepting her words without protest, he sighed inwardly. Li Miaoxian climbed out of his arms and stood beside him, smoothing the wrinkles on his white t-shirt. Her voice softened. "Our childhood engagement saved us from the courtship process. Sometimes, I think we're missing the cautious excitement of not knowing where a relationship will go. Our future is certain, but I still want a loving, respectful marriage where we cherish each other. There's plenty of time. We can take things slowly. On this honeymoon, I'll try to be the kind of girlfriend you'll love." Zhao Chen twitched his fingers, intending to raise his arm but thought better of it. Instead, she leaned gently against him. "Did I leave your arms just so you could hold me again? Stop overthinking. Let's treat this as our honeymoon romance, okay?" "Okay." In the distance, the waves rolled endlessly, and the cries of seabirds echoed along the shore. A red convertible BMW M8 sped down the coastal highway. The car's speakers played upbeat English summer tunes. The girl wore sunglasses, her hair billowing in the wind, her radiant beauty apparent even from her smooth, glowing forehead. The boy in the passenger seat exuded youthful energy and vitality. "Are we there yet?" "Almost. Is your card ready? Buy whatever you want, I'll cover it all. Won't that be hard on my dear boyfriend? After all, 18 is the toughest age for a boy." "Fine, then I'll buy less." "No way. It's duty-free. We're buying everything. If you can't afford it, sell a kidney." Is this really how people in love talk? Why not? Li Miaoxian's speed was swift, the car a blur on the wide road. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. "Thanks a lot. What kind of girlfriend casually suggests selling a kidney to fund her shopping spree?" But in her own way, it showed she believed in him and valued him. It was love, albeit in an intense and unconventional form. "Your legs, Miaoxian, I could admire them for 100 years. Don't bother me, I'm driving." "I'm driving." Li Miaoxian pulled the car over to the roadside, giving Zhao Chen a chance to have his fun and play to his heart's content first. This road was filled with convertibles, most driven by tourists. Their own car wasn't from their collection, it was rented from a car service. Porsches, Ferraris, BMWs, Autos, and AMGs were everywhere. In comparison, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian's BMW seemed much more understated. Had enough fun? There's no such thing as enough. Should I chop off both legs and turn them into specimens for you? That way, you can hold them and admire them every day, she said calmly, her tone as melodious as ever. "Ah, but I only like yours." "Then why do you only praise my legs?" "Alright, to be fair, I could enjoy all of you for 100 years. Li Miaoxian didn't respond. She turned to look at the coastline on the right side of the road, where dense coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, their leaves rustling rhythmically. Zhao Chen wanted to enjoy the breeze a little longer, but that familiar voice in his head interrupted. Daily navigation is here to assist. Detected, both host and girlfriend are in a joyful mood. Based on biological health analysis, navigation recommends venturing into the coconut grove for some intimate time. This will strengthen your bond and improve overall well-being. Adhering to the recommendation will reward the host with shares in a Fortune 500 company. Zhao Chen's mouth fell slightly open. The sea breeze, the coconut grove, the sound of waves, the distance from the road far enough that binoculars wouldn't pick up any details or movements, and Li Miaoxian had already said she would listen to him these few days. Considering all these factors, outdoor activities suddenly didn't seem like a bad idea. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen debated how to bring up such an audacious suggestion. It wasn't for the company shares, of course. He simply enjoyed the navigation system's rewards. Besides, the suggestion itself wasn't entirely unreasonable. Before he could say anything, Li Miaoxian spoke softly. I'll drive to the beach. I want to stay by the sea for a while, there aren't many people here. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. A man and a woman alone, isn't that a bit improper? Li Miaoxian glanced at him, her gaze seemingly piercing straight through his thoughts as if she'd already uncovered his intentions. It was as though she had laid bare his mind, but instead of addressing it, she merely gave him a knowing look. Zhao Chen maintained a blank expression. Considering her outfit today, a skirt short enough to make spring bloom, sitting in his lap, facing the sea, who would even care? The car rolled slowly into the coconut grove and stopped on the sand. There were no people in sight. Wearing sunglasses, Li Miaoxian quietly gazed out at the sea. Zhao Chen, bored, leaned back in his seat. Despite the potential reward, he wouldn't force anything. He wouldn't jeopardize their mutual respect for the sake of some shares. The navigation suggestion was enticing, but it didn't apply. This was his wife, not some girl under his patronage. If he'd brought Yang Minghua out today, then whatever he wanted to do, he'd decide on his own. After a while, Zhao Chen tentatively reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. She didn't resist. He pulled her closer, his hand resting below her collarbone, exerting a gentle pressure. He could hear her breathing. Zhao Chen quietly withdrew his hand. He couldn't do it. That damned navigation system always gave suggestions that tempted him into trouble. Although it didn't harm his interests, it often risked damaging everything else. Li Miaoxian remained silent. Even when upset, her cold temperament kept her emotions well hidden. So, Zhao Chen let it go, suppressing the urge to push further, because who could resist such a quiet, defenseless, stunning girl? The car stereo connected to his phone, and the soothing notes of Summer from Kakujiro no Natsu began to play. The gentle melody seemed to echo the rhythm of the waves and their unspoken thoughts. Li Miaoxian glanced at him, gently pulled his hand, and placed it on her long, fair leg. She rubbed it lightly and said softly, "You know, if your hand had gone an inch lower just now, I would have cut it off." The air went still. Only the sound of waves accompanied her words, lingering in Zhao Chen's ears. To love someone is like wanting to speak but hesitating, wanting to support but stepping back, wanting to get closer but staying distant. So much hesitation, so much helplessness. Her voice softened. I never knew what humble love was, but now I can see my reflection in that term. Perhaps the pain of being misunderstood is something others in history have also felt. Zhao Chen said nothing. Her gaze held a curious depth. You want to mess with me but make excuses. Do I scare you that much? Do you really think I'd cut off your hand? Zhao Chen. I was joking. What, you think I can't show love without your hand intact? Ridiculous. Without a word, she opened the car's center console and pulled out a small knife. By now, Zhao Chen's hand was still on her leg, but the cold blade was already resting on the back of his hand. Sighing, Zhao Chen frowned. Why did this woman have such a hold on him in moments like this? What's wrong with being a little cheeky and playful with his girlfriend? Why was he being punished for it? Looking at her beautiful face, Zhao Chen felt utterly helpless. The icy touch of the blade was strangely alluring. Can't I just have a little fun and show some emotion? You can. Then why the knife? Just wanted to show you how sharp it is, she said lightly, closing the blade and casually tossing it onto his lap. Zhao Chen flinched. She turned her gaze away, clearly uninterested. Aunt Wang was right, she said flatly. All the men in the Zhao family are afraid of their wives. Even though Zhao Chen hadn't lived with the Zhao family for over a decade, the instinct to fear his wife seemed ingrained in his bones. Or maybe it was just genuine affection. Otherwise, wouldn't he have already taken advantage of the secluded setting and acted like a brute? At least he had a conscience. Are you going to keep touching me or not? Zhao Chen snapped out of it. Might as well enjoy the moment. Watching the sea, accompanied by a beauty, and with soft music playing, it was a perfect scene. After a while, they resumed their journey, stealing a few kisses before heading off. Duty-free zone. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian kept a low profile. His outfit was too ordinary, and she wore a large hat and oversized sunglasses, keeping her face hidden. She was always mindful of her boyfriend's possessiveness and took special care in this regard. Or perhaps, in some ways, she was quite traditional. At Cartier's jewelry section, Zhao Chen held her finger as they approached the counter. The most expensive diamond ring, he said, exuding the air of a tycoon. Li Miaoxian leaned against him, pinching his waist discreetly, making Zhao Chen shut up awkwardly. Call your manager. I'm a member. Verify it, she said. Moments later, the staff's smiles grew brighter, their bows lower. Miss Li, this way, please. Our manager is on their way. This is the VIP lounge. Let me know if you need anything. Li Miaoxian waved her hand dismissively, and the staff retreated, standing silently nearby. Zhao Chen gave her a questioning look. The girl parted her red lips and spoke softly, "When you spend a lot here, this kind of treatment is normal." Before long, a middle-aged man with a polished demeanor entered the VIP lounge. After apologizing profusely for any delay, he looked up and was visibly taken aback by Li Miaoxian's beauty and elegance. Zhao Chen clearly saw the manager's gaze tremble slightly. "2 pairs of rings," Zhao Chen said. The girl stayed quietly by his side, not sparing the manager even a glance. She was happy to give her boyfriend the spotlight in moments like these. "Of course, please wait a moment." Though surprised that such a stunning young woman had entrusted herself to a boy, the manager was worldly enough to recognize that this couple was not to be trifled with. Soon, several trays of jewelry were brought in: diamond rings, plain bands, matching sets, engraved rings, one tray after another. "Only wedding bands. I don't want to see anything else," Zhao Chen said, gently picking up a ring to compare it against Li Miaoxian's finger. "Certainly, sir. This one is a 7-carat sapphire ring set in platinum. This is the same design in rose gold. We also have plain diamond options, multicolored gemstones, or larger pigeon blood rubies available for your selection. Please let us know your preferences. Keep anything over 10 carats and plain bands. Take the rest away," Zhao Chen instructed. "Understood." Finally, there was peace. "Miaoxian, why don't we get 2 pairs? Wearing such a big diamond ring at school might not be appropriate. Plain bands are simple, comfortable, and easy to wear." "All right," the girl agreed softly, watching quietly as Zhao Chen compared rings to her fingers. In the end, they chose a pair of 11-carat natural blue sapphire rings set in platinum. These rare diamonds had a deep, evenly distributed blue hue. Additionally, they purchased a pair of plain platinum and rose gold bands, simple yet exquisite. 2 pairs of rings cost a modest total of just over 3 million. And that was just the beginning of their shopping spree. They had intentionally packed lightly, leaving room to shop. The duty-free aspect was merely an excuse. Li Miaoxian had brought Zhao Chen along simply to go shopping with her. Luxury goods taxes? She had never cared about such trivialities. The spree began at Chanel. She swept through the store like a storm, selecting everything she liked from the vintage collections. Zhao Chen silently handed over his card each time. Thankfully, his mother had transferred 10 billion yuan yesterday. He wouldn't run out anytime soon. From perfumes, cosmetics, and skincare to watches, jewelry, and bags, Zhao Chen thought the last supermarket trip had been extravagant enough. But today, watching his girlfriend point at items in the VIP lounge and casually say, "This one, that one, those over there, everything except that black bag," he felt completely numb. The items were sent directly to their hotel by the store. Li Miaoxian didn't even step into Hermes or Louis Vuitton. When Zhao Chen asked why, she explained, "They already send me the best items from each season, the newest and most classic pieces. I don't need to go in." Next were Gucci and Fendi. By the time Zhao Chen's legs were aching, Li Miaoxian dragged him to Valentino. He recognized the brand. It was popular for its shoes and stockings, even trending in short videos he'd seen. Oddly, she only stood at the entrance, showing no intention of going inside. Suddenly, she turned to Zhao Chen and asked softly, "Do you know this brand?" "Yes." "Then we're not going in. I don't like those high heels. I'll wear Louboutins for you later." She tugged him away. Seeing the brand name jogged Zhao Chen's memory. Yesterday, he'd posted about it on Douyin and even argued with someone in the comments. The system had mentioned that his post's engagement would generate income, but he'd forgotten all about it. As she pulled him along, Zhao Chen opened Douyin on his phone. The first thing he saw was the glaring red 99 plus notification in the Messages tab. It was filled with likes and replies to his post. Curious, he tapped on the original video. To his astonishment, a simple casual post, a shot of car keys, a few watches, and the interior of his living room had received 680,000 likes and over 30,000 comments. There were countless shares and saves as well. He scrolled through the comments, and his eyes widened. The thread was filled with people addressing him as young master and themselves as servants. Comments included: "Does young master need new clothes or accessories? Where's the servants' quarters in that villa? Would young master be okay with living with dogs? Does the young master mind if his partner's gender card isn't maxed out?" It was overwhelming. One comment read, "Meeting young master has broadened my horizons. There are only 5 LaFerraris in the country, and he casually tossed its key among others? Another. Please, young master, can I get a close-up of that Patek Philippe 1527 in your watch cabinet? Need it to flex on someone. And, is that a 20-meter high ceiling in your villa? What kind of palace is this? Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. At that moment, the voice in his head chimed in again. Daily navigation update, assessing the impact of your post showcasing wealth. Impact, highly effective. Reward, cash equivalent to 100x the likes on your post. Reward, 680,000 likes equals 68 million yuan. Check your account for details. Zhao Chen froze. Moments later, a bank notification confirmed the deposit. A massive sum. The transaction was immediate, sent from an overseas account. Daily navigation suggests the host continues sharing similar content for more rewards. Unexpected earnings. The system was straightforward, obedient hosts would reap the benefits. 68 million. Just like that. That would be more than enough for Li Niaoxian's shopping spree in the duty-free zone. If another video reached 1 million views, he didn't dare imagine. For now, he set the idea aside. After all, the luxury items they just purchased had already been sent back to the hotel. He could snap a couple of photos later. Meals, too, could become daily posts. Leaning against his shoulder, Li Niaoxian spoke coolly, "Don't look at your phone while walking." Got it. He pocketed his phone but barely had time to relax before she said, "By the way, someone named Yang Manhwa sent over a medical report just now. Do you want to look at it? For some reason, it was sent to me instead of you." Yang Manhwa's medical report? Zhao Chen did ask her to get a checkup yesterday. But didn't he tell her to send it to Qin Yanlan while he was away? Why did it end up in this woman's hands? And why was Li Niaoxian holding the report now? Had these two women already started colluding behind his back? Why, as the supposed head of the household, was he being treated like this? "It's fine. You can look it over for me." "I don't need to see it," he replied, calm and composed, showing not a shred of hesitation or fear. Li Niaoxian's expression turned slightly puzzled, as if surprised by Zhao Chen's boldness. She lightly shook the phone in her hand. "Is this to support underprivileged employees with health checkups? You really are a boss with a humanitarian touch." Zhao Chen nodded, acknowledging her compliment without a hint of pretense. Then, with a neutral expression, he said plainly, "If there's nothing else, let's head back to the hotel. I want to lie down and rest, I'm feeling a bit tired." At the mention of rest, Li Niaoxian felt a twinge of unease. She suddenly understood what Zhao Chen meant by going back to the hotel now. After being bossed around by her, he was likely planning some sort of payback. Or maybe the sight of that medical report had shattered her carefully crafted image as a pure, kind 18-year-old, leaving him upset and eager to vent his frustration. Li Niaoxian frowned. Truthfully, she didn't want to meddle in Zhao Chen's relationships with other women, not with Bai Wanyan, nor with his little secretary. But then again, what if someone got sick? What if there was something dirty? Whether to interfere or not was a constant dilemma. A true high society wife wouldn't foolishly try to monopolize her husband's attention. They understood men's nature, overstep too much, and even deep affection would amount to nothing. She had only mentioned the medical report offhand to Zhao Chen, not intending to start trouble. After all this time, she had never stopped him from going out, nor had she ever asked about his activities. Maybe she was stricter with Chen Yanlan because that involved Zhao Chen's business, and commercial safety had to be a priority. Standing in place, uncertain what to do, she watched as Zhao Chen walked toward the parking area, his back to her. Quietly, she followed, saying nothing. Carrying a few shopping bags, Zhao Chen didn't look back once. She sighed softly, feeling a slight sting in her heart. Trying to keep up, she reached the car only to find Zhao Chen gone from the passenger seat. He had taken a taxi and left. For some reason, driving alone suddenly felt dull and pointless. She just wanted to head back to the hotel. The taxi was already out of sight. She parked the car, took out her phone, and called Chen Yanlan. "From now on, don't tell me anything about Zhao Chen's other women. I won't target you anymore, but I hope you won't betray us either. You're part of the Zhao family now, and the Zhao family can give you a lifetime of wealth and status. Focus on managing Zhao Chen's business properly, you're one of us now. That's all." She gave in. Zhao Chen wasn't truly afraid of his wife, he simply didn't want to hurt her. It was mutual respect. How could a boy raised away from home, with none of the adaptability taught in noble households, be truly submissive. A lonely orphan for over a decade, who could he possibly bow to? She had overestimated herself. Beauty could entertain, but for someone with ambition and capability, how could they focus solely on appearances? She should have realized earlier. Anyone who could buy dozens of tons of gold at 50 yuan a gram or acquire a top-tier international luxury brand for less than £10 sterling wasn't someone she could fully comprehend. It was all too shocking, making it feel almost unreal. And yet, he remained outwardly gentle, waking up early to run every day to avoid Uncle Zhao's teasing. He even pinched his nose and reluctantly ate the oysters she put on his plate, seemingly obedient, but in hindsight, not entirely so. That was simply a rational man's judgment of good and bad. If it was good, he would accept it. If not, no one could make him, no matter how high and mighty they were. He was the kind of man who piled up luxury watches without a second glance, only wearing them when needed. He didn't care for superficial glory and had a strong inner character. That was the kind of person who would be kind to you unless you pushed him beyond his limits. Li Miaoxian thought about this for a long time as she drove slowly back to the hotel. By the time she arrived, the duty-free mall had already started delivering their purchases to the penthouse. Zhao Chen was nowhere to be seen. She went upstairs to their suite, didn't call out his name, and searched every room, but he was gone. Quietly, she returned to the master bedroom, undressed, and slipped under the covers. Her eyelashes were dense, and her expression icy. Breathing softly, she checked her phone. Zhao Chen hadn't messaged her. He said he'd come back to the hotel to rest. He said she should have come with him. She hesitated, and he didn't drive, so he took a taxi instead. Li Miaoxian dialed by Wan Yin's number. "Hello, Sister Miaoxian. Are you still at summer camp?" "No, I'm just reading now." "That's good. Come spend some time with him this weekend. If it's just me, he'll get annoyed." "Okay. When you're back in Jilin, I'll come over." "Sister, did Zhao Chen upset you again?" Her tone was cautious, as if afraid her question would offend. After all, it was an attempt to probe or interfere in their relationship. Hearing her careful tone, Li Miaoxian paused. That subdued emphasis didn't reflect reverence but rather deep affection for Zhao Chen. Bai Wanyan's question wasn't about meddling, it was rooted in concern for his happiness. But now Zhao Chen had disappeared because of her. "No, he's fine. You can call him now, he should be free." "Alright, I'll chat with him." Bai Wanyan wasn't foolish. After hanging up, she called Zhao Chen directly. "Hello, Wanyan. Chen, where are you?" "By the sea. I'll send you a video of the waves later." "No need. Is Sister Miaoxian with you?" "Yes, but even if she is, I'd still answer your call." "Then let me talk to her." "Huh?" Zhao Chen was stunned. She wanted to talk to Li Miaoxian? Impossible. But Li wasn't there. "Huh, what?" "Give her the phone. She's in the bathroom." "What kind of beach has bathrooms?" "She was just there, go get her." Bai Wanyan's tone was calm but firm. Zhao Chen hung up and immediately started a video call. When she answered, her glasses were thick, her smile light, and her voice carried a hint of sternness. "You two are upset. Whatever the reason, that's your future wife. Zhao Chen, you need to establish respect in your relationship, not let her silently endure confusion. I won't ask what happened this time, but next time, don't let me find out, okay? If you want to be a loving man, handle your relationships properly. Without integrity, grace, or fairness, why should I, Bai Wanyan, lower myself for you in the future?" Her voice was clear and slightly sharp. At the end, she sighed softly. "You need to find a way. Good rules and methods outlast even love." Standing by the sea, Zhao Chen felt lost. The sound of Bai Wanyan's voice on the phone was sharp. He had never considered that love between two people might not be enough to sustain a relationship. He couldn't argue with her words. After all, her father was a role model of sorts. She herself had mentioned that she had several aunts. It wasn't his place to judge how such matters were handled, but he made a mental note to reflect on it. "My dad didn't even want me to stay with you when he found out about us. But in the end, he didn't stop me either. He said it was his own karmic consequence for being too generous in love. Zhao Chen, you must treat Sister Miaoxian well, she's very smart." "Alright, I understand. I won't tell her about anything you've said today. Zhao Chen, you have to understand I'm not afraid of Sister Miaoxian. I just don't want her to know that I'm interfering in your relationship or influencing your decisions." "Why would I be scared of her? She's also connected to you, just like I am." Her voice was clear, carrying an innate confidence. She didn't mention anything about who came first or last, which Zhao Chen appreciated. It showed she didn't want to make things difficult for him. His biggest fear was hearing the word unfair from her lips. He had no way to make it up to her, no way to compensate her. All he could do was protect and cherish her in the future, ensuring she never got hurt. After ending the call, Bai Wannian got up to pour herself some water. She casually sent him a photo of her collarbone. Not fighting didn't mean she was foolish. Retreating could sometimes be the best strategy. Zhao Chen understood this gesture. If he ever felt even slightly guilty toward her, she would earn his extra care and attention among all the other women in his life. Why compete bitterly for a position and make things difficult for him when she could win in the long run? The waves continued crashing against the shore. Zhao Chen waved his hand, and second uncle, dressed in swim trunks and sunglasses, came over with 4 strong men who had joined them for the vacation. Let's go. Find me a plot of land, I want to build a house. Second uncle pulled a walkie-talkie out of his pocket and started giving orders. Not long after, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Choosing land? I've got experience with this. Back when I was growing grapes in Bordeaux, I'd fly over the area with a map in hand, marking plots as I went. The scene, it was magnificent, like commanding the world. Zhao Chen said nothing. Flying to choose land? He was 90% sure this was just another one of second uncle's exaggerated stories. Young master, picking the right spot is a matter of legacy, it benefits future generations. According to us older folks, it's best to consult a knowledgeable elder. Feng shui and geography matter. Sure, you've seen a lot. But I'm not going to waste time inviting some so-called expert. Let's just get it done, Zhao Chen said, seeing through his uncle's attempt to embellish the moment. Second uncle chuckled and patted his chest. No need to call in the pros. While I'm not an expert, I know a thing or two. It's my duty to look out for you, after all. Zhao Chen smiled and casually pointed out a piece of land through the helicopter window. Oh, excellent eye. This spot has an elevation difference from the sea, a view of the water, and a small hill at the back. Perfect. Really? That simple? But he wasn't wrong, the land did have its merits. It was close to the city, surrounded by coconut groves, and blessed with a refreshing sea breeze. Land here. Let's start marking the area. You 4, grab the ropes. We'll direct you from the helicopter, mark as wide an area as possible. If there's any dispute about the boundaries, include those parts too. Get ready for a few kilometers of cross-country running. The 4 bodyguards nodded. For them, it was no big deal. This vacation had already been a fun outing under second uncle's guidance. Zhao Chen thought about protesting but realized that second uncle's absurd method actually worked. No need for him to personally measure every step of the land. Second uncle, how much do you think this plot will cost to secure? Zhao Chen asked casually, watching the ground below. Second uncle shot him a sidelong glance. This brat wasn't calling his dad for help and was instead leaving it to him. But as an elder, he had no choice. Turn it into a scenic spot, run it for a couple of days, then convert it into your private estate. In the smaller scenic area, only sell homemade drinks, 50 yuan a bottle. If the business doesn't work out, no big deal. The land will naturally become yours after a while with a few connections. Sounds easy enough. Uncle, put your heart into this. If it works out, you'll have a retirement spot too. Of course. For once, second uncle didn't joke around. He gave a serious promise. Zhao Chen felt a warmth in his chest. Sometimes calling someone uncle wasn't just a formality, it carried real meaning. With no children of his own, this elder just wanted to leave his mark on the world, and Zhao Chen was reaping the benefits. In the distance, several large Range Rovers were speeding toward them on a rural road. These were reinforcements from the security team, following the helicopter's path. The vehicles unloaded reels of barrier tape, which were distributed to everyone, and they began marking the land. The land-grabbing campaign officially started. Zhao Chen and second uncle sat in the helicopter, giving instructions over the walkie-talkie, which was nearly smoking from the constant use. The team stretched the tape through the coconut grove. While the trees couldn't be cut, a house could certainly be built among them. Within minutes, a large, irregularly shaped plot of land, about 10 hectares, was marked out. The bright tape was clearly visible from above. This coastal coconut grove was prime real estate, suitable for both commercial development and private use. With the Zhao family's reputation in real estate and the Li family's expertise in property development, securing the land was a non-issue. As for the surrounding villagers, they wouldn't oppose development if it meant compensation and infrastructure improvements, like new and better roads. The helicopter landed, and Zhao Chen stepped out, holding a glass of wine. The sea breeze rustled his fisherman's hat as a group of villagers gathered around. Second uncle was already deep in conversation with Zhao Jichang. Such bold, decisive moves weren't Zhao Jichang's usual style, but since this was his own son's initiative, he didn't mind. It was just a minor issue, nothing a few phone calls couldn't fix. Soon, the project manager arrived. He nodded at Zhao Chun from a distance before joining Fuguei for discussions. Commercial development here would be beneficial for everyone. And with the joint effort of the Zhao and Li families, all necessary paperwork was promptly handled. Within an hour, construction teams arrived at the site. These were Hua Sheng's own crews, mobilized specifically to serve the young master. Their efficiency was unparalleled. Surveying, blueprinting, tree clearing, excavators, and road rollers, everything was in motion. The project was labeled at Natural Coconut Grove Scenic Area, marketed as a coastal retreat showcasing coconut forests and ocean views. The public tagline promoted it as Hua Sheng's young master's first commercial venture. Sitting in his car, Zhao Chen shook his head and sighed, being rich really is great. Having connections is even better. Finally, he pulled out his phone to check for messages. Li Miaoxian hadn't sent him anything, but Bai Wanyan's call had clearly been for a reason. He'd left her waiting long enough. After all, who wouldn't want to spoil their little wife? Li Miaoxian lay there, feeling helpless. This was the first time she and Zhao Chun had a disagreement. The air conditioning felt a little cold, so she tightened the blanket around herself and stretched her arm toward the edge of the bed. He wasn't there. Another wave of disappointment washed over her. She kept checking her phone, but there were no messages from him. Poking her head out from under the blanket, she covered herself below the collarbone with it, grabbed her phone, and called Zhao Chen. "Hello, Miaoxian. Where are you?" Her voice was cold, but there was concern in it. "I'm nearby, picking out a piece of land. Didn't we say we'd build our seaside house? I just finished choosing it, it's already been marked off." "All right. Don't overdo it. Come back early for dinner. I'm at the hotel." "Got it. I'll be back soon." "Oh, they're selling your favorite grapes here. They're calling them Sunshine Muscat, a special breed with greenish-yellow skin. I tried one, they're really good." "That's great. Buy more if you like them. And also, pick up something else. I won't be in a safe period for the next few days." It took Zhao Chen a moment to react. He almost needed her to remind him again before he understood. They'd been going natural lately. Her comment made him realize just how careless they'd been during this time. After picking out several boxes of grapes, Zhao Chen checked his phone to research the price of bulk orders of premium raincoats. Then he went into a nearby supermarket to take a look. Once he'd made his selection, he stayed back and let the bodyguards handle the purchase, instructing them to buy a whole box, about 200 or 300. It would be enough for this honeymoon. He sighed inwardly. Ultra-thin, 101. He didn't know much about it and relied on online reviews. Hopefully, he wasn't being duped. Truthfully, he disliked the idea of restrictions, there was no comparison to the natural experience. But there was no choice. He was only 18. How could he afford to have a child now? Li Miaoxian was also 18, and having children this early could harm her health. On this issue, Zhao Chen knew where his priorities lay. He also made a mental note to keep track of this timing himself in the future. No need to wait for her to remind him, being prepared was part of being a responsible man. The bodyguard carrying the large box drew quite a bit of attention. The female staff at the store couldn't help but stare, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly and left without a word. When he returned to the hotel, he carried the grapes and the box back to the penthouse suite. He set 2 bunches of grapes aside, stored the rest in the fridge, rinsed the selected ones, and placed them in a glass bowl. He then brought the bowl to the bedroom. The lights in the bedroom were dim. "Miaoxian? Her voice sounded like a girl's dreamlike murmur. Zhao Chen exhaled in relief. At least she responded, maybe this little spat was over. They still had a life to share. He turned on the bedroom light and met her gaze. She was peeking out from under the blanket. Her eyes still carried their usual coolness, but her eyelids were slightly red. "Have some grapes," he said softly, sitting down by the bed. "I'm not wearing clothes," she replied. Zhao Chen glanced down her neck, everything below was hidden by the blanket. Staying calm, He set the glass bowl aside and began removing his own clothes as he walked out. His tanned, lean muscles still carried traces of his time in the sun at the construction site. Every time they were together at night, the contrast between his complexion and her fair skin was striking. Not black, just slightly bronzed. Leaving the bedroom, Zhao Chen moved the large box to the bedside. "Why did you buy so many?" Her tone was cool. "You think this is enough?" Zhao Chen countered. She paused, rendered speechless. If all of that was used on her, it would be fatal. She wasn't sure how to respond. After a long silence, she spoke coldly, "Don't overdo it, Zhao Chen. How am I supposed to handle all this?" "Alright, fine. I don't have experience anyway. By the way, how do you even use these?" Still silent, she shifted closer. Her figure came into view. For a moment, Zhao Chen felt the warmth in his breath rise. "This is the only time I'll let you take advantage of me. Cherish it, there won't be a next time," she said coldly. Her voice carried a stormy edge, as if she were teetering on the brink of anger. Zhao Chen didn't reply, staring at the ceiling. Until today, Li Miaoxian's lips had been reserved solely for kisses, nothing else. She had always carried herself with pride. "Alright, Miaoxian, don't burn out all your passion at once." "Never again. Don't even think about it," she declared. Zhao Chen didn't push her. Some things should be voluntary. If someone wasn't willing, it wasn't right to force them. Afterward, Li Miaoxian lay down, visibly tired. She had allowed Zhao Chen this one indulgence, giving him a moment to satisfy his need for control and conquest. It was a way to make up for her earlier misstep that afternoon. No deeper meaning. From now on, she intended to reassert her usual demeanor. "This feels terrible to wear," she said. Her eyes had grown colder, as if she regretted what had just happened. She seemed unwilling to face Zhao Chen. "Can I take it off?" "Sure, but if you do, I'll take it away and feed it to the dogs." "Fine." Zhao Chen leaned closer. The air conditioner's temperature dropped. She wiped her greasy fingers on his leg in disdain. "I want to try the grapes you bought first." Zhao Chen blinked and gave her a light pat. "Focus, we're in the middle of something here." Poof. The night grew deeper. Zhao Chen finally drew the curtains open. He felt relieved. "Are you hungry?" What do you want to eat?" "Anything." "Still mad at me, Miaoxian?" "Zhao Chen, I'll remember how you bullied me today." "You'd better not give me an excuse. How about some chicken soup to help you recover?" "When we're back in the capital, I'm telling Auntie about this, don't get too comfortable yet." "Maybe some nourishing dishes?" "Black chicken soup with sea cucumber sounds good." "What do you think, sweetheart?" "You better not mess up again, you dog of a man." "I'll go order food. You rest for now." Zhao Chen walked out of the room with a spring in his step. Grabbing a bottle of ice-cold soda, he took a long drink. Hiss. Refreshing. Perfect. You love staying cold and distant? Let's see how long you can keep up that image now. Rest up like a good girl. It was 9 p.m. Even Zhao Chen felt a little tired. He quickly ordered room service. Thinking back, today had been quite something. Young people really were impressive, though, of course, he was the most impressive of all. Within half an hour, dinner arrived. Zhao Chen set the table before heading to find her. Li Miaoxian wasn't asleep in bed. The bowl of grapes had disappeared. He heard water running in the bathroom. Opening the door, he saw her sitting in the bathtub, looking pale. Her fair skin contrasted with her tired demeanor. One hand swirled flower petals in the water, while the other brought a grape to her lips. Zhao Chen felt a pang of concern. "Miaoxian, you don't look well. Should we go to the hospital?" She turned her head to glance at him. Softly, she said, "I'm fine. I just need some time to recover." "But you're still a bastard. You're such a bastard. All you care about is yourself. Do you even think about how I feel?" Li Miaoxian questioned him, her tone accusatory yet laced with helplessness. If she weren't so weak right now, she'd probably twist his waist 100 times over. But alas, she didn't have the strength. Zhao Chen brought grapes to her lips one by one. Despite her privileged upbringing, Li Miaoxian never bothered peeling them. "Don't you know your own limits? Do I really have to remind you? Can't you be a little more gentlemanly? Just a little gentler?" Her voice was soft and cold, more questioning than reprimanding. There was no harshness, only a distant accusation. Zhao Chen felt a twinge of indignation himself. "If you're uncomfortable, just tell me. Say it loudly. Is it that hard to admit your man is amazing? Why act all high and mighty, keeping up that ethereal, aloof demeanor? The two sat in silence by the bathtub. Unable to hold back, Li Miaoxian reached out and twisted his waist with as much force as she could muster. If she could, she would have carved his kidney into slices right there. Call Chen Yanlan. I need a few days to rest. No way. This is our honeymoon, you can't just get a stand-in. Her eyes turned murderous, the icy glare hitting Zhao Chen like a slap. Your secretary. Every time I see her, she's wearing black stockings and thigh-high boots, tight skirts, or light-colored dresses with white stockings. Sometimes even red-soled heels. Her waist-to-hip ratio is perfect, her figure stunning, her skin flawless, and her voice pleasant. Even I find her attractive. What a femme fatale, she taunted. Zhao Chen remained calm, replying earnestly, Miaoxian, how many honeymoons does a person get in a lifetime? If you need rest, I'll stay by your side. Are you doubting my feelings for you? Get out. Just get away from me. Ugh, this hurts so much. So much for carrying her bridal style to the dining table for dinner, now she was too weak to even lift a grape. Left with no choice, Zhao Chen wheeled the cart over and set up the food by the bathtub. Picking up a pair of chopsticks, he asked, want to eat this? No. I want that green lobster. Zhao Chen set down the chopsticks and began peeling the lobster. I also want that fish over there. Yes, the whole one. Deb won it for me, I want 10 of them. Here you go, my dear. Just eat one lobster, alright? Any more, and you won't finish. Fine, but you still have to Deb 110 fish. Then take them down to the hotel entrance and feed them to that stray dog. If the dog won't eat them, only then can you have them. Zhao Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, the dog probably wouldn't eat them anyway. Bang! A loud crash echoed as she threw a plate at the bathroom door. Zhao Chen barely dodged it in time. You bastard! I'm calling Auntie and my mom right now. Just wait, you'll have to explain yourself to your mother-in-law. Standing outside the bathroom, Zhao Chen sighed in relief. If she still had the energy to throw plates and shout insults, she must have really been hungry earlier. Later that night, after saying goodnight to Bai Wanyan, Zhao Chen focused on some work. Hua Chun Group, his company, was progressing steadily. Agricultural seed development, the seeds he had exchanged from the system were already being planted by Chen Yanlan. Luxury goods and jewelry, Bulgari. Hospitality and tourism, Bulgari Hotels. A security firm. A modeling and talent agency. By any standard, he was already quite successful, with several companies under his name. Chen Yanlan had sent him many messages that day, most requiring his approval. Most of it was mundane, he let her handle it. But Zhao Chen also knew he needed to find a way to bind her loyalty to him completely. Managing assets worth billions demanded no room for carelessness. There were two key items on his agenda. Whether Ma Xiao was still working at the office and being treated well. Details about Yang Minghua's medical report. Ma Xiao was still the coffee machine manager, responsible for plugging and unplugging the coffee machine. Chen Yanlan had taken a personal interest in this arrangement. She discovered that during lunch, Ma Xiao ate enough for 3 people, even packing an extra portion to take home, all within company-provided benefits. Oddly enough, during work hours, Ma Xiao took it upon himself to clean all 4 floors of the office building. He could have just sat by the coffee machine doing nothing, but instead, he worked cheerfully. Zhao Chen frowned. Had Ma Xiao figured something out? Or was this just a hunch? If there were others giving him such an easy job, it wasn't impossible. He liked cleaning, huh? Fine. Zhao Chen decided Ma Xiao would soon be promoted to manager of the maintenance department. Let him clean to his heart's content. The second matter was Yang Minghua's medical report. The data, mostly concerning gynecological health, showed no issues with hereditary conditions, heart problems, or skin disorders. But the specifics were beyond his understanding. Zhao Chen called Wang Taizhu. Boss. Taizhu, does the security company have anyone skilled in data analysis, or someone with advanced qualifications in tech and research? Maybe even a high-level hacker? Yes, there's a female expert. She's a top-notch hacker and was a doctor before. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Send me her contact info. A doctor turned hacker? Perfect. After adding her contact, Zhao Chen sent the 2 medical reports over. Can you translate these into plain language? Sure. Give me 5 minutes. Just 3 minutes later, she replied. No hereditary conditions, no skin diseases, overall healthy. No records of pregnancy or abortion. Based on the examination, the hymen is intact with no signs of repair. Good enough. Some things Li Miaoxian wouldn't demand outright, but he knew he had to maintain his own standards. Finishing his work, Zhao Chen chatted briefly with Chen Yanlan to bid her goodnight and moved on. He pressed his ear to the bathroom door to listen. The moment he leaned in, her voice rang out from inside. Dog of a man. Hurry up and bring me some food. Coming. He didn't enter immediately. Sure enough, bang. Another plate hit the door. Miaoxian, girls should be gentle. Gentle, my ass. Get in here and let me hit you. If I get mad, you'll never touch me again, not even your senior. Zhao Chen sighed. Stop throwing things. I'll come in and let you hit me however you want. Chen, I love you the most. Come here quickly. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, genuinely unsure if this woman might actually take a swing at him. Judging by her level of fury today, there was a high chance he'd walk right into her line of fire if he went in now. Miaoxian, be gentle, okay? Don't throw things anymore. And who are you to tell me to be gentle? How could you even say that? The resentment in her voice was palpable, even through the door. At least she wasn't throwing anything else. You should save your energy, you'll need it to rest later. Get lost. You dog of a man. Go find someone to book you another room. Stay far away from me. Just seeing you is enough to kill me right now. Seizing the moment as she ranted, Zhao Chen pushed the door open. Sure enough, she hadn't anticipated this. When she instinctively raised her hand to throw something, Zhao Chen swiftly grabbed her wrist. All right, calm down. I know I was wrong, but this punishment is too much. Li Miaoxian's eyes flickered. Slowly and cautiously, she set the plate down. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's waist and pinched him hard. You really showed me your true colors today. Ugh, what did you expect? Who do you think is in charge here? Zhao Chen winced but refused to concede, his tone defiant. Li Miaoxian let out a light snort and released her grip. She didn't argue back. She had no intention of challenging Zhao Chen's authority. After all, she clearly remembered how meddling in his affairs earlier in the afternoon had earned her hours of relentless punishment. If the process hadn't been somewhat bearable, she might have considered filing a complaint for domestic abuse. Now, Zhao Chen's repeated questioning was obviously bait. He wanted her to fall into his trap again. But Li Miaoxian wasn't someone who failed to learn her lessons. This scheming guy just wants another excuse to torment me. Zhao Chen scooped her out of the bathtub and gently dried her off with a towel. She remained quiet, staring blankly out the window with an indifferent expression. Still mad? He asked. She shook her head slightly. No. You're not even human. You're worse than a beast. Even beasts aren't as overbearing as you. I think the term you're looking for is strong and capable, he said smugly. Humph, she tilted her neck, allowing Zhao Chen to dry the droplets on her skin. At 10 p.m., Zhao Chen carried his precious girl back to the bedroom. Finally, the two of them had a moment to enjoy the night view. From the 36th floor, they could see far into the distance. The faint lights shimmering on the horizon were likely from the ocean. I'm tired, she murmured. Then sleep. Zhao Chen extended his arm for her to rest her head on. She nuzzled against his chest, close, gentle, and safe. Zhao Chen felt drowsy as well, and soon began to drift off. Just as he was about to fall completely asleep, a sudden blow landed on his stomach. Bang! He felt the vibrations reverberate through his abdomen. You dog of a man! You've left me feeling this terrible, and you're just fine sleeping? She hadn't even woken up. Too tired, the punch seemed to be a subconscious act of revenge. After all, her body was still sore. Now, Zhao Chen was wide awake. She was breathing steadily, likely still asleep. After waiting for half an hour without any further movement, Zhao Chen closed his eyes again. Just as he was dozing off. Your snoring is so loud, Chen. I can't sleep because of it. I wasn't even asleep. Zhao Chen tried to explain, but she was already muttering in her sleep, proving she hadn't fully woken. He sighed. A girl who could punch him mid-slumber and speak clearly in her dreams? He'd have to be on guard in the future. If conditions allowed, he might need to wear armor to bed. Morning. When Zhao Chen woke up, she was already gone. It was time for her morning yoga and stretches, a routine she never skipped, except for their first day here. Miaoxian, where's my clothes? They're being washed. Wear the robe for now. After slipping on shoes and brushing his teeth, Zhao Chen finally saw her. Her outfit today was extremely modest: long pants, a plain white t-shirt, and her hair tied into a ponytail. She exuded a youthful, girlish charm, though her expression was still as cold as ever. Zhao Chen walked over, picked up a teacup, and drank it all in one go. After muttering a quick thanks, he glanced out the window. Far below, he spotted his second uncle waving at him. A daily reminder to go jogging. Even on their honeymoon. Zhao Chen glanced at his robe and slippers. No choice. I only brought one outfit yesterday, and it's in the wash. When are the clothes being delivered? Noon. They needed alterations. Li Miaoxian arched her back gracefully over a yoga ball. Her hip bones and slender waist created an eye-catching curve. Yoga pants, a revolutionary invention on par with stockings. Zhao Chen quickly looked away, refraining from further questions. She had been overseeing his wardrobe lately. All his clothes were custom-made, no visible brand or logo, just the Zhao family crest stitched on the collar. Comfortable and perfectly tailored. Still in his robe and slippers, Zhao Chen headed downstairs, grabbing a glass of red wine on his way out. A short walk later, he exited the hotel lobby. Outside, the 4 bodyguards were dressed in their loud, garish vacation outfits. Their attire clashed terribly with their professional demeanor, but it did give them a more approachable, grounded vibe. The nanny van's door opened, and Zhao Chen got in. His second uncle was already seated inside. Strangely, despite the garden being only a short distance away, they still drove over instead of jogging there directly. The ride included wine and casual banter, a strange prelude to a morning run. His second uncle seemed entirely used to it. Zhao Chen noticed his calm, contented expression. Apparently, this was part of his uncle's daily ritual, a small indulgence that brought him indescribable joy. Like how I always greet my girls good morning every day, Zhao Chen thought. Not bad. Once they arrived at the garden and started jogging, Zhao Chen asked, "Uncle, there's a dinner coming up. Want to join me?" "What kind of dinner?" His uncle's face didn't even flush as he jogged, more energetic than Zhao Chen, despite his age. "It's related to the entertainment industry. A few directors. My aunt set it up after that debut incident. She went overboard and invited several of them." His uncle raised 2 fingers and gestured. "Hey, don't underestimate investing in idols and the entertainment industry. Big money there. But sure, it's just some directors. I'll come along with you." "Great. With you there, it'll be much easier." Though Zhao Chen technically held the reins of power, his youth and inexperience meant he occasionally faced situations he couldn't handle alone. With his second uncle present, the gathering would undoubtedly go smoother. He pondered briefly. For Yang Minghwa's sake and his own future prospects in the industry, this dinner was worth attending. After the morning jog, second uncle mentioned he was going to inspect another piece of land. Zhao Chen didn't tag along, probably because the old man's projects were mostly for his many lady companions. Life is short. Having a few close companions and living carefree doesn't sound too bad, Zhao Chen thought. Just then, his phone rang. It was Li Miaoxian, calling as usual to summon him for breakfast. He arrived at the hotel rooftop, and the 2 of them boarded a helicopter and flew out of the city. The helicopter landed near a village by the beach. Stepping out, they switched to a small convertible and drove leisurely into the village. The morning mist lingered over the village. A yellow dog barked and chased the car, waking many families from their peaceful slumber. Zhao Chen sped up to escape the scene of the crime. Yes, this time he was driving. Zhao Zhichang had already sent his driver's license over. "Slow down. We're almost there. Be polite when we arrive. I had breakfast here once before with Auntie when I was younger, and I contacted her yesterday to let her know we'd be coming." Zhao Chen eased off the accelerator, following Miaoxian's directions. When they reached the destination, he parked and grabbed a box, a simple gift, but it was a specialty from Jinling. They approached a house, and Miaoxian knocked on the door. A dog barked, followed by the sound of footsteps. Soon, the door opened to reveal a woman in her 50s. "You're here. Come in, come in. Time for breakfast. And who's this handsome young man? He's good-looking, isn't he?" The woman greeted Miaoxian warmly, nudging the small yellow dog at her feet aside to keep it from barking at them. She naturally took the gift from Zhao Chen's hands. "No need to bring things next time. I live alone, too much would just go to waste." She stepped aside, and Zhao Chen caught a glimpse of the spacious, tidy courtyard. It had a clear water pool and a few unfamiliar flowers. The yellow dog roamed freely, wagging its tail. The courtyard was peaceful, fresh, and filled with a subtle fragrance. A small table in the center was already set with breakfast. It seemed their timing was perfect, the food was still hot. Come, wash your hands and eat, the woman said, scooping water into a ladle at the poolside. Miaoxian bent down, stretching out her pale hands as the woman poured water over them. Then it was Zhao Chen's turn. Is this handsome young man your boyfriend? The woman asked in a local accent, though her words were clear enough. She called him handsome. Yes, auntie, Zhao Chen replied. Breakfast was simple yet refreshing. A light seafood porridge, cucumber with a hint of lime, tender greens, a plate of crispy dried fish, papaya strips, and chili fried cured meat. The flavors were entirely new to Zhao Chun, awakening his taste buds in a way he hadn't experienced before. Even such a simple meal brought him joy. Miaoxian sat beside him, tying the belt of his robe and helping him with the dishes. She chatted casually with the woman in Mandarin laced with the local dialect. There's another courtyard nearby, well kept and clean. We can stay there for a couple of days, she said. All right, Zhao Chen agreed. He had no experience planning honeymoons. As long as the beach was clean and the sea was clear, he was fine with wherever they stayed. Besides, it seemed Miaoxian had excellent taste in aesthetics and comfort. Thankfully, the developers hadn't discovered this village. Otherwise, its natural beauty would have been destroyed. And if it were developed, it could probably generate billions a year. Billions? Zhao Chen paused. I could probably develop it myself. Isn't my family famous for real estate? He shook the thought away and focused on breakfast. Otherwise, he might actually be tempted to claim the land and turn it into a cash cow. Once they finished eating, the woman shooed them off, saying she valued her peace and quiet. As they left, Miaoxian twirled a key to the other courtyard in her hand. If you're busy, you can go back to the city. The helicopter ride only takes 10 minutes. Otherwise, stay with me for a few days. All right. Zhao Chen walked behind her, glancing back at the little yellow dog that had been following them. He had a nagging feeling the dog might suddenly attack. You're not scared of such a tiny dog, are you? Of course not. Then why are you walking so carefully? I'm worried the dog might bite you. You go ahead, I'll stay behind and keep watch. Zhao Chen put on a brave face. Miaoxian crouched, clapping her hands gently. The yellow dog trotted over. She pulled Zhao Chen down to a crouch as well. Look, its teeth haven't even grown in yet. Oh. Were you bitten by a dog as a kid? She asked softly. Yeah, but I'm really not afraid of dogs, he insisted. She didn't respond, only tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned to give him a mysterious smile. Zhao Chen froze. Hey, if you're going to mock me, at least do it properly. What's with that smile? It's like sarcastic mockery. Not at all, she said, standing up and walking ahead. Don't deny it. I saw that expression. Let me tell you, when I was 5 or 6, there was this huge dog, bigger than me. That thing almost chased me to death. But I wasn't scared, I was determined not to get bitten and have to get a shot. I grabbed its muzzle so hard, man, that struggle. Even now, I think I'm a real man. And then? Then the dog's owner came and took it away. They even took me to the store and let me pick whatever I wanted. What did you choose? Heh, you'll never guess, I carried out a sack of rice. Ha ha. I ate rice for a whole month. Miaoxian stopped, laughing despite herself. She reached out and lightly tugged at his cheek. A whole month of rice? You're unbelievable. Exactly. A whole month. Later, whenever I wanted rice, I'd go looking for that dog. But the dog got scared of me, it'd run off as soon as it saw me. Eventually, the neighbors felt bad for me chasing it around, so they'd bring me rice now and then. Then I started school, and Grandpa passed away. Zhao Chen's smile faded, replaced by a calm expression. Miaoxian listened intently. When he stopped, she reached out and held his hand, leading him down the path to the courtyard. Wow, your hand's so soft. And so smooth, too? I wash my hands often. Miaoxian, why don't you have any gray hair? I'm 18. I think we might need a little electric scooter in this village. What do you think? Sure. Are we about to start some self-sufficient, farming and weaving lifestyle? Maybe we should head to the beach and see if we can catch some fish. Alright, but let me tidy up the house first. You think we can use a fishing net as stockings? Like those fishnet ones online, big net, small net, that kind. Your clothes will arrive at noon. There's fish in the pond here. Can we eat them? By the way, do you know how to cook fish? Or seafood? I do. Now be quiet. While Miaoxian cleaned and brewed tea, Zhao Chen quietly opened Douyin. Yesterday, he'd taken over a dozen photos and recorded a 2-minute video of her shopping spree, which totaled over 10.37 million yuan, including the 2 pairs of rings. It was time to post another short video. Last time, the views had earned him over 16 million yuan. This haul was impressive, surely it could set a new record. Li Miaoxian's membership points at various luxury brand counters had already reached an almost terrifying level. She never needed to buy accompanying products or wait in line for anything, she was always first in line for anything she wanted. To her, prices were just a string of numbers. The more zeros there were, the simpler it felt. She never cared about the original price of the things she bought. As long as something was useful, she would use it without hesitation. For example, a 4,000 yuan laundry basket was used at home to throw garbage in, and an 800 yuan non-precious metal bookmark served as a wedge under a jewelry cabinet on wheels to prevent it from moving. She made full use of her purchases, so it wasn't exactly wasteful spending. Even toilet plungers, several were sitting and used in the storage room at home, their handles painted in that classic Hermes orange. As for those big boxes purchased yesterday, just the cost of the boxes alone could buy a small Lamborghini. Simply taking a picture of the packaging made the entire scene look dazzling, radiating the unmistakable scent of money. Of course, Zhao Chen also made sure to capture some details of the hotel's presidential suite in the photos. The photos weren't overly meticulous, sometimes even appearing blurry or with double exposures. Yet this raw, casual style gave them a touch of authenticity. Zhao Chen posted a set of 12 such photos as his latest Douyin post. The caption was simple: exhausted daily life. He hit send and exited the app, officially choosing a username for his Douyin account, Garfield's Happy Life. This marked the official beginning of documenting his life. However, most of his posts were casual snapshots, taken on a whim. If not for the small fortune he earned from sharing his daily life, Zhao Chen wouldn't have bothered with such things. The internet, after all, was a fabricated world, full of deceit. Just yesterday, he had seen a video of a girl whose legs were longer than Li Miaoxian's. It was absurdly fake. And don't get him started on makeup and beauty filters, they were terrifyingly deceptive. What you see online isn't always real. Only someone like Miaoxian, who didn't need makeup or heavy editing and only applied a subtle lipstick, could truly be called beautiful. That said, online beauties were often styled to match modern tastes. Zhao Chen didn't criticize those seductive videos, in fact, he encouraged them. The more revealing, the better, he thought. No need to pay a bride price, yet you get 95% viewing coverage. A socially beneficial service, really. In ancient times, could an old bachelor ever dream of such views? They'd be grinning ear to ear. Thus began his 15-minute daily ritual, silently appreciating the artistry of female content creators, improving his aesthetics and understanding of body language art. Stealthy admiration was key, lest Miaoxian catch on. She might seem aloof and indifferent, but deep down, she was a jealous little jar of vinegar. Exiting the app, Zhao Chen received a message from his academic advisor, reminding him to report for the new semester in 5 days. Good, he thought. Still a few more days to enjoy myself. Miaoxian, having finished tidying up, moved a chair next to him and quietly began reading a book. She was so composed and silent that Zhao Chen started to feel uneasy. If he kept scrolling on his phone, his personalized algorithm might expose his preferences. Unable to sit still, he longed for something to do. Back when he was poor, he always imagined using newfound wealth to relax and read more, to improve himself. But now that he wasn't lacking money, he found himself unable to get into it. What's wrong with me? All I want is fun. If this continued, he'd truly become a rich second-generation playboy. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen picked up his cup of tea, sipping slowly in an attempt to settle his thoughts and embrace the serene atmosphere. But after a moment, he sighed, forget it, let's find something fun. Why should he, at 18, act like some seasoned, disillusioned aristocrat pondering the futility of life? He got up, grabbed his sickle, and headed out. Cutting down a bamboo stalk to make a fishing rod seemed like a good idea. The bamboo here was long, flexible, and durable, perfect for crafting a fishing rod. Full of enthusiasm, Zhao Chen ventured into the bamboo grove, eventually finding a suitable stalk. Whack! The first cut didn't go all the way through. Determined, he began digging around the base with the sickle. Keeping the roots would make for a sturdier grip. Suddenly, his daily navigation system chimed in. Real-time navigation, at your service. It appears you are engaged in labor-intensive yet unrewarding work to make a fishing rod. Daily navigation suggests spending between 1,000 and 10,000 yuan to purchase a high-quality rod instead. Accepting this suggestion will reward you with a delicious free-range village chicken. Zhao Chen didn't even pause his work. Sure, the system catered to his lavish lifestyle, but relying on money for everything seemed to rob him of the satisfaction of self-sufficiency. Lately, he realized that wealth had dulled his senses. Spending had lost its thrill, consumption felt empty. So this is why Miaoxian brought me here, he thought. She really is thoughtful. After splitting the bamboo and trimming off the roots and branches, he tested its flexibility, perfect. He even shaved the base to make a comfortable grip. Satisfied, he headed home. As he emerged from the bamboo grove, a plump, lively chicken wandered into his path. Could this be the village chicken from the navigation reward? One problem, it might belong to a villager. Muttering about the trouble, Zhao Chen instinctively bent down and grabbed its leg in one swift motion. So much hassle. Glancing around to ensure no one had seen him, he called out gleefully. Miaoxian, light the fire. Despite his words, he carried the flailing chicken straight to the older woman's house. Luckily, she helped him locate the chicken's owner, and Zhao Chen negotiated a fair price, 150 yuan. Politely, he invited her to lunch, but she declined, directing him instead to a nearby grove of coconut trees. Deeply moved by her kindness, Zhao Chen, chicken in hand, headed toward the grove, followed by the village's little yellow dog. The dog, clearly anticipating a feast of chicken bones, wagged its tail eagerly as it trailed behind. Wait, free coconuts? Zhao Chen confirmed, amazed by the villager's generosity. If he hesitated even for a second, it would seem disrespectful to their hospitality. Delighted, he accepted. Seeing the chicken in his hand, the villagers easily guessed his plans. Coconut chicken stew, they thought, smiling at the outsider's efforts to enjoy their local delicacy. The coconut trees were tall. Even at 1.86 meters tall, Zhao Chen couldn't reach them. Thankfully, he could attach the sickle to a long bamboo pole. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Coconuts fell to the ground. Carrying 3 coconuts in his arms, holding a chicken in one hand, and dragging along a thin yellowish bamboo pole, Zhao Chen felt a deep sense of accomplishment. From afar, he spotted Li Miaoxian standing at the gate of the courtyard. Zhao Chen hadn't brought his phone with him, so she had probably been looking for him. What were you doing? Hunting. Look. Did you let the villagers know? I did. Fine, if you're so eager to show off your cooking skills, you'd better get started now. I'm hungry. Zhao Chen's smile froze on his face. No sympathy for the laborer, huh? Fine. He boiled water to pluck the chicken's feathers, only to realize after pouring the hot water over it that he hadn't killed the chicken yet. The poor bird went flapping everywhere in panic. Being an orphan with no room for such formalities, he handled it pragmatically. A solid whack knocked it out, and he quickly took care of the rest. Once the chicken was prepped, Li Miaoxian came over to inspect his work. Satisfied, she carried the results to the kitchen herself. Ah, the good life, a girlfriend who cooks daily meals. Sitting on a stool, Zhao Chen began tying fishing line to the bamboo rod he had made earlier. He hadn't finished when there was a knock on the courtyard door. Opening it, he found his second uncle standing there, smug as ever. Who are you looking for? You, young master. I've come to take you back to the hotel. There's a dinner tonight one of the developers invited you to eat. Zhao Chen frowned. Your grandma's milk. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm here to experience a peaceful life. Not going. Fine, I'll just tell them you're skipping. Don't forget tonight's event, though. The evening dinner was with some entertainment industry folks, directors. Zhao Chen had no illusions about them. A bunch of pretentious blowhards who'd shot barely any decent films but were masters at squeezing money out of high-budget productions. The fact that they had tracked him down here on vacation. Was it my aunt's influence or just my family name? One thing was for sure, those old men would likely bring along fresh-faced starlets to the dinner. If he decided to invest, those young women would rise to stardom overnight. He could already predict the routine. It wasn't that he only liked beautiful things, he simply hadn't gotten used to the game yet. Maybe later, he'd develop a broader range of interests. For now, he had no specific preferences, which meant he enjoyed everything. Investors like him were a hot commodity. Zhao Chen invited his second uncle to stay for lunch, but he declined, claiming he felt too restrained eating with younger folks. Zhao Chen got the hint, what his uncle really wanted was someone to drink and chat with during meals. Lunch is ready. Come help serve, Li Miaoxian called from the kitchen. Zhao Chen eagerly ran to help. Wash your hands first. Look at your dirty robe, you really don't care about appearances, do you? She yanked the sash of his robe tight before shooing him off to wash up. After washing his hands, Zhao Chen grabbed some chill juice from the fridge and set out 2 glasses. Hot coconut chicken, dried bamboo shoot and fish soup, stir-fried mushrooms, and white shrimp with garlic sauce. It was a simple meal for 2. After some exercise, the food tasted even better. No extravagant delicacies, just humble, honest dishes that made him eager for more. Li Miaoxian's cooking wasn't extraordinary, but it was good enough to keep his chopsticks moving non-stop. Slow down. No one's going to take your food, she said. Why didn't you make papaya? Zhao Chen asked between bites. Because it doesn't taste good. But I heard papaya is good for girls' health, Zhao Chen replied, tilting his head back to sip his juice. Without missing a beat, Li Miaoxian replied calmly, I don't need it. My figure is already perfect. Her message was clear, I look great as I am. Keep it up, and I'll kill you. Zhao Chen wisely dropped the subject. He fully agreed with her assessment, his earlier comment was just an attempt to provoke her playfully. Sometimes, a secure boyfriend could afford to test the boundaries a little. Here, have a chicken leg, Zhao Chen said, gently placing it in her bowl. Li Miaoxian was crafty. She always cooked only one whole chicken leg, chopping the other into smaller pieces, leaving Zhao Chen to decide who got the better portion. But he knew her game. She'd only take a small bite from the tastiest part of the chicken leg before putting it down. Classic Li Miaoxian, her methods were extreme. Though Zhao Chen wanted to complain, he wisely refrained. Protein intake shouldn't be too high, he mumbled. Too much of anything is bad. If you eat more at night, maybe cut back. Before he could finish, her calm yet warning gaze stopped him mid-sentence. Can you eat in peace? Yes, of course. Zhao Chen promptly shut up and focused on his food. He picked up a mushroom and placed it in her bowl. Try this mushroom. Okay. When did you learn to cook? When I was abroad. Why? Were restaurants there too expensive? No, I just wanted to try cooking because my estate was large and had plenty of resources. Was your estate really big? Not that big, but when you connect a dozen estates together, it's pretty vast. Vast as in you'd need a lot of time to drive across it? Never tried. Did you see how big it was on a map, then? No, I flew over it in a helicopter. It's big. She thought the coconut chicken tasted pretty good, so she ladled a small bowl for Zhao Chen. What made her frown, though, was that Zhao Chen was still talking, his bowl half full. He also leaned in close, too close. Maybe he was hinting at the fact that he didn't have clothes to wear yet? She glanced at the clock. His new clothes should arrive soon. Not hungry for my cooking? Not at all. Then why haven't you eaten? I was asking questions. Stop asking now. Finish your food, and I'll answer you. Then I'll take you to the pier to find a boat. Deal. Zhao Chen agreed immediately, his face lighting up. Ah, love-struck boys, so easily delighted by a girlfriend's small promises. Wipe your mouth and finish your juice. Zhao Chen wondered if he should also start a vineyard abroad. After all, Miaoxian owned such a vast estate. Or maybe he'd just buy a piece of land and set up a scrapyard instead. You always have to pretend to be happy about the promises your girlfriend gives you. No matter how small the promise is, take it seriously. Nowadays, it's rare for girls to sacrifice much for love, so don't exhaust your passion for relationships. Even someone like Zhao Chen, who lives a life of luxury and has everything he needs, should be cautious. Let alone you, an ordinary, chauvinistic young man, who fantasizes about a better life and is still single. She mentioned taking him out to the pier to find a boat, which was coincidentally something he was planning to suggest himself. Before he could say it, though, Li Miaoxian had already brought it up. Why not go with the flow and satisfy her? Thanks, sis, I can finish this food in a minute. Zhao Chen no longer thought about collecting scrap for a living. His previous plans for life and the future would need to slowly change. Li Miaoxian didn't say anything, quietly watching him wolf down the bowl of rice. She poured him a glass of water, then went to refill his bowl. Eat. She never said more than necessary. Even though it sounded a bit like an order, so what? Zhao Chen hesitated slightly, appearing to both respond to her concern and struggle with embarrassment. He carefully picked up the bowl. After all, you need strength to do anything on a full stomach. Lunch ended. Li Miaoxian didn't speak as she washed the dishes. Zhao Chen helped, though only with one hand, keeping the other ready to steady her. Her slim waist probably wasn't strong enough to support her. He carried his homemade fishing rod as Li Miaoxian followed behind him, holding a small fish basket. Her hair was tied up in a quiet, girlish style. At the door, their second uncle had come over at noon, riding an electric scooter. The dream of owning a small e-scooter while living a simple countryside life had come true. Zhao Chen could drive it. In the afternoon, with the sun not too intense, Zhao Chen navigated the road for the first time, figuring it out as he went. He knew that politeness, greeting elders along the way, would help people point him in the right direction. Li Miaoxian remained uninvolved throughout. But when no one was around, she quietly slipped an arm around Zhao Chen's waist. "Is this the place?" The elder just now seemed to say it was this road. "Did you hear him?" Zhao Chen asked. Li Miaoxian didn't respond. Zhao Chen turned to look at her. The girl only gave him a cold glance before directing her gaze to the distance. Following her line of sight, Zhao Chen saw the sea. The role of a girlfriend is important. When you're too focused on the road ahead, someone will silently stand by your side to help you see clearly, to see your future. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. It's not that she didn't want to answer, it's that she simply thought it unnecessary. The sea breeze carried a salty tang. The small electric scooter struggled in the sand, slowly making its way to the beach. "Did you bring any bait?" Li Miaoxian held the fishing rod her boyfriend had made. "No." "Ha?" The girl frowned. "I plan to catch some small fish by the shore to use as bait. You know the saying, big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. I think traditional fishing methods, with their bait, water currents, and whatnot, are overrated." "I still believe." Li Miaoxian ignored him. 10 minutes later. Zhao Chen stopped. He had only found a few mantis shrimp too large to use as bait and no small fish. Catching small fish by the shore wasn't easy. He wouldn't admit to Li Miaoxian that he'd simply forgotten about the bait. His earlier explanation was just to save face and not seem so foolish. Li Miaoxian sat quietly on a rock by the shore, watching him run around in vain, eventually catching just a few mantis shrimp. At least they'd have something for dinner tonight. She didn't find Zhao Chen ridiculous, she just thought her boyfriend was still young, endearingly naive. "Alright, enough of this." She casually pulled out her phone and sent a text message. 5 minutes later, a small yacht appeared on the distant sea, looking brand new. Zhao Chen was still wandering around, hoping to find worms or something else to use as bait. No luck. The sandy beach made it hard to find anything. His fishing and vacation plans had run aground, a fruitless few days. Moreover, he suspected that when they left home, Li Miaoxian had already noticed he wasn't prepared with bait. Yet she had waited until they reached their destination to mention it. Although this would teach him a lesson, why didn't she quietly prepare some bait in advance? At the crucial moment, she could have taken it out, claiming wisdom and foresight, and then lectured him. With her personality, she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. And what about finding a fishing boat? Suddenly, Zhao Chen froze. A luxurious yacht was slowly approaching on the sea. He sneaked a glance at his girlfriend. Their eyes met immediately. Yeah, Li Miaoxian had been watching him the whole time, waiting for him to show a surprised expression. Instead, he instinctively checked her reaction. Zhao Chen quietly averted his gaze, relaxing his clenched toes. Damn it, she'd outsmarted him again. He walked forward a few steps, bent slightly, and extended his hand like a gentleman. "Miaoxian, look, the boat is here." Her hand rested in Zhao Chen's palm. These elegant gestures seemed even more natural when Li Miaoxian performed them. After she got up, Zhao Chen pulled out the scooter key, grabbed the fishing rod and basket, and headed toward the dock. The yacht wasn't very large, accommodating about a dozen people. It didn't have a pool or helipad but included a lifeboat and a jet ski. The deck was sophisticated, with white and pale blue tones that complemented each other beautifully. Most importantly, several fishing rods were mounted on the railing, with a fish bucket and bait on the side. Perfect. As for the lounge chairs, sunglasses, fruit, coffee, and snacks nearby, they didn't matter. It was the first day of their self-sufficient vacation, after all. He saw Li Miaoxian settle into a lounge chair, don sunglasses, and casually pick up a glass of juice. A slight reach was all it took to grab one of the fishing rods. This woman knew how to fish, too. Zhao Chen sighed, mounted his bamboo fishing rod on the railing, baited the hook, and cast it out. Then he slowly sat down, put on sunglasses, and grabbed an orange from the table. Peeling it, the taste was bland as wax. Damn, this woman. Weren't they supposed to live simply for a few days? And now, she's already yachting? 3 minutes later, Li Miaoxian reeled in a fish, prompting Zhao Chen to rush to the railing. A fish with a red tail, it was quite beautiful. Zhao Chen cast an envious glance. Too bad it wasn't his catch. Another 2 minutes passed, and she caught another. And another 3 minutes after that, 2 more. In half an hour, Zhao Chen watched his girlfriend catch 5 fish. Meanwhile, his rod hadn't moved at all. Li Miaoxian handed him a glass of juice and spoke softly, "Change your rod. The one you made isn't working. Your fishing line isn't even straight, and it doesn't have a float. The line isn't properly curved in the water." At first, Zhao Chen didn't want to admit it. Then he reeled in his line, finding the hook still there but the bait gone. To hell with self-sufficiency. Anything requiring even a bit of fun or tools inevitably demands money for the best equipment. Forget it. My dreams of a simple life are over. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Daily navigation is at your service in real time. Detected that the host has ideas of seclusion. Friendly reminder, this idea does not align with the lifestyle of a wealthy and extravagant young master, nor does it match the content of the super wealthy plan. Daily navigation suggests that the host abandon unrealistic illusions, focus on the present, and act as a reliable and upright young master. Adopting the suggestion reward, temporary seclusion can extend life. Current ratios: 1 day of seclusion extends life by 0.3 days, 2 days by 0.2 days, 3 days by 0.1 days, 4 days reduces life by 0.1 days, 5 days reduces life by 0.2 days, 6 days reduces life by 0.3 days. Zhao Chen froze in place. Rewards? So this is the daily navigation for the wealthy? It doesn't give or deduct money, it simply forces you into compliance. You can only live as a young master, and any activities unrelated to high consumption, luxury, or managing enormous wealth are not allowed. Still, he could play along 3 days of seclusion followed by a day of re-emerging, maximizing his lifespan. Zhao Chen stood up, swapped his fishing rod, and mimicked Li Miaoxian's every move, learning her fishing techniques step by step. 3 minutes later, there was a catch on Li Miaoxian's rod. Zhao Chen felt aggrieved. He shouldn't have gone fishing with her in the first place. Li Miaoxian glanced at him. When Zhao Chen looked at her with a furrowed brow, she couldn't help but recall the day she'd provoked him, leading to his dominance over her. Almost without hesitation, the girl stood up, walked over to Zhao Chen, and helped him lift his rod. In front of him, she carefully demonstrated how to properly attach bait and cast the line. Then, she sat down beside him. Feeling the distance was still too much, she gently leaned against his shoulder. "Chen, there's no one here." Zhao Chen stared at the water. Li Miaoxian rarely took the initiative. While she didn't mind him being touchy, she would never proactively let him cross the line. Li Miaoxian fell silent, quietly sitting there and trying to minimize her presence. Too much attention or dominance would trigger Zhao Chen's desire to conquer. Rather than being teased to the point of helplessness, she preferred to appear delicate and gentle, giving him the impression that she relied on him, satisfying his mild masculinity. Splash! Zhao Chen suddenly lifted his rod, pulling a fish out of the water. He breathed a sigh of relief. After tossing the fish aside, he turned and wrapped his arm around Li Miaoxian's waist, and the two lay down together. "Are you afraid of me?" A girl should always feel a little afraid of her boyfriend in some ways. "So, you're saying you're really gentle?" Zhao Chen gestured with his hands, showing the strength he was about to apply. "Chen, don't. It's fine, the captain won't leave the cockpit. Don't worry, even though this is an open deck." "You seem even more excited," the girl said calmly, looking into his eyes. "Not really. I just think you'd look even better with sunglasses on, it gives off a different vibe." Zhao Chen pulled her closer. On the deck, Li Miaoxian was still wearing a white t-shirt and fitted jeans. Though not as striking as stockings, the jeans showcased her figure just as well. Her neck, delicate face, and collarbone caught the sunlight filtering through the canopy, making her skin appear even more radiant. Her cool-toned pale skin glowed under the light. Though her expression remained slightly cold, her lips parted slightly, and her fingers trembled gently. Zhao Chen stopped. Going any further would be impolite, and he probably wouldn't be able to hold back either. Her composed demeanor, letting him take charge, was truly captivating. They had come to fish, but the atmosphere had changed. Li Miaoxian claimed she could drive a yacht. Soon, a boat arrived, and the driver was sent off, leaving the two of them alone on the yacht. Zhao Chen took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured it into a decanter. The yacht sailed to a small emerald green bay, where the water was so clear you could see the bottom. Li Miaoxian freed her hands and changed into a swimsuit. Zhao Chen, already in brightly patterned swim trunks and sunglasses, stood in front of the jet ski, studying it. He launched the jet ski into the water. Li Miaoxian sat behind him, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhao Chen's waist. Vroom. The jet ski cut through the waves, making circles on the water's surface. After a while, Zhao Chen stopped, letting Li Miaoxian sit in his lap. You drive, and I'll hold you. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. He was happy, so happy it was visible. Even through her sunglasses, Li Miaoxian could sense his gaze lingering on her swimsuit. Although it was her first time wearing one in front of him, and he wasn't acting overly eager, Zhao Chen didn't seem as excited as she had hoped. Gripping the handlebars, she gently shook her head. If he were any more enthusiastic about her swimsuit, she might not have been able to handle it. It was a honeymoon, after all. She wanted him to savor every moment of novelty to the fullest. Tonight, I have something to do and need to go out. Okay. When the girl rode the jet ski, she was no longer the gentle, quiet type. Zhao Chen even thought she was bolder than him, playing more freely and confidently, gliding through the water with ease. Want to come with me? No, I need to go to bed early tonight. You must be home by midnight to keep me company. This will be the rule from now on. If you're not back by midnight, don't come back at all. All right. Zhao Chen held on tightly as the jet ski sped up. The girl's hair, damp with seawater, fluttered in the sea breeze, carrying a faint fragrance. The time spent together was delightfully serene. The entire afternoon was spent trying all kinds of activities, from things kids would enjoy to those for adults. When Li Miaoxian finally tired, Zhao Chen carried her back to the deck. 2 glasses of red wine were poured. She went to cook steak, while Zhao Chen made 2 glasses of violently shaken lemonade, mimicking a bartender's style. His aggressive shaking made Li Miaoxian wonder if he had violent tendencies, as the force he used to pound the lemon against the bottle made her shiver. The sun set. Steak, red wine, and fresh seasonal fruits. She preferred her steak medium rare, while Zhao Chen ate his well done, claiming undercooked meat could cause illness and extra medical expenses. With money now, Zhao Chen no longer skimped on seasonings. He even added a spoonful of Lao Ganma chili sauce to the perfectly cooked steak. Anything less would have been a waste. He added some to Li Miaoxian's steak as well. It was delicious, heavenly. Pretending not to notice her discomfort with the flavor, Zhao Chen relaxed. After some time spent in quiet affection, with Li Miaoxian still lying in his arms, Zhao Chen opened Douyin, TikTok. The video he posted that morning had already exceeded 99 notifications. Opening it, he saw its popularity hadn't waned. After his first video, he seemed to have gained a loyal fan base. I've seen the young master, I've seen the world. The young master's life is my dream. Is the young master still single? Can we be less rigid about gender? Skipping over these comments, Zhao Chen opened the new video's statistics. 230,000 likes, 16,000 comments. He was about to dive into the comments when Li Miaoxian tapped the screen, carefully reviewing the set of photos Zhao Chen had posted. Are you complaining that I'm spending too much money? From Li Miaoxian's questioning. Zhao Chen shook his head. How could that be? Spend as much as you like. If you don't spend money, I won't even feel motivated to make more. Like today, when you stayed in the village and didn't have a chance to spend money, I didn't even feel like thinking about the businesses. Li Miaoxian took his phone. She opened the first comment in the comments section, and to their surprise, it was from Hermès' official Douyin account. Refined aesthetics, ultimate taste, and artistic choices. This comment had received 120,000 likes. It was Zhao Chen's first time seeing an official brand account comment on his post. Was it because the cover photo showed a large box filled with Hermès' signature orange packaging? That's it? Aren't they supposed to be aloof and high class? Li Miaoxian handed the phone back to Zhao Chen, curious about how he would respond. As expected, Zhao Chen responded. Scram. A direct reply, without punctuation, just that one word, posted instantly. He told the official account to scram, not to pollute his comment section. Now he understood why the likes and comments on this post were relatively low. One bad apple ruins the bunch. The stench of luxury brands from abroad, exuding cold arrogance, always acting high and mighty, defining global and even Eastern aesthetics and trends with their prices and labels. Zhao Chen didn't mind their marketing tactics, but this kind of behavior, catering to people based on wealth, deserved humiliation. They only show up when I buy a lot? Look at you, you snob. Li Miaoxian's lips curled into a slight smile. Wealth and status gave this young man the courage and confidence to confront the world openly. Ignoring that comment, The ones below were much more normal. Some still joked in a deferential tone, trying to befriend Zhao Chen. Others, born analysts, listed the items in the photos by their models, rarity, and price based on their appearance and color schemes. Then there were the dreamers, leaving comments wishing for a similar lifestyle through their efforts. Zhao Chen would occasionally reply to such wishes with a cheerful emoji. There were also wealthy kids, less extravagant than Zhao Chen, seeking a sense of presence in the comments. Zhao Chen didn't mind them either. The internet lets you show off, so why not let others hitch a ride and do the same? Li Miaoxian kept observing Zhao Chen's expression. When she saw he wasn't just focused on the flattering comments, she felt reassured. She didn't want Zhao Chen to follow the path of internet influencers, but she could accept him having a platform to share his thoughts, a place where he wouldn't worry about operations or profits, just something fun to do. Like today, straightforwardly calling out Hermès' official Douyin account. No hesitation, unrestrained and free. It was good. He seemed to genuinely enjoy interacting with interesting comments, responding seriously, and then sitting there with a silly grin for a while before moving to the next comment. When he saw a comment like "Rich bro, Venmo me $50, I don't have money for the bus home," he would privately ask if they were really in trouble. This surprised Li Miaoxian. Zhao Chen, who was stingy even with himself, let alone others, was willing to help strangers. Then she saw the follow-up. "Dude, are you really short on money? If you're struggling, just say so. I can help you set up a crowdfunding campaign on Waterdrop. Kind, but only a little." Daily Navigation detected host's post receiving 230,000 likes. Random reward generated, 1 like equals 10 yuan. This reward totals 2.3 million yuan. Please check for the small reward deposit. Not bad for spending a few dozen minutes scrolling on his phone. Internet surfing ended there. Li Miaoxian steered the yacht back to the pier. Not long after, the two returned with some fish and bought a few crabs, mantis shrimp, and small snails from the market to have a seafood snack later. Back at the village courtyard, their second uncle was already waiting at the door. "Ah, young master, tonight's dinner party is about to start. Why are you only getting back now?" "No rush." Zhao Chen placed the seafood bucket in the back of the Cullinan and pulled Li Miaoxian into the car. Half an hour later, the three of them boarded a helicopter and returned to the hotel's top floor. Li Miaoxian carried the seafood bucket to the kitchen, while Zhao Chen washed his hands. He didn't bother changing clothes, still in his brightly colored t-shirt and swim trunks, not even taking off his sunglasses. Smelling of the sea breeze, he calmly got into the Phantom. At the restaurant, Zhao Chen wasn't familiar with hotels named after single letters. But the doorman stopped him. "Sir, formal attire is required here." The doorman politely reminded Zhao Chen with a sincere smile. It was a kind gesture. "What if I don't wear formal attire?" "Sir, I'll be fined." "How much?" 500 yuan. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Patting the doorman on the shoulder, he spoke earnestly. 500 yuan? "Brother, your vision is too narrow. Give me a break and let me in, and I'll treat you to a free meal inside. No need to spend a cent." "Sir, 500 yuan is a lot to me. How much is a meal in there?" "Starting at 1,000 yuan, the doorman replied seriously. He usually wouldn't share this, but Zhao Chen had a persuasive way of speaking. Spending 500 yuan for a meal seemed worth it. "Do you dare?" "I dare. If you dare, I dare. I saw the little gold ornament on the front of your car earlier. If you skip the bill, I'll pry that off as compensation." Following Zhao Chen inside, the doorman declared his determination. Zhao Chen gave him a kind smile. The doorman, being clever, quickly removed his uniform and tossed it aside. "Here's the plan. Later, pretend you're a billionaire. Let's stage a little performance to see if we can get a free meal. As you can see, I drive a Rolls-Royce, so money's not an issue. Just act like you're a wealthy heir, and I'll be your assistant." The doorman frowned. "Are you paying me? I need emotional preparation for this. If nothing else, it's going to cost extra." Zhao Chen lightly smacked him on the head. "Narrow vision. Later, when they treat you to a meal, just order the most expensive dishes. You'll earn it back in food. Think about it, whether it's 20,000 yuan in food or 20,000 yuan in cash, it all ends up on you, doesn't it?" The doorman sighed. "Fine, I'll do it because of your Rolls-Royce. If you get scammed, I'll laugh it off." "I won't scam you." When the second uncle pressed the button for the 99th floor elevator, the doorman suddenly tensed up. "Bro, are you really going this big?" "Of course. In our line of work, we either do nothing for a year or go big and earn a year's worth in one shot. It's all about the thrill and the vision. Zhao Chen's words flowed smoothly, spinning tales with ease. The doorman hesitated no longer. Alright, I'll do it just for your Rolls Royce. By the way, I recorded everything you said earlier and sent it out. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that people are unpredictable, and I'm afraid you'll make me the scapegoat. Zhao Chen shook his head. It's fine, record all you want. Now, brother, pay attention. We're all about boldness and grandeur here. When we get there, act like a billionaire with some proper flair. The doorman nodded, straightening his posture. Confidence began to shine on his face. It wasn't that he fully trusted Zhao Chen, rather, the Rolls-Royce had given him endless courage. The second uncle silently observed Zhao Chen's little schemes the entire time. Zhao Chen reminded him of his younger self. Zhao Chen stepped forward and pushed open the door to the private room. He quickly moved aside, revealing the doorman standing behind him. As expected, the directors inside had no idea what Zhao Chen looked like. They immediately stood up and greeted the doorman. Hello, Mr. Zhao. We've heard so much about you, Mr. Zhao, young, talented, and dashing. Meeting you today truly proves it. Let me introduce myself, I'm Wang. I've been involved in planning most of the country's entertainment shows, mainly focusing on casting actors. The doorman waved his hand grandly, his expression displeased, cutting the man off mid-sentence. I don't care what you do. You've been talking non-stop and didn't even give me a chance to speak. What's your problem? He didn't want to hear what the director had to say. Actors, variety shows, none of it mattered. What does your job have to do with me? I'm just here to scam some food and drinks, and you expect me to listen to your nonsense? The room fell into an awkward silence. Zhao Chen and the second uncle exchanged glances but remained silent. This kid is something else, he already has the demeanor of a second-generation heir. The second uncle snorted lightly, signaling not to irritate their young master. The director surnamed Wang didn't dare make a sound until the doorman spoke again. Bring the menu. I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat first. After we're done eating, we'll discuss business. If you have something to offer, bring it out. He was bold and imposing, acting like today wasn't about collaboration but rather a one-sided attempt to please him, as if he were truly a crown prince. To be fair, he had quite the flair for it. Zhao Chen and the second uncle continued standing behind him without saying a word. The doorman's straightforwardness, demanding things outright, left them both stifling laughter. They wondered if the directors were planning to offer gifts or bribes, only for the doorman to bluntly demand it out loud, making it seem like they really were running a scam. While his behavior was a bit over the top, it wasn't entirely unwarranted. The other directors, though displeased with being treated like this by a supposed rich heir, understood the situation. Without benefactors like this, where would they get their funding? It was collaboration on the surface, but in truth, the benefactor merely saw their connections as useful enough to bother sharing a meal with them. The doorman was extremely nervous. The moment he entered the private room, he immediately recognized the people inside. Earlier in the afternoon, when they arrived at the hotel, they had all been chauffeured in luxury cars with a grand presence. He had been at the door welcoming guests at the time and wondered if they remembered his face. But usually, people like them wouldn't notice him. Everyone sat down at the table. The doorman, fearing Zhao Chen and the second uncle might leave him behind, made sure to seat them on either side of him. The four directors were visibly uneasy. When the menu arrived, the doorman felt slightly relieved. At least this time, he'd get to enjoy a proper feast. It would be worth it just to eat. 7 king crabs, 1 for each person. Black truffle stuffed with French foie gras. 1 Buddha jumps over the wall soup, make sure it's served in a bigger pot. Scottish lobster paired with Devonshire crab. A 24K gold leaf buffalo mozzarella pizza. And a 50-ounce salt-baked prawn with caviar. That should do. As for drinks, let's keep it simple, bring a 25-year-old Kawasaki. Personally, I'm not fond of cheap ingredients. That's all. I hope the dishes from this restaurant meet expectations. The 4 directors remained silent, while even Zhao Chen took a deep breath. This kid has guts. His unrestrained ordering style shocked everyone at the table. The sheer extravagance and ease with which he placed his order left the directors in awe. Still, they nodded through gritted teeth and called the waiter to place the order. Such a bold and magnanimous young master, unreserved in his ordering, surely meant the collaboration would be equally grand in scale. Once the waiter left, Zhao Chen and the second uncle exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter. Zhao Chen didn't care what the directors thought of his actions. I have billions in assets, why should I care about your opinions? These people don't even deserve to share a meal with me. Even Warren Buffett still needs money. If acting is an art, this kid is a natural talent. He's also great at bluffing. As the dishes were brought out one by one, the sheer opulence of the meal, starting with the 7 individual king crabs, left everyone marveling at the sheer extravagance. The doorman slowly picked up his chopsticks, pretending to carefully evaluate the food, nodding subtly before glancing indifferently at the other dishes. Zhao Chen couldn't help but purse his lips. Even when he had family reunion dinners with the Zhao family, he hadn't been this at ease. The doorman seemed like a professional young master. As for the food, Zhao Chen thought it was decent. The doorman wasn't entirely impolite. Though he ate leisurely, a closer look revealed he was eating a lot, selectively picking the best parts of each dish. Scamming food and drinks really was his specialty. When the meal was nearly over, Zhao Chen gave him a look. The doorman immediately put down his chopsticks, thinking to himself that a little patience now would yield greater rewards later. He wiped his mouth and straightened up before speaking calmly, "Bring out the goods." Zhao Chen and the second uncle struggled to contain their laughter. This kid. People haven't even hinted at favors like training idol group members or offering gifts, and he's already getting straight to the point. It's as if he genuinely believed they were running a scam. Hearing this, the 4 directors were dumbfounded. Was there a hidden meaning behind his words? Aren't such matters discussed after the collaboration? The directors exchanged nervous glances, unsure how to respond. The doorman noticed their hesitation but pressed on. There's no need to beat around the bush. We're all in the same circle, and we understand each other. Collaboration requires sincerity to ensure smooth dealings in the future. He speculated that they might offer diamonds, gems, antiques, or other high-value items. The room fell silent. The doorman seemed to say a lot while saying nothing at all. Even Zhao Chen was impressed by the sheer vagueness and versatility of his words, truly a riddle master's essential skill set. The second uncle re-evaluated the doorman, thinking this kid had potential. The 4 directors exchanged glances. This heir's methods were too overwhelming. Their usual sly negotiation tactics had no room here. Instead of bargaining, he delivered a direct and imposing speech, leaving them no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, they pulled out their phones to send messages. The doorman exhaled softly, giving Zhao Chen and the second uncle a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Zhao Chen and the second uncle nodded in approval. The kid had done well, he had potential. The doorman respectfully clasped his hands together and bowed. Thank you, brothers, for bringing me along. In the future, if you eat meat, I'll be happy with the soup. He was thoroughly enjoying this life of freeloading, it felt great. Zhao Chen cleared his throat lightly, signaling him not to blow his cover at a critical moment. The doorman straightened up and regained his composure, ready to maintain the act. He had already prepared how to inspect the goods or money, regardless of what they brought out. He planned to deliver an authoritative critique, no matter what. Zhao Chen felt calm inside. He hadn't placed much importance on this meal in the first place. He had thought the meeting would involve some famous domestic directors, in which case he would have shown respect. Maybe he could even discuss their understanding of aesthetics and art to improve himself a little. Instead, it turned out to be a few directors from the domestic entertainment industry involved in planning and production. It was, indeed, a good way to introduce new talents. Li Miaoxian had said that Zhao Chen attending this dinner was already giving these people the highest level of respect. She hadn't wanted Zhao Chen to come at all. Zhao Chen's aunt held significant influence in the entertainment circle and had been managing it for years. She understood how things worked. At the table, Zhao Chen waited patiently. There wasn't much new to see here. If there were any outstanding talents, they would be good for either cultivation or management. Of course, under the system of privilege and hidden rules, even pigs could become famous. And infamy still counts as fame. The doorman, already prepared, felt it was time to show his true eloquence. After all, this was an opportunity to interact with people who drove Rolls-Royces. Regardless of the outcome, it was a learning experience. Even if things went sideways and someone needed to assign blame, he was just a doorman. What malicious intent could he have? With cars like that, surely they wouldn't be involved in anything shady. He didn't have to wait long. The door opened, and 4 beautiful young women entered. He immediately looked to see what they were carrying. When they got closer, he realized these women weren't holding anything. He glanced behind them toward the door, only to see it close again. Then the four stunning young women stood there gracefully in front of him. He admitted that they were exceptionally attractive and well-proportioned, but where was the merchandise? Where were the goods? For a long moment, the four women didn't move. They just stood there smiling sweetly at him. The doorman felt a chill under their gaze. Swallowing nervously, he finally spoke, "Introduce yourselves." He had a bad feeling, a very bad feeling. It was terrifying. "Hello, Mr. Zhao," one of them began. "My name is Jean Xuanya. I'm 174 centimeters tall, weigh 95 pounds, and I graduated from." The doorman was stunned. Even if he were slow, he understood by now. This wasn't some kind of normal business scam, this was human trafficking. Holy crap! He panicked, trembling and stammering, as he turned to look at Zhao Chen. When he saw the young man dressed in a colorful outfit, his face froze. Damn it, doesn't this guy look exactly like a shady human trafficker? I'm doomed. I got on a pirate ship. He wanted to stand up and escape immediately, but Zhao Chen and the second uncle's calm, unreadable gazes made him feel parched. I'm stuck. Running would only make things worse. Didn't you see how that old man had his hand stuffed in his pants pocket? Wasn't that clearly a signal that if I ran, he'd pull something out? Forcing himself to calm down, his legs still trembled involuntarily. He didn't dare speak, worried that even his voice would shake. He was extremely uncomfortable, feeling like he was being roasted over a fire by these two devils. Zhao Chen frowned. What's this kid so flustered about? Can't he improvise and play along? Didn't he do pretty well just now? What's wrong with him, having a seizure or something? After the four young women finished introducing themselves, he forced himself to take a deep breath. Very good, very nice, quite valuable, valuable. The last word came out trembling. The four directors exchanged glances. They assumed this young man was just overly energetic and excited to see beautiful women, trembling from sheer enthusiasm. Since the client seemed satisfied, it was better to wrap up the dinner quickly and not interfere with his good time. Alright, the cooperation is successfully concluded. These four have a few words for Mr. Zhao, so we'll take our leave. Let's work together more in the future. The doorman stood up, shaking as he gripped the director's hands tightly. He appeared eager and enthusiastic. Impressive. Although Zhao Chen's manner was rough and direct, his sincerity shone through. Even his firm handshake exuded the bearing of someone from a wealthy family. After seeing the directors out, the doorman nearly collapsed. He rushed to Zhao Chen's side, his voice trembling, almost in tears. Bro, how did I do? I just remembered my wife might be giving birth to our third child at the hospital today. I'm running out of time. Zhao Chen exchanged a glance with the second uncle. There are plenty of people who do good deeds anonymously, but this was the first time they'd seen someone work without even asking for payment. Wait a minute. The deal's done, and now it's time to split the loot. Why are you trying to leave? Zhao Chen calmly asked, What's your name? Big brother, I've got elderly parents and young kids to take care of. He was on the verge of tears. I'm asking what your name is. My kids are just starting kindergarten. Can you please? Zhao Chen frowned. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he understand plain words? I'm asking what your name is. Stop rambling. What's with the sob story? Here's the deal, 40,000 yuan, flat rate. The doorman froze. Huh? What money? How much? Big brother, can you clarify? Zhao Chen didn't answer, but the second uncle stepped in. How about this, work with me from now on. I'll pay you 23,000 yuan a month. Deal? What exactly is the job for 23,000 yuan? Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much isn't good for you. The young man's heart sank, and he quickly shook his head. Sir, I don't do anything illegal. My work is entirely legitimate. You'll get social insurance, a housing fund, and even weekends off. Really law-abiding? Of course. Do I look like someone who'd lie to you? The young man glanced at the four beautiful women. Their faces showed no fear, panic, or despair, none of the signs of people who'd been sold. Did I misunderstand? Maybe I should agree. After all, they're driving cars worth tens of millions, they wouldn't scam a doorman like me, right? 23,000 yuan a month, and it's not in Taiwanese dollars. Alright, I'll follow you. My name's Lu Miao. That name. Zhao Chen and the second uncle confirmed it, Miao. Not bad. They already had a Fu Gue, wealth and honor, and now they had a Miao, marvelous. A bit of good fortune never hurt. Paying 23,000 yuan for a lucky charm was cheaper than Zhao Chen's daily expenses. Lu Miao left to resign from his current job. The second uncle excused himself to use the restroom. Now, Zhao Chen was left with 4 young women who were excellent in every way. Having indulged in luxury, his tastes had become refined. With Li Miaoxian setting such a high bar, everything else seemed bland in comparison. Still, they'd do. He had already thought it through. He'd use these 4 to bolster Yang Minghwa's career. 4 rising stars supporting 1 best actress. A mix of highs and lows. The finer details of the arrangement could be left to Zhang Li, who had over a decade of experience in the industry. Zhao Chen wasn't going to hand over cultivated talents just for others to profit. As for everything else, that could wait. Alright, that's it for now. I'll say at once, go to the Jinling branch of Huachen Group's artist and modeling agency in the next few days. Prepare to appear on entertainment shows. Others will guide you. If you want to improve yourself, you can arrange for an auditing certificate at Jinling University's literature department. Don't forget. With that, Zhao Chen turned and left. The rest could be handled by Zhang Li's experience. She knew exactly what to teach them. When Zhao Chen stepped out, the second uncle and Lu Miao, now dressed in new clothes, were waiting for him. Lu Miao followed them downstairs. The moment he sat in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for the first time, he felt like his life had connected with destiny. But less than 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed in front of the car. Lu Miao's initial shock had turned into overwhelming joy. What kind of people casually ride helicopters in their daily lives? Unimaginable. But now, he was lucky enough to experience sitting in a helicopter himself in this lifetime. Zhao Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Yang Minghua. Before he could message her, she had already sent him several texts earlier, to which he hadn't responded. Boss, I came to visit you today, but you weren't there. Boss, I need some money to purchase a long-term medical beauty package, around 500,000 yuan. Boss, are you there? Boss, I also feel that I'm more suited for a pure and innocent style. Maybe it fits my temperament better. Here are some recent photos I took. Boss, are you there? Boss, I believe external beauty isn't the only factor. Everyone needs internal cultivation. Recently, I've been reading Critique of Pure Reason. I've gained some insights and learned a lot. Zhao Chen frowned and replied bluntly, don't lose your mind in my chats. If you want money, fine. But don't tell me about anything else. There's no need to share your random nonsense with me. I can support you, I can cultivate you, but I won't give you the chance to climb up the ladder through me. If you choose to be a star, then be pure about it. The only thing I care about is how you look. In the chat window, Yang Minghua's typing indicator lingered for a long time. Finally, she replied, understood. I've sent my medical report to Mr. Chen. These are my recent body shots. You can take a look. She sent over more than 10 photos. Zhao Chen quickly scrolled through them and responded with a simple, keep it up. And with that, the conversation ended. At this moment, she had no special identity, she wasn't a famous actress or a national sweetheart. Even toying with her seemed dull and uninspiring. There was none of that sense of conquest or possession. Not like Li Miaoxian. Li Miaoxian had a way of maintaining composure, accurately guessing what was on your mind, and using her cold, aloof aura to bring both physical and mental satisfaction. Physical desire was important, but spiritual fulfillment was not to be overlooked. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of the hotel. Lu Miao and the second uncle went downstairs to strut around, while Zhao Chen quietly returned to the top-floor suite alone. When he opened the door, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Zhao Chen glanced at his watch. It was 9 p.m., leaving plenty of time before the midnight curfew set by Li Miaoxian. He changed his shoes and entered. On the dining table were freshly cooked swimming crabs and golden mantis shrimp. Miaoxian, I'm back, he called out. There's water on the counter, it's still warm. Wait a moment. Zhao Chen walked over. The suite's kitchen was simple yet luxurious. Li Miaoxian was tasting soup with a spoon, her hair tied up in a neat bun. Her pale, high-bridged nose and delicate, cold features looked stunning. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist. She didn't struggle or resist, only calmly said, don't move around, you'll burn yourself. Did everything go smoothly? Pretty smooth. Just a bit of small talk. There's no perfume on you. Did they not prepare any pretty young ladies for a teenager like you? After saying this, Li Miaoxian turned and leaned against the wall, her cold gaze fixed on Zhao Chen's face. Her expression was as indifferent as ever. Even so, she didn't push his hands off her waist. There were, but I didn't touch them. Li Miaoxian said nothing more. She pulled Zhao Chen's hands away and began ladling the soup, falling silent. The kitchen grew quiet. She served the soup into bowls, and Zhao Chen carried them to the dining table. The girl spoke softly, almost to herself, "I'm doing my best to love you. Don't let me down. Let's be good to each other." Zhao Chen felt a slight pang in his heart. He lowered his head and replied softly, "I know." She served him a bowl of seafood soup and handed it to him. "It's for your stomach. Drink slowly, it's hot." Zhao Chen didn't let her sit across from him. Instead, they sat side by side, their breathing the only sound in the room. There were no stray thoughts. Zhao Chen kept her company during dinner. At 9 p.m., she finally ate something warm. Zhao Chen carefully peeled the crab for her, scooping out the rowan meat, and used a napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth. He patiently observed her cold expression, her icy brows and eyes, over and over again without growing tired. Suddenly, Li Miaoxian's eyes turned red. She stayed silent. Zhao Chen froze in place. This strong-willed, intelligent girl, her eyes rimmed with redness, her gaze lowered, and without a word, Zhao Chen wiped his hands and gently pulled her into his arms. In Zhao Chen's heart, she had always been independent, confident, and incredibly outstanding. Despite their short time together, he knew she rarely showed vulnerability or weakness to others. Tears didn't come easily unless the hurt was deep. In this moment, he realized that saying anything would only worsen her feelings. Instead, he simply held her and gently comforted her. "Let go, I want to eat," she said. "Okay." Zhao Chen released her. Her expression returned to normal, but as she tore apart a mantis shrimp, she did so with more force, almost shredding it. Zhao Chen didn't say anything and continued peeling crab for her. After 3 minutes, she spoke in an eerily calm voice. "So many women are throwing themselves at you. What am I supposed to do? Do I still have any dignity? What's my status? Are you planning to divide them into different ranks?" Her calm questioning felt like a direct blow. Zhao Chen counted on his fingers, answering seriously, "You and Wan Ning, no one else." Li Miaoxian glanced at him. "Yang Minghua and I are strictly a business arrangement. I won't give her any opportunity for emotional involvement. Chen Yanlan helps me manage my assets, so I communicate with her more often." "That's it." Li Miaoxian's lips curled slightly. Her gaze remained cold. "And what about the women from tonight? You didn't touch them, but what arrangements did you make? Do you think I'm stupid just because I don't say anything every day?" Zhao Chen's heart sank. It was true he hadn't touched them, but he had left a back door, suggesting they go to Jinling University to look for opportunities. Before he could explain, Li Miaoxian snorted coldly. "Hesitated? So I was right." As Zhao Chen opened his mouth to speak, Li Miaoxian had already picked up her plate and walked into the bedroom. Bang! The sound of the door slamming echoed loudly. Zhao Chen stood there, dumbfounded. Damn it! Why does she have to be so smart? The way she's acting, it looks like I'm not getting back into the bedroom tonight. She's mad. Zhao Chen knocked on the door. Then, Li Miaoxian opened it and stood in the doorway, looking at him with a devastatingly beautiful smile. She rarely smiled. "You like pretty women. You don't want beautiful things falling into someone else's hands. You want everything good to be yours. You wish you could devour all the delicious things in the world. I'll admit, you're impressive, young, and capable. Quietly acquiring Bulgari, discreetly moving tons of gold, feeling like you have the ability to possess so much. As your fiancé, maybe I shouldn't meddle in your private affairs before marriage. But you've already slept with me, and now, during our honeymoon, you're thinking about playing with more women. Do you want to Google it? How many people go on honeymoons together? Are you bringing work, social obligations, dinners, lackeys, and bodyguards on this honeymoon? And leaving your fiancé alone on the top floor of this skyscraper?" Zhao Chen stayed silent. When she finished, he went to find a keyboard and held it in his hands. He looked up at her. Her eyes were still red. Sighing softly, he hurriedly set down the keyboard and approached her. She's upset. What woman wouldn't want to be comforted? Her fiancé was a scumbag. A man like that deserves to be kneeling on a keyboard every day. The bedroom. The keyboard was tossed to the side. Li Miaoxian had said that in her lifetime, she would never let her man kneel on a keyboard. How could someone be so heartless to their own man? If she were truly angry, she would stab him to death, turn him into jerky, seal it in a jar, and sleep with it. She wouldn't subject him to the pain of kneeling on a keyboard. After all, he was her man. Zhao Chen felt relieved. Li Miaoxian's anger was only a warning. Next time, if he distracted himself while spending time with her, as his fiancée, she would cover his funeral expenses. There was genuine love there. It was moving, almost enough to make him cry. On the bed. The mood lighting was dim. A 100-inch TV was playing a newly released movie. Li Miaoxian lay lazily in his arms. They were both at ease, well, almost. Zhao Chen wasn't. He was pinned by her, unable to move, serving as a human cushion while she watched the movie. He had to stay still and obediently hold her. Not that it mattered, there wasn't anything in Jurassic World that could stir him into action. If dinosaurs could get him excited, well, his XP system probably needed a reset. His fingers occasionally pinched a piece of popcorn to press against her lips. If it wasn't sweet enough, he'd be punished. He had to eat the unsweet popcorn directly from her mouth. With her cleverness, these little games thoroughly entertained Zhao Chen. He was totally engrossed, unable to extricate himself. She wouldn't let him, saying she'd cut it off. She even said she was already planning to get a dog. Go wash some grapes. Okay. Zhao Chen happily went to wash the grapes, with no complaints whatsoever. Earlier, Wang Xian had called him and scolded him. She mostly told him that the Li family and the Zhao family were well matched, and as a man, he shouldn't dare bully her. Otherwise, if she went home and made a scene, her brothers could strip him down to his underwear. If he mistreated her, the Li family might not stop the marriage, but they'd definitely make his life miserable. After all, Li Miaoxian didn't have to endure anything from him. Zhao Chen's mother had scolded him thoroughly. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian listened quietly nearby without saying a word. Wang Xian's teachings about respecting one's wife were excellent. Zhao Chen had truly become a man of good manners. And with Wang Xian's broad-minded approach, Li Miaoxian believed their future mother and daughter-in-law relationship would be harmonious. Kyoho grapes. Zhao Chen washed a plate full of them and carried it carefully. As he entered the room, he smiled and announced, "The grapes are here, haha." But his clothes caught on the door handle. Crash! He fell to the ground. The plate tumbled, clattering loudly as it bounced a few times. Several bunches of grapes scattered across the floor. Zhao Chen got up expressionlessly, cleaned the mess, and turned to glare at the door handle. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he walked out again. Li Miaoxian sat on the edge of the bed, having witnessed the entire event. She held back. She didn't laugh. She sighed softly and called the hotel's room service to request ointment for bruises. What was he rushing for? The clothes didn't even fit properly, they were loose enough to get caught on the door handle. She paused the movie and walked out of the bedroom. Zhao Chen was by the sink, carefully washing fruit. When he noticed her approach, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. It was as if he felt awkward being seen by her. Truly, a man afraid of his wife? What about the grapes that fell? I threw some out, and I'm eating some myself. Don't worry, I'm washing you fresh shine muscats. Li Miaoxian's expression didn't change. She glanced at him briefly, then turned and left to resume watching the movie. As long as he wasn't injured. As for the grapes that had fallen to the ground, it didn't matter who ate them. Just don't waste food. After a while, Zhao Chen returned with the fruit plate, set it down, and climbed into bed beside her. The movie continued. Grapes, the girl said flatly. Wrong, it's popcorn. Zhao Chen stretched out his hand and fed her a piece of popcorn. Guess again. Grapes. Wrong again, still popcorn. Keep guessing. If you guess right, there's a reward. Popcorn. Congratulations. You got it right. Zhao Chen was more excited than she was. Li Miaoxian's expression remained blank. I got it right. What's the reward? Zhao Chen grabbed a box from the bedside table. Ta-da! Your reward is a 5-pack of Treat Your Wife Essentials. Instantly, Li Miaoxian kicked him off the bed. A terrifying reward. She'd rather eat popcorn and grapes all night than deal with such nonsense. Stupid man. Earlier, you made me angry. You think you're getting off so easily? Not happening. Zhao Chen climbed back up from the floor. His voice was calm. You chose this. No one can save you now. I wanted to treat you gently, but instead, I met with distance and disdain. Little sister, you're quite bold. Li Miaoxian frowned. This is so annoying. What a childish man. He didn't consider anyone else's feelings. But what could she do? Her fiancé was a beast, both in character and physique. The latest Jurassic World was pretty decent. Zhao Chen carried the girl to the bathtub. Tomorrow, you should go buy a few keyboards. Get high-quality ones. Why? Because I don't want you to die, brother. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh? Just now, you said you'd listen to me from now on, always be good, and make sure I'm happy no matter what I want to do. Ow. Meeting her cold gaze, he sighed. Niaoxian, I really love you. Can you not say you love me every time after something happens? You only love my body. Not just that, I love your voice, too. The air went still. Zhao Chen didn't plan on being cheeky anymore. But after being close to her, he couldn't help but tease her. He just couldn't hold it in. Luckily, he was used to her pinching him and had learned to endure. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows by the bathtub, the night sky glittered with stars, merging with the distant ocean. The city lights sparkled, as bright and vivid as the girl's eyes, as clear and radiant as the bubbles in the tub. These days, I'll stay by your side, just with you. I'll make sure you're happy and always remember this honeymoon. Thank you. I already remember. Her slightly damp hair and post-exercise relaxation gave her a soft, soothing aura. Tomorrow, we'll go to the amusement park. I'll book the whole place just for you. We'll go to the beach to enjoy the breeze, build sandcastles, and dive in the clearest waters. All fine, but I prefer places without people. Really? I like those places too, just the two of us, hey. Li Miaoxian wished he would die on the spot. Even if you're my fiancé, I'll deal with you. 3 minutes later. Zhao Chen was locked out on the balcony. The late-night chill bit at him, and he was only wearing boxers. He shivered, muttering hee through chattering teeth. Through the glass door, Zhao Chen could see Li Miaoxian burrow into the warm covers, her head peeking out with her bright, sparkling eyes watching him. Niaoxian, I need to use the bathroom. You can choose to aim from a height, she replied coolly, her voice calm. Sis, this balcony is really high. I just realized I have a fear of heights. His teeth clattered as he shivered. Li Miaoxian didn't respond. Niaoxian, I promise I won't mess around anymore. He shouted this so loudly that the entire hotel, several dozen floors, could probably hear his muffled voice. The aftermath of Zhao Chen shouting loudly was that Li Miaoxian felt this dogman was disturbing others, so she let him back inside. After all, it was already 2 a.m. If he kept yelling outside, even if it was their hotel, it might end up being shut down. She pressed the remote button to unlock the balcony door. Zhao Chen immediately noticed her action and darted inside like an arrow. In one swift motion, he leaped into the bed, snuggling under the blanket. It was warm. Li Miaoxian frowned the moment he climbed in. His feet, as cold as frozen stones, pressed directly against her, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She let it slide. Scooting closer, she used the warmest part of her body to warm him up. It took Zhao Chen a long time to recover. He clung to her and showered her with kisses, leaving her covered in saliva. Go to sleep. Do you want to get up tomorrow or not? Do you even realize how late it is? She said, trying to stop him from continuing. An 18-year-old boy has no sense of restraint. Let's play a little longer. No. Just a little bit. Not even a little. If you touch me again, you're a dog. That's right, you're a dog. A dog man. You're a beast. The next day. At 11 a.m., the two woke up naturally, adjusting the air conditioning. When someone chooses to spend their morning in a warm bed, they inevitably forfeit the right to begin working early. Gains come with losses, there's no way around it. Li Miaoxian's morning mood was as usual, she wouldn't speak, wouldn't pay attention to him, and behaved like an aloof goddess who completely ignored his existence. Not only did Zhao Chen admire her beauty during these moments, but he also enjoyed teasing her. For example, helping her put on her strapless top, spilling water on the toilet seat without wiping it, using her towel, blow-drying her hair into a messy nest, or stealing a kiss whenever he could. Her icy demeanor would crack, and she would chase him to give him a good pinch, but she never caught him. Standing there with her toothbrush, her cold gaze was piercing. She wanted to hit him but couldn't. These playful antics could only happen in the carefree morning hours. At night, if she barred him from the bedroom, he'd feel miserable. Breakfast and lunch. Li Miaoxian wore white knee-high socks, white sneakers, a black pleated skirt, and a white t-shirt, with a bag strap slung over her shoulder. A small Chanel bag hung at her side. Though not lightweight, it contained Zhao Chen's power bank, his watch, and his headphones. Even when they went out to have fun, Zhao Chen always stuffed her bag full. He never used those items himself, but every time he saw her carrying a bag, he'd make sure to fill it. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, puzzled by the look she gave him. Isn't a girlfriend's bag meant for carrying stuff? Isn't it only natural to put a boyfriend's things in it too? He was dressed the same as always, a colorful beach outfit with loose shorts and a casual short-sleeved shirt. Today, he even added a pair of sunglasses for flair. He was feeling very smug. Li Miaoxian put on a baseball cap, held his arm, and took the elevator downstairs. They started the day by having coffee in the hotel lobby for breakfast. Then, they sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and headed toward the beach. Today was her day. Tomorrow was also her day. The morning after that would be hers, too, before they caught a flight back to Jinling in the afternoon. The day after that, the freshman would report to school. At a beachside restaurant known for its clay pot seafood dishes, the aroma was rich and unique. Li Miaoxian even ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, worried that Zhao Chen might develop gout. Even if he was still replenishing protein. Why aren't we eating over there? Zhao Chen asked, pointing at the open-air barbecue and bustling food stalls nearby. Li Miaoxian glanced over and stayed silent for a moment. Then why don't you keep living in that little shabby apartment in Jinling? Why don't you keep eating plain boiled noodles for every meal? Why don't you keep working construction? She replied calmly, staring at Zhao Chen, waiting for his rebuttal. As expected, Zhao Chen tilted his head. Can't I eat something cheap? Do you have a problem with that? I think it's great. It is great. But what if you make it too expensive for others to afford? I'm just eating a little, how would I make it expensive? How are you planning to buy and eat it? Zhao Chen laid out his plan straightforwardly. I wouldn't stand in line, of course. I'd have the bodyguards clear the crowd or pay extra for a ticket. Then I'd buy everything, try every flavor, and sit down at a table with a sofa to eat comfortably. That would be ideal. And what are you doing right now? Li Miaoxian's tone remained calm. Zhao Chen paused. He was sitting in a comfortable air-conditioned room on a sofa, enjoying the beach's specialty seafood dishes, all the flavors, neatly presented together. Outside the window, in the distance, were the food stalls and seafood stands. Zhao Chen pressed his lips together and stopped talking. Forget it, he wasn't wrong. Being rich comes with consequences. Even eating street food wasn't allowed by his girlfriend. Li Miaoxian glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Afternoon. The two of them rested in a hammock under the coconut trees, shielding themselves from the afternoon sun. Later, they mingled with ordinary tourists in the grove. Zhao Chen joined a group sitting on picnic mats, playing cards under the coconut trees. The other guys all had their girlfriends with them. Li Miaoxian brought over 2 fresh coconuts and sat beside him, helping him with his cards. She wore her baseball cap low and sunglasses to cover most of her face as she sat next to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen wasn't particularly lucky with cards, but he played smartly and often managed to win the game. They were playing for a small wager, just 1 yuan per game, purely for fun. Initially, some cared about winning or losing. But as they got into it, no one kept track anymore. They all brought some fruit to share as they sat together. At first, the card games were light-hearted and enjoyable. But when Zhao Chen sent someone to buy fruit, things changed. It was all imported fruit. Even the packaging looked more expensive than the other's fruit. The guys' smiles faded as they looked at Zhao Chen's innocent, harmless expression. Seriously, how are we supposed to play like this? The fruit he brought included ruby Roman grapes, Yubari King melons, world number 1 apples, and even some black-skinned watermelon they'd never seen before. Could he not casually outshine everyone like that? It put them in an awkward spot. Zhao Chen pinched a grape and fed it to Li Miaoxian. She opened her mouth and ate it. The two paid no attention to everyone's expressions. Zhao Chen fed her a bit more until she said she didn't want any more. Then, he offered the fruit to everyone else. Zhao Chen himself wasn't picky, he could eat any fruit. He didn't care. But his little princess at home had very discerning tastes. When Zhao Chen tried their fruit with a friendly attitude, the guys felt a bit more comfortable. They resumed chatting and laughing as usual. I only rode a Rolls-Royce once on my wedding day. That's impressive. The most expensive car I've been in was a Bentley. The older models of Bentley are even better than Rolls-Royce, more elegant, too. Well, let's not even talk about cars. Take Rolex, for example. The model range is huge. Like this one I'm wearing. Zhao Chen was the youngest among the group of men. He enjoyed sitting quietly on the side, listening to them talk about their lives. Li Miaoxian was quiet as well, occasionally pulling his hand over to examine his palm lines. The atmosphere was peaceful. A sea breeze rustled through the coconut grove, cool and refreshing. Li Miaoxian's long hair swayed in the wind, brushing lightly against Zhao Chen's neck. The soft strands tickled him, and the two were very close. "Hey man, say something. We're all here to have fun. If you share a little happiness, everyone gets a lot of it," someone said. Zhao Chen opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Li Miaoxian tugged gently at the hem of his shirt, though her intention was unclear. He mustered up his courage and began, "My life is pretty simple. I don't have many stories to tell, and my days are usually quite uneventful. I don't interact much with people." "Come on, that can't be true. Everyone has moments when life doesn't go their way, or situations that are tricky to deal with. Overcoming those difficulties can be fun and rewarding, right?" Zhao Chen thought about it seriously. "There was a time when my family didn't have a car. My girlfriend and I had to ride shared bikes along the riverside for a long time. A group of kids laughed at me. Man, at that moment, all I could think about was how great it would be to have a car." He paused here. Someone asked, "Then what happened? Kids nowadays can't be spoiled, did you yell back at them?" Zhao Chen, "No, I didn't stoop to their level. I just kept riding for a while, then spotted a Mercedes-Benz dealership. I went in and bought a car." His tone was calm, the kind of storytelling that lacked any emotional highs or lows. The group had been expecting a story about him arguing with the kids or how their parents stepped in to resolve the conflict. Instead, the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old guy just casually went and bought a car. "Wait, how old are you?" 18 this year. "Are you sure you went to a Mercedes dealership?" "Yes." Zhao Chen picked up a slice of melon. "Which model? Was it an A-class, B-class, C-class, or E-class?" "You're so young." Zhao Chen glanced at Li Miaoxian. He wasn't sure about the class or series. Without looking at him, she was focused on swatting mosquitoes. "A-class, I think?" The sign said AMG. "I don't really know much about cars." "Ha, but the fun part was driving the car back to find those kids, too bad they had already run off. Why aren't you all saying anything?" As Zhao Chen finished his story, he noticed that everyone around him was stunned. "It's nothing, just some sudden tooth pain. My stomach feels acidic, kind of uncomfortable. My eyes suddenly feel hot. Damn, they're red." Everyone had been on guard, but somehow, they still let him show off so smoothly. Zhao Chen stood there silently, unsure if he should say anything more. Wait, did that really hit a nerve for them? This was the story of him feeling most upset, and it still irritated him to think about those kids. No one spoke further. Li Miaoxian tugged at his sleeve, and Zhao Chen stood up with her. He politely told the group they had something to do and left quietly. His presence seemed to make the group a bit uneasy, and it was time to head out and play anyway. Plus, the mosquitoes were about to turn his little princess into a feast. Li Miaoxian hung her bag around Zhao Chen's neck, then held onto the strap and covered her mouth as she chuckled. The amusement park was crowded. There were water roller coasters, diving boards, slides, artificial waves, and water guns everywhere. After buying tickets, Zhao Chen immediately dragged Li Miaoxian to a stall selling water guns. He bought 2 massive, super luxury ones with an incredibly long spray range. "Let's go to the pool, I can't wait." Li Miaoxian gave him a small smile. Only then did Zhao Chen remember they needed to change into swimwear first. 10 minutes later. Zhao Chen was getting impatient when Li Miaoxian finally came out, still wearing her sunglasses. Her swimsuit was a modest design, with a small skirt at the bottom that revealed very little of her waist. It was simply a swimsuit, nothing more. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, flaunted his six-pack abs in a pair of floral swim trunks. He pulled his girlfriend toward the deeper end of the pool and eagerly filled his water gun. "Miaoxian, move over there a bit. If you're too close, it might hurt when you get hit." Li Miaoxian, wearing her sunglasses, met his gaze. Her red lips parted slightly. "Oh, so you do care about me? Afraid it'll hurt me?" "Of course. You're my girlfriend, after all." "You've got some nerve saying that." At some point, she had already filled her water gun. Without warning, she raised it and unleashed a spray on him. Zhao Chen was instantly drenched, standing there stunned. Wait, when did she fill her water gun? Oh, right. She'd taken 10 minutes to change earlier. She must have been preparing then. No honor in that. What kind of girlfriend does this? He grumbled internally, both annoyed at her sneak attack and resigned to let her have her fun. He started refilling his water gun. Just as he was ready to fight back, Li Miaoxian spoke softly, "If you get my clothes wet, they'll cling to me, and it'll look very." Zhao Chen froze, not pulling the trigger. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his frustration. She was right. Wet clothes would cling to her body and look provocative. Fine. He held back. What's the point of a water gun if I can't use it? Refund, please. Maybe sensing his irritation, Li Miaoxian waded over and held his arm. Alright, I'll let you spray my legs once. Don't be upset. But I want to soak you completely. Nope. I don't want you bullying me. Why is it okay for you to bully your boyfriend? Why can't you be like other girlfriends who let themselves be teased, and then I'll coax you afterward? After Zhao Chen's words, Li Miaoxian smiled. If you knew how to coax me, I'd let you do it. Do you even know how to make it up to someone? Think about it. Ha! I think I'm pretty good. Don't they say tough love produces great wives? This time, Li Miaoxian took off her sunglasses. She raised her water gun and attacked. You think you can train me? How bold of you! Go to hell! Zhao Chen stopped holding back and fought back, spraying her relentlessly as they moved from the pool to the deeper water. Eventually, they switched to riding small motorized boats and continued their battle. Li Miaoxian, still wearing sunglasses, had the upper hand. Zhao Chen had to avoid getting splashed in the eyes because the water wasn't exactly clean. Finally, the two called a truce and sat in a small boat, chatting with another couple about their battle injuries. Li Miaoxian's stamina far exceeded her delicate appearance. When she was having fun, she would occasionally let her mischievous sideshow smart and playful. She cleverly instructed Zhao Chen to aim at the other couple's girlfriend. Zhao Chen complied, which led to a ceasefire. The girl's boyfriend tried to shield her while fending off Zhao Chen, but he couldn't focus on both and ended up losing. Li Miaoxian sat in Zhao Chen's lap. He wrapped one arm around her waist. Why are you so bad, making me shoot at that girl? Zhao Chen asked. I can't beat her water gun is better than mine. Zhao Chen fell silent. A better water gun? So winning a water fight was all about having superior gear. He quietly signaled to the shore, and a bodyguard immediately swam over. Zhao Chen instructed the bodyguard to check a few more stores and find some more powerful water guns. Li Miaoxian sat quietly in his arms, watching the couple across from them. The guy was coaxing his girlfriend. She watched with great interest. Zhao Chen watched too. After a while, the guy turned to Zhao Chen. Hey, man, how about a one-on-one? He wanted to avenge his girlfriend. Zhao Chen smiled and happily agreed. 3 minutes later, Zhao Chen returned to the shore. Li Miaoxian wiped him down, clearly seeing how much fun Zhao Chen had. He looked very satisfied. The couple, on the other hand, seemed rather frustrated. Just now, Zhao Chen had completely overpowered the guy with relentless pressure. His firepower, mobility, and flexibility were overwhelming. It was almost as if he dunked the guy in the water. Li Miaoxian tugged on Zhao Chen's arm to keep him from leaving immediately. She waited in place. Less than a minute later, the girl from the couple approached and challenged Li Miaoxian to a one-on-one. Li, however, kept her composure, hiding the triumphant grin that almost spread to her ears. Zhao Chen watched her, seeing her eagerness paired with a feigned look of worry about being bullied. He silently felt bad for the girl. Li stepped into the water. She politely asked, "Are you ready?" The girl, attempting to mimic Li's graceful demeanor, adjusted her hair and sweetly replied, "I'm ready." As soon as the words left her mouth, splash! A jet of water hit her squarely on the forehead. The girl struggled to open her eyes, wanting to protest, but before she could speak, Li's soft, concerned voice rang out. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but..." Splash! Before she could finish her sentence, another jet of water hit her. She squinted her eyes and blindly aimed her water gun, spraying haphazardly. Li didn't even move. She just kept reloading her water gun, suppressing her opponent with continuous fire. In the end, Zhao Chen couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped in to stop her. "Don't bully people." "I'm not." "Look, her boyfriend didn't even come to help her." Zhao Chen silently retorted in his mind, "Her boyfriend's already been wrecked by me, he hasn't even recovered yet." He pulled Li away, but she looked reluctant, as if she wouldn't leave until the girl admitted defeat. "You've done enough bad things already," he said while wrapping his arm around her waist and walking her away. "She's impossible. When she can't tease me, she goes and picks on others." Zhao Chen wasn't sure whether to thank her or scold her. "I'm thirsty. I want water, she said suddenly, stopping in her tracks. Just wait a bit. There's a convenience store 50 meters ahead. Okay. Zhao Chen bought water. She only drank pure water, no colors, no flavors, no exceptions. Luckily, they had her preferred brand. This spoiled little princess, Li Miaoxian, only drank Evian in glass bottles with metal caps. After taking a sip, just one sip, she handed the bottle back to Zhao Chen. He drank the rest, sharing one bottle of water between the two of them. Save where you can, spend where you should. Even a rich man needs to be frugal sometimes. Li usually only took a sip or half a bottle, leaving the rest to waste. But with Zhao Chen around, nothing went to waste. However, if she said she didn't want more, Zhao Chen had to be careful not to finish it in one gulp. She might suddenly ask for it again. If he finished it, she'd be furious. She'd accuse him of being greedy and selfish, leaving his girlfriend thirsty, the worst boyfriend in the world. Li's swimsuit was conservative, and she stayed close to Zhao Chen. Whether it was because she felt shy or wanted to play on his possessiveness and masculinity was unclear. Either way, she was quiet, gentle, and clingy, but not entirely obedient. Let's play on that slide, she said. Sure. When they reached the top of the slide, dozens of meters high, Zhao Chen suddenly realized it was very high. Even though there was water below, it was really high. Li led him to the slide entrance. Chen, let's slide together. Two people together, won't we go off track? No, I'll sit in your lap. Just hold me tight. Great idea. This wasn't allowed by the park staff. But when dealing with a wealthy and daring couple who enjoyed pushing limits, why wouldn't the park accommodate their special request? The manager even called to personally approve it. Are you really going to refuse when they've handed you a nice fat red envelope? Li sat on Zhao Chen's lap. He hugged her tightly. Both were relatively small, and the slide had plenty of space. A 50-meter plunge. Zhao Chen was terrified he might let go, sending her flying. You're hurting me, dogman. If I don't hold on, you might fall off. Then can't you hold me somewhere else? Like my waist, you dog. Oh, fine. Zhao Chen carefully shifted his hands lower. By the time he was properly holding her waist, they'd already hit the water. The experience wasn't great. It felt unsafe. Not recommended for casual attempts. Li, however, seemed eager for more. For an activity that wore her boyfriend out, she was far too enthusiastic. I want to do it again. No. Chen, I really want to go again. She pinched his waist since she couldn't tug his shirt. Ow. Zhao Chen pried her hand away and gently tapped her fingers. Always pinching, bad girl. Li didn't pull her hand back, letting him hold it instead. Sitting together on a shaded bench in the park, Li leaned her head on his shoulder. I want to go surfing, she said softly. Half an hour later. A luxury yacht pulled out from the pier onto the beach. Zhao Chen, who had just learned basic yacht driving skills from her, watched as Li tied a surfboard to the yacht and changed into a bikini he had longed to see. It was white. Zhao Chen set up a camera to capture her best moments. The yacht cut through the waves as Li glided gracefully over them on her board. At one point, Zhao Chen worried his speed might be too fast and send her flying. From the deck, she appeared radiant, her pale skin glowing, her black hair streaming behind her. The wild side he rarely saw emerged during this moment, showing him a new facet of her personality. She waved for him to slow down, and he pulled her back onto the boat. Li removed her glasses and leaned against him, her breathing evening out. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she held him close. Zhao Chen's heart stirred. This posture. She only did this during certain moments. It's just the two of us now, Zhao Chen said casually. Yes. Her hair still flowed gently in the wind. After surfing, she seemed much more cheerful, her mood lifted. Don't you want to do something fun? Sure. In the next 10 minutes, Zhao Chen found himself dragged behind the yacht. The speed was fast. For a beginner like him, it felt like he might be flung into the air. Fortunately, Li's lessons were helpful. Li really believed her man could master the basics on his first try, so she ramped up the speed. Dogman, are you having fun? Yes. His voice echoed far. You couldn't say you weren't happy, she'd speed up to make sure you were. What a troublemaker. When Zhao Chen climbed back onto the deck, dazed, Li rinsed him off with the shower, poking his abs with her fingers. You're so bold. Aren't you afraid of me punishing you? Of course. But if I don't mess with you, won't you mess with me anyway? It's the same either way. Might as well tire you out first, so you have less energy to tease me. Am I that obvious? Well, with no one else around, the open deck and endless views really were tempting. Li Miaoxian was exceptionally intelligent, especially in her ability to assess risks. She seemed to predict precisely when Zhao Chen was about to make a move on her. When Zhao Chen got up from the deck and walked toward her, she didn't choose to run away. It would have been useless. It would only excite him further. Instead, staying quietly and indifferently in place was the better option. Zhao Chen scooped her up in a princess carry. He walked over to the sofa on the deck, sat down, and placed her on his lap. He examined her face, figure, and skin with a serious expression. Li Miaoxian usually turned her head away during moments like these, not letting him look directly at her face or eyes. When Zhao Chen began making his move, she softly said, "We need to shower first. We've just been in the seawater. The bathtub on the yacht's top-deck bedroom." Although she felt a bit uncomfortable with the idea of being so exposed outdoors, she said nothing. Girls should maintain their dignity and self-respect, but they also needed to be sensible at the right time. Like agreeing to go out with your boyfriend, watch a movie, visit an amusement park, have dinner, take a walk, and then saying it was late and you should head home. She had planned for a private moment together while surfing, how could she not? But her boyfriend's patience was truly lacking. He was moving so quickly, and it was only because she was wearing a simple white bikini. Zhao Chen kissed her collarbone gently. She didn't speak and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Let's stay on the yacht tonight. Will there be sea monsters in the ocean?" she asked. "There will be. But isn't Ultraman here? There's Zoffy, the original, Seven, Jack, Ace, Taro, Leo, Eddie, the Ultraman King, Tiga, Dinah, Gaia, Eagle, Cosmos, Noah, Mebius, Orb, Jeed, Rosso, they're all here." Li Miaoxian fell silent. She wondered if her relationship with Zhao Chen was moving too fast. He was clearly still a child. "Chen, don't you think you're being childish? You started it with the sea monsters," he countered. Silence fell again. Li Miaoxian realized she would never experience the kind of romance or warmth found in French films. He was such a straightforward man, utterly unromantic. "How do you know so many Ultraman names?" "I used to watch them at a neighbor's house when I was a kid. After finishing my homework, I'd use that as an excuse to visit. Back then, Grandpa was still around. I didn't have to worry about whether there'd be food to eat. Grandpa would call me when the food was ready, and I'd leave the neighbor's house. Sometimes, the auntie next door would keep me for dinner. I was polite and well-behaved, so they were always kind to me. Later, when Grandpa passed away, I didn't watch them anymore. Most of the names I know now were told to me by classmates." Li Miaoxian sighed softly in her heart. He was born into a wealthy family but had suffered years of hardship away from it. Whenever she heard him talk about his past, his experiences felt almost dreamlike to her. She couldn't imagine living off plain noodles every day. For over a decade, she had still considered herself Zhao Chen's fiancée. Yet, there were moments she doubted if he could ever be found. Even when reliable news came confirming his whereabouts, she felt calm. She didn't think she could continue anything with a boy who grew up in such poverty. But later, during their initial time together, Zhao Chen's groundedness and his natural warmth made him likable. He was willing to adapt and embrace new things. He could be bold and restrained, perfectly balanced. His innate kindness was admirable. The cold indifference of most wealthy families was entirely absent in him. Even now, as he playfully toyed with her body, he would occasionally stop to ask, "Does it hurt? Are you mad? Is this okay with you?" He respected her. After leaving the bathtub, Li Miaoxian changed into an elegant white camisole dress, exquisite and sophisticated. Zhao Chen casually wore gray loungewear and lounged lazily on the deck sofa. He stretched out his arms. She walked over and sat down, leaning into him. Together, they watched the sunset while doing what they loved. As Zhao Chen tried to build the mood and atmosphere, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Daily navigation is here to assist you. Current environment and emotions are highly conducive to deepening your relationship. Under such favorable conditions, intimacy between partners can extend lifespan, boost immunity, slow aging, enhance happiness, and improve mental well-being. Suggestion: go for it. Reward for following suggestion: unlocking new transaction system feature, group deals." Zhao Chen became lost in thought without realizing it. Li Miaoxian had been sitting on his lap for a while and noticed his unusual stillness. This wasn't like him. She glanced at his face, seeing her boyfriend staring blankly into space. Zhao Chen snapped back to reality, meeting her gaze. "Your dress is a bit long. The straps are loose." But don't pull them down completely. We're still outside. Got it. With a little bit of concealment, it was even more alluring. The sunset is beautiful. But it's not even 1/10 as beautiful as you. I love you, not just your soul, but every inch of your skin. Li Miaoxian didn't respond, closing her eyes to listen to his sweet words. His language wasn't elaborate, but it was genuine and heartfelt. His sincerity was always moving. Zhao Qian gazed down at the girl in his arms, so gentle and serene. As for the "go for it" suggestion from the navigation system? No way. She was his woman, and he cherished her deeply. You're such a beast. Do you even realize that? Oh. You're not just a dog anymore, you're a wild donkey. A beast. If I let you touch me again, I won't be Li Miaoxian anymore. Oh. Fine, go back to where you came from, mutant. Bang. She kicked Zhao Qian off the sofa. He got up quietly and scooted back toward her. Miaoxian, lend me 500,000 yuan. I'll pay you back 1,000,000 tomorrow. The girl thought he'd come back for some affection. But when Zhao Qian saw her expression, he shivered and quickly came to his senses, pulling her into his arms to soothe her gently. Every time, she would scold him as a beast, and he was already used to it. He'd bought too much that time, leaving her unable to handle it. But spending millions for her? That counted as love too. Yet she still scolded him. That's just how men are, always eating the fruit yet never getting to enjoy it afterward. Rubbing her hand, Zhao Qian turned to her. Li Miaoxian leaned her head against his shoulder. The sunset had faded, leaving only the yacht's lights illuminating the sparkling sea. Her eyes gleamed as she nestled closer, holding his hand to keep him still. You're sometimes gentle, sometimes rough, she said softly, a slight complaint laced with concern. She didn't want him to hurt himself at such a young age. An 18-year-old boy. It's fine. I'll make dinner now. I'm not hungry. Stay with me a little longer. Okay. Will you ever get tired of me? My soul or my body? Will you grow indifferent and distant toward me? Probably not. Otherwise, knowing your personality, you'd kill me first. Li Miaoxian calmly replied, that's fair. What's fair? Your answer. If you were any less clear, you'd be fish food in the sea by now. Zhao Qian took a deep breath. He didn't really care about being fed to the fish. What he did care about was how seriously Li Miaoxian had said those words. She truly meant it. If his response had been even slightly unclear, he would have already been thrown overboard. The sky had completely darkened. Li Miaoxian had fallen asleep in his arms. She must have been tired earlier. Zhao Qian carried her to the nearest bedroom by the kitchen, gently laying her on the bed, then headed to the kitchen to cook. On the yacht, there was no need to settle for anything less. Fresh-cut steak, red wine, ham, dried seafood, fresh seasonal vegetables and fruits, everything you'd expect on shore was available here. In 30 minutes, he had hot soup simmering, steak perfectly seared, wine decanted, stir-fried greens, a small lamb hot pot ready perfect for a cool night on the sea, warming the body. After bringing all the dishes to the dining table one by one, Li Miaoxian came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a simple nightgown, her hair still slightly damp, carrying a faint fragrance. Zhao Qian had just finished preparing a fruit plate. The two of them sat down at the table. How does it taste? Why don't you try it, madam? Zhao Qian's words gave him goosebumps. He wasn't used to calling her that. But since she was his fiancée, it didn't really matter. Plus, it reminded her of her status, he wouldn't abandon her after everything. It was his way of reassuring her. Li Miaoxian didn't seem to care about the title. Perhaps, in her mind, she already was his madam. She was hungry and ate seriously, savoring every bite. How is it? It's delicious. But why didn't you prepare something nourishing for yourself? I don't need it. Whether you think you need it or not, you should still take in enough nutrients. At least as a precaution. As she spoke, she got up and went to the kitchen. When she saw the small pot of soup Zhao Qian had made, she returned to the table without a word. So he had prepared something for himself. Zhao Qian noticed her returning with an inexplicable smile, leaving him confused. Did a quick trip to the kitchen really improve her mood? She wasn't cold anymore? Strange. After dinner, Li Miaoxian sat on the deck with a wineglass in hand. Beside her, Zhao Qian was forced to sit with a bowl of soup, drinking spoonful after spoonful of the dried seafood soup. Although it tasted fine, it was his third bowl. He wanted to sip wine and enjoy some romance. Instead, he could only look at her elegant figure, her calm, aloof demeanor, and her indifferent expression as she swirled her wine. He hurried to finish the soup. 10 minutes later, he finally succeeded. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist, occasionally brushing against her softness. She didn't stop him unless he hurt her. It's a bit cold outside. Then let's go back in. Okay, but you're not allowed to touch me. You might still have the energy, but I don't. Alright, let's sleep. The night was deep. Through the yacht's glass ceiling, the moonlight and stars reflected off the sea and sky. Inside the cabin, it felt like they were draped in a blanket of stars. The yacht drifted gently on the sea, its intelligent navigation system ensuring they wouldn't wander into unknown waters. The girl lay nestled in his arm, her soft hair falling over him, her steady breathing, and the bright eyes he could see with just a glance. Why do you always seem so cold? I don't. You do. Every time I look into your eyes, that emotionless gaze makes people want to stay away, not get closer. When I was younger, I was pretty and studied abroad. People easily fixated on me. This cold, stay-away expression helped avoid a lot of trouble. You should be thankful. If I had a sweet and lively face, your childhood fiancé might have been snatched up by someone else long ago. And now you're not pretty anymore? Stop talking nonsense. Now I've been completely claimed by you. I'm no longer a girl, I'm 18, lying in a man's arms. But you're still you, just as excellent, beautiful, confident, and wise. True. But those qualities aren't just mine anymore. They're yours too. She turned slightly and softly kissed Zhao Chen's collarbone for the first time. It was calming. Zhao Chen stayed silent for a while. She truly knew how to make him happy. Or perhaps she was wise enough and genuine enough to treat their relationship seriously, with complete devotion. Her feelings weren't fleeting or casual. They were wholehearted and committed. It created an illusion that love truly existed in this world. Zhao Chen remembered a line from the Bible he loved. Adam said to Eve, "You are bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh." Li Miaoxian gently tugged his hand, prompting him to turn his head closer to hers. Softly, she spoke, "I want a kiss." Didn't you just say I couldn't touch you? Kissing is okay. Zhao Chen leaned in, gazing into her bright eyes. Her eyes were stunning, such a pity that they were always cold and distant in public. Only when she was curled up with him in bed did they become warm and soft. Her fair nose, high bridge, and pale pink lips that never needed lipstick. They kissed. For an 18-year-old boy, if he didn't experience mutual affection and satisfaction, his thoughts might turn bitter, hateful, or even corrupt. A proper, loving relationship, a healthy perspective on love, and a fit body would benefit him for life. Zhao Chen was lucky. Before society could erode his kindness and sincerity, he encountered the love of his life. He lived intensely when it was time, relaxed when it was right, explored every curiosity, and fulfilled every thought. In doing so, there was no room for toxic or evil desires to grow. For example, some unsettling preferences. Li Miaoxian didn't like stockings of any color or thickness. She simply refused to wear them. Maybe she was more conservative. She believed such things originated in garish nightclubs and were indecent, unnecessary for pleasing a man. Even short skirts or shorts were much better than stockings. Of course, she didn't mind if others liked them. As long as Zhao Chen enjoyed being with her, whether or not she conformed to popular aesthetics or trends didn't matter. As long as she was happy with him, that was enough. She never considered doing things she disliked to please her man. If he wanted someone flirtier, he could find one as long as he had the ability, the money, and the energy to keep her. That was natural. Survival of the fittest. Zhao Chen's arm went numb. But with a slight adjustment, it was fine. She rarely fell asleep resting on his arm. Usually, she'd call him a beast, then collapse exhausted on the side and fall asleep. Morning. When Zhao Chen woke up, she was no longer by his side. Every morning, the first thing Zhao Chen did after waking up was check his account balance. Even today, still in bed, he picked up his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and opened the banking app. Step 1. Confirm the bank card information to ensure you're looking at the right account and avoid unnecessary panic. Step 2. Accurately locate the decimal point. Step 3. Start counting. Today, the balance was 1.07393533 billion yuan and 52 cents, slightly less than yesterday. Of that, he could only freely use 70 million. The 1 billion yuan his mother, Wang Xian, had transferred to him was simply an indulgence from a mother to her child. He could use it, but he couldn't waste it. At 18 years old, He couldn't let his mother think he lacked independence, self-control, or restraint. Being 18 meant having one's own opinions and ideas, not constantly thinking about what else he could get from his parents. That 1 billion? He didn't plan to touch it. Even though his family didn't lack money, if he were to live as a wastrel, he'd rather return to those days of eating 50-cent noodles every meal. For now, all of Hwachan's expenses came from Bulgari's profits, which were enough to sustain the group's operations. His honeymoon trip with Lee Miaoxian was largely facilitated by both families' connections. Using family-owned resources saved a lot of money. The helicopter, Rolls-Royce, and other luxuries came from the Lee family's hotel business in the area and were free. The family could afford it. Things like yacht rentals and car hires, however, he paid for himself, and occasionally, Lee Miaoxian would cover the cost. A yacht at 50,000 yuan per day wasn't cheap but also not overly expensive. No matter how big the family fortune was, it couldn't cover every industry. There were still plenty of things he had to pay for himself. Save when you can, spend when you must. 5 minutes after waking up, Lee Miaoxian walked past the deck, her expression cold, her gaze indifferent, holding a spatula in her hand. Calmly, she said, "It's already 11:30 a.m. Sleeping until naturally waking up. His girlfriend must have woken up hungry." Zhao Chen smiled at her. She turned around and walked back to the kitchen. He got out of bed, ran the water, washed up, and made himself a cup of coffee. When he reached the deck, the noises from the kitchen had grown louder. He got up to bring the dishes without waiting for her to call him over. "Remember this, she'll make louder sounds to let you know she's cooking, but she won't ask for help. She just hopes you'll come over and carry the dishes to the table. Love is a compromise between two people. She makes the meal for both of you, you can bring the food to her. Milk, sandwiches, prawns, some braised beef, and zaijiangmian, noodles with soybean paste." She seemed in good spirits. Her complexion had a hint of rosiness, her fair fingers were delicate, and her otherwise cold demeanor carried a trace of liveliness. After lunch, the two curled up together to watch a movie in their private theater. Dead Poets Society. Lee Miaoxian, who had read many books, didn't like comedies, slapstick, or action flicks. She preferred films with depth and resonance, the kind that seeped into your soul with rich characters and artistry. Zhao Chen, having barely seen any movies in his life, refrained from commenting. After the movie, Lee Miaoxian pulled Zhao Chen to sit on the piano bench with her. She placed her fingers on the black and white keys. Taking a deep breath, she began to play a lively and rhythmic tune, the melody leaping and surging, sometimes intense, sometimes calm, filled with vitality. It stirred the soul, leaving one's heart surging endlessly. It was as if the movie had inspired her, and she was expressing it again through the piano. Zhao Chen listened intently. A girl could be aloof, unapproachable, and far from warm and gentle. But beneath her proud exterior, her soul and essence were vibrant, passionate, profound, stirring, and utterly captivating. He felt fortunate to have such a beautiful girl. She was a treasure, and she belonged to him. In the afternoon, the yacht slowly docked. They had experienced nearly everything it had to offer. After the novelty wore off, it was the time spent together during the honeymoon that left the deepest impression and brought the most joy. Lee Miaoxian changed into a simple floral dress, hooked her arm through Zhao Chen's, stepped off the yacht, and got into the Phantom. A privileged life was one where every step took you from one luxurious setting to another. But Zhao Chen had forever left behind the bitterness and hardships of his first 18 years. The car drove to the edge of the village. The two strolled back into the village on foot. Her bag hung at her waist. When Zhao Chen unzipped it to look for the key, he had to tug at her waist. Back and forth, he searched her waist for several minutes, even though the bag was only the size of a shoe. Finally, he unlocked the small courtyard door. Entering, they closed the creaky door behind them. By the fish pond in the yard, two chairs sat waiting. Sitting down, the next 2 days of their private honeymoon would be spent in this simple setting, keeping each other company. A book, a cup of tea, some playful teasing. On the third morning, Lee Miaoxian, dressed in comfortable and modest casual clothes, handed the courtyard keys back to the elderly lady. Like a young girl, she chatted with the older woman for a long time before leaving with Zhao Chen. They got into the car and met up with second uncle at the hotel. Lu Miao had become second uncle's personal assistant but still didn't understand the business Zhao Chen and the older man were running. However, he was sure it was legitimate, it just went over his head. When he followed second uncle to visit the piece of land Zhao Chen had purchased, Lu Miao made up his mind to cling to this opportunity for the rest of his life. The first time he saw Lee Miaoxian, he hurriedly lowered his head. When Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian went upstairs, second uncle said casually, "That's the master's lady. The mistress of the house. Watch yourself." Lu Miao was startled. He thought to himself, a woman that stunning could only belong to someone like Zhao Chen. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to meet her. After packing, Zhao Chen stood on the balcony, reflecting on this honeymoon. Overall, it had gone well. She was happy, and they had grown closer. Perhaps Bulgari could expand into Sanya. Opening a second hotel in China seemed worth considering. There were only 7 worldwide. Where would he get the money? All of them in London, New York, Tokyo, everywhere. A high standard. He would make a fortune. And then? Spoil his wife. Forget jewelry, luxury hotels were the real future. From the hotel's top floor, they flew to the airport. Zhao Chen held Li Miaoxian as they took one last look at the city and their plot of land before the helicopter headed to the airport. Their duty-free purchases were loaded onto the plane, which they boarded with tickets pre-booked specifically for shopping at the duty-free stores. In the plane's private bedroom, Zhao Chen resisted the temptation to do anything inappropriate. This was his father's plane, after all. When he had his own private jet someday, then he'd enjoy the feeling of being above the clouds. Less than 3 hours later, the plane landed in Jinling. Zhao Chen received a call from Bai Wanning. "You're back in Jinling?" When did you arrive?" "This morning." "Aren't you supposed to be at the summer camp at Peking University? Your semester starts tomorrow." "I came back to spend the day with you. Tonight, we're seeing my parents." "I told you about this long ago, Zhao Chen." "Don't tell me you're unprepared. Wanning will be disappointed." "All right. Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Zhao Chen suppressed his excitement. He hadn't seen her in half a month. He never avoided making calls in front of Li Miaoxian. This time was no exception. After hanging up, Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward Li Miaoxian. She didn't say anything, so he hesitated, unsure of what excuse to offer. He knew she must have heard the entire conversation. "Miaoxian. Speak. I might not be able to stay with you today." "All right. Tomorrow is the first day of school. We'll be together all day." "Sure. I mean, Wanning might only have today free. And since I'm not especially busy today, I thought I'd meet her. You were tired yesterday, and you probably haven't fully recovered yet, so..." Zhao Chen squared his shoulders, trying to explain the situation seriously. Li Miaoxian's gaze remained calm, her face indifferent. Her expression betrayed no emotions, and it was impossible to guess her thoughts. "Can you just speak plainly? Say it straight, and I'll nod. You've been talking for so long, what's the point? Testing my reading comprehension? Do you think I'm stupid? I heard you on the phone, and I didn't say anything, so just take that as silent approval. Even if I hadn't overheard, do you think I wouldn't figure out what you're doing once you leave? Let me teach you how to handle this. You can openly and confidently tell me you're going to see your little wife. As long as it's reasonable, I'll let you go. Stop hemming and hawing. You certainly weren't this hesitant when you were toying with me. Remember, I'm not some woman from the Qing dynasty, and don't mistake me, Li Miaoxian, for a jealous wife. My horizons aren't that narrow, so you don't need to tread so carefully. Of course, that doesn't include fooling around or indulging in debauchery." Her clear, crisp voice cut through the air as she lectured Zhao Chen. She couldn't stand men without ambition or authority, who spent all day whispering sweet nothings and coddling women. That wasn't her type. She didn't like men without opinions, who diminished themselves to please women. That was a deal-breaker for her. Zhao Chen got out of the car. He didn't even say goodbye, slipping away without a word. Only after he had truly left did Li Miaoxian feel an unexpected emptiness in her heart. Perhaps Zhao Chen knew her well. By speaking more than usual, he'd given her something to dwell on in his absence, leaving her to process her thoughts alone. She frowned slightly. Maybe Zhao Chen wasn't so dim after all. At the subway station, Zhao Chen stood patiently by the entrance. Bai Wanning had told him to meet her here. She would arrive around this time, she was always punctual, down to the second. She would never arrive too early, nor would she be a minute late. If she arrived ahead of time, she might even slow her steps to maintain her schedule. She enjoyed maintaining complete control over the aspects of life she could manage: time, money, knowledge. She loved understanding the world and striving to live with composure amidst its chaos. That was Bai Wanning. Checking his watch, Zhao Chen turned his head right on time. Sure enough, at the exact moment he turned, a figure appeared on the escalator. Her pace was steady, neither hurried nor slow, and she reached him precisely as the clock struck the hour. "You're early again. I couldn't wait to see you. Even just waiting for you is a beautiful moment." She wore a white dress, conservative, formal, with small green flowers. Her skin was strikingly fair, and her gaze often carried a soft smile when she looked at others. She was not aloof, but when her face was devoid of any trace of a smile, it was a clear sign of her foul mood. Right now, her smile was radiant, thanks to Zhao Chen's heartfelt and simple words. The two passed through security and entered the station, keeping a certain distance between them. They didn't get too close or say much. The girl maintained her smile, even as she felt Zhao Chen's gaze wander across her chest, her white stockings, and her slender waist. It was just his usual behavior. He had been like this in high school when they were desk mates. He couldn't change. Finally, as they stepped into the subway car, Bai Wanning sighed inwardly and took the initiative to hold his hand. If she didn't act first, he might lose his mind. Sitting side by side on the seats, Zhao Chen finally reached out to gently wrap an arm around her waist. Bai Wanning tilted her head to rest on his shoulder. "Even if I gave you 100 chances, you still wouldn't take my hand first. Why do I always have to be the one to act? You don't like being passive, so I've always been careful. High school was so busy, but I guess this counts as our first date." Our first." She nodded and pulled a bracelet from her bag. It wasn't made of precious metal but was a delicate chain of thorns. She placed it on Zhao Chen's wrist. "A gift for you." "Thank you, Wanning. This is for you." Zhao Chen quickly took something from his pocket. As he opened his hand, Bai Wanning's smile slowly faded. In his palm was a ring. A simple band, unadorned except for a single engraved character, Ning. She didn't move. Zhao Chen took her hand. She allowed him to hold it but didn't say anything or extend her fingers. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "We're just dating right now. This seems a bit premature, Zhao Chen." She stared straight ahead, avoiding eye contact. Zhao Chen didn't force her hand or try to slide the ring onto her finger. The subway wasn't crowded. "I know," she said, "and that's why I came back to you. It's not because I'm shameless, but because I wanted to re-evaluate you with a different perspective. The old you, I could have given you a lifetime of wealth. The you now, you need to promise me more than just love. You need to show me you have the ability to provide a fulfilling and refined life. You need enough charm and business acumen, not just the ability to inherit a family fortune." Zhao Chen remained silent. He hesitated, then clenched the ring tightly, preparing to put it back into his pocket. But then, she spoke again. "You might as well give it to me now. If I ever feel we're not a good match, I'll take it off and return it to you." Zhao Chen immediately took her hand, and this time, she extended her fingers, letting him slip the ring onto her finger. Leaning on his shoulder, she stayed quiet for a station before lifting her hand to examine the ring. She had imagined this moment countless times, Zhao Chen putting a wedding ring on her finger and pledging his life to her. When she initially rejected the ring, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't forget their past. She didn't like crying. The last time she cried was over his engagement to someone else. She sighed softly. Now that the ring was on her finger, she allowed herself a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "Where do you want to go today? Aren't we supposed to meet your parents? There's plenty of time before dinner. We can have some fun first and head back just in time for the meal." "What are your parents like?" Zhao Chen wasn't timid, but now that the moment had come, he wanted to prepare himself. "They're fine, but you should be wary of my father's 3 concubines. They might give you some trouble, but it shouldn't be too much." "Got it." Zhao Chen felt a wave of anxiety. Her father's concubines? Suddenly, he was under a lot of pressure. She didn't like any untested date ideas. Crafting, shopping, watching movies, and dining out were her approved choices. Scripted murder mystery games, haunted houses, or hotels were things that would instantly erase the smile from her face. At a DIY craft workshop. These places could often be found tucked away in corners of the city, usually run by kind-hearted women with cozy and pleasant atmospheres. Pottery, painting, and decorating all offered chances to create a gift for one's partner. It was undeniably a great choice. Bai Wanning was particularly interested in the project where you could make a clay cup. She remembered back in high school, Zhao Chen never had a proper water cup. Between classes, he would grab her large thermos, sprint to the water fountain to fill it up, and rush back as quickly as possible. Then he'd pour water into her thermos cap to drink from it. Now, he probably didn't lack water cups anymore, but a handmade item like this could hold meaning even decades later. The two picked suitable blocks of clay, placed them on the pottery wheel, and began shaping them with their hands. Zhao Chen quickly ended up with a face smeared with clay but focused earnestly on his project, a bowl, rather large, capable of holding plenty. Bai Wanning smiled. It was obvious he thought she was a bit too thin, so he was making her a big bowl. His thoughts were easy to read, almost written on his face. Once Zhao Chen was satisfied, there were no more flaws he could nitpick in his handiwork. The bowl would surely look beautiful once fired. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was helping Bai Wanning attach the handle to her cup. Along the wall, a display case held many pairs of cups and ceramics left behind by couples. Some had just finished firing and hadn't yet been picked up, others were likely never going to be retrieved. Bai Wanning stood there, gazing at them for a long time before speaking with a smile. Those cups that will never be collected, they were made without much thought. The work is sloppy, as if the makers didn't really care. Zhao Chen quickly looked at the bowl he had just finished. He had worked on it seriously, but the sharp-eyed girl could probably spot any imperfections at a glance. Leaving the workshop, Zhao Chen went to buy water. She used to like the cheapest lemon tea, at least during their school days. Maybe back then, she considered his financial situation before saying that. Even so, he'd never bought her one back then. This was the first time. And then Zhao Chen encountered what he described as the greatest scam of his life, 24 yuan for a single glass of lemon water. A lemon water scammer. What the hell? He almost lost it but held back and paid for 2 cups. His heart bled as he watched the shop assistant use a wooden pestle to smash an unwashed lemon, then added ice and water. This? 50 yuan for this? Are you kidding me? He memorized the name of the store, apparently a nationwide chain. He thought, one day, I'll buy this place out and get my money back. Bai Wanning took the lemon water and realized it was icy cold. She gave Zhao Chen a deep look but said nothing, just smiled, inserted the straw, and began sipping. They strolled around the mall, circling once. By the time they were done, Zhao Chen suddenly realized something. I'm not that broke kid anymore. Wait, I just walked through the mall with her without stepping into a single store. He froze in his tracks, stunned by his own behavior. Why did being with his first love automatically pull him back into his mindset of having nothing? When they walked through the mall earlier, he had led her to admire goods from behind the glass windows of the stores instead of going inside. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He glanced at Bai Wanning, who was still sipping her lemon water in small sips as if she didn't want to finish it too quickly. Quietly, Zhao Chen took her hand and retraced their steps through the mall, this time going into the stores. Wanning, what do you think of that necklace? It's all right. A bit too elaborate, looks heavy, probably enough to weigh my neck down. What about that one? It's okay, but it's too flashy. Not really my style. This one's nice. I think it suits you. Zhao Chen pointed at one carefully. Bai Wanning glanced at the price tag before replying, I don't like it. It's a bit thick. Zhao Chen stood there, stunned. It's not just me. She hasn't adjusted either. Both of them still clung tightly to the mindset from their past relationship, treating each other with the same seriousness as they had back then. It was why, even now, they used the same approach, saving money for him, being considerate but not overstepping. He stayed silent for a long time, until Bai Wanning finished savoring her lemon water and turned to look at him. Meeting his gaze, she suddenly seemed to realize something. With a calm voice, she said, Actually, I do like it. Are you planning to buy it for me? Zhao Chen called over a salesperson, handed her his card, and pointed at the display case. Wrap it up. Sir, I'm sorry, but the items in this display aren't for sale. Bai Wanning's jaw dropped in disbelief at the clerk's response. Her boyfriend had finally broken free of poverty, and for once, he wanted to show off a bit for her. Was that so much to ask? Zhao Chen was also stunned. These necklaces, displayed so prominently in the mall, were adorned with gemstones, diamonds, and jade worth over 7 million yuan combined. You could give me the entire display case, and it wouldn't be a loss. What kind of business are you running? Neither Zhao Chen nor Bai Wanning spoke, both staring at the necklaces to avoid making the salesperson feel too awkward. Finally, the clerk fetched the manager, verified Zhao Chen's funds, completed the payment, and packaged the items. They even arranged for professional security to deliver them. Sir, I sincerely apologize for earlier. As compensation, we'd like to gift you 10 display cases. Please provide an address. Zhao Chen wasn't unreasonable, just puzzled that such a high-end shop could be so obtuse. He handed the jewelry to his bodyguard to take back to the car before continuing with Bai Wanning to the cinema. The theater was nearly empty, only a handful of people scattered around the spacious hall. Once the lights dimmed, Zhao Chen could hear Bai Wanning's breathing. When he raised his arm, she understood immediately, leaning into his embrace as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Their heads rested against each other. The movie began. It wasn't particularly creative or artistic, just a basic action film. The movie itself seemed secondary to the fact that they were watching it together. Suddenly, Zhao Chen whispered, "Wanning, I want to kiss you." "No." "Why not?" Because it's not a romantic scene yet. This is a post-apocalyptic movie. There are only guns and monsters, no love, just explosions." "Then why did you pick this movie?" Her question hit him squarely. Zhao Chen fell silent. After a while, Bai Wanning finally spoke. "All right. Go ahead." Zhao Chen leaned in, catching a faint whiff of her perfume. In the dim light, her eyes still sparkled. The atmosphere in a cinema allows two people to sneak around quietly, in secret. The dim lighting and environment can make hearts race and thoughts feel closer. You can lean in a little and get handsy. You can lower your voice to a whisper and share secrets. When you talk to her, she can't reject you too obviously or make a sound that would draw attention. Just like Bai Wanning right now. When the kiss deepened, she merely patted Zhao Chen lightly on the back of his hand. But it had been so long since Zhao Chen had been this close to her. Couldn't he be just a little greedier? It wasn't like he wasn't giving her a chance to breathe. Besides, he wasn't blocking her nose or anything. It was just that her kissing skills were still clumsy. 2 minutes later. Zhao Chen pulled back, and Bai Wanning gripped the hem of her skirt, her chest rising and falling slightly. "You're so practiced at this. This is already the 4th time we've kissed. Wanning, have you not picked up any experience at all?" "Huh? But every time, it's you initiating. I've never really had the chance to figure out what I'm doing." Zhao Chen nodded. "All right, let's try again." "Hey." Before she could refuse, Zhao Chen was already leaning back toward her lips. Bai Wanning wanted to push him away, but Zhao Chen held her wrists, not letting her move. The movie was forgotten. Bai Wanning spoke softly, "Chun, can I take a break? When we get to my house, we can kiss again." Zhao Chen nodded. "All right, but if you don't keep your promise tonight, I'll be upset." Finally, he settled down for a moment. Bai Wanning noticed that Zhao Chen's hand was now resting on her leg. She could feel the warmth of his palm against her knee. Although she had mentally prepared herself for something like this, the sudden contact still made her heart race. She forced herself to calm the complicated emotions churning inside. Back in high school, when they sat next to each other as deskmates, Zhao Chen had plenty of opportunities to touch her leg but had always been cautious and careful not to. Now it seemed like he'd had an awakening. No one had taught him anything, but his hands moved with practiced ease. She couldn't take it anymore. The girl's clear voice broke the silence. "Stop touching me." "Why?" "Because it's almost that time of the month, and it'll make me uncomfortable." Zhao Chen frowned. "Is this some kind of secret knowledge? How come I didn't know about this?" "Wait, why do I need to know this? I've only just started eating meat after being a vegetarian for so long." "Fine. No touching." He went back to watching the movie. 3 minutes passed. Zhao Chen was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. He couldn't let this go. He quietly spoke again. "Can I just feel it? Just for the texture?" Bai Wanning froze. "You're calling that not touching?" But hearing the tone of Zhao Chen's voice, she realized that if she refused outright, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She sighed inwardly. Bai Wanning didn't say anything, remaining silent and not directly responding to his request. Zhao Chen, not hearing a clear answer, asked tentatively, "Wanning, are you giving me silent approval?" Finally, the movie ended. Bai Wanning let out a sigh of relief. Is this what dating feels like? It's so exhausting. The whole time, she'd wanted to go to the restroom but had been holding it in. Now she could escape Zhao Chen's mischievous hands. He was relentless, keeping his hand there without moving. At times, she even thought about letting him give her leg a light squeeze just to make the situation less awkward. But the fool just wouldn't bend the rules. Outside the restroom, Zhao Chen sat on a sofa with the other boyfriends waiting for their girlfriends. While others were playing on their phones, Zhao Chen stared intently at the restroom door. Bai Wanning had said 3 minutes, and exactly 3 minutes later, she emerged. Her white handbag was now slung over Zhao Chen's neck. Carrying the bag was a necessary ritual for boyfriends when out shopping with their girlfriends. No matter how big or small the bag, if the girlfriend felt tired, the boyfriend had no choice but to carry it. Bai Wanning wasn't tired. She just wanted to assert her boyfriend's status. As they left the square, Bai Wanning's family car was already parked at the entrance. A Maybach S-Class. The driver, wearing gloves, opened the door for her. Bai Wanning gave a slight nod and then turned to Zhao Chen. "All right, I'm heading home now. If you're not ready to meet my parents, we can postpone it this time." Facing Bai Wanning's smile, Zhao Chen smirked and pointed to the car behind hers. A stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. Driven personally by second uncle. The license plate bore a Beijing registration, D99999. This car had been brought from Beijing specifically for formal occasions, representing his family's standing. How could I not go? I'm not some petty thug afraid of being seen. Sooner or later, it has to happen. Bai Wanning didn't respond, simply getting into her car and heading off first. Zhao Chen followed in his car, driven by second uncle. With these two luxury cars driving down the road together, no other vehicles dared to cut in. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted. After a few minutes, the car turned onto a winding road leading up the mountainside. As they ascended a small slope, Zhao Chen caught sight of the villa complex nestled on the hillside. The view was incredible, overlooking the entirety of Nanjing. It was comparable to his future residence in the Zaijinshan estate, his plan to one day buy out every villa in the area and turn it into his own private domain. In the car, Zhao Chen changed into a new outfit. Second uncle mentioned it was a suit specially tailored for him by Li Niuxian. It was very formal. It was the first time Zhao Chen wore it, and under second uncle's guidance, he managed to get dressed just before they arrived. "In the trunk is a gift Miss Li prepared for you. Don't forget to bring it. When you meet her family, be polite and humble. Remember, you're not here to officially propose, you're here to prove yourself. Let me remind you, if her family makes things difficult or scolds you, don't lose your temper. If they refuse to let you in, thicken your skin and wait outside. Speak kindly and keep your posture low. Remember, you're not here to marry their daughter, you're here to steal her. No one likes seeing their daughter placed in second place, especially in a wealthy family like this. To be honest, young master, I admire your courage for even coming here today. Back in my day, I wouldn't have dared." Second uncle's words echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. He hadn't felt too nervous before, but now, with these reminders, cold sweat broke out on his back. Finally, the car pulled up to a massive villa. Zhao Chen spotted a large group of people, more than he had expected. Standing behind them, easy to spot in her striking outfit, was Bai Wanning. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen watched as second uncle straightened his tie, put on white gloves, and opened the car door for him. "Young master, we've arrived." Second uncle straightened his back, holding onto the car door, waiting for Zhao Chen to step out. Zhao Chen took another deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. One polished leather shoe stepped out of the car, touching the ground, followed by his whole body emerging. Dressed sharply in a suit, he looked every bit the part, handsome and full of spirit. Second uncle opened the trunk, pulled out a few exquisite gift boxes, and handed them to Zhao Chen. The packaging, prepared by Li Niuxian, made it easy to tell at a glance which were meant for the male host and which for the female hosts. Everything was neatly sorted. Inside the trunk were also the necklaces Zhao Chen had bought earlier that afternoon for Bai Wanning. Carrying the gifts, Zhao Chen walked toward the house, head held high. The large iron gate of the villa was open, allowing him to walk right up to the main entrance. Standing near the entrance was a group of people. At the front of the group was a young-looking middle-aged man holding a thick baseball bat. His features strongly resembled Bai Wanning's. The baseball bat looked heavy. For some reason, Zhao Chen's legs started to feel weak. Swallowing hard, Zhao Chen forced his confident smile to stay in place and quickened his steps. To be honest, if this visit didn't go well, there likely wouldn't be a second chance. If that happened, he might truly have to elope with Bai Wanning, taking her far away and hiding her. Cook the rice, wait for her to get pregnant, and then swing back around to face her parents with a sheepish grin. And then, likely, get beaten to death with that baseball bat. Wait, why does that bat scare me so much? Anyway, this was critical. From the villa's iron gate to the main entrance, Zhao Chen walked steadily, bearing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone present, especially the calm-faced man with the bat. Second uncle closed the car door and followed Zhao Chen unhurriedly. For the first time, Zhao Chen felt how reassuring it was to have second uncle by his side. As he got closer, Zhao Chen was just about to greet the group when the middle-aged man broke into a smile and took a few steps toward him only to walk right past him. Ah, Mr. Zhao Fukue. Back when I was attending training sessions in Beijing as a young man, I admired you immensely. Your aura back then influenced an entire generation. Second uncle smiled and shook his head. That was a long time ago. Let's not talk about the past. No. Even now, seeing you, I can tell your energy and spirit are still strong. Come in, please, come in. It's been so long since we've had such an esteemed guest. Bai Jingshan grabbed second uncle and warmly ushered him into the villa. Zhao Chen was left standing there. It was as if everyone had tacitly agreed to ignore him. No one so much as glanced in his direction or acknowledged his presence. Instead, they all followed Bai Jingshan into the house. Standing there holding the gifts, Zhao Chen's face still bore a polite smile, but the elaborate lines he had rehearsed in his head were rendered completely useless. A sense of helplessness welled up inside him. He knew second uncle wouldn't speak up for him this time. Even if he did, it would likely make no difference. Second uncle might even be ignored just like him. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Chen considered turning around and leaving. But he sighed and stayed put, gripping the gifts tightly and remaining silent. Bang! After everyone had entered, the door was slammed shut with force. Standing alone in the courtyard, Zhao Chen couldn't help but reflect on his predicament. If it weren't for a woman, a love he couldn't give up, how could a young master of Beijing's elite family endure such treatment? Smiling faintly, Zhao Chen continued to wait without a word. From inside the villa, the sounds of laughter and conversation surrounded second uncle. The lights in the courtyard were bright, but they couldn't compare to the brilliance inside. Yet Zhao Chen didn't feel lonely. After all, he had spent more than a decade surviving in dimly lit corners, relying on himself. 20 minutes passed. Still, no one came out to greet him. His arms grew sore from holding the gifts, and his smile felt stiff and unnatural, though he maintained it. He sighed inwardly. He couldn't just leave after being turned away like this. He understood why this was happening. After all, who would willingly let their daughter become someone's second choice? Especially in a family as wealthy as this one. All the plans he had prepared were now useless, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Request a 3-minute localized rainstorm, Zhao Chen silently instructed. Localized rainstorm requested. Select area size. 3 hectares. The cost for an initial 3-minute rainstorm over 3 hectares is 3 million yen. Subsequent rainstorms will cost 3 billion yen, followed by 3 trillion yen. Zhao Chen had always avoided relying on this all-powerful trading system. For one, it undermined his own resourcefulness. For another, the prices for its transactions were often prohibitively high. A second rainstorm like this would be impossible to afford. Pay 3 million yen. Transaction successful. A torrential rainstorm will begin within 10 seconds in the specified area. 3 million yen has been deducted from your account. He exhaled deeply. If this 3 million yen didn't produce results, it might all be over. Not even a desperate act of self-sacrifice would save him. Whoosh! Suddenly, it was as if a dam had burst in the sky. A downpour of rain cascaded down with deafening force. The sound of the rain was louder than thunder. In an instant, Zhao Chen was drenched from head to toe, with not a dry spot left on him. Inside the villa, everyone was startled by the sudden rainstorm and rushed to the windows. I thought there wasn't supposed to be any rain today? How did this happen out of nowhere? This is insane. I've never seen rain this heavy in my entire life. Good heavens, this could wash someone away. Wait, there's someone still outside. Realizing this, Bai Jingshan immediately rushed out into the rain without even grabbing an umbrella. His movements were swift and decisive. Bai Wanning, still in her socks, dashed down the stairs without even putting on shoes, her urgency evident. Outside, the rain was terrifying. Zhao Chen stood there counting in his head. On the 17th second of the rainstorm, the villa door burst open. Through the deluge, Zhao Chen couldn't see who it was, but he felt himself being yanked toward the house. Wiping the rain from his face with his sleeve, Zhao Chen finally saw that it was Bai Jingshan, Bai Wanning's father, who had pulled him inside. Wasting no time, Zhao Chen put on his best smile. Hello, uncle. Bai Jingshan gave a non-committal grunt in response. Inside, nearly everyone was gathered by the entrance. Looking like a drowned rat, Zhao Chen handed over the still-protected gifts to Bai Wanning's mother and several elegant women before presenting the ones for Bai Jingshan. Seeing him like this, everyone sighed in unison. After waiting so long in the rain, soaked to the bone, he still smiled and greeted everyone warmly. When he finally handed Bai Wanning the necklace he had bought earlier, she stood there barefoot, staring not at the gift but at his drenched suit. Her expression was one of silent anguish, and though no tears fell, it was clear she was holding back her emotions. Zhao Chen carefully wrung the water from his suit to avoid dripping on the floor.
Uncle, Aunt, hello. I'm Zhao Chen.
Bai Wanning's mother was the first to respond. Though her tone was calm, the concern in her voice was unmistakable.
Someone get a towel. Why are you all just standing there? Two maids quickly fetched towels.
Zhao Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief.
At least someone was willing to listen to him now. Second uncle was the first to stand by the window to look at the rain outside.
More accurately, he was the first to check on the young master after it started raining.
As long as he wasn't dead, it was fine.
To be honest, matters of this kind, major life decisions, were ultimately up to the couple themselves. For a young man, especially someone with Zhao Chen's family background, marriage could feel like taking advantage of the girl.
He wouldn't be burdened by financial concerns or other constraints. The only thing to assess was his sincerity.
But that sincerity wasn't for second uncle or even the Zhao family to judge. It was for Bai Wanning's family to determine if they saw him as genuinely earnest before even considering him. And let alone the fact that he wanted their daughter to be a second wife. To be fair, Zhao Chen was something of a scoundrel, showing up at their door to propose such an idea. Still, you had to admit, he had thicker skin than old Zhao Fugue himself. If Zhao Chen had chosen to retreat from the rain, he'd be failing the unspoken test. It was up to the Bai family to decide if he could come inside. Had second uncle intervened and brought the young master in, the nature of the situation would have changed entirely, and the rain, this timely downpour, would have been wasted. Inside the villa, everyone had gathered near the entrance. Bai Wanning's mother had asked for towels, while Zhao Chen stood awkwardly, still carrying a smile and saying nothing.
From not far away, Bai Wanning watched Zhao Chen, drenched and standing pitifully in the rain.
Her eyes reddened as she held back her emotions. From time to time, she cast a glance at her father, Bai Gingshan. He, of course, was aware of his precious daughter's looks of resentment. Her expression, mirroring her mother's when upset, was one he knew all too well. His little cotton jacket was furious, upset that he had left her boyfriend out in the rain. If he didn't say something soon, his daughter's temper might truly blow through the roof.
Ahem. Alright, young man, go take a shower. Since you're already here, you might as well stay for dinner. It's raining so heavily now anyway.
Thank you, uncle. Zhao Chen, suppressing his relief and joy, quickly followed the maid toward the bathroom. He didn't dare to move too slowly, fearing the rain might stop. Sure enough, the moment Zhao Chen entered the bathroom, the rain stopped abruptly, as if a faucet in the sky had been turned off.
Everyone inside was stunned. What strange rain!
It came out of nowhere and left just as suddenly.
Bai Jingshan, also drenched, went upstairs to change clothes before coming back down. He felt conflicted. He hadn't even wanted to let Zhao Chen into the house today.
Ideally, the boy would have had to visit multiple times just to earn the right to talk. But now, all plans had been disrupted by this unexpected rainstorm. To make matters worse, his little cotton jacket was clearly upset with him.
This rain, how infuriating. Could it be that even heaven wanted to bring the two together?
Bai Wanning's mother, despite being in her 40s, still carried a youthful grace. At the moment, she was comforting her daughter.
Alright, don't be upset anymore. Your father wasn't intentionally trying to make things difficult for him. How could he have known it would rain? And so suddenly, too.
If it had started lightly, I would have brought him in myself.
You saw your father, he ran out there the moment it started pouring to bring him inside.
His back's been bothering him, yet he still ran so quickly.
And now you're saying he doesn't care about you just because you have a boyfriend? Alright, I'll talk to him a bit more later.
But you have to understand, Wanning, you're not marrying him.
You're our only child. How could your father and I bear to let you go like that? Even if he's good to you, it's not enough. This is a serious matter. Sitting there, Bai Wanning didn't cry, but her teary, sorrowful expression made anyone watching feel heartache. Zhao Chen finished his shower and emerged wearing Bai Jingshan's clothes.
The two were roughly the same build, so the clothes fit Zhao Chen fairly well. Glancing at Zhao Chen, Bai Jingshan held back his words.
Though the boy looked well-mannered and capable, something about him made Bai Jingshan feel inexplicably irritated. Especially Zhao Chen's ever-present smile, it carried the air of a triumphant victor, further souring Bai Jingshan's mood. He didn't want to look at him anymore. Finally, dinner began. Zhao Chen sat at the dining table with Bai Jingshan to his right and Bai Wanting's mother to his left. However, both treated him with indifference, reserving all their courtesy for second uncle. It almost seemed as if second uncle were the real guest of honor. Bai Wanting wasn't present, likely sent upstairs for the evening. Bai Jingshan poured wine for second uncle with enthusiasm before turning to Zhao Chen with a casual remark. Young people shouldn't drink too much. Better yet, don't drink at all. Uncle, you're absolutely right. Can you drink? Not much, just a little. Hoof. With a disdainful grunt, Bai Jingshan didn't bother pouring Zhao Chen any wine, simply setting the bottle down beside him. Zhao Chen, dumbfounded, picked up the bottle and poured himself a full glass. Thank you, uncle. I'm not great with alcohol, but since I'm here today, no matter how you see me, I owe you an apology for intruding without permission. I'll drink this glass first as an apology. Without hesitation, he downed the entire glass, then refilled it. Everyone at the table was taken aback. Even Bai Wanting's mother instinctively reached out to stop him, alarmed by the sight. Bai Jingshan, too, was shocked. That was a solid 2 ounces of strong liquor. And Wanting had mentioned that Zhao Chen was supposed to attend his college orientation tomorrow. Fearing his daughter's wrath if she discovered her boyfriend drunk on his first visit, Bai Jingshan quickly grabbed the bottle. Alright, that's enough. Don't drink anymore. He shot Zhao Chen a pointed look and resumed drinking with second uncle. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. If he were just a regular boyfriend, this spread would have been a sign of the family's respect. But now, faced with such a feast, he found it tasteless. When the table fell quiet after Bai Jingshan and second uncle had finished their drinks, Zhao Chen seized the moment. Uncle, aunt, I promise to take good care of Wanting. His voice was clear and resolute. Yet Bai Wanting's parents acted as if they hadn't heard him, the table falling back into silence. Only Bai Wanting's 3 aunts seemed to pay attention, carefully observing Zhao Chen's tone, demeanor, and manners. The lack of response weighed heavily on Zhao Chen, but he pressed on. I've already started my own company and built a group with businesses spanning agriculture, jewelry, hospitality, security, and luxury goods. My next step is to invest in technology. Before he could continue, Bai Jingshan interrupted. Luxury goods? You don't strike me as a fool. What brand are you working on? If it's just something you made up and marketed yourself, then don't bother. It's a personal project, Bulgari. Bai Jingshan froze. Then burst into laughter. Luxury goods, huh? That's some serious bandwagoning. What's next? A knockoff Bulgari brand? Zhao Chen observed the expression on Bai Jingshan's face. That mix of disdain, disappointment, speechlessness, and mockery, he saw it all too clearly. And it wasn't just Bai Jingshan. Everyone seated at the table seemed to share the sentiment. Zhao Chen's actions were seen as unbecoming of someone of his status. A young master from the capital behaving this way for attention? It was neither graceful nor forthright, it even carried a hint of opportunism, as if he was trying to gain something for nothing. The name of his brand? Completely beneath him. Zhao Chen didn't bother to say much in response. He pulled out his phone, prepared the acquisition documents, and then visited the official Bulgari website, navigating to a newly updated line about corporate restructuring from a week ago. On August 26, 2022, Bulgari Group underwent a change in ownership, becoming part of Huachun Group's luxury goods portfolio. Zhao Chen handed his phone to Bai Jingshan. Uncle, please take a look. Out of courtesy, Bai Jingshan agreed. He planned to read it before ridiculing Zhao Chen further. He thought to himself, Zhao Jichang was once the richest man in the country, and yet he raised his son so poorly? Zhao Chen felt a little relieved. Thankfully, this uncle gave him the courtesy. Now, let me search Bulgari's official website. Uncle, you just need to confirm whether it's the real one. I'll type it in and search. See, the first result. Is this the official website? Yes, Bai Jingshan replied, curious to see where Zhao Chen was going with this. Uncle, look. I'm clicking on the History and Culture section. This outlines Bulgari's development history, right? Yes. Bai Jingshan was patient, intrigued by what Zhao Chen was up to. Now, uncle, look at this line. I won't read it out loud, please take a look. Bai Jingshan's eyes immediately focused on the screen. The most recent update. On August 26, 2022, Bulgari Group underwent a change in ownership, becoming part of Huachun Group's luxury goods portfolio. He was stunned. Bulgari, an Italian luxury brand of national significance, renowned globally as a top-tier luxury house. Now, he was in disbelief. Ignoring Zhao Chen's explanation, Bai Jingshan pulled out his own phone to search for Hua Chen Group. A few seconds later, he found it. Hua Chen Group, also known as Hua Chen International Trade and Commerce Company, had a registered capital of 1 million yuan, established on August 24. The legal representative? Zhao Chen. Bai Jingshan. Something wasn't adding up. No, something was definitely off. How could Zhao Chen have any connection to Bulgari? He had always kept an eye on Zhao Chen's family and their Hua Shang group because of his daughter's relationship with the Zhao family's young master. Yet he'd never heard of Hua Shang being involved in luxury goods, let alone acquiring a brand like Bulgari. And acquiring a brand of Bulgari's caliber? It wasn't just about money. What kind of stunt was this kid pulling? Watching Bai Jingshan's expression shift from shock to realization to confusion, Zhao Chen calmly handed the phone back. Uncle, here are the acquisition and transfer documents. I can send you everything if you'd like to review it. Bai Jingshan didn't respond. This kid didn't seem to understand that such documents weren't something to casually share, they were considered highly confidential. Still, curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to know the transaction amount. He scrolled to the end of the document. After carefully reading it, he saw the figure. £9.15. He was dumbfounded. This entire transaction felt like a joke. How on earth did this kid manage to pull it off? The absurdity was overwhelming. He double-checked Bulgari's official website and Hua Chen's as well. 5 minutes later, Bai Jingshan took a sip of his wine, trying to steady his heart rate. Then he glanced at Zhao Chen again. This little brat was up to something. How did he pull this off? And now, here he was, wearing that smug, punchable smile. My poor Wan Ning must have the worst luck in the world. Zhao Chen had no intention of revealing his secrets. For now, maintaining an air of mystery worked in his favor. Bai Jingshan was already too stunned to control his facial expressions. It was time to move forward. As for the development of this venture, I'll put it aside for now. Moving forward, I'll continue with my studies. Wan Ning and I may be in different parts of the country, but I can guarantee to see her at least once every 2 weeks, normally, once a week. I'll never make her feel wronged, upset, or neglected. If we make it to marriage, I'm prepared to give her Bulgari as a betrothal gift, offering her 50% ownership. I'll also host a wedding worthy of her. As for you two. Zhao Chen watched their expressions closely as he spoke. Though they maintained an air of indifference, pretending not to care or listen, their expressions shifted slightly when he mentioned a betrothal gift and wedding. And I'll treat you both as my own parents. Before Zhao Chen could finish, Bai Wan Ning's mother gently interrupted. Oh my, how many sets of parents do you plan to have? Zhao Chen immediately understood the implication. She was referring to Li Miaoxian's parents. Auntie, rest assured. I'll ensure Wan Ning never feels wronged. In our home, she'll always hold the most esteemed position. I promise. Men's promises, how trustworthy can they be? Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Bai Wan Ning's mother's words were impossible to argue against, and he couldn't tell if her comment was directed at him or someone else entirely. Maybe Bai Jingshan had made too many empty promises in the past. Auntie, I genuinely love Wan Ning and will marry her. The mention of marriage made both parents fall silent, unsure how to respond. After all, this country practiced monogamy. Marriage meant becoming legally recognized spouses. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly. Li Miaoxian's words from their honeymoon came to mind. She'd once casually said, a wife doesn't need any formal proof. A wife is a wife, no need for anything to witness it. Formal registration is for benefits, not love. Marriage registration is just a ceremony, like a honeymoon. At the time, Zhao Chen hadn't fully grasped her meaning, thinking she was merely musing aloud. Now, it struck him, Li Miaoxian. Even while dealing with matters involving another woman, he couldn't help but recall her brilliance. After a moment of silence, Bai Wan Ning's father, Bai Jingshan, finally spoke. Sai, this must be my karma. I've been too greedy in life, and now my daughter has to suffer the consequences. His words left Zhao Chen feeling as if he were some pig ruining someone else's cabbage. But when Bai Jingshan said this, Zhao Chen knew today's matter had been resolved, at least for now. Bai Wan Ning's mother, her eyes slightly red, added softly, as parents, all we want is for our daughter to be happy and live a good life. Wan Ning has never suffered or endured hardships before, sigh. Auntie, rest assured. I'll never let her shed a tear. Whatever we go through together, I'll always give her the best. Bai Jingshan refilled Zhao Chen's glass and said calmly, a man should know contentment.
My Wan Ning is better than anyone else. If I hear about you fooling around with anyone else, let me remind you I was a baseball champion in my youth. Think about that. Zhao Chen downed the drink in one gulp. Thank you for your advice, uncle. I'll remember it well. Now, eat. Bai Wan Ning's mother added more food to Zhao Chen's plate, piling it high. The atmosphere at the table gradually softened. Just as Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Wan Ning's aunts began asking him trivial questions. He managed to handle them with ease. Not long after, Bai Wan Ning brought over a bowl of soup and placed it beside Zhao Chen. Sober up. You can't even handle alcohol but insist on drinking. As she spoke, she glanced at her father, her meaning clear. Bai Gingshan felt uncomfortable under his daughter's gaze. She hadn't even officially started dating Zhao Chen, and already her loyalties seemed to be leaning elsewhere. As her father, he'd had several glasses of wine himself. And yet, she hadn't brought him a bowl of soup. Daughters really can't be kept around once they grow up. Zhao Chen wasn't foolish. He recognized that Bai Wan Ning's words of concern, "Don't push yourself to drink if you can't handle it," were strikingly similar to what Li Miaoxian had once told him. But now wasn't the time to be lost in sentiment or self-pity. Zhao Chen picked up the bowl of sobering soup and handed it to Bai Gingshan. Uncle, this is to help with the alcohol. Bai Gingshan grunted nonchalantly but still accepted the bowl. With an extra seat added at the table, Bai Wan Ning sat down beside Zhao Chen. This was the first time Zhao Chen had ever dined at her home. Back in high school, there had been a time when she thought he looked malnourished and wanted to invite him over for a meal to help him recover. But he'd been as stubborn as a bull. Regretting it now, huh? If they had gotten things out in the open back then, laid a foundation early, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble now. Still, she had to admit, Zhao Chen had put in real effort today. She had heard everything he said earlier while standing in the back. Although her parents hadn't explicitly agreed, it seemed they were leaning toward allowing her and Zhao Chen to continue their relationship. This was the first step and the most critical one. Try this. Braised pork. I can make it, too. Okay. This crab is delicious. Let me crack it for you. By the way, you're starting school tomorrow, right? I plan to head to campus around 10 a.m. Do you want me to see you off? She asked softly, her voice gentle and sweet. No need. You should go back to your school early too, don't let it mess up your schedule. Even though Zhao Chen knew the two women, Li Miaoxian and Bai Wan Ning, wouldn't clash if they happened to meet, he still preferred to avoid the possibility. When they couldn't see each other, they might not mind. But if they were to meet, their beauty and charisma might undermine each other's confidence, potentially sparking a silent rivalry. He worried that Li Miaoxian and Bai Wan Ning might end up in some quiet competition. Zhao Chen wasn't good at comforting women, let alone two at once. All right then, she relented. Remember to bring your acceptance letter and ID card. You could also prepare small gifts for your dorm mates so they can help keep an eye on your belongings when you're not around. Make sure to talk to the campus security office. You and Sister Miaoxian will need at least 2 fixed parking spots. You'll also need to arrange passes for your drivers to make it easier for pickups and drop-offs. You could even consider taking on a class role to make school life more interesting. The couple huddled together, chatting in low voices. Zhao Chen nodded in response from time to time. After a few minutes, Bai Gingshan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Could you two whisper sweet nothings at another time? Look around, does this feel like the right setting for it? He couldn't see Zhao Chen's smiling face, but he could sense it. It annoyed him. No matter how polite Zhao Chen was, Bai Gingshan just couldn't like him. After he finished speaking, Bai Wan Ning got up, pulling Zhao Chen along. This isn't the right place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. She whisked him upstairs in a flash. Bai Gingshan froze in place, his scalp tingling. Are they deaf or just pretending not to hear me? This was getting out of hand. All he did was let Zhao Chen stand in the rain for a bit, make him drink a glass of wine, and leave him waiting at the door. Was this level of care really necessary? He wanted to curse at Zhao Chen. This brat was already heading into her room? Even if his daughter was the one dragging him, how could he accept this so easily? My precious, virtuous daughter wouldn't take advantage of him, would she? This damn kid. Zhao Chen was pulled into Bai Wan Ning's room. It was exceptionally clean and tidy, not the pastel-colored room he had imagined. The room was lined with bookshelves, with a small computer desk, a double bed, a walk-in closet, and an attached bathroom. There was a scholarly air to the space.
The fresh flowers on the balcony gave off a light, natural fragrance, unlike the synthetic aroma of air fresheners. The scent was faint but noticeable upon entering. As they sat down on the sofa, Zhao Chen noticed tears streaming silently down by Wan Ning's face. She wasn't sobbing, just quietly shedding tears. He reached for a tissue and gently wiped her cheeks. Wan Ning. She shook her head and tugged at the hem of his shirt, still crying silently. My father. He might not treat you well, but please don't be mad at him. He treats me very well. He just wants me to be happy. I never imagined that despite our families being well-matched, we'd face even greater challenges. Our love feels like a thorny ball of yarn, always messy, never smooth, never perfect. You've always faced difficulties. In the past, it was financial struggles. Now that you have wealth, it's about lowering yourself and enduring disrespect. I worry about you being ignored outside the door and walking away. I worry about you coming inside but failing to move my parents. I worry you might suddenly let go and forget me. I worry about you. I don't understand why being in love means a man has to bear so much when it should be something shared between two people. Zhao Chen wiped her tears as she spoke. Even when crying, her voice remained soft and warm, without a hint of trembling or sobbing. This is how it should be. What man doesn't face hardship to marry his wife? Which young man doesn't wear down the threshold of his future-in-law's house, breaking his tongue from persuasion? It's a required course in life. Sincerity and effort are necessary, especially for wealthy families. It's even harder to earn love. You were the one who refused to give up on me. You came to the capital and told me we could be together. You've already done 99%. I've only done the 1% I should. If everything were easy, we'd miss the bittersweet highs and lows that make life rich and memorable. How could we spend this long life in plain simplicity? Don't be sad. After tonight, even if your dad says more, he won't go back on his word. The girl, looking slightly frail and delicate, rested her head on Zhao Chen's shoulder. I've brought you to my room now. I won't ever let you go. You're staying in my heart forever. All right. Zhao Chen had planned to say something more forceful, but her calm agreement swept away all his frivolous thoughts. She took love seriously. I should head back down. I came upstairs with you just now. Your dad is probably cursing me for being impolite. No need. He'll be mad, but he won't go back on his word once he's agreed to something. Zhao Chen nodded. In that case, maybe I should flash him a cheeky wave when I head back down? Kissing. They were already in the girls' room, with no one else around. Couldn't they be a little affectionate? Did I waste the 3 million yuan I spent standing in the rain for nothing? The big issue had been resolved. Now it was time to move on to the smaller things. If you think Zhao Chen only liked by Wan Ning for her gentleness, that wasn't true. Her looks and figure far surpassed her peers. Back in high school, when she wore the standard uniform, it wasn't as noticeable. But after graduation, she seemed to undergo a complete transformation. Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, every glance and smile of hers was breathtaking. Zhao Chen, while bright and handsome, was honest enough to admit that his looks weren't in the same league as by Wan Ning's or Li Miaoxian's. Wan Ning, you said that once your future was settled. I changed my mind. I don't want to give it to you. You still have school to focus on. You're only 18, why are you thinking about such things so early? Sooner or later, it'll be yours anyway. No, I want it now. No. You're such a little pervert. You liked looking at me even back in school. Zhao Chen said nothing more. He scooped her up in his arms and placed her on the bed. From start to finish, the girl didn't struggle. She simply looked at him gently. My parents are still downstairs. Today isn't the right time, and it feels rushed. I'm not ready. Then let's do something else. Something else? Her expression remained calm, without any trace of embarrassment, as if this were all perfectly natural. Still puzzled, Wan Ning remarked, Zhao Chen, you're so annoying. I finally understand now what all those looks you gave me before really meant. You're terrible. Is this normal? Or is it just some bad habit of yours? Zhao Chen stood by the window, feeling quite pleased. He knew Wan Ning wouldn't back out on her promises. If she said they'd kiss tonight, they'd kiss. Sure enough, she was gentle as ever. He'd spent all of high school imagining this moment. Tonight, it had finally come full circle. Youth was officially over. He had a girlfriend now. Truly. Don't ask how he knew. Wan Ning changed into a new outfit and followed Zhao Chen downstairs. Dinner had long since ended.
Bai Jingshan and the second uncle were chatting over tea. Compared to when Zhao Chen had first arrived, the second uncle was much more enthusiastic now. They were openly discussing trade secrets and industry trends without holding back. It was clear that Bai Jingshan was no longer treated as an outsider. Though Bai Jingshan was wealthy, he couldn't compare to the Zhao family. The Zhao family of the capital had so much more than the Bai family ever could. Of course, since Bai Jingshan had no son, it was understood that much of this wealth would eventually pass to Zhao Chen. Everyone knew it. As Zhao Chen and Bai Wanning descended the stairs hand in hand, he overheard Bai Jingshan on the phone with his father, Zhao Jichang. The two men sounded quite happy. What puzzled Zhao Chen was that when he had previously asked his father about Bai Jingshan, his father had said he knew of him but had never interacted with him. Yet here they were, two strangers laughing heartily over the phone. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. In the realm of pure love, one's family fortune could truly add a touch of brilliance. The Zhao family was a genuine powerhouse. Their status as a prestigious family wasn't tied to Zhao Jichang's time as the richest man, it was simply a fact. At first, Bai Jingshan was in a good mood while chatting with Zhao Chen's father. But then he noticed Zhao Chen coming downstairs hand in hand with Bai Wanning, a satisfied smile on his face. In an instant, his expression darkened. He turned away, but as soon as Zhao Jichang spoke again, he resumed laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen followed Bai Wanning to chat with her mother and a few aunts. To be honest, Zhao Chen was feeling quite pressured. Her mother was fine, but the aunts? After a short conversation, Zhao Chen felt his scalp starting to tingle. Will Bai Wanning get her own villa, or will you two squeeze into the same house? Zhao Chen, we're planning to build an estate next, roughly spanning 10 hectares. Who gets the master bedroom? Have you thought about it? Zhao Chen, Wanning will have the master bedroom. He answered honestly, though he didn't mention how many master bedrooms the villa would have. Will she need to cook or do housework? She won't. The estate's private staff will include about 40 people. What about children? Do you have any expectations for Wanning? And what about their surname? At this point, Zhao Chen didn't dare to answer anymore. These aunts seemed to be interrogating him, but their questions clearly revolved around life after marriage or cohabitation, even though tonight's discussion was only about allowing him to date Bai Wanning. Her mother didn't interrupt or stop them. It was clear they were intentionally pushing things further. Regarding children, all decisions will be up to Wanning, Zhao Chen replied, forcing himself to answer without hesitation. Thankfully, the aunts eventually eased up. Zhao Chen held Bai Wanning's hand the entire time. He then had a more serious conversation with her mother. Most of the time, her mother spoke while Zhao Chen listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Our family isn't as prominent as the Li family in the capital, but if Wanning ever gets hurt or wronged, I hope you'll remember that I only have one daughter. If she's ever upset, you can forget about this arrangement. Wanning has a soft personality and isn't good at confrontation. You should keep that in mind. Study hard and be a decent person. When you're in Jilin for school, come over for a meal whenever you can. Treat this place like your own home. Zhao Chen nodded continuously. Thank you, Auntie. I'll remember everything you've said. Meanwhile, Bai Jingshan and Zhao Jichang stayed on the phone for an hour and a half. When the call finally ended, it was already 11:30 p.m. Luckily, when Zhao Chen was about to leave, Bai Jingshan didn't put on a sour face anymore. With a neutral expression, he said casually, "Come over for a meal and a drink when you have time." "Sure, thank you, uncle." Bai Wanning stood at the villa's entrance but didn't walk him out further. Zhao Chen helped his second uncle, worried he'd drunk too much. But the second uncle was perfectly sober. He even praised Zhao Chen, a rare occurrence. "Kid, you're something else. Thick-skinned, bold but cautious, daring, and responsible. You're a good man." Their driver, Wang Taizhu, arrived to pick them up. As Zhao Chen and his second uncle sat in the back, Zhao Chen finally calmed down enough to send Li Miaoxian a message. "I'm on my way home now, should be there in about 25 minutes. He didn't say anything like "go ahead and sleep" because he knew her personality. She'd definitely find a roundabout way to ask about tonight's details. She wouldn't ask directly, instead, she'd ask unrelated questions and piece things together herself. He was sure she wasn't asleep yet. These past few days, she hadn't gone to bed until 1 or 2 a.m. because of him. As for the 10 a.m. school check-in he'd mentioned to Bai Wanning, it was simply because he didn't trust himself to wake up early tomorrow morning. Sitting beside his second uncle, Zhao Chen couldn't help but think how outrageous the old man was.
While Zhao Chen was texting Li Miaoxian, this old man had already said goodnight to several women and even told the driver to drop him off somewhere else. Staying out all night was just another ordinary day for the second uncle. Zhao Chen was the only one left in the car. Before long, Li Miaoxian replied to his message. Her replies always included a period or a comma, even when it was just a single word. Zhao Chen didn't reply this time because he could already see his villa. The villa on the slopes of Zijin Mountain offered a view of the road leading up. Standing by the window, Li Miaoxian noticed the car's headlights in the distance, set her phone down, put on her shoes, and slowly walked downstairs. Chen Yanlan had been staying at the villa for several days. She worked during the day and returned at night to rest. A house this large was daunting to live in alone, especially without a man present. The only other people around were a few security guards staying far away in the servants' quarters. Finally, the two who had been on their honeymoon returned tonight. However, it seemed Zhao Chen hadn't come home right away. Chen Yanlan was helping to make soup, the hangover soup Li Miaoxian had asked her to prepare. The two women had kept dinner simple, just some light vegetable dishes. The soup was meant for Zhao Chen when he got back. When Zhao Chen's car entered the gate, it honked out of habit. At that moment, Li Miaoxian was coming downstairs. She adjusted the lights in the hall to be a bit brighter and walked toward the door. By the time she reached it, Zhao Chen had already burst in. Li Miaoxian disliked his impatient demeanor. They'd only been apart for half a day. If he dared to say something like "I missed you," it would only mean that this shameless man felt guilty after visiting another woman. Zhao Chen pushed the door open and saw Li Miaoxian standing not far away, expressionless. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Miaoxian, I missed you." She glanced at him, set a pair of slippers down, and turned away. This childish man has no composure at all and can't hide his thoughts for a second. Zhao Chen stifled his smile, changed into the slippers, took off his watch, and loosened his collar. He had initially planned to let her catch a hint of the lingering alcohol on his breath so that her concern as his girlfriend would kick in. But clearly, she had more experience now and wouldn't give him the chance. He didn't know where she had gone, but then he saw Chen Yanlan approach with a bowl of hot soup. "Hangover soup, she made it for you." Just set it there. "Sit down, let's talk about the company." Chen Yanlan paused mid-step, glancing back at him. "I'm not wearing stockings or a pencil skirt, just a loose-fitting nightgown with my hair tied up, and this is what makes him want to discuss work." "Can't comment on that." Before the honeymoon, this guy still had a touch of puppyish charm, but now he carried the aura of a billionaire boss. Good thing she had freshened up earlier. Calmly, she sat beside Zhao Chen, fairly close to him. Close enough to reach out if needed. She knew what this was about. Moments ago, when Li Miaoxian had gone upstairs, this man was clearly looking for a little indulgence. When Zhao Chen noticed how close she was sitting, his heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" "I just got back, Miaoxian just went upstairs, and you're already getting this close? Are you feeding me soup or something else?" Just as Zhao Chen was about to set down the bowl and ask her what she meant, the sound of a door opening upstairs caught his attention. The next second, from the carved railings on the second floor, Li Miaoxian's calm eyes were fixed on him. "It's late. Are you planning to sit there all night? Aren't you going to school tomorrow? Bring the soup upstairs." "Got it." As Zhao Chen got up, he casually brushed his hand across his assistant's face, his first intimate contact with her. It was a deliberate, playful act, skimming the edge of impropriety. "Don't work too hard. Get some rest." Carrying the soup, Zhao Chen went upstairs. Li Miaoxian wasn't foolish. She had her reasons for keeping him from touching certain things. Zhao Chen never overestimated his own cleverness, nor did he underestimate her sharp mind. In the bedroom suite, Zhao Chen sat drinking the soup, spoonful by spoonful. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was reviewing Hua Chen's financial statements. She checked the finances herself, not because she doubted Chen Yanlan's qualifications, her education and professionalism were impeccable, but to ensure she had a comprehensive understanding of her man's business. If any issues arose, she wouldn't need to consult others. It was better to keep things in her own hands and assist Zhao Chen in managing them. "It started raining, so I stood in it for a while before Uncle brought me inside. Then I showered, ate, and talked with Wan Ning for a bit before coming back." Rain? The weather in Jinling tonight was perfectly clear. The stars and moon were out, it didn't rain at all. I don't know, maybe it was localized rain caused by the unique terrain. Li Miaoxian looked up and glanced at Zhao Chen. If she hadn't known Zhao Chen was an ordinary human, she might have suspected he conjured the rain himself. This man loved using self-sacrifice to tug at heartstrings and create dramatic moments. Zhao Qian felt a chill under her calm and supremely confident gaze, as if it could see straight into his soul.
Now Xian, it's late. Let's go to bed.
Zhao Qian scooped her up in a princess carry. The girl let her arms hang at her sides, not wrapping them around his neck, a subtle hint that it was late. The next day was the start of school, and they shouldn't overdo things. The bathwater was ready. Once they got into the tub, Zhao Qian's phone rang.
Dad invites you to a video call.
Zhao Qian declined and called back with audio instead.
Hello?
I heard you've been drinking.
Your mom's been worried. Are you home? I'm home. You're still awake? I was just talking with your elders from the Bai family.
It's good that you can handle your own affairs now, but your mom and I still want to remind you, your engagement with Li Miuxian was arranged before birth. The Li family has never wavered in their support over the years, spending considerable resources to find you when you were gone. Now that you're grown, I trust you won't act recklessly. You know what's right, so I won't say much more. As for the Bai family, their elders have no further objections.
The future is up to you young people.
Also, when you're managing your business and making decisions, feel free to consult me. I still don't fully understand how you pulled off the Bulgari deal. I've lived much longer than you, but I've never seen anything like it. Lastly, I won't interfere in your personal life, but be mindful of self-restraint.
Stay clean.
In the bathtub, Li Miaoxian lightly flicked water with her fingers, listening to the voice of Zhao Qian's father through the phone. Her gaze drifted to the stars outside the window.
Her quiet elegance was captivating. Got it. You and Mom should rest early. I'll be on time for school tomorrow. Good night.
After hanging up, Zhao Qian helped the girl beside him with her bath. In the bedroom, under the dim yellow light, Li Miaoxian lay against his arm, her hair scattered loosely. They had a habit of quietly chatting before sleep.
Did Uncle just say you were planning to give Wan Ning some of the Bulgari shares?
The two of them had a habit of chatting softly before going to sleep.
Did Uncle just say you were planning to give some of Bulgari's shares to Wan Ning?
Yeah, I'll give her a portion of the jewelry division shares. As for the hotel division, it's still in the planning stages.
Eventually, everything will go to you.
In the future, I plan to branch out into core technologies and pharmaceuticals.
Whatever you want to manage or partner on with the Li family, it'll be up to you. All right.
The girl's mood remained calm throughout. And one more thing, since you're with me, I probably won't be able to assist with the Zhao family's collaboration with the Li family. I might build my own business separate from Huashang Group.
I understand. Since I'm with you, if my family comes to me for help with partnerships, I might assist. But if they don't, I won't involve myself in Li family matters.
After a long pause, Zhao Qian pulled her closer into his arms. Even without inheritance, I'll still work hard and achieve great things.
I'll make sure you live well.
But you have to spend money freely, otherwise, I'll lose all motivation to earn.
The life I have now is already enough for me. Your current ventures, if handled steadily, will be limitless in the future. Don't aim too high or act too hastily.
Little brother, you need to stay grounded.
Zhao Qian turned to meet her gaze. Call me big brother. Are you going to say it? No? Fine. Zhao Qian started pulling off the covers.
Big brother.
Remember that. Don't get it wrong next time.
Given how cooperative she was, Zhao Qian really had no reason to push her further.
They went to sleep. But not before a few kisses.
She didn't let him kiss her too deeply, worried he might get carried away again.
Go to sleep properly. Otherwise, go sleep on the couch. Can I sleep downstairs?
Zhao Qian's waist was pinched and twisted firmly.
If I ever stay silent, don't think you can go and get that little secretary of yours. Fine. Can't have her, but can I lick her at least? Time to sleep.
If he didn't sleep soon, he really wouldn't be able to fall asleep.
The next morning, Zhao Qian was woken up by Li Miaoxian.
It was the first time he'd ever been woken up by his girlfriend after oversleeping. Normally, she didn't care how late he slept.
He checked his phone. It was 7:10 a.m.
Still groggy, he looked at her.
She was already fully dressed and ready for the day. It's time to get up. Didn't you say you wanted to visit your grandfather's grave?
Today is your first day of university, you should go see him.
Shit. Seriously, where could you find a wife this perfect? Zhao Qian jumped out of bed almost immediately. He washed up quickly and got ready. Downstairs,
Shen Yanlan, who had to go to the company early, had already prepared breakfast. Since Li Miaoxian had woken up early too, she helped with cooking. During breakfast, Zhao Chen didn't speak. And if he didn't, no one else would either. After a while, Li Miaoxian looked up and asked, "Did Wan Ning say she'd come see you off?" "She did, but I told her not to. I think she has a flight back to Beijing University today." Li Miaoxian glanced at him. Typical straight man, can't understand a thing, yet thinks he knows everything. Before they finished breakfast, someone arrived at the villa. "Your Wan Ning is here." "Huh?" Zhao Chen was still confused. The doorbell camera showed Bai Wan Ning standing at the gate. Li Miaoxian set down her chopsticks and got up to answer the door. Before leaving, she glanced at Zhao Chen, as if to say, "You keep eating. Don't bother coming out." At the door. "Good morning, Sister Miaoxian." You're up early. Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Bai Wan Ning always wore a smile. She'd come over thinking she could help make breakfast for Zhao Chen, but it seemed breakfast was already done. "Perfect timing, I made some breakfast for you." "Did you know I was coming, Sister Miaoxian? He mentioned you might drop by." Bai Wan Ning nodded lightly and said no more. She knew Zhao Chen well enough to know he couldn't possibly have guessed she'd come back. Li Miaoxian held her hand and led her inside. "This is your first time here. Let's eat first. Later, I'll show you around. You'll probably be staying here in the future." "All right." Bai Wan Ning still hadn't seen Zhao Chen. Considering how long Zhao Chen had been with Li Miaoxian, it seemed he prioritized her more. Otherwise, given Zhao Chen's straightforward personality, he would have come out to greet her. She sighed inwardly but didn't say much. Zhao Chen had given her enough yesterday, and Li Miaoxian was also generous in her concessions. The matter of marriage and registration wouldn't be decided solely by Zhao Chen. It was likely Miaoxian had made some compromises. Bai Wan Ning understood all this. Deep down, she was willing to get along well with Li Miaoxian and complement each other. Inside the villa, Zhao Chen pulled out a chair for Bai Wan Ning and seated her next to him. But her attention lingered on another woman at the table. "Chen, who is this?" "My secretary, Chen Yanlan. She helps manage my businesses." "Oh, managing your businesses." Bai Wan Ning gave her a quick once-over. A secretary managing his business, sitting at the same table for breakfast. Any fool could guess what was going on. But since Li Miaoxian didn't say anything, Bai Wan Ning kept silent as well. At most, she'd ask Zhao Chen privately, complain a little, and maybe cry about it to make him feel guilty. That would be it. She was well aware of the messy affairs in wealthy families. When it came to her man, she chose to accept it. During breakfast, Bai Wan Ning ate elegantly, occasionally complimenting Li Miaoxian's cooking. The two women chatted lightly about mundane things. Sometimes, they laughed over the table, making for a surprisingly pleasant meal. Even though Chen Yanlan knew Zhao Chen wasn't exactly innocent, seeing Bai Wan Ning made her feel he was outright shameless. Having a perfect girl like Li Miaoxian wasn't enough for him, now he had another one. Seriously, flowers in the mud. But whatever, he's rich enough to handle the consequences of his messy love life. After breakfast, Zhao Chen wanted to enjoy the company of both women a little longer, but Li Miaoxian took Bai Wan Ning upstairs to see the rooms. Left with the dishes, Zhao Chen went to wash them. Upstairs, the suite next to the master bedroom was nearly the same size. The view was excellent, with large windows overlooking half of Jinling City. Bai Wan Ning smiled as she looked out the window and spoke calmly. "Sister Miaoxian, you need to take care of him. He's still young and stubborn at times. But he's serious about his work, sometimes clever, and other times adorably clueless." Move your things here. When you're back in Jinling, you can stay here too. Some of my things are already on the way. By this afternoon, they should arrive. I need to secure this room, or some other girl might take it, and I'll have nowhere to sleep." She laughed, clearly joking. "Don't worry. You study in the north, but I'll keep an eye on him here." "Good. My biggest worry is that he can't resist temptation." The two women stood by the window, chatting warmly, brainstorming ways to curb Zhao Chen's wandering tendencies. "Since you two have already, you could just, keep him too busy every day. That way, he won't have the energy to stray." Li Miaoxian fell silent. That was her initial plan, too simple, direct, and effective. But for some reason, Zhao Chen seemed to have endless energy, and she couldn't push him to his limits. "We'll see. I don't want to hurt his health." That's true. Though she agreed, Bai Wan Ning wondered to herself why it wouldn't work. Could it be that Sister Miaoxian's personality was as cold as her appearance suggested?
She'd have to ask that little scoundrel about it later. What about his secretary? Sigh. You can't stop men from having someone to lean on. Chen Yanlan is excellent, open-minded and smart. She even dresses to please Zhao Chen. These are things we won't do for him. Better to have her here than have him sneaking around outside. At least this way, it's in the house, not some shady behavior outside. I've seen her medical records, and her parents know about it too. She sleeps downstairs, cooks, and cleans every day. After a brief moment of thought, Bai Wan Ning nodded slowly. That's reasonable. But men and their weird hobbies are really annoying. Li Miaoxian sighed lightly. She was new to relationships and had no idea how to navigate this. Especially with someone like Zhao Chun, a billionaire at only 18. She could only take things one step at a time. Zhao Chen washed the dishes. He took the plates out of the dishwasher, rinsed them again, and carefully placed each one back in its designated spot. If he didn't, Li Miaoxian would get angry, and there was no need for extra words. Bai Wan Ning was upstairs, checking out her room. Li Miaoxian was changing clothes and also picking out what Zhao Chen should wear for his first few days of university. Afterward, she stood by the railing, watching the man dawdling downstairs. It was already past 8 a.m. Zhao Chen had just hung up his apron when someone arrived outside the villa, security personnel from his private company. His brow furrowed. Time was getting tight, and he hadn't realized that today was the scheduled day to transport the gold bricks to Bulgari's newly established workshop in Shanghai. This shipment weighed 500 kilograms, intended for a product batch to be launched on the official website, a trial to see how the market would respond. High-end luxury jewelry often carried a premium far beyond its intrinsic value. Not only that, but the so-called precious metal jewelry from many brands often lacked purity, sometimes even containing alloys. Cartier was particularly known for this. Zhao Chen had thought long and hard about how to create a product made of pure gold that could meet market expectations while preserving brand value, ensuring it wasn't dismissed as an ordinary commodity. A 24-karat gold toilet or faucet, once branded, could easily become a sought-after item. The gold itself wasn't the main issue, it was crucial to establish the product's positioning as luxury jewelry. This required careful consideration. Last night, he had told Bai Jingshan about Bulgari. Zhao Chen had decided to allocate 10% of Bulgari's jewelry division shares to Bai Wan Ning. After she graduated from university, this 10% would become marital property, shared post-wedding. Whether as a betrothal gift or dowry, it ultimately remained in his hands. What Bai Jingshan really wanted was an attitude of sincerity. They hadn't discussed specific share percentages the previous night, what mattered was showing goodwill. The Bai family only had one daughter. What was the point of accumulating so much wealth? Who would inherit the Bai family's assets? It would all go to Bai Wan Ning, which effectively meant it remained Zhao Chen's property. Zhao Chen clearly understood what was important and what wasn't. Even the shares given to Li Miaoxian, if he were being blunt, didn't matter much. Her spending capacity was already capped. As long as they didn't divorce, giving her control over the hotel business was mostly symbolic. Li Miaoxian surely understood this. In wealthy families, marriage wasn't governed by fairy tale logic. It was a lifelong commitment, where the fates of both partners were tightly intertwined. Not giving her shares didn't mean Zhao Chen wouldn't let her spend money. Even when a man feared his wife, he still had to turn over his paycheck. That was the baseline. The 500 kilograms of gold needed to be transported by Zhao Chen himself. From the basement storage to the surface, there was an elevator and a cart, but Zhao Chen insisted that Li Miaoxian wait upstairs. Gold transportation required discretion. This meant he had to do the heavy lifting himself. Li Miaoxian showed no emotion. The first time she saw those gold bricks, she realized her life would always be one of abundance. She had tried for a long time to figure out how Zhao Chen managed this. If not for the occasional moments when it was clear his CPU short-circuited, she might have believed his intelligence and talent were unparalleled in history. The plain, unadorned gold bricks were loaded into boxes and handed over to the escort team. Zhao Chen double-checked the arrangements with Chen Yanlan before allowing the shipment to depart. Afterward, he thought about calling Bai Jingshan later to ask if he had any ideas about the new product launch. Go upstairs and change. All right. When Zhao Chen went upstairs, he stole a few glances at Li Miaoxian. Her outfit had a youthful charm he rarely saw. She wore a high-quality black dress, with a Chanel silk scarf tied in a white bow at her waist. Her beret, also Chanel, rested delicately on her head.
Her ponytail wasn't perfectly straight, just slightly curled at the ends, giving her an elegant touch. She usually wore Rolex watches, but today she had on a playful rainbow-colored one, adding to her youthful vibe. Standing there, she exuded sophistication and vitality, with a cold and aloof air that made her beauty striking. She would undoubtedly leave an impression on everyone at university. But unfortunately for them, she already belonged to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen dressed simply. He chose plain, logo-free family-made casual clothes, a t-shirt and jacket, paired with sturdy black pants and comfortable sneakers from his family's shoe factory. Clean-cut and simple, Zhao Chen exuded resilience and an unyielding spirit, something that went beyond his appearance. He wore a basic Casio digital watch, the kind kids wore. Students should look like students. Flashy displays would only distract others from studying. Li Miaoxian glanced at him. Zhao Chen suddenly said, "Let me play with it." She gave him a faint smile before quickly collecting herself and walking out of the closet. Zhao Chen shook his head and continued putting on his shoes. She never liked doing those things during the day. "Chen, did you call me?" Zhao Chen turned to see Bai Wan Ning walking over and sitting beside him, her head slightly lowered. For a moment, he couldn't quite grasp what was on her mind. But it was clear, since they wouldn't see each other for a while, he felt a little reluctant. The distance between the north and the south, even with flights, wasn't easy to bridge. "Are you flying back today?" "My flight's this afternoon. I'll think about you often. I'll call you on video, and I'll read your messages." Bai Wan Ning's mood remained low. They had only just confirmed their lifelong commitment the night before, and now they were parting again. When they used to sit next to each other every day, time together didn't feel so precious. But now, it left her feeling lost. Zhao Chen held her hand, gently stroking it. "Did Miaoxian go downstairs?" She said she was going to pick a car to take to school. Zhao Chen picked her up without hesitation. She didn't resist. He placed her on the sofa and leaned in. She parted her lips slightly in response. This time, she didn't try to block his advances. When he wanted to enjoy her, she thought, after years of catching his looks, how could I deny him now? "All right, it's getting late. Niuxian will be waiting for you. Why are you being so obedient today?" That one sentence warmed her heart for the whole day. Bai Wan Ning smoothed the wrinkles on her dress and, on impulse, bit the back of his hand. "Don't call me obedient. That's not a word to describe your girlfriend." "Oh, but you seemed to love me just now." "Ugh." She pushed his face away disdainfully. "Kissing more will just make it boring." "All right. Time to go downstairs." In the garage, Zhao Chen carried a backpack with Li Miaoxian's books and laptop inside. They chose a two-door convertible coupe or Rolls-Royce Wraith that Miaoxian had casually purchased at a car show in Shanghai. A Mercedes-Benz S500 followed behind, with Bai Wan Ning seated in the back. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the cemetery. Zhao Chen led the way, while the two women followed with bags of fruit. When they reached the grave, Zhao Chen knelt, arranged the fruits in glasses, and began pouring wine. Li Miaoxian opened a bottle of Mao Tai. The two girls knelt beside Zhao Chen, bowed twice, and called out softly, "Grandpa." Then they stood up. "Once you've chosen your man, stick with him." Zhao Chen knelt there for a long time, speaking honestly and directly, without any pretense or hidden agenda. "I got into a university near home. Tuition isn't a problem since the school is offering financial aid. I found my parents, they're good people, and our living conditions are great now, so I don't have to worry about money anymore. The girlfriend I couldn't afford before? I got her back. And there's another wonderful girl who treats me really well, we even went on a trip together." Zhao Chen spoke softly about the people who had been good to him. "It's only when family is truly gone that you feel the depth of your loss. The kindness of those who raised you is a debt that can never be repaid." Zhao Chen stood up with red-rimmed eyes and left. The two girls followed him silently. They dropped him off outside the school gate. Bai Wan Ning got out of the car and gave him a gentle hug. "I'll leave you here. Call me when you have time." "Okay." Bai Wan Ning stood there, watching him until he disappeared through the school gates. Only then did she get back into the car and leave. Registration day. For new students, it was an exciting moment. Parents came from all over the country, carrying luggage and seeing their children off to start a new chapter. Senior students mingled with the newcomers, offering guidance. The senior girls were warm and welcoming, and there was a special entrance for new students at the gate. Zhao Chen glanced at it, memorized the location, and drove in behind another car. When he reached the security checkpoint, he was stopped. Zhao Chen handed over his admission notice.
Uncle, I'll park my car first, and then I'll come back to complete my registration. The security guard hesitated. To be honest, it wasn't standard procedure to let a car into campus before registration. But the Rolls-Royce, a brand new Wraith, no less, with the license plate SUC7777X, gave him pause. In the end, he let Zhao Chen through. Make sure you're back in 10 minutes to register. Thank you, Uncle. As Zhao Chen drove in, he left behind a crowd of stunned new students and their parents. Was that really a Rolls-Royce? And a new student? Did his parents even know their child was showing up to school so ostentatiously? Or was it a rental? But who rents a Rolls-Royce? It's not like this was a wedding procession. The spectacle quickly drew attention. Fortunately, both Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian were wearing sunglasses, which helped keep their identities under wraps. In hindsight, perhaps today wasn't the best day to drive a convertible. But this was the cheapest car available. The AMG had been taken by his second uncle, the G-Wagon was being used to transport gold, and the Phantom was far too flashy. Driving a sports car would be social suicide. With no better options, Zhao Chen could only roll with it. After a quick grumble, he carefully drove the car to the campus parking lot, taking extra care not to scratch Miaoxian's vehicle. He only had about 70 million yuan of disposable funds left and didn't want to waste money on trivial or unnecessary expenses. Before Zhao Chen even parked, the campus forum was already buzzing with a viral post. The title? Brand new Rolls-Royce Wraith spotted on campus. In just 2 minutes, the post had over 100 comments and more than 500 views, with the number climbing rapidly. The comments section was lively. Young master has arrived. The gap between people is greater than the gap between humans and pigs. At 18, all I know is how to breathe, use the bathroom, and get food. But hey, the future is bright. Why hasn't anyone taken a picture of the passenger seat? I bet it won't disappoint. Stop obsessing over pretty women. Instead of admiring others, work on improving yourself. Ugh, so pretentious. This isn't the Qing dynasty, why are you calling him young master? Grow up. Get over it, haters. Just because you can't stand someone else's success doesn't mean you should tear them down. The poor are poor in spirit. Truly capable people wouldn't waste their breath on hate. The discussion quickly shifted from wealth disparity to how young people should view the wealthy. Some comments were intense, some lighthearted, and others just added to the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was still in the car, unaware that his story was already circulating on campus. The second viral post came from the campus dating forum, where many girls were already gossiping about the Rolls-Royce Jr. Did you see his profile? He's so handsome. Totally agree. He has this amazing aura. Exactly, even though I couldn't see his face clearly, I can tell he's one of those guys with sharp features. Does anyone know what department he's in? I'd love to meet him. My family bought a Wraith a few years ago, if he's in the car club, that'd be even better. It looked like there was someone in the passenger seat, though. When they arrived, Li Miaoxian got out of the car to head to the administrative building. She needed to collect her student ID and enrollment documents, as this was her first time at the school after transferring from the UK. Fortunately, a senior student was there to guide her. Zhao Chen left his sunglasses in the car, slung a backpack over his shoulder, and hummed a tune as he returned to the school gate. Miaoxian had made it clear, while they were at school, they should avoid being too close in public. Eating together was fine, but it shouldn't interfere with their studies. Higher education was something Zhao Chen needed to take seriously. He greeted the security guard again, exchanged contact information for future parking arrangements, and left a good impression. The guard silently made a note of Zhao Chen's face. This kid is something else, polite and unassuming despite his background. Zhao Chen then joined the queue for registration. While others struggled with suitcases, Zhao Chen's senior guide carried everything for him, leading him straight to the liberal arts department. He submitted his ID, admission notice, and fingerprints, and received his student card along with instructions on how to load funds onto it, use the campus network, and access public transportation. He also picked up a student handbook, a comprehensive guide to school rules, rewards, punishments, history, and notable alumni. Flipping through the handbook, Zhao Chen couldn't help but comment, "This is impressive." University life was an eye-opener. After completing registration, a tan-skinned senior led Zhao Chen onto a campus shuttle. Along the way, they passed the main gate, library, dormitories, dining hall, gymnasium, academic buildings, and sports field, as well as the package center and various faculty buildings. Zhao Chen nodded as he followed along on the campus map.
When they reached his dormitory building 9A, 4th floor, he noticed it was conveniently located near the dining hall. The senior helped him carry his belongings to the dormitory before returning to welcome more new students. Zhao Chen used his student card to enter, printed passport-sized photos at a self-service machine, and submitted them along with his ID to the dorm supervisor to receive his room key. He then purchased a standard bedding set for 410 yuan, assisted by another senior who insisted on helping him carry it upstairs. On the way up, Zhao Chen ran into his long-lost friend, Ma Xiao. As luck would have it, they had been assigned to the same dorm. Ma Xiao. Despite the name Xiao, meaning small, Ma Xiao was anything but. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and strong. Though he'd suffered from malnutrition, his large frame gave him a commanding presence, and his mind was sharp as well. In their class, both Ma Xiao and Zhao Chen had been from extremely impoverished families, which was a peculiar dynamic in a prestigious school located in a bustling metropolis. Two poor kids somehow managed to crush their wealthy classmates with their academic performance, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Their character wasn't bad, either. The two were kindred spirits, facing hardships together and studying relentlessly, something their classmates witnessed firsthand. Amid a sea of privileged students, these two stood out as underdogs. Their relentless drive to succeed was impossible to ignore, like an unstoppable flame blazing upward. Nothing could stop them, no setbacks, no exhaustion. Their determination to achieve top marks was unmatched. Their momentum was infectious, and those around them, teachers, classmates, and anyone who saw their tireless efforts, couldn't help but root for them to succeed. Meeting at the top this moment, walking together up the stairs of their new dormitory, joking casually, was proof of that shared determination. To them, perhaps this success wasn't remarkable, it felt like their only option. But to those who had watched their journey, it was a relief, a source of pride, and a testament to perseverance. Even imagining their circumstances, the outcome inspired a sense of pride that couldn't be contained. Damn it, I just got back yesterday, and I already have to rush to school today. I didn't even get enough of a break. And you, man, all you do is work, you didn't even think to visit me. Ha, I've got this job where I make 15,000 yuan a month doing practically nothing. Why wouldn't I stick with it? Hey, check out my new phone. Ma Xiao handed over his newly bought phone. Zhao Chen took it and examined it for a moment. Damn, bro, this is awesome. The phone's touchscreen works so smoothly. How much did it cost? Just over 900 yuan. Originally 1,000, but it was discounted. Smartphones really are the best. Of course. My parents got me this one. It plays music, connects to Bluetooth, lets me top up my phone credit, can charge other phones, takes clear pictures, and even has a flashlight. That's impressive. By the way, did you see those long-legged senior girls just now? Unreal. I saw a bunch of them, all super pale. The range of their conversation was hilariously broad. Even the two senior students helping carry their luggage were dumbfounded. Smartphones have been around for years. Why are these two talking about them like they're cutting-edge tech? When Zhao Chen pulled his own phone out of his backpack, Ma Xiao was momentarily stunned. Wait, a smartphone can have a flip design? Yeah, but this one isn't called a flip phone, it's a foldable screen. The seniors helping them were completely baffled. A freshman, dressed plainly, wearing an ordinary watch, casually holding a foldable 5G smartphone worth over 30,000 yuan? They wondered, does he exude sophistication and wealth? No. His skin had a slight tan, his hands were rough with visible calluses, and he seemed like someone who had just come down from the mountains. Maybe he worked hard to save up for that phone, like so many students who take out installment loans these days? No. His backpack was the latest Louis Vuitton model, with a prominent logo. In the eyes of the two seniors, Zhao Chen was clearly someone with a story. On the 4th floor, at the dormitory door, Ma Xiao unlocked it with his key. The seniors dropped off the bedding set and left. At 10 a.m., the dorm only had Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao. The setup was simple, a 4-person dorm with upper bunks, desks below, a private balcony, and a bathroom. The beds came with mattresses, there was air conditioning, and each person had their own cabinet and desk. Ma Xiao, as industrious as ever, grabbed a broom and swept the entire dormitory. He followed it up with a damp cloth, wiping down both his and Zhao Chen's desks and beds until they were spotless, all before Zhao Chen could even react. Damn, bro, you didn't have to do all that. Zhao Chen felt a little awkward. He could have handled the cleaning himself, but Ma Xiao's actions made it feel overly formal, almost like he was trying to impress him. It was unsettling, as if their brotherly bond had shifted. Seriously?
It's no big deal. You're thinking too small, bro. I just wanted to help out. Besides, you were out of breath just walking up the stairs. What's going on with you? Listen to me, having a girlfriend is great, but you need to take it easy. Seeing Ma Zhao's teasing yet serious expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but second-guess himself for a moment. A few seconds later. Wait, so I can't even breathe after walking upstairs now? Back in high school, bro, you'd never be out of breath, not even after taking a dump. But now look at you. And don't even get me started on your kidneys. Zhao Chen's face flushed. Come on, man, stop guessing stuff. You're single, what do you know? Bro, I'm just giving you some tough love here. Ma Xiao gave Zhao Chen a firm pat on the shoulder. Alright, fine. If you're so eager to help me out, how about arm wrestling? Think you can handle that? 1 bottle of soda if I win, or I'm not interested. Deal. The two sat down at opposite sides of the desk, ready for a match. Ma Xiao had always been bigger than Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen's deceptively thin frame had a surprising amount of strength. Back in high school, Zhao Chen always managed to beat Ma Xiao, albeit narrowly. Now, after a summer of spending time with his girlfriend and skipping manual labor, this was Ma Xiao's chance to turn the tables. The match began. A second later, slam. Ma Xiao's hand hit the table. Never underestimate someone, bro. Instead of bad-mouthing others, focus on improving yourself. And seriously, find yourself a girlfriend. You can't talk without first-hand experience. TCH, I'll stay reserved, thank you very much. Zhao Chen burst into laughter. You're laughing? Why? Ma Xiao asked as he started making his bed. I'm laughing because your excuses are great, but they don't change the fact that you're still a virgin at 18 or 19. You're making more than 95% of people your age, just find someone you like already. Sigh, you're right, but my standards are high. Besides, with you taking all the good ones, what's left for me? Ha, as long as you know your place. Zhao Chen laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the annoyed look on Ma Xiao's face. As his laughter subsided, Ma Xiao smirked. I know where you live, and I have Bai Wan Ning's contact info. If you try anything, I'll spill everything to them. Zhao Chen's grin froze. What the hell, man? I was just joking. You didn't have to take it seriously. I'm not competing with you for girls. Besides, Niaxian's here at school too. With their beds made, the two boys sat on opposite bunks, staring at each other. No one else is here. Yeah, just the two of us. It's a private moment, wouldn't it be a waste not to do something? Exactly. No one would ever know. The two slowly leaned closer, sharing the same mischievous thought. As they leaned in, face to face, their expressions grew serious. What are we waiting for? Come on, yours is bigger, Ma Xiao insisted, declining to take the lead. Alright, Zhao Chen replied, pulling out his foldable phone. Do you have any good websites? Only one. Took me forever to find it, but it works decently. Zhao Chen looked at him with disdain. Who even uses websites these days? It's all about apps now. I paid a couple of $100 for lifetime access, smooth and hassle-free. This, of course, was an excellent opportunity to show off to Ma Xiao. Looks great. Why do you prefer watching foreign content? Maybe it's because the other stuff doesn't feel relatable? Impossible. Bro, are you really that impressive? Of course. Zhao Chen nodded proudly. University is about receiving a higher education, not necessarily gaining professional knowledge, Zhao Chen thought. We're not wasting time. Ma Xiao knows that as long as he sticks with me, I'll take care of him. If he's making $15,000 a month now, what can't I provide for him after graduation? This kind of pastime was harmless. It was about gaining knowledge and enhancing technique, important lessons of youth. Without smartphones in the past, they had missed countless opportunities to learn about these skills. A day like today was rare, a chance to genuinely critique, share perspectives, and discuss some professional, academic-level topics. A good film? The actors, the scenes, costumes, relationships, choreography, and sound design, these were all critical components, clearly part of the broader study of aesthetics and art. As they were engrossed in appreciating the art, the sound of a key turning in the lock startled them. Before they could react, the door opened. A figure stood in the doorway, staring at the two roommates on the upper bunk with an incredulous expression.
The overly dramatic sound effects from the still-playing video filled the dorm. He had come in eager to meet the 3 talented individuals he would be sharing a dorm with. But he never expected to meet them like this. Of all the ways he had imagined introducing himself, this was not one of them. He froze in place, unsure what to do.
Sure, everyone's young, and everyone has their needs. Should I join them?
Otherwise, it'll look like I'm interrupting and out of place. Thankfully, the sound from the video featured a female voice. If it had been male, he might have immediately requested a dorm transfer, not out of prejudice, but to avoid unnecessary awkwardness.
Still, guys, couldn't you have muted it? I can pretend I didn't hear anything. Zhao Chen calmly pressed pause on his phone.
In an instant, the awkward atmosphere dissipated. The 3 of them transitioned seamlessly into introductions, as if nothing unusual had happened.
I'm Zhang Wei, from Yunnan.
I'm Zhao Chun, a local from Jinling.
Welcome. Hi, I'm Ma Xiao. Jinling is my hometown. Nice to meet you. I'm so excited to see you.
Ma Xiao enthusiastically extended his hand to shake Zhang Wei's.
Excited to meet me? You don't say.
After introductions, an awkward silence fell over the room.
So, have you 2 eaten? Zhang Wei asked.
Zhao Chen and Ma Xiao replied in unison, not yet.
Ma Xiao checked his phone. It was 11:27, just about lunchtime. I'll head down to grab a bite first. I just got off the train and haven't eaten yet.
I'll swing by the supermarket afterward to get some essentials.
Zhao Chen clapped his hands in approval.
Brother Wei, your schedule is so well organized. Clearly, you're destined for greatness in higher education.
Exactly. Studying for the rise of our nation. Brother Wei is already adapting to university life.
Zhang Wei stood there, stunned, unable to find the words to respond.
What's with these 2? Are they trying to PUA me? How does eating lunch make me outstanding?
You guys are something else, watching questionable content on the top bunk one moment and spouting nonsense the next.
You're both nuts.
Deciding it was best to keep his distance, Zhang Wei grabbed his phone, student card, and dorm key before heading downstairs. After Zhang Wei left, Ma Xiao turned to Zhao Chen, puzzled.
Why were you acting so over the top just now? Simple, when faced with reality, it's better to mask our true nature with exaggerated antics.
This way, our peculiar behavior seems a bit more explainable.
Ah, I see. Ma Zhao's eyes lit up in understanding.
Of course, I also wanted to offer Zhang Wei a perfect, carefree college life.
But now that he knows my dark secrets, that's impossible.
What a shame, he missed out on a great opportunity. Guess he'll have to settle for passing the bar exam instead.
How do you know he's studying law? He didn't say so just now?
Nope. Oh, then we'll have to guide him to switch to law.
I'll leave that to you. Ma Xiao sighed dramatically.
What a waste. But since I know even more of your dark secrets, does that mean?
Zhao Chen gazed out the window thoughtfully. Alas, where can I find a confidant in this vast world? Someone like you, Ma Xiao, is exactly what I need by my side.
Big brother, your words are wise.
Tell me, what can I do for you? Zhao Chen grabbed his student card and phone. Find me a medicinal herb and a 3-legged golden toad. Go! Got it.
Ma Xiao opened the door as Zhao Chen stepped out.
They decided to head to the cafeteria and grab a meal.
Just outside the dorm, Zhao Chen's phone buzzed with a message from Li Miaoxian.
Bring me my laptop.
I'm in the cafeteria, I've already bought lunch.
3rd floor, self-service section. On my way.
Zhao Chen replied and turned to Ma Xiao. Bro, I've got something to take care of.
Go ahead and eat without me. Huh? After all the acting I just did for you, you're not even treating me to a meal? It's urgent. Dinner's on me tonight. No way.
At least Venmo me 50.
Ma Xiao protested. Even extras in Hengdian get paid for their work. I'm a top-tier university student, and I don't get paid for my performance? Zhao Chen hesitated. I only have around 70 million yuan left to spend. 10 billion is tied up by mom, and Bulgari's profits are allocated to the hotel expansion. There's no surplus, it's a tough life. But for the sake of brotherhood, he transferred 17 yuan to Ma Xiao. Yellow braised chicken rice will do. I can't afford 50 yuan meals. Then he dashed off, grabbed Li Miaoxian's laptop from the dorm, and headed downstairs. Ma Xiao had already left. At least I won't have to make him eat dog food. However, Zhao Chen soon realized he didn't have a map and couldn't find the cafeteria. The dorm's dining hall was Cafeteria 1, but Miaoxian was at Cafeteria 3. Fortunately, he spotted a senior in a red vest, the uniform for welcoming new students. Cafeteria 3 is this way, she said, leading him while scrolling on her phone. The senior wasn't particularly remarkable in appearance but was quite talkative. Are you a freshman? Did you hear about the big deal this year? Apparently, a freshman arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Can you believe it? The whole school forum is buzzing about it. If you know him, you have to introduce me, after all, I'm helping you out. She continued excitedly, he's rumored to be super handsome, like a side profile god. And it's not just the second-year girls, even juniors and seniors are all over this guy. Zhao Chen initially thought it was fun to listen to her stories, but as she rambled on. Zhao Chen was originally interested in listening to the senior student talk about campus gossip, but as he listened further, he began to feel strange. Wait, besides me, is there another person who drove a Rolls-Royce to campus today? He wasn't sure, so he continued listening. When the senior mentioned how the junior's side profile looked godly, Zhao Chen felt certain. The impressive, campus-famous, mysterious, cold, and handsome young master they were talking about was him. It wasn't narcissism. Zhao Chen knew his side profile was attractive, Li Miaoxian had told him so. Someone like that junior, handsome and tasteful. Most people wouldn't appreciate the elegance of a Rolls-Royce, but that young junior seems to understand such refined aesthetics at such a young age. Isn't the purpose of higher education to cultivate our appreciation for beauty and values? You're right, senior. So, does that mean for someone like me, if I don't work hard and study, I'll have no future? The senior was caught off guard by Zhao Chen's sudden interruption. She paused for a moment before speaking earnestly. As young people in this era, we shouldn't aim too high. We must keep our feet on the ground. Even if you don't have such things now, as long as you work hard, you'll achieve them in the future. We don't envy wealth. What we envy is the junior's ability to build a good life for himself. It's that capability we admire. Isn't the purpose of education to improve ourselves? Zhao Chen nodded. Well said. A bit idealistic, but nicely phrased. Because she had said that if Zhao Chen knew who the impressive junior was, he should introduce him to her, Zhao Chen simply said, Senior, my name is Zhao Chen. I'm a freshman in the College of Liberal Arts. Ha? Oh, nice to meet you, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. That should count as fulfilling the request. Anyway, someone like that junior probably isn't someone our peers can even interact with. He's likely just here to experience the atmosphere of higher education. Imagining it, that junior must be very aloof. The forum even said he didn't use the freshman registration line after getting out of his car. For most of us, we'll probably never have much contact with someone from that class. Zhao Chen, any illusions are meaningless. Our university is meant to cultivate leaders in various fields, so please study hard. Treasure your time, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Thank you, senior. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the senior left. Throughout their conversation, the senior had kept her head down, scrolling on her phone, occasionally glancing up to speak. She hadn't noticed the bag Zhao Chen was carrying, a bag that belonged to Li Miaoxian. She hadn't compared Zhao Chen's face to the awkwardly angled photo of the junior circulating on the forum. She had no idea that the unreachable young master she imagined had been struggling to find the cafeteria. She didn't realize that the same junior she was eager to meet had just addressed her as senior and listened carefully to her advice. Zhao Chen walked into the cafeteria alone. He wouldn't reveal his identity. After all, he had no idea what kind of discussions about him were raging on the campus forum. Were they criticizing him for showing off or mocking societal inequality? He didn't know, and he didn't want to become the center of attention.
University cafeterias were places where students could slow down and enjoy their meals, unlike the rushed chaos of high school lunchtimes. This season, however, was particularly eye-catching for another reason: long legs. As autumn approached, many girls opted for sheer tights with warmth, showcasing a variety of stylish outfits. On a campus like this, where everyone was both intelligent and attractive, the scenery was genuinely pleasing to the eye. If you stared at a pretty girl for too long, she might turn her face toward you, nod slightly, and smile. Ah, the beauty of youth. But alas, my wife wouldn't allow it. If it weren't for her restrictions, Zhao Chen thought, with so many charming girls here, he could at least make some friends. Maybe even invite a few along for a yacht trip someday. What a pity. Zhao Chen walked slowly, taking in the sights, until his phone buzzed. It was a call from Li Miaoxian. You've got 90 seconds to get here, or your girlfriend is going to become the center of attention.
Damn, I'm on my way. He hung up. What am I doing staring at random girls? Go see your girlfriend. It took Zhao Chen less than 30 seconds to reach the third-floor buffet. This was one of the pricier dining options on campus. The people eating here weren't likely to be strapped for cash. Zhao Chen scanned the room. Many people were clearly interested in someone. There, sitting quietly, was Li Miaoxian. She hadn't touched her food yet. A book in her hands obscured half her face, but not her presence. Her beauty was magnetic. Her aura was enough to steal hearts in an instant. Zhao Chen remembered the heavy heartbeat he felt the first time he saw her. That moment was etched in his memory. He understood the other men's thoughts but wouldn't tolerate their fantasies. When he reached the table, he saw that Miaoxian had already bought food for both of them. She sat there with calm poise, waiting. Zhao Chen placed his backpack down and sat beside her. Then he noticed something: she was wearing a ring. She's already wearing a ring, and you're still staring? Miaoxian put down her book and glanced at him, scanning his outfit. How are you adjusting? She asked softly. It's fine. There are so many people my age here. It's nice to have someone to hang out with. She gave him a calm look, prompting him to quickly correct himself. I mean, being with you makes me happy too. Really? Eat, she said plainly. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and placed some food on his plate. Zhao Chen, as usual, buried his head and started eating. The buffet offered a wide variety of dishes, which was its main appeal. Of course, having Miaoxian as company was an added bonus. If only he could make her laugh during meals. Unfortunately, she kept a neutral expression throughout. When Zhao Chen turned his head, he noticed a couple nearby being openly affectionate. A thought crossed his mind. If other people's girlfriends are okay with it, why isn't mine? Have you met your roommates? I've met one, the other hasn't arrived yet. Ma Xiao and I are in the same dorm. What do you think of your roommates? Do you want to buy them small gifts or something for your first meeting? Li Miaoxian had always worried that Zhao Chen was too thin. Even though he was tall, strong, and in good shape, he just couldn't seem to gain weight. Even eating 2 bowls of rice at every meal hadn't helped. They're fine, but our personalities don't really match. Did you get into a fight? Li Miaoxian paused her chopsticks. No, he's just a bit too uptight. He doesn't want to stoop to my level. So now you're unhappy with him? Yes. Zhao Chen nodded. Li Miaoxian didn't know how to evaluate her boyfriend. How had someone who managed to clash with a roommate on the first day of school grown up like this? Well, being uptight was at least better than being shady. But what did he mean by stoop to my level? Was he already up to no good on the first day of school? Was he really heading toward a life of indulgence? Zhao Chen suddenly noticed Miaoxian's gaze. He glanced at her. When your girlfriend gave you that kind of scrutinizing look, it really made you reflect on your behavior. Could she tell if I was looking at other girls earlier? No way. Fortunately, she just gave him a look without saying anything. Here, try this. Zhao Chen offered her a slice of bamboo shoot. Call me senior sister at school, Miaoxian said softly, opening her mouth slightly to let him feed her. Ha! Zhao Chen was surprised but secretly delighted. Role-play scenarios like this were so refreshing. Wow, Miaoxian is good at this. Senior sister, I miss you. She put down her chopsticks and frowned. This guy had grown accustomed to being clingy after their honeymoon. Was one night apart enough to make him act like this? 18-year-old boys really are something else. No missing allowed. Senior sisters are only here to help you study, she said coldly, pausing mid-sentence as Zhao Chen's hand found its way to her thigh under the table. Senior sister, you must behave too.
Miao Xian stayed quiet, continuing to eat her meal without reacting further.
Can't you just eat properly? I told you meals should be serious. This isn't home.
Look at those couples over there, sneaky, whispering, all lovey-dovey.
We're not a couple. I'm your senior sister. Senior sister? That was even more exciting.
Zhao Chen knew full well that Miao Xian was playing into one of his fantasies, but he couldn't stop himself from falling for it. Cool and reserved senior sister being teased and dominated by the cheeky junior, a campus story.
Are your roommates good-looking?
Zhao Chen asked, trying to change the subject before he completely lost his composure. I live alone, Miao Xian replied, eating gracefully even as Zhao Chen continued to tease her.
Wait, what? Why do you get to live alone? Because I'm an exchange student from a prestigious foreign university. A little extra money gets you a private apartment. Zhao Chen's head snapped up. Can I stay with you? No. Why not? I'm your man. At school, you're just a junior.
No other roles allowed.
If you mess around, I'll be unhappy because you're supposed to focus on studying. Zhao Chen couldn't argue. Her tone and demeanor were just like a knowledgeable senior sister. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond and didn't want to ruin her flawless performance. The campus buzzed with excitement as curious freshmen flooded the grounds. The cafeteria was packed, with families enjoying meals together to experience the school's food and prices. But Zhao Chen's situation was unique.
A freshman with a girlfriend was a rarity. While campus gossip was already trending on the school forum, one post from earlier in the day had overshadowed everything else. The owner of that car remained a mystery, and no one had seen the girl in the passenger seat.
The forum was abuzz with commentary, led by the headline. The BBA era on campus is over. Top-tier luxury cars are the new trend for young elites, a case study.
The article's exaggerated style was a click magnet.
It started with, what car best represents the capability of today's ambitious youth? Is it necessary to stay low-key? As the small BBA era comes to an end, does the larger BBA meet the needs of the new generation? Why is the Rolls-Royce coupe gaining popularity? Luckily, Miao Xian hadn't seen it yet. She'd be furious.
Zhao Chen and Miao Xian ate slowly, mostly because Zhao Chen struggled to finish his second bowl of rice.
If you don't finish, don't bother living. Okay. Once he finally finished, Miao Xian wiped the rice grains from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister, shouldn't we take a nap now? Go back to your dorm.
You have freshman responsibilities to handle.
Don't cause trouble with your roommates. Message me if you need anything. I have class this afternoon and won't be free until 5. First academic building. Fine, but I wanted to spend more time with you. You can come home tonight.
I'll keep you company.
Deal.
As they left, Zhao Chen put his arm around her waist. Miao Xian handed him a small bottle of iced cola.
Drink less of this. At school, only one small bottle a day. Okay.
She pointed toward a dormitory window, her private room.
Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. After ensuring his collar looked neat, Miao Xian turned and walked away.
Zhao Chen leisurely headed toward his dorm, sipping his cola.
He might have been the most relaxed freshman on campus. Any urgent class information or chores? Ma Xiao would handle it. Anything left undone?
Ma Xiao would probably take care of it too. It was hassle-free, he barely had to lift a finger. As he walked, he remembered he needed to buy slippers and toiletries.
Hey, Ma Xiao, are you at the supermarket? Get me 2 sets of toiletries, will you? I'll pay. What? I'll send the money now. He transferred 200 yuan. That should cover it. Guys don't need expensive toiletries, after all. At home, I can use Miao Xian's stuff anyway. She doesn't mind.
When at home, he could use Li Miao Xian's toiletries, after all, she hadn't said he couldn't.
Suddenly, Zhao Chen realized something.
He seemed to understand why every morning when they brushed their teeth together, she always had a cold, indifferent look, as if she loved no one.
Could it be because he had been using her things? Toothpaste, facial cleanser, body wash, there were never 2 sets of such items at home. Had he been using her things, and that's why she was unhappy? It's just a few toiletries, right?
Although I do use a lot each time because of my big face. Not daring to think too deeply, Zhao Chen suddenly recalled the scene in Beijing when Li Miaoxian stayed with the Zhao family for 2 days and planted cochineal insects with Wang Qian.
Were those toiletries handcrafted by herself?
A chill ran down his spine. Zhao Chen suspected that during the time he had been using those items so lavishly, the fact that Li Miaoxian hadn't immediately killed him meant she was being truly gentle. One bottle of coke nearly made his soul escape his body. Just as he was about to deal with the issue of getting along with his roommates, a familiar navigation voice echoed in his mind. Daily navigation is at your service. It has been detected that the host is troubled by managing dorm relationships. Real-time navigation suggests taking an extreme approach to avoid conflicts and barriers. The specific method is adopting a campus sugar daddy strategy. Use money to build bonds instead of relying on simple goodwill to foster relationships. Reason: business leaders need supporters and followers. Even a young master requires highly educated attendants. Reward for adopting the suggestion: increased reputation. Donate a building to the school under your real name. All funds will be paid by the system. Zhao Chen's breath hitched. He almost choked on his coke. Using money to move people? That's something he'd only do if he were trying to woo a girl. And there's this increased reputation reward. What's the point of reputation? I'm only 18, what do I need reputation for? It'd just make me a target for criticism. Gaining fame would bring public attention. Becoming a campus celebrity would mean being judged for wasting food in the cafeteria or spitting on the ground, with people online nitpicking everything I do. And with fame, I wouldn't even be able to keep my girlfriend a secret. Digging deeper, they'd find out I'm a scumbag. The cost of changing the initial reward for the first transaction is? The cost of changing the daily navigation reward for the first time is 100,000 yuan. The cost for the second change is 1 million yuan. The cost for the third change is Enough. Exchanging 100,000 yuan for a building? That's a profit. 100,000 yuan has been automatically deducted. New reward: sports skill buff. 2.5 years of practice will yield results equivalent to 10 years. Athletic talent reset to S level. Enhanced jumping ability and arm strength. Zhao Chen froze on the spot. A stabbing pain shot through his chest. 100,000 yuan for this junk? Basketball? Zhao Chen, who was swiping his keycard to enter the dorm, broke down when he saw the reward. Couldn't I at least get a cashback card or something? Why basketball? My system-boosted physique is already +1. Do I need training? Whoever wants to train, let them train. I'd rather lie in bed all day. Even when I work hard, my minimum effort lasts 30 minutes, as Li Miaoxian herself admitted. This reward is just useless. So frustrating. With this ability, I could attempt an NBA draft if I ever went broke. Maybe I'd get a top pick. Forget it. 100,000 yuan isn't much. It stings a bit, but not too badly. Back in the dormitory. The last roommate had arrived. A guy from Shanghai. His words had an international flair, and his mannerisms were all extravagantly stylish. At the moment, he was recounting a story about his ex-girlfriend to Ma Xiao and Zhang Wei. The tale was riveting. Zhao Chen caught just one sentence and got pulled in. This guy was someone worth hanging out with. Zhao Chen didn't interrupt, just grabbed a chair and sat down to listen. I didn't want to push her or anything. I just wanted to get closer, but she refused. Damn, I've got the looks, I've got the money, and it's not like she's some innocent girl. I spent 500 yuan, which isn't a small amount. Man, I was so frustrated. Later, I figured, whatever. Life never goes as planned. I spent another 3,000 yuan for a foot massage. Let me tell you, it was worth every penny. After that, my love life became bland, until today when I saw some senior girls. I suddenly felt like I was 18 again. Zhao Chen finished listening. A strong sense of second-hand embarrassment welled up. This guy's a legend, right? A heavyweight character. Being close to him made Zhao Chen worry about catching the stink of trouble. Hi, I'm Ma Jiaju. Hi, I'm Zhao Chen. After closing the door, Ma Jiaju continued his storytelling. The scandalous stories he shared fascinated Zhang Wei and Ma Xiao, two perpetual bachelors. To Zhao Chen, the outrageous tales and outrageous person both made him applaud internally. Impressive, my dude. You've mastered male-female relationships so thoroughly that even a science show might need 3 episodes to analyze your experiences. After listening for a while, Zhao Chen climbed into bed to sleep. Before falling asleep, he pondered how to use money to win over his dormmates. What kind of mindset does a campus sugar daddy need? Should I treat them all to braised chicken? Their parents give them living expenses for meals. I treat them to a meal.
I equal their parents. Campus sugar daddy strategy complete. Yeah, let's do it. After all, the poorest of these three guys is probably Ma Xiao, who still gets 15,000 yuan a month. Damn it, that reward really is useless. I want to avoid spending money, but I'm not one of those ultra-rich second-generation kids. Why should I spend like one? He sent Chen Yanlan a text. How's the revenue situation for Bulgari? The reply came in 3 seconds. The hallmark of a professional personal secretary. As usual. Last month's net profit was 1.03 billion. Available cash flow is about 7 billion yuan. Considering the upcoming hotel project, the maximum withdrawable amount is about 3.7 billion yuan. Good. Do you know my account number? Transfer 1 billion to me. Got it, I'll contact the bank. Work chat concluded. He now felt reassured that he had enough money to spend. Zhao Chen sent another message. What are you wearing today? A few seconds later, Zhao Chen received a photo of black stockings, a white shirt, and knee-high boots, with a bright office backdrop. Want more? After a moment's thought, Zhao Chen replied, send one of your chest. Before long, another photo arrived. Satisfied, Zhao Chen ended the conversation and took a nap. At 3 p.m. Ma Xiao woke him up. Time to go. Your class advisor wants a meeting to choose class committee members. Classes start tomorrow. Zhao Chen woke up. The other two roommates were already dressed sharply, looking handsome and young. Ma Xiao, though in a different major, was also neatly dressed and ready for his own class meeting. Zhao Chen washed his face, put on his shoes and jacket, and said, let's go. Everyone had the same thought. At first meetings, it was crucial to leave a good impression on the girls in the class. But Zhao Chen's casual attire showed he wasn't taking it seriously. After all, in the Chinese literature major, their class had 23 girls and just 3 guys. The male dorm had exactly enough space for all of them. Even if they brought a dog, it could find a girlfriend. Zhao Chen and the other two were very laid back, taking their time walking to the classroom, even giving each other a tour of the way. By the time the three of them entered the classroom, they were met with a group of girls eagerly looking in their direction. The corners of all three boys' mouths curled into subtle, knowing smiles as they naturally headed for the back row. As they walked, they shamelessly scanned the faces of the girls, maintaining their smiles. After all, as long as you smile and act confident, the awkwardness would fall on the other party instead. Once the three sat down, hushed whispers filled the room. The three exchanged glances. This was exactly the effect they were going for. It heightened the girls' curiosity while also giving them a chance to observe the girls' appearances up close. Not bad. There were a few particularly striking ones, but decisions couldn't be made yet. They'd need to consider height before final evaluations. Not long after, a senior student walked in, a female upperclassman who would temporarily act as their mentor. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Everyone come to the front, introduce yourself, and mention some of your strengths. After that, we'll hold elections for the class committee. Alright, no more chatter. Let's begin in order. First up, Zhao Chen. Is Zhao Chen here? Zhao Chen froze. Why me first? He raised his hand. Senior, can I ask why I'm going first? Isn't it supposed to follow the order? The senior gave him a glance. I'm calling names according to the list. You should be the one with the highest college entrance exam score in your class. That last sentence immediately drew the attention of the entire class to Zhao Chen. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. I really didn't know. How would I know the order was based on that? Still, he walked up to the podium. Faced with so many peers, the youthful scent of girls filled the air. Now you all know my name is Zhao Chen, he said, writing his name on the blackboard. A wave of giggles broke out among the girls below. I'm 185 centimeters tall, weigh 74.5 kilograms, have six-pack abs, and I enjoy healthy living. My mindset is normal. I like traveling, interesting things, and interesting people. I'm a local. My family owns a house and a car. I like reading, listening to music, running, and playing basketball. I'm good at all of them. Zhao Chen thought the senior would interrupt him. But she didn't, she was listening attentively. College really was an open place, where youth and freedom reigned. I like to have fun, but when I work, I'm very serious. I like to smile because it brings positivity to others. I treat everyone kindly, and being friends with me will make you happy. The senior deliberately interrupted this time. Explain why being your friend would make someone happy. Zhao Chen smiled. Senior, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? You just want to know for yourself, right? What does this have to do with the class committee election? Do I really have to say? Go ahead. I'd like to hear your story. Zhao Chen smiled again. Why should I tell you? If I say it, are you sure you want to hear it? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhao Chen asked weakly. Say it. You're handsome. If I really feel happy, I have a friend, she's single, and you'd definitely be satisfied. After some hesitation, Zhao Chen finally said, if someone is my friend, I'd treat her to meals, take her for drives, and let her come aboard my yacht for a trip out to sea. If the schedule works, I'd even let her ride on my family's private jet. We could travel abroad together, pick grapes at my vineyard, ride horses at the ranch, and play golf. Of course, all this would need my girlfriend's approval. As Zhao Chen spoke, the smiles among the girls below gradually widened. Some were so excited they almost wanted to stand up. This guy was just too funny. He's really so entertaining, and he's saying all this with such a serious face. Girls, I can't take it anymore. He's making me laugh too much. When Zhao Chen finished, the senior asked, you have a girlfriend? She was more curious about whether Zhao Chen was single. The rest, well, a funny guy might barely be worth the shot. Yeah. The classroom fell silent. This time, it didn't seem like he was joking. He really wasn't single anymore. The girls couldn't laugh anymore. There were only 3 boys in the class, and the most handsome one was taken. Disaster. The 2 boys sitting in the back with Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Chen truly was a master of stirring things up. The senior seemed experienced, though. She simply nodded and said calmly, not bad. If you're finished, let's move on to the next one. Zhao Chen smiled, bowed slightly, and stepped off the podium. A wave of sighs followed him. The senior called the name of the next student, but before the name was fully spoken, an older man wearing a school security uniform knocked on the door. The senior looked up. Who are you looking for? Is there a freshman named Zhao Chen in your class? If he's here, tell him his Rolls-Royce is parked in the private lot reserved for teachers in the family area. If anyone knows him, ask him to move it. The security guard left. The class fell silent again. Many students couldn't help but cover their mouths. Wasn't he just joking around? How did this suddenly turn real? Maybe you should elaborate again on the benefits of being your friend? Zhao Chen frowned. What kind of staff does this school have? Why couldn't he clarify that it was a Rolls-Royce Wraith 2-door high-spec convertible? Damn it! This was annoying. Under the gaze of his classmates, he called Wang Taizhu. As soon as the call connected, Wang Taizhu answered confidently, young master, what's the matter? Zhao Chen's toes curled in embarrassment as if they were digging out a 3-bedroom underground apartment. He quickly hung up. Quietly, he walked to the senior. Senior, I need to step out for a moment. Go ahead. That was Li Miaoxian's car. Asking Wang Taizhu to move it wouldn't be appropriate. Li was extremely particular about others touching her belongings. Zhao Chen left. It felt like he'd taken the soul of the entire class with him. It was the kind of regret that felt like losing $1 billion yuan. Zhao Chen made his way to the parking lot, figuring out the route as he went. When he got there, he realized the parking lot was near the sports field, which had been empty that morning. As he opened the car door, he distinctly felt multiple gazes directed his way. Turning to look, he saw no one, though. Still, he felt he was drawing a bit too much attention. But this was the only car the family had. The cheapest one. It's not like he could drive a sports car and embarrass himself, right? Moving the car shouldn't end up with me on the campus forum, right? After moving the car, Zhao Chen headed to the security office to sort out the access pass. The security guard was kind and helpful. Zhao Chen quickly got 2 parking spaces and 1 access pass. Initially, they mentioned payment, but a supervisor intervened, saying that Rolls-Royces were exempt. The guard gave Zhao Chen a few scrutinizing glances, nodding as if he had just recognized him as a true standout. Zhao Chen felt numb. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. On his way back to the classroom, he glanced at the time. It was 4:30. Li Miaoxian's class ended at 5. He needed to pick her up. She'd made her feelings clear earlier. She wanted her boyfriend to meet her after class. When Zhao Chen returned to his class, the senior was still there. The competition for class committee positions was fierce, with girls passionately giving speeches as if they were commanding troops in battle. Quietly, Zhao Chen returned to his seat in the back. How's the election going? He asked his 2 roommates. Bro, they voted you in as class president.
Bro, you've been elected as the class president by those girls. At this point, even Zhang Wei, who usually disdained talking to someone like Zhao Chen, a self-proclaimed flirt, affectionately called him brother. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Today, so many unexpected things had happened. It really felt like he was the protagonist of the world, a total dream scenario. I'd been keeping such a low profile. Could everyone stop stirring things up? I really don't need this attention. I'll break under the pressure. Why didn't you two stop them? Zhao Chen questioned. We did, but it didn't work. The senior insisted that the remaining two guys also take up class committee positions. I'm the Practical Activities Committee member, and Ma Jiaju is the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Committee member. Forget it. With everyone hyping him up, it seemed impossible to get out of this situation now. Why are they doing this to me? Perhaps this is what people call envy toward the wealthy. It was obvious targeting. He thought about explaining the situation to Li Miuxian. 3 minutes later, after reporting to his girlfriend, Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like being class president wasn't such a bad position after all. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. The girls were currently competing for the position of Class Youth League Secretary, a role that involved working closely with the class president to manage and coordinate class affairs. It was a position that required frequent interaction and collaboration with the president. They had pushed Zhao Chen into the president's seat, and now they were fiercely competing for the secretary role. Zhao Chen suddenly realized what was going on. It took him a moment to understand their intentions. Still, watching them stand on stage and vie for the position was genuinely amusing. I can guarantee that once elected, I will secure the most benefits possible for everyone within the school's policies, whether it's borrowing books, scholarships, or improving living conditions in the dorms. I can assure everyone a satisfactory outcome. In high school, I served as class president multiple times and even won first place in a campus essay competition for my work. My literature professor father, one girl declared. Another girl spoke up. I promise to ensure that our group building activities over the next 4 years will be meaningful and plentiful. As for funding, you don't need to worry. Any endeavor that supports higher education will surely attract generous donations from entrepreneurs. Leave it to me. Since I was a child, my father taught me that doing business requires a sense of social responsibility. A third girl chimed in. The class secretary is a representative figure for the class. I believe my looks and appearance are enough to represent our class with pride. A whole lineup of girls stood on stage. The senior furrowed her brows. These girls' intentions were obvious, but since they weren't being dishonest and were genuinely making an effort to campaign, the senior couldn't really say much. The best approach now was to let those not competing vote to decide the final candidate. Using the number of votes to determine the winner seemed fair. Zhao Chen smacked his lips. Damn, even the US presidential election doesn't have speeches this intense. All this drama over a class position almost breaking out into a fight. Voting works. I think our class has so few boys that each guy should get 5 votes, someone suggested. Agreed. Sounds good. The 3 boys in the back row exchanged glances. A wave of bewilderment hit them. Truly absurd. They're really determined to make sure our young master feels involved, huh? Zhao Chen smiled, keeping his expression composed. He listened attentively to the speeches on stage and cast his votes. He was fair, giving all 5 of his votes to one candidate. The other 2 roommates weren't fools either. They asked simply, "Bro, who'd you vote for?" Zhao Chen pointed at the girl in the purple dress. "Alright, we think the one in purple is good too." The 3 of them collectively gave 15 votes to the girl in purple. Unsurprisingly, when the results were announced, the girl in purple was elected. She delivered an emotional speech, showcasing her eloquence and intelligence. First, she expressed her gratitude to everyone. Then, she smiled and waved toward Zhao Chen and his 2 roommates, making sure everyone in class saw it. Her gesture was meant to show the whole class that her victory was thanks to the support of all the boys in the class. Zhao Chen was speechless, though his smile didn't falter. He managed to maintain the image of a warm, friendly older brother. Luckily, Zhao Chen had mentioned that he had a girlfriend. Otherwise, by now, his friend request list would have exploded with notifications. Even so, Zhao Chen worried that once the class meeting ended, his friend requests might still overwhelm his account. Meanwhile, the newly elected class secretary continued her speech. Zhao Chen, however, had already taken out his phone. Li Miaoxian had sent him a link. When Zhao Chen clicked on it, the website opened directly to the Jinling University campus forum. Zhao Chen's breath hitched.
This must be the thing that's been frustrating me all day. I couldn't find the website address earlier. He eagerly registered an account and logged in. The first post on the forum made Zhao Chen want to drop dead on the spot. Freshman Zhao Chun from the literature department. Rolls-Royce owner. With trembling fingers, Zhao Chen clicked on the post. At the top were several photos of him standing at the podium earlier, followed by his self-introduction. Height, 185 centimeters, weight, 74.5 kilograms, six-pack abs. Enjoys healthy living, traveling, interesting things, and interesting people. A local with a house and a car. Likes reading, music, running, and basketball. The last line read, "He's my classmate, but I won't share his WeChat ID." Zhao Chen exhaled in relief. At least these people have some decency. If they had posted my WeChat info, I wouldn't want to be class president anymore. They can keep the position. About 80% of the comments were praising Zhao Chen. From his physique to his hobbies, they left nothing unmentioned. They even complimented the student who posted the thread. The pressure quickly shifted to the literature department. The dean and advisors immediately looked into Zhao Chen's profile, not because they needed to but out of curiosity. An 18-year-old showing up to register in a Rolls-Royce? There couldn't be many with that kind of background in the entire country. Some classmates even claimed Zhao Chen's family had a private jet, a ranch, and a vineyard. Zhao Chen exited the post and frantically searched for a thread that clarified his real situation. But none of the posts mentioned a critical detail. You can expose my identity, fine, but why didn't you make it clear that I already have a girlfriend? Even Li Miaoxian had sent him screenshots. It's as if she's just shy of pointing at me and demanding an explanation. After some thought, Zhao Chen decided to make a post himself. He pulled out his car keys for proof of identity and started a new thread. I'm Zhao Chen. Here's something I'd like to say. Hashtag. He drafted the post. My name is Zhao Chen. I'm a freshman. I like peace and quiet. I have a girlfriend whom I love very much. Thank you all. Today, Nanjing University showed me a lot of care. I'm grateful to the seniors who helped with orientation. I like literature. I scored 713 on the college entrance exam and enjoy making friends with equally outstanding people. He attached a few photos and hit post. Zhao Chen exhaled, hoping his message was clear enough. I scored over 700 on my college entrance exam. If you outscore me, then we can be friends. Within a minute, someone replied to his thread. Junior, I led you to the cafeteria earlier. Why didn't you tell me? Where's the trust? When you said your name was Zhao Chen, I thought you were just introducing yourself. Now I get it, you wanted me to know your identity. It was the senior who had guided him to the cafeteria at noon. At the time, she'd said if she ever found out who the Rolls-Royce owner was, she'd introduce herself. Zhao Chen had already introduced himself, but she'd only just put two and two together. Zhao Chen looked up. Damn, that class secretary was still rambling. If I'd known she was this into showing off, I wouldn't have voted for her. The class activity lasted until quite late. When Zhao Chen walked out of the teaching building, it was already 5:20 p.m. Since Li Miaoxian hadn't messaged him, Zhao Chen quickened his pace slightly and headed in her direction. Fortunately, the two buildings were not far apart. In about a minute, Zhao Chen saw her. The girl stood quietly, partially obscured by the tree trunk. At this time of year, the leaves were still green. Li Miaoxian didn't like scrolling through her phone. Sometimes, she preferred reading an interesting book, and other times, she made small, delicate crafts. Zhao Chen spotted her immediately. He knew her too well. When she noticed his gaze, she stepped forward and walked up to him. You're done with class. Yeah. Zhao Chen reached out and held her fingers. It's already cool outside in the afternoon. Why are you still standing here? You could have gone back to the car first. I was afraid you wouldn't find me and would get anxious. Couldn't you call me? I didn't feel like using my phone. The two walked hand in hand. Like other university students, like those couples, they held hands and talked in soft voices. The breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, and the girl's steps were light. Li Miaoxian's mood seemed a bit more playful. She let Zhao Chen pull her along, wandering around campus. He fished 2 pieces of gum out of his pocket and handed her one. They sat on the stone edge by the track field. In the distance, the women's basketball team on the court effortlessly attracted a crowd of onlookers. I need to go home and do my homework, Li Miaoxian said softly, her hand still held by Zhao Chen. I don't think you'll get to it. Why? Because I'll probably be your first assignment. Oh. She didn't bring up homework again, simply sitting quietly with him by the field. He shared one side of his earphones with her and wrapped an arm around her waist. Sitting together in the breeze felt just like the mood of the song Sunny Day playing in the earphones. How are things with your roommates? Pretty good. They all call me Big Bro now. So soon? The security guard came to our class and asked me to move the car. Now the whole class knows I came to school in a wraith. They posted my pictures online. I saw your post. You said you love me. The girl's cold expression briefly softened with a faint smile at the corner of her lips before returning to her usual calm demeanor. Some things don't need to be said. I'm not the kind of man who says I love you every day, but I'm not stingy with my words either. How could I not love you? The girl didn't respond, resting her head on his shoulder. In the distance, the sunset grew even more vivid. They stayed there for another 10 minutes. Then she said, I'm hungry. Zhao Chen held her hand and walked to the car along a winding path. When they reached the car, Zhao Chen honked to signal politely before pulling out. Even though it was better to avoid attracting attention, if people were going to notice him anyway, he decided he might as well be polite and follow the rules. That way, no one could criticize him. After school, with the evening breeze, the convertible top down, and her loose hair flying in the wind, they drove along the riverside road. It was the same road as before, and Zhao Chen thought he might see those kids again. But this time, it was just the two of them. Occasionally, they passed a scooter. A dozen or so minutes later, they arrived home. At this time, Chen Yanlan was still at the company, so Zhao Chen went into the kitchen to cook. Li Miaoxian stayed by his side making soup. The two worked in sync. Zhao Chen stir-fried while talking into his phone, with Li Miaoxian holding it for him. I'm not on campus anymore. Yeah, I'm home. You eat, you all eat. Let's get together another day. I'm cooking now. Okay, bye. Ma Xiao had planned a dorm dinner but couldn't find Zhao Chen anywhere. Zhao Chen had already gone home. Just as they were finishing up, Chen Yanlan returned to the villa, quickly showered, and joined in to help. Zhao Chen stepped away to change the water in the backyard pool. The grill by the poolside table was heating up. Do we still have beef? He called toward the kitchen. Yes, Chen Yanlan replied. Li Miaoxian brought over the beef, cut it into slices suitable for grilling, and marinated it. By the time Zhao Chen finished showering, dinner was ready. The breeze by the backyard pool at night was truly pleasant. After the mediocre food at school, with its overly mixed flavors and overused seasoning packets, Zhao Chen appreciated the chance to eat something he genuinely liked at home. Grilled meat, cold beer, and his girlfriend by his side. As the moon slowly appeared, the backyard dinner was comfortable and relaxing. It's ready. Let it cook a bit longer. It's still too pink. Li Miaoxian didn't argue. Zhao Chen didn't eat rare meat, he preferred it well done. The three clinked glasses. Even Chen Yanlan could drink a little, enjoying the icy beer. The porridge was hot, even a bit scalding, allowing dinner to stretch on longer. Is second grandpa not coming to eat? The old man doesn't like hanging out with us young folks. He sticks to his old habits, Zhao Chen said, shaking his head. You might see him during the day, but forget about it at night. He's probably off somewhere taking care of himself. Maybe he just finished his bath and hasn't even eaten yet. Zhao Chen served some food to Chen Yanlan. Li Miaoxian acted as if she didn't notice, silently permitting it. Managing the family business didn't mean the secretary should feel excluded or alienated. After all, this was her future home too, and she needed to feel a sense of belonging. When the porridge finally cooled, she handed him another bowl, a regular habit. As they were finishing up, Li Miaoxian said, "Call Wan Ning." Okay. Zhao Chen felt a sense of calm in his heart. Li Miaoxian truly was flawless, utterly impeccable. The video call connected. On the other end, Bai Wan Ning was wearing thick, black-framed glasses, likely reading. She didn't speak at first, just blinked at him. Zhao Chen quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Don't speak too loudly. I'm sneaking this call so Li Miaoxian doesn't find out." Bai Wan Ning smiled. "I can see Sister Miaoxian already. Who are you trying to fool?" "Ha ha ha. How's school? Settling in?" "Not bad. I'm class president now, so no one's bullying me." Bai Wan Ning shrugged. "You, huh? Just don't go bullying others. We don't need to worry about campus violence with you." "Got it. Seen any pretty girls?" "There's a senior who wears knee-high socks and has a nice smile, but it's not as good as yours." Knee-high socks? So Zhao Chen's into calves? No, I'm a normal guy. Well, liking calves and feet is totally something normal guys do. After dinner, Zhao Chen had some fruit, changed into swimming trunks, and jumped into the pool. Li Miuxian went to take a shower. Soon after, Chen Yanlan, now in a swimsuit, joined him by the pool. The water shimmered with reflections from the lights. Even though Zhao Chun had always known his assistant had a great figure, seeing her in a swimsuit still made him marvel. Li Miaoxian was perfect in every way except her chest was only a B. Chen Yanlan's ups and downs were rather objective. She belonged to the more outstanding type. Even though Zhao Chen hadn't met many people, after seeing her true self, he grew to appreciate her even more. Bai Wanqing seemed like a young girl who had just blossomed, far more naive than Li Miaoxian. At 23, Chen Yanlan was a true older sister type to him. The last stage of girlhood, the beginning of womanhood. Sigh. Zhao Chen wrapped his arm around her waist as Chen Yanlan leaned into him. The two poked their heads out of the water in the pool. It was then that he realized that even eyes could deceive. The three-dimensional always felt more substantial than the two-dimensional. How was work today, secretary? It was fine. Do you think my fiancée would react if she saw us like this later? I think you could let go of me now. She won't take long in the shower. I know. Chen Yanlan didn't mind, she didn't stop him, so Zhao Chen acted boldly. Today, she learned something new, that not all Asian men are delicate. Some are beasts. This made her admire Zhao Chen even more. It wasn't just his status as a young master anymore. With his body, even without the title, he could have used it to carve out a fortune. Admiration, though, was all it was. Her body might belong to him, but her soul would always be free, her ideals always chaste. He was just a slightly above-average male worthy of her mild appreciation. It wasn't possible to resist the natural pleasures that arise between a man and a woman. So why not indulge beneath him? Today, Zhao Chen had seen many senior girls in black stockings. It was impossible for his heart to remain calm and unperturbed. But there were never stockings in Li Miaoxian's wardrobe, and Bai Wanqing would always furrow her brows every time he brought them up, as if she wished to crack his skull open to see what nonsense was inside. Zhao Chen kept his ears tuned to the villa behind him. When he heard the sound of slippers coming downstairs, he withdrew, got out of the pool, and sat eating some fruit. Chen Yanlan stayed in the pool, swimming leisurely. Li Miaoxian came over with a small pot of hot tea. Her swimsuit was simple, her skin pale, her figure tall and slender. Chen Yanlan yawned and went back to her room to sleep, leaving the pool and backyard to the two of them. Li Miaoxian sat beside Zhao Chun for a while. She poured him a glass of water. Did I come down too quickly? Why do you look so regretful? Zhao Chen quickly turned his head. No. I was waiting for you to come down so we could swim together. Soon, it'll get too cold to swim outside, and we'll only be able to soak in the hot springs. Li Miaoxian slowly got into the water. She adjusted to the temperature, swam a few laps, then came to Zhao Chen's side. The two lingered in the water, entwined. Delicate, smooth skin and a faint fragrance filled the air. Do you like over-the-knee socks? They're okay. Like them or not, just say it. Okay doesn't mean anything. I'm asking because I can accept wearing those socks. If you like them, just say it. I like them. Good. I'll show you. Thank you, Miaoxian. You're welcome. Starting tomorrow, though, you're not allowed to look at over-the-knee socks on campus. I also like mini skirts. And those crop tops that show off the waist. Okay, I'll allow you to wear those at home. Miaoxian, with your amazing figure, ordinary clothes just don't do you justice. I only want you to look even more stunning. You just want me to wear them so you can have more fun when you're on top of me. You've got me all wrong. I'm not that kind of person. Enough. No is no. Just like right now, I can let you do whatever you want, but I won't wear those vulgar clothes to please you. Big sister, the Qing dynasty is gone. It is. So why do you still want multiple wives and concubines? Zhao Chen was silent. Having a clever girlfriend was genuinely entertaining. When they were alone, every time Zhao Chen tried to adjust her, she wouldn't stay silent or obedient. Her voice was always sweet and clear, like a fairy's, but her words were sharp, with a wide impact zone. I think only I can handle a personality like yours, sis. So, are you trying to manipulate me? I mean, maybe we could try putting ourselves in each other's shoes, those small changes that could make our relationship fuller. Why not try to make each other a little happier? Li Miaoxian seemed to think for a moment. She calmly replied, So, later, can you use only half? No. Then why did you even bring it up, you shameless jerk? Don't you feel bad for me? One day, I'll go back to the Li family and leave you. Zhao Chen pressed his lips together. Sometimes, when a man can't capture a woman's heart, it's usually because he's not capable enough. Take what Li Miaoxian just said, listen to it, but don't take it seriously. After seeing the brilliance of the stars, what woman would return to chasing fireflies? Sis, how about we make a deal? No. You're my fiancé. Can't you just give in to me? Would you at least listen to my idea first? No need. Who makes deals with their girlfriend? Why don't you go negotiate with your dad instead? Then, would you sacrifice a little for love? I can sacrifice for love, but I won't sacrifice for a jerk. I love you, but I won't please you in that way. Zhao Chen fell silent. The worst is when I'm just teasing, and you suddenly take it seriously. Thinking about it carefully, maybe she really thought all the things they said today were part of a deep, heartfelt conversation. He held her tightly. The two swam a few more laps together. In the dim lighting, they kissed. Then he carried her upstairs. They soaked in the tub together, watching a movie. The bathtub was always adorned with rose petals. She loved playing with bubbles while bathing, even if her expression remained cold and detached. Her interest in bubbles was unstoppable. Thankfully, the emotional scenes in the movie finally gave Zhao Chen an opening for some intimacy. Class starts tomorrow. It's fine. I'll sit in the back and sleep. No, you need to study hard, Junior. Don't waste your youth. She sat on Zhao Chen's abs. Senior, spending all your time studying isn't good either. Shouldn't we also enjoy some youthful fun? Naughty Junior. You're making me angry. You can't stay mad, because Junior is really naughty. Li Miaoxian stared at him for a while, then said softly, I promise that as long as I can, I'll make it up to you every day in the future. Can you forget about last night and today? Miaoxian, my body doesn't lie. Laziness last night turns into today's punishment, neither of us can escape it. I'm sleepy, hubby. No way. Miaoxian's sleepy, I've been tired all day. For the first time, Zhao Chen saw her act coquettishly. It was strange. She used her cold face to say words meant to flatter. A master of facial control. When would her expressions flow naturally, like an ordinary girl? Guess why Zhao Chen never talked to her about it? What a pity. Such a wonderful girl. How much better would she be if she didn't talk back? She was genuinely gentle, kind, and intelligent, yet she never listened obediently. But, of course, a woman not lowering herself to flatter a man is a sign of independence and strength. Even with such a mindset, Li Miaoxian still respected and cared for Zhao Chen, following his words in other areas and waiting for him after school. It wasn't about her inability to leave school on her own, it was about that kind of youthful, precious, unquantifiable love shared between two people. Something far more valuable than money or status. Li Miaoxian endured again. As Zhao Chen said, there was no escaping it. It was past 3 a.m. Zhao Chen glanced at Li Miaoxian's eyes, but he couldn't see her gaze anymore. Her forehead was dotted with a thin layer of sweat. He couldn't see her eyes because, at some point, she had already closed them. He sighed lightly. As soon as he lay down, her fingers pinched his waist viciously, twisting hard. This time, she seemed genuinely angry. It hurt Zhao Chen, but she still didn't let go. Wife, spare me. You beast. Spare me. I'll be in so much pain later. You beast. I was wrong, I swear I won't do it again. I really won't. You're terrible. You bullied me. You're a heartless jerk. I know you're just eager to go and devour your little secretary as soon as possible. But treating me like this, I can't take it anymore. And you scoundrel. I'm so good to you, and yet you don't care about me. You just push me to my limit so you can have an excuse to cheat. Zhao Chen, you don't love me, do you? I'm so good to you, but you never think about my feelings. You're awful. Covering her eyes, the exhausted girl started crying as she spoke, her voice tinged with sobs. Zhao Chen truly had no experience comforting others. He panicked. He really panicked. Miaoxian, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. It's just that, it's been so long. It's only been a day. How can you even say something like that? I'm so good to you, and you don't care at all, Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen grabbed her hands. At this moment, only her cold, distant gaze could give him any sense of stability. He pulled her forcefully into his arms, looking into her reddened eyes. His thoughts were in chaos. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I've told you so many times, but you never listen. You only think about yourself. I thought you were just being playful, that you were. Can you use some common sense? Do you not understand your own position? Do you think your physique is like everyone else's? Baby, let's just sleep, okay? We have school tomorrow. Let me rub your back. Don't touch me. Just sleep, you damn man. Both of them were exhausted, and they fell asleep in 3 seconds flat. Morning. It was just after 6 o'clock. The old man from downstairs was shouting for Zhao Chen to get up for a morning jog. Zhao Chen was so sleepy he could barely open his eyes. Li Miaoxian reached out and tugged on him, signaling him to go deal with the noisy old man so she could sleep in peace. He was truly drowsy. Zhao Chen had no choice but to get out of bed with his eyes closed, barefoot, and walk to the balcony. He shouted back a couple of complaints, and the old man, grumbling, finally quieted down. He went back to bed, set a simple alarm, and fell asleep again. At 7:40, the alarm went off. The two of them got up immediately, still groggy, pulled on their clothes, and stumbled out to the garage. The driver and the nanny's car were already waiting. Once in the car, they leaned against each other and continued sleeping. About 20 minutes later, the car smoothly arrived at the school, pulling up right in front of the academic building. The two sluggishly got out of the car. Li Miaoxian stopped for a moment to carefully straighten Zhao Chen's collar, locking eyes with him coldly. You're the class president, so you'll probably have to help the teacher meet the new students. You might not get to sleep. I know. I'll sleep in the dorms after class. They took the elevator to the classroom, walking in just as the bell rang. Li Miaoxian automatically went to the back row, propped her bag on the desk, and lay down to sleep. Zhao Chen wasn't as lucky. As soon as he entered, the teacher called for the class president. He had no choice but to stand by the podium, ready to help the teacher get to know the students. Zhao Chen, did you not get enough rest last night? The teacher asked. Teacher, I rested just fine. It wasn't the teacher's fault. Zhao Chen could barely stand straight. If he hadn't been holding onto the podium, he might have fallen over. He was lying, obviously. All right, let's begin class. I'm Zhao Ming, your instructor for classical literature. Here's my contact information. Let's start introductions with the class president. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. My name is Zhao Chen. I'm 18 years old, a first-year student, and the class president. There was a brief silence. Then the teacher and students burst into laughter at his nonsensical self-introduction. All right, class president, you can sit down and rest for a bit. The secretary, a petite girl named Wang Zian, immediately went up to the podium when she heard this. She even tried to help Zhao Chen to her seat so he could rest. But Zhao Chen was only tired, not drunk or stupid. He ignored her and walked straight to the back row, sat down, and glanced at the teacher. This Zhao namesake teacher seemed like a reasonable person. Seeing that the teacher wasn't paying much attention, he decided not to push himself and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Chen didn't know how long he'd been asleep when he was gently awakened. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang Zian again. Class president, class is over. We need to go to the advisor's office for a meeting. Zhao Chen looked at her expressionlessly. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go. By now, his drowsiness had mostly worn off. But he hadn't washed up that morning, his face was unwashed, and he hadn't eaten breakfast. He wondered if any traces of last night's lingering scents were still noticeable. He had a feeling Li Miaoxian wouldn't let him off easily. Wang Zian was one of the prettier girls in the university. If she weren't, Zhao Chen wouldn't have picked her as secretary yesterday. Today, she wore an especially short skirt, and Zhao Chen didn't see any sign of safety shorts underneath. She didn't seem to pay attention to herself, often walking ahead of him on the stairs. Even though he was still a bit tired, he had no choice but to follow closely behind. But he wasn't a creep. Gentlemanly behavior was still important. By the time Zhao Chen arrived at the advisor's office, most of the class presidents and secretaries were already there. Following Wang Zian, Zhao Chen resembled a little follower. He didn't plan to draw attention to himself, preferring to keep his presence as close to zero as possible. The chairs in the meeting room were exceptionally comfortable, perfect for someone utterly sleep-deprived. It felt like they were designed to lull the exhausted into a peaceful slumber. The advisor came in. 3 things. First, military training officially starts at noon tomorrow. This afternoon, each class president and secretary will organize their students to pick up their training uniforms.
Second, compile a list of class members and note any needs the new students may have. This is part of the school's new student care initiative. Third, inform everyone that tonight, faculty advisors will visit the dorms for inspections. Make sure your rooms are clean. There were plenty of pretentious people, those who diligently took notes even for something this simple. Zhao Chen, seated in the back row with his eyes closed, quietly listened. Thankfully, his position wasn't in the spotlight, otherwise, anyone who saw him might have mistaken him for the dean. Wang Ziyan tried to block Zhao Chen's line of sight, but at just over 1.7 meters tall, sitting there, her height wasn't enough to rise above the armrest of the chair. If anyone has any issues, feel free to come to me. Report emergencies to me immediately. If there's nothing urgent, everyone is free to leave. At the start of the semester, class presidents and secretaries will be busy for a while, but after military training, the daily workload will be much lighter. The group attending the meeting responded in unison, everyone except Zhao Chen. He didn't criticize flattery, but he definitely wouldn't participate in it. When the meeting ended, the advisor had just stepped out. The group of little officials began chattering, gathering to introduce themselves. From their tone and demeanor, Zhao Chen could feel the self-important leader aura even with his eyes closed. Sitting there with his eyes shut, he was honestly the most pretentious one in the room. He didn't want to meet anyone, nor did he want to give anyone face. Many hesitated to try to strike up a conversation with him, but in the end, they didn't think it polite to disturb this classmate who clearly had a deep and inscrutable nature. Suddenly, the noise quieted down. Zhao Chen heard Wang Ziyan softly introducing him to the people nearby. And then, the people near her went silent. With no other choice, Zhao Chen stood up and left. Staying there would only hinder their team-building efforts. Back at the dorm, he kicked off his slippers and climbed into bed. He slept until noon when Ma Xiao brought lunch back for him. Feeling rested enough, he got up, ate, and checked his phone. He saw a message from Li Miaoxian reminding him to come eat. There was no time to reimburse Ma Xiao. In a hurry, Zhao Chen freshened up in the dorm. With no body wash of his own, he used his roommates. For shampoo, his roommates again. He headed to the cafeteria. When he arrived, he saw that Li Miaoxian had been waiting for a long time. She had clearly freshened up too, but she looked a little pale. Let's eat. How long have you been waiting, Miaoxian? 20 minutes. You could have started eating. I was asleep and didn't see your message. He still felt a little groggy. Maybe he had overexerted himself last night, he just couldn't summon much energy today. Neither of them was in the mood to talk. They ate quietly. Afterward, they sat together drinking juice and played on their phones for a bit. Then Zhao Chen received a text from Wang Ziyan, the class secretary. Our class starts picking up military training uniforms at 12:50. It's already 12:30. Could you send a message in the group chat? As Zhao Chen replied, Li Miaoxian leaned over to read his screen. Who's Wang Ziyan? The class secretary. What's she wearing today? A short skirt. I didn't really notice, but yesterday she seemed to be wearing a short skirt too. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Chen's back. Li Miaoxian's gaze was scrutinizing, her lips curved in a faint smile. It was terrifying. Under her watchful eye, Zhao Chen sent a message in the class group chat, tagging everyone, let's get it done quickly, our class is picking up military training uniforms at 12:50 in front of the admin building. Remind each other. The entire class of 26 responded immediately with got it. Not a single one missing. Zhao Chen put down his phone, but Li Miaoxian was still leaning on his shoulder. She casually grabbed his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and went through his WeChat contacts. He had 99 plus pending friend requests. Why don't you accept them? There might be some lovely ladies in there. Won't you approve just one? Zhao Chen smiled and held her hand in his palm. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Li Miaoxian returned it to him. I want to skip class and watch your military training. I don't want to do the training. Can I skip it? Sure, if you can pull some strings. I know a few people here, it should be doable. No training it is. Thanks, Miaoxian. No need to thank me. But you're wasting so much energy every night. Don't faint during the training. I don't need to pull any strings. I'll go to the training tomorrow. Oh. She responded indifferently. Zhao Chen asked Zhang Wei to pick up his training uniform for him. Zhang Wei was about the same size as him. Bro, each uniform set is 70 yuan, and the belt is 15 yuan, it costs money. Without a word, Zhao Chen transferred him 1,111 yuan. The repeating digits showed how lazy he was to move his fingers to type a different number. 4 people. Got it? Got it. Zhang Wei replied instantly and accepted the transfer. At that moment, the other 3 people in the dorm gathered around Zhang Wei, listening to Ma Xiao. Ma Xiao spoke calmly. He doesn't lack money, but he's not stupid either. You should know to repay kindness. At the very least, understand who you're sticking with. Of course. Absolutely. Ma Xiao nodded. Do your part. When we graduate, even if you don't have good grades, you won't need to worry about jobs or your future. Not because you're exceptional, but because you were lucky enough to share a dorm with him. Those who get it, get it. As he finished, Ma Xiao gave Zhang Wei a meaningful look. Understood. Meanwhile, back in the cafeteria with his girlfriend, a notification popped into Zhao Chen's head. Reward issued, ball game skill buff. 2.5 years of practice will yield 4 times the results of 10 years of regular practice. Athletic talent reset to S tier. Jumping ability and arm strength enhanced. He wasn't particularly surprised. But Zhao Chen hadn't expected 1,000 yuan to buy people's loyalty. To be honest, he'd done hard labor before, and wasting money like this wasn't his style. At least this 1,000 yuan hadn't been a waste. He lifted his hand experimentally and managed to lift Li Miaoxian while seated. She weighed less than 100 pounds, but the ease of lifting her without much effort was satisfying. It would make things easier when carrying her in the future. Being lifted, Li Miaoxian didn't scream or react. As soon as he lifted her, Zhao Chen gently set her down and pulled her into his arms. What are you trying to do? Showing you I'm not as weak as you think. Truly strong people don't need to prove themselves this way. You're just trying to hide something. Then how about tonight we go again? Zhao Chen asked innocently. You always use that to bully me. What else can I do? You're so smart, I can't outwit you. Is a girlfriend just someone to bully? Can't we have a sweet, normal relationship like other people? They locked eyes. Zhao Chen glanced around. Sure enough, a few people were watching them. Don't we look sweet together already? Everyone else seems to think so. Really? Really? Relationships only seem sweet when viewed from the outside. Do you secretly prefer married women? She suddenly asked. Zhao Chen was stunned. What a sharp question. He had underestimated her. She wasn't clueless at all. What's your plan for the afternoon? She asked. I might go to the library to read. What about you? She tilted her head and gently massaged his temples. I don't know. Who knows if some petty class issue will need my attention as class president. I just want to spend time with you. Let's go to the library together. Just put your phone on silent. Won't that make me an irresponsible class president? You get along well with your roommates, don't you? Let them handle it. Otherwise, what's the point of spending money? If they take your money, they should do the work. You came to college to enjoy life, not to slave away. People who understand will take the hint. Today, Zhao Chen had planned to spend more time with her. After all, he had exhausted the poor girl last night. Being gentle and tender is truly a skillful art. Although Li Miaoxian didn't say it outright, it was obvious that she wasn't happy about what had happened the night before. Her eyes had been red with grievance. Even now, Zhao Chen couldn't forget the way she looked then. It was the first time he'd seen her like that. She was genuinely upset. So today, he couldn't afford to make plans on his own. Sure, he was at university to study, but truthfully, it wasn't that important to him. Just going through the motions would suffice. If Li Miaoxian wanted to learn something, he wouldn't stop her. But as for himself? Zhao Chen couldn't care less about studying. Why study? To get money, status, respect, and a better life? But wasn't Zhao Chen already living the life most students aspired to, driving luxury cars every day, like he was on vacation? What was there to climb higher for? The Zhao family had already reached the pinnacle. As the privileged heir, he had no paths other than inheriting or squandering the family fortune. Even if he wanted to start something new and make a name for himself, it wouldn't require him to put in much effort. To put it bluntly, Zhao Chen didn't even rely too heavily on his all-powerful trading system. If he did, being a young and accomplished genius would be trivial, and shocking the world wouldn't even be out of reach. But he wanted a life he controlled, not one dictated by the system. He didn't want to rely on it excessively or let it dominate his life. That would be like bargaining with a tiger, a deal he didn't want to make. Instead, he used the system sparingly, like taking a drink only when necessary. No need to exploit every minor advantage just to amuse himself. As for lavish spending on luxuries like Bulgari, he didn't even think about it every day. Restaurants during off hours were the perfect setting for couples to spend time together. Hardly any single people lingered here. Zhao Chen, imitating other couples, held Li Miaoxian in his arms casually, resting his hand on her. I couldn't hold back last night. Next time, I'll consider your feelings, I really will. I spent all morning reflecting on it. Enough. Don't be so dramatic. You're just rough every time, and what can I even say about it? At most, I'll just spend more money on medical treatments and self-care. But once I'm past 23 or 24, when I'm no longer at my most beautiful, you'll probably already be sick of me. By then, we'll have had a child, and you'll be off handling business, leaving early and coming home late, sometimes not coming home at all. When a smart woman complains or makes predictions like this, a wise man knows to let her finish. Don't interrupt. Her intention is to let you hear her grievances, to show you the pain in her heart so that you'll treat her better in the future. After she's done speaking, think carefully before responding. Don't rush into a careless promise. I won't. I'll love only you. If you say this too early, it will feel meaningless. But if you say it after thoughtful consideration, it will truly come across as sincere. Sitting on his lap and looking into his eyes, Li Miaoxian could see through Zhao Chen's every expression. Fortunately, his response satisfied her. Although his words were brief, his tone carried a noticeable sigh of relief, which she took as a sign that he was seriously making a promise. Their lips were about to meet. Even after their honeymoon phase, they were still deeply infatuated with each other. It was unstoppable. Just as they were about to kiss, Zhao Chen's phone chimed with a text message. Frowning, he pulled out his phone to check. Casually, Li Miaoxian glanced at the screen. The message read, "Boss, we've been practicing in Jingling for a few days. There are still a few days before the recording of the variety show we planned. We've managed to find some free time and even used other methods to get into Jingling University. You once said we should strive to improve ourselves alongside our entertainment careers. Now the three of us are here. Do you have time to meet us? We'd like a guide to help us better understand the knowledge and cultural atmosphere. Here are our medical reports and Zhang Li's evaluations of our recent training. Also, Yang Minghua asked us to pass along her regards to you." Attached were 3 files, medical reports. As Zhao Chen read, cold sweat broke out on his back. This was a mess he had left behind in Sanya, a casual remark he'd made at the time. He hadn't expected these women to seize any opportunity and come looking for him. He glanced at Li Miaoxian. Honestly, he didn't even plan to deny it. There was no way to explain, no words to deflect, it was a fact. When Zhao Chen looked over, she was already gazing at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Is it something urgent? Startled, Zhao Chen took a deep breath and locked his phone screen. It's nothing. Ma Xiao wants reimbursement for toiletries. Just remember to transfer the money. Her voice was soft as she rested her head against his neck. She closed her eyes. Perhaps she hadn't rested well that morning, but it was clear that wasn't why she had closed her eyes now. Zhao Chen fell silent. This time, it was a heavier silence than before. Even though she didn't speak, the way she closed her eyes seemed to exert even more pressure on him. After a long while, Zhao Chen gathered himself to speak. Miaoxian. He managed only 2 words before she interrupted him. Chen, don't stress yourself out too much. Take it easy. In the future, or even for the rest of my life, you'll be the only man I have. Okay, I understand. Zhao Chen nodded, his dazed expression replaced by clarity. They sat there for a long time before Li Miaoxian tugged him toward the library. Seated at a small table, facing each other, she handed him a book, To Live. Our lives are comfortable, with nothing too troublesome. But we can't avoid moments of spiritual struggle. Read it again. Without a word, Zhao Chen accepted the book. After reading for a while, they moved to the sofa in the couples section of the library and cuddled together. Most of the people at the library were here to study, preparing for postgraduate exams, teaching certifications, and the like. People like them, with no pressing goals, were rare. Checking her watch, Li Miaoxian spoke softly, "All right, you should go now. Don't you need to document the new students' needs? You can't leave everything to the class secretary." Zhao Chen shook his head. "I'm spending today with you. Go. I'll read for a while, and you can come back to pick me up after you're done. I promise to spend the day with you. I won't go anywhere else." Her face turned icy as she glanced at him. "Go.
You staying here irritates me. It's no big deal. You're the class president, after all. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Don't want to leave my side? Are you pretending to be virtuous while hiding something? Zhao Chen stood up and walked out. He knew her temper well. If he stayed too long, she would get upset, frustrated by his indecisiveness and lack of boldness. She hated when her man was incompetent, unambitious, or spineless. She couldn't stand mediocrity in Zhao Chen. In today's society, love is the purest form of sincerity. It's something anyone can give and anyone can receive. Zhao Chen's love for her was something she could feel genuinely through the details. The atmosphere he created in their daily lives was entirely authentic. But Zhao Chen was too caught up in matters of love. In her view, anything tied to profit outweighed feelings. A family's business, its creation, and the continuation of its lifeline all relied on sustained benefits. After all, if the family fell, the next moment, you might not even have enough to eat. No home, no food, those fleeting emotions and impulsive actions would seem laughable. For Zhao Chen, who had gone from a life of poverty to one of luxury, it was hard for him to fully grasp this truth in such a short time. Li Miaoxian didn't think she was wrong. She had spoken with Bai Wanqing about it, too. Even someone as gentle and kind as her could rationally handle the balance between feelings and interests. Yet Zhao Chen couldn't. She had seen the messages from those 3 young actresses. She had always known that Zhao Chen owned an agency for actors and models. She'd discovered it when she looked into his finances last time but hadn't asked him about it. And today, she pretended not to notice again. Who knew he could still be so clueless, so slow to catch on? Zhao Chen left the library. His expression shifted between confusion and realization. He still couldn't quite figure out what Li Miaoxian's attitude meant. She probably had seen the message, but she didn't say anything. She told him to focus on being a good class president, but just earlier at lunch, she'd mentioned that coming to university was supposed to be a break for him. The contradiction made her meaning pretty clear. Zhao Chen checked the class group chat but didn't see any new messages. The class secretary hadn't sent anything either. He glanced again at the 3 medical reports. It annoyed him. He sent a message to the actresses. How do you want to play this? Anything you'd like. We're in the car and can meet you anytime. The 3 girls were dressed in school-style outfits, stockings, short skirts, white shirts, all light and breezy. Zhao Chen turned to glance at the library. Feeling a little guilty, he responded. Let's take a walk first. Got it. 10 minutes later, they were dressed like 4 students, sitting in a secluded pavilion in a grove of trees. At this time of day, no one came here. This was such an out-of-the-way spot that only at night did people sometimes show up. Occasionally, cars drove across a distant bridge, but no one ventured closer. Zhao Chen sat there, his gaze fixed on the only small path leading to the pavilion. With other senior girls, he wouldn't dare cross any boundaries. But with the actresses under his agency, dressed as senior girls, he could do whatever he wanted. Originally, the 3 young actresses intended to use this opportunity to introduce themselves to Zhao Chen and get closer to him. But Zhao Chen waved them off before they could begin. You don't need to introduce yourselves. Even if you do, I won't remember your names. Why not make an effort to become famous so I'll naturally recognize you? For now, I'll give you names based on the impressions you leave on me. How about that? Zhao Chen leaned back lazily, his lips curving slightly into a carefree smile. Sure. Zhao Chen carefully studied their details one by one. He evaluated their appearances like a professional appraiser. Lifting their chins one at a time, he took a closer look at their faces. You'll be Pink Petal, he said, pointing to the first girl. That name reflected the impression she gave him. You'll be Soft Bliss, he said to the second girl. Though she was slender, the subtle appeal beneath her schoolgirl outfit carried a different charm. And you'll be Graceful Charm, he said to the third. Now that they had names, things felt more casual and less awkward. There was no stopping what was about to happen. Men are destined to stray, Zhao Chen thought. If you wait until you're 60 to go astray, you might not have the strength to enjoy it. Better to indulge at 18 and live a beautiful life. Have you had any experience before? He asked. No, all 3 shook their heads in unison. Try not to let me feel your teeth. At 5 p.m., Zhao Chen arrived on time, standing outside the library in a fresh set of clothes. Within 30 seconds, Li Miaoxian walked out, bag in hand. Her cold gaze softened slightly when she saw Zhao Chen, only to return to its frosty demeanor. When she reached him, she paused, lightly holding onto his arm. As they walked,
she occasionally leaned her head against his shoulder. Cold, yet approachable. Zhao Chen held her close as they strolled around campus. Some students recognized him, sneaking glances from afar and whispering among themselves. But most of their attention was on Li Niuxian. This time, she didn't shy away from displaying her beauty. She openly gave everyone a chance to see her. After Zhao Chen's and her post yesterday, neither of them had checked the campus forum again. Such places only drained energy, preoccupying people with the business of others. They didn't want to interfere with others or be influenced by anyone's words. So, they lived their lives. Walking together, they protected each other. Even if photos of them were posted online or on forums, it didn't matter. At the very least, those senior girls hoping to get close to Zhao Chen would have to weigh their beauty against Li Miaxian's. And those hoping to approach her would have to ask themselves if they were as wealthy, handsome, and outstanding as Zhao Chen. They were two people who seemed detached from the world. At least that's how they appeared to everyone else, giving off an impression of inaccessibility. At the dorm, Zhao Chen went upstairs. Although Zhang Wei had picked up his military training uniform for him, Zhao Chen still needed to check if it fit. All three of his roommates were there. The previous night, they'd had a dorm dinner, but Zhao Chen hadn't been there. Today, they finally got to see him. Zhao Chen, however, told them he was just there to try on the uniform. To his surprise, Zhang Wei had done a great job. Although their builds were similar and could wear the same size, Zhang Wei had brought back 3 sets of adjacent sizes. With 3 options, there was no chance of error. You got extras? Well, since you paid extra, I thought I'd grab the closest sizes to ensure one fits. I'll return the others later if they don't work. The dorm's far from the athletic field, Zhao Chen remarked casually. No worries. It's good exercise. The extra money will go toward dorm expenses, group meals, trash bins, brooms, whatever we need. Zhao Chen waved it off, signaling he didn't mind. Zhang Wei was meticulous, a reliable companion. Later, Zhao Chen sat down and dictated a dorm upgrade plan. A coffee machine with all the necessary tools. A refrigerator. A projector and screen. 4 high-performance computers. Ambience lighting to decorate the entire dorm. New curtains. 4 sofas and ergonomic chairs. A better showerhead. 4 new smartphones. Get quality stuff. Don't skimp, Zhao Chen instructed. Send me the bill, and I'll pay. That's it for now. Add anything else we need as it comes up. By the time Zhao Chen left, Zhang Wei and Ma Zhejun were still stunned. The list totaled hundreds of thousands of yuan. They were speechless. The list of items, worth hundreds of thousands, left Zhang Wei and Ma Zhejun trying to calm themselves down. A coffee machine, a refrigerator, 4 high-performance desktop computers. This wasn't about how kind the young master was to them. It was just that the young master wanted a very comfortable dorm. As for the 4 computers and 4 phones, they were simply part of his investment. They were just there to entertain the young master. Everything revolved around the young master. Sure, they'd get some leftovers to enjoy, but when the young master wanted to play games, could they say no? When he wanted coffee or a drink, could they sit there and not act as runners? Since the things he bought were for everyone's use, what's the harm in a few small tasks for the young master? What's the big deal? A true man knows when to bend and adapt. If they stick with the young master, their future was bound to shine. Zhao Chen headed downstairs, holding hands with Li Miaxian as they strolled toward the parking lot. Freshmen on campus were often like him, easily distracted by the charm of senior girls, captivated by their beauty and allure. Such temptations were impossible to resist. Some bottled up their feelings, while others, those with the means, had already made contact with senior girls. Even if nothing substantial had happened, just the act of reaching out, having some vague connection or flirtation, was enough to make these young men feel overjoyed. Who said those junior boys who could only get photos of senior girls in stockings weren't heroes? 18-year-olds, after the strict discipline of high school, found themselves free to let loose in college. Their passion and enthusiasm couldn't be contained. Zhao Chen was no different. He couldn't help but admire the pure beauty of the senior girls. That's why he'd met with the 3 young actresses today: Red Petal, Soft Bliss, and Graceful Charm. Each had their own unique appeal, their own strengths, and all were at the level of campus queens. He had been curious and excited. But after some time with them, he concluded they weren't much different from Li Miaxian or Bai Wanqing, or perhaps all young women shared a similar charm. After indulging in the experience, he found it dull. Now, when he looked at the senior girls again, his gaze was indifferent. Maybe the novelty had worn off. The three actresses went back to their training, but after today, they felt reassured. At the very least, Zhao Chen had given them nicknames, which meant he wasn't likely to abandon his investment in them anytime soon. Zhao Chen felt a sense of calm. Walking hand in hand with Li Miaoxian gave him a different kind of satisfaction, one that lingered even after the novelty had faded.
Don't you have a class meeting tonight?
Yes, they're learning the school anthem together.
Aren't you staying to participate?
It's a group activity, after all. At some point, Li Miaoxian had put on a hat, hiding half her face and preventing others from seeing her.
Our home conditions are better.
She tilted her head, glanced at him, and, after a moment of silence, said, I need 2 days of rest.
Even if we go home tonight, I won't be with you.
Zhao Chen didn't reply, seemingly lost in thought.
As they passed an intersection, Wang Ziyan walked by briskly.
The moment she saw Zhao Chen, her eyes lit up.
Class president.
She was thrilled. Approaching him, she intended to walk side by side through the campus but then noticed the tall, elegant girl next to Zhao Chen. At that moment, Li Miaoxian lifted her head to glance at Wang Ziyan and gave her a slight nod.
Wang Ziyan froze for a moment before hastily returning a polite smile.
Her emotions were complicated.
Class secretary, do you need something?
Yes,
tonight we're learning the school anthem in the lecture hall. The senior mentioned we'll need additional speakers and microphones. Each department is to send one male student to move the equipment.
Zhao Chen nodded. In his department, there were only 3 male students.
If one got overworked, there would be one less for the team.
It was nearly 5:30, and practice was set to begin at 6:20.
They still needed to transport the equipment to the hall. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian hadn't eaten yet.
Besides, campus food was barely passable for filling your stomach. After Wang Ziyan finished speaking, she wanted to ask if Zhao Chen had eaten dinner, hoping to invite him to eat together.
But with his girlfriend's stunning looks and aura, she didn't dare say much. Well, I'll get going then. Zhao Chen, make sure to eat something.
Okay, Zhao Chen nodded. After she left, Zhao Chen said nothing, simply turning in a different direction to head to the cafeteria with Li Miaoxian. That girl has a youthful, innocent vibe, she remarked calmly.
Zhao Chen nodded. She's a good girl. I wouldn't ruin her.
Better to leave her for a nice guy. At least he had some self-awareness. He knew his own shortcomings well enough not to pretend otherwise. Girls like her, kind, earnest, and serious about relationships and life, weren't suited for someone like Zhao Chen. He had already claimed 2 honest girls.
Each one was precious.
He could mess around with high-end escorts or ambitious young actresses, but he wouldn't touch someone pure and innocent. White paper for white paper, newspaper for newspaper.
No need to stoop low or act like a scumbag. At dinner time, the cafeteria was crowded. Too many people for Li Miaoxian's liking.
They found a bench along the forest path instead. Zhao Chen called his bodyguard and asked for food to be delivered.
Are we staying on campus tonight?
Zhao Chen leaned closer, his forehead touching hers.
Li Miaoxian gently pushed him away.
There are people.
So what if there are? It's not like they'll eat you. No. In public, you have to behave.
There are a lot of people.
Someone might take pictures of us and post them online. That's not likely. You never know. What if they start commenting on pictures of me? Saying something vulgar or offensive?
Zhao Chen leaned back slightly. She had a point. He could already imagine the malice some might direct toward her. About 10 minutes later, the bodyguard delivered dinner. Sitting under the streetlights on the forest path, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian ate together.
It felt just like being at home. Tonight's dinner included corn and pork rib soup, yam soup, garlic seasoned oysters, braised abalone with pork belly, and steamed bok choy.
Li Miaoxian served him food throughout the meal. When they finished, Zhao Chen called Zhang Wei to help move the equipment, suggesting he could arrive a bit late and let students from other departments do the heavy lifting first. At 6 p.m., Zhao Chen cleared away their leftovers.
He was about to join the school anthem practice.
Quietly, Li Miaoxian followed him, walking by his side without saying a word, perhaps wanting to experience campus life with him. The practice room was in the basement of the teaching building, a suitable place for rehearsing songs. As they passed a vending machine, Zhao Chen paused.
How many drinks have you had today?
None. Li Miaoxian took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and bought him a cola. She had her own water in her bag.
Thanks, Miaoxian. That's your last one for today.
No more, even if you get tired from singing.
Got it.
When they arrived, the
The platform at the front of the room was already crowded with class presidents taking attendance. Zhao Chen was already a known figure in the college. Now, showing up with his girlfriend drew even more attention. Zhao Chen found Wang Ziyan and nodded to the class secretary. Without bothering to take attendance, he led Li Miaoxian to the back row and let her sit down. Unlike the other class presidents who stood ceremoniously at the podium, Zhao Chen joined his classmates and sat with them. Li Miaoxian had already put on her headphones. While she was willing to accompany Zhao Chen, she wasn't about to tolerate the noise. The school anthem practice was led by a senior girl. Zhao Chen followed along seriously, reading the lyrics on his phone. Repeating the song over and over, striving to meet the seniors' standards, the students worked until they were thoroughly drained. Military training hadn't even started yet, and the freshmen were already experiencing its grueling nature. The anthem was supposed to embody vigor and spirit, requiring both accuracy in pitch and enthusiasm in delivery. After an hour and 50 minutes of singing, Zhao Chen's throat felt like it was on fire. The can of cola he'd brought was long gone, and now he was drinking a bottle of Evian from Li Miaoxian's bag Evian that wasn't even sold on campus. This was her life water, but by now, he'd nearly finished it. Finally, the practice ended. Many class presidents took their classmates aside for additional training to build class spirit. Zhao Chen, however, waited until all the other classes had left. When only his class remained in the large lecture hall, Zhao Chen finally spoke. "Everyone, great job. I'll keep this short. The school cares a lot about your needs, so if you have any, speak up now. The class secretary and I will report them to the school. You have 5 minutes, please feel free to share." After a minute of silence, no one spoke. "All right, the second thing. Military training officially starts tomorrow at noon, but the pledge ceremony is in the morning. Don't be late, and don't leave early. Make sure to get a good night's sleep tonight. Prepare what you'll need in advance, water bottles, insoles, and so on." Third, about class unity. During the choir practice, our class stood out because of the large number of female voices. Let's keep that advantage. If there are any issues or conflicts, report them to me or the class secretary immediately. Finally, the fourth thing. Since our class has so many girls, if anyone is interested in dating, I'll post 3 contacts in the group chat. These are the 2 other boys in our class and a good friend of mine. At the back of the room, Zhang Wei and Ma Jejun had been bored out of their minds. But when they heard Zhao Chen setting them up with potential romantic opportunities, they perked up instantly, quickly adjusting their posture. "Thank you, boss." Their class meeting ended faster than others. There were no pointless personal stories from the class president, no tedious remarks, and no long-winded speeches. Everything was concise and to the point, finishing before anyone's attention wandered. As they left the teaching building, Zhang Wei and Ma Jejun said goodbye to Zhao Chen and headed back to the dorms. For them, tonight was bound to be sleepless. Who wouldn't be excited? Meanwhile, Zhao Chen walked hand in hand with Li Miaoxian, heading to the snack street. They bought a bucket of chuangxiang, skewers, and strolled to the bleachers by the sports field. Sitting together, they chatted while watching students run laps, nibbling on their late-night snack. "Can I sleep at your place tonight?" Zhao Chen asked. "No way. You can't just walk into the girls' dormitory." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen's mischievous hand had already reached out. If nothing else, there was no harm in getting cozy in the dimly lit space. After some playful banter, Zhao Chen took out his phone and called by Jingshan. "Hey, uncle, it's me, Zhao Chen. What do you want, kid?" "Nothing major. I just wanted to ask your advice about something business-related." "Are you busy right now?" Zhao Chen wasn't afraid of him. A man who fears his father-in-law isn't a real man. "Have you been in touch with Wanqing recently?" "Uncle, I call her twice a day. If I could, I'd be on a 24-hour call with her." "Oomph, smooth talker. If I find out you've upset her, don't blame me for losing my temper." "Now, what do you need?" "I'm soaking my feet right now." No one would be kind to a guy who took advantage of their precious daughter, especially someone like Zhao Chen. "Well, I have a batch of gold that I want to sell. I was thinking of turning it into Bulgari crafted items. The idea is to make large pieces of gold that don't feel like plain gold bricks, something people would willingly pay multiples for." "How much gold are we talking about?" "Around 5 tons, Zhao Chen replied, deliberately understating the number. "That much? Where did it come from?" Part of the dowry from the Li family." There was a brief silence on the other end before Bai Jingshan spoke with barely contained irritation. "Are you saying I didn't prepare a dowry for Wanqing?" No, no. That's not what I meant, uncle. Then what do you mean? Are you trying to make me lose my daughter and my money? You brat. No, uncle. Are you telling me you can't come up with a good marketing strategy for this? You little brat. Bai Jingshan paused, then sighed. Fine. Why not make limited edition commemorative gold bars? Partner with some of those luxury brands, Louis Vuitton, Prada, whatever, and engrave them with globally meaningful designs. If you're really clueless, sell them to Bulgari's high score members first, offering exclusive collector editions. Or, worst case scenario, sell them at market price as gold bricks stamped with Bulgari's logo. Do you even know what general equivalent means? I do. As Zhao Chen talked on the phone, Li Miaoxian rested her head on his shoulder, quietly nibbling on the skewers. Like a little cat, she devoured them one by one. The skewers from the campus snack street turned out to be unexpectedly delicious. Though they were slightly spicy, she found them tolerable. She couldn't help but think Zhao Chen was being ridiculous. Why ask Bai Jingshan for advice when Bulgari surely had its own marketing and product teams? To her, luxury products were called luxury products for a reason. Conventional logic didn't apply. The more extravagant, the better. She had already come up with countless ideas while Zhao Chen was still dragging out his call. He could make gold bars into small golden figurines, gold rings, gold balls, golden pyramids, or pure gold bowls and cups. If you're selling luxury, why care about practicality? At the very least, he could market the items abstractly. Buyers could gain access to Bulgari's 8th global hotel as exclusive guests. Buyers could enjoy lifetime VIP status at Bulgari's flagship stores. Buyers could have their names engraved on a wall at Bulgari's headquarters. A brand as massive as Bulgari surely had fans and loyalists. If all else failed, even scalpers would love a product like this, useless yet distinctively unique. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen finally ended the call, ate a skewer, and leaned closer to tease Li Miaoxian. Though he knew she wouldn't laugh, he couldn't help himself. Let's go home. I want to sleep with you. No, I want to sleep alone tonight. I'd like to experience the feeling of sleeping in the dorm. So, I'll go home then? In your dreams. Don't even think about sneaking home tonight, or I'll be mad. Her cold tone left no room for negotiation. Fine. I was actually going to talk to Chen Yanlan about some product ideas. The campus was almost deserted at this hour. Only a few students remained outside. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian lingered in the coffee corridor, chatting. Nearby, another couple was being far less restrained, openly kissing in front of them. Zhao Chen glanced at his girlfriend, hesitated, and leaned in closer. Li Miaoxian shot him a cold look and said flatly, "And you still say you're not into married women?" Zhao Chen truly believed he had very ordinary preferences. He considered himself a simple man. Once he loved something, he wouldn't be fickle or unfaithful. To be precise, he thought all men were like this. At 80, they still liked 18-year-olds. As for other things, there had to be boundaries. You could be a flirt, but you shouldn't covet someone else's wife. After all, you wouldn't want others coveting your own woman. This was Zhao Chen's way of thinking. The couple nearby was kissing. Since there weren't many people around, Zhao Chen figured it was perfectly fine to steal a few kisses of his own. Li didn't stop him, so he got his way. There was a unique thrill in showing off a beautiful woman in public. It was a mix of private indulgence and public pride. A true hero always had a beauty in his arms. It's an unspoken truth, as old as human history. Beautiful women pair with capable men. Sometimes, a woman was a symbol of power in and of herself. Li Miaoxian lightly pushed Zhao Chen away with her fingers, not wanting him to get too carried away. She could easily guess his little thoughts, just male pride at work. Zhao Chen finalized the product plan with Chen Yanlan, instructing her to decide quickly and take advantage of current gold prices to sell the stockpile of gold. Sitting nearby, Li Miaoxian offered her suggestion. You're wrong. Don't make it too refined, it needs to look rough, almost cheaply made, she said coldly, her tone serious. Zhao Chen shook his head. While he acknowledged that Li Miaoxian had been surrounded by luxury goods her whole life, he had his own ideas. Couldn't there be a possibility that, for the first time in hundreds of years, a luxury brand that emphasized consumer experience might find unexpected market success? When the entire world was caught up in competition, why should the luxury goods industry remain exempt? From now on, even luxury brands should embrace the hustle. Li watched Zhao Chen type, word by word, into the chat window. Hurry! Launch a massive marketing campaign. Emphasize this product in stores worldwide.
Communicate with Bulgari executives. I want this product to make waves. Although Bulgari is primarily a luxury jewelry brand, expanding into other sectors isn't out of the question. If this campaign is successful, we'll immediately venture into luxury bags and high-end fashion. Also, those snooty boutique staff who look down their noses at everyone? I want them handing out flyers in the streets. Lee furrowed her brows. Oh well. It was his 10 tons of gold. If he wanted to try something, he might as well. The Zhao family wasn't short on money. When Zhao Chen's business ventures began to fail miserably, she could step in and stop him. At that point, it wouldn't matter if he wasted his days away indulging in pleasures. She was confident she had the capability to handle it. The campus was almost empty. It was already late at night. Zhao Chen was still sitting there, while Li, leaning against his shoulder, looked a little drowsy. After reviewing every detail, Zhao Chen finally stood up and walked Li back to the girls' dormitory. She refused to let him carry her. By the time Zhao Chen returned to his dorm, it was already 12:30 a.m. He hadn't brought his key, so Ma Xiao had to get out of bed to let him in. Didn't go home tonight? Nope. Spent the evening with the missus? Yeah. Send my regards to her. Oh, there might still be hot water left. They're probably not asleep yet. As Ma Xiao finished speaking, Zhang Wei and Ma Jiejun flicked the lights on with a loud click, flooding the room with brightness. Zhao Chen headed to the sink to wash up. Truthfully, he was a bit tired. Staying in a dorm for the first time was an exciting experience. It was a chance for different minds to collide and spark ideas, especially in a boys' dormitory. If even one of them was a bit of a weirdo, 4 years together could turn all 4 into weirdos. One person's eccentricity could multiply into a variety of shared quirks. In this dorm, Ma Jiejun was the self-proclaimed elder statesman of footbath culture. He introduced all sorts of specialized terms and bizarre anecdotes that Zhao Chen had never heard of, seen, or experienced before. Lying in bed, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the world. At least he had the wealth and status to fully enjoy it. I've suffered for 18 years, what's wrong with spending the rest of my life indulging? Once you've experienced enough, you realize the charm of a slightly chubby figure. It doesn't have to be all long and thin. Sometimes, the super skinny ones feel like being caught between 2 planks of steel, Ma Jiejun mused aloud. The others listened quietly. Ma Jiejun rambled on endlessly while the other 3 lay there like they were asleep, pretending not to listen. Can you guess which part of a curvy figure is the most alluring? He suddenly asked. The 3 sleeping people immediately responded in unison, let's hear it. It was already past 1 a.m. They had military training the next day, but the dorm was still abuzz with excitement. After hearing Ma Jiejun's contemporary social study of women, Zhao Chen had mixed feelings. He agreed with some points but had opposing views on others. At the very least, individual experiences varied greatly. Of course, that could also be because the women they each had experience with were vastly different. Morning. At just past 7 a.m., all 4 of them were dressed in their military training uniforms and ready to go. Their preparations were thorough. Inside their shoes were large band-aids, courtesy of Zhang Wei, who had risked embarrassment to buy them. Each of them also carried a 2-liter water bottle. Zhao Chen was determined to make the most of his sports buff rewards during this training. His enhanced performance in ball games and physical activities was worth leveraging. The system had also directly boosted his arm strength and jumping ability. As they were about to leave the dorm, Zhao Chen's phone rang. It was Li Miaoxian. I bought some sunscreen. Come downstairs and get it. Okay. Li was waiting below in straight-leg jeans and a black t-shirt, holding a small paper bag. How'd you sleep last night? Not bad. You? She was never one for small talk. Same. Zhao Chen yawned, his dark circles on full display. Expressionless, Li handed him the bag. Go home to sleep tonight. No more sleeping at the dorm. Sometimes it's convenient to stay here, though. It's not necessary. No matter how busy you are, you don't need to drive back and forth. That's it, I'm off to breakfast. Looks like the freshmen are gathering already, and I have class later. Zhao Chen carried the bag upstairs, handed out 2 bottles of sunscreen, and applied some himself. Then, the 4 of them headed downstairs, water bottles in hand. The girls had already gathered. Zhao Chen approached Wang Ziyan to discuss some details. She and the other girls had already eaten breakfast, anxious not to be late for the opening ceremony of the military training. Ma Xiao returned to his class. Left behind, Zhao Chen and the others stood awkwardly. Eventually, Zhao Chen led his 2 brothers to grab a quick breakfast. By the time they assembled on the field, their class had arrived early and secured a spot on the grass. After nearly an hour of speeches from school leaders, the drill instructors finally entered the scene, and the atmosphere instantly turned serious. Zhao Chen went to meet their instructor, leading him back to their class. He deliberately chose someone with a gentle appearance. Your face reflects your heart. As he glanced back, he saw Wang Ziyan bending over to tie her shoelaces, her figure accentuated in the process. On second thought, maybe camouflage uniforms couldn't hide a good figure after all. While Zhao Chun was still enduring military training, Bulgari officially released a global announcement. The Bulgari Century collection would officially launch in 1 month. This news was immediately picked up by European fashion headlines and BBC News. Italian morning news also provided in-depth coverage of the announcement. Concept sketches of 3 pieces from the Century collection were leaked, all of which would be available only through exclusive purchasing methods. Bulgari's announcement, with its intentionally vague wording, even suggested that these products might be sold solely to internal members. The materials used for this collection shocked everyone: pure gold, which was uncommon in the luxury jewelry world. While categorized as jewelry, the 3 items from the Century collection were more akin to collectible art pieces. They were impractical to wear and designed for display or play. The 3 pieces. The Sun Relief Medallion Necklace. Official name, Bulgari Centennial Radiance. A tribute to Italy's City of Sunlight, and likely a nod to Bulgari's own brand identity. This piece was a simple gold medallion with a sun relief design, no actual necklace included. The necklace had to be purchased separately, and even Bulgari super members would need to buy additional items to qualify. Estimated price, 96,000 yuan. The bracelet. Official name, Bulgari Century Ring of Glory. A collaboration with Chanel, the bracelet was essentially a bent gold bar formed into a ring. Heavy and unadorned, it had no embellishments aside from a serial number engraved on the inside, along with the buyer's name or a unique personal identifier. The bracelet also featured dual logos for Bulgari and Chanel. The announcement highlighted that each bracelet's number, name, or identifying mark would be permanently engraved on Bulgari's Wall of Glory at its headquarters. Buyers could provide any inscription they wanted: letters, symbols, even emojis, and Bulgari would engrave it on both the bracelet and the wall. The bracelets would be available for pre-order on Bulgari's regional websites 4 hours after the announcement. The first buyer would receive serial number 0001 on the Wall of Glory. Estimated price, 166,000 yuan. The gear. Official name, Bulgari Era of Craftsmanship Pioneer. This was a pure gold gear featuring the name of Bulgari's founder. Despite being categorized as jewelry, the gear had a diameter of 5.55 centimeters, making it completely unwearable, clearly intended as a display piece. Among the 3, this was the least impressive and least desirable. Its release date, purchasing method, and price were not disclosed. The process. In less than 10 hours since Zhao Chen and Chen Yanlan discussed the project, everything had been finalized. Through multinational meetings and remote discussions, Bulgari's European and domestic teams worked intensely and efficiently to produce a plan. The Chanel collaboration came together quickly after Bulgari offered substantial benefits to secure the partnership. The idea to collaborate with Chanel was partly inspired by Li Miaoxian, who liked the brand and had been by Zhao Chen's side late into the night. Although preparations had already begun a week prior, Zhao Chen's urgency last night accelerated the process. The moment Zhao Chen called her, Chen Yanlan returned to the company, gathered Bulgari's top domestic executives for overtime work, and immediately initiated international video conferences. Zhao Chen's suggestions during their call were brought directly to the meetings for discussion. Each detail was finalized into actionable documents in real time. The time difference between Italy and China worked in their favor. While it was midnight in China, it was daytime in Italy. Meanwhile, on the training field. By 10 a.m., while the luxury industry was buzzing with excitement, Zhao Chen was baking under the sun on the sports field. He'd made a critical mistake. The seemingly kind instructor assigned to their group turned out to be extremely strict and demanding, especially toward the 3 guys in Zhao Chen's group. The result? After failing to maintain proper posture, the 3 of them were now lying on the ground, not doing push-ups but holding a plank position. Zhao Chen was holding up fine, thanks to his enhanced physique. His 2 roommates, literature students who spent more time reading than moving, were trembling uncontrollably as sweat poured down their faces. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. Fortunately, the instructor eventually called for a break. Zhao Chen climbed up and pulled his 2 friends to their feet.
"This is what happens when you never exercise," he remarked. The three of them immediately grabbed their water bottles and chugged deeply. "This survival training environment is so unfriendly to us," one of them complained. "It's sexism," Jiang Wei quipped, earning nods from the other two. "Real men need to stay fit." "Fair point," Zhao Chen agreed. While other classes' male students were mingling, making friends, and gossiping about the girls in their groups, Zhao Chen's class was unique. With only 3 guys surrounded by girls, they couldn't form a guys-only circle. Even making casual remarks about their female classmates was tricky, they'd be overheard. Thankfully, Wang Ziyan came over to chat with Zhao Chen and his friends. She was attractive, good at conversation, and lightened the mood, making the 4 of them feel less awkward. Lunchtime. As crowds swarmed the cafeteria, Zhao Chen realized just how convenient it was to have a girlfriend who could buy food ahead of time and wait for him. Single guys had to find a seat first, then drag their exhausted bodies to buy food. Zhao Chen, in contrast, sat down, tossed his hat aside, and sipped on a cold cola. As he caught his breath, Li Miaoxian handed him her phone, which displayed a message from Chen Yanlan outlining the product plan in detail. Zhao Chen glanced at it briefly and set it aside. Whatever. After eating, Zhao Chen forwarded the product plan to his father in Beijing, leaving it to the 2 older men to worry about. They undoubtedly had more experience than he did in handling such matters. The only thing that irked Zhao Chen was the material usage, less than 500 grams of gold across 3 products costing over 100,000 yuan each. He had 50 tons of gold to sell. At this rate, how long would it take? Sitting beside him, Li Miaoxian quietly ate her food. The self-service area of the cafeteria was filled with freshmen in camouflage uniforms. Many of them recognized Zhao Chen and stared at Li. She wasn't fond of the attention but couldn't exactly hide her face in Zhao Chen's chest. Amid the noisy crowd and the cafeteria's mixed aromas, Zhao Chen glanced at her. "Stay calm. It's fine if people admire beauty, I can't be so selfish as to deny others the chance to appreciate the world's wonders." Li's eyes remained cool, but this time, she felt he was genuinely speaking from the heart. She nodded slightly. "I'm skipping training this afternoon." "Why?" "Because I'm not happy. So I'm not going." Fair enough. For Zhao Chen, unhappiness was a valid reason to avoid something. He texted the advisor, simply stating, "This is Zhao Chen. I'm not feeling well and might not be able to continue with training." To his surprise, the advisor approved immediately, telling him to rest. As Li quietly ate, she reflected on her changes. In the past, she never ate in front of others, let alone prepared meals or adjusted her behavior for someone else. Zhao Chen's earlier words, though tinged with affection, also carried subtle criticism. She would slowly adjust, she thought. Men were strange. They wanted their women to be unparalleled beauties, aloof and pure. Yet they also wanted them grounded and approachable only to them. In certain moments, women were expected to match their men's expectations perfectly. That afternoon, since Zhao Chen wasn't training, he'd likely spend the time tormenting her instead. From the beginning, she hadn't been able to resist him, but now she couldn't even endure his relentless energy. Li couldn't understand what was wrong with Zhao Chen's body, how could he be so insatiable? After receiving permission to skip training from the instructor, Zhao Chen felt completely relaxed. With his enhanced physique, he didn't actually need any training. As for cultivating discipline, Zhao Chen had his own thoughts about it. He didn't need it. Discipline was meant to restrict those who were incapable. It was a facade of justice, a system designed to bind people who had no skills, no intellect, no ideas, and no courage. Zhao Chen was wealthy, and people already classified him as someone who didn't need to follow these rules. In fact, Zhao Chen could very well be one of the people setting the rules. If he wanted, he could even tell the instructor that the other 2 boys in his class weren't feeling well either and couldn't attend training. Money is omnipotent. Especially for someone like Zhao Chen, who possessed the universal trade system. He could effortlessly turn the situation into chaos, causing upheaval on a global scale wouldn't be much of a challenge. With enough money, Zhao Chen had the leverage to negotiate with the entire world. The world was his. Lunch wasn't from the cafeteria, nor was it prepared by Li Miaoxian. Instead, it was delivered by Zhao Chen's driver, made by a top chef from one of the Li family's luxury hotels in the city. To keep it discreet, everything was packed in small, modest containers. Zhao Chen loved beef, especially high-quality, tender cuts. Today's dish was braised diced beef. A spoonful of the soft, tender beef, soaked in flavorful broth and served over rice, was enough to satisfy the deepest hunger. After hours of fatigue and hunger,
this meal truly felt like a reward. The braised beef's tenderness could conquer the taste buds of anyone who was starving. Another dish, yam with blackbone chicken stew, was a simple homemade recipe. It was suitable for both men and women. Li Miaoxian was a picky eater, she wouldn't touch green peppers or onions. There were none on the table, which Zhao Chen didn't mind. After all, those were things he hadn't been able to afford in the past anyway. The two ate quietly as they watched groups of freshmen in camouflage uniforms queuing up for their meals. Zhao Chen poured soup into a bowl for Li. Here, have some chicken soup. Do you have any classes this afternoon? No. Zhao Chen still felt groggy. Last night, while he hadn't spent time with women, hanging out with his 3 roommates had been quite the ordeal. Freshman training would continue in the afternoon. Most students headed back to their dorms to rest after lunch. Zhao Chen, however, stayed in the cafeteria, sitting with Li Miaoxian. After lunch, their daily ritual of chatting and quiet intimacy began. Aren't you going back to the dorm to change? Li tugged at his dusty camouflage uniform, which still bore traces of dirt from the morning's exercises. Disgusted, are you? Zhao Chen teased, gently pinching her hand. He didn't like Li wearing bras, a simple camisole was enough in his opinion. The 3 girls who had visited him yesterday hadn't worn anything under their outfits. You're being too rough. Li spoke coldly, but she neither stopped him nor looked up at him. Then stop already. I don't want to. I'll play a little longer. Li stayed silent, her face cold and her brows slightly furrowed. She kept an eye on the nearly empty cafeteria, ensuring no one was watching. Back at the dorm, Zhao Chen quickly took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. Li stayed downstairs, waiting for him by the building. Have you eaten yet, boss? Jiang Wei asked as Zhao entered, his tone concerned despite lying sprawled on his bed, too tired to move. Yes. Boss, you left so quickly. When we got to the cafeteria, it was packed. And weren't we supposed to eat together today? We couldn't even find you. There were so many people, it wasn't just hard to have a group meal, it was hard to eat at all. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement but didn't elaborate. He'd forgotten about the group lunch entirely. Ma Xiao was off somewhere and hadn't returned yet. Zhao Chen didn't waste time, quickly finishing his shower, changing clothes, and putting on his watch and sneakers. Boss, with that outfit, are you skipping training this afternoon? Jiang Wei asked casually. Yes. Jiang Wei and Ma Jiejun froze, shocked by the nonchalant response. Wait, how can you just skip training? Why do I need to train? It's mandatory. The instructor will notice if you're missing. And our class only has 3 boys, if one of us is gone, it's obvious. Zhao Chen sighed, realizing it was pointless to argue. What was your question again? He asked. Ma Jiejun thought for a moment. I asked, how can you not follow the school's requirements? Taking the question seriously, Zhao Chen replied, the school's requirements? What is the school, exactly? Do I need it? That shut them up. Zhao Chen added, if you're bored, feel free to start buying the items on the dorm list. Online shopping is a fun pastime. With that, he closed the door and left. 15 minutes later, Zhao Chen was downstairs. Li was still waiting. When Zhao tried to hold her hand, she pulled away. He hesitated, noticing her expression, and decided against teasing her further. Her face was cold and distant. If he pushed her anymore, she'd definitely get upset and ignore him. For now, her demeanor simply radiated rejection. Home or somewhere else? He asked. Home, she replied curtly, her brows still furrowed. The driver arrived shortly after with their car. Zhao Chen let Li into the vehicle first before getting in himself. On the way home, Zhao adjusted his seat and leaned closer to her. Without giving her a chance to resist, he rested his head on her shoulder. Wife, I'm tired. You're so warm. Li didn't say a word or push him away. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, avoiding her gaze as if pretending not to notice her anger. He reached for her hand, cold to the touch, and held it. She still didn't resist. They remained in this tense silence. Zhao Chen sought her forgiveness, knowing he'd crossed a line. Yesterday, after spending time with the 3 playful girls, his behavior had become bolder. He hadn't yet adjusted his attitude toward his wife. It was true, any beneficiary of unwritten rules inevitably shifted their perception of relationships. For Zhao Chen, after enjoying the company of affordable girls, his respect for women as a whole, especially young women, had declined. This was his first time acting this way. If he thought about it, those powerful industry leaders who treated women, beautiful ones, young ones, with indifference, coldness, and arrogance must have long since lost any empathy. At this moment, Zhao Chen calmed himself and spoke softly, Miaoxian, I've spent the first half of my life in poverty. It wasn't until I turned 18 that my life suddenly turned around. That's also the year you came into my life. Sometimes I think about it, this wonderful life, the money, the material comforts, they're not the most precious things I've gained from my success. Only you bring me lasting happiness and joy. Sometimes I imagine that without you, this wonderful life would feel empty, like I'd just be a walking corpse, wasting my days like any other playboy. You're not wasting your days now, the girl finally spoke, her tone heavy with accusation. I am, but because you're here, everything I do feels meaningful. Do you understand? You're the irreplaceable, indispensable part of my life, he said, his emotions earnest and sincere. However, Li Miaoxian didn't seem moved. Her hands were still cold, and her body retained its faint fragrance. After a moment, she responded, without me, you'd probably be at Peking University with Bai Wanqing now. With your grades, the Zhao family wouldn't have had to spend much to get you in. I'm not talking about who I'm with. What I mean is, I love you. Only you. No one else can replace you. Li Miaoxian remained silent. Her thoughts were unclear. Perhaps she thought Zhao Chen's words were nonsensical, his attempt at sentiment clumsy and incoherent, full of holes. Yet still, she allowed him to lean against her, let him hold her hand, even though he'd made her uncomfortable earlier. Even though he could be chauvinistic, treating her as an object to be admired, it was evident that, to him, she was something he deeply cherished, desperately wanted to possess, and held in the highest regard. Lightly brushing aside a lock of her hair, the girl lowered her head and looked at the boy resting against her. The corners of his lips betrayed his playful thoughts, always leaping from one topic to the next. She had read many books, countless opinions from philosophers and writers, each with their own views on love. Despite her cold demeanor, her heart was not so detached. She lacked neither money nor a carefree life. She didn't need to think about dowries, property, or in-law relationships. For her, a lifetime with one man who loved her and treated her well was enough. That was the entirety of her perspective on love. Nothing more, nothing less. She lifted her free hand and gently rested it on Zhao Chen's face, as if drawn by the warmth. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, meeting hers. Sis, he murmured softly. Li Miaoxian was 2 months older than him. She didn't reply, her gaze still cold, but it lacked the indifference it usually held. It was lively, carrying an unspoken response to him. The car drove smoothly. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the villa. My love is like a tide, Zhao Chen hummed a tune as he pulled his girlfriend from the garage into the house. Inside, he tossed his watch and keys into the box by the entryway, changed into slippers, and leisurely led Li Miaoxian upstairs. The master bedroom. Li Miaoxian had just changed into her pajamas and lay down when Zhao Chen sidled up to her, wrapping his arms tightly around her and nuzzling her affectionately. Sis, I know I was wrong. I won't do it like that again. There won't be a next time. If there is, I'll chop off your hands. So cruel. Why do you smell so good? I smell good too. Let's snuggle closer. It's because you used my body wash. The girl lay on her side, matching his movements. Their faces were so close they almost touched. Miaoxian, your nose bridge is so high, kissing is inconvenient. Just tilt your head. Like this? Zhao Chen tilted his head and captured her lips. Their eyes met. Li Miaoxian pretended not to notice his hesitation. She blinked twice, then let him continue. Kissing was the sweet treat of love. As long as he still wanted to kiss her, as long as he sought her out for passionate embraces, it meant their love was still in its honeymoon phase, still full of sweetness. She couldn't forget the 3 girls from yesterday. If Zhao Chen had grown cold toward her after being with them, she wouldn't have been angry or upset. But the fact that he still came back, patiently teasing her and kissing her, brought her a certain joy. Stop moving. Take a nap. Nap with you. Li Miaoxian didn't respond, turning away and closing her eyes to sleep. Zhao Chen climbed out of bed barefoot and began drawing the curtains. Hearing the sound, she instantly opened her eyes and flipped out of bed. He was trying to escape. Too bad for him, Zhao Chen was quicker. He grabbed her wrist before she could leave. Li Miaoxian glanced back at him, her voice soft. I was just going downstairs to get some tea. No need. I'm not thirsty. You just had a bottle of water. Blinking, she held his hand, showing him a coquettish expression for the first time. Can't you just let me go?
I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Nope. I've held back for a whole day. The girl pouted, letting out a small humph. She stopped resisting and instead sat by the window, slowly letting her hair down. Every so often, she glanced at Zhao Chen with her large eyes. Her gaze made Zhao Chen feel a bit self-conscious. Why did this scene suddenly feel like he was some brute bullying a lovely wife? But this was his wife. Wait, why are you looking at me like I'm some useless man? Do you think I'm not strong enough? Li Miaoxian's expression fell, and she hurriedly hugged a pillow to her chest, trying to protect herself. But it was futile, she was already on the bed. Zhao Chen wasn't going to let her go. She was just being coy. They weren't an inexperienced young couple anymore, they were practically like old married spouses. What was the point of acting like this? It wasn't as though he hadn't thoroughly satisfied her every time. She really didn't understand men at all. Li's gaze was subtle. She'd known from the beginning that she wouldn't be able to escape. However, if she gave in too easily every time, without resistance, eventually, he would start to take her for granted. Not only that, her willingness might even encourage him to demand more, indulging in abnormal, shameless desires. That was the hardest thing for her to accept. Men were the greediest creatures on earth. Zhao Chen pulled the pillow out of her arms. Li Miaoxian's legs were long and beautiful. Apart from her small hips, they were practically like something out of a manga. She didn't talk much, but her voice was undeniably pleasant to listen to. Let's not elaborate further. By the time they naturally woke up from their afternoon nap, it was past 4 p.m. Zhao Chen sneaked downstairs, opened the fridge, and grabbed a cold cola. Taking a long gulp, the sticky heat from the nap melted away. It was his second bottle of cola that day. Upstairs, as soon as the fridge opened, Li, ever sharp, would definitely have heard it. Stealing a Coke wasn't a big deal. If he wanted one, would she really stop him? Ridiculous. It was as if she'd forgotten who was in charge of this house. Zhao Chen knew that Li Miaoxian was already awake. But that didn't matter. She was probably still massaging her stomach after all. Every time they were active, she could see the metaphorical progress bar for herself. After getting up, she would likely soak in the bath, then sit on the balcony sipping tea and reading a book, waiting for Chen Yanlan to come home from work. Afterward, she'd help with dinner. Zhao Chen knew her routine well. He checked the time. Washing his face, Zhao Chen went into his study and booted up the expensive custom computer he'd spent hundreds of thousands on for the first time. 1 hour of work a day. Bulgari had a lot going on today. Many decisions needed to be made, and by now, the online pre-order channels had opened. Zhao Chen didn't care about the number of pre-orders, it wasn't important. What mattered was whether Bulgari was heading in the direction he wanted. He envisioned an overwhelming marketing campaign, pushing the boundaries of what a luxury brand could achieve. Because of the inventory allocation requirements, sales associates across different regions had different standards. Many even set the bar higher than the official guidelines. This time, Bulgari headquarters had taken an equally audacious stance. One peculiar strength of luxury brand marketing is its unapologetic confidence. From the headquarters to boutiques, to even the resale market, brands control the process with absolute arrogance. They didn't need justification for their high-handed approach. Instead, they crafted an image of exclusivity so compelling that even their customers began to internalize it. The products were prestigious, expensive, and luxurious because the brand said so. Over-advertising could conflict with this air of exclusivity. But Zhao Chen had a different philosophy: let the entire world know that Bulgari represented the pinnacle of jewelry artistry. Luxury didn't have to stay behind closed doors, it should be a global symbol. Even the poorest person should know about it, if only to serve as a benchmark for others to flaunt their wealth. Rich people, he reasoned, would like the idea. Take a simple example: even someone earning 800 yuan a month knows that Rolex watches are outrageously expensive. Video conference begins. Chen Yanlan, appearing on screen, immediately took charge of the meeting. Zhao Chen noticed her exhausted yet energetic expression, a mix of physical and mental fatigue tempered by a certain thrill. The first thing she said to him after connecting was, "The gold bracelet requiring engraved names and serial numbers, whose buyers' names will be displayed on Bulgari's Wall of Honor, has already received over 9,000 pre-orders in just 3 hours through the online portal. Some might genuinely love Bulgari," she added. But this bracelet was a collaboration with Chanel. The scale of Chanel's fanbase was unimaginable. A bracelet priced at 166,000 yuan with over 9,000 pre-orders in 3 hours. Compared to in-store sales that required negotiating with sales associates, this direct, transparent purchasing method was far more efficient. In Zhao Chen's quiet and cold study, the atmosphere was calm. But at Bulgari's offices, it was the opposite. Zhao Chen could see the constant rotation of people at the meeting table on her side. On another screen, Chen Yanlan was simultaneously holding discussions with Bulgari's Italian headquarters. It was clear she had been running meetings for a long time now. This was the first time Zhao Chen had entrusted her with implementing a major business initiative. And she had proven capable, ambitious, even. Despite her fatigue, this Stanford graduate was making her debut in managing a top luxury brand's operations. Zhao Chen was impressed by how perfectly she had executed everything within such a short time. Her academic background was in economics, yet she was navigating the intricacies of luxury marketing with remarkable precision. This wasn't just a high-quality woman to ride, as Zhao Chen had once thought. His initial perspective was shifting. He could no longer just follow Li Niaxian's advice regarding Yanlan. She held too much power, having a hand in all of his ventures. It was time to leave his mark on her, to ensure she wouldn't stray. A bracelet priced at 166,000 yuan, and over 9,000 pre-orders? Zhao Chen mused. Shut down the online pre-order channel. Over 9,000 is already too many. The price of 166,000 is too low. From now on, let the market and resellers dictate the pricing. We'll observe. Zhao Chen's thoughts were clear. He had his own vision. Chen Yanlan nodded without question. She didn't challenge him, nor did she offer her own suggestions. Perhaps she feared Zhao Chen was testing her. Having handled the project from start to finish, she didn't want to let go of this critical campaign. She was likely more invested in its success than Zhao Chen himself. But this wasn't her business, it was his. Even the ideas came from him. She was just a secretary, an assistant, and she couldn't afford to overstep. Zhao Chen stared at her face in silence for a moment before speaking again. Secure ad placements on Weibo trending topics, major browser homepages, short video platforms, and even in WeChat moments. Get whatever you can. The campaign is going well so far, and whether it sinks or swims doesn't matter. This is a big step forward for brand marketing. In China, the public mostly associated Bulgari with the famed Bulgari afternoon tea favored by socialites. Its jewelry, while prestigious, felt distant. Most ordinary consumers lean toward brands like Chow Tai Sang or Lao Fengxiang. This campaign could serve as a new starting point for Bulgari in the domestic market. Zhao Chen's instructions were meticulous. Yanlan recorded everything immediately, nodding in agreement without offering any objections. Someday, when she earned Zhao Chen's full trust, when she lay submissively at his bedside, devoted and admiring, perhaps then she could voice her opinions. But even then, she would need to present them as suggestions from a little lover. The reality was clear. There were things Zhao Chen wouldn't personally handle, but she would need to step in, aligning herself to serve his ambitions with her own resources and strategies. The meeting concluded. Chen Yanlan sent Zhao Chen an internal report of notable clients who had pre-ordered the gold bracelet. 1. Chanel official. 2. Chanel's chief designer, Karl Lagerfeld, hypothetical example. 3. UK royal family, King Charles III and Queen consort Camilla Rosemary Shand. 4. Singer Taylor Swift. 5. Football star Neymar. 6. Elon Musk. Additional notable clients included Leonardo DiCaprio, Hillary Clinton, Aung San Suu Kyi, Gong Li, Edison Chen, and Maggie Cheung. The person at the front of the queue, Zhao Chen, glanced over but skipped past. Some individuals in the queue had no reservations because Bulgari had sent them the bracelet as a gift. Bulgari itself arranged their numbers, giving them priority. This kind of operation, done purely for marketing and advertising, is something unique to China. Abroad, with their principles of fairness and honesty, such things would likely not happen. Zhao Chen remained silent. He merely nodded slightly without judging whether it was good or bad. After all, Chen Yanlan had worked hard to connect with the necessary people in such a short amount of time. At least she created an impressive facade. And who would turn down a free gold bar, especially one co-branded by Chanel and Bulgari? He didn't know how much effort Chen Yanlan had invested in this matter. He didn't ask, he couldn't just hand over everything Bulgari had to her. Come home for dinner tonight, Zhao Chen instructed before ending the video conference. Stretching lazily, he got up from his chair. His mood was calm. Even with such massive marketing efforts, and such tremendous momentum, it would still be difficult to digest the 50 tons of gold in his warehouse.
Even the 3 pieces sold to the so-called big spenders wouldn't be enough to deplete his gold reserves. He'd still have to rely on Bulgari's regular jewelry sales. Domestically, Bulgari's plans to build a factory in Jinling were already underway. Zhao Chen took off his undershirt. Pushing a cart to the underground warehouse, he began moving gold bars into the garage to load them into the car. Watches, jewelry, perfume caps, hotel decorations, handbag buckles. Bulgari's factory required gold in countless ways. Everything else could be delegated to others, but moving the gold bars from the mountain in his warehouse was a task he insisted on doing himself. There was no room for laziness. Manual labor was indeed a good workout. Back in the day, he'd moved bricks at construction sites. Now, he moved bricks at home. The nature of the work remained the same, but his salary had multiplied several times over. He loaded 1 ton of gold into the car. Wang Taizhu, along with 3 security guards, got into the vehicle and drove off. They didn't know what Zhao Chen was loading into the car. They wouldn't check, either. Their personal information and home addresses were securely held by the security company. With their wives, children, and families all traceable, not everyone was willing to live life as an outlaw. While Zhao Chen was showering, Li Miaoxian came downstairs. She was wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown. Her collarbone and shoulders were exposed, glistening and fair. Glancing at Zhao Chen, she asked, "There's a concert tonight. Want to go?" "Sure," Zhao Chen agreed casually. It was no different from going to a movie. Only this time, they opted to attend a concert. Lovers have only so many activities to choose from. They skipped a lot initially, but they could always make up for it later. After changing clothes, they went out for dinner. Li Miaoxian chose a private dining restaurant. The car for the outing was the latest AMG GT63S, a small convertible Zhao Chen was quite fond of. The day after tomorrow, Bulgari would be hosting 4 grand events in Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong simultaneously. Similar Bulgari events would also take place worldwide. The global centennial celebration of Bulgari would be held offline, marked by grandeur and splendor. Invitations sent to prominent figures in all sectors were already on their way. Bulgari was making a bold statement. Zhao Chen could already envision the overwhelming media coverage, from news outlets to personal blogs and magazines. Zhao Chen needed every bit of attention. 50 tons of gold, he could even use 25 tons purely for advertising. This time, the goal was to elevate the brand. The car descended the mountain road, music playing as usual, silence. The private restaurant had no visible signage. Reservations were mandatory. No menu existed, prices were arbitrary, and the food wasn't particularly delicious. Yet, for couples looking for privacy during a meal, the ambience was perfect. Li Miaoxian disliked noisy places. The restaurant was housed in a villa, hard to locate. The front yard was filled with trees, the pathways lined with scattered flowers, and gazebos along the way. There were no greeters. Zhao Chen held her hand. Today, she wore elegant white gloves, delicate and ornate, like a princess from a medieval castle. At the end of the flower-lined path, they entered to find a reception desk. After providing their reservation details, Zhao Chen casually ordered red wine, ensuring it was decanted in advance. At one small private room, Li Miaoxian paused before pushing open the door. The bright windows were draped with white sheer curtains swaying gently in the breeze. The atmosphere was fresh and serene. Zhao Chen followed her inside. The restaurant had one notable feature, a set meal costing 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, with no named dishes. What was served depended on what the restaurant had prepared that day. Before long, several dishes were brought to the table. Portions were adequate, and the presentation was unique: fresh seasonal vegetables, specialty appetizers, small slices of bread, and shrimp. The flavors were light but surprisingly satisfying to the palate. The main course included star grouper, black pepper steak, stir-fried frog, matsutake tofu, a wild mushroom pot, lamb chops, red wine foie gras, and other dishes with unrecognizable names. Clink. A crisp, clear sound. Their wine glasses lightly touched. Neither of them spoke much. They quietly ate dinner and sipped wine. Zhao Chen served her food, and she poured him wine. No interruptions, just the pleasant chirping of birds from the courtyard. "Do we have enough time?" Zhao Chen asked softly. "Plenty," she replied. "All right." Zhao Chen calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin. After all the changes in his life, it had been a long time since he felt so at ease. In the past, when he was broke, his mind was clear and focused solely on making money. Now, with wealth, he found himself restless, chasing after things he'd never experienced: women, luxury cars, mansions, private jets, vacations. He hadn't had a single moment of introspection, constantly pandering to this intoxicating world. The mindset of a nouveau riche, perhaps. Real heirs of aristocratic families, were they like the spoiled playboys he knew in Beijing? Maybe. But he didn't want to be like them anymore. He realized he had become overly dependent on Li Miaoxian. She was the one who introduced him to this dazzling world. His desires were shaped by her, his thoughts were often stifled by her occasional reminders to keep it simple and live a peaceful life. Her excellence made it easy to rely on her for outings, dining, even concert going. He had almost no autonomy left. This was frightening. Setting down his chopsticks, Zhao Chen called out, "Can I get a bowl of egg fried rice? Add a pack of spicy strips, make it Wei Long brand." Of course, the staff replied. It occurred to him that eating a pack of spicy strips before attending an elegant concert wasn't against the law. And those shoes? Not nearly as comfortable as slippers. Why not bring sunflower seeds, cola, and popcorn to the concert? Surely that wasn't prohibited either. Even if it was, who could stop an 18-year-old billionaire from snacking? At least now he had it figured out. From now on, he wouldn't limit himself to just one bottle of soda a day. He'd have one Pepsi, one Coke, one Fanta, and one Lausanne soda. When asked, he'd still say he only had one bottle. The egg fried rice arrived. He handed a single spicy strip to Li Miaoxian, suggesting she pair it with her red wine. "Just one, no more. If it weren't for me, you'd never experience this combination in your lifetime." She nodded. Why couldn't they be late to the concert, just as they could for a movie? First, they'd grab some stinky tofu at a street stall. Damn it! 18 years of craving, and he was going to fulfill every childhood dream one by one. Forget gentlemanly manners. All that mattered was he'd had enough. He wasn't just going to abandon etiquette for himself, he'd pull his wife along for the ride too. The key issue lies in being a person of quality, someone who isn't condemned by public opinion. That's not an easy thing to achieve. Compared to being constrained by countless rules and restrictions, Zhao Chen genuinely preferred the feeling of being at home in slippers, lounging wherever he pleased. Sure, he could attend a concert dressed properly, just like everyone else. But if he showed up in flip-flops and a t-shirt, no one could stop him either. After all, those with the leisure to attend concerts weren't from society's lower rungs. Who would dare criticize him to his face? This society is remarkably tolerant of the behavior of the wealthy. Money doesn't just change the rules. More often than not, if you have money, you get to make the rules. Even the elderly men dancing in public squares understand this principle. Whether or not you have a dance partner depends on the size of your retirement pension. Everyone knows this truth. Li Miaoxian rarely ate spicy snacks like lei xiao, spicy strips. She had tasted them as a child but had since forgotten. Zhao Chen was right. If it weren't for him, she probably would never have experienced the peculiar flavor clash of red wine paired with lei xiao in her entire life. When Zhao Chen was ordering food, she wanted to remind him that the restaurant didn't allow ordering anything outside the set menu. Private dining establishments were capricious that way. You ate whatever they decided to serve. But Zhao Chen demonstrated with his actions. After ordering a 7,000 yuan set menu and a 30,000 yuan bottle of wine, even if the restaurant didn't have fried rice, they'd have to make it. As for lei xiao, they'd better go out and buy it if they didn't have any. Having experienced poverty before becoming wealthy, Zhao Chen was far more adept at wielding money than Li Miaoxian. The two of them ate lei xiao together. Fortunately, they were in a private dining establishment. Fortunately, no one else saw them. Otherwise, the sight of Hua Shang's billionaire heir sharing spicy snacks with his girlfriend would surely have turned into an instant internet sensation. After their meal, when it was time to settle the bill, Zhao Chen casually picked up 2 bottles of wine to take home. They'd need drinks at home, especially for the sweet moments lovers shared. Expensive wine, like diamonds, could make a woman's heart race. He placed the 2 bottles in the car's front trunk. The night breeze carried a slight chill. Noticing that Li Miaoxian was unusually quiet, Zhao Chen realized that whenever he took charge with such assertiveness, she never objected and always followed his lead. Why the cold face? "No one's around, give me a smile," he said casually after they got in the car, his gaze lingering on her fair, delicate features. Their eyes met for a moment. Li Miaoxian's cold expression softened, and after a long pause, her lips curved into a bright smile, radiant as a blooming flower. She smiled, and Zhao Chen felt deeply comforted. At least his seemingly aloof wife would yield when he needed her to.
That alone was a dream come true for many men. What's more, her aloofness was just an outward demeanor. The car cruised leisurely, moving at a slow pace, stopping occasionally. When their drinks were finished, Zhao Chen drove back a long way to hand the empty bottles to a scrap collector. The elderly man collecting trash wasn't miserable. His face was darkened by the sun, but his smile was infectious. Zhao Chen, having experienced life's hardships, felt no disdain for those living in humble corners of society. He didn't offer the man any money, though. The man had no wife to provide for. What would he need money for? A man unwilling to beg in the streets wouldn't appreciate handouts. Why didn't you give him some money? Li Miuxian asked. Hair tousled by the wind, Zhao Chen replied in his typically blunt tone, and how exactly am I supposed to give it to him? Transfer via WeChat? What if the man doesn't even care about the little bit of money I'd send? Li Miuxian fell silent before speaking again. How do you know he wouldn't accept it if you haven't tried? If I did, would that bottle even be worth a few cents? Li Miuxian was rendered speechless. It wasn't that she disliked Zhao Chen's frugality, she simply thought that, for such a trivial sum, even being deceived wouldn't matter. His calculating nature seemed like a product of his harsh upbringing. But Zhao Chen was used to her occasional silence. This time, he turned the car around and returned to the elderly man. Parking some distance away, neither of them got out of the car. Instead, Zhao Chen gestured silently, letting Li Miuxian see for herself. One after another, two food delivery workers approached the old man. One handed over a KFC deluxe double meal, the other brought a portion of braised pig's feet and rice. Even while living off scavenging, the man hadn't forgotten KFC's Crazy Thursday deals. His appetite and eating habits were remarkably hearty. Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how the old man lived a freer life than he did. Wasn't this what Zhao Chen had always wanted? To wear slippers wherever he went, to sleep wherever he pleased? Only the old man's mindset was on a grander scale. Li Miuxian took a deep breath. It was indeed a product of upbringing. Having grown up in comfort and luxury, she never had the chance to experience Zhao Chen's struggles. He had spent over a decade clawing his way up from the bottom, sharpening his independence, his judgment, and his awareness of the world around him. His ability to navigate life's complexities far outstripped hers. In that sense, she couldn't compete with him. For his part, Zhao Chen admired the old man's carefree lifestyle. No pressures, no constraints, complete freedom. But Zhao Chen couldn't live like that. Otherwise, his uncle would probably show up in a Rolls-Royce, declaring dramatically, "Young master, it's time to come home," and drag him back to the family estate. Let's go. The concert's about to start. The city lights painted the night in a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Joy and indulgence spilled into every corner of the city. The flourishing prosperity of the era was something worth savoring. When they arrived, Zhao Chen led Li Miuxian to seats in the back rows. The performance had already begun. The program included some timeless classics. Instruments, voices, and the conductor worked together in layered harmony. Amid the apparent chaos was order, as every note followed the score's trajectory. Hundreds of musicians moved as one, directed by the conductor's gestures, every sound falling into place at precisely the same moment. The music struck at the soul, and the artistry of the performance provoked deep reflection. Li Miuxian, who had achieved level 10 in piano and also studied violin, could delve deeper into the music's intricacies with her refined ear and elegant sensibilities. Zhao Chen closed his eyes. But his focus wasn't on the music, it was on the conductor. The flick of a finger, the wave of an arm, the subtle cues, all of them unified hundreds of people under a single direction. No second conductor, no second path. The conductor was the orchestra's sole guide. Zhao Chen was inspired. His Huasheng group had just started to find its footing. Bulgari's operations had only taken their first steps. The reason they could run at such an intense pace was because Zhao Chen held absolute authority. Chen Yanlan dared not disobey him. When Zhao Chen came up with an idea, she made it happen. If he mentioned needing a coffee machine, she drafted a proposal. As a result, even Ma Xiao ended up with a job. From the start until now, every word Zhao Chen spoke had been documented, printed, and placed in the office. Those documents formed the foundation of Huasheng's principles and goals. Blindly following orders, at least in this case, had worked wonders. Behind the young master stood the colossal Huasheng conglomerate, a name recognized nationwide. Why wouldn't they listen? Zhao Chen, like a conductor, directed with effortless precision. This feeling was indescribable. It stirred the youthful ambition within him, filling his heart with an electrifying energy.
Beneath the calm surface, his mind surged with ideas. Taking Li Miaoxian's soft, jade-like hand, he was reminded how art could touch the soul. Of course, this had little to do with the poor. It wasn't that they didn't need art, it was that they simply couldn't afford it. Though Zhao Chun had wanted to attend the concert in slippers, he wore casual shoes instead. He wouldn't kick them off and bare his feet here. Freedom and comfort didn't equate to foolishness. Near the end of the concert, Zhao Chun spotted someone in the front row, his uncle, the one he hadn't checked in with for 2 days. His uncle's companion was a woman of remarkable grace. For all his indulgences in worldly pleasures, his uncle had principles. He enjoyed life but never preyed on young girls. The last time Zhao Chun was at Bai Wanning's house, Bai Jingshan's respect for second uncle made Zhao Chun wonder if, beneath his otherwise unremarkable and sometimes lewd appearance, the old man had some hidden integrity and grandeur. Today, second uncle came to the concert. He seemed completely absorbed, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor with none of his usual flippant airs. His female companion, though older, carried herself with elegance. Despite her gray-streaked hair, the wooden hairpin in her intricately styled bun was both dark and refined. Faced with such a dignified woman in her 50s, Zhao Chun couldn't help but sigh to himself, time cannot defeat true beauty. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was chatting with Bai Wanning. Their relationship seemed even closer than Zhao Chan's own bond with Bai Wanning. Whenever they had time, the two sisters would find a way to catch up. Zhao Chen never paid attention to what they talked about. At least they weren't discussing how to divide his family fortune. That said, it was clear Bai Wanning lived a quiet life in Beijing with no one to accompany her. Fortunately, the Zhao family was also in Beijing. Today, Wang Qian had posted on her social media with the caption "daughter-in-law," alongside a photo of Bai Wanning attending a family dinner at the Zhao household. Zhao Chen no longer worried about Bai Wanning being lonely in Beijing. She had already moved into the Zhao household. When she needed to stay at school, she lived on campus. Otherwise, the Zhao family always sent someone to pick her up after school. They even designated one of their 4 Rolls-Royces exclusively for chauffeuring her. Bai Jingshan had no complaints, and Zhao Chen's concerns were put to rest. After all, mothers everywhere are the same. Wang Qian's actions would be considered proper in any era. The concert ended. Second uncle disappeared the moment it was over. Zhao Chen smirked. That old man must have spotted him and slipped away to avoid an encounter. Second uncle was worried that his rascal image in Zhao Chen's mind might crumble, making it harder for him to shamelessly take advantage of Zhao Chen in the future. Li Miaoxian was still chatting with Bai Wanning. Sitting in the car, they continued their conversation via video call. He's been in military training but didn't get tanned. He only attended the morning session and then found an excuse to skip the afternoon, Bai Wanning said. Dinner? We ate out. There's a girl in his class who's the class monitor. She's quite decent. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on him. Yes, I washed it with clean water. No chemicals, all handmade by me. Okay, sure, I'll send it to you tomorrow. She didn't avoid Zhao Chen while speaking. When she finished, she handed the phone to Zhao Chen. Wanning's on the line. Zhao Chen took the phone and smiled at the girl on the other end. Chen, have you had dinner yet? Zhao Chen asked directly. When on a video call with Bai Wanning, if he didn't speak, she would stare at him in silence, her face growing redder the longer the pause. I have. Auntie made ribs and fish for me, she replied, her tone soft and delicate. She had spoken briskly and confidently while talking to Li Miaoxian earlier, but with Zhao Chen, her words were now slow and hesitant, as if she had to think through every sentence carefully. The auntie she referred to was Zhao Chen's mother, Wang Qian. When I left last time, I told you to eat more. Have you been listening? I have. I've eaten a lot, I think I might even gain weight. While on video calls, she always adjusted the camera carefully, sitting with perfect posture, as if attending a formal meeting. Gain weight? You're so thin that if you don't hit 95 pounds next time, don't bother seeing me or calling yourself my girlfriend. At 5 feet 7 inches, Bai Wanning's slender frame was too fragile. Oh. Wanning, you have to eat well every day. If there's anything you want, just tell my mom. Okay, I will. After a few more words of concern, Zhao Chen ended the call. With Li Miaoxian present, he couldn't bring himself to tease Bai Wanning inappropriately, even though her blush was always amusing to him. The sports car roared as it cruised down the street, but Zhao Chen didn't drive home. Instead, he stopped to buy snacks, about 50 yuan's worth. Then, with Li Miaoxian, he drove to another one of his companies. It was the Huasheng Jinling City Model and Actor Agency. Li Miuxian didn't say much, merely following him upstairs until they reached the top floor. At this hour, there were still people training in the top floor rehearsal room. The music and dance rhythms could be heard clearly from the hallway. Standing behind Zhao Chun, Li Miuxian was silent. Though she felt uneasy about Zhao Chen's audacity bringing her to see his treasures, she remained patient, waiting to see what he intended before deciding whether to lose her temper. They stood in the hallway without opening the door. Zhao Chen listened to the sounds within. The idea of creating a group of 4 starlets seemed wonderful, but how often does reality align with one's wishes? Even for someone with a net worth in the billions, like Zhao Chun, neither Kazuo Inamori nor Warren Buffett could claim to control everything. Success required both effort and opportunity. Of course, idol groups were an exception. Even 2.5 years of practice should yield at least some recognition. Yet some trainees, now in their 30s, still remained unknown. Reality was harsh. Even when Zhao Chen had been indulging himself with these girls, he didn't shy away from reminding them that their success lay in their own hands. Tonight, he decided to check on their progress. At 10 p.m., the rehearsal room was still active. By this hour, another kind of lifestyle might involve carefree partying at nightclubs. After some reflection, Zhao Chen pushed open the door. Inside, 4 girls were drenched in sweat, their training clothes soaked. Empty takeout containers and instant noodle cups were piled in a trash bin nearby. The girls froze when they saw Zhao Chen enter, standing awkwardly in place as the music played on. Zhao Chen casually dropped the snacks he'd brought onto the floor. Then he picked up the trash bin, carried it outside to empty it, and returned. It was only then that the girls noticed a tall, aloof, stunningly beautiful woman standing outside the door. Her cold, regal demeanor made their hearts race. Panic set in. They realized that their boss's official girlfriend had shown up. If anyone was going to suffer for this, it would be them. But after a while, seeing that Li Miuxian remained outside, simply observing without any intention of entering, they felt a little relieved. Take a break, Zhao Chen said calmly. Yang Minghua, one of the girls who had dined with Zhao Chen before and was his pre-selected star among the group, immediately turned off the music. She dragged a bench over for Zhao Chen to sit on. I brought you some snacks. The snacks weren't much, just about 100 yuan's worth. Zhao Chen tossed the bag carelessly onto the floor. The 3 girls looked lively and youthful, playing their roles with practiced charm. But today, they were visibly fatigued, their exhaustion seeping through the sweat dripping onto their yoga mats. Do it again, Zhao Chen said. Yang Minghua restarted the music. The rhythm was upbeat. Zhao Chen watched intently, evaluating their performance with an aesthetic and artistic lens, free of personal bias. He noticed the tiny beads of sweat cascading from the dancers' bodies. By the standards of typical idol group dances, they were more than competent, their movements perfectly synchronized. But their goal wasn't just to be another idol group, they aspired to be top-tier performers. Zhao Chen dared not offer any comments, fearing his words might influence any of them unfairly. If he could provide them with opportunities to achieve greater success, he would. Even if he was merely a passerby, a benefactor, or a friend in their lives, he wanted to be a conscientious patron. At the very least, he didn't want them to feel like their youth had been wasted. Work hard, Zhao Chen said. If you put in the effort, I'll give you everything I can. I'm only 18, just like you. We all have bright futures ahead. I'm 18 too, just like you. We all have a bright future ahead of us. His words rang out powerfully. He wasn't just speaking to the 4 aspiring young women before him, he was also speaking to Li Miuxian. We're only 18. The future is full of possibilities. We don't have to live our lives in dull domesticity like an old married couple. We have important choices to make. Life won't be boring. The future is promising. Yang Minghua, delicate and soft, blushed slightly. The other 3 girls lowered their heads in silence. They had chosen this path, knowing well what had happened to the women who had come before them. But the specifics of those stories remained a mystery. No matter what, hearing Zhao Chen say he would give them a bright future even if it was just a dream to keep them going, felt comforting. To strive for fame, yet secretly become someone's mistress, someone's plaything, paraded like a goddess in public, yet reduced to something pathetic in private. Many infamous scandals still haunted their industry like lingering nightmares. Golf balls, pool cues, fists. Fortunately, their benefactor was young. Young men were less likely to have twisted, depraved desires. Besides, after all this time, Zhao Chen had only toyed with them, he hadn't actually taken things further. One more glance at the hallway outside, where Zhao Chen's girlfriend stood.
That kind of aura, they would probably never achieve it in this lifetime. That kind of cultured elegance, the kind that came from genuine education and upbringing, was something no cosmetic surgeon could sculpt. A natural-born beauty. Zhao Chen glanced at the four of them. Then, in a calm tone, he said, "After this reality show wraps up, you four should take some time to reflect. I'll pull some strings to get you into Beijing. 2 things, stage plays and skits. First, you'll study under a mentor for a while. In the future, whenever you have time, keep practicing stage acting. All I can give you is resources. But no matter how strong your resources are, no matter how powerful your fan base is, no entertainer can survive without real ability. Your goal shouldn't just be to become the next Joseon or Zhang Zi. You're good looking, and you're smart too. Think about Hua Shang's strength. Your stage isn't just this tiny domestic market. You should build up your skills and take bold steps onto the world stage. I've paved the road for you. Now it's up to you to decide what you want. You know this industry better than I do. If you don't want to fight for it, plenty of others will. You're young and beautiful now, but what about 5 years from now? Can you still compete with the next wave of 18-year-olds? The world is never short on 18-year-old girls with loose skirts. If you can't keep up, I have no shortage of candidates to train into national goddesses." Zhao Chen had said a lot. Perhaps even too much. Maybe his expectations were too high. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for them to continue, then turned and left. Though only 18, at that moment, he carried none of the youthful energy he had at school. His face remained calm, his thoughts running deep. Li Miaoxian didn't speak immediately. She decided to wait until they were in the car or back home before confronting him. Right now, Zhao Chen was putting on his serious face. She knew his personality better than anyone. But outside, she wouldn't say a word. She understood boundaries, men's pride mattered. Zhao Chen stepped out of the training room in high spirits. After all, the people he was investing in were willing to work hard, willing to develop real skills. At least it felt like his money wasn't being wasted. But the moment he met Li Miaoxian's gaze in the hallway, his stomach dropped. Li Miaoxian wasn't some clueless young girl. She could see through his thoughts without even trying. The fact that she wasn't angry, hadn't spoken, and hadn't given him any attitude, that was already an incredible display of patience. He just hoped there wouldn't be a storm later. In his mind, he figured Li Miaoxian wouldn't be mad about his entanglements with the girls themselves. She was probably mad that he, her so-called official wife, had been brought here to watch him check up on them. How could she not feel humiliated? Swapping places in his mind, if he were Li Miaoxian, he would be shaking with rage right now. Casually, he stole a glance at the woman he was holding hands with. Her expression was the same as ever, calm, cold, indifferent. No signs of anger. But the calmer she was, the worse it would be when the storm hit. The elevator ride was uneventful. Zhao Chen held her hand, their usual closeness intact. From the company doors to the car, they remained intimate. Every now and then, Zhao Chen tilted his head to admire her refined, elegant aura. When no one was looking, he leaned in decisively and stole a quick kiss. "Enough, we're still outside," she murmured softly. Zhao Chen exhaled slightly. At least she was still talking to him. Once in the car, he closed the convertible top and rolled up the windows. He buckled her seatbelt for her but didn't start the engine immediately. Now that they were in a private space, he wanted to gauge her reaction first. 2 minutes passed before he reluctantly started the car. At least she wouldn't explode while he was driving. 10 minutes later, they arrived home. The villa's gates slowly slid open. The car pulled into the garage. Li Miaoxian stepped out first, her heels clicking against the floor as she walked ahead. Zhao Chen retrieved the bottles of wine from the front trunk before heading inside. So far, everything seemed normal. Inside, Li Miaoxian stood by the door, waiting to help him carry the wine while he changed his shoes. Chen Yanlan was still at the office, working overtime. Zhao Chen sent her a message: "Don't overwork yourself." The 3 product lines still hadn't entered mass production. The images circulating online were just computer-rendered designs. With Bulgari's global centennial event happening the day after tomorrow, she had her hands full. Venue setup, security, media relations, event programming, guest invitations, finances. Even though some tasks could be coordinated with Hua Shang, Zhao Chen's company was independent. Even with Hua Shang's help, everything was still a business exchange. Luckily, Zhao Jiqing had assigned 2 of Hua Shang's senior executives, Wang Ming and Ma Ziyuan, to support Zhao Chen when he expanded southward. The Zhao family was already aware of what Zhao Chen was up to. It was late. After washing up, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian lay in bed, ready to sleep. Just as he thought she had let today's incident go, the girl nestled in his arms suddenly spoke. Chen. Miaoxian. There's something I've been meaning to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening. We're basically an old married couple now, no need to be so reserved. I want to become a celebrity. Her bright, expressive eyes locked onto his. She was so close that Zhao Chen felt like her eyelashes would brush against his face. Her gaze held none of its usual coldness. Instead, it shimmered with curiosity and anticipation. Zhao Chen thought he had misheard. The entertainment industry looks so exciting, so fun, so fascinating, she said. You said it yourself, I shouldn't be selfish with my beauty. I think I can be a star. Then, everyone will see my face. Zhao Chen's pupils shrank. He had expected a scathing rebuke. He hadn't expected her to counterattack like this. For a moment, his mouth tasted bitter, his heart drained of strength. Li Miaoxian's eyes sparkled as she watched him, studying his expression, waiting to see how he would react, how he would refuse, how he would struggle. Her lips, crimson, glistening, curved ever so slightly. Li Miaoxian would never forbid Zhao Chen from sleeping in the bedroom. Such a punishment out of anger would be a mistake. Not only would it give that little scoundrel an excuse to seek out other women for the night, but it would also cause Zhao Chen to lose his dignity as the man of this big household. It would be just like being forced to kneel on a washboard in public. What's even more terrifying is that no one else is in the villa tonight. If she makes him sleep alone today, when his frustration peaks tomorrow night and he has to hold it in all by himself, she will end up suffering the consequences. Locking a man out of the bedroom is a stupid idea. Li Miaoxian would never do such a thing. Her cleverness was evident in how she was now lying in Zhao Chen's arms, blinking innocently as she watched his face turn red with anxiety, unable to speak. Seeing him so flustered was really quite enjoyable. Why did you suddenly decide you want to be a star? I've always wanted to. I just suddenly felt like saying it out loud now. Her expression was harmless, and whenever she lay in Zhao Chen's arms, she always appeared especially obedient. Miaoxian, are you mad at me? Are you blaming me for tonight? Zhao Chen really couldn't hold it in anymore. Not just him. Anyone with a family fortune in the hundreds of billions wouldn't let their wife become a celebrity. For the wealthy, this concept was simply incomprehensible. In ancient times, certain professions were considered lowly and unworthy of being presented on formal occasions. Even though celebrities nowadays are glamorous and adored by millions, they are still just entertainers, nothing more. I'm not mad. How could I be mad at you? Chen, can you find a way to help me debut? Li Miaoxian nestled closer to him, lifted her head, and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Miaoxian, I was wrong. A strange mix of emotions surged in his heart, bittersweet and indescribable. He knew she was torturing him, but he couldn't stop her, nor could he get mad about it. If she really got angry and entered the entertainment industry just to stir up attention before coming back, he wouldn't be able to stop her either. The Li family had no reason to fear the Zhao family. If he bullied their daughter too much, her parents could show up and slap him across the face, and he wouldn't even dare to utter a word in protest. Not to mention, the Li family had upheld the marriage agreement for 18 years without breaking it. If he continued to mistreat their daughter, he might as well dig himself a hole and bury himself in it rather than bring disgrace to the Zhao family. Wrong? Oh, dear husband, you're not wrong at all. Is it really that difficult to help me debut? How about I debut together with your 4 little starlets? I won't even insist on being the leader of the group. Hiss. He would rather Li Miaoxian pinch his waist in anger and vent her frustration harshly than have her play these mind games with him. My dear wife, why don't I debut with you instead? We can brand ourselves as a divine couple and take the entertainment world by storm. With our looks and talents, we'd instantly be at the top. Winning Best Actor and Best Actress would become a legendary story in Chinese cinema. Having no other way out, he could only play along. Li Miaoxian's smile slowly faded under Zhao Chen's gaze, turning colder and colder. Poof! A soft snort. Hearing it, the weight on Zhao Chen's heart finally lifted a little. He hurriedly put on a smile, leaned in closer to her delicate face, and kissed the corner of her lips while studying her expression. Tell me, what do you want? Are you planning to drag me along to pay respects to your little mistresses in the future? I don't have any. No? Then what exactly was today about? Do you think I, Li Miaoxian, don't care about my own dignity? She rarely spoke so sharply and directly. Zhao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He had really gone too far this time. I forgot about it today. Tomorrow, or sometime soon, I'll make sure those girls come to greet you properly, bow, and serve you tea. Li Miaoxian's face remained cold. Zhao Chen held her in his arms but didn't dare to touch her recklessly. Are they even worthy? Her voice was unusually icy, and her expression turned completely unreadable. It's not that, I just wanted them to know their place. He really didn't understand how things worked in elite families. Seeing that Zhao Chen couldn't explain himself clearly, Li Miaoxian didn't say anything further. Instead, she picked up her phone and called Wang Qian. It was almost 11 p.m. Li Miaoxian was speaking with her future mother-in-law. Does the Zhao family have no sense of propriety anymore? He thinks that just because a woman is pretty, he can bring her to serve me tea? A few up-and-coming starlets. That's right, he's quite fond of them. He even dragged me along to meet them today. He himself said it, he wants those girls to serve me tea. 4 of them, yes. Alright, here, talk to him. Li Miaoxian repeated every word Zhao Chen had said and every action he had taken, recounting it all to Wang Qian. Then, she handed the phone to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's heart pounded as he hurriedly took the phone. Hello, Mom. Come home this weekend. Bring some gifts. We're going to visit the Li family. All right. Zhao Chen could hear the seriousness in his mother's voice. Wang Qian had always spoiled him, but this was the first time she had ever spoken to him this way. Zhao Chen immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Listen carefully. I didn't spell it out for you before, but I will now. Even your personal secretary or assistant can never step into the Zhao family as a concubine. Not just anyone can stand alongside the Li family. Even Wan Ning is still of lower status. Xiao Chun, remember this, our family will never allow you to have illegitimate children. You can have as many children as you want at home, but if your father or grandfather ever finds out about an illegitimate child outside, you'll be in serious trouble. Apologize to Miaoxian properly. If your Li family uncle and aunt come looking for you, even I won't be able to help you. Just then, Zhao Jicheng's voice came through the phone. Your Li family uncle and aunt treated you so well, spending years looking for you. You little brat, Li Miaoxian is an outstanding girl, virtuous and talented. If you mess this up, which family's daughter do you think will dare to marry you in the future? Come home this weekend for a scolding. Zhao Chen responded with a string of yes, yes. His mind was spinning. Now that it was all laid out, he realized this was no small matter. His attitude had clearly been one of arrogance, treating Li Miaoxian unfairly, which left a terrible impression. After the call ended, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian stared at each other. Her expression remained unreadable. After a long time, Zhao Chen began reflecting on himself. Watching his woman at such close range, he thought he really had been reckless. Many men, if they were lucky enough to marry such a woman, would have devoted themselves to her entirely. Scientific research suggests that when men experience a significant increase in wealth and status, their first instinct is to fulfill their desires, primarily concerning women. Li Miaoxian had given him plenty of chances today, but he had foolishly pushed the situation to the point of suggesting that those girls serve her tea. He had completely underestimated how much she had been tolerating and compromising for him. After a long silence, Zhao Chen finally forced out a sentence. A long silence. Only then did Zhao Chen finally squeeze out a sentence. Even though he was holding Li Miaoxian, and the two of them were very close, so close that if they leaned in just 3 more centimeters, their lips would touch, he had no idea how far apart their hearts truly were. He was even worried that whatever he said next might only disappoint her further. He couldn't see through her at all. This girl was nothing like the ones described online. She wasn't swayed by wealth, fame, status, or public opinion. She had her own view of love, untouched by external influences. I reflected on myself, and thinking carefully, I realized that I don't deserve you. In so many ways, I'm not even a fraction as good to you as you are to me. My father was right, you are virtuous and talented. When I look at myself in the mirror and compare, I find myself far inferior. I've been too immature. When it comes to relationships, I haven't taken on the responsibility of a fiancé. But the truth is, I do need you. You're the smartest person my age that I've ever met. You're knowledgeable, refined. Sigh. I've been too greedy. I've never had a steady understanding of love, life, or relationships. I don't even know how to put it into words. I think what I did was beyond outrageous, so outrageous that I can't even come up with an excuse for myself. I only woke up to reality after hitting rock bottom, only to realize that you had been silently watching me all along, giving me countless chances. He organized his thoughts, speaking at times quickly and at times slowly, and by the time he finished, he didn't even have the courage to face whatever Li Miaoxian might say next. Her gaze remained calm as she looked at Zhao Chen. Her expression was composed, as if she had been thinking for a long time. Or perhaps she was simply pausing to let the response settle, so it wouldn't feel too rushed. After a moment, she finally spoke. Her voice was soft, like a gentle drizzle slipping into his ears. We're meant to spend a lifetime together. I've already chosen you. At worst, it would be a love that exists in form but not in spirit, like puppets bound together. How could I leave you? You're young and capable, from a wealthy family, and outwardly, you have excellent qualities. In this country, there's hardly anyone with better conditions than you. Since ancient times, talented scholars and beautiful women have always been a pair. There's no need for you to say things like, I am not as good as you, I am your wife. When you say that, it feels like an insult to me. No one is right all the time. I enjoy tranquility because I like to perceive and evaluate this world, life, and love with wisdom. In this matter today, I believe you were wrong, but that's just how I feel. Perhaps one day, my feelings will be mistaken, and if that day comes, and it ends up hurting our relationship, I only hope you will also forgive me. Under the ambient glow of the night lights, the two 18-year-olds sat exchanging words, simple yet profound, elegant yet eternal. Zhao Chen could only think that she was incredibly wise. But the way she showed affection toward him, the sincerity in her words, touched him deeply. Throughout history, beautiful women were said to be fickle, but Li Miaoxian's background determined that she was nothing like a calculating or worldly woman. Zhao Chen felt utterly humiliated. Having made a mistake, he was now overwhelmed by his woman's tolerance, making him feel deeply ashamed. With no other options, he could only look at the person in front of him. He wanted to say something romantic, but the words wouldn't come. Ironically, he was a literature student, yet at this moment, he couldn't think of a single poetic or heartfelt phrase to say. He always felt that flowery words, no matter how beautiful, lacked sincerity. So instead, he leaned in slightly, almost touching her lips, and whispered, Miaoxian, don't be mad anymore. I'm not mad. I want to kiss you. Kiss. I also want to get a little closer. Do it. Phew, I really like you. Sigh. I might not be able to take my heart out and show you, but at least I can take this off and show you. As he spoke, he began unbuttoning his sleepwear. By now, it was already close to midnight. Li Miaoxian frowned. For a brief moment, she regretted it. If today's events made him wholeheartedly devoted to spoiling her, then perhaps. Just like now, he had chosen to express his love in his favorite way. She understood very well just how much influence her 18-year-old body had on an 18-year-old boy. And the first thing he wanted to do after resolving their conflict was morning. At 7:30 a.m., Zhao Chen finished his morning run and returned to the villa to shower. Li Miaoxian came downstairs, carrying a pot of floral tea. Her hair was still in an elegant bun, her high updo accentuating the delicate whiteness of her neck. Chen Yanlan had returned at some unknown time last night and had already prepared breakfast. The smaller dining area next to the kitchen was where the three of them usually ate. At that moment, a small speaker was playing an English-language news report from the Times about Bulgari's centennial collection, the recitation sounding almost like a scripture. Chen Yanlan worked with precision, though she seemed a little tired. However, the excitement in her demeanor made her movements sharp and agile. Breakfast was abundant. There were fresh shrimp rice rolls, Zhao Chen's eternal favorite dried beef cubes, and a fragrant pot of goji yam mushroom soup. The main dish consisted of flatbreads and buns bought by the bodyguards from an old street vendor. Zhao Chen came downstairs after his shower, wearing a bathrobe, his belt undone and his chest exposed. Li Miaoxian's brow furrowed. Fortunately, some last bit of common sense hit him, and he lazily tied the belt with a casual flick before flopping down at the table, dragging his slippers along. Kept you both waiting. Let's eat. Whoa, there's chili sauce today? Nice. Love you, Yanlan. You're officially promoted to a board member of Huachen Group. Wife, you eat first. Here, have a flatbread. He placed a piece of flatbread onto Li Miaoxian's plate. He deliberately filled the air with chatter, making sure to say everything he wanted before starting the meal lest he be forced to talk while eating. Li Miaoxian glanced at him, then quietly served him a bowl of soup. They ate in silence. Li Miaoxian never used to eat much in the mornings, but ever since she started living with Zhao Chen, she would often wake up hungry.
After finishing her morning yoga, she would be even hungrier, and with a full day of classes ahead, breakfast naturally became essential. Chen Yanlan, too, ate quite a bit despite her flawless figure, perhaps because her work was physically demanding.
How's the football research coming along? Zhao Chen wiped his mouth after eating and asked. The company has a major recruitment event today. The football industry research in China is expected to start tomorrow.
We've been short on staff with so many things going on, so we need to assess the quality of today's new hires first, Chen Yanlan reported quickly after finishing her meal.
Alright, no rush. Let's keep the football team plans under wraps for now. If it doesn't work out, I don't want to become a laughingstock.
Zhao Chen picked up a spoon, trying to feed the soup to Li Miuxian, but she refused.
Chen Yanlan took a breath before continuing. The company is expanding rapidly. The office space we're renting is nearly full. Looking ahead, Zhao Chen frowned. This was indeed a problem.
If Huachen Group was going to keep growing, it was inevitable that they would need a larger base.
Rather than renting indefinitely, it would be better to plan ahead, whether for skyscrapers or industrial parks, to avoid running into logistical constraints later.
Both the Zhao and Li families were real estate veterans, and Bai Jingshan was a major figure in Jinling's property scene.
Developing office buildings could be a small or massive undertaking. Alright, I'll handle this soon.
As for Bulgari, like I've always said, the key is branding, not just selling products. Even if we invest 10 or 20 billion into crafting an aura of luxury, we will have succeeded. Also, keep a close eye on Bulgari's transaction data in the coming weeks.
Zhao Chen wanted to see results.
If his father, Zhao Zhichang, hadn't called yet to object, then perhaps things weren't so bad after all. And in Beijing, Zhao Zhichang was indeed watching.
Far away in the capital, Zhao Zhichang couldn't even spare time for breakfast. He was busy analyzing his son's train of thought.
Zhao Chen's tactics were all over the place. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether this rascal was trying to sell gold, create publicity, or use the offline grand event to release some high-end products.
He no longer understood Zhao Chen's methods. However, when he saw that the first person to pre-order the so-called exclusive insider news of Bulgari's online reservation was British royalty, he shuddered. Daring.
Starting a business was a good idea, stirring things up was also a good idea, and plenty of people bought into it. But he still couldn't understand why this brat insisted on holding an offline event when the online buzz and official website orders were already booming.
Luxury brand enthusiasts would definitely buy as long as you released the product online.
Holding a grand offline event wouldn't necessarily push hesitant buyers to make a purchase.
Even if it did work, the number of people swayed would be minimal.
After all, aside from die-hard fans and the wealthy, there weren't that many big fools willing to splurge. These offline banquets, grand events, and gatherings were often labor-intensive and thankless, and their promotional effect might not even match a single sentence from an online influencer. That being said, this time, the little rascal was making a bold move. If he could make a profit, then fine, he'd just wait and see what Zhao Chen was planning with this offline strategy.
Then, Zhao Zhichang picked up another document, which detailed Zhao Chen's research into domestic football and teams.
That had nothing to do with Bulgari.
Zhao Chen arrives at school.
He was in a good mood today and wanted to show off a bit, so he drove his own top-tier Cullinan.
After shutting the car door, Zhao Chen took Li Miuxian for a walk along the track.
Li Miuxian had no classes in the first period, and Zhao Chen wasn't participating in military training, so they were both free. As they strolled, they wandered over to the area where the freshmen were undergoing military training. It only took Zhao Chen 3 seconds to get recognized, despite still being quite a distance from his class's formation.
Junior, it's not just your own class that knows who you are.
Plenty of senior girls in this school are eager to get close to you. The speaker was Li, who had a particular fondness for calling people junior and senior. Perhaps this woman had an extraordinary sensitivity to role-playing, Zhao Chen subtly speculated.
When they reached their class's formation, Zhao Chen only dared to observe from afar.
The instructor might give him some face, but the drill sergeant certainly wouldn't. If the drill sergeant saw that Zhao Chen had fully functional arms and legs, he'd definitely call him over for an intense training session. From a distance, Zhao Chen spotted his 2 roommates, Zhang Wei and Ma Jiaju, still doing push-ups on the ground, shivering.
Time to leave. Observing from afar was enough.
So, Zhao Chen and Li Miuxian sat on a bench further away.
Senior, where should we go? I don't know. The school is huge.
Li Miuxian's gaze lingered on the freshmen undergoing training.
I think we could attend an open lecture and listen to classes from other faculties.
Zhao Chen made a serious suggestion. All right. The girl nodded. Then, Zhao Chen led her toward the teaching building, swiftly picking a classroom and settling into the back row. 3 minutes into the lecture, Li Miaoxian realized the class was called Sexual Psychology. But the professor was excellent. Zhao Chen was thoroughly enjoying it too. When class finally ended, Li Miaoxian took Zhao Chen to one of her own lectures, Introduction to Philosophy. Zhao Chen quickly lost interest, slouched over the desk, and fell asleep. Li Miaoxian covered him with her jacket. She was helpless against him. Complaining about his many flaws, yet unwilling to study philosophy, this man was a walking contradiction, and she had now seen it firsthand. Thankfully, at least her man didn't snore in his sleep. Noon. The two of them ate the meal delivered by the bodyguards in the cafeteria, enjoying their usual relaxed atmosphere. During this time, Zhao Chen would also discuss work matters with Chen Yanlun. What was interesting was that Li Miaoxian observed every step of Zhao Chen's plans and actions, yet she never interfered or offered suggestions. On the Bulgari website, pre-orders for the bracelet had been capped, locked at exactly 9,999. This meant the regular pre-order channel for the Chanel collaboration bracelet had ended. But that didn't mean only 9,999 pieces would be sold. Subsequent orders would be made available through custom requests at various regional boutiques. The demand for additional stock was easy to predict. The good news was that domestic customers had placed relatively few pre-orders on the official website. This meant that once the media hype kicked in, domestic sales of Bulgari products would skyrocket. The driving forces? The two previous sensational gold ingots and bracelets. As for the final golden gear, Bulgari had not disclosed any official purchase channels. Zhao Chen had planned 3 waves of media storms. The first one would unfold today, with every platform hyping up Bulgari's 3 products from yesterday. Pre-order numbers, brand recognition, and celebrity endorsements would all be powerful selling points. If even Elon Musk is collecting it, why aren't you? The British royal family is scrambling to get one. Are you still hesitating? The divine Taylor Swift favors this century-defining piece of jewelry. Why is Leonardo DiCaprio so obsessed with this gold brick? He had already crafted the perfect clickbait headlines for influencers. He didn't even need to open Douyin, Weibo, or Xiaohongshu. He could already picture today's trending topics. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian had just downloaded Douyin. She searched for Zhao Chen's account, Garfield's Happy Life. On this platform, Zhao Chen had 1.93 million followers but had only posted 3 simple videos. None of them flaunted wealth, yet they all effortlessly exuded an undeniable aura of money. That kind of innate luxury was something fake rich kids online couldn't replicate. After watching his videos, Li Miaoxian looked up and asked, "Did you buy these followers?" Zhao Chen innocently shook his head. "No, they came naturally. I didn't expect them to get so many views, I just casually filmed them." Li Miaoxian was skeptical. Zhao Chen had to patiently explain his experience. That simple? What else? The girl nodded, then said brightly, "I want followers too. When I have enough, I'll rally them all to stay at my Bulgari hotel." Zhao Chen smiled. As if just anyone could afford to stay there. But he still encouraged her. "Go for it. I won't help you gain followers, though." She shot him a glance and chuckled softly. She seemed to really enjoy the idea of gaining followers, or rather, she found short videos novel. The last time she was this curious was on their first night together. She said, "Oh, by the way, the helicopter I gave you, you're not allowed to film it. I'm going to post my first video today." "Sure," Zhao Chen nodded. "My designer bags at home, you can't film those either. I'll do it myself." "All right. The cars, the house, the courtyard, and the artificial lake, you're not allowed to post them either." "I'll handle it." Zhao Chen stared at her. "Wait, why are you being so unreasonable?" "I started this whole thing first," he protested, baring his teeth. Li Miaoxian pouted. Zhao Chen was obviously bullying her. She had finally found something fun, and now he wanted to monopolize it? Fine. Then I'll create my own platform and take all your followers away. "Let's see how you play then," she declared seriously. Zhao Chen pursed his lips. "I want to laugh so badly. Woman, do you even realize what you're saying?" Li's idea was quite bold, especially after discovering something she found enjoyable. Though perhaps enjoyable wasn't the right word, maybe she was just very interested in it. Posting snippets of her daily life online would get her likes, subscriptions, and comments. There would be people to interact with. And if she gained enough followers, she could even rally them with a single call. Of course, her vision of getting all her fans to stay at Bulgari hotels. That might be a bit difficult. Unless all her followers were socialites and wealthy heiresses. But that was hard to say. Like attracts like perhaps if she posted enough high-end collectibles, she could bring together affluent women with similar tastes. This was far more effective than traditional advertising and extremely targeted. In the country, this kind of thing was called an exclusive circle. And what do socialites in these circles discuss? What do they share? Nothing more than the contents of Li Miaoxian's wardrobe. Watches, handbags, shoes, belts, scarves, jewelry, leather goods, carpets, perfumes, jewelry boxes, cosmetics, haute couture dresses. Every time Zhao Chen opened her wardrobe, as an outsider to this world, even he couldn't help but be amazed. The price of those items was enough to leave anyone speechless. At lunch, Li Miaoxian ate very little, seemingly too engrossed in short videos to focus on her meal. Zhao Chen glanced at her, she was browsing some webpage. She looked like she was conducting some preliminary research. She really wants to get into short videos? Zhao Chen smacked his lips in thought. To be honest, even with his all-powerful trading system, he wouldn't dare to casually break into the short video industry. Even Tencent had struggled for years, yet it still couldn't compete with Douyin. Let alone starting from scratch. Even if Li Miaoxian was smart enough. Just after finishing his meal, Zhao Chen had planned to sit and rest with Li Miaoxian in the cafeteria. But then, his academic advisor sent him a message. Student Zhao Chen, please attend military training as scheduled this afternoon. Many freshmen have reported you, and there's nothing we can do about it. The academy understands that your recovery was rather quick, but there were just too many reports. Even the principal's suggestion box was stuffed full of complaint letters by noon. The academy cares about you, but the number of complaints is overwhelming. Zhao Chen read the message. Got it, sir. Thanks for your trouble. After I speak with the principal, I'll put in a good word for you. Maybe next year, you'll get transferred to one of the wealthier faculties. Literature Faculty Office. The young academic advisor saw Zhao Chen's reply on his phone and felt his breath quicken. Even though he knew this was the same freshman who had shown up on the first day in a Rolls-Royce, and even though he knew the student had serious influence, reading these words still felt surreal, like an empty promise. But the feeling of currying favor with a big shot and being acknowledged by one was undeniably satisfying. Despite his excitement, he maintained his composure and replied with careful restraint. I appreciate the kind thought. But since Zhao Chen will be studying in the literature faculty for the next 4 years, I don't mind staying here for 4 more years either. Zhao Chen glanced at his phone. He simply replied with 2 words, excellent choice. When the advisor didn't respond further, Zhao Chen took a moment to phrase his next message before sending it. 4 years from now, you can come work at my company as a department head. Whatever salary the school pays you now, I'll double it. This time, the advisor replied almost instantly, understood. Setting his phone down, Zhao Chen turned to Li Miaoxian, puzzled. I don't get it. All I did was skip military training. Why did these freshmen make such a big fuss and take it all the way to the principal? Maybe because you were way too flashy when you went to inspect the training field this morning. Senior, why are you using the word inspect? That smug expression of yours, why else did you feel the need to take a stroll by the training ground? You were practically announcing to the world that you didn't have to participate. Zhao Chen felt she was exaggerating, so he didn't argue. Well, she wasn't exactly wrong. As for the principal, Zhao Chen had already expected to interact with the school's higher-ups at some point. He just didn't think it would happen this soon. He dialed Bai Jingshan's number. Zhao Chen, what's up? The warm and familiar tone almost made Zhao Chen doubt whether this was really Bai Jingshan. His father-in-law's sudden change in attitude was indeed surprising. Do you know the principal of our school? Jinling University? Yeah. You've only been in school for a few days, and you're already causing trouble? And a big enough mess that it reached the principal? It's nothing major. The autumn campus recruitment season is starting soon, and my company happens to need people. I was thinking of recruiting directly from the school and using the opportunity to build a good relationship with the principal. I know the principal. We've had drinks together before. Your university's new sports complex was built by one of my companies. Before making the call, Zhao Chen had already guessed as much. After all, with Bai Jingshan's near trillion yuan empire in Jinling, he might not be the richest, but he was certainly among the top. Bai Jingshan didn't even ask what Zhao Chen had done wrong. After hanging up, he immediately called the principal. Instead of mentioning Zhao Chen right away, He first chatted about their last dinner together, setting the mood and strengthening their rapport before finally getting to the point. My kid wants to organize a recruitment fair at the school. The autumn job season is coming up, and his company happens to need people. I can guarantee the salary is on par with major firms. The principal, having seen plenty in his time, responded easily. Of course, a recruitment fair is no problem. The autumn hiring season is just starting, and we take it very seriously. You said the company's owner is your kid? I'll have someone discuss it with him, or I can meet with him personally. If the salary is comparable to big firms, he's welcome to recruit here every year. Bai Jingshan took a sip of tea and replied calmly. My son. He's a freshman at the school, his name is Zhao Chen. The principal found the name strangely familiar. Suddenly, he stood up, pulled a few complaint letters from the trash bin, and asked over the phone. Zhao Chen? Your kid is in the literature faculty? Yeah, he's a freshman there. The principal's expression turned strange. He wanted to laugh but held it in. Sensing something odd, Bai Jingshan probed, did he get into some kind of trouble? Well, he faked an excuse to skip military training, and a bunch of freshmen reported him. The complaint letters piled up so much that they filled the suggestion box. Safe to say, your son isn't exactly the quiet type. For the first time, Bai Jingshan felt second-hand embarrassment because of his son-in-law. He immediately knew why Zhao Chen had been reported. His smug personality was bound to attract attention. While others were sweating through military training, he had been leisurely strolling around, flaunting his exemption. But still, this was his future son-in-law. Just like a real son. So, after sharing a hearty laugh with the principal, Bai Jingshan didn't take it to heart. Alright, let's meet up sometime. I'll have a chat with Xiao Zhao. Starting a business at such a young age, he's got real skills. I'll be sure to keep an eye on the kid while he's in school. Much appreciated. Hanging up, Bai Jingshan's smile gradually faded. He took his tea to the window, gazing at the bustling city below. Then, he sent Zhao Chen a message. You need to learn humility. Being high profile isn't necessarily bad when you're young, but you must learn to respect your elders and those in power. A moment later, Zhao Chen replied. Got it, old man. Seeing the response, Bai Jingshan's face darkened. Old man? Teaching you respect is a lost cause. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian were still sitting in the cafeteria, skipping military training. There was no way Zhao Chen was ever going to participate in military training, not in this lifetime. The drill instructor? No way. Zhang Wei and Ma Jiaju hadn't even tried to escape and were being forced to do push-ups every day. Zhao Chen couldn't even imagine the inhumane treatment he'd face if he, as a deserter, were to rejoin. Besides, that kind of physical training was useless for him. His constitution had already been enhanced, stronger than ever. Even Li Miaoxian had to admit it with approval after testing it a few times. Bai Jingshan hadn't mentioned the matter with the principal again, which likely meant he'd taken care of it. Zhao Chen was lying with his head on Li Miaoxian's slender thighs, texting Chen Yanlan on his phone, instructing her to make arrangements for their company's participation in Jinling University's autumn recruitment fair. He also messaged his academic advisor to inform them that he had things under control, avoiding any unnecessary headaches for the department. As for the freshman who had reported him, Zhao Chen didn't hold a grudge. It was true that he had been a bit flashy. Nowadays, young people might tolerate someone being wealthier or more influential than them, but they couldn't stand it if someone rubbed it in their faces. Even a small display of superiority would make them uncomfortable enough to lash out. Zhao Chen learned his lesson. His groundwork had been insufficient. After I've talked things over with the principal today, tomorrow morning I'll stroll around the training field again. If they want to report me, they can go ahead, be my guest. Zhao Chen chuckled to himself. He even thought about collaborating with the school, perhaps offering internships at his company to graduating students. And as for those who reported him? No internships for them. Meanwhile, the students who supported him would get special treatment. Opening a backdoor for them would be a small favor. Zhao Chen shared this idea with Li Miaoxian. Her assessment? It's a bit childish, but reasonable. It's neither moral nor magnanimous, but it's certainly practical. She wasn't too fond of Zhao Chen resting his head on her thighs. She felt shy and ticklish. With his fiancé's tacit approval, Zhao Chen felt more confident about being a bit bolder when talking to the principal later. Respect my elders? Please. My company's monthly revenue is in the billions. I'll respect whoever I feel like respecting. At this moment,
Zhao Chen exuded the kind of audacity that said, "If I don't like you, I'll sponsor you just to make you eat tofu pudding flavored with cilantro, fermented fish, and wild roots every day until you submit. Watch out, you troublemakers." Growing up, Zhao Chen had always been a model student. This was the first time he'd been vilified by others, and he wasn't going to let it slide. The third floor of the cafeteria was almost empty, so Zhao Chen would occasionally sit up and steal a kiss from Li Miaoxian. "How should I talk to the principal later?" he asked her. "Just say whatever you want. What if I accidentally upset him? Then sponsor him. Make him eat tofu pudding with sweet and salty flavors, cilantro, and fermented fish." Ha 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 ha. When it came to serious matters, Zhao Chen was still quite focused. After their meal, he and Li Miaoxian took a short walk to a nearby bubble tea shop. After buying her a drink and sending her off to the car, Zhao Chen headed to the principal's office. Taking a nap in the car was much more comfortable than on a dormitory bed. Over time, Zhao Chen had developed the habit of taking midday naps, and he wanted to wrap things up with the principal quickly so he could get some rest. His top-tier Mercedes MPV was a class above the Alfred. In the world of luxury vans, few could compete. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Chen lightly rapped on the partially open door of the principal's office. "Come in," a voice called from inside. Zhao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He had seen this principal before. At the opening ceremony for military training, it was the same man who had made him sit on the green field and listen to him read a speech for over an hour. "Hello, principal. I'm Zhao Chen." The principal looked up and glanced at him. "Zhao Chen. Take a seat." Zhao Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, wearing a polite smile as a gesture of respect for his elder. "Several students have reported that you skipped military training without a valid reason." "Yes, I'm aware of that. But what I don't understand, principal, is why their complaints ended up on your desk. Could there be some hidden agenda here? Maybe even a setup or false accusations?" Before Zhao Chen could finish, the principal glanced up at him again. "Are you suggesting that I forged complaint letters to deal with you? That's not what I meant." Zhao Chen quickly clarified. The principal snorted, tossing the complaint letters onto the desk for Zhao Chen to read. Zhao Chen immediately shut his mouth and quietly scanned the letters. Since the complaints were signed with real names, Zhao Chen made a mental note of them. These were the people he'd treat to cilantro-flavored tofu pudding. The principal remained silent, letting Zhao Chen read. To him, it was just harmless squabbling among students. Zhao Chen might be petty, but at least he had a capable company and a collaborative relationship with the school. Skipping military training was a trivial matter, so minor that the principal found it laughable that it had even been brought to him. When Zhao Chen had memorized a few names, he set the letters aside. "Even if I drive a Rolls-Royce, that doesn't mean I have to put up with petty tricks." The principal finally broke the silence. "I've spoken to Mr. Bai about the campus recruitment event. The relevant departments will cooperate with your company to organize it. After all, providing job opportunities to graduates is important. However, as principal, I must stress that the salary and benefits you offer need to be competitive. Jinling University is a top-tier institution, and not just any small company can come here to recruit. I hope you understand." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. He pulled out his phone to show the principal his company's profile. Since he didn't have business cards prepared yet, he relied on an electronic card to introduce himself. Jewelry, agriculture, brokerage, hospitality. "Not bad," the principal remarked. "But let's be honest, these industries are fairly common. Most companies have diverse portfolios nowadays. If this is all you've got, your claims about high salaries might be hard to believe." The principal's words were blunt but realistic. Zhao Chen, however, had yet to reveal his most significant credentials. After a brief pause, Zhao Chen changed the subject. "Principal, have you heard of Zhao Zhichang? Zhao Zhichang? Wasn't he one of the nation's wealthiest people a few years ago?" "Of course, I know about Huasheng Group, it's famous nationwide." The principal hadn't yet connected the dots. "That's my dad. My biological dad." The principal froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. There was no room for rebuttal. Zhao Chen's status as the heir to Huasheng Group was probably easy to verify online. "Well, in that case, your company's participation in the recruitment fair is certainly welcome. After all, a large company background ensures credibility." Before the principal could finish his sentence, Zhao Chen interrupted with a correction. "You're wrong. It's not a large company background. My company is a large company.
The principal sat in stunned silence. It had been years since anyone had corrected him so bluntly. The principal nearly choked on his breath. Zhao Chen was truly arrogant beyond measure. Sure, he was brash, a little impolite, and spoke without mincing words. But then again, his father was Zhao Zhichang. Understandable. The principal tried to imagine himself in Zhao Chen's position if he had been 18 years old, born into a family of immense wealth. With his father as the richest man in the country, he'd probably be even more arrogant than Zhao Chen. By comparison, the fact that Zhao Chen even bothered to attend school every day was already commendable. Well, ambition is a good thing. The principal wasn't stingy with his praise. He even thought it wouldn't be a bad idea if his own son could befriend Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't respond to the compliment and instead said, "Principal, I think my company should also collaborate with the school to offer internships for 3rd and 4th year students." I mean, students in their 3rd and 4th years could intern at my company for hands-on experience. That's doable, the principal nodded. Go talk to the deans and faculty heads yourself. That's a small matter, you can handle it. Alright, cool. Bye. Zhao Chen got up to leave. Since they were no longer strangers, his tone was casual. Besides, the principal was pretty easygoing. Wait a moment, the principal called out. All freshmen undergo military training. You shouldn't be an exception. It's a valuable experience, you young people need physical training. Before the principal could finish, he saw Zhao Chen casually lift the office's water dispenser with one hand. The dispenser wasn't particularly large, but it still had a full water jug on top. What kind of arm strength is this? Be careful, don't burn yourself. Principal, what do you think? I could probably pull off the breaking a stone on my chest act too. Alright, forget it. Military training isn't a big deal. Now get out. Bye-bye. Zhao Chen pushed the door open and left, casually shutting it behind him. After he left, the principal got up, walked over to the water dispenser, and gave it a little lift. Then, shaking his head, he returned to his chair. He no longer wanted to discuss military training. Maybe this troublemaker really was physically strong. But he'd better not start any fights or cause trouble on campus, otherwise, the principal would have to clean up after him. Then again, he was the heir to Washing Group, set to inherit an unfathomable amount of wealth. The principal steadied his thoughts. Perhaps he should arrange for his own son, who was studying abroad, to at least get acquainted with Zhao Chen. In the future, whether starting a business or climbing the corporate ladder, connections like this would be invaluable. Zhao Chen stepped outside. His luxury van was waiting downstairs. He got in and took a nap. Around 3 p.m., he woke up groggily. The sounds of military training echoed across half the campus, voices strained, shouting commands and responses. Zhao Chen hadn't checked the school's online forum in 3 days. He opened it now, curious to see what was being discussed. It's been 3 days. Surely they've moved on from me by now. He mainly wanted to see what people were saying about him skipping military training. He didn't particularly care about their opinions, but it was still important to stay informed. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian was still sleeping, she hadn't slept well the night before. The first post on the forum caught his attention. Campus beauty contest, ranking of female students across all 4 years, submit your entries. Zhao Chen couldn't help himself, he clicked on it, expecting to see something that would brighten his mood. But the moment he saw the number 1 ranking, his expression twisted as if he had swallowed a fly. Number 1, name, unknown/major, unknown. Rumored to be Zhao Chen's girlfriend. Attached photo, Li Miaoxian. Yep. Zhao Chen had assumed that, after Li Miaoxian's photo surfaced, it would simply deter some of the flirty social butterflies around him. But no. Some idiot had actually submitted her photo as a contestant for the campus beauty rankings. And now, she was at the top. Zhao Chen frowned. This wasn't good news. Li Miaoxian's looks, just thinking about how many guys were probably fantasizing about his fiancée, made him uncomfortable. He casually glanced at the 2nd through 10th place rankings. Ordinary-looking girls, with heavy makeup applied so thickly it looked like it had been troweled on. Unwatchable. No wonder Li Miaoxian had secured the top spot. It was obvious. Of course, there were probably many beautiful girls on campus who didn't care for this shallow ranking system. Or maybe those who were decent-looking knew they couldn't compete with Li Miaoxian and didn't even bother submitting their photos to avoid embarrassment. The comments section was on fire. People were even tagging Zhao Chen. I hope young master gives it a good pounding for me. I wonder what that level of beauty feels like.
We all know what we're working hard for in life. Young master is my lifelong aspiration. I don't need to be as successful as him, but if my son can have half his freedom, I'll consider my life a success. His girlfriend is so elegant, but I prefer them wilder. Her refined beauty almost makes me feel guilty. Big thanks to the campus paparazzi. Zhao Chen. 3 deep frown lines appeared on his forehead. Wait, do these people not need to use their real names? And how the hell do they know if she's wild or not? You guys have no experience, yet you run your mouths like experts. Complete nonsense. Zhao Chen closed the post and turned his attention to the next one. He had planned to search for what those freshman troublemakers were saying about him. But the second post already answered his question. It wasn't quite what he expected. Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? It featured a photo of him. Zhao Chen clicked in. The comments section was filled with identical replies. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Not whatever you want, just whatever you want, whatever you want, whatever you want. Let me tell a story. Bill Gates and Elon Musk were walking down the street when they found Aladdin's magic lamp. The genie appeared and said he would grant them 3 wishes. Gates said, okay. Musk said, just tell us what the 3 wishes are, we're in a hurry. Zhao Chen casually left a comment. For your mother's sake. Then he realized they probably recognized his account, so he quickly added. Oops, typo. Also, I think it's rude to post someone's photo without permission. While you're young, focus on working hard. My company will be recruiting on campus soon, consider applying. We offer good salaries. He scrolled through more posts. Lucky for him, he didn't even have to search. Everywhere he looked, it was all about him. Some were envious. Some idolized him. Some challenged him. Others slandered or resented him. This isn't a school forum, it's a Zhao Chen forum at this point. 3 days, and they still couldn't move on? Zhao Chen decided to post something himself. My company's campus recruitment fair has begun. 3rd and 4th year students are welcome to check it out. Our salaries are on par with major corporations. As my fellow schoolmates, you'll be well taken care of. My girlfriend doesn't like being disturbed. Thanks for your concern, but she won't be participating in any campus events. I enjoy making friends. But not with idiots. Thanks. After posting, Zhao Chen immediately called his security company. It wasn't a massive firm, but its personnel were highly capable. Chen Yanlan had recently recruited more security staff as well. This time, Zhao Chen wanted them to monitor and manage posts on the school forum. From now on, any gossip about me gets deleted instantly. The security chief assured him that this was an easy task. Moderating a small forum was no challenge at all. Zhao Chen sighed in relief. Meanwhile, his call had woken Li Miaoxian. Drowsy and annoyed, her expression turned icy. Drive. Take me to the dorms. Afternoon, campus forum crashes. In the afternoon, the campus forum crashed. Everyone could still access it, but once inside, they could only see a single post: Zhao Chen's announcement about his company's upcoming recruitment event at the university. No one could comment. No one could post. The only thing visible was that single announcement. A notice from campus IT staff soon followed, stating that maintenance was underway and the forum would be restored in about 3 hours. By now, the entire university knew that Zhao Chen's company was recruiting on campus. The moment Zhao Chen found out, he immediately called his security team. Tone it down, don't overdo it. It was just too obvious. If this went on for too long, even the principal might call him. Even though the campus forum was an entertainment and student interaction platform rather than an official school management tool, such blatant manipulation would definitely disrupt the online leisure activities of students who thrived on gossip and drama. Better to rein it in before it got out of hand. 3 p.m. Recruitment begins. At 3 p.m., Hua Chen Group's HR team arrived at Jinling University. At 6 p.m., a recruitment fair would be held in Lecture Hall 101. All graduating students were welcome. Those who attended would receive an exclusive gift. This was all company business. Zhao Chen didn't get involved. Right now, he was still at his faculty building, collecting new textbooks along with other class monitors. Physical labor was a disgrace to their class. Only 3 guys. Luckily, Zhao Chen had bodyguards and a car. Otherwise, carrying those stacks of books might have been the death of them. Social dynamics. Standing among the crowd, Zhao Chen could feel the subtle shift in attitudes. Many students wanted to approach him, talk to him.
There was this strange feeling wherever he spoke, people would lean in eagerly, waiting for his words. It was odd. Even though he knew these students would likely have bright futures on their own, they still wanted to get on his good side. They were already outstanding, so why didn't any of them take a step back and say, why should kings and nobles have all the power? Why didn't they scoff, spit on the ground, and refuse to join the crowd? Even an ordinary young man understands this principle. Surely these top-tier students knew it too? A few words exchanged with him today would allow them to say in the future, back in the day, I was classmates with Zhao Chen. We worked together on a few things. And if they got along well with him, their career paths would be even smoother. Just like Zhang Wei and Ma Jiaju. While they were in the middle of military training, they saw Zhao Chen's recruitment post on the campus forum. They exchanged glances, eyes filled with amusement. For them, having just entered university yet already seeing such a clear future ahead, it was pure luck. 5 p.m. Campus banners. By 5 p.m., students leaving the academic buildings for dinner could see banners along the campus boulevard announcing Huacheng Group's recruitment fair. Now, even those who never browsed the forum knew about the event. Evening, campus singing event. That evening, Zhao Chen strolled into a large lecture hall, where students were learning the school anthem. As a class monitor, he needed to be present for attendance checks. Usually, Wang Ziyan handled this, so he didn't have much to worry about. Everyone was practically yelling as they sang. Meanwhile, senior students organized activities. Anyone who liked to sing, or was particularly good at it, could perform solo or in a duet. The smart ones knew this was essentially the first-round selection for university dating prospects. At first, people were shy. Very few went up to perform. Then, a timid girl stepped onto the stage and sang Love Story. And that was it. The entire room was suddenly eager to participate. By the time the senior asked if anyone else wanted to sing, a forest of hands shot up. The enthusiasm was overwhelming. For a moment, the senior didn't even know who to pick. Then, she had a flash of inspiration. Isn't there a student named Zhao Chen in our faculty? Hey, Zhao Chen, are you here? Our faculty's star student, do you sing? Zhao Chen, who had been exchanging expressive glances with Li Miaoxian in the back row, froze. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. He wasn't a good singer. But now that he'd been called out and with the deafening screams from the girls, it was impossible to refuse. Even with Li Miaoxian sitting right next to him. What if I sing badly? I can't let these troublemakers turn me into a laughingstock. How much does it cost to enhance my singing ability? The initial price for improving singing talent and ability is 3 billion yuan or 30 skill points. Note, any skill, except for physical abilities, can be upgraded using skill points. Skill points are earned through transactions using the universal trading system. Skill points equals number of transactions. Remaining skill points, 6. Zhao Chen had originally planned to complete the transaction in an instant, walk up to the stage, perform rice fragrance, move the audience to tears, then leave gracefully. But the price made him hesitate. 30 billion? For something non-physical? That was insane. The most cost-effective method was skill points. Since acquiring the system, he had only completed 6 transactions, meaning he only had 6 skill points available. In the future, if he wanted to improve his eloquence, memory, or judgment, he'd need to spend even more money. But 30 billion per skill? That was simply unaffordable. The system was practically forcing him to trade. Pure consumer coercion. Yet Zhao Chen didn't want to rely too much on the system. So, these skill points were actually quite precious. That being said, he still had to deal with the awkward situation at hand. Looking at the senior's expectant smile and listening to the murmurs of the girls in the audience, he knew there was no way out. And so, an off-key rendition of Sunny Day was presented to the crowd. Even so, many students cheered him on. Because despite being out of tune, he sang confidently. His rhythm was decent, and most importantly, he hadn't volunteered himself, he had been invited. Nobody's perfect. Zhao Chen didn't mind. At least now people knew he wasn't some unattainable, flawless figure. At least he had some weaknesses. Night, heading home. The performances continued. For many students, university was a place where they never got the chance to stand before an audience and showcase themselves. That, in itself, was a pity. Later that night, Zhao Chen drove home. By the time he arrived, Chen Yanlan had already returned from the company. She was sitting by the sofa, reading a book. It seemed that, for the time being, most of the urgent matters at work had been handled.
Li Miaoxian remained silent, heading upstairs first, leaving Zhao Chen some time to discuss business with his secretary. Zhao Chen took a shower in Chen Yanlan's room. Li Miaoxian tacitly agreed. As the industry grew stronger and more successful, the lady of the house always kept an eye on Hua Chen's affairs. Zhao Chen never avoided her while working. Many times, even if she didn't want to listen, she had no choice but to hear it all. Entrepreneurs of this generation were ruthless, far less smooth and wise than the older generation, her husband, Zhao Chen, even more so. His methods of making money were highly aggressive, extraordinarily bold, and even reckless. Perhaps it was his experiences over the first 18 years of his life that led to this. The moment he gained the ability and opportunity to seize wealth from the world, he bit down hard, determined to devour everything in one go. Yet, in the process, he remained leisurely. After suffering for more than a decade, Li Miaoxian knew that Zhao Chen intended to enjoy the rest of his life. That was why, even when seizing wealth, all he did was move his lips and use his mind, leaving the actual execution to others. It was all rather abstract, like any other incomprehensible thing. She had no choice but to closely monitor Chen Yanlan from the very beginning. That woman controlled every commercial move Zhao Chen made. She was hesitant, conflicted. The emotions entangled with reality often left her dazed. If she could trade away all her wealth to ensure her husband's unwavering devotion and purity, would she be willing? It was hard to say. Being born into a wealthy family meant having to accept many things. What you own demands that you endure certain burdens. Besides, Zhao Chen was in exceptional physical condition, particularly his waist and hips, arm strength, endurance, and resilience. She had never been with any other man, but her knowledge told her that even men who were considered outstanding in that aspect could never compare to Zhao Chen. It was almost laughable. She never used to think much about these things. During her school years, after witnessing her reserved roommate's secret activities, she even doubted whether she was asexual. Zhao Chen's presence proved that she was not. Not only was she not, but at first, she had been quite capable of keeping up. That was until Zhao Chen transformed. Even now, she found herself wondering whether she allowed Zhao Chen to stay downstairs discussing work with his secretary because she lacked the physical strength to completely satisfy him. Lying in the bathtub, petals floating atop the water covering her body, her gaze was calm, her thoughts drifting, her heart unperturbed. Downstairs, Zhao Chen was showering in Chen Yanlan's room. The secretary was no fool. On the contrary, she was highly intelligent. She understood exactly what it meant for Zhao Chen to step into her room and take a shower. Fortunately, she had come home early today and had already bathed. By the sofa next to the bed, Zhao Chen sat there in his bathrobe while Chen Yanlan stood beside him, diligently reporting on work matters. Zhao Chen listened attentively. Since there were no school obligations tomorrow, he could take both his girlfriend and his secretary to Shanghai for Bulgari's Centennial Gala, one of 4 simultaneous events across China. Bulgari Shanghai was home to one of the world's 7 Bulgari hotels. With no classes and no military training, it was the perfect opportunity for a getaway. Chen Yanlan remained standing as she continued her report, standing as she listened to Zhao Chen speak. I have an idea lately. Hua Chuan can provide a specialized business service to the market. If someone has enough money, they can buy something unique. For example, if they pay enough, Hua Chuan can retrieve something they lost in the past. We can help them uncover the truth. We can provide them with any answer they desire. As long as they are willing to pay, Hua Chen can trade anything with them. Chen Yanlan was momentarily speechless. She didn't know how to respond, nor could she even find a reason to refute him. In her view, if she were to argue against Zhao Chen, it would only make his fairy tale-like ideas seem more credible, and that would be an insult to her intelligence. You're certain that Hua Chen can offer this service? That you can trade anything with clients? Absolutely. As long as I'm given enough money. Chen Yanlan remained non-committal. Zhao Chen surely understood the old adage that money wasn't everything. Saying it aloud would only make her seem unfeeling. In high school, I lost a key. It was the first thing I ever lost. I searched everywhere but never found it. I want my key back. Regarding this service, I want to know the exact steps you would take. How would we align with the market and make people believe in us? Zhao Chen's gaze drifted lazily over her body. After she finished speaking, he casually pointed toward the small table in the distance. Somehow, at some unknown moment, an old key had appeared there worn with the marks of time. Chen Yanlan was visibly stunned. Just as she had never understood how Zhao Chen managed to leverage his family's power to take over Bulgari in a matter of days, she equally could not comprehend the scene before her.
She had always thought that Zhao Chen's business proposal was nothing more than empty words. She had never even considered. After all, she had just randomly made up an excuse to try and stop her boss from doing something ridiculous. But now, she was the one left speechless. To find your key, I organized company staff, coordinated various resources, and spent an entire week searching. The total cost was 150,000 yuan. As a client, you should pay at least 1 million yuan for this transaction. Zhao Chen spoke slowly, pulling her into his lap as he did.
Chen Yanlan was utterly shocked by Zhao Chen's methods.
Only after being drawn into his arms did her mind clear.
How did you do it? If this business takes off, do you think our company would willingly reveal the secrets of how we achieve such efficiency? A 150,000 investment and a 1 million charge, isn't that a bit steep?
Sitting in Zhao Chen's lap, his hands already wandering freely over her body, she still managed to ask the question, serious yet obedient.
This kind of service is targeted at the wealthy. Those willing to pay for results won't care about the cost. In fact, I think 1 million is too low.
The high price should be the defining feature of this service. Money is what makes a product truly sensational.
Chen Yanlan pondered carefully.
Ultimately, since Zhao Chen had the means and methods to deliver this service, the business was viable. Putting work aside, the man holding her had all the necessary capital.
His masculine presence was intensely dominant. What do you want?
Zhao Chen's lips lingered on her collarbone, his voice husky.
I want to become a globally renowned businesswoman. I want to make history as a female tycoon. I want the world to see my intelligence and ability. Zhao Chen casually removed her undergarments. I can help you with all of that. What can you offer me in return? As long as you help me give me the opportunity, I'll give you anything.
I don't care for wealth. I just want women everywhere to see that we, too, can succeed.
That women can be as powerful as men in the world of finance.
Zhao Chen didn't speak, a tacit agreement.
Everyone has their own aspirations, and he respected Chen Yanlan's ambitions.
But that didn't mean he would stop indulging himself with her body. The secretary was highly capable, intelligent, and forward-thinking. But at this moment, none of that mattered. Right now, she was merely a plaything, a masterpiece, a work of art, a temptress. Zhao Chen sat back on the sofa, his chest open, his expression relaxed. Chen Yanlan knelt there, lowering her body, her head buried. Her soft figure swayed, carrying a faint milky fragrance.
Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, its subtle scent lingering in the air.
Zhao Chen gently gathered a few strands between his fingers, so soft, so smooth. As the ends brushed against his palm, a faint tenderness remained.
If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. If you want to be my secretary, name your price, I'll pay you whatever you ask. Tell me which luxury car you want, and I'll get it for you.
You can live in this villa for a lifetime, as long as you dedicate yourself to building my business and devote yourself entirely to being my woman.
She didn't verbally agree, but in essence, she had.
Among Western wind instruments, there is one particularly unique, the trombone. Playing it requires constant movement of the slide, adjusting it to different positions to change the pitch, demanding varying levels of breath control. Zhao Chen thought that either Chen Yanlan had an exceptional natural talent or she had done some research in advance. At the very least, in this regard, she put in more effort than a certain someone surnamedly. She was willing to set aside her pride to get things done, a necessary quality for any entrepreneur striving for success.
Han Xian once endured the humiliation of crawling between a man's legs. King Gojian of Wu suffered years of hardship before achieving greatness.
And yet, all Chen Yanlan had to do was kneel there and swallow her pride, already enough to secure what she desired. The difference in hardship could not be more vast.
After much patience, Chen Yanlan finally welcomed her moment of liberation. Zhao Chen wanted to stay a little longer.
Just then, Li Muxian sent him a message, telling him to come upstairs to sleep. For a moment, he suspected she had installed cameras in this room.
Her timing was too precise, either that, or she had already mastered his schedule to perfection.
After a brief freshening up, removing any lingering scents, Zhao Chen carried a kettle of water upstairs.
In Chen Yanlan's room.
The girl sat there, still tasting the lingering remnants in her mouth, gagging slightly. She went to rinse her mouth and brush her teeth. After a long while, she finally collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Her gaze was calm.
A man's inherent weakness must be this.
They are born with it, unable to escape it, and it prevents them from achieving true greatness.
Women, without such flaws, find it easier to succeed.
At that moment, as Chen Yanlan reached this conclusion, she had no idea what she would become in the days to come, when emotions and time intertwined. But whatever the future held, it wouldn't change the arrogance of her words at this moment. Zhao Chen went upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door. Li Miaoxian was already lying in bed, quiet, covered by a white duvet. Zhao Chen took off his slippers and climbed into bed. He leaned in close, intending to place his arm under her head as usual, but before he could, Li Miaoxian spoke softly, "Go wash up properly. You reek of her perfume." Her voice was as light as smoke. Zhao Chen got out of bed and meticulously washed up. Downstairs, he had only done a partial cleanse, but she was highly sensitive to scents and picked up on it immediately. He spent a long time in the bathroom before finally crawling back into bed. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't have the courage to lean in again. Not because he felt guilty, but because her unwavering gentleness made him feel utterly ashamed.
Miao Xian.
Just sleep. The girl responded softly, turning around and nestling into his arms, as she always did. Much later, when Zhao Chen lowered himself to look at her face, he noticed a long trail of dried tears. Her expression remained cold and indifferent, yet silent tears still streamed from her eyes.
Zhao Chen said nothing. He remained silent until dawn. There was no point in saying anything. Any explanation would only sound insincere, disgusting even. The damage was already done.
Saying more would only deepen her pain, forcing her to relive her grievances again and again.
Morning.
Second uncle had already left for Shanghai at dawn, without waking Zhao Chen for his usual morning run.
Zhao Chen got up on his own and went downstairs to jog. He hadn't slept all night. This wasn't the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Rather than wrestling with guilt and inner conflict every time, it would be better to sort everything out once and for all. How to distinguish between love and a mere plaything. How to resolve his relationships with the girls around him without guilt. How, in this game of indulgence, could he still hold on to his original purity and love? When it comes to love, those who believe in it will find it, and those who don't will not. Zhao Chen believed in love. But many girls drawn to him were blinded by greed. Between transactions of interest and genuine emotions, he had to discern for himself. Take last night's Chen Yanlan, she was obedient, yet he found no trace of real affection in her. But Li Miaoxian and Bai Wanyan were different.
Their love was pure, untainted by thoughts of wealth, status, or luxury.
Breakfast.
Chen Yanlan and Li Miaoxian made breakfast together. By the time Zhao Chen finished showering and came downstairs, the meal was still not ready. Clearly, efficiency had plummeted with the two of them in the same kitchen. He waited a long time before breakfast was finally served. He was sure of one thing: the two of them hadn't exchanged a single word while preparing the meal.
Miaoxian, eat.
Zhao Chen served her food, poured her soup, and made light-hearted conversation, occasionally teasing her, just like always.
During this time, Chen Yanlan's presence was non-existent. Zhao Chen was no fool.
Li Miaoxian glanced at him, slightly surprised, and held his gaze for a moment. She wanted to curse him as a scumbag, but seeing that he was treating her well, she chose to let it go. How he treated others was secondary. How he treated her was what mattered most. He could have all the women he wanted, but he could not be without a wife. After breakfast, Zhao Chen did the dishes. Li Miaoxian and the secretary had already gone upstairs to change. By the time Zhao Chen finished cleaning up and went upstairs, Li Miaoxian had already picked out his clothes for the day. She could have let him dress himself, but knowing Zhao Chen's reckless and unregulated sense of fashion, she had long since taken it upon herself to fulfill her duty as his wife, preparing his outfits before he left the house. A suit, dress pants, matching tie, dress shirt, belt, leather shoes, socks, watch. A light purple suit, youthful yet sophisticated. The watch was a Rolex Rainbow Daytona, one of hers. She had two of them. Today, Zhao Chen would wear one while she wore the other. She herself wore a white blazer, flared white trousers, short-heeled shoes, and carried a Hermes Kelly bag. Zhao Chen held her hand as they walked downstairs. That year, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian were only 18. Outside, the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting. Chen Yanlan stood by the car, dressed in a professional ensemble, a white blouse, form-fitting pencil skirt, sheer black stockings, and matte black Christian Louboutin heels. She looked every bit the elite workplace executive and venture capital manager. Inside the car, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian swapped into slippers and sat together, while Chen Yanlan sat slightly farther away, a laptop open on the small table in front of her. Today's workload was massive, but she had already arranged everything the night before. The Bulgari Centennial Gala was taking place simultaneously around the world. In Tokyo, which was an hour ahead of China, the event had already begun. The Phantom glided smoothly down the mountain, heading toward Shanghai. It was Zhao Chen's first time visiting the city. At the same time, all 4 domestic locations hosting the Bulgari Gala were already surrounded by reporters and sharp-eyed influencers. Zhao Chen never worked alone. Behind him stood the Hua Shangzhao family, the Li family, the Bai family, and countless other powerful households, capital forces intertwined in a grand symphony of ambition. On the military training grounds of Jinling University. The military training field at Jinling University remained a scene of relentless perspiration and exertion. The instructors barked out commands one after another: ready, push-up position. All the male students tucked their arms in, preparing to drop forward. Today, many students from other classes and departments had gathered around the Chinese language and literature class, watching, observing, and ultimately, leaving disappointed once again. Apart from skipping yesterday afternoon's training, Zhao Chen was absent again this morning. It was as if their complaint letters had vanished into thin air. They weren't sure whether the principal had deliberately ignored the suggestion box filled with their accusations, but the reality before them made one thing clear: Zhao Chen, this flamboyant young master, was beyond their reach now. Unless some high-ranking student with influence decided to stand up and challenge him, there was no hope. But why would those privileged young elites concern themselves with the grievances of common students? And yet, watching Zhao Chen flaunt his superiority over and over again, their resentment burned even stronger. They were jealous to death. That feeling of being overshadowed was truly unbearable. They couldn't take it anymore. They had to find a way to overshadow Zhao Chen in an area where money wasn't a factor. Someone like him, born into wealth, with a stunning girlfriend at such a young age, was probably already drained like a dog. Sports? Forget about it. Take basketball, for example. He probably couldn't even dribble properly. What a waste of height. The freshman basketball tournament was in the works, and it seemed like the perfect opportunity to challenge Zhao Chen and restore the honor of all the freshmen. After all, there is always someone better. Zhao Chen should learn this early, otherwise, how would he inherit the responsibilities of a true young master in the future? They were actually doing him a favor. They just hoped it wouldn't crush his confidence too much. Throughout the military training break, this little scheme continued to brew. It wasn't exactly a scheme, just a bit of harmless student rivalry. It wasn't about bullying Zhao Chen, there were simply too many resentful, envious students around. People who still clung to the belief that kings and nobles are not born superior were everywhere. They couldn't accept that someone their age had everything they never would. And to make it worse, they were jealous of Zhao Chen's girlfriend, so beautiful, so elegant. The 4 pillars of online public opinion. Browser push notifications. Weibo. Short video platforms. Social circles and influencer networks. The first 3 were already flooded with ads for the Bulgari Centennial Gala, courtesy of Hua Chen. Open any app, browse for more than 2 minutes, and you would inevitably receive a push notification about the event. It was a money-burning strategy, but Zhao Chen didn't care about costs this time. He was willing to buy up ad space, dominate marketing. Across the internet, there were over 300 high-profile beauty and luxury influencers, 231 renowned aristocratic or young master accounts, 96 public figures without contractual limitations, all of whom had real influence. These self-media channels ensured widespread coverage. And the Bulgari promotional campaign? Equally extravagant. However, Bulgari wouldn't just run straightforward advertisements. That kind of marketing was the lowest tier, the most ineffective. Instead, with a subtle shift in strategy. Trending topic: Mr. Kaishukuan, a rising star in street fashion, has received an invitation to Bulgari's Centennial Gala. Trending topic: veteran actors Wang Jiwen and Shen Daoming among the few select celebrities invited to the Bulgari event. Trending topic: President of Hua Shang, China's richest man, to attend Bulgari's Beijing Gala. Trending topic: Bulgari's global gala kicks off simultaneously. Prince Charles and the Princess have already arrived at London's event. Blatant ads trigger disgust and rejection from the general public. But tie the event to celebrities, and suddenly, everyone is paying attention. The internet's focus might be fragmented, but the engagement levels of luxury bloggers' audiences were incredibly high. Take luxury watch, car, and fashion influencers. Their followers included a significant number of wealthy individuals. At first, those rich viewers might not care much about Bulgari's event. But after seeing multiple top influencers covering it, a thought inevitably creeps into their minds. Bulgari's Centennial Gala seems like a really big deal. That was the exact effect Zhao Chen and Bulgari wanted. The true target audience. Today's marketing was aimed at the general public. But the real buyers, those who actually purchased luxury goods from Bulgari boutiques, had already received their invitations days ago. Some redeemed them using exclusive boutique loyalty points. By yesterday, Bulgari's domestic gala invitations had even entered the secondary market. Selling these exclusive access passes had already earned Zhao Chen 19 million yuan. Many customers had rushed to purchase high-end items just to boost their loyalty points and qualify for an invitation. By 9 a.m. this morning, even before the official entry ceremony, Bulgari's boutique shelves were still being emptied at record speed. The revenue was staggering. The Centennial Gala was marketed as a once-in-a-century event, something Bulgari would only hold once in 100 years. For the ultra-wealthy, attending wasn't just about luxury, it was an opportunity to expand their circles and networks. For those in finance and investment, connections were everything. Managing the venues. Beijing's event, supported by the Zhao and Li families. Shanghai's event, by Jingshan, despite dark circles under his eyes, had rushed from Jinling to Shanghai at dawn to hold the fort. Guangzhou's event, second uncle had been dispatched there. Hong Kong's event, Zhao Chen had reached out to his aunt, as it was the most strategically important location besides Shanghai. Hong Kong remained China's strongest financial hub and a global investment center. Its concentration of wealthy individuals was unparalleled. Based on domestic Bulgari sales volume, Hong Kong led the country. Bulgari's global factories were operating at full capacity, racing against time to meet the massive demand. Some rare and limited edition items had been brought out exclusively for this event, of course, with a markup. The pre-order model of luxury sales was being pushed to the extreme. Pay first, receive the goods later, with an unspecified delivery date. We have stock, but it's still in transit. This eased inventory pressure while maintaining the exclusivity and prestige of the brand. Luxury's true essence lay in its pretentiousness and exclusivity. Arrival at the venue. To ensure smooth operations, Chen Yanlan had followed Zhao Chen's orders, outsourcing all event logistics and security to external firms. This freed up Hua Chen's core management team to focus on more important matters. At this moment, Zhao Chen's car had just arrived outside the venue. He had been asleep in the car for a while. After staying up all night, he still looked composed, though traces of exhaustion were evident. Seeing this, Li Miaoxian had been frowning for quite some time. So, to appease her, he had slept a little longer in the car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom's ride was so smooth that sleeping inside it felt unusually restful. We're here. Time to change shoes and get out. The most prestigious venue in Shanghai. The Shanghai venue was the most eye-catching, even regarded as the most successful among all the domestic gala locations. The reason? The event was being held at the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai. The grandeur and sophistication were on an entirely different level. Around the perimeter of the Bulgari Hotel, a crowd of influencers had gathered, hoping to ride the wave of the event's popularity. They knew exactly how to seize opportunities. Once they found out about the Bulgari Centennial Gala, they rushed over, armed with live streaming setups, broadcasting live from outside the venue. Their instincts for capitalizing on trends were razor-sharp. This kind of opportunistic mindset was something Zhao Chen actually appreciated. These people understood what hype and traffic were, swarming like flies toward anything that smelled of attention. In the past, Zhao Chen had been just like them. Where there was profit, there he was. Just making a living, nothing to be ashamed of. So, while his opinion of these people wasn't exactly high, he still respected them enough to let them livestream from a distance outside the hotel. However, stepping into the actual venue? That was absolutely out of the question. A grand entrance. As the stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom rolled into the entrance, the small-time streamers outside practically shoved their cameras into the driver's face. After all, a car this extravagant was a spectacle for their audience. Inside the hotel courtyard, guests were scattered about, men in tailored suits, women in elegant evening gowns. Even a random candid photo of a group could easily make entertainment headlines. Of course, all the media coverage here was tightly controlled by Hua Chen's own entertainment division. Just yesterday, Hua Chen Group's media and advertising department had been hastily assembled, tasked with managing all the official media operations for the company's brands. Cameras and live stream setups were everywhere, ensuring that every broadcast channel was not only generating publicity but also monetizing the event. The power of image. Several symbolic luxury cars were parked in the courtyard, Rolls-Royces and multi-million-dollar supercars, purely for aesthetic appeal. All other vehicles had been directed to the underground parking lot by the valets. However, Zhao Chen's stretched Phantom, bearing a Beijing license plate, was parked front and center in the most prominent location. The crowd in the courtyard couldn't help but steal glances in its direction. You could ignore the Rolls-Royce, you could pretend not to care that it was given the prime spot, but you couldn't ignore the Beijing A88888 license plate. Stepping out in style. Inside the car, Zhao Chen swapped into leather dress shoes as Li Miaoxian adjusted his suit, smoothing out any imperfections before giving him a small nod of approval. His bodyguard stepped out from the driver's seat, positioned himself at the rear passenger door, and waited. Chen Yanlan closed her laptop, straightened her shirt collar, and adjusted the red work badge hanging from her neck. Li Miaoxian picked up her handbag. Then, the car door opened. Zhao Chen stepped out, casually fixing his suit, his entire posture upright and composed. Then, he turned back and extended a hand to help his wife out of the car. After a brief glance around, he gave a small nod and a slight smile, then led Li Miaoxian into the venue. Behind them, the secretary in high heels followed closely. Whispers and speculation. As soon as Zhao Chen disappeared into the venue, whispers erupted among the crowd outside. They began guessing his identity. Most of them knew the famous young elites, but Zhao Chen's face was unfamiliar. Instantly, everyone was asking around, speculating, trying to piece together clues. Among the onlookers were many figures from both the business and entertainment worlds. For the entertainment industry, Bulgari's invitations were extremely selective, only 2 male artists had been invited. But for female celebrities, it was a different story. Dozens had received verbal invitations. They would all be attending. Hassle-free networking at its finest. A breathtaking venue. The event exuded grandeur. The black and gold color theme radiated power and elegance. Champagne was stacked in towering pyramids, making an impressive spectacle. The front row seats were already occupied, reserved for the top-tier elite. Behind them was Bulgari's showcase area, featuring 3 newly unveiled century masterpieces. The gold medallion necklace. The bracelet. The gear pendant. This was the first time these masterpieces had ever been displayed. Other exhibits included Bulgari's finest craftsmanship, jewelry with breathtaking designs, including several one-of-a-kind pieces that were not even for sale. Beyond the exhibits was the ballroom for the social dance, and at the very back, a lavish buffet for the attending guests. A late arrival. Zhao Chen led Li Miaoxian to the front row seats. Bai Jingshan was already seated. He had been deep in conversation with high-ranking figures from politics and business, but the moment he saw Zhao Chen waltzing in hand with a girl, his blood pressure skyrocketed. He had taken great pains to clear his schedule and come hold down the fort for Zhao Chen. And this little punk? Strolling in fashionably late, with a girl on his arm. Worse yet, this was his future son-in-law, bringing another girl right in front of him. Fury surged in his chest. For a moment, his face darkened instantly. But considering the high-profile guests around, he forced himself to suppress his anger, stood up, and introduced Zhao Chen to the people he didn't recognize. "Oh, so you're Zhao Zichang's son." Impressive, quite the young gentleman, confident and composed. A promising talent. "So, does this mean Bulgari is now a domestic brand?" "No, wait, it's still Italian, just under Hua Sheng's ownership." At this point, they still believed Bulgari had been acquired by Hua Sheng. It would never cross their minds that the true mastermind behind it all was the young man standing before them. Building connections. This event introduced Zhao Chen to a circle of elite figures. And it was all thanks to Bai Jingshan treating him like his own son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally guided Zhao Chen through the introductions. But to Zhao Chen, it didn't matter much. Connections or not, it made little difference. Still, he couldn't disrespect Bai Jingshan's goodwill. After all, his ambitions weren't limited to just one country. He had far greater plans. These old men sitting here with their grand airs, they might act like big shots now, but when the time came for real competition, they'd be the ones crying. Zhao Chen simply smiled and returned to his front row seat, taking his place next to Bai Jingshan. An awkward gift. Li Miaoxian sat beside Madame Bai Wan Yin's mother. At first, she was nervous. Given their complicated relationship, she didn't know how to interact with her. But fortunately, Madame Bai had no intention of fueling conflicts between the girls. She had already come prepared. She handed Li Miaoxian a diamond necklace. "Auntie, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." "Take it, dear."
This necklace wouldn't suit my daughter's temperament, but it looks perfect on you. With that, she gently placed the jewelry box into Li Miaoxian's bag. An unspoken standoff. Zhao Chen and Bai Jingshan sat together, both silent, neither willing to speak first. Bai Jingshan thought, this brat has no manners. Zhao Chen thought, this old man is just waiting to scold me. After a long pause, Bai Jingshan finally broke the silence. His first words? You little bastard, you're devious as hell. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, a trace of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. This was the relationship where answering back was the least appropriate in the entire world. And besides, what the old man said was true. There was no room for rebuttal. Being scolded by this little old man for a lifetime was well deserved. Thinking about it this way, he couldn't help but miss Wan Ning a little. So, in the middle of this event, under Bai Jingshan's gaze, Zhao Chen took out his phone and began chatting with Bai Wan Ning. He didn't even bother to hide the phone screen, it was entirely visible to Bai Jingshan. Go ahead and scold me if you want, but I'm enjoying chatting with your daughter. The harsher you scold me, the sooner I'll tell your precious girl. Then we'll see if she takes my side or yours. Who knows, after we get married, who she'll be closer to. Bai Jingshan was left speechless by Zhao Chen's antics. He could only swallow his anger for now, mentally plotting to get back at him later. Meanwhile, the guests began filing into the venue. The seats quickly filled, leaving many strangers sitting together as there was hardly any space left. Four extremely low-key girls were seated behind Zhao Chen. They were Yang Minghua, Hongfen, Ruan and I, and Zhaoya. They had been brought here today to get a taste of a high-level event, so that in the future, when they were out in the world, they wouldn't come across as naive or childish. After all, a gathering like this, brimming with influential figures, was far above the level of any reality TV show. It was a chance to boost their confidence and broaden their horizons so they wouldn't embarrass Zhao Chen later on. What's more, these four girls weren't invited by Zhao Chen, they were summoned by someone named Li. They had climbed their way from Jilin to Shanghai and found Li Miaoxian, who now sat just ahead of them. By 9:20 in the morning, the venue was packed to capacity. Latecomers could only have additional chairs brought in and placed at the very back. A group of ceremonial models in shimmering white attire took the stage, their outfits glittering under the lights. Tall models lined the edge of the stage as the host appeared, a mixed-race girl with flawless Chinese, speaking with remarkable eloquence. The introduction, as expected, was about branding and product marketing, which quickly became tedious to the audience. Most attendees mentally dismissed the event as dull, as if they had already predicted its outcome. But as soon as the host began speaking, the room fell silent. Just as you all know about Bulgari, Bulgari's century-long journey mirrors a century of human craftsmanship. For 100 years, Bulgari has brought the world an unparalleled standard of exquisite artistry. Bulgari's commitment to craftsmanship has spanned 3 centuries. History has been written, and we cannot change a single moment of it. What I want to say is that Bulgari carries the pinnacle of human craftsmanship in jewelry. In the next century, Bulgari will continue to strive for perfection, ensuring that the brilliance of human precision will never fade. Thunderous applause followed. Zhao Chen clapped sincerely as well. The host's words were bold and boundless, dripping with arrogance yet incredibly effective. Declaring themselves the inheritors of humanity's finest craftsmanship, it was absurd, but undeniably practical. For a brand aiming to rake in profits, a slogan this audacious was essential. Many attendees felt as though they'd been struck over the head by the host's declaration. Those familiar with Bulgari might consider them arrogant, while newcomers would be left wondering. Really? Are they truly that refined? Could they actually be the most exquisite jewelry artisans in the world? Through repeated marketing efforts, many would end up begrudgingly agreeing, yes, Bulgari truly embodies the legacy of fine craftsmanship. After the applause subsided, the host invited models from backstage to present 3 of Bulgari's Century of Glory masterpieces, which were to be showcased in person. This was, of course, the main attraction. The 3 golden pieces were already famous among attendees, having been hyped to an extreme degree online. Their value, though inflated by marketing, undeniably held both resale and collectible appeal. Especially the 3rd piece, a gear-inspired design. It was rumored that only one authentic piece of this design had ever been officially released by Bulgari, and it had been presented as a gift to the British royal family. This event had cemented Bulgari's reputation and elevated its perceived value. Gold, after all, is inherently more stable in value than handbags or necklaces. And when processed into jewelry with symbolic significance, it becomes even more desirable. Spotlights illuminated the center of the stage as a symphony played on in the background. An orchestra nearby performed tirelessly, filling the hall with music. The host continued, "These 3 century of glory pieces were already introduced in your invitations, so I won't go into further detail. To my right are 3 unprocessed gold ingots. I wonder if anyone can imagine." Her voice paused for dramatic effect. "That the 3 pure gold pieces on my left were crafted from the 3 gold ingots on my right." A ripple of soft laughter spread through the audience. After all, anyone could see that the 3 gold ingots on the right were much larger in volume than the 3 finished products on the left, several times larger, in fact. Surely Bulgari didn't compress those massive gold ingots into such small pieces? Did gold even compress? Surely the products weren't carved directly from the ingots? But even if they were, each ingot could theoretically yield 3 pieces. This blunder turned the whole affair into a laughingstock. Bulgari had practically invited ridicule by making such claims. Many of the high-profile attendees couldn't help but smirk. No matter how venerable a 100-year-old brand might be, it could still fall from grace with decisions like this. Bulgari's decline, it seemed, began today. Zhao Chen glanced around the room, noticing even by Jingshan furrowing his brow, occasionally casting Zhao Chen a questioning look. What was Zhao Chen thinking? Wasn't this outright treating people like fools? The host deliberately paused to let the audience's reactions settle before continuing. Your observations and judgments are all valid. You're absolutely right in pointing out the inconsistencies. But Bulgari's global celebrations are built on genuine craftsmanship. Her words left the audience puzzled. But the next moment, she added, "These 3 century of glory pieces are gifts from Bulgari to humanity, crafted entirely of pure gold." The room fell silent again. Pure gold? That's your justification? If they're made of pure gold, of course they're expensive. If they weren't, you wouldn't even be selling them. Though many attendees mocked the claim internally, they didn't voice their thoughts. The explanation seemed far too abstract. Pure gold alone wasn't a compelling reason to spend. The host's soft yet commanding voice continued. Our traditional understanding of pure gold refers to 24K gold. According to national standards, gold with a purity of 99.6% or higher can be considered 24K gold or pure gold. Similarly, we recognize terms like 1000 fineness gold or 10,000 fineness gold, which are also defined by purity levels. But today, Bulgari will redefine pure gold, redefining history itself. Today, Bulgari will redefine pure gold and rewrite history. These 3 century of glory pieces can truly be called pure gold because they do not fall under the categories of 24K gold, 1000 fineness gold, or 10,000 fineness gold. They do not rely on gold content as a defining metric. They are pure gold, with a literal 100% gold content. In fact, we could even call it elemental gold. These 3 items, when tested by any organization, anywhere in the world, will be confirmed as pure gold, 100% pure gold. This is why Bulgari dares to call itself the representative of human craftsmanship. Bulgari possesses the world's only method of refining pure gold. What you see before you is what can truly be called gold, pure gold. All the gold you've previously encountered was nothing but impure gold. Boom! It was as if a bomb had gone off in everyone's minds. When the impossible becomes reality, and when Bulgari so confidently showcases this to the world, the astute among the audience began to suspect that it might actually be true. Pure gold. Without a single trace of impurity. Even if this concept was theoretically possible, no one had managed to refine such pure gold until now. When something that was once only an ideal suddenly appears in the real world, it's like Schrodinger's cat suddenly leaping out of its box, alive and well. All one could say was that it was utterly incredible. The host paused to allow the audience to process and discuss the announcement. This moment was deliberately designed to let the public's thoughts brew and opinions ferment. Zhao Chen, meanwhile, did not immediately invite someone to verify the gold content. Instead, he let the audience discuss, let the host subtly guide their thinking, then let them discuss further, only to explain and clarify again. Finally, the big reveal would come, confirming the truth to those present. This method, letting people slowly convince themselves through dialogue, was far more effective than straightforward advertising or lectures. For instance, in the process of expressing their opinions, some attendees might subconsciously reinforce beliefs they were uncertain about just moments earlier. The host smiled again, signaling the end of the discussion. Now, let's invite the Materials Testing Center of Shanghai to present the final inspection report. The next moment, the test results were displayed clearly on the large screen for all to see.
Gold, 100%. There were no decimal points, no estimated values, just pure, flawless gold. Compared to 1,000 fineness or 10,000 fineness gold, this idealized form of gold seemed almost surreal. The inspection report is right in front of you. Of course, anyone who purchases these 3 century of glory pieces can personally verify their authenticity. Bulgari's gold refining technology ensures that this pure gold is irreplaceable and impossible to counterfeit. If 1,000 fineness gold symbolizes love as strong as gold, then I believe pure gold better represents the sincerity and purity of emotion. With simultaneous century of glory celebrations worldwide, the world will know Bulgari pure gold and recognize Bulgari's unparalleled craftsmanship. From 24K gold to pure gold, Bulgari has spent a century achieving this. Typical gold used in jewelry is 18K gold, with a gold content of 75%. What we are presenting here is 100% pure gold, real gold. The venue erupted into chaos. No one was whispering anymore, not because they didn't care, but because they couldn't process the shock quickly enough. There was only one person in the entire room who remained calm, Li Miaoxian. She knew there was a stash of gold in her family's basement. It was a batch of gold Zhao Chen had purchased from some unknown source. She remembered vividly that the day they moved into their new home, while she went upstairs to rest, Zhao Chen was downstairs making the transaction. He even borrowed 150 million yuan from her to complete the deal. She knew that gold better than anyone else. Perhaps Bulgari's craftsmanship wasn't as extraordinary as they claimed. Perhaps it was simply that her mysterious husband had acquired a batch of pure gold from some obscure merchant. Her expression remained neutral, her gaze indifferent, though she occasionally glanced at Zhao Chen. There was no need to listen to the host's remaining words. Most of it would just be exaggerated boasting. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples, already sensing the outcome. This big reveal of his might generate some profit, but he was certain his father and elders would want to hit him with a stick after this. A quick glance confirmed his suspicions. Bai Jingshan's neck was already red. A glance at his phone showed 5 missed calls from Zhao Zhichang. This was going to be rough. To Zhao Zhichang and Bai Jingshan, this level of pure gold could have been sold at far higher prices. With better marketing strategies, it could have shattered the famous diamond slogan, "A diamond is forever," and elevated pure gold to the level of diamonds, creating another monopoly in a lucrative industry. But Zhao Chen had squandered this opportunity. Both elders were acutely aware that Bulgari's global website already had 9,999 pre-orders for a bracelet made of this pure gold. They undoubtedly thought Zhao Chen was nothing but a reckless child. What a great hand he'd wasted. Zhao Chen turned to look at Bai Jingshan again. His future father-in-law's face was flushed. Zhao Chen guessed that if he were Bai Jingshan's biological son, he'd already be strung up and beaten. "Uncle, are you thirsty?" Zhao Chen asked. Bai Jingshan shot him a glare, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was deeply disappointed. "I'm not thirsty. What I am is on the verge of high blood pressure." "Really? Well, I suggest you take it easy, uncle, because it's not over yet. If you're going to get mad, you might as well wait for the host to finish. Then you can combine your anger into one big explosion instead of getting angry twice. It's better for your health. My point is, save it for the grand finale." The moment Zhao Chen finished speaking, Bai Jingshan was about to retort when he heard the host's voice on stage. At this century of glory celebration, Bulgari's headquarters has decided to establish the Bulgari Football Club China division and invest in a domestic soccer team. Hearing this, Zhao Chen could feel the change in Bai Jingshan's breathing. His hands trembled. This time, Bai Jingshan genuinely wanted to hit someone. If Zhao Chen had invested in any other venture, even one doomed to fail, it might have been forgivable. But investing in Chinese soccer? Starting a team? Bai Jingshan wanted to slap Zhao Chen awake. And from the host's tone, it seemed Bulgari wasn't just investing domestically, they were going all in on soccer globally. "Do you have any more suicidal ideas?" Bai Jingshan asked, turning his head. Zhao Chen shrugged innocently. "Nope, that's it. Really? Let's go upstairs to the hotel to discuss this. I bet your dad is blowing up your phone right now. Get moving. Staying here is making me ashamed for Bulgari and Huasheng. Thankfully, no one knows you own Bulgari outright. Officially, Huasheng is just a minor shareholder. Otherwise, this embarrassment would fall on you directly. Kid, this is no different from publicly embarrassing yourself. Chinese soccer? You think you can fix that?" Sigh. Li Miaoxian checked her phone.
Wang Xian had already called her multiple times, likely to demand answers from Zhao Chun. Though she firmly supported her man, this time, she couldn't help but feel nervous for him. After all, this was Zhao Chen's first independent venture. His debut needed to be flawless, something that proved his strategic brilliance. The key points of the event had been covered. Most of the influential figures in the front rows stood up and left. They needed a more private space to discuss matters further. What needed to be said had already been said, and Bulgari's marketing strategies were no longer aimed at them. They might consider purchasing the products, but they wouldn't passionately promote Bulgari. However, the 3 pure gold pieces were indeed worth deliberation. Who knows if their value might skyrocket in the future? Yet based on usual trends, the emergence of such unprecedented pure gold proves that there is indeed a method to refine true gold. Following today's revelation, more jewelry brands are bound to attempt the same process. Pure gold would likely experience a frenzied appreciation in value, peak in popularity, then stabilize. Eventually, as other companies succeed in replicating the process, its value might slowly decline. Of course, this all depends on Bulgari's marketing strategies. Even if a smaller brand manages to refine pure gold, Bulgari would quickly acquire them. After all, no monopolist wants to lose their exclusive hold on the market. At Bulgari's hotel penthouse, Bai Gingshan and Zhao Chen sat on a sofa near the window. On the table in front of them was a video call with Zhao Jichang. "This is such an important matter, why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Pure gold, which previously only existed in theory, has now been achieved by Bulgari. This is something rarer than diamonds. I'm not criticizing you on purpose. I'm your father, and I genuinely don't want to see you lose money. There were obviously far better marketing strategies for this. Sigh. Fine. Since you've made your decision, I won't interfere. And I don't covet the money you earn, but remember, Xiao Chun, when you're uncertain, you can always ask me or Uncle Bai. We won't meddle in your affairs, nor will we be envious of your profits. Uncle Bai has only one daughter, what does he need all that money for? He's earning it for you to inherit. So feel free to ask us for advice. We're not fixated on your little fortune, we just want you to make even more. The Zhao family's inheritance is already earmarked for you. Let's not talk about that for now. But this idea of setting up a soccer team in China, did you come up with that using your backside? Such a critical decision, and you didn't even bring it up? Thankfully, no one knows Bulgari is fully owned by you. Otherwise, your reputation would have been ruined. Go check what people online are saying. They're calling Bulgari overconfident. Netizens are unanimously mocking you for overreaching. Kid, just make a gesture of starting the project and then quietly drop it. Don't waste time or effort on this. Wrap it up quickly. You can do this abroad, but not here. Just look at Wang Jianlian's failed soccer ventures 10 years ago. Not far away, Li Miaoxian and Bai Wanning's mother could overhear Zhao Jichang's exasperation and lecturing over the call. Yet Zhao Chen wore his usual cheeky smile, acting as though he was listening but clearly not taking anything to heart. You brat. Come home for dinner this weekend. I'll explain things to you properly. With that, Zhao Jichang ended the call. Bai Jingshan remained silent. Zhao Jichang had already said everything he wanted to. This kid was still too young. Well, maybe it's not a bad thing to let him stumble and learn through trial and error for a couple of years. Gaining a clear understanding of how society works would do him good. Not everything can be achieved through sheer determination and vast amounts of capital. Soccer in China was one of those exceptions. To be fair, setting external factors aside, this reckless boy did seem to have his own ideas. Knowing how difficult it is to develop soccer in China, he still announced Bulgari's entry into the sport at such a high-profile event. This kind of energy reflects youthful ambition. Young people starting their careers often act this way, charging headfirst into challenges despite knowing the odds are stacked against them. And sometimes, the more they persevere, the greater the chance of eventual success. This spirit says, why do you assume I can't do it? Just because you failed doesn't mean I will. How do you know I can't succeed if I don't try? And what if I actually do succeed? At their age, they'd lost some of the fiery passion of youth. If they attempted such things now, it would seem reckless and thoughtless. After all, business requires a steady hand. In this sense, Zhao Chen's approach showed some thoughtfulness. As elders, they might obstruct him a little but couldn't stop him entirely. And so, Bai Jingshan simply said, take good care of Wan Ning, before leaving, likely to head downstairs to network with other influential figures. Li Miaoxian walked over and sat beside Zhao Chun,
quietly keeping him company. The 4 young actresses who hadn't debuted yet had already been sent back to Jinling for training. Zhao Chen didn't know this yet. If Li Miaoxian wanted to tease him, she could have brought those 4 girls in front of Bai Jingshan and said, "These are Zhao Chen's mistresses." If that happened, Bai Jingshan would have probably gone straight for a beating. But she didn't. A woman who stands by her man knows that her dignity and his are closely tied. If her man loses face in public, it reflects poorly on her as well, regardless of the quality of their relationship. Especially those women who deliberately humiliate their partners in public, they're utterly foolish. Just do what you want to do. I still believe in your ideas. The truth is, this Grand Century of Glory marketing event for Bulgari has been a success, hasn't it? You have your own wisdom and plans. No matter what others say, I'll always stand by your side. Her soft voice carried a hint of aloofness. Zhao Chen relaxed and smiled. In his suit, he looked sharp and youthful, exuding a radiant charm. Li Miaoxian observed him but remained calm and indifferent. "Did you sleep well last night?" I'm still a bit sleepy. Why don't you nap with me for a while?" Zhao Chen reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist, preventing her from leaving. Her face turned cold, and she frowned slightly. "Why do you need someone to sleep with you? What a bad habit. Go sleep by yourself. This isn't home, what are you trying to do? Hurry up and nap. After that, check with Chen Yanlan about the updates from the other 3 venues. Do you really think you can just sit back and do nothing? Let go of me, you scoundrel." Not before Zhao Chen stole a kiss did she manage to escape. He finally went to sleep. Without rest, even the young would struggle. Before closing his eyes, Zhao Chen sent a message to Chen Yanlan. Not long after, Chen Yanlan arrived at the penthouse suite with her laptop. Spotting Li Miaoxian, she approached and sat beside her to begin working. "Where's the boss?" "He's sleeping. If there's anything urgent, I can handle it for you," Li Miaoxian replied softly, setting her coffee down. Her tone wasn't cold, even though she knew the secretary, always in black stockings, had shared an intimate moment with Zhao Chen the previous day. "Thank you, Ms. Li. Don't call me that." Li Miaoxian frowned. "Got it. Thank you, President Li. You're welcome. Make sure to get regular health checkups." "Understood." Chen Yanlan let out a quiet sigh and began her report in a soft voice. 1 hour later. The 4 Bulgari Century of Glory events in China were nearing their conclusion. Based on the reports received, customers in Beijing and Hong Kong showed significantly higher enthusiasm for pure gold, while in Shanghai and Guangzhou, corporate executives gained a deeper understanding of the Bulgari brand. At the same time, discussions about the event were growing exponentially online. It was no longer just the luxury, fashion, and brand communities talking about Bulgari. The tech world, the physics community, even the football world, were all bringing up Bulgari's pure gold. This kind of viral traction was something Zhao Chen could never have simply bought. It had become a societal-level phenomenon. Now, anyone looking to gain attention, increase their following, or ride the trend was forcefully associating their content with Bulgari in some way. At this moment, Hua Chen's newly established advertising and marketing department went all in, diving straight into the online conversation. Marketing accounts and opportunistic promotions flooded the internet. Yet, instead of feeling like a traditional ad campaign, netizens perceived Bulgari's rise as a genuine cultural sensation, pure gold, a major step into Chinese football. By the end of the morning, Bulgari boutiques across China were nearly sold out. Pre-orders were now backlogged for the next 3 months. This level of purchasing power and revenue was simply terrifying. A large part of this could be credited to Bulgari's massive online presence. Many people rushed to purchase Bulgari items simply to post about it online, to be part of the trend, to show off, to gain clout. A strategic supply plan. Based on past experiences, Zhao Chen's strategy was clear. No immediate restocking in mainland China. Immediate restocking in Hong Kong. Why? Because mainland consumers, especially those in the interior regions, tend to lose rationality when dealing with scalpers and market speculation. Unlike other goods, jewelry holds inherent value. It isn't just a luxury item, it can be an heirloom. A handbag, at most, might be worth something due to exotic leather, but gold and gemstones are permanent assets. Bulgari's position in the jewelry industry. Bulgari, an Italian luxury brand, ranks as the 3rd largest jewelry house globally, following France's Cartier and America's Tiffany & Company. Renowned for its bold use of color, Bulgari's jewelry designs skillfully blend vibrant gemstones and innovative metal settings to highlight their brilliance. Now, with its breakthrough in pure gold refinement and the marketing triumph of the 3 Century of Glory pieces, Zhao Chen was certain Bulgari's status in the jewelry world was about to rise even further. An inevitable success. Italian craftsmanship. Centuries of heritage. Refined elegance. With all these strong foundations, Bulgari was poised for a meteoric rise. All Zhao Chen had done was add fuel to the fire. In the past, Bulgari's private gala dinners had already dominated fashion headlines. Now, a global Century of Glory event? Simply choosing any random attendee would be enough to spark societal discussions. But gathering a whole room full of high-profile figures? The impact was beyond imagination. After noon, a news report changes everything. At noon, Zhao Chen was still asleep. Meanwhile, Li Miaoxian and Chen Yanlan were in the outer suite of the bedroom, preparing to order lunch. They hadn't woken him yet. Then, Chen Yanlan received a message. A link. She clicked it. The screen displayed photos from the Beijing Century of Glory event. She turned up the volume, and Li Miaoxian glanced over. The Italian luxury jewelry brand Bulgari is simultaneously hosting 4 Grand Century of Glory celebrations in China today: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hong Kong. The images shown here are from the Beijing event, where elites from all sectors have gathered. Over the past century, Bulgari has relentlessly pursued perfection, refining gold into pure gold, a theoretical purity now brought to life, the essence of elemental gold. At the end of the event, Bulgari China announced its entry into Chinese football, establishing a domestic team. This marks Bulgari's investment in a global football club initiative. Now, let's move on to our next news update. A media frenzy. Chen Yanlan's hands were trembling. This wasn't just some niche media outlet. This was the most powerful voice in mainstream news. Perhaps Bulgari's event was simply too grand. Perhaps the arrival of pure gold was simply too shocking. Or perhaps the future of Chinese football had suddenly gained an unexpected glimmer of hope. Regardless of the reason, Bulgari had now dominated the news cycle. This made all of her planning and all of Zhao Chen's long-term strategizing worth it. A silent victory. Li Miaoxian stared at the screen for a long moment before exhaling slowly. Unlike Zhao Chen, she wasn't so carefree. She hadn't played an active role in the event, but her entire focus and energy had been tied to it from start to finish. No matter how good your own marketing is, it's never as powerful as having others praise you. That one line from the news report echoed in her mind. Bulgari has brought the theoretical purity of gold into the real world. She couldn't calm down. Pure gold. Flawless gold. Her eyes flickered with thought. Softly, she asked, "How's security at the villa?" 2 teams. 8 people watching the house, Chen Yanlan replied, puzzled by the sudden change of topic. Double it. A home should feel safe. All right. Chen Yanlan didn't understand why this was necessary, but she obeyed without question. She knew one thing very well: Li Miaoxian was Zhao Chen's woman. Any whispered words in private could easily determine her own fate. Even though she managed the company's finances, every single transaction was reviewed by Li Miaoxian. So far, she hadn't taken any money from the company. This morning, Zhao Chen had transferred her 2 million yuan, but she had no real use for it. Whenever Li Miaoxian shopped for luxury goods, she always included her as well. Her entire lifestyle was covered, she simply needed to hold on to her position as Zhao Chen's secretary. Even if time faded her youth, as long as she remained competent or famous enough, Zhao Chen would still value her. But for now, she was just starting out. And she had long realized Li Miaoxian was terrifyingly smart. A critical precaution. The real reason Li Miaoxian was increasing security? She knew. She knew that the stash of gold in their villa's underground vault was the true foundation of Bulgari's pure gold monopoly. Without that gold, everything Bulgari had gained today would be worthless. Sure, no one would suspect that the source of the world's purest gold was hidden in a villa's basement. But still, it was better to be cautious. A single misstep, and everything would crumble. Lunch, a rare moment of peace. The waiter knocked. Lunch had arrived. Li Miaoxian stood up to wake Zhao Chen. For the CEO of Bulgari, lunch was no trivial affair. Though Zhao Chen had dined on fine cuisine plenty of times before, today's Bulgari feast would still be a spectacular experience. Half asleep, he washed his face and sat at the dining table. As Chen Yanlan gave a quick work report, Li Miaoxian quietly placed food into Zhao Chen's bowl. Zhao Chen, in turn, frequently placed food into hers. She was too thin. She needed to eat more. When Zhao Chen heard the news 30 Minutes report on this matter, a smile immediately spread across his face. He quickly grabbed Qin Yanlan's phone to check the news segment, feeling a mix of emotions all at once. Human capability may have its limits, but as long as one's luck isn't terrible and they keep striving, there will always come a moment of clarity and success. When he initially chose to use the Xinhao plan, one of its stipulations was that upon selecting this plan, he would simultaneously gain extraordinary luck. Thinking back now, after spending so much time dealing with Bulgari, even though Chen Yanlan was highly educated and extremely intelligent, the fact that this entire business operation had gone so smoothly, without any major missteps, all well organized and systematic, made Zhao Chen wonder if luck had indeed played a role. After watching the news segment, Zhao Chen put down the phone without saying much. After all, it was mealtime, and according to the cold beauty's rule, one should avoid talking too much while eating. If there was anything to discuss, it could wait until they got home. Though they weren't eating at home, all the family members were present. Wherever one's loved ones are, that place is home. So, he didn't say much. When the cold beauty chose to remain silent, she truly stayed silent, but when she spoke, her words were sharp as knives, and within a few sentences, you'd have no choice but to respond with a polite smile. However, when she wasn't upset, she could be incredibly gentle. Just like now, she was using a serving spoon to scoop beef cubes onto Zhao Chen's plate. Zhao Chen had tried many different kinds of meat, but he particularly loved beef. Eating too much seafood, lobster, crab, and the like could make him nauseous, but well-prepared beef, especially flavorful beef cubes, was always satisfying. Pairing it with rice was an especially delightful experience. In moments of silent enjoyment, simply indulging in delicious food could be incredibly fulfilling. After lunch, Zhao Chen began handling reports from 4 different venues. To be practical, he was actually supposed to fly to Hong Kong this afternoon, but with modern communication being so advanced, remote arrangements were entirely feasible. When it came to high-profile events like the Bulgari Gala, Hong Kong was even more experienced than the mainland. Today's grand centennial celebration had successfully concluded in the morning, but at this time, the Hong Kong venue was still ongoing. Following the celebration, Bulgari's Hong Kong division had unilaterally decided to host a banquet, showcasing a few of Bulgari's most expensive pieces of jewelry. Hong Kong, in Zhao Chen's opinion, was a place teeming with elites. Despite its small size, it ranked as the world's 5th largest financial hub, with countless hidden tycoons. In that city, if you threw a brick into the air, chances were it would land on a potential Bulgari client. While recent Bulgari sales and pre-order figures in mainland China were staggering, Hong Kong's numbers wouldn't be far behind. And beyond that, this was an international event. The centennial celebration was being held wherever Bulgari had a flagship store. Zhao Chen was particularly attentive to pure gold. He constantly monitored global trends, ready to take immediate action whenever necessary. Staying at the top floor of the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai, he waited until 2 p.m. Only then did Qin Yanlan receive a consolidated report. Except for the Italian headquarters, every single Bulgari boutique worldwide was out of stock. Only a few lower-end products remained on display, awaiting buyers. It wasn't that people suddenly thought Bulgari had become a superior brand. They simply sensed something. The value of Bulgari products was about to soar due to the introduction of pure gold. And now, Bulgari was officially in a supply shortage. A product so scarce it was nearly impossible to obtain. Whether for collection, investment, or resale in the secondary market, purchasing in advance was a no-brainer. Even if a buyer ended up holding onto their purchase longer than expected, most Bulgari products were jewelry, hard assets that retained their value. When diamonds first gained popularity, people rushed to acquire them, only for De Beers to monopolize and permanently dominate the market. After achieving that monopoly, natural diamonds became something the average person could no longer afford. Bulgari's pure gold this time wasn't mined from underground, but it was said to be refined from gold at a multiple of its original weight, meaning a small piece of pure gold contains several times its weight in 24K gold. Its value surpassed that of diamonds. Choosing Bulgari meant a 99% chance of making a profitable investment. Compared to ordinary luxury goods, the 3 pure gold Bulgari Centennial Honor collector's items specifically targeted the desires of the ultra-wealthy. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, deep in thought. These 3 pieces, aside from the ones exhibited at each event, were only privately owned by the British royal family. Right in front of him was the pre-order list that had previously been opened on the official website, 9,999 slots in total. Judging by the overwhelming demand from all over the world, selling each pure gold bracelet at 170,000 yuan for 100 grams seemed like an underpriced deal. Not only did Zhao Chun think so, Zhao Zichang and Beijing Shan had realized this much earlier. Given the extreme rarity of pure gold, selling it cheaper than diamonds would completely undermine its potential for speculation and market control. So, Zhao Chen pondered. He needed to come up with a shameless strategy to extract more profit from these 9,999 pre-order customers. And frankly, that was only fair. After all, he was the one who transported this gold from the vault, loaded it onto trucks, and paid for it himself, spending 2.5 billion yuan, including borrowing 150 million from his wife. Wasn't he entitled to squeeze a little extra out of it? He already had a preliminary plan in mind. Dear esteemed customers, we regret to inform you that due to fluctuations in international gold prices and constraints on gold reserves, Bulgari headquarters is unable to allocate sufficient gold to complete the production of all Bulgari Centennial Honor Rings. The reasons are as follows. Each gram of pure gold requires approximately 3 to 4 times its weight in 24K gold for refinement. The technical difficulty of this process has proven more challenging than anticipated. We overestimated the limits of human craftsmanship. While pure gold can indeed be refined, achieving consistent success is extremely difficult. As a result, Bulgari will reassess the material composition of the Centennial Honor Rings and finalize the specifications in upcoming production batches. For pre-order customers, Bulgari will open a cancellation window over the next 2 months. To compensate for any inconvenience, we will refund an additional 15% to customers who choose to cancel their pre-orders. However, once a pre-order is cancelled, the customer will forfeit any future eligibility for another pre-order. The pre-order window originally closed on September 7th. Zhao Chen showed this to both Chen Yanlan and Li Miaoxian. Chen Yanlan had some concerns. She felt that as a luxury brand, Bulgari should never offer a 15% compensation for cancellations. Luxury brands simply don't operate at a loss. Li Miaoxian, however, found it feasible. She was more curious about how much Zhao Chen planned to reduce the material costs. A 100G bracelet selling at 166,000 yuan was already an exorbitant price, far beyond the actual value of gold, carrying at least a 400% markup. At that price, a single ton of pure gold would yield 10,000 bracelets, translating to 1.66 billion yuan in revenue, half of Bulgari's quarterly earnings. Such an insane profit. And it was just 1 ton. Meanwhile, in their own underground vault, there were a full 50 tons of pure gold. If what Zhao Chen had told her before was correct, 25 billion yuan for 50 tons of pure gold, then their family vault held gold worth a total of 83 billion yuan. 83 billion in total. If she were to take dividends based on the 150 million yuan she had invested, when her man eventually paid her back, she would receive 4.98 billion yuan. She was even better than Buffett. Even if she wasn't, at the very least, she was better than Buffett at picking a man. 4.98 billion. And that was based on each bracelet containing 100 grams of gold. Yet, that little rascal Zhao Chen was still planning to reduce the gold content. The pure gold in their vault could last them a lifetime. Now that was true wealth. I plan to reduce the gold content of each bracelet from 100 grams to 50 grams, Zhao Chen stated, his face composed, his heartbeat steady. Isn't that a bit stingy? A 50-gram bracelet? Chen Yanlan asked the key question. Not really. After all, these days, you can barely find a 50-carat diamond ring. Isn't my pure gold far more valuable than those worthless diamonds? Li Miaoxian remained silent, lost in thought. Zhao Chen himself felt that his plan was reasonable. In fact, he even thought that 50 grams was still a bit too much. However, the 9,999 pre-orders had already generated tremendous traffic and hype. He hadn't initially anticipated that pure gold would have such an overwhelming allure. Li Miaoxian stayed by his side for a while before heading off for an afternoon nap. Chen Yanlan remained next to Zhao Chen, working, this time, truly working. The moment Bulgari's official website sent out a notice to all pre-order customers, Zhao Jichang's video call came through. Zhao Jichang was one of those who had pre-ordered a bracelet. After all, this was his own son's business venture, and deep down, he was more than willing to support him in secret. He had even pre-ordered 10 bracelets to help boost Zhao Chen's numbers. Who would have thought that demand would be so high? All 10,000 slots were snatched up in an instant. Just now, he had received the notification from Bulgari's official site on his phone. After checking the announcement, he immediately called Zhao Chen via video.
You made another decision on your own? What else? Aren't you afraid that one wrong move could cause all your pre-order customers to cancel? If every one of those 10,000 people demanded compensation of 25,000 yuan each, do the math, how much would you have to refund? 2.5 billion yuan. Zhao Zichang's voice was calm as he laid out the consequences for Zhao Chen. He wasn't scolding him after the fact, he actually thought Zhao Chen's approach was quite clever. After all, in business, you couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. Especially in the luxury market, where being ruthless was both legal and expected. What he wanted to do was remind Zhao Chen that now that the announcement had been made, every step from here on needed to be handled with the utmost caution. The number of cancellations had to be kept to a minimum. More than that, Zhao Chen needed to find a way to ensure that these 10,000 customers wouldn't easily back out with their 25,000 yuan compensation in hand. Besides, Bulgari controlled the back-end data. As long as the system always displayed 9,999 pre-orders, it would create the illusion that market demand remained unwavering. In other words, Bulgari could manipulate the back-end data as they saw fit. Of course, this was the strategy before the official announcement regarding material reduction. If people found out that Bulgari had cut too much gold from the bracelets and couldn't accept it, cancellations would be inevitable. Yeah, but I'm confident that no more than 100 people will cancel their orders. Zhao Chen's voice was firm as he faced off with his father. And what makes you so confident? Zhao Zichang asked the question that went straight to the heart of the matter. He knew his son was sharp, perhaps even sharper than himself. The value of pure gold is a secret. Customers don't know how much it actually costs to refine. If we assume the cost is infinitely high, and that I'm the only one capable of producing pure gold, then its value is also infinitely high. This means that its value doesn't need to be dictated by the market, we can set the price ourselves. After all, our refining method is Bulgari's exclusive, undisclosed secret. Secondly, pure gold is incredibly rare. So rare that people have only glimpsed it through display cases at the grand event. Something this precious, wealthy elites will always want to possess it. Forget whether the current pre-order customers want to cancel or not. What matters is that once they cancel, they can't place another order. Meanwhile, those ultra-rich tycoons who desperately want pure gold but have no way to buy it will inevitably turn their eyes toward these pre-order customers. Zhao Chen paused. On the other end of the video call, Zhao Zichang spoke again. And? Anything else? His tone was neutral, neither approving nor disapproving of Zhao Chen's plan. Zhao Chen thought for a moment before continuing. A few days after the pre-orders, we were supposed to release pure gold ingots and necklaces for sale. Now, we'll cancel those. The only way to obtain pure gold will be through the online pre-order system. The father and son continued their back-and-forth discussion. Finally, Zhao Zichang sighed and said, if you were studying in Beijing and living at home, wouldn't we be able to have these conversations all the time? Remember to come home for dinner this weekend. And don't forget to visit the Li family. Got it. After hanging up the call, Zhao Chen got up, his steps unconsciously leading him to where Li Miaoxian was napping. Honestly, being highly capable wasn't always a good thing. Having a beautiful wife also made it incredibly difficult to control one's desires. The bedroom door was locked. Zhao Chen assumed that the hotel walls had excellent soundproofing. After all, Chen Yanlan was still outside, working on the sofa. Of course, all of this depended on whether Li Miaoxian allowed it. By the bed, Zhao Chen crouched down, carefully observing the sleeping girl. He didn't know how to put it into words. Her face was truly mesmerizing. Her eyelashes were long. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and their gazes met. I missed you. I want to nap with you. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if he had woken her up or if she was still groggy. Can I hold you while I sleep? You just want to sleep with me, the girl said coldly, cutting straight to the point. It's been a while since we last did it. Zhao Chen complained, already thinking about how to coax her if she got mad. We did it twice the night before last. That wasn't long ago. I know, but I still want to. I don't want to do it here. On our honeymoon, we often did it in hotels. Li Miaoxian fell silent and turned her head away. Zhao Chen started taking off his clothes. Her head remained on the pillow, eyes calmly gazing out the window. Where's your little secretary? Zhao Chen's movements paused. She's outside, working. Keep it quiet. If you stay quiet, I definitely won't make a sound. Li Miaoxian twisted his waist in response, gritting her teeth. And then, he pulled her toward the floor-to-ceiling window.
Zhao Chen said he would take her above the clouds. Ridiculous. The Bulgari hotel wasn't that high. To truly reach the clouds, they'd have to go to the 623-meter-high Shanghai Tower. Outside the bedroom, Chen Yanlan sat at her laptop, closely monitoring Bulgari's back-end data. The good news? An hour after the announcement was sent out, not a single person had cancelled their pre-order. The number of pre-orders remained 9,999. At the same time, she was in talks with Chanel representatives. After all, this bracelet was a Bulgari-Chanel collaboration. Fortunately, despite the material reduction, the price hadn't changed, and their partnership agreement remained intact. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise. Her hands paused. She perked up her ears to listen carefully. Chen Yanlan was no naive young girl. Although she didn't have much personal experience, she knew everything she needed to know. In fact, to better accommodate Zhao Chen, she had even deliberately studied certain materials. A man's excellence often manifests in multiple aspects. But when it came to physical prowess, Zhao Chen was just a so-so. Without his family's backing, he wouldn't be much. Working while listening to the sounds from the lady of the house. At first, she could remain calm and composed, focusing on her tasks. She even found time to mentally complain about Zhao Chen's lack of discipline, his lack of ambition, and his obsession with women. After much thought, she reached a conclusion. He's probably beyond saving. A decorative pillow. Rotten wood that cannot be carved. 7 p.m. After having dinner at Bulgari, the three of them began their journey home. This time, they took a helicopter directly back, one from the hotel, not the one from Li Miaoxian's dowry. 1 hour later, the helicopter landed on their private helipad. The three of them disembarked. To be honest, the Bulgari helicopter wasn't a great experience. It was nothing compared to Li Miaoxian's Airbus Super Puma. Hers was a high-end model, with the weight of over a dozen seats eliminated in favor of top-tier noise reduction. The ambient lighting and interior design were top-notch, and it even had a television. A mid-size helicopter offered far greater comfort. Though it only had 7 seats, the ride quality was superb. When the air was calm, it was even more comfortable than a Rolls-Royce. The only downside was its price. She had said her family bought it for her, and by the time it arrived in China, it had cost a total of over 150 million yuan. 3 days later. Early morning, campus. Zhao Chen still enjoyed wandering around the edge of the military training grounds with Li Miaoxian. This was already the 3rd day. Seeing that their complaint letter had had no effect, and that the young master still looked as radiant as ever, the cadets remained silent, but deep down, bitterness filled their hearts. Unknowingly, they had cursed the unfairness of the world countless times. Being born into the right family was an art and undeniable truth. But even if one couldn't choose their origins, life still held infinite possibilities. If you dare to fight, dare to strive, and work hard, your luck will never be too bad. This had always been Zhao Chen's belief. For more than 10 years, he had constantly motivated himself with the idea that hard work triumphs over fate. Fortunately, the day came when he found his parents, and from then on, wealth was no longer a concern. Zhao Chen didn't care if people talked behind his back. You're already flaunting your wealth, how can you not expect people to grumble a little? Over these past 3 days, something rather odd had happened. Someone on the school forum had invited him to play basketball. Apparently, the university's basketball club believed he had great potential for the sport and wanted to invite him to join them. When Zhao Chen saw this post, he was completely baffled. Do I really come across as that approachable? Or do they genuinely want to be friends with me? Do they really want to play together? Using sports to make friends was actually a great idea. Though these basketball players were a bit too proactive, the post had gained traction, making it a fun addition to campus life. Playing a little basketball wouldn't hurt. After all, the school didn't have a golf course. Even if he didn't know how to play basketball, he could learn. No one is born knowing everything, right? After dropping Li Miaoxian off at the teaching building for her classes, Zhao Chen headed to the basketball court near the military training grounds to meet his new teammates. He went with a friendly and approachable mindset. Whenever he found himself in a social situation with many people, Zhao Chen had a clever trick. He would casually point out a beautiful girl passing nearby. Just like that, the atmosphere would instantly become more relaxed. Most of the guys on the court were tall, muscular, and athletic. When people shared a common interest, conversation flowed naturally. And with Zhao Chen's identity being what it was, no one was foolish enough to act pretentious or pick unnecessary fights with him.
At the end of the day, all men have the same simple hobbies. Who's really that special? Once the atmosphere was just right, they were ready to start the game. But Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. I'm not very good at this. You guys play first, I'll watch from the sidelines and see how it's done. I came here today mainly to learn and experience the fun of basketball. That one sentence left the entire group of players in silence. A 186 centimeters, 6 feet 1 inch guy who doesn't play basketball? Then again, it made sense. Rich young masters probably have access to more exclusive sports. So thinking about it that way, Zhao Chen showing up at all was actually giving them face. If that's the case, then maybe we shouldn't have planned to gang up on him on the court. The guy came here in good faith to play with us, and he's acting so down to earth. Who knows? Maybe if he enjoys himself, he'll even buy drinks for everyone later. If we deliberately play dirty against him now, wouldn't that be disgraceful? Wouldn't it be better to befriend him instead? A little strategic thinking never hurts. If we build a good relationship, maybe one day he could help us out when we need it. If ping pong could be used for diplomacy, then surely sports could be a means to make friends. And so, though Zhao Chen was a beginner, he picked things up quickly, progressing at an astonishing speed. He knew he had a sports buff. His training efficiency in ball games was quadrupled. From 8 a.m., they played all the way until 1 p.m. Zhao Chen had decent stamina. The others were still full of energy. Though they were exhausted, there was something truly satisfying about showcasing their basketball skills. Especially when Zhao Chen's athletic talent became evident. Even though he was a novice, his jumping ability and arm strength were insanely good. He was a natural-born basketball player. It was as if he was made for this sport. One strong man needs 3 allies. Men naturally admire strength. And Zhao Chen's exceptional abilities made their blood boil with excitement. There was a strange sense of kinship, like seasoned players seeing the next generation of talent emerge before their eyes. Even though he was better than them, they just wanted to play a little longer. Zhao Chen exhaled deeply. The intense activity had left him drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his body, unbearably uncomfortable. Suddenly, he heard a familiar, soft voice. Eat? He turned his head. Standing at the edge of the court was Li Miaoxian, silent and composed, holding a lunchbox in her hand. Zhao Chen was stunned. He had completely forgotten about her. Normally, they always had lunch together. But while he had been playing, he had left his phone aside and never checked his messages. Forgetting about Li Miaoxian was absolutely unacceptable. Right now, all he could think about was how to explain this to his girlfriend. Usually, they ate together, but while playing basketball earlier, Zhao Chen had left his phone aside and hadn't checked his messages. Guys, let's play another time. I'm starving. Okay. Bro, add yourself to the group chat. We can play together again next time. Sure. Zhao Chen agreed readily and joined the group chat. Then, he took his phone and walked off with Li Miaoxian. As he pondered how to explain himself, it occurred to him, had she eaten yet? Had she been waiting for him this whole time? Miaoxian, have you eaten? The girl shot him a glance. I ate already. I waited in the cafeteria for a while, then saw on the forum that you were playing basketball, so I came over after finishing my meal. You played in those shoes? Li Miaoxian looked down at his feet, incredulous at the thought of her man dominating the court for hours in cloth shoes. Yeah, but they're really not suited for basketball. My feet are killing me. She didn't say anything, just walked over to a bench in the small grove, sat down, and opened the lunchbox. Only after the game did Zhao Chen realize just how famished he was, his stomach practically sticking to his back. Fortunately, he was greeted with steaming white rice drenched in meat sauce, ice-cold cola, and crispy fried chicken, more than enough to bring a tear to his eye. What surprised him even more was that, knowing he had burned energy playing, Li Miaoxian had unexpectedly bought him a 500 milliliters plastic bottle of Coke instead of the usual 330 milliliters can. Truly touching. As Zhao Chen ate, she sat beside him, watching. From the contents of the lunchbox, he could tell that she had only eaten some vegetables and plain rice, leaving most of the good food for him. You didn't eat much? I ate my usual portion. I'm full. When no one was around, she would occasionally stretch in front of him, sometimes even smile a little, but never too much. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would take it as an invitation to steal a kiss. That kind of thing, especially in public, was social suicide. Whatever other couples did, she would gradually allow for him too. But in some ways, he was like a child playing basketball till 1 p.m., not even checking his phone. Slow down, no one's taking your food. Tomorrow's Saturday. We're flying back to Beijing tonight. I need to visit your family tomorrow, but I still haven't decided what to bring. Zhao Chen's tone carried a hint of pleading. At the mention of this, Li Miaoxian's expression cooled. If you think you've treated me well, then just bring whatever you like. If you think you've wronged me and made me suffer, then bring more. After all, my parents will be asking about you this time. And I don't lie. If they ask, I'll tell the truth. So whatever you bring should at least be enough to calm my father's anger. She looked at Zhao Chen seriously as she finished speaking. Zhao Chen's hand paused. His chewing slowed. For a moment, he was silent. Then, taking a deep breath, he sighed with the air of a man about to face his doom. Well, I suppose I'll have to empty my entire fortune then. I can't think of any other way. Placing his bowl aside, he leaned closer, sliding an arm around Li Miaoxian's waist. The girl naturally rested her head on his shoulder. If you empty your fortune, then I guess I'll be living under a bridge with you. You really don't want to suffer even a little, huh? What kind of husband gets bullied this much? You take advantage of me every day, and I'm not even allowed to complain. Her voice was soft, brushing against his ear. The withered autumn leaves in the grove rustled gently in the wind. My dear wife, I swear, I'll treat you 1,000,000% better in the future. A light hum. Zhao Chen could even feel the delicate touch of her long eyelashes brushing against his neck, warm, soft, and soothing. After dropping Li Miaoxian off at her dormitory, Zhao Chen returned to his own 9A410 dormitory. These days, their dorm room was never left open for others to peek inside. The other students only knew that, some time ago, a massive number of large packages had been delivered to their dorm. That afternoon was room cleaning time, so all 4 roommates were present. As Zhao Chen entered, he casually closed the door behind him. To his right, a coffee machine. To his left, a fridge. The air conditioner had been upgraded to a brand new model. The walls were now covered with futuristic tech-themed wallpaper, with ambient lighting perfectly installed in the corners and ceiling. At this moment, all the lights were on. Even with the curtains drawn, the room was as bright as day. A retractable ceiling-mounted projector hung above, with a roll-up projection screen neatly installed. The dorm had 4 bunk beds, each with a study desk below. Every desk was equipped with the exact same model of monitor and gaming PC, their LED lights glowing brilliantly. On Zhao Chen's desk sat a brand new, still unopened smartphone. Big bro is back. Zhang Wei was the first to speak. Then, the dorm instantly erupted with excitement. Each of them was holding the latest flagship smartphones on the market. After a round of greetings, Zhao Chen opened the fridge and casually took out an ice-cold Coke. With Li Miaoxian not around, he could finally drink freely. She had no control over him here. Unboxing the new phone, Zhao Chen felt at ease. Though Li Miaoxian never checked his phone, it was always good to have a backup plan. Because if she ever did find out what kind of study materials he had saved, she would definitely ask, "Are the women in those videos prettier than me?" That would be awkward as hell. So, Zhao Chen had to get a second phone. A phone Li Miaoxian must never discover. A phone where he could safely watch his study materials. Sure, he had his own woman, and she was more than beautiful enough, but the world still had so many other beautiful things worth appreciating. So many things worth exploring, worth watching, worth enjoying. Yes, Li Miaoxian was amazing. But there were some things she refused to do for him. So many of his desires, neither Li Miaoxian nor Bai Wanning could ever fulfill them. Some things were just too worldly for them, things that clashed with their pride and upbringing. And so, Zhao Chen needed to find his fun elsewhere. Maybe Chen Yanlan could satisfy some of his needs. But with so many women in the world, he owed it to himself to enjoy life to the fullest. There were so many thrilling, exciting, wondrous things waiting to be explored. After all, there were just too many beautiful girls in this world worth admiring. Afternoon. Zhao Chen and his roommates played video games together all afternoon, feeling utterly refreshed and relaxed. After all, there was no greater pain than losing every single match in a gaming session. 6 p.m. Zhao Chen boarded a flight back to Beijing, accompanied by his fiancée and his secretary. This time, he was bringing 10 gold bricks. Yes, pure gold. 10 gold bricks, weighing a total of 10 kilograms. According to Bulgari's pricing for pure gold products, these 10 kilograms had an estimated market value of 170 million yuan. Zhao Chen felt that this level of sincerity should be more than enough. Sitting beside him, Li Miaoxian and Chen Yanlan remained silent. From her perspective,
Zhao Chen was literally bringing home 50 yuan per gram gold as a gift for her parents. She had nothing to say. Save where you can, spend where you must. That was Zhao Chen's logic. After all, pure gold cost 170,000 yuan per 50 grams. She simply had no words. Based on market value, the estimated price of pure gold was currently 3,400 yuan per gram. This calculation came from Bulgaria's official pricing, where a 50-gram pure gold bracelet was sold for 170,000 yuan. Even though the bracelet hadn't officially gone on sale yet, the secondary market had already inflated its price to around 250,000 yuan, significantly higher than the 3,400 yuan per gram rate. 10 kilograms of gold bricks. It shouldn't be valued at 170 million yuan, it should be 340 million yuan. A 340 million yuan gift. Even Li Miuxian couldn't express dissatisfaction with that. Though she knew that the 10 kilograms of gold bricks, based on the price Zhao Chen had paid to acquire them, were only worth about 500,000 yuan. Still, the process through which Zhao Chen had used his abilities to turn something worth 50 yuan per gram into 3,400 yuan per gram, the difference in price, the staggering increase, was something that she considered part of his gift. Although the gold was technically being given as a present to her family, everyone understood that this was also a measure of her value in Zhao Chen's heart. And 340 million yuan was indeed a significant amount. She wasn't someone gilded with gold or encrusted with diamonds, nor was she a heavenly goddess. Even if a goddess descended to earth, the most she could sell for in this world might be 100 million yuan. Within this 340 million yuan, a substantial part was Zhao Chen's way of spoiling her. 10 gold bricks, isn't that a bit much? Not at all. I'm actually worried this doesn't seem sincere enough. After all, bringing a trending product like this to meet your parents might be a little inappropriate. How could that be? Pure gold is like gemstones. It's not some fleeting trend. I'm already deeply touched by this. The girl sat in Zhao Chen's lap. With no one else around, the two were very close, even a bit clingy. Zhao Chen gently rubbed his nose against hers, his gaze tender. He had never been overly concerned about material possessions or wealth, these were things he had in abundance. In the universal transaction system he relied on, items like wealth and material goods were priced relatively low. In contrast, intangible assets, even something as minor as a skill or talent, came at an astronomical cost. For instance, the last time he had attempted to purchase a talent for singing and musical performance, the initial price was set at 3 billion yuan. Compared to that, whether it was 50 yuan per gram gold or a Bulgari product purchased for a mere 10 pounds, they all seemed absurdly cheap. As long as you're satisfied. Zhao Chen's gaze skimmed over her fair and delicate collarbone. As he inhaled, the faint and soothing scent of her lingered at the tip of his nose. Li Miaoxian was familiar with his habits and let him stay close. I've been massaging for so long, but they still haven't grown. No idea. Maybe you're using too much force. The girl rested her chin on his head, sitting snugly in his lap. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her lips parted faintly. On the plane. In their private space. Li Miaoxian moved out of his embrace and into the seat beside him, though she still rested her head on his shoulder. Her slender, elegant fingers stopped Zhao Chen's wandering hand. That's enough. Know your limits. Her tone was cooling. I just wanted to hold you for a while, Miaoxian. I wasn't planning anything. Words like that from men were only meant to be heard, not taken seriously. Because if she gave in to him, and things escalated to where even she couldn't restrain her feelings, his story would suddenly change. I just realized something, she said calmly. We've been together for so long, and I don't think you've ever really bought me anything substantial. No house, no car. What about the AMG? And that Rolls-Royce Wraith? The AMG? That's even worth mentioning? When you were still living with your family, you drove a Bentley Continental. Then you started dating me, and all I gave you was a Mercedes. How could I ever mention that to your father without feeling ashamed? Zhao Chen quickly moved past that car. And the Wraith, you bought that yourself. I didn't get it for you. His confidence faltered as he said this. At the time, he'd been strapped for cash. He hadn't yet taken over Bulgaria and was still relying on the limited funds his parents had given him. He hadn't dared to spend recklessly. Even the gold he'd purchased had been bought with money borrowed from Li Miaoxian. Had they not been frugal and avoided extravagant spending after their honeymoon, they would have run out of funds long ago. Back then, he had barely made it through with the 1 billion yuan his mother had given him. Now, after Bulgari's highly successful marketing campaign, he had made a fortune. Finally, he had the confidence to ask his beloved woman what she wanted. It doesn't matter. Our money is shared anyway. Back then, you didn't have much, so why would I make you spend unnecessarily? Alright then. After we return to Jingling from Beijing, I'll buy up all the villas around ours, build a high wall, and turn it into a large estate. I'll even connect it to the nearby lake, build roads, and add a dock. Li Miaoxian smiled. That's just like him, her cheeky man using her as an excuse to benefit himself. Claiming he was buying it for her, as if he wouldn't live there too. Men, regardless of their status, seem to share this habit, subtly taking advantage of their women in small matters while congratulating themselves on their cleverness. She wouldn't let Zhao Chen get off too easily. She knew all too well that if you didn't put pressure on a man, he would start slacking, even neglecting his work. Sometimes, it was necessary to make him exert effort to make amends for past wrongs. Buy me a yacht, she said lightly. And don't forget about the estate you're building for me and Sanya. Sometimes, I'll miss the ocean and want to stay there for a few days. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's smile slowly faded. She wasn't wrong, he'd nearly forgotten. The estate he was building for her in Sanya was still under construction. And she'd mentioned the yacht before, he'd even promised to buy her the most luxurious one. How could he say he'd never given her anything? The closer they got to Beijing, the more nervous Zhao Chen felt. This was his first official visit to her family. Sure, he had experience visiting Bai Wanning's family, but the circumstances were entirely different. With the Bai family, they'd only been judging him at a surface level, he simply had to win Bai Wanning over. But with the Li family, it was different. He was already living with their daughter, so the Li family wouldn't just assess their compatibility, they would also evaluate whether she had been mistreated during their time together. The Li family was well established and influential. There was no telling whether her father had been keeping an eye on him all along. And if, during their meeting, her mother happened to expose some of his less than admirable behaviors, it would be an absolute disaster. The nerves were unavoidable. Zhao Chen felt that his discomfort with the lifestyle of the wealthy had reached its peak at this moment. He wasn't sure, couldn't even articulate how tolerant such affluent families would be toward the things he had done. Of course, there were exceptions, like how Li Miaoxian's parents doted on her and, in contrast, had little tolerance for him. That, he needed to be careful about. The plane landed. Li Miaoxian noticed that her man seemed a little out of it, his brows furrowed tightly, clearly lost in thought. She had no idea what he was thinking about. The car sent by the Li family to pick them up was a high-end Maybach. It was said to be second only to a Rolls-Royce in comfort, even surpassing the Bentley Flying Spur. Li Miaoxian had accompanied Zhao Chen when he visited the Zhao family before. Truth be told, ever since that visit, the Li family had tacitly acknowledged her as the Zhao family's daughter-in-law. After all, the two of them had been betrothed since they were babies. Within a few dozen minutes, the car reached the gates of the Zhao family estate. Zhao Chen held Li Miaoxian's hand as the driver helped with the luggage. When Wang Qian, Zhao Chen's mother, saw the two of them, her joy was evident. As a mother-in-law, her gaze naturally shifted to Li Miaoxian's flat belly, her smile unwavering. Hello, Auntie. Yes, I'm doing well. But you're still calling me Auntie? It's about time you changed how you address me, isn't it? Of course, I can change it any time. If you want to hear it now, I'll call you that right away. Ha, good. The conversation between Li Miaoxian and Wang Qian flowed effortlessly. In fact, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel that his own mother seemed to treat Li Miaoxian better than she treated him. She truly adored her daughter-in-law. Zhao Chen, hurry up. Wan Ning is waiting for you. Zhao Chen's spirits lifted immediately. If he still couldn't figure out why his mother was leading Li Miaoxian away at this point, he'd be the biggest fool. Wang Qian had taken Li Miaoxian aside. It had been a long time since Zhao Chen last saw by Wan Ning. Sometimes, even when he was with Li Miaoxian, thoughts of Wan Ning would creep into his mind. Wan Ning had beautiful legs. And she loved wearing white. When it came to such things, Zhao Chen had always been particularly fond of anything white, whether it was stockings or lingerie. It struck a deep chord in him. Although neither Bai Wan Ning nor Li Miaoxian would wear stockings for him, Bai Wan Ning's softer personality made her more likely to give in. She was the type who, with a bit of coaxing and teasing, would reluctantly but sweetly indulge him, her face tense, yet her actions compliant. For instance, she wouldn't wear stockings for him in public, but in private, she might just fulfill his wish. Especially this time. In the past, Bai Wan Ning had said that without a clear future together, she wouldn't emotionally or physically give herself fully to Zhao Chun. But things were different now. Both of them had established their commitment to staying together. The last time he left, during one of their private moments, Zhao Chun had pushed things a bit too far. Yet Bai Wan Ning didn't resist. Like a quiet kitten, she silently endured his teasing. His steps quickened. His heartbeat raced. Zhao Chun felt he had never wanted to see Wan Ning as much as he did at this moment. When a youthful, radiant, pure-hearted girl, elegant and full of sweetness, was waiting for you, the feeling was irresistible. As he crossed the front courtyard and headed toward Bai Wan Ning's room, a voice called out, "Xiao Chen." Zhao Chen froze mid-step. Looking up, he saw his grandfather standing on the second floor, leaning on a cane, staring down at him. "Grandpa." Zhao Chen had no choice but to stop, change course, and head upstairs with a smile. The moment Zhao Chen responded, the old man turned and sat down, waiting for him to approach. When Zhao Chen finally sat beside him, he didn't even have the chance to speak before his grandfather began. "Why are you in such a rush? A real man handles everything with calm and composure. You're running your own business now, and that sort of behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Your hurried steps, your dazed look, no poise at all. What's got you so flustered? Want to see your little wife so badly? Can't hold yourself together?" His grandfather's tone grew more severe, his voice sharp and scolding. Zhao Chen lowered his head silently. He understood. When his father, Zhao Zhichang, mentioned him coming home for the weekend and being lectured, it wasn't an excuse, it was very much a reality. Not only was Zhao Zhichang planning to reprimand him, but so was his grandfather. Before Zhao Chen could respond, his grandfather's voice rang out again. "People who can't control their impulses or desires will never reach great heights. Even the wealthiest can tumble to rock bottom with a single misstep. You're young, still building your career. When I was your age, I couldn't even afford a proper meal. Every day, I was figuring out how to earn money with my brain. And look at you now, sitting around, well-fed, wasting time chasing romance. You're only 18. Is romance what you should be focusing on? I'd rather you spend your energy on something trivial like keeping a mistress, someone who doesn't require your emotions or attention. That's what young men do. But romance? With the Li family's daughter, no less? A girl like her, the kind who would have been a noblewoman in a bygone era, skilled in every art and grace. How did a scoundrel of a merchant like you get so lucky? And then there's the Bai family girl. You've been with her for a long time now, and even the Li family knows about the two of you. They've said nothing. But you? I've heard stories. You've been getting cozy with actresses, flirting with your secretary, leaving trails everywhere you go. Do you even take your feelings seriously? If your feelings are that cheap, just admit you're playing around. Say you want to indulge yourself and sleep with them, that's one thing. But where are you leaving your emotions? The Li family girl already knows what you've been up to. You even had the nerve to introduce her to those actresses. Don't you have any shame? Do you respect your wife? Ha! She's the one you're supposed to spend your life with, and yet you're openly fooling around in front of her. Do you even see her as your wife? Have your fun, but don't play with your emotions. Leave your true feelings for the one you genuinely love. Respect her. Even if you're sneaking around, don't flaunt it. Imagine if your wife did the same, if she started seeing other men and left you alone at night. How would you feel? This generation, no discipline, no morals. You, boy, are a little scoundrel. Zhao Chen didn't dare say a word. The old man's clarity and logic left him no room to argue. His mind buzzed, his thoughts racing. Those words had hit the mark, painfully so. He had indeed gone too far. Thinking back on what he had done, it was clear that Li Miaoxian had always known. Openly cheating in front of his wife? That was a heavy accusation, and one he couldn't deny. As for this upcoming visit to the Li family, he could only leave it to fate. Now, he was beginning to understand, occasional physical indulgence might be excusable, but true feelings had to be reserved for the one you loved. In the world of the wealthy, being both rich and faithful was an abstract, almost impossible ideal. But at the very least, one must respect their spouse and give her the most love. Bai Wan Ning was already an exception. Her presence in what should have been a two-person relationship had given Zhao Chen the wrong idea that any girl he cared for could join his world. Now he understood. Wan Ning was unique, a second wife in all but name. Beyond her and Li Miaoxian, no one else should be brought into the spotlight. The dignity of a family as prominent as theirs demanded such principles. Criticized so harshly by the old man, Zhao Chen didn't argue. He lowered his head and silently endured it. Back when he had no family, he yearned for the feeling of being cared for, of having someone worry about him. Now that he had family, even being scolded was a form of happiness. As the old man spoke, he almost raised his cane to give Zhao Chen a few hard whacks, but in the end, he held back. "What are you planning to bring to the Li family this time?" Zhao Chen told the old man about the pure gold. "That's not enough. Bring more. This little token of sincerity won't cut it. Remember, when the Li girl came to visit us, she gave you a plane. And her parents got you insured for tens of millions." Zhao Chen excused himself. Even though the old man was in his 70s or 80s, he still carried an overwhelming sense of authority. It was the presence of someone who had been a passionate youth, reached great heights in his middle years, and remained commanding even in his twilight years. Fortunately, Zhao Jichang hadn't come home from work yet, so Zhao Chen managed to avoid a second round of scolding from his father. After walking away at a measured pace, out of the old man's line of sight, Zhao Chen headed toward Bai Weining's room. The door was open. From outside, Zhao Chen could see her. The room was brightly lit, and she was still reading. Zhao Chen softly called out, "Weining." Bai Weining turned her head and saw him. Putting her book down, she gracefully rose, lifting her skirt slightly as she quickly walked over to stand before him. Poised, gentle, with a bright smile. "Chen," she said softly, trying to say something affectionate, but then decided to hold back, thinking it might be better to let him speak first. "I missed you," Zhao Chen said as he gently took her hand. Bai Weining didn't say anything. Bang! The door closed. The two sat on the sofa, kissing. Having not seen each other for a while, the longing between them made them both feel parched, desperate to connect. At least, that was how Zhao Chen felt. Thinking of what the old man had just said, and knowing that Li Miaoxian was still with Wang Qian, Zhao Chen decided this moment with Bai Weining could only be brief. Prolonging it would risk neglecting Miaoxian. After 5 minutes, Bai Weining gently pushed him away. "That's enough. Let's head out. It's been a while since I've seen Sister Miaoxian." "All right." As Zhao Chen adjusted his clothes, he thought that the underwear Miaoxian had recently bought him didn't quite fit right. He also took the opportunity to help Bai Weining put on her white ankle socks. "Your feet," Zhao Chen murmured. She looked up, puzzled. "Your feet are so beautiful." Bai Weining was speechless. She didn't know how to respond or even if she should. After all, she didn't fully understand how to address her boyfriend's peculiar preferences. She wasn't sure if such things were harmful or if they might lead to bad habits or consequences. For now, she let him indulge briefly. In private, she would seek answers. Surely there were other men in the world with quirks like his. The two left the room, with Bai Weining following a step behind Zhao Chen, keeping a slight distance between them. The back garden. Wang Qian sat with Li Miaoxian, drinking tea and sorting flower petals. This was the kind of leisurely pastime that had become a habit during the years when Zhao Chen had been missing. Whenever Miaoxian was in Beijing, she would often come over to keep Wang Qian company. In a way, even before Zhao Chen was found, Miaoxian had already become part of the family. The Li family had truly gone above and beyond in their integrity and kindness. The elder of the Li family was highly respected, a paragon of virtue. Miaoxian was a little surprised. It had been just over 10 minutes since she had last seen Zhao Chen, most of which she had spent being scolded by the old man. She had even overheard the reprimand. Yet somehow, Zhao Chen had managed to go and bring Bai Weining to meet her in just 5 minutes. So fast. She knew Zhao Chen well. She was perfectly aware of the order in which he liked to express his affections. Ah, right. He just got scolded. It seemed the lesson had sunk in. When Miaoxian saw Bai Weining approach, she gave a faintly warm smile. For someone with her typically cold demeanor, even this slight softening of her expression was rare, even for Zhao Chen. "Sister Miaoxian. Sit." Miaoxian made space for her. As soon as the two girls sat together, they began chatting non-stop. Especially with Wang Qian present, their conversation became lively and animated. Neither of the girls was a fool. When they talked, they often brought up stories about Zhao Chen, ensuring Wang Qian felt included. Through them, Wang Qian learned many amusing anecdotes about her son, whom she didn't fully understand despite being his mother. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen stood off to the side, feeling completely invisible. Neither Wang Qian nor the girls invited him to sit, and Bai Weining didn't even glance his way. After a while, Zhao Chen grew bored of standing there and slipped away. The moment he left, the three women exchanged knowing smiles and began discussing things men shouldn't overhear.
The garage. Zhao Chen walked over to the garage. After he had taken one of the phantoms for himself, the family had acquired another to replace it. Other than that, there were no new additions to the fleet. The garage was filled with executive sedans, luxury SUVs, and chauffeur-driven vehicles. The only sports car was a small white one, a Ferrari F8, in pearl white with a hint of pink. It belonged to Bai Weining. It had originally been pink, but after her engagement to Zhao Chen, she had it repainted white. Zhao Chen had been thinking about getting himself a car in this price range. His Enzo and Veyron weren't suitable for daily driving, and their comfort left much to be desired. Even Niaoxian's LaFerrari wasn't particularly practical. He just wanted a Lamborghini to cruise around in, something good for casual drives and not too expensive to maintain. Rare, limited edition cars were best left in the garage. Every time one was driven, its value decreased. Evening. It was almost time for dinner. Going out to a dealership now wouldn't be practical. The old man had also instructed Zhao Chen to prepare more gifts for the visit to the Li family, which left him feeling stressed. Given the Li family's status, whatever he brought would seem insignificant, they lacked for nothing. It was better to focus on quality rather than expense. Still pondering, Zhao Zhichang arrived home and waved him over. Xiao Chen, come here. Zhao Chen hurried over, tail wagging, so to speak. His father outranked everyone else, and Zhao Chen knew another lecture was coming. The two sat on chairs on the balcony. Zhichang poured tea for Zhao Chen, who smiled, appreciating the gesture. If his father was serving him tea, it meant he intended to ease into the conversation gently before delivering the lecture. Zhao Chen knew this routine well. Sometimes his father would give a scolding first, then offer a sweet treat as consolation. Other times, he would start with the sweet treat before delivering the scolding. Sitting there, Zhao Chen waited patiently for his father to speak. But half an hour passed. The tea had almost gone cold, and the two of them still hadn't exchanged a word. Zhao Chen was a little surprised and somewhat puzzled. Why isn't he saying anything? He just kept sipping his tea. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. Zhao Chen kept his composure, resisting the urge to ask questions. He didn't want to come across as impatient or impulsive. After a long while, Zhao Zhichang finally spoke calmly. When you go to the Li family, there's no need to worry too much. Even without asking, your Uncle Li can guess what kind of person you are and what you've been up to. There's nothing to fear. But I want you to understand one thing: love your wife. Cherish her. If a man treats his wife's feelings carelessly and toys with her, then no one in his life will truly love him. That would be a tragedy. Love others sincerely, while allowing yourself to enjoy the love they give you. Remember how good Li Miaoxian is to you. She's a noblewoman, not a servant. Everything she willingly does for you, even bending down for the smallest tasks, is an expression of her deepest love. Even the most mundane gestures are filled with affection. Live your life well. Take care of your family, and only then can you manage your career properly. It's normal to be reckless in your youth, but when it matters most, you must remain humble and seek guidance. You've grown close to your Uncle Bai, and the two of us often talk and confide in each other. Your Uncle Bai is a man of great wisdom. As for Bulgari, let's talk about that after dinner. The twilight settled over the estate. The vast grounds were dotted with lights, not flashy, but tranquil and dignified. At regular intervals, security personnel stood in discreet locations, watching over everything. This was the quiet majesty of a truly wealthy household. At dinner, the old man sat at the head of the table, with Zhao Chen and Zhao Jicheng seated to his left and right. The women sat beside Wang Qian. The dinner was lavish. Both young women had contributed to the cooking, not just to let the elders taste their culinary skills, but also to show that they were capable of managing both the household and the kitchen. The elders appreciated this effort. Fortunately, the girls were genuinely skilled cooks. There were no embarrassing mishaps. For Li Miaoxian and Bai Weining, this was their first time dining together and their first time sitting at the Zhao family's table. The Zhao elders, Grandpa Zhao, Wang Qian, and Zhao Jichang, had prepared red envelopes for them. "Thank you, Grandpa," the girls said in unison. The old man nodded with a warm smile that put everyone at ease. Putting on his reading glasses, he picked up a map of the estate and examined it closely before speaking. "Miaoxian, you'll stay in the east wing, 3rd floor. 300 a month. Weining, the west wing, 3rd floor. Also 300 a month. The rear garden will go to Miaoxian. If there's anything else, we'll address it later." When he said 300 a month, he meant 3 million yuan per month.
The two girls were surprised. Technically, neither of them was officially married into the family yet, so this felt premature. But the reality was that they had already been living with Zhao Chun for some time. Following traditional family values, it made sense to formalize their status sooner rather than later. Though sudden, the arrangement was deliberate and respectful. Bai Weining had no objections. After all, Zhao Chun was set to establish his roots in Jinling, and she wouldn't be living permanently at the Zhao family estate. Even if she stayed, she understood that Miaoxian had been betrothed to Zhao Chun since birth, making her the rightful first wife. Weining saw herself as a later addition. The garden being assigned to Miaoxian didn't bother her. After all, it wasn't as though she couldn't step foot in it. This arrangement also demonstrated the Zhao family's respect for the Li family, preserving their dignity. There was no way the Li family would accept their carefully groomed daughter being placed on equal footing with someone who joined later. This arrangement was a pragmatic compromise. Even Bai Jingshan, if present, would have no objections. Aside from the garden, both girls received equal treatment. After dinner, the meal lasted a long time. Zhao Chen, his father, and his grandfather had a few drinks. When Zhao Chen drank, he became more talkative, and the old man's stern demeanor softened. Zhao Zichang even put an arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder as they poured drinks for each other. Sitting nearby, Miaoxian remained silent, her expression calm. She knew her place. This wasn't the kind of setting where she had the right to speak freely. Even Zhao Chen spoke sparingly. Meanwhile, Wang Qian chatted warmly with the two young women. Most of the conversation revolved around advice. Don't spoil Zhao Chen too much. He didn't grow up pampered, he was raised through hardship. If you indulge him too much, he'll get too comfortable. Luxury is easy to get used to, frugality is hard to return to. The wisdom of the ancestors never lied. Wang Qian drank fruit juice with her daughters-in-law and instructed the staff to prepare hangover soup. Later that night, the old man retired to his room to rest. Zhao Chen and Zhao Jichang went to the study, closing the door behind them. They talked for 2 hours. At 11 p.m., they left to go to bed. You're doing well, but pace yourself. There's no need to accomplish all your life's achievements in your 20s. You're capable and resourceful, but leaving some goals for your 30s isn't a bad idea. Don't burn yourself out. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. His goal was to earn enough money that neither his children nor grandchildren could spend it all, no matter how hard they tried. Enough for 10 generations. By 30, he wanted to have traveled the world and retired, living a carefree life with his wife and children. A fulfilling life requires hard work in your 20s. Wouldn't it be wonderful to live a carefree life with your family as early as possible? The old man's watchful eye. When Zhao Chen went upstairs, he noticed the old man standing in the shadows of a corner, leaning on his cane and silently watching the staircase. Though subtle, Zhao Chen noticed him immediately. He understood what it meant. The old man was checking to see which girl Zhao Chen would visit tonight. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose and walked calmly toward Miaoxian's room. That was his room, now officially assigned to Miaoxian. The message was clear. Opening the door, he saw her sitting properly at the desk. Not asleep yet? She nodded. You're not wearing anything warm, it's chilly at night. If you're waiting for me, just go to bed earlier. As he spoke, Zhao Chen moved to carry her to bed. But Miaoxian suddenly spoke. You're sleeping alone tonight. Zhao Chen froze for a moment. I said, you're sleeping in the guest room tonight. She glanced at him before climbing into bed herself. Zhao Chen quickly ran through the day in his mind, wondering if he had done something to upset her. After some thought, he realized. Going to the guest room to sleep alone meant following her words. This avoided making his intent to visit by waning obvious while also earning him points for being an obedient husband. With his personality, though, how could he possibly sleep alone? Of course, it was possible that Miaoxian truly wasn't feeling well and needed some peace and quiet. But knowing how clever she was, it definitely wasn't that simple. Based on her usual habits, Zhao Chen guessed that this was probably her way of compromising with Bai Wanning. At least it wouldn't embarrass Wanning too much. The price to pay was that she would be left alone in an empty room, while Zhao Chen, at least on the surface, would be sleeping in the guest room tonight. Wearing pajamas and slippers, he stepped out of the bedroom. Zhao Chen first went to the guest room, freshened up, lay down on the bed, and took out his phone to chat with Lai Miaoxian for a while. After saying goodnight to each other, Zhao Chen got up from the bed. He walked toward the west. That was where Bai Wanning lived. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the room, the warm light diffused gently. Bai Wan Nin was sitting on a chair by the window, still awake. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Seeing that it was Zhao Chen, she slowly stood up. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He didn't know how long Bai Wan Nin had been waiting, but the bright red wedding robe she was wearing was proof that she had been prepared for a while. She had put on the attire of a bride. She had been waiting for at least 2.5 hours. Zhao Chen sat down beside her and spoke softly. "If I hadn't come tonight, would you have kept waiting?" The bride raised her delicate brows slightly, her voice soft and tender, gentle yet intricate. "Niu Xianjie told me to wait for you." Zhao Chen's mind buzzed for a moment. Later, as he thought back carefully to that moment, he realized that the words had likely stemmed from the sheer intelligence and composure of Li Miaoxian, so much so that his mind felt like it was reverberating in shock. The intricate layers of the crimson bridal gown were not easy to take off. Zhao Chen understood what Bai Wan Nin was doing. The two of them had, in a sense, privately pledged their commitment to each other. At worst, Zhao Chen could have deleted her from his life completely, vanishing without a trace. But in the end, Zhao Chen fought for this, using both reason and emotion, and managed to secure the Bai family's approval for their marriage. Only then did their future become clear. Some girls gave themselves to men in KTV lounges, bars, cheap hotels, or even nameless, desolate places that left people speechless. Their fate was often the same, never truly cherished by men. For them, abandonment, fickle affections, and casual flings became the norm from the very beginning. They treated chastity as if it were nothing but dirt. The men around them came and went as they pleased, drinking from them and then leaving without a second thought. No one would genuinely want to marry them. Bai Wan Nin had been well educated since childhood. Outwardly, she may not have seemed particularly deep or composed, but at the very least, in her own heart, if that moment was to be considered a significant ceremony, then she believed she should be the one to dress in red for her man. This small sense of ritual and importance, at the very least, would make Zhao Chen cherish her more. The deep crimson fabric adorned her youthful figure, phoenix coronet, flowing robes, and intricate clasps, all lending an air of maturity and dignity to a girl still in the bloom of youth. Of course, the dignity was for outsiders to see. The closeness was reserved for Zhao Chen. She covered her face with a red veil. And Zhao Chen would be the one to lift it. On the table, 2 wine cups were placed. Even though he knew Bai Wan Nin had a low tolerance for alcohol, Zhao Chen still poured a small amount into her cup, just enough to coat the bottom. Intertwining their arms, they drank their wedding toast in one go. Zhao Chen removed her hair accessories and picked up the comb from the table, gently running it through her long, silky hair, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. "Is the air conditioner set to a good temperature? You can turn it up a bit later." "All right. My period is still far off." "Good. In high school, I already thought you were beautiful. I used to think that if I could have you, my life would be complete. Back then, being in love with you felt like the greatest dream I could ever have." As the bridal attire fell away, only a thin layer of fabric remained on the young girl's body. Sitting in Zhao Chen's arms, they spoke in hushed, tender tones. When Bai Wan Nin finally became drowsy from the wine, her eyes shimmering with moisture, Zhao Chen fell silent, slowly leaning in to kiss her soft red lips. "Exhale. You have to always be gentle with me. I love you very much." I know. That's why I did everything to marry you. I won't let you suffer." Her collarbones glowed like translucent jade. In fact, her entire body was pale and delicate, her cheeks still carrying traces of youthful innocence. Yet, beneath that innocence, the allure of her beauty had already begun to bloom. She was only 18. And in the years to come, she would only grow more breathtaking. Rather than leaving her beauty to be worn down and polished by time, it was better to love her fully while the moment was still ripe. If the flower is to be plucked, it must be plucked in its prime. Do not wait until it withers, leaving nothing but an empty branch. A man must be decisive. If he hesitated, she would only bite her lips and flush crimson. "I love you." Even among all the beauties of the world, the way Bai Wan Nin made him feel was entirely different from Li Miaoxian. Morning. The girl woke up early, still somewhat drowsy, but she persisted, getting up, washing up, applying light makeup, and then waking Zhao Chen, urging him to return to the guest room. "So early?" Zhao Chen groaned, turning over in bed, barely able to open his eyes, exhaustion weighing on him. "It's already 6 o'clock. Hurry up and go." "No way, I'm too tired." Zhao Chen reached out, pulling Bai Wan Nin back into bed. "What's there to be afraid of?
Rules are important, but don't you think a bit of warmth and affection should be considered too? If I just leave right after sleeping with you, wouldn't that be no different from visiting a brothel? What are you saying? She let out a soft humph. Sorry, that was a poor analogy. But you get my point. I just want to stay with you a little longer. You just want to bully me a little longer, don't you? No. Then where are your hands going? Chen, what exactly do you like about me? I love the lotus, for it emerges from the mud unstained, washed by the clear waters without becoming seductive, standing tall, untainted by vines or branches, its fragrance spreading far and wide. Wrong, silly. Give me a kiss. No way. After lingering a while longer, Zhao Chen finally put on his robe and returned to the guest room. Later today, he had to visit the Li family. It was exhausting, truly, but he had no energy left for anything else. Everyone has their own constitution, and his was strong yet easily fatigued. Even now, just thinking about it made his legs feel weak. The land of warmth and tenderness, indeed, a hero's grave. Bai Wannin, without a doubt, was a nemesis to men obsessed with ambition. Even the most driven man would be utterly captivated by her. Beauty, after all, was something people could never truly part with. After washing up, Zhao Chen yawned and went to Li Miaxian's bedroom, flopping onto her bed to get some more sleep. She was doing yoga on the balcony and saw him but said nothing. Several minutes passed. Only then did Li Miaxian's soft voice reach his ears. Get up. It's time for breakfast. Zhao Chen got up from the bed, took the tea she handed him, and drank it all in one go. The tea leaves slightly refreshed him. He changed his clothes and went downstairs, holding the young mistress of the Zhao family by the hand as they went to breakfast. Bai Wannin didn't come down, probably too sore to walk. The maid would bring her breakfast upstairs later. Li Miaxian saw everything and took it all in stride. There was no need for Zhao Chen to hide his concern for Bai Wannin. After all, Li Miaxian already knew of her existence. Besides, there were many things she had silently allowed. And Zhao Chen had never been one to act overly cautious or hesitant. That would actually be limiting himself. Indeed, prestigious families had their so-called dignity, but their true foundation lay in wealth and power. It was the same logic as an individual. Whoever had money held the right to speak. So after listening to the old man's lecture, Zhao Chen knew he would always conclude with, of course, nothing is absolute. In the end, everything comes down to strength. Zhao Jichang understood his son's capabilities all too well, so he never interfered in Zhao Chen's private life. He even thought that if he had been as capable as Zhao Chen in his youth, he would have been even more arrogant. Having 10 girls at once would have been nothing. Zhao Chen was already quite restrained. After breakfast, the preparations for the trip began. This time, the entire Zhao family was mobilized. Old Master Zhao, Zhao Jichang and his wife, and Zhao Chen all got into the car. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms led the way, followed by a large Range Rover. The convoy rolled grandly out of the estate gates. The old master and Zhao Jichang sat in one car, while Wang Qian and Zhao Chun, the young couple, sat together. At this moment, she was still enthusiastically discussing the country's childbirth policies. Li Miaxian looked embarrassed. She was only 18. Though she understood that Wang Qian was eager for a grandchild, the reality was that she and Zhao Chen were still in school. Even if they were to have a child right away, it wasn't something that could happen instantly. There had to be a process of adjustment. At the very least, they needed time to enjoy life as a couple, to fully understand each other's personalities and habits. Long-term pregnancy planning wasn't necessary, as neither of them had any bad habits, and their diet was balanced aside from Zhao Chen's particular fondness for beef cubes. Li Miaxian felt slightly helpless but also understood that this was the kind of nagging every daughter-in-law had to hear. There were no outsiders present, so she simply listened, nodding and smiling in response from time to time. After finishing with Li Miaxian, Wang Qian turned her attention to Zhao Chen. Teenagers should exercise more instead of staying at home all day. Strengthen your body. Girls nowadays like men who are physically fit. Look how beautiful Miaxian is, you should improve yourself to match her. Zhao Chen had thought she was going to tell him to consider having children earlier, and he had already prepared his response to refuse. Instead, his mother told him to work on his physique to meet modern girls' aesthetic standards. Wait a minute. Wasn't Li Miaxian supposed to be her actual daughter? Was he just some random guy she picked off the street to be her son-in-law? Wang Qian was quite pleased with Zhao Chen's reaction. She knew her own personality and was well aware that her son had inherited it to some extent. So she wouldn't give him a chance to refuse, she would simply suggest something indirectly beneficial to reproduction. That way, he wouldn't be able to argue against it, right? Zhao Chen smiled. All right then. The car arrived in front of the Li family's villa. It stopped a distance away because the old master insisted on walking the rest of the way. Wang Qian got out first and walked ahead. As Zhao Chen took a deep breath in the car, Li Miaoxian straightened the wrinkles in his suit. So nervous? It's fine. It's not like your parents are going to eat me. No, I'm just worried that if I get too nervous and have a drink, I might start calling your dad brother. Li Miaoxian's hand froze. Then she turned to get out of the car. Zhao Chen quickly grabbed her. Wife, I was joking. I was just wondering, will your dad think I'm too outstanding and not take these things seriously? Li Miaoxian looked at him and thought seriously for a moment before replying softly, our family values character, not achievements. Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless. Honestly, if he were a poor guy trying to marry into a wealthy family like Li Miaoxian's, those words would be quite comforting. After all, for a poor guy, the only thing he could really offer was his character. Some poor guys were even more unfortunate, they didn't even have good character. But Zhao Chen wasn't one of them. Aside from money, he had nothing else. Morality and ethics? Those had meant nothing to him for the first 18 years of his life. He only cared about being principled with those who were related to him. For things that didn't concern him when he had no money or power, he preferred to stay out of them entirely. But now, he had to start learning how to be a decent person. If he had the means, he should at least try to help those in need. Ladies first. Young girls first. Girls who had lost their way first. Girls who had lost their way but hadn't completely fallen first. Girls who had lost their way but hadn't completely fallen and were still beautiful first. Wait. That was going off track. In short, when one prospers, they should help others. He could help, but only a little. After all, he wasn't that rich. Today, both Li Miaoxian and Zhao Chen were wearing rings. He was dressed in a sharp suit, and his leather shoes gleamed. The Li family's father and mother were already standing at the door, waiting for them. Zhao Chen hurried over to greet them. At that moment, Li Miaoxian slipped her hand out of his grasp and entered the villa on her own. Since elders were present, proper etiquette had to be observed. They weren't officially married yet. She was still an unmarried young lady. More importantly, she wanted that big jerk to take her away from her parents properly, in a dignified and rightful manner, not just because of a childhood engagement, and not just because of their relationship. Meeting the parents was a test every man had to pass on his own. She couldn't interfere with the one and only chance her man had to experience this moment in his life. Watching her hurry inside, Zhao Chen straightened up. Today, he was here to claim his wife. If he messed this up, her mother might not even let him take Li Miaoxian away. Joking was one thing. But you don't joke about a mother-in-law. This was serious business. Li Miaoxian's parents were both kind and warm people. The first time Zhao Chen met them, he even saw a mist of emotion in their eyes. The two families were true lifelong friends. Years of business cooperation and intertwined interests had created an unbreakable bond. Li Miaoxian's father often visited the Zhao family's old master for tea, seeking advice. But this time, when they saw Zhao Chen, the usual warm smiles and approving looks were gone. Though they still seemed friendly, there was now a layer of scrutiny, a gaze of assessment and judgment. Here we go. When all the elders go silent and just stare at you. That's your cue. There's no discussion. You have to speak. It doesn't matter what you say, as long as it relates to the occasion. Zhao Chen wasn't stupid. He turned to the driver. Bring that box over. Then, he looked at Li's parents and said, Uncle, Auntie, shall we talk inside? Too many eyes out here. Li's father almost laughed but held it in. Not bad. Quick thinking. Honestly, if Zhao Chen hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have let him in so easily. He had already heard plenty about Zhao Chen's antics. The matter of pure gold is a big deal. There are too many people, and too many prying eyes. Right now is the perfect time for public opinion to ferment about pure gold. If word gets out that a certain place or a certain family has obtained a large quantity of pure gold, the media's attention will immediately be drawn to it. Once the matter is blown out of proportion, Bulgari's exclusive pure gold brand will be completely out of their hands. The renovation of the Li family's villa is quite simple and unpretentious, minimalist, yet with an impressive grandeur that feels refreshing. The living room walls are adorned with family photos, further enhancing the strong familial atmosphere of this household. Zhao Chen had already planned out how he would communicate with Li Jianghe. When it comes to revealing that I own Bulgari,
it has never failed when meeting the parents of a potential partner. As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, he saw Li Miaoxian's father, Li Jianghe, suddenly become much more serious. His gaze towards Zhao Chen now carried deep scrutiny and astonishment. He had heard that Zhao Chen's business dealings were connected to Bulgari, but he never imagined that Zhao Chen had already acquired it outright. Before Li Jianghe could even ask a question, Zhao Chen dropped another series of bombshells. First, he revealed that the grand centennial celebration of Bulgari's offline stores was entirely his idea. Then, he introduced the concept of pure gold. Li Jianghe had heard of it before and nodded along in agreement. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Chen opened the box in his hand. 10 gold bars gleamed brilliantly, dazzling to the eye. Zhao Chen simply placed the box on the table. He didn't explicitly state what was inside, but everyone could guess. After Bulgari, my plan is to enter the entire luxury market. Traditional luxury brands are too arrogant, they haven't reached the stage of mass market wealth exploitation. The value of these brands is no longer just about product premiums. Bulgari's revolutionary business model will aggressively devour the profits of other luxury brands. My plan is to completely understand and control the luxury industry within 10 years. This isn't an exaggeration, let me explain my vision. Luxury is just one sector. Compared to it, I find electronics and technology far more valuable. Apple, as the world's most valuable company, has already set a precedent for everyone. I am also highly interested in this field, including high-end photolithography machine production, quantum particles, and other cutting-edge precision technologies. I already possess a complete set of blueprints for manufacturing a 7-nanometer lithography machine. At this point, Zhao Chen sensed that his words might not be entirely convincing, so he added, "If you want to see the blueprints, I can show them to you." With that sentence, Zhao Jicheng's face darkened. No matter how close their relationship was, could such a commercial secret really be shared so casually? If there weren't outsiders present, he would have wanted to take off his shoe and smack Zhao Chen with the sole a few times. Completely unrestrained. Fortunately, though startled, Li Jianghe didn't outright think Zhao Chen was lying. After all, he saw the pained expression on Zhao Jicheng's face, and that was proof enough. He didn't even bother asking to see the blueprints. Zhao Chen hadn't finished talking yet. He seamlessly transitioned from technology to pharmaceuticals. Though what he was saying was entirely plausible, and he certainly exuded confidence in his business ventures, the sheer amount of topics he covered was overwhelming. It made one wonder, how could an 18-year-old possibly handle all of this? Honestly, if even one of Zhao Chen's grand plans was truly viable, Li Jiangshan would have no reservations about entrusting his daughter, Li Miaoxian, to him. But the thing was, Zhao Chen had already successfully acquired Bulgari. Fine, that alone was impressive enough. Yet he still seemed greedy for more, with ambitions that were overwhelmingly grand. By the end of it, Li Jiangshan even started to feel like he was being sold a pipe dream. Finally, Zhao Chen stopped talking. Regarding Li Miaoxian, I truly love her. Li Miaoxian's parents instantly perked up. This was the topic they had been waiting for, and now they could start probing and demanding promises from Zhao Chen about how he would treat her in the future. Before they could even ask, Zhao Chen started talking again. I have given Bulgari's hotel business to Li Miaoxian. All 7 Bulgari hotels worldwide, along with the revenues from Bulgari's luxury holiday projects, belong to her. Additionally, the 8th Bulgari Prestige Hotel has already been planned for Sonia, a place she particularly likes. The hotel will be designed according to her tastes. Furthermore, in Sonia, I have secured a plot of land approximately 50 hectares to build a seaside estate for her. I've also pre-ordered a yacht worth 230 million. When I'm not working, 90% of my time is spent with her, and I believe it will remain that way in the future. Since we are always together and use the same car, I haven't added any new vehicles to her collection recently. The household already has 4 Rolls-Royces, 1 Bentley, 2 supercars, and 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, totaling 9 cars. Maintaining control of the conversation was actually quite simple, as long as what you said was overwhelming enough, shocking enough, and impressive enough to leave your future in-laws in awe. The initiative would remain in your hands. Then, no matter what they asked, you could casually brush it off with ease. Completely unshaken, with a clear conscience. Everything seemed smooth until his future mother-in-law suddenly said, I heard you have quite a few women around you. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Chen's back. But he suppressed his reaction, forcing a smile as he calmly replied. I do have many female classmates, but as class president, I inevitably have to interact with them. In business, I also need to communicate with senior executives. Li Miaoxian's mother gave Zhao Chen a deep look and was about to press further when Li Jianghe interrupted. He instead asked Zhao Chen about the Huachen Tower project, his main interest. As a real estate tycoon for many years, he wanted to assess his future son-in-law based on something within his own expertise rather than letting the boy keep boasting endlessly. Regarding Huachen Tower, Li Jianghe wanted to know how Zhao Chen planned to get it built and how he would handle the intricate details. Internally, Zhao Chen shouted his gratitude to his future father-in-law for saving him. Then, maintaining his composure, he responded, "If the construction of Huachen Tower officially begins, I can directly hand it over to you, uncle. Your experience in real estate and construction far exceeds mine. At that time, I'll be relying on you a lot. I'll pay the full market price." Brilliant! Zhao Jichang suddenly felt immensely proud. Li Jianghe, however, twitched slightly and sighed inwardly. He had originally intended to test Zhao Chen, but in the end, he had unknowingly dug himself into a pit instead. It was an incredibly frustrating feeling. But on the other hand, such a large-scale project would indeed bring him significant profits from the banks. And besides, this was his own son-in-law. Honestly, this kid was ridiculously sharp. I mean, how was it possible for an 18-year-old to be this smooth and utterly unstoppable? A significant change in Zhao Chen. Li Jianghe felt that the recent period of wealth and prosperity had brought about a profound transformation in Zhao Chen. A high-achieving student who had emerged from poverty, not only did he avoid the mindset and behavior of a nouveau riche, but he had also used his own abilities to amass wealth at an astonishing rate in a very short time. This only proved how difficult his first 18 years must have been and how desperately he had longed to make money. At the very least, with him, Li Miaoxian would never have to worry about having enough to eat. That was enough. At least, Li Jianghe felt that their conversation had gone well. This kid was indeed a fitting match for his daughter. Compared to the privileged sons of Beijing's elite, all of them combined might not even match a fraction of Zhao Chen's intelligence. His aggressive business mindset was terrifying. Even Li Jianghe felt a sense of fear. It was the kind of courage and confidence that disregarded consequences, rooted in an unshakable belief that he would always be fortunate. This kind of audacity was simply beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Even as he marveled inwardly, Li Jianghe raised his voice and called Li Miaoxian downstairs. Zhao Chen exhaled a breath of relief. It seemed that he had passed today's test. A change in atmosphere. Li Miaoxian was dressed in a traditional Chinese qipao, her makeup subtle and refined. She seemed to have taken today very seriously. After coming downstairs, she sat beside Zhao Chen. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, everyone's attention was no longer on him. He and Li Miaoxian were like outsiders, sitting on the sidelines while the elders from both families discussed matters among themselves. Even though Zhao Chen was listening in, he still found their discussion elusive and unclear. Wasn't today supposed to be about me? What's going on here? He turned to look at Li Miaoxian. The young woman shook her head. Her qipao fit her figure perfectly, and even though it was in muted tones, she still looked stunning. She, too, had no idea what the elders were talking about. The two of them sat quietly on the side, unable to leave, unable to relax, just sitting there, anxiously waiting. An uncontrollable urge. The closer Zhao Chen was to Li Miaoxian's beauty, the harder it was to resist. Especially since she usually never wore makeup, yet today, her face had a faint blush that resembled rouge. Zhao Chen had an overwhelming urge to grab her and take her upstairs to her room for an intimate moment. Damn it, the fivefold physical strength and heightened desires that came with adulthood were truly difficult to suppress. If it weren't for his strong willpower, the system would have completely ruined him by turning him into a lust-driven fool. Stupid system. Li Miaoxian was watching him carefully. She could read his expression. Zhao Chen probably had a deep fondness for qipaos. Or perhaps, he simply liked beautiful things in general. Either way, it didn't matter. The engagement decision. After listening for a while, Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian finally caught on. The elders were discussing their formal engagement. Previously, their marriage arrangement had been nothing more than a childhood betrothal made over a decade ago. It seemed that Zhao Chen's visit to the Li family today wasn't just an ordinary introduction. He watched as his father wrote out the engagement contract, set down the pen, and then turned his gaze toward him. Zhao Chen, come closer. After all, the children needed to be aware of the decisions being made about their future. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian both moved closer. You two are getting married. There's no need to delay, let's finalize the engagement today. What do you think?
Zhao Chen couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation and immediately responded, "Good." Li Miaoxian nodded as well. After the two of them voiced their agreement, Li Jianghe studied Zhao Chen carefully, making his heart pound. Then, he took a gold bar from a box, one of the pure gold bars Zhao Chen had brought with him. He handed it to what appeared to be a steward, and by the time the engagement banquet was set for lunch, that gold bar had been pressed into an engraved marriage certificate. The text of the engagement contract, written by Zhao Chen's father, was now etched into solid gold, framed with rare golden Nanmu wood, giving the entire document a grand and imposing presence. A moment of warmth. Before he even realized it, Zhao Chen had already taken the young woman's hand in his. He gently stroked her fingers. He always felt that Li Miaoxian's body temperature was slightly lower than normal, except when she was in a hot bath. As he listened to the elders discussing their marriage, Zhao Chen felt a long-lost warmth stirring within him, the kind of warmth that came from family. It was faint, but undeniably real. This feeling of having loved ones, of being part of a family, no amount of money could ever buy it. Li Miaoxian, sitting with a straight posture, remained mindful of her manners since all the elders were present. But at some point, she suddenly felt a hand resting on her waist. She glanced at Zhao Chen, only to hear him whisper in her ear, "From today onward, you are mine." The young woman shot him a look and whispered back, "Oh? So what was I before? Just a casual fling? If so, you owe me a lot in unpaid fees." "Wait, are you saying you want me to hand over my salary right now? What else? How are we any different from a married couple already?" Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless, then quickly changed tactics. "I really don't have much personal spending money. You know that. M'chem, I'll be auditing Bulgari's accounts from now on. Whenever you withdraw money from the financial department, I'll know. You'll have a monthly allowance of 1 million, and I'll need to see receipts for every expense." Zhao Chen was horrified. "What? 1 million is barely enough for anything. Do you know how much a bottle of fine wine costs? What kind of wife is this stingy?" He lowered his voice, trying his best to express his dissatisfaction. Li Miaoxian smirked. 1 million is enough for you to support plenty of senior female classmates. Really? Her expression turned cold. "I misspoke. Your monthly allowance is now 500,000. Hiss. Zhao Chen's face fell in despair but secretly rejoiced. This was already good enough. Coming from a wealthy family, Li Miaoxian had no concept of what it meant to give a husband a monthly allowance of 500,000. She had no idea. Or perhaps, she actually did understand the significance of 50,000 and was just playing dumb to give Zhao Chen a little room to maneuver. No way. She couldn't be that scheming. She definitely wasn't. There was no way a young woman could act out this entire scenario so perfectly. Absolutely impossible. Li Miaoxian's expression remained calm. She didn't even need to look at her husband's feigned grievances to see through him. For an elite heir, 500,000 a month wasn't much. But for Zhao Chen, a young man who had grown up in poverty, his mind was already racing through all the ways he could or couldn't spend the money. For instance, some rich playboys would throw stacks of cash at online streamers, but Zhao Chen would never do that. Back when they first met, he would have picked up a 50-cent coin off the ground without hesitation. 50,000 was still enough for him to mess around with a lot of female classmates, hypothetically, of course. If he actually did, he could forget about coming home. She knew how frugal Zhao Chen was. The last time they visited a talent agency to see 4 young girls, the snacks he bought for them totaled just over 100 yuan, split between all 4 of them. That was cheap. With 50,000, she could buy him plenty of those 100 yuan snacks. Watching Zhao Chen's mix of despair and secret delight, all while thinking he was outsmarting her, she almost burst out laughing. Stupid fool. He puts all his brainpower into making money, but at the end of the day, he's still just a clueless straight guy. The engagement lunch. By noon, everything that needed to be discussed had been covered. The engagement lunch had also been prepared well in advance. It seemed that both families had intended to bypass the young couple and directly finalize the arrangements themselves. This kind of arranged marriage, how should he put it? Zhao Chen felt something indescribable in his heart. Perhaps everyone would have different feelings about such a situation. But for him, he simply felt happy. Content. At the very least, he and Li Miaoxian were well matched. The Li family's lunch was lavish. Even though only the parents from both sides were present as witnesses, the sense of ceremony was in full effect. Everything that needed to be there was prepared.
Red wine, champagne, cake, a camera, even festive snacks like sunflower seeds and wedding candies. However, the Lee family hadn't gone overboard with the smaller details. After all, even though the young couple was engaged, the actual wedding was still far off. Giving out wedding candies today might be a bit premature. But since it was an engagement banquet, there still needed to be something to mark the occasion. Zhao Chen and Li Miaoxian sat at one side of the dining table. Both of them were dressed rather simply. Zhao Chen was only wearing an ordinary shirt. As they ate at their own engagement banquet, a subtle yet profound feeling spread between them every time their eyes met. It was a sweet, comforting sensation, a moment of ease and tranquility. A major life event, yet without any pressure, without any turmoil, just a smooth, steady journey. If there had been any hardship in this path, it was probably the years Zhao Chen had spent missing. Overall, his marriage had been remarkably smooth. None of the dramatic twists and turns you'd read about in novels, no life and death struggles, no earth-shattering upheavals. Just peace. The drinking begins. Li Miaoxian spoke softly, drink less. My dad can't handle alcohol very well. Got it. Baijio. Li Junhe didn't hesitate at all. He didn't bother with formal toasts or complicated rituals, just grabbed a bottle of strong liquor, poured his own drink, and drank at his own pace. No one was forcing anyone, and no one was slacking off. Drink as much as you could, and if you didn't want to drink, that was fine too. This was a vintage Feitian Baijio, aged for who knows how many years. Zhao Jichang burst into laughter, grabbing 2 bottles and setting them beside him as a statement of intent. It's been years since I've had a proper drinking session. Today, my daughter is being handed over to you, kid. Fine, I'll drink, helps lighten the mood. Saying that, he placed 2 more bottles in front of himself. Zhao Chen's father remained silent for a while before finally speaking. The Zhao family and the Li family have walked this path together for many years. Old Li left before I did, but that doesn't mean our bond should be broken. It's not just about these 2 getting married, our 2 families should also remain bound together for 100 years to come. Drinking today is a good thing. Back in the old days, this would have been sealed with a blood pact. Good. Nobody leaves until we're drunk. Zhao Chen watched as the 3 older men started drinking, completely leaving him out of it. For a moment, he felt lost. Wait a minute. Aren't you forgetting someone? Aren't I supposed to be the main character today? Hello? You guys are just drinking away. Zhao Chen swallowed hard. That familiar urge, the one you get after tasting a bit of alcohol before, was creeping up on him. Once you've experienced that slight buzz, watching others drink becomes almost unbearable. Especially when the aroma of fine liquor is so incredibly tempting, it's impossible to resist. So, without hesitation, Zhao Chen reached out, grabbed 2 bottles, and poured himself a drink. The warning and the feast. Li Miaoxian frowned. She didn't know Zhao Chen's drinking capacity, but she did know that if he drank even a little too much, he would cling to her like glue, transforming into a little pervert. But given today's occasion, if he didn't drink at all, or if he didn't drink sincerely enough, it wouldn't look good. So after a moment of thought, her frown disappeared. She personally poured him a drink, but only a small amount each time, just enough to slow down his pace. The Li family chef had been preparing for this day since the previous night, knowing exactly what the groom-to-be liked. Zhao Chen had a particular fondness for diced beef as a drinking snack, especially the kind with a strong, rich aroma. Not only did it serve as a substitute for traditional fried peanuts, but it also provided a satisfaction that no vegetarian dish ever could. As soon as the older men saw Zhao Chen's beef dish, they immediately took their share. It was met with widespread praise. This is what it means to know how to make money, know how to eat, and know how to enjoy life. Miaoxian, you can rest assured being with him. Damn it, this beef is absolutely perfect with alcohol. Li Junhe had only drunk half a bottle and was already starting to feel tipsy. It was hard to tell if it was the alcohol or just an excuse to openly express his affection for his son-in-law, but either way, the sentiment was clear. Hearing such praise, Zhao Chen didn't hesitate, he immediately raised his glass. Father-in-law, a toast to you. Li Junhe propped his elbow on the table and remained silent. For a long while, Zhao Chen started to feel a bit uneasy. Even Li Miaoxian was surprised. There was no reason to make things difficult for Zhao Chen at this moment. After all, it had taken him a lot of effort to finally address him as father-in-law. If he accepted it, today's ceremony would be complete. Everyone was waiting for Li Junhe's response. But he just kept leaning on the table, head down. Finally, after a long belch, he exhaled deeply. Ah! Finally let that one out.
Alright, Xiao Chen, I heard you. I was in the middle of burping, so I didn't respond in time. Made me anxious as hell. Damn, this is good liquor. Come on, give Xiao Chen a red envelope. You can't forget the traditional name-changing fee. Now it was obvious. Father Li was definitely drunk. Li Miaoxian had been telling the truth, he really couldn't hold his liquor. And giving a name-changing fee? That's something the bride's parents would never normally do. He was definitely drunk. But Zhao Chen seized the moment and quickly turned to Li Miaoxian's mother. Mom! He spoke clearly. Miaoxian being with me doesn't mean you've lost a daughter, it means you've gained a son. From the moment she chose to be with me, I stopped being just a Zhao family member. A son-in-law is half a son. I know that means even greater responsibility, and from now on, I see myself as part of the Li family as well. Zhao Jichang held his glass and sighed in amazement. Damn, that was beautifully said. No doubt, this kid takes after me. A life of responsibility. When Li Miaoxian heard Zhao Chen say, it means even greater responsibility, her heart trembled slightly. Zhao Chen was just like her, both only 18 years old. 18, and already building a family and a career. On the surface, it seemed glamorous. But the burden on his shoulders was already immense. Other boys his age were still lying in their dorms playing video games, running around the field without a care in the world, drinking with friends, and openly discussing the looks of passing girls. But even though Zhao Chen was also 18, he had little room for that youthful freedom. He had to live like a middle-aged man, juggling his career and family, constantly on the move, never stopping. She sat quietly, deep in thought, recalling all the ways he had been tirelessly working. Though there were moments when he still acted like a young man, when she brought him lunch to the basketball court, he would always say, "Sorry, I should have told you in advance. I didn't mean to make you wait." The way he treated her was more like an old married couple, mutual respect, rather than the naive, overly affectionate displays of love that most 18-year-old couples had. Li's father really gave Zhao Chen a red envelope. Li Miaoxian's mother also gave one. You brat, what you just said really hit me right in the heart. My old Li family has raised a daughter for more than 10 years, and she didn't run away with you, she brought a son into our family, a good boy, ha. Li Junha didn't bother with a glass anymore. He grabbed the bottle of Mao Tai and drank straight from it. The way he was drinking, if anyone tried to stop him, they'd be making an enemy out of him. One must never let an elder drinking with them lose face. If they end up feeling embarrassed about their drinking, they'll only recall the meal as an unpleasant experience. So Zhao Chen downed the contents of his own glass in one go, then grabbed the bottle and drank directly from it. Seeing this, Li Miaoxian frowned but had no choice, she could only smile helplessly and accompany them. The atmosphere at the engagement banquet grew increasingly filled with the scent of alcohol. Everyone was starting to get drunk. Li Jianhe had already been carried away, he drank an entire bottle and knocked himself out cold. Now, it was the Li family's butler drinking with the Zhao family. This was Uncle Zhang, as Li Miaoxian called him, a man with a legendary alcohol tolerance. He drank cup after cup, never pausing, never needing any snacks to go with the liquor, just pure drinking. Seeing this professional take the stage, Zhao Chen knew he had to find an opportunity to pretend to be drunk. If he kept going at this rate, he'd die. Luckily, the meal ended on a joyful note for both hosts and guests. As expected, Zhao Chen got himself thoroughly drunk and ended up lying in Li Miaoxian's bedroom. The room had a simple yet elegant decor. A faint scent of books wafted from the study connected to the bedroom. While Zhao Chen lay on the bed pretending to be unconscious, Li Miaoxian saw right through him. She sat by the window, quietly reading a book under the soft sunlight. Take a proper nap. You don't look too well today. Zhao Chen had nothing to say, he was truly exhausted. Even though it was an unfamiliar bed, the bedding carried a scent he was familiar with, making it easy to relax. He slept for a while but couldn't really fall into deep sleep. Wife, you should rest a bit too. Okay. Li Miaoxian closed her book and climbed into bed, lying in Zhao Chen's arms. She spoke softly, don't call me wife, it sounds too old. We're still young. Then what should I call you? By your name? Not my name either, that sounds even older. How about baby? The mere suggestion gave her goosebumps. Still, Li Miaoxian seriously considered his proposal. But once she imagined it, she realized she couldn't stand such a greasy, cloying, and awkward nickname. So, she made Zhao Chen come up with something else. How about big sister? That works. The girl nodded in agreement. Then you should call me big brother. Zhao Chen took the chance to counter. No way. Pick something else. Zhao Chen was tired, but seeing Li Miaoxian act a little childish for once, he was willing to humor her. He recalled that she had never done any of the things other girls usually did. Yet today, she was being stubborn over something as trivial as a form of address. Besides deepening their relationship, this kind of light-hearted conversation wasn't tiring or stressful, it was just a matter of picking the right choice until she was satisfied. Through all of this, Zhao Chen secretly hoped she would act spoiled, just once. But this woman would never do anything that could damage her cool and aloof image in front of him. It might seem a bit pretentious, but in the future, when she finally did let down her guard, that contrast would be overwhelmingly beautiful, so much so that all other beauties in the world would pale in comparison. That was the truth. Zhao Chen had never found Li Miaoxian's cold demeanor unpleasant. How about little wildcat? Then baby? Madam? Little sister? Dame, a crisp, girlish voice. For a moment, Zhao Chen didn't react. When it hit him, he immediately shot up from the bed, staring at Li Miaoxian in disbelief. That sound just now. Did you say that? Who? Damn, I can't take this. I need to go grab some rain gear, you're making me like you way too much. Call me that a few more times later. Zhao Chen had already started taking off his clothes, ready to wrestle with her. She had already changed out of her qipao to prevent any accidents from happening, but now, with that single dame, she had completely broken his self-control. Actually, I don't mind not using any rain gear either. Li Miaoxian placed a foot against his chest, stopping him from coming closer. This is my bedroom. You can't defile me here. Zhao Chen realized something. Li Miaoxian had really changed. She was now using words that seemed normal on the surface but were actually filled with suggestiveness, teasing him, hitting all the hidden nerves of his desires. Just like how she used bedroom and defile. Who? Normally, Zhao Chen wouldn't have thought anything of those words. But hearing them from her mouth? They instantly became 10 times more potent. And when paired with her dame and the way she raised her leg, Zhao Chen didn't even dare imagine how mercilessly he was going to ravage her. It seemed she had started changing from the moment of their engagement banquet, changing into a real girlfriend. Maybe she had realized that, up until now, her boyfriend had never experienced that heart-racing excitement from her. Zhao Chen grabbed her ankle. Move. What do you think you're doing? What do you think? Dame. Who? What man could resist this? Especially when she said it with that cool, indifferent aura. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, then got up to lock the door and draw the curtains. Dame. Afternoon. By the time everyone had sobered up, Zhao Chen was still holding Li Miaoxian in his arms, both of them sound asleep. They were really exhausted. After a long while, Li Miaoxian pinched him. Are you still sleeping? Are you planning to sleep until night? He opened his eyes. Without even thinking, Zhao Chen immediately made another transaction with the system. This time, he spent 1 billion to enhance his abilities again. The first time had only cost 10 million, giving him the strength of about 5 grown men. But after last night's demands from Bai Wanyin and the pleasure from Li Miaoxian just now, he actually felt a little fatigued. This kind of fatigue made him, as a man, feel ashamed. So, he spent another 1 billion to upgrade himself. Now, he had the strength of 10 full-grown men. That should be enough. Luckily, he was smart. How about we sleep a little longer? No more sleeping. You're the main character today. Shouldn't you go downstairs and have some tea with the elders? Zhao Chen pulled her into his arms. I don't want to get out of bed. I just want to hold you. Miaoxian, you're making me like you so much today. Dame, that's not allowed. Wait, where did you even learn these things? Online. My verdict? You should definitely learn more. I believe life is all about continuous learning, and your dedication to self-improvement is commendable. Ing. Zhao Chen quickly got out of bed. Li Miaoxian was no longer the same as before. She had begun using tactics to solidify her position as the rightful wife, and they were working. Zhao Chen had no doubt she would keep him firmly tied to her for life.
Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this story and want more, make sure to hit like and leave a comment. See you soon.